Blood. The scent of rust mingled with a metallic sweetness forcefully invaded the nostrils. Cold rain mixed with warm liquid clung to the cheeks of Bo-Fong Shui-Man. The vision was a blur, the eye and the ears. There seemed to be the piercing cries of an infant, the faint, fragile breaths of his wife. In the distance, the roar of a colossal beast reminiscent of a natural disaster. What a disastrous beginning. Bo-Fong Shui-Man, or rather he occupying this body, struggled to lift himself, his consciousness merging amidst extreme chaos and excruciating pain. He was not the original fourth Hokage. He was a soul from a higher dimensional civilization, a researcher who dedicated his life to exploring the origins of life and the universe. Now, he found himself encased in a vessel named Bo-Fong Shui-Man, perfectly merging with the original occupant. The time point was during the Kyuubi's chaos in the original narrative, a night of hellish difficulty for Naruto, where the couple met their tragic fate. What an intriguing energy form, ferocious, chaotic, yet brimming with astonishing vitality. His mind, even teetering on the brink of collapse, maintained an absolute calm as it analyzed the chakra entity known as Kyuubi in the distance. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to weep or to laugh. Fortunately, he possessed half of an unconscious Kyuubi. One could say there was no need to worry about a lack of chakra. The bad news was he had just battled a Beto, and Kyuubi was still rampaging through Konoha, leaving the village in a state of internal and external turmoil. Moreover, his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, had just given birth and had her tailed beast extracted. The situation was dire. It was essential to realize that even the Uzumaki clan's tenacity could not withstand the extraction of a tailed beast for long. Goodness, a beginning where I must choose between my wife and child? No, it's a scenario where I could lose both. What a catastrophic start. Rubbing his temples, he quickly regained composure. After all, he couldn't allow Naruto to unlock the hellish difficulty of a single-parent family right from the outset. Could he? His body moved ahead of his thoughts. Shui-Man was rapidly devising a strategy. What must I do to salvage everything? Firstly, sealing the Kyuubi was imperative. Otherwise, the village would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble. This creature was the legendary strongest tailed beast. Its destructive power was no mere myth. Secondly, no matter what, he must ensure the lives of his wife and child. Otherwise, what meaning would all his efforts in the ninja world hold? He might as well choose to die together as before. With this thought, his gaze sharpened and his resolve solidified. This time, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. I will have it all. Yet at that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of chakra from deep within, a calmness akin to the deep sea suddenly roiling. What is this? Initially, Shui-Man was taken aback. Then, he froze. That was the golden finger he brought along, half of the unconscious Kyuubi. Instantly, a pure and immense power filled his entire being. There's a way. Just as Shui-Man felt a rush of excitement, another slightly exaggerated tone echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be facing a catastrophic beginning worthy of being recorded in history. Such dire straits serve as the perfect stage for a hero's emergence. The Ninja World Savior System, splendidly activated. This system notification felt overwhelmingly intense. A strange thought flickered in Shui-Man's mind. Emergency mission issued. Save your beloved wife and future son within 5 minutes, and quell the Kyuubi chaos in the most perfect manner. Mission reward. Uzumaki clan's sealing. Technique, Diamond Lock. 5 minutes? They certainly had a high opinion of him. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. Feeling an unprecedented power within him, Shui-Man harbored no further hesitation. Because, in 1 minute, everything shall come to an end. His figure flickered and vanished from his original position on a distant tower. A man wearing a tiger-patterned mask admired his handiwork. It's over, my teacher. For the village, you will make the sacrifices I anticipated, sacrificing yourself, relinquishing everything. He murmured to himself, his words laced with warped satisfaction. History would be inscribed by him, Uchiha Beto. Is it? The script is not written by you. Suddenly, a calm inquiry arose from behind him. What? The man's body tensed, and he swiftly turned, preparing to activate his space-time ninjutsu. But a flash of golden light was faster than him. It was not a Rasengan. Instead, it was a kunai wrapped in dark red chakra, sweeping through the air with a slashing motion. Thud! An arm was severed, soaring high into the air. How is this possible? Your speed is even faster than before. The face beneath Obito's mask was filled with disbelief. However, Shui Min displayed no surprise. That hand of yours holds significant research value. His voice carried no emotion. I will take it. In a flash of thought, he swiftly produced a scroll with his left hand, as quick as a fleeting shadow. Whoosh! The scroll unfolded in midair, the sealing technique flashing by, as the severed arm was instantly absorbed before it could reach the ground, vanishing from sight. Sealing complete. Almost simultaneously, the residual force of the kunai's slash continued unabated, followed by a crisp shattering sound. The peculiar tiger-patterned mask cracked in half, falling to the ground. Beneath the mask was a youthful, contorted face. Uchiha Obito clutched his severed arm, letting out a pained howl. He could not comprehend. Why was Bo Feng Shui Min here, and why did he unleash such terrifying power? Furthermore, his arm had been severed and sealed in an instant. The script was not meant to unfold this way. Roar! At that moment, the rampaging Kyuubi below paused. Its massive body became momentarily stiff, and amidst its violent roar, a hint of instinctual fear emerged. It sensed a chakra of the same origin, yet purer and more advanced. The Kyuubi has halted. On the ground, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was evacuating villagers, stopped in his tracks and gazed up at the colossal beast. Look, it's the fourth Hokage, an Umbu ninja exclaimed. That chakra, it belongs to the fourth Hokage? How can it be so immense? More ominous than the Kyuubi, yet it lacks malice. This chakra amount. Did the fourth Hokage treat the tailed beast as a power bank? The ninjas of Konoha were engulfed in shock and confusion. Did he escape using Kamui? Shui Min did not cast another glance at Obito. In this moment, he was merely an inconsequential character. Shui Min's form vanished once more, reappearing beside Kushina. He knelt down, examining his wife's condition. Her chakra had depleted to the brink, her body cold. Shui Min. Kushina weakly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Naruto, protect Naruto. She believed she was nearing death, trembling as she reached out, yearning for one last touch with her child. Shui Min grasped her icy hand. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon Kushina's smooth forehead. Do not fear, Kushina. His words were clear and resolute. This time, our family of 3 shall not perish. No one could be missing from the household register. This promise resounded in Gyo Xinai's heart like a thunderclap. She stared blankly at her husband. He remained the gentle Minato, yet something seemed irrevocably altered. Hold on. Minato pressed a hand against Gyo Xinai's abdomen, where the 8 trigram seal once resided. The tranquil yet formidable chakra of the 9 tails was meticulously drawn forth and gradually infused into Gyo Xinai's being. This was not the tumultuous yang chakra, but rather an essence closer to the very origin of life. The tenacity of the Uzumaki clan's vitality resembled kindling ignited by a spark, instantly showing signs of revival. Gyo Xinai's previously feeble breaths began to stabilize and strengthen, and a hint of color returned to her pallid complexion. What is this? Just arriving, Sarutobi Hiruzen chanced upon this scene. This is not right. This does not resemble the capabilities of ninjutsu. He could not fathom how a Jinchuriki, from whom the tailed beast had been extracted, could still receive chakra. Moreover, such vast and ambiguous chakra, could it be that a Jinchuriki, once bereft of their tailed beast, could still be salvaged? What had Minato done? Having stabilized Gyo Xinai's condition, Minato rose, facing the agitated 9 tails, which was perturbed by his presence. Reward distribution in progress. Uzumaki clan sealing technique. Diamond lock. Analysis commencing. Analysis complete. Host has mastered it. The system's notification chimed at the perfect moment. Roar. The 9 tails seemed to sense the genuine threat. It abandoned its assault on Konoha, opening its massive maw as a high-density purple chakra sphere rapidly formed. Not good. It's the tailed beast ball. The target was aimed squarely at Minato, along with Gyo Xinai and Naruto behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart leaped to his throat. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared, was it about to take a nosedive? No. Even if it cost him his life, he had to intercept this strike. Minato, quickly dodge. He cried out, preparing to form hand seals. Yet Minato stood still. He slowly raised one hand, palm directed towards the oncoming tailed beast ball, capable of obliterating a mountain. No hand seals were formed. No flash of the flying thunder god technique. Golden sigils emanated from his palm, spreading through the air to form a complex and ornate array. Golden chains shot forth from the array, meeting the impending sphere of destructive energy. Diamond Lock. Chapter 2. Is it possible for the tailed beast bomb to explode? The purple-black chakra sphere was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. The air, compressed to its limits, emitted a piercing wail, while a tempest swirled around it, uprooting stones and dust. The Konoha ninjas on the ground felt the overwhelming force capable of annihilating everything, making even the act of breathing a struggle. It's the tailed beast bomb. Get down. An experienced Jonin shouted in despair. But everyone understood that any defense would be futile against such a direct assault of energy. It's over, at this close range. The entire village would be turned to ruins. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. He began to form hand seals, ready to risk his life to buy even a moment for Minato. But Minato was at the epicenter of the explosion. How could he possibly escape? Just as the Nine Tails opened its enormous mouth, the destructive light within its throat reached a blinding intensity, prepared to unleash that death sphere. The golden formation before Minato radiated with brilliance. Buzz. Dozens of golden chakra chains shot forth like living entities, tracing dazzling golden arcs in the air. Their target was not the terrifying tailed beast bomb, but the Nine Tails itself. The chains, with an unyielding ferocity, instantly wrapped around the Nine Tails' massive jaws. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, left 3 circles, right 3 circles. They were tightly coiled, sealing off the impending destructive energy with sheer force. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. What is happening? What is he trying to do? Block the Nine Tails' mouth with chains? Has he lost his mind? A knowledgeable Jonin exclaimed. That's the Vortex clan's adamantine ceiling. This revelation fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing a greater uproar. The Vortex clan's secret technique? How could the 4th Hokage possess it? Wasn't he born a commoner? This defied logic. Can a bloodline limit be learned later in life? This question arose in everyone's minds, yet no one could provide an answer. They could only gaze in awe at the golden figure standing before the colossal beast. The Nine Tails was also bewildered. It had a visceral memory of these golden chains, a suppression from the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, the shackles of its freedom. Yet this time felt entirely different. It thrashed violently, its muscles straining in an attempt to break free from the bindings. However, these chains were sturdier than imaginable. No matter how much force it exerted, they remained unyielding, tightening even further. Damn it, not this again. But why is it enhanced this time? The quality of this chakra is even purer and more resilient than Kushina's. This is impossible. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all present, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Nine Tails, as if something was wrapped inside it. Its massive form shook violently, and its 9 tails drooped helplessly, as if all strength had been drained. Black smoke mixed with sparks emanated from the gaps in the chains, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. The tailed beast bomb, capable of leveling mountains, detonated within its own mouth. Its enormous body shuddered, and the giant fox's face was etched with humiliation and despair, emitting a pained whimper. The Konoha ninjas were initially enveloped in a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, then they erupted in ecstatic realization. Is this even possible? My goodness. Detonating the tailed beast bomb in its mouth. What genius! I declare, the 4th Hokage is a master of operations. Truly, our 4th Hokage is remarkable. The relief of surviving and admiration for Minato's extraordinary maneuver swept across the battlefield in an instant. Kushina was also taken aback, leaning against a rock. She watched her husband's silhouette, using the adamantine ceiling to block the Nine Tails' mouth and cause the tailed beast bomb to explode. Such an unconventional approach was beyond her wildest imagination. Minato, she gasped, suppressing her shock, urgently urging, forget about me. Quickly, seal it away while you can. Sealing it within Naruto's body was the only option left. It was the fate of our Vortex clan. Yet, Minato did not act immediately. He turned to Kushina, offering a warm smile. No, Kushina. This smile made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. Fate. I will rewrite fate. He formed hand seals. But the gestures were neither the Shiki Fujin nor any conventional sealing technique. Minato, what are you doing? Kushina cried out in alarm. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sensed something amiss. That seal is the 8 trigram ceiling. But who is he targeting? Under the puzzled gazes of all, Minato directed his palm towards the still dazed and retching Ninetales. This time, as a family, none of us will endure pain again. The script is meant to be rewritten. His words were soft, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The 8 trigram ceiling. It was not just a simple seal, but a sophisticated application of sealing techniques. He intends to forcibly split the Ninetales with sealing techniques. Has he lost his mind? Manually splitting a tailed beast? How could that even be possible? Such a feat has never been heard of. The ninjas gasped in unison. A terrifying storm of chakra erupted, centered on the Ninetales. The colossal chakra of the Ninetales was violently torn in half under the 8 trigrams sealing technique. One half, embodying life and vitality, was a representation of the sun, radiant and fervent. The other half, symbolizing spirit and energy, resembled the profound depths of night. It truly is feasible. Minato disregarded the astonished onlookers. He deftly controlled the 2 raging energies. The blazing yang chakra of the Ninetales surged like a torrent into Kushina's body. Kushina felt a warm and overwhelming vitality flood her entire being, her once cold body rapidly warming, and her depleted chakra began to restore. She even sensed that she was filled with more strength than before the extraction of the tailed beast. Meanwhile, the deeper, more immense yin chakra of the Ninetales was guided by Minato into the small body of the infant on the altar. The sealing technique flashed at Naruto's abdomen, ultimately forming a perfect 8 trigrams pattern. This time, with me here, Naruto will not need to adapt to the yin and yang chakra of the Ninetales. They share my essence, and I will personally guide him. Minato explained. His wife was no longer a complete Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, but had been reborn. His son had become the new Jinchuriki, but with his father's guidance, the future looked promising. This was a perfect ending, one that no one could have anticipated. With his own strength, he had transformed the calamitous beginning into a miraculous turnaround. No one had expected that the tumultuous Ninetales incident, which nearly obliterated Konoha, would conclude in such a manner. In the distance, Obito, who had just escaped using Kimui, caught a glimpse of this paradigm-shifting scene through a narrow slit of his eye. Damn it, damn it! He clutched his severed arm, his facial muscles contorting. The entire plan had unraveled. Minato was alive, and Kushina was also unharmed. Obito, it seems we have miscalculated. The taunting tone of Black Zetsu echoed in his mind. How rare it is to see you in such a state, like a stray dog. Obito did not retort. He took one last glance at that golden figure resembling a deity and, without hesitation, activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing completely. He dared not linger for another second, fearing that Minato might sense his presence. As the Ninetales was completely sealed away, the barrier set by Jiu Xine Nai dissipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by a group of Umbu, finally reached Minato's side. Minato, Sarutobi began, his face a mixture of relief and apprehension. However, a cold, hard voice interrupted him. Namikaze Minato. Shimura Danzo emerged from the crowd, leaning on his cane. He scrutinized Minato with his remaining eye, his words laced with accusation. Why did you do this? Splitting the Ninetales and giving half of its power to a woman who should no longer be a Jinchuriki. You are diluting the village's tailed beast power and weakening Konoha's combat strength. Chapter 3. Danzo teaches how to act? Minato, I am the Hokage. Danzo's words echoed through the ruins, carrying an air of self-righteous judgment. The surrounding atmosphere became tense. The ninjas, who had just survived the claws of the Ninetales, still wore expressions of relief when they were suddenly caught off guard by this internal confrontation. Danzo's words seemed reasonable, yet the 4th Hokage had saved everyone. Whispers began to circulate. People's positions started to waver. Tono Korin stepped out of the shadows, echoing, Danzo is right, Minato. You not only split the Ninetales in 2, but also sealed half of it within a newborn infant. How can he control such power? For the next decade or so, Konoha has effectively lost half of its strongest combat capability. Mito Manin followed suit, adjusting his glasses. Your actions were overly sentimental. As Hokage, every decision should prioritize the village's highest interests. At that moment, the 3 senior advisors of Konoha formed a united front, encircling Minato and creating an invisible pressure. Sarutobi opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, merely gripping his pipe without lighting it. Everyone assumed that faced with the united pressure from the 3 advisors, this gentle 4th Hokage would, as usual, begin with a detailed explanation and then seek compromise. After all, this was Konoha's political norm. Yet, Minato simply handed Naruto, who he held in his arms, to Gyo Nai beside him. He did not even glance at the three advisors. Weakened? Minato uttered, the words falling like a statement of fact unrelated to himself. He turned and walked slowly towards the three representatives of Konoha's old power. My wife survived. My son is safe. The Nine Tails has been resealed, and the main structures of Konoha have been preserved. Pray tell, Elder Danzo, Advisor Korin, and Advisor Un, where exactly do you see this weakening? Each of his steps felt like a pulse beating in the hearts of those present, paced yet imbued with immense strength. The surrounding ninjas fell into complete silence. This was unusual. The fourth Hokage's reaction was entirely different from what they had anticipated. There were no explanations, no defenses. Only the most direct counter-question. A flicker of astonishment crossed Danzo's single eye. He did not expect Minato to be so resolute. You are shifting the concept. Danzo's cane struck the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. The Nine Tails, as the most powerful tailed beast, is a crucial bargaining chip for Konoha to maintain balance among the nations of the ninja world. By splitting it in two, you have significantly diminished its power, which is the greatest weakening of Konoha. Furthermore, Uzumaki Kushina is no longer a Jinchuriki. Why should she still possess half of the Nine Tails chakra? This power must be reclaimed and resealed for future contingencies. This is for the village. Danzo's words resonated with gravitas, occupying the moral high ground. Many ninjas instinctively nodded, finding his argument irrefutable. For the village? Minato repeated softly, followed by a faint chuckle. Danzo, have you forgotten? I am the Hokage. The impact of those 5 words was more shocking than the explosion of the Nine Tails tailed beast bomb. They surged like an invisible shockwave, instantly engulfing the hearts of everyone present. Sarutobi's pipe fell with a clatter to the ground. Korin and Mito's expressions froze. The surrounding Umbu and Jonin felt as though their ears were malfunctioning. What was the fourth Hokage saying? He was openly confronting Elder Danzo. What did you say? Danzo nearly thought he misheard, stepping forward, his body trembling with agitation. Minato did not repeat himself. He simply stood there, his golden hair swaying gently in the night breeze. Elder Danzo, are you questioning my decisions? Or do you believe your judgment surpasses that of the Hokage? The words were not heavy, yet each struck like daggers to the heart. This was a blatant declaration of power. You, Namikaze Minato. Danzo's fury ignited completely, pointing at Minato, his voice rising in pitch due to rage. You are too audacious. Do you think being Hokage gives you the right to act as you please? The village does not belong to you alone. Major decisions must be made through our collective resolution as advisors and senior ninjas. I am correcting your mistakes. At that moment, Minato's mind echoed with a slightly exaggerated system notification sound. Ding. Host detected, confronting the old stubbornness of Konoha head-on. The aura of Hokage begins to reveal its brilliance. Side quest issued. Completely seize control of Konoha's dark roots. Quest description. The roots are the shadows of Konoha, a breeding ground for chaos. As the savior of the ninja world, how can one tolerate the existence of such an uncontrollable organization? Please bring the roots under Hokage's direct command within 3 months, or completely disband them. Quest reward. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells. Hashirama's cells. Minato's heart raced. This reward could alter the landscape of the ninja world. Hashirama's cells, a forbidden power sought after by countless individuals yet remained unattainable. Perfect compatibility meant he could acquire the vitality and chakra akin to the first Hokage without side effects, not to mention the other benefits it could bring. Excellent. This performance was ready to transition into the next phase. Correcting my mistakes? Minato appeared to have heard an amusing joke. Elder Danzo, it seems you have forgotten something crucial. He scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Danzo. During this Nine Tails incident, the assailant accurately grasped the time and location of Kushina's delivery, even calculating the moment when the seal was weakened to the utmost. May I ask, what was the root, responsible for Konoha's internal intelligence and vigilance, doing? At this, the venue fell silent. Danzo's breath hitched. This was a question he could neither evade nor answer. Minato did not give him a chance to recover, stepping forward once more. An enemy possessing space-time ninjutsu, capable of silently infiltrating Konoha's core barrier and fully understanding the Jinchuriki's seal. And your proud root was utterly ignorant of this, allowing disaster to unfold. Danzo, is this your way of protecting the village? Minato called him by name. This was no longer a junior questioning a senior, but the Hokage holding a subordinate accountable. Danzo was rendered speechless by this remark, cracks forming in the ground beneath his cane. Minato pressed on. Core and Mito. He turned to the other two, as advisors to Konoha, enjoying the village's respect. Yet at the most critical moment, you failed to provide any effective warnings or strategies. Now, I have quelled the disaster, and you are the first to step forward to accuse me of weakening the village's strength. I cannot help but ask. Minato paused, each word like a heavy hammer. Have you truly aged? Perhaps it is time to relinquish the burdens and take a well-deserved respite. What? Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly raised his head. Tono Koharu and Mito gate and stood there, as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Retire them? This is no mere defiance. It is an insurrection without bloodshed. Namikaze Minato, how dare you? Danzo finally erupted, an overwhelming surge of chakra uncontrollably spilling from within him. For the village, I have devoted my life. On what grounds do you demand my retirement? Very well. Minato nodded, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Since Elder Danzo still wishes to contribute to the village, I shall not refuse. He shifted his tone. In light of the significant intelligence failures of the Root organization during this incident, and its long-standing operation outside the oversight of the Hokage, it poses a grave security risk. I, in the name of the 4th Hokage, hereby declare. Effective immediately, the Root organization is disbanded. All Root members will have their cursed seals removed and will undergo re-evaluation and restructuring by the Hokage's direct umbu. This matter requires no further discussion. Minato's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Disband Root. Danzo stood frozen, as if ensnared by a paralysis technique. His life's greatest efforts, the very foundation upon which he controlled the darker aspects of Konoha, his greatest card in the pursuit of the Hokage position, was being obliterated by Namikaze Minato's seemingly mundane declaration. Crack. The once sturdy wooden cane in Danzo's grip splintered under the immense pressure, a crack extending from his grasp to the base. Chapter 4. Minato flips the table. Danzo, the times have changed. The sound of shattering echoed painfully in the silence of the ruins. Danzo's solitary eye fixated on Minato, his wrinkled visage contorting in agitation. Namikaze Minato, you are digging your own grave. His roar was unrestrained, filled with malice. Disbanding Root? On what grounds? Root exists to safeguard Konoha's shadows, to handle the dirty work that you, basking in the sunlight as Hokage, would rather avoid. You are severing your own arm. Danzo stepped forward, and from the shadows beside him, several figures emerged silently. They donned plain white masks, exuding an aura of death. Root ninjas. The surrounding jonin instinctively retreated a step, the atmosphere thick with tension. To openly reveal private soldiers before the Hokage is a blatant act of treason. Minato, withdraw your command. Tono Koharu admonished sharply, urging him to cease his obstinacy. The village cannot withstand internal strife. Mito gate and echoed, asserting that now is not the time for reckoning. Restoring order is the paramount task. Sarutobi Hizashi dropped his pipe, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Minato, is this truly your decision? He understood that events had spiraled into an irretrievable abyss. Minato merely gazed at them, observing these 3 representatives of Konoha's old order, who, after he had saved the village, hastily emerged to attempt to divide his authority. Internal strife? Minato repeated the term. You are mistaken. This is not internal strife. This is a thorough cleansing. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of figures appeared from rooftops, crumbling walls, and shadows. They wore various animal masks and were clad in the standard attire of the Hokage's umbu, their kunai glinting coldly in the moonlight. A siege was rapidly formed, encircling Danzo and the Root ninjas at the center, their numbers exceeding those of their adversaries tenfold. A ninja clad in a raccoon mask knelt on one knee. 4th Hokage, all umbu are assembled and await your command. The entire operation flowed seamlessly, without a hint of delay. It became clear to all. From the moment Minato declared the disbandment of Root, he had prepared for this thunderous action. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-planned purge. Danzo's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He finally realized that the golden flash before him was no longer the mild-mannered junior who would seek their counsel on every matter. You had intended to do this all along. Indeed, Minato admitted straightforwardly. Elder Danzo, you just asked me on what grounds. He stepped forward, approaching the encircled group. Now I shall answer you. Simply because I am the Hokage. Because of Root's incompetence, allowing a masked rogue ninja to act with impunity within the village. Moreover, because you, at a time when the village faced annihilation, were more concerned with preserving your own positions than repelling the enemy. His words grew heavier, each one striking at their hearts. Shimura Danzo, Tono Koharu, Mito Gaiden. Minato articulated their full names. For dereliction of duty during the Nine-Tails incident, and for openly defying the Hokage's orders, inciting suspicion of internal strife. I, in the name of the fourth Hokage, hereby revoke your advisory status, and you are to be immediately detained, awaiting subsequent trial. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly gasped in shock. Not only Danzo, but Koharu and Gaiden were to be dealt with as well. This was a direct assault on the upper echelons of Konoha. Namikaze Minato, how dare you? Koharu and Gaiden cried in unison, their previous composure shattered. Take them down. Minato uttered not another word. The Umbu ninjas sprang into action, their figures blurring as they charged toward the three. The Root ninjas attempted to resist, but were met with a flurry of blades far exceeding their own. Thud, thud. In an instant, the battle concluded. The Root ninjas were subdued on the spot, their white masks stained crimson with blood. Danzo, Koharu, and Gaiden were bound by special chakra chains, rendered immobile. Namikaze Minato, may you meet a dire fate. Danzo continued to curse, but his words sounded increasingly feeble. Minato paid no heed to the lamentations of the vanquished. He turned to face the silent assembly of Konoha ninjas. From this day forth, Konoha shall have but one voice, that of the Hokage. All commands shall be based on those issued from the Hokage's office. Any dissenters may appeal through the proper channels. However, those who defy orders shall be treated as traitors to the village. His declarations resonated clearly in every ear, solidifying his undeniable authority. Sarutobi Hisashi silently retrieved his pipe from the ground, observing the three former companions being taken away, their stooped figures appearing even more aged. He understood that the era of Konoha had irrevocably changed. Half an hour later, although the Hokage office remained intact, it lay in disarray. Minato sat behind a hastily relocated table, sifting through a mountain of paperwork. Kushina and Naruto had been safely settled, under the dual protection of medical ninjas and the Umbu. His current task was to expedite the restoration of order within the village from the chaos. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Come in. A silver-haired youth entered, slender yet standing tall. It was Hatake Kakashi. He had just completed a task of evacuation from the front lines, dust and the scent of blood clinging to him. Teacher. Kakashi's address bore a hint of the aloofness characteristic of youth. Sit, Kakashi. Minato set down his pen. I called you here to assign you a mission. An S-rank task that must be undertaken by you. Kakashi remained silent, patiently awaiting further details. Instead of divulging the task immediately, Minato posed an unrelated question. What are your thoughts on the enemy who attacked Konoha, the man wearing the tiger mask? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. He possesses formidable space-time ninjutsu, capable of evading even your attacks, sensei. Is that so? Minato gazed intently at his former student. What if I told you his name is Uchiha Obito? Boom. Kakashi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. That name pierced through the layers of rules and indifference he had cloaked himself in like a long dormant blade. No, it's impossible. His voice was dry, laden with disbelief. Obito died at the Kanabi Bridge. I witnessed it myself. He did not perish. Minato interrupted him. He survived and acquired the Mangekyo Sharingan. I severed one of his arms, and he escaped using Kamui. Minato laid out the facts, each word striking Kakashi's heart like a hammer. Hope, anguish, guilt, and confusion surged within him. Why? Kakashi struggled to utter a few words. I do not know what he has endured, but I am certain he has been blinded by hatred. What has transformed him into this is not merely the war. Minato slid a scroll across the table towards Kakashi. On the scroll was a vivid red character for root. The village's core has rotted. Danzo's root has spread like a malignant tumor. They have committed unspeakable acts, possibly even related to this attack. Obito's fall may be inextricably linked to them. Kakashi suddenly raised his head. Sensei, do you mean? I want you to eradicate this tumor entirely. Minato's words were calm, yet carried an irresistible weight. Danzo and the elder advisors are already in my custody, but that is merely the surface. The roots are deeply intertwined, with numerous members lurking throughout the village. I need you to lead a small team to root them all out. Here is their base location and a partial list of members. Kakashi picked up the scroll. It felt cold in his hands. What is the objective of this mission? Capture or Kakashi. Minato rose and approached him. To draw Obito back from the darkness, you must grow stronger. Strong enough to confront the malice of the entire world. And this mission is your first step on the path to true strength. My orders are. Minato paused, ensuring Kakashi could clearly hear the following words. Cleanse all bases. Eliminate all dissenters without mercy. Chapter 5. The dictator cleansing his comrades? Eliminate without mercy. Those 4 words echoed in Kakashi's mind, sharper than the cry of 1,000 birds. He led 3 Umbu teams through the sewage tunnels beneath Konoha. The air was damp, mingled with the sense of rust and decay. This was the inner sanctum of Konoha, a corner where sunlight could not penetrate, and the perfect breeding ground for Root. Captain, it's here. A sensing ninja pointed to an unremarkable wall ahead. Kakashi formed a hand seal with one hand. Doton, Dorihiki. He did not use the technique for defense, but instead reversed the chakra into the wall. Boom. The heavy stone wall collapsed inward, revealing a deep entrance. No alarms. No traps. This alone was the greatest anomaly. Intrude. Kakashi's voice was devoid of inflection. A dozen shadows instantly vanished into the darkness. The eruption and conclusion of battle occurred in the blink of an eye. The Root ninjas were formidable, each possessing near Jonin strength, striking ruthlessly with lethal precision. Yet, they faced the elite Umbu directly under the Hokage, and this was a calculated assault. With a thud, the final Root ninja was pierced through the chest by a ninja blade, and resistance within the base was entirely quelled. The scent of blood swiftly overpowered the original odors of the sewer. Clean the scene. Bring the survivors to the interrogation room, Kakashi commanded. He ventured deeper into the base, gazing at the massive, featureless mask totem on the wall. Is this the shinobi world you see, Obito? Is this why you feel despair towards everything? Captain Kakashi. An Umbu wearing a wildcat mask approached, having captured a squad leader from the Yamanaka clan for interrogation, but the protective curse seal in his mind was exceptionally troublesome. I will take a look. In the makeshift interrogation room, the atmosphere was stifling. The Root squad leader was bound to a chair, eyes shut tight, silent. The interrogator, Yamanaka Inoichi, was sweating profusely. It's no use. His mental barrier is protected by a vicious curse seal. If we force it, he will suffer immediate brain death. Yamanaka Inoichi gasped. Danzo was a genius in this regard. A genius wasted on such endeavors. Kakashi's voice was cold as he stepped before the squad leader. Speak now, surrender, and the Hokage will grant you a fair judgment. The squad leader abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a strange smile. For Root, he silently screamed, and the curse seal on his tongue instantly flared to life. A violent surge of chakra erupted from within him, his body visibly swelling. Not good. It's a degraded version of the 4-symbol seal's self-destruct technique. Yamanaka Inoichi shouted in horror, retreat quickly. The surrounding Umbu instinctively attempted to back away. But it was too late. At this distance, everyone would be engulfed. Kakashi's body was already in motion, the Raikiri's light gathering in his palm. Yet he knew he might not make it in time. In that critical moment, a flash of golden light appeared. Minato Namikaze appeared without warning in the interrogation room, positioned precisely between the self-destructing Root ninja and Yamanaka Inoichi. Time seemed to slow. Minato did not turn around, nor did he look at the impending explosion. He merely extended one hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and like lightning, touched the squad leader's forehead. Buzz, a golden technique, 100 times more complex than the Root curse seal, instantly unfurled from his fingertips, enveloping the squad leader's entire body. The impending cataclysmic chakra was extinguished like a flame doused in icy water. The swelling body rapidly shrank back to its original form. Everything had concluded. From arrival to cessation took less than a second. In the interrogation room, silence reigned. All Umbu stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Minato had accomplished this. Sensei, Kakashi's lightning dissipated from his palm. How did you arrive? I left a flying thunder god seal on each member of your team, detecting the violent chakra fluctuation. Minato calmly explained. It seems I arrived just in time. His words warmed the hearts of all the Umbu present. So, the 4th Hokage has always been silently watching over them. The Root squad leader lay limp on the ground, the curse seal suppressed, unable even to commit suicide. He looked at Minato, his face filled with despair and malice. Namikaze Minato, do you think you have won? Your tyranny will cause the entire Konoha to fall into disarray. You will become a dictator, cleansing your comrades. Lord Danzo's shall be inherited by us. He continued to shout, attempting to sway hearts with lofty ideals. Yet, Minato regarded him with the expression of one observing a clown. Is that so? Minato retrieved a scroll from his robe and tossed it at Kakashi's feet. Open it. Kakashi picked up the scroll, puzzled, and unfolded it. As he deciphered its contents, he was left in shock. The surrounding umbu gathered closer. The scroll bore orders written in Danzo's handwriting. Once the cleansing commenced, activate the martyr plan. Orders for each base's squad leaders to trigger the self-destruct curse seal during their capture and interrogation by the umbu, ensuring mutual destruction with the umbu interrogators. To fabricate the illusion of the fourth Hokage eliminating dissenters, brutally suppressing and slaughtering fellow villagers. It incited distrust towards the Hokage from the upper ninja class and various prominent clans. The organization, Gun, Gen, will be reborn from the ashes. At the end of the scroll lies the signature of Shimura Danzo and the seal of Gen. A profound silence enveloped the room. A chilling aura surged from the feet of every umbu member to the crown of their heads. Was this the advisor they once revered? Was this the one who claimed to act for the village's shadow? He intended to use the lives of his subordinates to frame the Hokage and tear apart the very fabric of Konoha. Bastard! An umbu ninja trembled, uttering those two words. He was not acting for the village. It was purely for his own gain. We nearly became pawns in his scheme. Anger and fear spread among the crowd. The Root Division captain collapsed on the ground, also glimpsed the contents of the scroll. His faith shattered in that moment. No, it cannot be. Danzo-sama. Minato did not spare him another glance. Kakashi, seal all documents here and return them to the Hokage building. Leave no survivors at this stronghold. Yes, this time, Kakashi's response was imbued with an unprecedented determination. During the cleanup of the stronghold, an umbu made a new discovery. Lord Fourth, there is a secret chamber here. The door to the chamber opened, revealing not a treasury or scrolls of ninjutsu, but a small research room replete with the stench of potions. Scattered across the table were numerous documents concerning human experimentation. Kakashi picked up one of them, and the horrifying content was immediately apparent. Cellular fusion, bloodline limit transplantation, mental force extraction, each one a forbidden technique expressly prohibited by the village. At the end of the scroll, he noticed an inconspicuous mark, a coiled snake exuding venom. Orochimaru. Minato took the scroll, glanced at it, and uttered that name. The most prized disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, and an S-rank criminal on the run. All clues seemed to converge. At that very moment, in the deepest solitary confinement cell of Konoha prison, Shimura Danzo, seated in meditation, suddenly trembled. He sensed it. The cursed seals he had left in the minds of the core members of Gun were being forcibly erased one by a more advanced, domineering power. This was not destruction, it was a replacement. He had lost all control over those pawns. He exhaled a breath of foul air. In the darkness, his remaining eye slowly opened. No rage, no loss of composure. Minato Namikaze, you have indeed surprised me. A low, sinister laugh echoed in the cell, quickly fading into silence. Yet, Gun cannot be eradicated entirely. Chapter 6. Danzo's crimes are undeniable. The whole village seeks his head. In the Hokage building, the highest conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt tangible. The clan heads of Konoha's major ninja clans and representatives from the upper ninja class were all present. Their seats encircled a massive round table, yet all attention was fixated on the three individuals standing at the center, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, and Mido Gate. Once esteemed advisors of Konoha, they were now prisoners. They bore no chains, yet the four umbu surrounding them served as invisible shackles. Minato sat at the head of the table, with Sarutobi Hiruzen to his left, silently polishing his crystal ball. Everyone is here, Minato broke the silence. The purpose of this assembly is to address the handling of the three advisors during the Nine Tails incident and to seek a formal resolution regarding the subsequent actions concerning it. Upon his words, a subtle commotion arose in the room. Nara Shikaku, renowned for his wisdom, exchanged a glance with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. They read the gravity of the situation in each other's expressions. This was to be a political reckoning. Minato, you have already made your decision. Why go through this charade? Tsunade scoffed. You summoned us merely to subject us to further humiliation in front of everyone. Indeed, Mido echoed. In the game of kings, the defeated have no voice. But to compel us to bow and admit our faults is utterly impossible. Minato disregarded their protests, his gaze resting upon the silent Danzo. Elder Danzo, do you have anything to say? Danzo slowly lifted his head, his solitary eye sweeping over everyone present before finally locking onto Minato. Minato Namikaze, do you think you have triumphed? His tone was calm, yet it carried an icy undertone. For your personal ambition, you disbanded the organization that sacrificed countless lives for Konoha in the shadows. You imprisoned us, who served the third Hokage. You are undermining the foundation. You are steering Konoha down a perilous path of tyranny. Turning to the clan heads, he raised his voice. Do you truly wish to witness a despotic Hokage dismantle the power balancing system established with great effort by the first and second Hokage? Today, he can act against us. Tomorrow, he may turn against your clans. Danzo's words were highly inflammatory. Many present displayed hesitation on their faces. Hyuga Hayashi's fingers lightly tapped the table. Seemingly weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, setting down the crystal ball. Just as he was about to speak, Minato raised a hand to halt him. Are you finished? Minato calmly inquired. Very well. He did not refute nor defend himself. Kakashi. The door to the conference room swung open, and Hatake Kakashi entered. He placed a stack of sealed scrolls heavily on the central round table. What is this? Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. These are documents collected from various Gun strongholds. Minato gestured. Kakashi, read the top one aloud for everyone. Kakashi picked up the top scroll and unfurled it for all to hear. Gunbu Veiling, Martyrdom Plan. His voice, devoid of fluctuation, caused every heart in the room to skip a beat. Commanding the leaders of each stronghold, upon capture and interrogation by the Umbu, to activate self-destruct seals, perishing alongside the Umbu interrogators. This is to fabricate the illusion of the fourth Hokage eliminating dissenters, brutally suppressing and slaughtering fellow ninja. It incites distrust towards the Hokage from the upper ninja class and various clans. Gun shall be reborn from the ruins. Upon finishing, Kakashi displayed the end of the scroll to all. There lay the signature of Shimura Danzo and the seal of Gun. Boom. A thunderclap resounded in the minds of all clan heads and upper ninja representatives. Is this real? Using the lives of his own subordinates to frame the Hokage? Madness. He is utterly insane. Yamanaka Inoichi trembled with rage. As head of the interrogation department, he understood precisely what this entailed. This is slander. Danzo's roar echoed through the conference room. This is forged evidence. Forged? Minato chuckled softly. Inoichi, please verify the chakra residue and the authenticity of the handwriting on this scroll before everyone. Yamanaka Inoichi promptly approached, placing his hands on the scroll and closing his eyes. Moments later, he opened them, his face aflame with uncontrollable fury. Report to the fourth Hokage. The scroll and signature are genuine. The crowd erupted in chaos. All hesitation and deliberation dissipated in an instant, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and fury directed at Tuanzong and his malevolent schemes. The faces of Zhuang Qian and Shui Hu Min Yin turned ashen, their lips quivering, rendered speechless by the realization that everything was lost. Chapter 7. Minato flips the table, Tuanzong. This is not how the script is written. Minato did not pause. He gestured for Kakashi to unroll the second scroll. The raw data from Orochimaru's human experimentation, backup number 13. Kakashi read out the title. Experimental Project. Feasibility Report on the Fusion of First Hokage Cells with Sharingan. Source of experimental material. Provided by the Roots, consisting of fallen Uchiha clansmen and abducted civilian orphans. Collaborator, Shimura Tuanzong. If the first scroll was a bomb, this one was a tailed beast bomb capable of annihilation. Hinata Hizashi abruptly stood, causing the table to shake with his movement. Collaborating with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to conduct human experiments on our own ninjas and civilians? His voice was as frigid as ice. Every person present felt the chilling wave emanating from his very bones. This was no longer a struggle for power. It was an affront to humanity. Tuanzong. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally could no longer maintain his silence, his elderly body erupting with terrifying chakra. How could you commit such an atrocity? He was aware of the previous research into Hashirama cells, but believed that, due to the exorbitant cost, the project should have been abandoned long ago. He never expected this man would secretly conspire with Orochimaru to pursue further research, even involving their own village's ninjas and civilians in human experiments. It was utterly outrageous. Tuanzong trembled with fury, the pressure of his shadow-level chakra causing the temperature in the entire conference room to drop. Faced with the wrath of his former comrades, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Sarutobi, what right do you have to condemn me? He bellowed, veins bulging on his neck. If not for your weakness, if not for your indulgence of Orochimaru, would he have defected? Everything I have done is to clean up the mess you created. For the village. Everything I do is for the village. You who bask in the sunlight do not understand the necessity of darkness. Tuanzang's words were like a cornered beast making its last desperate strike. Yet this time, no one was swayed by his grandiloquence. Enough. Minato's voice was quiet but instantly silenced Tuanzang's roar. He rose and walked to the round table, pressing his hand upon the scroll regarding the human experiments. Tuanzang, you claim to act for the village. Then tell me, what was the original intention of the first Hokage in establishing this village? Without waiting for a response, he continued. It was to allow ninjas from different clans to set aside their hatreds and live together harmoniously. It was to provide a place where children, ravaged by war, could find a sanctuary to laugh and pursue their dreams. Not a dark den where the bones of fellow ninjas are exchanged for forbidden techniques with rogue ninjas. His words resonated powerfully, echoing through the conference room and striking at the hearts of all present. What you protect is not Konoha. Minato's finger pressed heavily on the scroll. It is merely your ambition, known as Hokage. Tuanzang's body shook violently, his mouth agape, yet he could not muster a single word of rebuttal. Minato's words were like the sharpest blade, slicing through all the noble facades he had constructed, exposing his innermost desires for all to witness. What a troublesome fellow. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, his tone languid, yet laced with coldness. But this time, you have crossed the line, Tuanzang. I concur, Akimichi Choza chimed in. Hinata Hizashi resumed his seat, adjusting his sleeves. The Hinata clan fully supports any resolution proposed by the fourth Hokage. His declaration represented the choice of Konoha's oldest noble family. With Hizashi's statement, other representatives of the upper ninja clans and clan leaders began to voice their support. The Inuzuka clan supports the fourth Hokage. The Yamanaka clan supports the fourth Hokage. Our upper ninja class has no objections. The chorus of agreement surged like a tidal wave, one after another. Zhuang Qianxiaochun and Shui Hu Minyan appeared ashen, their heads bowed, no longer daring to meet anyone's gaze. The tide had turned. No. It was from the moment Minato presented that evidence that they had already suffered a complete defeat. Minato returned to his seat of authority. Since there are no objections, I, in the name of the fourth Hokage, hereby announce the final resolution. The positions and honorary titles of Shimura Tuanzang, Zhuang Qianxiaochun, and Shui Hu Minyan are hereby revoked. Due to their severe crimes endangering the village's safety and subverting the core ideals of Konoha, they are sentenced to life imprisonment, without the possibility of parole. Immediate execution. Yes, for members of the Umbu stepped forward, seizing the arms of the three. As Tuanzang was escorted toward the door, he suddenly halted. He did not turn back, merely emitting a low, chilling laugh. Ha 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 ha, do you think this is the end? His voice resonated eerily in the silent conference room. Minato offered no reply. He simply gazed out the window at the village, which had begun its reconstruction in the morning light. This cleansing was merely the beginning. The true challenge has only just begun. Tuanzang's laughter faded as he reached the door, but his final words lingered in the air. Click. The iron door of the cell slammed shut, cutting off the last remnants of light. Chapter 8. Minato. Next, Uchiha. Within the conference room, only the clan leaders and representatives of the major ninja clans remained. Silence reigned. This meeting had devolved into a public execution of Konoha's dark side, with the executioner being their fourth Hokage. Ladies and gentlemen, Minato returned to his seat of authority. The crimes of Tuanzang and the others will be adjudicated by a special tribunal. The remnants of the root will continue to be purged by the Umbu. Konoha requires a new order. His words heralded the future. Everyone present understood that from this day forward, the power of the Hokage would face no constraints. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, picking up the pipe on the table but not lighting it. Minato, there is one more matter. He broke the silence. The source of the Nine Tails incident, the enemy who controlled the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words set everyone on edge once again. According to intelligence, only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan could control the Nine Tails. Swish. All gazes turned toward Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku remained motionless, but his hands, resting on his knees, were now clenched. What do you mean, third Hokage? His tone was steady, devoid of any emotion. Fugaku, I do not intend to cast blame. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was grave. However, for the stability of the village, we must take precautionary measures. I propose that the Uchiha clan's territory be temporarily relocated to the outskirts of the village. At the same time, the powers of the Konoha police force need to be redefined. I will propose the establishment of a new security department to share their responsibilities. This proposal rendered the atmosphere in the conference room exceedingly tense. It was a blatant act of isolation and power reduction. Nara Shikaku frowned, sensing that matters were becoming troublesome. Cornering a powerful ninja clan has never been a wise course of action. Everyone turned their attention to Minato, awaiting his decision. To them, this seemed a reasonable solution, one that could soothe the villagers' sentiments while preemptively preventing future issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen's proposal reflected the entrenched mindset of Konoha's higher-ups. However, Minato merely listened in silence. Lord Third, he finally spoke. I have devised a preliminary plan regarding the resettlement of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen was taken aback, and all present were momentarily stunned. They had assumed this was an urgent matter requiring immediate discussion, yet it appeared Minato had already begun addressing it. Isolating them would only exacerbate suspicion and animosity. Minato's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. This approach would not resolve the issue. It would merely create an even greater problem. An isolated Uchiha poses a far greater danger than one situated at the village's heart. Hiruzen opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Minato's insights transcended mere precaution, addressing the root of the matter. What do you mean? I will handle this personally, Minato stated, revealing no further details. Today's meeting is adjourned. He stood, decisively concluding a gathering that would be etched in Konoha's history. As night deepened, the Hokage's office remained illuminated. Minato sat behind his desk, not poring over post-war reconstruction reports, but rather a collection of files concerning the Uchiha clan. From the village's inception, through the establishment of the police force by the second Hokage, and into the Third Great Ninja War, each document chronicled the pride and struggles of this formidable clan. A knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, now clad in simple attire instead of his formal attire. Lord Hokage. He bowed slightly. Fugaku, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Minato set down the scroll before him. I have come regarding the matters discussed in today's meeting. Fugaku stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the files concerning the Uchiha. Rumors have begun circulating that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha. My clansmen have been forbidden to leave, and the police force's operations have been suspended. They are anxious and furious. Fugaku's narrative was measured. I assured them that you would deliver a fair judgment. He raised his head, meeting Minato's gaze. I require a promise. Minato. He addressed him informally in private. I advocated for preserving Obito's eye, entrusting it to your student Kakashi, because I believed in you, that you could guide Konoha into a new era, one free of prejudice. Do not let me down. Fugaku's words struck Minato like a stone cast into the depths of his heart. In that moment, the slightly exaggerated system alert echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected facing Uchiha dilemma. The crossroads of history has re-emerged. Side quest initiated. The Uchiha clan's return to loyalty. Quest description. The Uchiha clan is one of Konoha's most powerful families, yet also the most unstable factor. Resolve their conflict with the village, transforming them into your most loyal blade. Quest reward. Ability to awaken Sharingan. Passive. The thought of the Sharingan's awakening ability caused Minato to pause momentarily. He gazed at Fugaku, observing the myriad of emotions concealed within his dark eyes. An audacious plan, bordering on madness, swiftly formed within his mind. Fugaku, Minato rose and approached him. I will not only offer you a promise. I will provide you and the entire Uchiha clan with a brand new future. Fugaku's body trembled slightly. Minato did not elaborate further. He returned to his desk, retrieving a blank scroll and pen. He hesitated before writing, mulling over the name of the reward in his mind. Ability to awaken Sharingan. This might be the sole key to thoroughly resolving the issue. Chapter 9. Do not be a patrol officer. Minato presented a grand vision to the Uchiha. He dipped the pen in ink, hovering it above the scroll. Uchiha Fugaku's breath nearly halted. He watched Minato, observing the youthful yet burdened face that bore the weight of Konoha. Uncertainty filled him. What should he anticipate? A soothing promise? An order to restore the police force? Or perhaps a more subtle isolation strategy akin to that of the third Hokage? The pen finally made contact with the paper. Scratching softly, Minato began to write, his pace unhurried, yet each word was clear and authoritative. Fugaku's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the page. The first word he saw was not police force or resettlement, but intelligence. Preliminary proposal for the establishment of Konoha's Special Threat Response and Tactical Intelligence Department. This was the title. Fugaku's mind momentarily blanked. What is this? He continued reading. In light of the recent Ninetales incident, the severe inadequacies of our current defense system against unknown space-time ninjutsu and advanced ocular genjutsu have been exposed. To address the village's shortcomings in countering infiltration, subversion, advanced genjutsu dispelling, and strategic early warning, I propose the establishment of a new department, independent from the Umbu and Root, which has been disbanded. The core functions of the department would include, first, analyzing and tracking high-value targets from hostile forces. Second, countering and neutralizing enemy ocular jutsu and advanced genjutsu. Third, assessing and monitoring non-physical threats within the village. Fugaku's body began to tremble slightly. The more he read, the more tumultuous emotions surged within him. This was not a plan for handling the Uchiha clan. This was a blueprint to reshape Konoha's entire intelligence and defense framework. Lord Hokage, what is this? He struggled to articulate, lost for words. Minato paused his writing and pushed the scroll toward him. Fugaku, which family do you believe is best suited to lead this new department? The question struck like a bolt of lightning, shocking Fugaku to his core. He staggered back, disbelief etched across his features. This is impossible, he exclaimed. To entrust the village's strategic intelligence core to the Uchiha. The Elder Council would never agree. The prominent families would never consent. This is madness. Allowing the Uchiha to serve as police officers had already been a compromise made by the second Hokage to marginalize them from the seat of power. Now, Minato Namikaze sought to have them oversee an intelligence department even more central than the Umbu. This was not trust. It was placing the entire Uchiha clan in the furnace. Why not? Minato countered. In terms of insight, genjutsu dispelling, and chakra tracking, what could be more fitting than the Sharingan? It is a waste of talent to have those with the strongest eyes performing basic patrol and law enforcement duties. Minato rose and moved to the window. Fugaku, do you think I am unaware of what the villagers are thinking? They fear the power of the Uchiha, hence they confine you, offering you the hollow title of police force commander, distancing you from the center of authority. They believe this maintains the village's stability. They are mistaken. This merely confines a fierce tiger within a cage. While the cage may contain it temporarily, it only serves to amplify its resentment and sharpen its claws. Until one day, it breaks free and tears everything asunder. Minato turned to face him. I do not wish to witness that day. Thus, I chose to unlock the cage and grant this ferocious tiger a more expansive forest, allowing it to hunt genuine foes rather than bare its fangs at its companions in the village. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Uchiha Fugaku stood in a daze, each word from Minato resonating deeply within his soul. Resentment, claws, confinement. Everything the Uchiha clan had endured over the years was laid bare by this fourth Hokage. Yet what of trust? Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Even if you trust us, what of the others in the village? They will only perceive this as your compromise and appeasement towards the Uchiha following the incident with the Ninetales. They will regard us with even greater suspicion. Indeed, Minato nodded in agreement. Therefore, this trust cannot be bestowed by me. It must be earned back by your own Uchiha clan. Returning to his desk, he pointed to the blank space on the scroll. This new department shall not include any current members of the police force. What I seek are the brightest, most loyal, and least known young talents within the Uchiha clan. They will undergo the most rigorous training and scrutiny. Their first mission is not to confront external enemies, but to assist the Umbu in investigating all village personnel linked to Danzo and Orochimaru's experiments. They must cleanse the stain upon Konoha with their own hands, proving to everyone that the Sharingan of the Uchiha exists to protect Konoha. Fugaku's breath quickened. This plan, intricate and interconnected, filled him with trepidation. First, it dangled an irresistible temptation, irrevocably intertwining the Uchiha's future with the village's safety. Then, it employed an internal cleansing task as a token of loyalty, compelling the Uchiha to sever any ties to their dark past while presenting a declaration of allegiance to the entire village. This is not an act of charity. It is an opportunity, a chance for the Uchiha clan to gain rebirth and genuinely integrate into Konoha. Fugaku opened his mouth, finding his throat parched. He recalled those clan members who, isolated, bore grievances within their homeland. He remembered the young geniuses who, due to their Uchiha lineage, could never penetrate the core of power. He thought of his son Itachi, burdened by too much, torn between family and village. What should I do? He uttered, signifying his acceptance of this audacious plan. Return, Minato instructed, handing him a blank list. Secretly select 10 candidates you deem most suitable. Remember, I seek not the strongest, but the clearest minds. Those who possess a sense of belonging to the village. This is the first step, and the most crucial one. Fugaku took the lightweight paper, yet felt its weight like a mountain. He bowed deeply to Minato. Yes, Hokage-sama. This time, he refrained from using Minato's name. As Fugaku's figure vanished beyond the door, Minato slowly took his seat. He gazed at the plan he had inscribed, his heart devoid of tumult. The system's voice chimed in, bearing a hint of mockery. Congratulations, host, for successfully persuading the Uchiha clan leader, taking a pivotal step in your strategy against the Uchiha. The progress of unlocking the Sharingan's abilities has increased to 10. Please continue your efforts to soon become the Sharingan patriarch of the entire ninja world. Minato paid no heed to it. His fingertips gently tapped the table. The plan was flawless. Yet there was one critical aspect he had not disclosed to Fugaku. How to ensure that this new department, this blade wielded by the Uchiha, would never turn against Konoha. The answer lay within the reward known as the unlocking of the Sharingan's capabilities. He picked up his pen and inscribed the formal name of the new department at the scroll's end, Konoha Inspection Department. Chapter 10. Minato's Night Visit to the Uchiha. Itachi eavesdrops while holding Sasuke, both stunned. The following morning, sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the streets of Konoha, yet failing to bring warmth. The atmosphere within the Uchiha district was more oppressive than any corner of the village. The emblem of the Konoha police force at the entrance, the massive combination of shuriken and fan, was shrouded in dust. The patrolling clan members were nowhere to be seen. The streets lay desolate, with only tightly shut doors and windows. A flash of gold appeared. The figure of Namikaze Minato materialized before the district's gates. He wore no Hokage robes, only a simple Jonin uniform. Uchiha Fugaku, who had long awaited his arrival, approached alone. Hokage-sama. His address was respectful, yet tinged with undeniable distance. Take me to your study, Fugaku. Minato exchanged no further pleasantries. Within the study, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Fugaku poured tea for Minato, and the two sat across from each other at a low table. The proposal put forth by the Hokage last night had occupied Fugaku's thoughts throughout the night. Establishing a new department for the Uchiha to oversee strategic intelligence was indeed an unexpected scheme. Fugaku's words were cautious. Yet, as I mentioned last night, how shall we resolve the issue of trust? The village's suspicion towards the Uchiha stems from the Nine-Tails incident. Unless this root cause is addressed, any plan is but a castle in the air. Minato lifted his teacup but did not sip. You are correct. Thus, I am here today to tackle this root issue. Fugaku paused momentarily. Minato set the teacup down on the low table with a soft clink. Fugaku, the masked man who attacked Konoha and controlled the Nine-Tails. He is one of the Uchiha clan. Clatter. The teacup in Fugaku's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Absolutely impossible, he retorted decisively. I, as the Uchiha clan leader, guarantee that none of the clan members in the village were involved in this matter. I know. Minato's words halted Fugaku's fury, for that individual has long been recorded as deceased in the village. Minato fixed his gaze upon Fugaku. His name was Uchiha Obito. Boom. Uchiha Fugaku stood frozen, his mind blank. Obito? The boy who sacrificed himself during the battle at the Kanobi Bridge to protect his comrades? The hero who entrusted his Sharingan to Kakashi? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Fugaku exclaimed, Obito is dead. His gravestone stands beside the memorial stone. He did not die. Minato calmly interrupted. He survived and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His space-time ninjutsu is called Kamui. He not only controlled the Nine-Tails, but also extracted the tailed beast from Kushina. Each word struck Fugaku's heart like a heavy hammer. He wanted to refute, to vehemently declare this a ridiculous lie, yet Minato's unassailable demeanor left him speechless. Evidence. Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Do you have evidence? Yes. Minato retrieved a sealing scroll from within his robes and placed it upon the low table. He formed a hand seal with one hand and released the seal. Bang! A cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing a severed arm upon the table. The cut of the arm was smooth, clearly severed by an exceptionally sharp ninjutsu. Yet what horrified Fugaku most was the arm's appearance. On its pale skin grew a pattern reminiscent of tree bark, with several bulges that resembled twisted roots. This is an arm I severed from him, Minato explained. You may have the medical ninjas of your clan examine it. The chakra and cellular structure belong to Uchiha Obito. As for those wooden elements, Minato paused briefly. Those are the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Fugaku staggered back a step, colliding with the bookshelf behind him. He finally understood. Why did Dato manage to survive, and how did he acquire such formidable power? The ambition for the first Hokage's cells was not solely harbored by one individual, Shimura Danzo, akin to the rogue ninja Orochimaru who engaged in human experimentation. A chilling dread surged from the soles of Fugaku's feet straight to the crown of his head. Why? Why is this happening? He murmured. A hero who ought to have perished had transformed into a demon bent on annihilating his village. A genius of the Uchiha clan, yet infused with the powers of the Senju. The truth concealed behind this reality sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, an almost imperceptible sound of fabric brushing against each other drifted in from the sliding door. So faint it was nearly inaudible. Fugaku remained utterly still, as did Minato, seemingly oblivious. Why do you think Danzo aimed his accusations at the Uchiha during the meeting? Minato continued, his voice soft yet clear enough for those outside to hear. Fugaku's body trembled. Are you suggesting that Danzo's roots have a clandestine collaboration with Orochimaru? If Orochimaru could procure Hashirama's cells, surely Danzo could as well. A deceased Uchiha, a Sharingan capable of controlling the Nine Tails, could be used to frame the entire Uchiha clan. Once the turmoil of the Nine Tails is quelled, internal strife within the village would inevitably erupt from suspicion, causing dissatisfaction among the Jonin and prominent clans regarding the Hokage's decisions. At that point, who would be the greatest beneficiary? Minato refrained from naming him, yet the answer was abundantly clear. Shimura Danzo. He not only coveted the position of Hokage, but was willing to instigate a calamity that could obliterate Konoha to pave his own way. The Uchiha clan, from the very beginning, was but pawns in his grand scheme. That bastard. Fugaku's teeth clenched audibly. He finally comprehended that this was not a mere case of prejudice and suspicion, but a malicious conspiracy targeting the Uchiha clan from the outset. They were on the brink of becoming the sacrificial victims of Danzo's ambition, nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha's history, forever unable to rise again. Following his anger came a profound sense of fear. If Minato had not decisively suppressed Danzo, if he had not revealed the truth to him at this moment, the future of the Uchiha would be unimaginable. Do you still consider the establishment of the Konoha Inspection Department a mad proposal? Minato inquired. Fugaku fell silent. He gazed at Minato, this man younger than himself yet already at the pinnacle of power. In that instant, all his doubts and wariness dissipated. In their place was a sense of relief from survival and a glimmer of hope. I understand now. Fugaku inhaled deeply. The inspection department will be managed by the Uchiha. It is our debt to the village and our sole opportunity to reclaim our glory. Excellent, Minato nodded. He rose, preparing to leave. Have you made any progress on the list I asked you to prepare last night? I have a few candidates in mind, Fugaku replied, one of whom you may know. Oh, Uchiha Shursui. The boy, renowned for his Shunshin no Jutsu, possesses extraordinary talent and unwavering loyalty to the village. Shursui, he is indeed a commendable choice. Minato seemed to recall something. Approaching the door, his hand rested on the paper sliding door. Fugaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. The power of the Sharingan is far greater and more perilous than you can imagine. Minato did not turn around. It brings not only glory but also a curse that is commensurate. I understand that curse better than you do. With that, he pulled open the door and vanished into the courtyard. In the study, only Uchiha Fugaku remained. He stood in a daze, repeatedly pondering Minato's final words. Better than I do. He looked down at the blank list Minato had given him the previous night, the paper feeling weighty as a mountain. Father. Outside, a boy clad in Uchiha clan attire emerged from the shadows of the pillars, cradling an infant no more than a few months old. Uchiha Itachi. He gazed in the direction of Minato's departure, his dark eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. I will join this organization, no matter what. Then, looking down at the child in his arms, Itachi's face broke into a faint smile. Sasuke, do not cry. It seems our family and the village may have a new turning point. Chapter 11. The Ultimate Secrets of the Uchiha. Minato's words laid bare the truth. Days later, the reconstruction efforts in Konoha progressed in an orderly manner. Beneath the sun, newly erected beams replaced charred remnants, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh wood and earth. dispelling the bloodshed and terror left by the Ninetales rampage. An unprecedented vitality was quietly taking root within the village. After finishing the last document, Minato's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Ding! The compatibility progress of Senju Hashirama cells has reached 80. System prompt. There are still remnants of the roots operating in the shadows. The host must complete the 100 eradication promptly to prevent future troubles. Indeed, that guy Danzo would not fall so easily. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. The visitor was Uchiha Fugaku. He was not dressed in the uniform of the police force, nor in the ceremonial attire of the clan leader, but in simple, dark casual wear. Hokage-sama, regarding the matter we discussed earlier, I would like to take you to a location. Minato asked no further questions and simply stood up. Lead the way. The two walked in single file through the gradually bustling streets. However, their destination was not the Uchiha clan grounds, but the ancient and solemn Nage shrine at the village's edge. Inside the shrine, it was deserted. Fugaku did not pause in the main hall, but proceeded directly to the backyard, halting beside a dry well. He formed a hand seal, and with a low chakra fluctuation, the ground beside the well began to shift, revealing a deep staircase leading underground. After you, Hokage-sama. The torches flanking the staircase ignited as they entered, dispelling the darkness that had lingered for a millennium. Below was a vast stone chamber, at the end of which stood an enormous stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with ancient characters, emanating a chilling pressure. The sacred ground of the Uchiha clan. Here lies the most core secret of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's voice echoed in the empty stone chamber. He turned to face Minato. The future you envision for the Uchiha is both grand and unsettling. I require a final confirmation. Hokage-sama, how much do you truly understand about the Sharingan? Fugaku's words bore a hint of probing. Do you know? The pinnacle of the Sharingan's evolution, the Mangekyo Sharingan, is, in fact, a cursed power. The price of awakening it is tremendous suffering, and the cost of wielding it is light itself. Each time its power is summoned, the user's world inches ever closer to eternal darkness. Fugaku paused, scrutinizing Minato's reaction. This was a despairing secret accessible only to those Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo. He wished to see how this young Hokage would respond upon hearing the cost that could sway any powerful individual. Would it be sympathy? Trepidation? Or would he reassess the Uchiha's value? However, Minato simply listened calmly. I am well aware, he spoke, his voice soft, yet causing Fugaku's body to tremble. The power is nourished by the death of loved ones or profound sorrow, blooming into even greater ocular strength. Yet that power is, at its core, like a tree without roots. Each utilization consumes the ocular power itself. In the end, light fades away, leaving only darkness. Minato's words precisely captured every characteristic of the Mangekyo Sharingan, even surpassing Fugaku's own comprehension. How is this possible? But, Fugaku, Minato shifted the conversation. Every curse possesses a method of resolution. Darkness may engulf light, yet one can infuse it with a new, eternal radiance. Fuyu's breath halted. What do you mean by that? The most profound bonds of blood between brothers, fathers, and kin constitute the new light. Bofeng Shui men approached the colossal stone tablet with measured steps. When a kaleidoscope on the verge of blindness receives the essence of its brother's kaleidoscope, the two forces shall merge, giving birth to a completely new ocular power. This shall be the eternal light, impervious to the devouring darkness. This is the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, transcending all. Boom. Fuyu's mind went blank, as if struck by a thunderbolt. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan? How could Bofeng Shui men possess knowledge of such a concept? One that exists solely in myth? The ancient inscriptions on this stone tablet recount the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, and only the kaleidoscope Sharingan can decipher the secrets of the eternal kaleidoscope. Yet Shui men does not even possess the Sharingan. Fuyu's voice trembled, overwhelmed by shock. I know much more than this. Shui men turned to face him. I also know that your Uchiha clan considers itself descendants of Indra, destined to be enemies of the Senju clan, the progeny of Ashura. However, this stone tablet does not convey the entirety of the truth. It has been altered. What? Fuyu recoiled, his back colliding forcefully with the cold stone wall. Altered. This revelation shook him more than the secret of the eternal kaleidoscope. Fuyu, are you still entangled in the fate of the past? What I offer you is the future. Shui men stepped forward, gazing directly into his eyes. The Umbu is not a cage that binds you. It is a weapon that grants you the means to protect yourselves. I will allocate the village's finest medical resources to establish a dedicated research institute, led by your Uchiha clan, to study the evolution and preservation of the Sharingan. I aim not only to restore your glory, but also to ensure that every clan member who awakens the kaleidoscope has the opportunity to pursue that eternal light, rather than wither away in despair within the darkness. This is the promise I make to you as Hokage. His words shattered the last barrier within Fuyu's heart. It was not charity, nor surveillance, but genuine recognition and support from the heart. What he offered was what the Uchiha clan had longed for yet never attained: respect and a future. Shuei Min declared, to render the Uchiha clan, which should be the strongest force in the ninja world, a burden to the village. Are the second and third Hokage incompetent? If so, allow me, the fourth Hokage, to rectify this. Fuyu's body ceased to tremble, and he slowly adjusted his attire. Then, before Shuei Min, this proud Uchiha clan leader gradually knelt on one knee. He bowed his head, a gesture he had never offered to anyone. Uchiha Fuyu, along with the entirety of the Uchiha clan, pledges unwavering loyalty to you from this day forth. You shall be the sole will of the Uchiha. Ding. The pivotal figures Uchiha Fuyu and Uchiha Itachi have sworn allegiance. The completion of the side quest regarding the Uchiha clan's return has significantly increased. Task reward: Sharingan activation ability, passive. Unlock progress has reached 70. System notification: to fully subjugate the Uchiha clan, you must assist Uchiha Fuyu in gaining the recognition of the clan elders. The system's prompt flashed momentarily in Shuei Min's mind. Indeed, matters are not that simple. The allegiance of a clan has never been solely the concern of its leader. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows at the entrance of the stone chamber. Father. A cool voice reverberated. Fuyu abruptly looked up, and upon recognizing the visitor, astonishment and a hint of anger flooded his face. Itachi, how could you be here? The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Itachi. He disregarded his father and strode directly to Shuei Min. I have heard every word exchanged between you and my father. The future you envision, Hokage-sama, I, Itachi, wish to be a cornerstone of it. Please allow me to join your direct umbu. Itachi raised his head, his youthful black eyes ablaze with determination. I shall become the sharpest blade in your hand, severing all darkness that seeks to undermine the village. Deep within Konoha prison, in a solitary dark cell, Shimura Danzo suddenly opened his intact eye. A shadow seeped through the corner, kneeling before him. Lord Danzo. Uchiha Fuyu has completely pledged himself to the fourth Hokage. He has entrusted the core positions of the Umbu to the Uchiha clan. Crack. The rough ceramic teacup in Danzo's hand shattered. Scalding tea mixed with shards dripped through his fingers. Both foam Shuei Min. A suppressed roar echoed within the airtight cell. Chapter 12. One-click activation of the kaleidoscope. Shuei Min. Just use your hands. Kakashi, have you learned it yet? In the study, fragrant incense wafted through the air. Uchiha Fuyu sat across from Bo Feng Shuei Min, the tea on the low table having grown lukewarm. Hokage-sama, what brings you here at such a late hour? Fuyu broke the silence. Shuei Min did not respond directly, but instead pushed a scroll of intelligence toward him. News has arrived from the prison. Danzo is making his move. Fuyu picked up the scroll and swiftly scanned it, his body tensing instantly. A prison break? How dare he? He dares indeed. Shuei Min's tone remained calm. An ambitious man stripped of everything is not one to resign himself to a life of confinement. Do you need me to dispatch the police force to reinforce security? No. Shuei Min shook his head. I came to see you to turn the tables. Fuyu paused. Shuei Min continued. Rather than passively guarding against him, it would be better to offer him an opportunity to expose himself, allowing us to eradicate this malignant tumor completely. Moreover, we can leverage this opportunity to accomplish another significant task. Shuei Min looked at Fuyu, a matter of utmost importance to the Uchiha clan. Fuyu remained silent, awaiting further explanation. Fuyu, you surely know of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, correct? Yes. It is a cursed power that can only be awakened through the excruciating pain of losing a loved one. Fuyu's response mirrored that of Itachi, still concealing his depth. Not entirely correct. Shuei Min countered. It requires not merely death, but the profound psychological shock stemming from the loss of such emotions. Death is merely one of the simplest and most brutal methods. Fuyu's heart began to race as he vaguely grasped Shuei Min's intentions. Danzo's insatiable greed for the Sharingan is known throughout the village. Upon escaping, his most likely target will be the Uchiha. Shuei Min lowered his voice, particularly regarding Shursui, who possesses the most potent Jinjutsu. We can stage a performance. A play where Danzo himself takes on the role of the villain. Shursui plays the martyr. And the audience consists of your son, Itachi. Fuyu abruptly stood, the low table shaking from his movement, tea splashing out. This is madness. To wager my son as Psyche? This is an opportunity. Shui Min also rose, facing Fuyu's agitation. A chance for Itachi to safely awaken the kaleidoscope, granting the Uchiha a newfound power. It is also an opportunity for Danzo's crimes to unfold under the public eye, leaving him no room for redemption. A script that kills two birds with one stone. At the edge of the cliffs of Nanha River, the wind howled fiercely. Uchiha Shursui stood at the precipice, his garments billowing in the gust, with a torrent below. Danzo, how could you have escaped from prison? The roar of the water's fury was distorted by the wind. From the shadows of the opposite grove, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly emerged. It was none other than the escaped shinobi, Jitsuin Tuanzang. Shursui, have you come to meet your demise? Tuanzang's voice rasped like sandpaper. Concealed in the distance, Yo's heart raced violently within his chest. This was a mission assigned by Lord Hokage, led by Shursui, to recapture Tuanzang. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the script had quietly altered. A shadow darted like lightning. Ah! Shursui let out a piercing scream. Yo's pupils contracted to their utmost limit. He clearly saw Tuanzang's hand plunge brutally into Shurzui's right eye socket. Blood splattered forth. Shursui clutched his bleeding face, collapsing to the ground. In Tuanzang's hand was a spinning Sharingan. I shall take this eye. His figure vanished instantly into the depths of the dense forest. Shursui. Yo rushed to Shurzui's side, desperate to help him. Stay back. Shursui forcefully pushed him away. He staggered to his feet, the remaining left eye ablaze with despair. Yo, I am of no use now. Tuanzang has taken my eye. He will use it to threaten the village with the detention. Listen, Yo. Shurzui's left hand trembled as it reached toward his remaining eye. No. Shursui, don't. Yo screamed in anguish. It was all too late. Shursui gouged out his left eye, offering it to Yo. With my eye and my will. He staggered back to the edge of the cliff, a bloody smile upon his face. To protect the village in the name of Uchiha. Before he could finish, he fell backward, plunging into the raging waters of the Nanha River below. No. In that moment, Yo's world shattered completely. Endless pain, regret, and despair surged like a flood, obliterating all reason. His vision plunged into darkness, and then a spiral of red and black exploded in his mind. A brand new pattern, 3 rotating sides, was etched deep within his consciousness. The kaleidoscope Sharingan awakened. Just as the overwhelming power of the eye and sorrow threatened to engulf him, the entire world cracked with a resounding snap. The roaring river's sound ceased. The biting cold wind stopped. The blood covering his hands vanished. The world before him, like a painting soaked in water, rapidly faded and dissolved. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself still standing in the quiet courtyard of the Uchiha clan. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed him. His father, Fuyue, stood before him. Beside Fuyue, Uchiha Shursui stood unscathed, both eyes intact, looking at him with a mixture of concern and relief. Yo, are you alright? Yo's mind was blank. He glanced at Shursui, and then at his own hands. A word escaped his parched throat. Illusion? Indeed. A calm voice emerged from beside him as bluffing Shuimin stepped out from the shadow of the eaves, accompanied by Kakashi. An illusion crafted specifically for you, to unlock the kaleidoscope. Yo froze completely. He looked at Shursui, his mind unable to process the reality before him. All that heart-wrenching pain, that despair of watching his dear friend die, was it all a fabrication? How could this be? He murmured, that sense of reality, I could not escape it. Because the chakra providing it was not mine. Shursui chuckled bitterly. It was the 4th Hokage. I was merely a conduit, transforming the 4th Hokage's chakra, vast as the ocean, into an illusion. Shursui lamented. Otherwise, I could not maintain such a high-intensity illusion against an elite shinobi with a 3-tomo Sharingan for even a few minutes. Fuyue's face was etched with shock and realization. To forcibly unlock the kaleidoscope by simulating the emotional impact of loss. He looked at Shuimin, his voice trembling. Lord Hokage, this method, it is a complete revolution for the Uchiha. You are merely caught in the fog, Shuimin replied calmly. You are too obsessed with the curse of blood, forgetting that the essence of power lies in the fusion of chakra and spirit. He glanced at the 3 Uchiha before him. Now that your eyes have opened, tell me your abilities. Fuyue, Shursui, and the newly awakened Yoichi described their kaleidoscope's powers. After listening, Shuemin turned to the previously silent Kakashi. Kakashi. Yes. Have you seen it? This abrupt question left the three Uchiha stunned. Seen what? Kakashi nodded. In the next moment, under the incredulous gaze of the three, Kakashi's left eye, the one belonging to Dato, began to change. The three tomos spun rapidly, ultimately connecting to form an entirely new pattern. A three-blade boomerang, identical to Uchiha Dato's kaleidoscope. This, Fuyue was rendered speechless. Replication? You can even replicate the evolution of a bloodline limit? No, this is not replication. The man named Bluffing Shuemin had thoroughly deciphered the essence of the Sharingan, and his disciple, Hatake Kakashi, inherently possessed the ability to awaken the kaleidoscope. Today, he merely returned the key to them. All right, the warm-up is over. Shuemin clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Yo, your first mission has arrived. His words pulled the still reeling Yo back to reality. Eradicate Tuanzang, who has fled the village. Shirzue, Kakashi. Assist him from the sidelines. This will be the first practical test of your new eyes. The three figures took their orders and instantly vanished from their location. In an abandoned root base, Tuanzang was preparing to execute his final plan. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures surrounded him completely. Tuanzang. Yo's fury threatened to manifest physically. Upon seeing Tuanzang's bandaged right arm, everything became clear. Tuanzang slowly unwrapped the bandages. Embedded within that arm were more than a dozen crimson Sharingan, writhing like eerie insect eggs. You bastard. You dare use the eyes of our clan. Shirzue's murderous intent nearly boiled over. Children, behold true darkness. Without further ado, Tuanzang swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A massive compressed sphere of wind howled toward the trio, aiming to obliterate them in one strike. Kakashi stepped forward, the kaleidoscope pattern in his left eye spinning rapidly. Kamui. Space visibly warped. The destructive wind sphere, upon nearing the center of the distortion, seemed to be devoured by an unseen maw, vanishing into thin air. The residual shockwave grazed past Kakashi, shattering the wall behind him. Tuanzang's movements faltered. Time-space ninjutsu. It's Dato's eye. He immediately shifted his strategy, his figure transforming into an afterimage, rushing toward what he perceived as the strongest in illusion, Shirzue. However, Shirzue's kaleidoscope was also in motion. Tuanzang's forward momentum abruptly halted. He felt the kunai in his hand pierce warm flesh. Looking down, he saw that kunai embedded in his own arm, piercing one of the Sharingan. The excruciating pain jolted him free from the illusion, but that minuscule delay proved fatal. Amaterasu. Yo's voice rang out, devoid of emotion. A cluster of black flames ignited on Tuanzang's right shoulder, spreading with terrifying speed. Ugh, those were no ordinary flames. They were the black flames of the sun, capable of incinerating all. Damn Uchiha brats. Tuanzang emitted a piercing scream as he withdrew another kunai with his left hand, resolutely slashing down upon his own burning right arm. With a sickening squelch, he severed the entire limb, which fell to the ground, quickly engulfed by black flames. Itachi, Shirzue, and Kakashi believed the battle had concluded. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. From the vacant socket of Tuanzang's right shoulder, flesh and blood swiftly regenerated like a writhing beast, a fully restored arm adorned with Sharingan emerging anew. However, one of the Sharingan had closed forever. Izanagi. He audaciously employed the eyes of our kin to execute this forbidden technique that defies life and death. Shirzue's voice was laden with incredulous fury. Tuanzang gasped heavily. Realizing he could not overpower three fully powered Mangekyo, he ceased his assault, roaring, "Foolish brats. This is the sacrifice made for our village. It is their honor. You do not understand. To protect Konoha, someone must delve into the darkness. Sarutobi is too weak, and Minato too naive. Only I." He continued to attempt to sway the young men before him with his antiquated notions of righteousness. Witnessing the strangeness and might of Izanagi, Itachi and Shirzue felt a subtle, almost imperceptible wavering in their resolve upon hearing his words. Now is the moment. A savage glint flashed in Tuanzang's eyes as he lunged towards Itachi, whom he perceived as the weakest link. He intended to drag a Uchiha genius down with him using his final sealing technique. However, his body froze midair. A flash of golden light appeared. In an instant, Minato Namikaze materialized behind Tuanzang, his kunai slicing cleanly across Tuanzang's throat. Yet, at that moment, the kunai did not merely sever life. Countless dense black runes erupted from the wound, instantly crawling across Tuanzang's entire form. The scarlet Sharingan on his arm extinguished one after another, as if doused in ink. Moreover, the Izanagi he had intended to activate was forcefully severed by this overwhelming power. When did this happen? A spurt of blood erupted. Tuanzang's single eye brimmed with utter astonishment and confusion. He not only failed to perceive the attack, but could not comprehend why his final trump card had failed him. A sealing technique? It not only sealed my chakra flow, but rendered all my Sharingan ineffective. He collapsed heavily, his body convulsing, the Sharingan on his arm forever losing their luster. Minato wiped the blood from his kunai. There is no need for words with a traitor. Chapter 13. The prophesied child is actually beside me? Jiraiya's worldview crumbles. Tuanzang's body turned to ash amidst the black flames. Minato discarded the bloodied kunai, his movements precise and unhesitating. There is no need for words with a traitor. Itachi, Shursui, and Kakashi stood frozen, the power of the Mangekyo still surging within them. Yet the battle had concluded far too abruptly. Kakashi. Minato did not turn around. Yes. The remaining route, I leave to you. Minato commanded, all strongholds, all personnel, leave no one behind. Itachi, Shursui, assist him. This is the first official mission of the inspection division, and also the final cleanup task. I want the skies above Konoha to be free of shadows lurking underground. The three figures accepted their orders and vanished in an instant. Minato remained, the chakra belonging to Tuanzang, mingled with death and resentment, dissipating entirely. Ding. Side quest to eradicate the tumor is complete. Reward granted. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells, 100. System prompt. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly fuse with the cells of the first Hokage without any risk of rejection. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Perfect compatibility. This signified that he would acquire the legendary immense vitality and chakra capable of quelling chaos. Sage mode. Minato raised his palm, golden chakra swirling around him. The Nine Tails, Flying Thunder God, Sage mode, combined with Sage body, he seemed to be moving towards an unprecedented path. At the entrance of Konoha, a figure staggered down the distant road. His disheveled white hair was caked with dirt and grass. The red cloak he wore had long lost its vibrant hue, now dull and tattered in places. Jiraiya's face was etched with undeniable fatigue. Since receiving the news of the Nine Tails rampage in Konoha, he had been racing back, expending a considerable amount of chakra. His mind conjured countless grim scenarios. The village reduced to ruins, its people displaced. Kushina may no longer be alive. And Minato, his most prized disciple, must be shouldering immense pain alone, sustaining the shattered village. He had even prepared himself to console a grieving Hokage, who had lost his wife and was raising a child host alone. However, when he finally reached the village entrance and beheld the familiar, intact gates, he was taken aback. The two Chunin guarding the entrance immediately straightened upon seeing him. Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand, his mind sluggish. How is the village? He inquired, bracing for the worst answer. A mixture of admiration and pride appeared on one Chunin's face. Report, Lord Jiraiya. The village is well. The Nine Tails incident has been perfectly quelled by the fourth Hokage. Perfectly quelled? One person resolved it? Jiraiya mulled over the phrase, finding it utterly absurd. The Nine Tails was a calamity capable of obliterating a nation. How could perfectly describe such a situation? It was akin to saying a typhoon was reversed by a butterfly's flap. He passed through the gates, walking along the village's main thoroughfare. There were no shattered walls or cries of anguish as he had imagined. While he could see some houses under repair, the streets were filled with bustling and vibrant figures. This exuberance was utterly incongruous for a village that had just endured catastrophe. This is impossible, it simply cannot be. Jiraiya quickened his pace, nearly running towards the Hokage building. He burst through the door of the Hokage's office. Minato. Inside the office, Minato Namikaze sat behind the desk, reviewing documents. He looked up, a gentle smile gracing his face upon seeing the dusty Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, you have returned. Welcome back. Jiraiya stood dazed at the doorway. Minato appeared too well, almost unnaturally so. There were no signs of injury on him. His chakra was steady and powerful, even deeper and more unfathomable than before. His face bore no sorrow, no strain, only a serene composure that suggested complete control over everything. This was not the demeanor of a man who had just suffered the loss of his wife and seen his village devastated. Where is Kushina? Where is Naruto? Jiraiya rushed to the desk, slamming his hands down upon its surface, desperately seeking a reassuring answer, even if it was bad news. They are both well. Minato set down his pen. Kushina is at home caring for Naruto. Her health has improved considerably. Improved considerably? Jiraiya struggled to comprehend. This was a fate that should have led to certain death for a Jinchuriki once the tailed beast was extracted. How could it be described as merely improved? Did Minato suffer a mental break from the shock? He regarded Minato, observing his calm demeanor, and a chill rose from the depths of his being. This was no longer strength. It was an almost inhuman calm. Wasn't she supposed to have the tailed beast extracted? I have successfully resealed the yang attribute chakra of the Kyuubi back within her, Watergate explained nonchalantly. Jiraiya's mind was utterly overwhelmed. To reseal the extracted tailed beast chakra? This was a direct challenge to the very foundations of sealing techniques, a violation of the law of conservation of chakra. This transcended mere genius. It was an act only a deity could accomplish. So, within your son Naruto resides the Kyuubi. Watergate actually tore the Kyuubi in half. Jiraiya felt his understanding of the world shattering completely. Tailed beasts are pure aggregates of chakra, indivisible entities. This is an ironclad law of the shinobi world. Watergate had not only broken this law, but had utterly obliterated it. At that moment, the office door swung open once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, holding his pipe. He paused upon seeing Jiraiya, then sighed. Jiraiya, you have returned. Old man, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling a sense of grounding. What on earth has happened? Watergate interrupted him, moving to the window to gaze at the flourishing village below. Jiraiya, much has transpired in Konoha during your absence. His tone was calm, but carried a weight of experience. Watergate had not only quelled the Kyuubi disturbance and saved Kushina and Naruto, but he also uncovered the mastermind controlling the Kyuubi and, incidentally, purged Danzo's root. Purged root? Jiraiya's mind buzzed. Danzo, who had entrenched himself in Konoha's shadows, a dark organization that even the third Hokage could not fully control, had been so effortlessly dismantled? This revelation was more astounding than hearing Watergate had torn the Kyuubi apart. Sarutobi continued. He presented irrefutable evidence of Danzo colluding with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to conduct inhumane experiments, right in front of all the Jonin and clan heads. Tsunade and Mito were also dismissed from their advisory positions for negligence. Now, all three have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Jiraiya's mouth fell slightly ajar. Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, those three who had stood alongside his teacher, wielding power in Konoha for decades, had been swiftly imprisoned by his gentle and kind student. This was not merely a political struggle. It was a complete regime change. Sarutobi inhaled from his pipe, exhaling a swirl of smoke. As for the Uchiha, Watergate established a new department, the Konoha Surveillance Division. Entirely led by the Uchiha clan, responsible for internal oversight and strategic intelligence. Just a few days ago, Uchiha Fugaku and his clan members pledged their loyalty to the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya was rendered speechless. To push the Uchiha clan from the fringes of power directly into the very core? This was an extreme solution to a long-standing issue. Such audacity and finesse were foreign to him, even frightening. The image of his bright, gentle, and somewhat indecisive disciple was crumbling entirely. In its place stood a decisive, shrewd ruler, commanding with an iron fist. Teacher, times have changed. Watergate rose, approaching Jiraiya and patting him on the shoulder. Jiraiya's body stiffened. He gazed at Watergate, then out the window at the rejuvenated Konoha. An absurd thought surged within him. The prophecy of the Sage of the Six Paths. The one who would bring monumental change to the shinobi world. He had always believed it would be a disciple he would encounter in the future. But change. Could anything be more radical than what lay before him? Jiraiya's gaze slowly drifted to the Hokage monument, where the youthful visage of the fourth Hokage shone in the sunlight, emanating an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 14. The Sage's Gift. Watergate, why is my wood release only at 1? The youthful face on the Hokage monument glimmered in the sunlight, radiating an extraordinary glow. Jiraiya felt his worldview collapsing and reconstructing in an irreversible manner. Teacher, please stay. Watergate's voice pulled him back from his stupor. Konoha needs you. Jiraiya opened his mouth, his throat dry. Stay? He had returned to tidy up the mess, comfort his disciple, and continue the never-ending quest for the prophesied child. But now, prophecy and change stood vividly before him. Quelling the Kyuubi, purging the higher-ups, subduing the Uchiha. Any one of these actions would stir immense waves in the shinobi world. In just a few days, Namikaze Minato had accomplished them all. His journey across the 5 great nations had suddenly become a mere joke. Jiraiya struggled to utter a single word. All right. That one word seemed to drain him of all his strength. He agreed. Not out of obligation to the Hokage's command, but because of the fervent thought within him. He wished to remain and witness how this disciple he had painstakingly nurtured would shape the world. Seeing Jiraiya acquiesce, Watergate merely nodded. Everything was under control. Watergate. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something, his demeanor turning serious. Leave Naruto's training to me. From the moment he could walk, I will personally guide him. Jiraiya clenched his fists. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan intertwined with yours, Namikaze Minato. He was undoubtedly a prodigy in ninjutsu. I will not allow his talents to be squandered, nor will I permit him to be seen as a failure by others. This was a promise as a mentor and his only means of assisting this disciple, who had become utterly inscrutable. Watergate did not refuse. Then I shall rely on you, teacher. He had gained a top-tier educator and caretaker, and it was free of charge. Speaking of which, Jiraiya scratched his disheveled white hair. I encountered some surviving members of the Uzumaki clan near the Land of Grass during my travels. They were quite cautious, living in hiding, and I noticed their unique chakra by chance. Survivors of the Uzumaki clan? Watergate mentally noted this information. After the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the scattered clansmen remained a lasting sorrow in Kushina's heart. If they could be reunited and establish a home in Konoha, it would be a boon for both Kushina and the village. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Come in. Uchiha Fugaku entered, dressed in simple attire. Yet his aura was markedly different from just a few days prior. It exuded a calmness and sharpness, as if he had shed heavy shackles. Hokage-sama. He first bowed to Watergate, then acknowledged Jiraiya with a slight nod. Jiraiya instinctively tensed. The head of the Uchiha clan. A man whose relationship with Konoha's upper echelons had always been delicate. Fugaku, what brings you here? Watergate inquired. Hokage-sama, regarding the establishment of the surveillance division, the elders of the clan have some reservations. Fugaku's report was straightforward. In 3 days, the Uchiha will convene a high-level elders meeting to make a final decision on this matter. They hope you can attend in person. As he stated this, Fugaku himself found it somewhat unbelievable. To have the Hokage attend an internal clan meeting of the Uchiha was something previously unimaginable. This was both a test and a statement. They wished to see firsthand what kind of person this 4th Hokage, who had bestowed a new future upon the Uchiha, truly was. Jiraiya's heart raced. A banquet of challenges lay ahead. The Uchiha's stubborn elders would certainly be formidable opponents. How would Watergate respond? Would he firmly reject or tactfully decline? Oh, the final bosses of the Uchiha Shinobi village wish to see me? Very well, I shall prepare a PowerPoint presentation for them. Without a moment's hesitation, Minato replied. I will go. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato suddenly turned to the side, addressing Jiraiya. You should join us too. What? The exclamation came from both Jiraiya and Uchiha Fugaku. To allow an outsider, especially one of the legendary Sannin, to attend the highest-level family meeting of the Uchiha clan? This was akin to roasting the Uchiha's dignity and secrets over an open flame. Fugaku's mind went blank. He could not comprehend Minato's reasoning. Jiraiya shook his head repeatedly. Minato, this is inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Minato interrupted. The inspection department is destined to be the core of Konoha, not the private militia of the Uchiha. As an elder of the village, Jiraiya-sensei has the right to attend. His words left no room for rebuttal. Fugaku opened his mouth, only to bow his head deeply in resignation. Yes, Hokage-sama. He understood. Minato was demonstrating to all members of the Uchiha clan that, from this moment onward, there would be no secrets. The so-called family was, first and foremost, a part of Konoha. After Fugaku departed, overwhelmed by shock, Jiraiya regained his voice. Minato, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Minato merely smiled, offering no explanation. The night was as dark as ink. The lights in the Hokage's office remained lit. Minato sat alone at his desk, meditating. Ding. Side quest eradicate the tumor completed. Reward granted. Perfect compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells, 100. System notification. Congratulations, host. You can now perfectly fuse with the first Hokage's cells, with no risk of rejection. At last it has arrived. Minato opened his palm, revealing a scroll containing a small piece of flesh. It was a sample of the first Hokage's cells extracted from Obito's arm. He unrolled the scroll and pressed the tissue against his chest. In the next moment, a warm surge erupted from his chest, enveloping his entire being. It was not chakra, but a more primordial life force. Buzz. Minato could distinctly hear the joyous humming of every cell within his body. They were like parched earth, welcoming the first rain after countless years, greedily absorbing that immense vitality. Every corner of his body underwent earth-shattering transformations. His bones became denser. Muscle fibers intertwined and restructured in a novel manner. Even the tiniest meridians were broadened and fortified under this force. The chakra within him began to undergo a qualitative change. Once akin to a rushing river, it now felt as if infused with the weight of mountains, becoming immensely dense and solid. The total amount of chakra surged at a terrifying speed. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds. Within mere breaths. His chakra exceeded the limits of what had once defined him as a genius ninja. Moreover, it continued to rise. This was the sage body. Minato slowly rose to his feet, lightly clenching his fist. Crack. The air emitted a sound under the strain. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs. He felt as though he could, with bare hands, penetrate a mountain. The enhancement in strength was no less than 30%. And this was merely an increase in physical prowess and chakra volume. The vast vitality inherited from the first Hokage granted him an almost immortal recovery ability. More importantly, with the augmentation of the sage body, his time in sage mode would be infinitely shortened. He would no longer need to remain still to gather natural energy. It is worth noting that the most critical issue with Minato's sage mode had always been its duration and preparation time. Now, having acquired the power of the sage body, these concerns would gradually cease to be problematic. Ding. Congratulations, host, for initially mastering the sage body. Would release awakening progress at 1. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Would release? Only 1. What a dismal drop rate. Minato extended a finger towards the potted plant on his desk. His expression focused. 1 second. 2 seconds. The plant remained utterly still. Damn it. Chapter 15. Bring back the wife's family. Minato. Konoha registry. Give it. It must be given. The lights in the Hokage's office remained illuminated. Minato sat alone at his desk, attempting to harness that newfound power within him. He extended a finger towards the potted plant. His focus unwavering. 1 second. 2 seconds. The plant remained motionless. Damn it. Ding. Would release awakening progress at 2. Please continue, host. And do not abandon your efforts due to minor setbacks. The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. Minato retracted his finger, undeterred. The fusion of the sage body, the chakra of the Kyuubi, and the cells of Senju Hashirama made it merely a matter of time before he awakened would release. A progress of 2 is certainly better than 0. A soft sensation enveloped him from behind. A pair of arms gently encircled his waist. You've worked hard these days. It was Kushina. Her chin rested lightly on Minato's shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his neck. Minato gently patted the back of her hand. This is what I am meant to do. As Hokage, I must bear the responsibilities that come with it. I was prepared for this from the very beginning. Hearing his words, Kushina tightened her embrace. This man always bore too much responsibility. From averting the crisis of the Ninetales rampage to saving her and Naruto, to decisively restructuring the village, cleansing the upper echelons, and reclaiming power for the Hokage. He had hardly taken a single day of rest. Yet, ironically, the most extraordinary person in the world was right beside her. This feeling filled her with immense happiness. By the way, Kushina, Minato turned his head. I heard some news from Jiraiya-sensei today. It concerns the Uzumaki clan. Kushina froze momentarily. Near the land of grass, some of our kin have survived. Boom. This news struck her harder than any ninjutsu. Kushina abruptly released her hold, stepping in front of Minato and grasping his shoulders with both hands. Are you serious, Minato? Her voice trembled with disbelief. After the fall of the land of whirlpools, she had believed herself to be the last pure blood of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, Minato affirmed. Jiraiya-sensei discovered them by chance. They have been living under aliases to evade persecution. A wave of immense joy washed over Kushina, her hand covering her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Kin. She still had kin. However, mere seconds later, that joy was supplanted by a deeper worry. She understood better than anyone what the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan signified in the ninja world. A powerful life force, vast chakra, and top-tier sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts. They were not merely survivors. They were walking treasures, coveted by countless ambitious individuals. Are they doing well? Not particularly, Minato replied candidly. Without the protection of the land of whirlpools, they are like drifting reeds, vulnerable to being consumed at any moment. Kushina fell silent. She could envision her kin, hiding in fear and struggling to survive. The pain of their blood connection twisted her heart like a knife. Shui Min lifted his head, asking, "What can we do for them?" He was prepared to bring them to Konoha. Shui Min directly articulated his plan. Xian Nai was momentarily taken aback. To relocate an entire clan that had already perished to Konoha? This was no mere act of shelter. It was about allowing the Uzumaki clan to take root anew in Konoha. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming sense of emotion washed over her. Shui Minyu. She realized that Shui Min's actions were entirely for her sake. Yet soon, another thought crossed her mind. But will the villagers agree to bring them to Konoha? An outsider clan, once powerful, suddenly merging into Konoha would surely raise alarms and provoke exclusion among many, wouldn't it? I do not wish for you to be put in a difficult position because of me. Her concerns were not unfounded. The political dynamics within Konoha were far more intricate than they appeared. A misstep could fracture the absolute authority that Shui Min had just established. Leave it to me. Shui Min grasped her hand reassuringly. Xian Nai, Konoha now requires a single voice. Moreover, my intention in bringing them is not solely for you. Shui Min rose and approached the window, gazing down at the village that had regained its vitality and vigor. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan represented the pinnacle of wealth in the ninja world. Their physical constitution was also the most promising among ninjas. Having endured the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails and purged the roots, Konoha was in dire need of fresh blood. I am not offering charity. I am inviting a formidable force to join us. Any dissenting voices will be rendered insignificant in the face of Konoha's future. Shui Min spoke with a calmness that bore an undeniable weight. He was not consulting with anyone. He was, in the capacity of Hokage, announcing to all of Konoha. Xian Nai stared blankly at her husband's silhouette. Those shoulders, not particularly broad, at this moment supported a sky that brought her peace. All her worries dissipated. She stepped forward and embraced him from behind once more. This time, no words were exchanged. A notification echoed in her mind. Ding! A new main quest has been triggered. The revival of the Uzumaki. Quest description: rebuild a home for the Uzumaki clan within Konoha and restore their glory. Quest reward: progress towards mastering would release. System prompt: this is a long-term quest, and rewards will be issued in phases based on completion. The first phase goal: safely bring the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha. Shui Min gently patted Xian Nai's hand in reassurance. Everything was proceeding according to plan, whether it involved the Uchiha's allegiance or the revival of the Uzumaki. His mission extended beyond merely safeguarding this village. He aimed to intertwine all potential strengths into a single formidable entity, forging an unprecedented and truly powerful Konoha. 3 days later, at the Uchiha clan grounds. The once ominous police force barracks exuded an unusual gravity that day. Along the path leading to the deepest part of the clan's conference hall stood a line of elite Uchiha clan members, silently forming two walls of silence. All gazes converged at the end of the path, where two figures approached at a measured pace. Leading the way was Bo-Fong Shui Min. Adorned in the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage, followed closely by Jiraiya, dressed in a red outer garment, wooden clogs on his feet, and hands tucked into his sleeves. Jiraiya's demeanor was somewhat carefree as he surveyed his surroundings, whistling at the expressionless Uchiha clan members. Hey Shui Min, are you sure this is more entertaining than arguing with Gamabunta at Mayaboka Mountain? This spectacle is far more intimidating than when he loses his temper. Shui Min disregarded his jest, proceeding to the conference hall's entrance, where he halted. The enormous clan emblem of the flame fan reflected a cold light under the sun. Behind the door sat the elders of the Uchiha clan, the ultimate judgment chamber determining their future and the final barrier to fully subduing this proud clan. Uchiha Fugaku awaited at the entrance, his expression more solemn than ever. He bowed deeply to Shui Min. Hokage-sama, the elders have been waiting for you. Chapter 16, The Eternal Mangekyo Production Plan. The Uchiha elders collectively fell silent. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Light flooded into the dimly lit conference hall, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. Inside, several figures sat, most of them elderly, their faces resembling withered bark, and the emblem of the Uchiha's glory looked somewhat faded. Silence. An oppressive silence. This was the council of the Uchiha clan, the true center of power for this proud family. Shuei Min stepped inside, with Jiraiya trailing behind. His casual demeanor starkly contrasting with the atmosphere. "Hey, Shuei Min," Jiraiya whispered, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "The atmosphere here is worse than when the great sage forgot what he had for lunch." Shuei Min remained unresponsive, walking directly to the main seat of the conference hall, but opting not to sit. Instead, he calmly surveyed each elder present. Fugaka stood nearby, his palms already damp with sweat. "Hokage-sama." A voice broke the silence. The speaker was an elder seated at the far right. His hair completely white and his face etched with deep wrinkles. What business does an outsider have in the Uchiha clan meeting? His inquiry, devoid of any anger, cut through the air like a knife aimed directly at Jiraiya. Here comes the first hurdle. Fugaka's body tensed instantaneously, ready to explain. Yet Shuei Min preemptively interjected. "The Uchiha Monitoring Department is a department of Konoha." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. "Jiraiya-sensei is here in the capacity of Hokage's advisor, attending the foundational meeting of Konoha's core departments. Do any of the elders have objections to this?" With this statement, he elevated the issue from an internal clan matter to an official agenda of Konoha. "You are not merely holding a clan meeting. You are participating in a departmental meeting of Konoha. Jiraiya is not an outsider. He represents the village in oversight." The elder's lips moved, but he could not utter a single word in response. To refute this would imply a public declaration that the Uchiha intended to privatize the monitoring department, placing it above the village itself. Such an accusation was a burden no one could bear. Once again, the conference hall fell into a deep silence. Jiraiya paused for a moment before breaking into an unvoiced grin. "All right, kid." Fugaku quietly exhaled, his admiration for Shuei Min deepening once more. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed to the next question." Another elder spoke, his voice hoarse, reminiscent of sandpaper rubbing together. "Hokage-sama, you have granted the Uchiha unprecedented power, for which we are grateful. However, the monitoring department requires the finest insight, which means we need more clan members capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan." He paused, his tone turning sharp. "But you also know that the Mangekyo Sharingan is a cursed power. Each use consumes life and light. You are essentially asking us to trade the futures of our most outstanding descendants for the achievements of this department. With all due respect, how does that differ from drinking poison to quench thirst?" This question struck at the very heart of the Uchiha clan's deepest fear, the fear of blindness. Fugaka felt his heart race. He knew Shuei Min had an answer, but he was uncertain whether it would persuade these obstinate elders who had held their beliefs for a lifetime. "I am fully aware of that," Shuei Min replied calmly. With immense sorrow as the prelude and endless darkness as the conclusion, the conversation took a sudden turn under the guidance of Mizukichi. "Any curse can be unraveled. Darkness may consume light, yet we shall infuse it with a new, indomitable brilliance." He gazed at Fayek, who immediately comprehended the implication and stepped forward to speak gravely. "Esteemed elders, the Hokage has discovered a method to break the curse of the Mangekyo Sharingan. When a pair of Mangekyo, on the brink of blindness, is transplanted with that of a close relative, their powers will merge. What emerges is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, transcending the limitations of its predecessor." The word detonated in the minds of all elders like a genuine tailed beast bomb. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, is that not a legend from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, existing solely in stone tablet records? Absurd. Preposterous. Fayek, have you been bewitched by this young Hokage? The elders erupted into a frenzy of doubt and disbelief. Silence. Mizuki's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable authority. The clamorous assembly fell silent in an instant. "This is not mere rhetoric. I shall allocate the village's finest medical resources to establish a dedicated research institute right within the Uchiha clan's territory. Under your guidance, Uchiha, you will delve into the evolution and preservation of the Sharingan, overcoming the technical challenges of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What I seek is not a succession of geniuses wilting in darkness, but a formidable force capable of confronting any threat, possessing eternal light. This is my expectation of the monitoring department and the Uchiha clan." His words left the elders momentarily speechless. It was not empty promises, but a tangible commitment of funds, manpower, and resources to realize what had previously existed only in myth. transforming their deepest fears into hope within reach. The shock rendered their minds blank. Jiraiya stood by, utterly speechless, feeling as though he were witnessing the birth of a legend rather than merely attending a meeting. What else does this boy Minato conceal that could upend the very foundations of the shinobi world? The assembly hall remained enveloped in a prolonged silence. Finally, the eldest elder, who had yet to speak, slowly opened his murky eyes. His presence overshadowed the others combined. Hokage, your grand vision is awe-inspiring. However, I have one question. Power is the most perilous entity in this world. Today, we are profoundly grateful for the authority granted to Uchiha. But what if the next Hokage, or the one after, harbors the same trepidation towards Uchiha as the second and third Hokage? Would the monitoring department, which you have nurtured, become a razor-sharp blade hanging over the Uchiha's heads? Could this power become the root of our clan's annihilation? This inquiry struck the hearts of all Uchiha like a bolt of black lightning. It encapsulated their most profound, unresolved concerns. Trust is mutable. Human hearts are fickle. Hokage, too, may change. When Namikaze Minato is no longer present, who will safeguard the future of Uchiha? Fyake's expression turned grave. This question bore no resolution. Yet, Minato merely smiled. He retrieved a scroll from his robes and gently placed it upon the table before him. I do not believe in illusory promises. I only trust in the institutional framework inscribed in black and white. He unfurled the scroll. This is the fundamental law amendment draft of Konoha, drafted in the name of the fourth Hokage. One stipulation reads, the newly established head of the Konoha Monitoring Department shall automatically become a member of the Hokage Advisory Council, possessing the power to veto decisions concerning the village's internal security. This position shall coexist with that of the Uchiha Monitoring Department. As long as the Monitoring Department exists, Uchiha will hold a place at the core of Konoha's power. Esteemed elders, your future will not rely on the benevolence or goodwill of any Hokage. It will be etched into the fundamental laws of Konoha, supported by the entire village's system, providing eternal assurance for your honor and status. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If the plan for the eternal Mangekyo was a dream bestowed upon them, then this amendment draft offered them an unassailable guarantee, a talisman embedded in the very marrow of Konoha. This transcended mere political maneuvering. It was a reconstruction of Konoha's power dynamics. Jiraiya gaped, feeling as though a frog had lodged itself in his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Insanity. This boy has truly lost his mind. He intends to cement Uchiha, the most unstable element within the village, directly onto the throne of power. At last, the eldest elder who posed the question slowly rose from his seat. His body trembled slightly. He gazed at Minato, and something shattered within his murky eyes. Adjusting his robes, he knelt before Minato, in full view of the astounded assembly. Uchiha bears no ill will. One by one, like a cascade of falling dominoes, all the Uchiha elders rose in unison and knelt. We shall offer all for the Hokage. Fyake watched the scene unfold, his eyes brimming with tears. Suppressing his emotions, he, along with all his clansmen, knelt on one knee and lowered his proud head. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan shall heed the Hokage's command. The system's notification resonated in Minato's mind. It is accomplished. As he looked upon the Uchiha before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. He stepped forward and assisted the eldest elder to rise. From this day forth, Konoha shall have but one voice. As Minato and Jiraiya exited the Uchiha territory, the setting sun bathed the sky in golden hues. Jiraiya remained silent, burdened with thoughts. It was not until they neared the Hokage building that he finally managed to articulate a thought. Minato, what you did in there today was not ninjutsu. Jiraiya's expression was incredibly complex. What, then, was it? Minato turned his head, facing the sunset, a gentle smile gracing his features. It is politics, sensei. He offered no further explanation, instead silently contemplating the new task the system had just bestowed upon him. It seems we must expedite the plan for the mass production of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 17. Sage Mode Paired with Sharingan. Minato, I desire it all. The night deepened, and the Hokage's office was left with only Namikaze Minato. He did not attend to any official duties, but sat quietly in his chair, pondering the clan he had just thoroughly subdued. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This plan had taken shape in his mind from the very beginning. Although Orochimaru had defected, The forbidden research he left behind regarding cloning and cellular fusion was an invaluable treasure trove. By utilizing these techniques, he could clone the eyes of every Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo, incorporating a trace of their kin's genetic material during the cultivation of the cloned eyes. A pair of eyes, imbued with the effects of kinship yet not truly brothers, came into existence. This was the most exquisite spare part. The second Hokage could not achieve this, nor could the third. It was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather an absence of absolute power to command a more formidable Uchiha. However, Minato was different. In this era, he was the strongest among the shadows. Be it a dragon, one must embrace it. Be it a tiger, one must bow to it. The Uchiha clan could only be granted the privilege of unsealing if they became the sharpest blade in his hands. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Minato slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a circle of tangerine-hued eyeshadow had manifested on either side of his cheeks. Sage mode. Since his arrival in this world, he had never once faltered in mastering this technique that significantly enhanced his combat prowess. A vast reservoir of natural energy surged into his body, merging flawlessly with his own chakra. In that moment, his perception expanded exponentially, enveloping the entire Konoha and even extending further afield. Yet, this was not the end. The eyes that had transformed from azure to the horizontal pupils of a toad glimmered with a crimson hue. 3 pitch-black tomo emerged, beginning to rotate slowly. The 3 tomo Sharingan. The immense perception of Sage Mode and the unparalleled insight of the Sharingan experienced a marvelous chemical reaction at this moment. The world was utterly reconstructed within his perception. The flow of air, the trajectory of dust, the distant sounds of insects flapping their wings, all was infinitely slowed and dissected. He could even see the intricate details of chakra flowing through the meridians. The upper limits of the Flying Thunder God technique were once again elevated. At that instant, Minato's movements came to a halt. On the periphery of his vast perception, from the direction of the Uchiha clan's back mountains, several familiar chakra fluctuations emerged. Among those chakras were mingled resentment, unwillingness, and a hint of determination. They were rapidly fleeing from the village. A soft chuckle echoed in the empty office. It was astonishing that there were indeed Uchiha members who opposed the elder's views and refused to submit. Choosing to defect, Minato stood up, just in time to set an example. In the dense forest bordering Konoha, several shadows darted swiftly between the trees. Leading them was an elite Uchiha Jonin, his face aflame with fury. Lord Fugaku and the elders had lost their minds. They actually knelt before that blonde brat. This was the disgrace of the Uchiha. The young clansman following him echoed his sentiments. Exactly. What is the Umbu but an attempt to turn us Uchiha into the dogs of the Hokage? We refuse to be anyone's lapdogs. Having left Konoha, with our Sharingan, we would be superior wherever we go. Once we unlock the Mangekyo, we will return to Konoha and show them who truly wields power. However, the young man's words abruptly ceased. The entire group came to a sudden stop, all eyes widening in shock at what lay before them. Directly in their path, upon a sturdy tree trunk, stood a figure they had not noticed until now. Golden hair, a white robe adorned with red patterns. He stood there quietly, as if he had been there all along. Minato Namikaze. How could it be? We moved stealthily. How did he discover us? The leading elite Jonin's voice trembled. His 3 tomo Sharingan whirled frantically, yet he could not comprehend what was unfolding before him. There was no chakra fluctuation, no spatial ripples. How did this person appear? Fear coiled around their hearts like a frigid serpent. The 4th Hokage, a young Uchiha, nearly collapsed to the ground. Yet, Minato did not grant them any opportunity for explanation. With a flash of golden light, his figure vanished from the tree trunk. The leading elite Jonin felt the hairs on his body stand on end, instinctively flipping backward. Do not panic. We have 5 people. He is but 1. Regardless, the advantage lies with us. Form of formation. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, completely engulfing his previous position. Yet he did not relax for a moment. His Sharingan still failed to capture that golden figure. Where is he? Behind you. A voice, calm to the point of despair, whispered in his ear. He stiffly turned his head. A face, mere inches away, appeared in his view. That face bore the tangerine-hued eyeshadow of Sage Mode. In those eyes, which should have been horizontal, 3 tomo mocked him with their rotation. Buzz. A rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere loomed large in his vision. Rasengan. He did not even have time to let out a scream. The violent rotational force instantaneously tore through his armor, shattered his ribcage, and reduced his internal organs to a pulpy mass. With a thud, the elite Jonin's body flew backward like a broken sack, crashing against the tree trunk before collapsing to the ground. Silence fell. Instant kill. The surrounding lesser ninjas were utterly dumbfounded. Their minds went blank, their bodies seemingly nailed to the spot, unable to move. He is dead? A member of the clan, ranked among the top 10 elite Jonin, fell without even receiving a single blow from his opponent? In the stillness of the forest, only heavy breathing remained. Minato gently descended to the ground, shaking off his hands as if merely brushing away dust. He lifted his gaze, his eyes, a fusion of sage arts and bloodline, calmly sweeping over each remaining individual. The forest lay in a deathly silence. How could this be possible? An elite Jonin, just like that, ceased to exist? The few surviving Uchiha trembled like leaves in the wind. They looked at Minato, then at the now unrecognizable corpse on the ground. This person is not human. He is a demon. Chapter 18. Itachi becomes a loyal admirer on the spot. Body flicker technique. The golden flash is truly remarkable. They had pondered countless possibilities. Perhaps they would be pursued by the Umbu, leading to a chase along the borders. Perhaps they would be detected by Konoha's barriers, drawing a swarm of ninjas to encircle them. Yet they could never have imagined that their plan would meet its end in such a manner. Even before they laid eyes on the village gates, the strongest leader, an experienced elite Jonin, was erased by that man with a single move. Not even a scream was uttered. The soft thud of the corpse hitting the ground resonated like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of the remaining few. They had not even seen the golden figure's movements. Extreme terror seized their throats, rendering them breathless, especially when their gazes met Minato's eyes. Those eyes, a blend of sage arts and bloodline, with a crimson backdrop and 3 rotating tomo, bore a striking resemblance to their Uchiha clan's Sharingan, yet emanated a pressure of a higher dimension that they could not comprehend. It was as if a deity looked down upon mere ants. With a thud, a young Uchiha could no longer hold himself up, his legs giving way as he sank to the damp earth. This act seemed to topple the first domino. One by one, the others followed suit, kneeling, their bodies trembling like leaves caught in a storm. Forgive us, Lord Hokage. We were blinded by our foolishness. It was our fault. We shall never dare again. We beseech you, in light of the clan leader's recent pledge of loyalty, spare us this once. We are willing to serve you faithfully from now on. The cries for mercy and wails echoed through the silent forest, piercing the air with an unsettling sharpness. Yet, Shuei Min merely stood there, his expression devoid of any superfluous movement. It was too late to plead for forgiveness now. His voice, though soft, brought an abrupt silence to the cacophony of despair surrounding him. This group, consumed by their own grievances and the delusion of freedom, had failed to consider the catastrophic consequences their defection would impose on the recently stabilized Uchiha clan. The villagers of Mai had just begun to lower their guard, only to have that trust reignited. The bridge of confidence that Shuei Min had painstakingly built between the village and the Uchiha would now bear the first cracks. All due to their selfishness. This could even become the final straw, plunging the Uchiha back into isolation and distrust. As the Hokage, he must extinguish these potential threats while they were still in their infancy. Mercy would only invite greater chaos. When the axe is not brought down, it only leads to further turmoil. Shuei Min spoke as if to himself. Fuyue, do you not agree? Just as his words faded, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows behind a giant tree. It was Uchiha Fuyue. His face bore an indescribable complexity of emotions. Anger, disappointment, but above all, an overwhelming sense of shame. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, Fuyue bowed deeply. Family grievances should not be aired publicly. This matter we shall handle ourselves. With his words, 2 young figures appeared behind him, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. The kneeling defectors lost the last vestige of color from their faces at the sight of these 3. Despair, a thorough, all-consuming despair. Fuyue had anticipated this all along. After the Elder Council had concluded, he had surmised that some radical youths in the clan would be unable to accept kneeling before the Hokage. His original plan was to discreetly eliminate these individuals with Itachi and Shursui, leaving no trace while cleansing their ranks, ensuring that such disgrace did not tarnish the reputation of the 4th Hokage. However, he never expected Shuei Min to act more swiftly and decisively than he. This left him feeling a burning embarrassment, just as he had pledged loyalty, Chaos erupted with the defectors being captured by the Hokage himself. It was a profound humiliation for the Uchiha, laid bare before all of Mai. Itachi and Shisui stood silently behind Fuyue, yet within them, a tempest of emotions stirred. They had witnessed everything. The flash of gold, the movement so swift that even the Sharingan could scarcely perceive it, and that seemingly ordinary blue chakra sphere imbued with devastating power. Clean, precise, formidable. This was the pinnacle of Mai, the fourth Hokage, bluffing Shui Men. In Itachi's heart, an image of an idol was being reshaped. Previously, he had admired the strong, but now he revered Shui Men, not merely for his unmatched power, but for his unwavering resolve to forsake all personal emotions for the sake of the village. This was the true essence of a ninja, the authentic Hokage. This was the path he aspired to pursue for a lifetime. Shisui's shock stemmed from an entirely different perspective. He had always taken pride in his own instantaneous movement technique, which had few rivals even within Mai and the entire ninja world. Yet, after witnessing that legendary golden flash, he understood the true nature of fireflies and the full moon. His own technique paled in comparison, barely worthy of mention. It transcended mere technique. It was an art form taken to the zenith of space-time ninjutsu. If only I could reach such heights one day, Shisui lamented within. Shui Men regarded the shame-stricken Fuyue and the two youths who gazed at him with adoration, nodding gently in acknowledgement. Very well, he said without elaboration, turning to leave the stage to them. Cleansing the ranks is your first lesson in the monitoring department. I do not wish to see a repeat of this. With that, his form vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving the forest once again in oppressive silence. All that remained were the kneeling defectors and the Uchiha clan leader, along with two of their most exceptional prodigies. Fuyue slowly raised his head, the shame on his face having dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented coldness. He looked upon the former clan members as though they were mere corpses. You have brought shame upon the Uchiha. You have shamed the Hokage. One of the defectors, grasping at a final thread of hope, scrambled towards Fuyue. Clan leader, we were wrong. We truly were. Please grant us another chance. Fuyue ignored the wails, closing his eyes slowly. When he opened them again, three tomos spun wildly within his pitch-black eyes, ultimately forming a peculiar triangular pinwheel pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan, an ominous and powerful chakra, erupted forth. Itachi, Shisui. Fuyue's voice carried no trace of emotion. Ensure they are silenced forever. Chapter 19, Uchiha Bloodbath. Shui Men, I only wish to set an example. Yet you have brought the entire flower fruit mountain to me. In the forest, there was a deathly silence. Fuyue's voice, devoid of any emotion, commanded them to be silenced forever. The sound of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. Itachi and Shisui did not even form hand seals. Two shadowy figures crossed paths with such speed that only afterimages remained. The kneeling defectors froze, a line of blood slowly expanding across their necks. They barely had time to utter a complete cry before the breath of life was abruptly snatched away. Bodies fell one after another, thudding against the damp earth. Fuyue's triangular-patterned eyes gradually returned to their pitch-black state. He did not cast a single glance at the corpses on the ground. Take them back. Understood. Itachi and Shisui responded in unison, each carrying a still-warm body with the practiced ease of veterans. The Uchiha compound was ablaze with light in the deep of night. Yet the atmosphere felt more oppressive than any other evening. In the open space before the ancestral hall, several bodies lay carelessly arranged, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and unwillingness. All the Uchiha clan members who had received the urgent summons stood silently, gazing at the once vibrant kinsman. On the steps of the hall, Fuyue stood with his hands clasped behind him, his face illuminated and shadowed by the flickering flames. Do you all see clearly? His voice was soft yet struck each heart like a hammer. This is the fate of those who betray their village and the Hokage. No one responded. Foolish, short-sighted, self-righteous. Fuyue's chest heaved violently, his fury threatening to erupt. Do you think that by leaving Mai, you can evade justice with these eyes? That you can declare yourselves kings? Look at them. He pointed to the corpses, each word seemingly squeezed from between clenched teeth. Do you believe the Hokage is unaware? He knows everything. He merely granted us Uchiha an opportunity, a chance to reintegrate into Mai and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. Yet, it is these rodents who wish to drag our entire clan into an abyss from which we cannot escape. Fuyue's words caused many young clan members to hang their heads in shame. Among them, some had entertained thoughts similar to those of the defectors after the elders' meeting. Thankfully, they had decided against it. It was terrifying that the fourth Hokage had taken matters into his own hands. With just a single strike, it was said that even elite jonin could not withstand it. Whispers spread through the crowd, and fear began to ferment. Fuyue absorbed all of this in silence, nodding gently towards the shadows behind him. Itachi stepped out from the darkness and stood beside him. From this day forth, the inspection department shall be established. Itachi's voice was calm, yet it bore a determination that was uncommon for one of his age. All Uchiha clan members will be under the scrutiny of the inspection department. If anyone harbors inappropriate thoughts towards Lord Hokage or the village. He paused momentarily before continuing. I will personally eradicate them before Lord Hokage takes action. The moment his words fell, Itachi's once pitch-black eyes transformed dramatically. 3 tomo manifested, spinning wildly before converging into a new, shuriken-like pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. A chilling, ominous, yet overwhelmingly powerful chakra erupted from his slender form. Buzz. All who gazed upon him felt as though their very spirits were ensnared by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating. What? That is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Impossible. How could Itachi, at such a young age, awaken it? The crowd erupted in shock, completely taken aback by the scene before them. Itachi Uchiha, this prodigy hailed once in a century, had reached this level. Yet, the astonishment did not cease there. Standing on the opposite side, Shursui stepped forward as well. He said nothing, merely activating his own Mangekyo Sharingan, the unique 4-pointed pinwheel pattern radiating with a similar powerful aura. Another one. Shursui had also awakened the Mangekyo. If Itachi's awakening was unexpected, Shursui's was within reason, but when 2 young geniuses possessed such power simultaneously, the impact was exponentially magnified. Finally, it was Fuyue. He slowly turned around, revealing the triangular pinwheel pattern of his own Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 immensely powerful chakras converged before the Uchiha shrine, forming a terrifying pressure that sent shivers through all present. The entire clan ground fell silent. Every Uchiha, whether youthful and brash or venerable elder, found their minds blank. They knew the clan leader possessed the Mangekyo, but they could never have imagined that both Itachi and Shursui, these exceedingly young juniors, had not only awakened their Mangekyo, but that their ocular power and the quality of their chakra were evidently beyond that of mere novices. 3 Mangekyo bearers. In this moment, the Uchiha clan showcased a formidable power capable of overturning any shinobi village. Yet this power was not intended for a coup or a power grab. It was a declaration of loyalty to the Hokage. This realization shattered the last remnants of hope and discontent within everyone. Seizing the moment, Fuyue proclaimed, I announce that starting tomorrow, all shops and enterprises under the Uchiha name will allocate half of their income as a special tax to be submitted directly to Lord Hokage for his complete discretion. He surveyed the crowd, his voice leaving no room for doubt. This is the sincerity of the Uchiha clan. Is there anyone who opposes? No one dared to speak. Oppose? With what? Would they use their own 3 tomo to challenge those 3 pairs of ominous Mangekyo? A day later, in the Hokage's office, Minato gazed at the report presented by the Umbu along with the property transfer agreement personally signed by Uchiha Fuyue, momentarily at a loss for words. Half of the income. The Uchiha clan had operated in Konoha for decades, with their enterprises spanning various industries. That half of the income was an astronomical sum that would make any feudal lord envious. I merely intended to give these arrogant individuals a lesson, perhaps to make an example of one, he mused. Yet, this monkey not only stayed, but brought the entire flower fruit mountain as tribute. This maneuver was truly beyond comprehension. However, the money was undeniably enticing. With this substantial sum, Konoha's already strained finances from the Ninetales incident and rebuilding efforts became remarkably ample. Funds could be allocated to expand the Ninja Academy, enhance educational investment, increase mission rewards, and improve ninja welfare. Additionally, substantial investments could be made in medical and research departments to pave the way for the eternal Mangekyo plan. They could even prepare a generous settlement for the approaching Uzumaki clan members. Each item required a vast amount of financial support. And now, Uchiha Fuyue had helped him resolve this significant dilemma. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on urgently, the sound imbued with palpable anxiety. Enter. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, hardly catching his breath. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence. The message previously relayed by Lord Jiraiya from the Land of Grass indicated that after sending Umbu to investigate, the surviving Uzumaki settlement is under attack by an unidentified force. Chapter 20. The Uzumaki Clan. The Arrival of the Mighty Man. Wait, is this mighty man the fourth Hokage? An attack? Minato furrowed his brow. The ink on the intelligence scroll was still damp, yet the content felt as piercing as a steel needle. He had just resolved to bring the surviving Uzumaki back to Konoha, and even had half of the welcoming plan drafted. Yet, before he could even retrieve them, he received an urgent alarm of an attack. It seemed the ninja world enjoyed playing such unamusing pranks on him. What about Kakashi? He inquired. To be cautious, he had dispatched the first wave of Umbu reconnaissance teams and had sent Kakashi out as well. The kneeling Umbu ninja quickly responded, "Report, Lord Hokage. According to the latest intelligence, Kakashi-senpai's team will take at least half a day to reach the target location." Half a day? In the midst of an ongoing attack. That time frame could solidify everything. Minato lightly tapped his fingers against the desk, producing a rhythmic sound. Which mobile squad is closest to the Land of Grass? It's Team 3. Might Guy, Nara Shikamaru, and Ebisu. The Umbu listed 3 names. Minato paused momentarily. Guy's team. Their youthful vigor would be ample for a head-on assault against a mountain. However, dealing with an incident potentially involving foreign ninja required precise rescue efforts, and something felt off. What he needed was a scalpel, not a battering ram. Notify Kakashi and Might Guy to abandon their original route and head towards the border of the Land of Grass at full speed. Yes, the Umbu ninja acknowledged the order, preparing to leave in an instant. Wait, Minato called him back. He stood from the Hokage's seat and casually took the white ceremonial robe hanging on the back of his chair. No need to notify them. He donned the ceremonial robe, his movements deliberate yet imbued with undeniable resolve. I will go myself. The Umbu ninja was taken aback. Lord Hokage, you intend to take action personally? For a group of refugees outside the village? However, he saw no explanation forthcoming. He only witnessed the golden-haired man's figure vanish into a silent golden glow. In the office, only those understated words lingered in the air. In the previous moment, the scent of musty paperwork and ink from the Hokage's office still lingered. In the next moment, a heavy stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning would violently fill the entire nasal cavity. The air was pierced by heart-wrenching cries, intermingled with the sharp clang of weapons and the thunderous explosions of ninjutsu. At the border of the Kusa no Kuni, within a gorge surrounded by dense forests, what should have been a tranquil haven for the survivors of the Uzumaki clan had transformed into a hellish inferno. Dozens of ninjas, adorned with the headbands of Kusa shinobi, were cruelly slaughtering the civilians within the settlement. Their movements were swift and efficient, clearly indicative of their familiarity with such grim tasks. The life force of these red-haired bastards is truly tenacious. One Kusa ninja kicked open a wooden door, gazing greedily at the women and children huddled together inside. Take everything of value. Spare no women or children. I've heard that the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is worth a fortune on the black market. Meanwhile, a tall Kusa ninja captain was holding a kunai against the neck of a young woman. The woman, possessing the signature Uzumaki red hair, fiercely shielded a child behind her, trembling violently with fear, yet refusing to step back. Give it up, girl, the Kusa captain sneered, his laughter sickening. Your bloodline is your original sin. Today marks the day of your clan's complete annihilation. With a forceful twist of his wrist, the sharp kunai was about to slice through her snowy white neck. The woman closed her eyes in despair. A soft thud echoed as the kunai plunged into flesh. Yet, the anticipated excruciating pain did not arrive. The woman cautiously opened her eyes, only to witness a scene that would be etched in her memory forever. The Kusa captain, who had been grinning just moments ago, stood frozen in place, his body rigid. Though his forward motion remained, the arm gripping the kunai had been severed at the shoulder, falling lifelessly to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Behind him, an unknown figure had appeared. Golden hair cascaded down, and a ceremonial robe adorned with red patterns graced his form. The man simply stood there, one hand resting casually on the shoulder of the Kusa captain, as if offering a friendly greeting. The Kusa captain struggled to turn his head, feeling no pain, his mind unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. When did this person appear? He received no answer, only the sight of a rapidly enlarging blue chakra sphere in his vision. Aloham echoed. The violent spinning force instantly tore through his chest plate, shattered his bones, and reduced his insides to a pulp. The Kusa captain's body flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing heavily into a burning wooden house. Silence fell once more. The battlefield felt as though it had been paused, with all Kusa ninjas and Uzumaki clansmen frozen in shock at the sudden appearance of the golden figure. The captain was killed? What is happening? Who is that person? Instant kill? No time to react. The surviving Kusa ninjas were left in a state of bewilderment. Their captain was a genuine elite jonin, a fierce character who had survived the battleground of the Third Great Ninja War. How could he be defeated in a single strike? Don't panic. He is alone, shouted a small Kusa leader, his voice trembling yet attempting to stabilize the morale. We have dozens of us. Let us overwhelm him together. Use ninjutsu to drown him. Form up. Doton. Yomi Numa. Futon. Great breakthrough. Several Kusa ninjas snapped back to reality and began forming hand seals. However, the man merely looked up calmly. In his azure eyes, an orange-red ring subtly emerged, and his pupils transformed into horizontal slits. Sage mode. At the same time, 3 pitch-black tomo appeared within those horizontal pupils, starting to rotate slowly. In his perception, the world was utterly deconstructed. The flow of air, the trajectory of chakra, the slightest twitch of every enemy's muscle, nothing was hidden. Too slow. A soft sigh escaped his lips. In a flash of golden light, his figure vanished from sight. Where is he? Watch out behind you. Ah! The screams erupted in chaos. The Kusa ninjas who were forming seals suddenly stiffened, then crumpled to the ground. Each of their necks bore a thin line of blood. A golden light weaved through the panicking crowd, each flicker signaling the end of a life. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, elegant, and efficient massacre. The surviving Kusa ninjas completely collapsed. They could not discern the enemy's movements, only perceiving the golden trajectory reminiscent of a reaper's scythe. Fear washed over them like a chilling tide, drowning their rationality. A demon! A demon! Run! We are no match for him. They discarded their weapons, crying out as they fled deeper into the forest. However, that golden light pursued each individual with relentless precision. In less than 10 seconds, the battlefield returned to silence. Dozens of Kusa ninjas lay lifeless in pools of blood. The man slowly descended to the center of the settlement, shaking off the bloodied kunai. His white ceremonial robe remained pristine. He turned around, dispelling sage mode, and the overwhelming natural pressure dissipated. He approached the red-haired woman he had saved first, a gentle smile gracing his face. Are you all right? The woman continued to clutch the child, staring blankly at him, unable to utter a word. The surrounding Uzumaki clansmen wore expressions of shock and disbelief. They gazed at the sea of corpses and then at this man, who appeared like a descending deity, feeling as though they were trapped in a surreal dream. Just then, an elderly Uzumaki clan elder, leaning on a cane, trembled forward. His lips quivered, and his murky eyes fixated on the ceremonial robe behind the man. The vivid red character, burning like flame, CC Daimu. His voice was rough and hoarse, as if sandpaper had worn it down. This title reverberated like thunder in the minds of all the survivors. The 4th Hokage? Which 4th Hokage? A young clansman murmured, recalling a legend. Could it be the yellow flash of Konoha? Boom. Everyone's minds buzzed, falling into a blank state. The 4th Hokage of Konoha? One of the pinnacle figures in the ninja world, the legendary Yellow Flash, had personally appeared in this forsaken place to rescue these forgotten remnants of a doomed clan? How could this be possible? The elder could no longer maintain his composure, his legs buckling as he knelt before the man, paying a deep bow. I am Uzumaki Yashihira, paying my respects to the 4th Hokage. With a rustle, all the Uzumaki clansmen, regardless of age or gender, knelt in reverence. Awe, gratitude, and a profound bewilderment from narrowly escaping death intertwined on each of their faces. Hokage-sama, why are you here? Uzumaki Yashihira raised his head, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The man did not respond immediately. He simply stepped forward and gently helped the elderly elder to his feet. No need for such formalities. His movements were light, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. He surveyed the weary, tattered individuals who still held onto the stubborn spirit of their bloodline, feeling a twinge of emotion within. He smiled, his expression akin to the warm sun in winter. Kushina sends her regards to all of you. Those words left the entire Uzumaki clan in stunned silence. Kushina? They thought that their once little princess, who had perished in the war of annihilation in the country of whirlpools, was long gone. Watergate paused momentarily, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. I have come to take you home. The words home resonated with an enchanting power, striking at the softest and most painful part of every member of the Uzumaki clan's heart. The elder named Uzumaki Masahiko trembled violently, gazing at Watergate, as something uncontrollable surged in his murky old eyes. Home was like a key that unlocked the long-sealed gates of their hearts. Tears streamed down Uzumaki Masahiko's eyes as he tightly gripped Watergate's arm, as if clinging to the last straw of hope, his body shaking with excitement. We can still have a home. Behind them, suppressed sobs began to rise, quickly merging into a chorus. Over the years, they had lived like hunted mice, fleeing to evade the pursuit of enemies, sacrificing their names, dignity, and everything else to prevent their meager bloodline from being extinguished. They believed they were forgotten souls, lost to the world. Yet now, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the pinnacle of the ninja world, had personally descended here to tell them they could return home. This revelation was enough to shatter the defenses they had built over decades of suffering. Lady Kushina, is she well? The first red-haired woman saved by Watergate asked timidly, cradling her child. She is well, Watergate replied with a gentle smile. She is now a hero of Konoha and my wife. He looked around at the emaciated yet resilient clan members. Konoha will be your strongest support. There, your children can attend the finest ninja academies, and your talents and sealing techniques will be respected and fully utilized. You will no longer be rootless drifters. Each of his words was like a warm beam of light, illuminating the hearts of these weathered Uzumaki people. A few brave adolescents peered from behind their parents, their gazes filled with a mixture of awe and admiration. Are you the legendary Yellow Flash? You appeared in a flash just now. So cool. Will I be able to become as powerful as you? The children's excited chatter diluted the sorrow and bloodshed of the battlefield. Watergate knelt down, ruffling the hair of a red-haired boy. As long as you desire it, you can. Just then, a fierce wind swept through the forest, carrying an exaggeratedly fiery aura. Burn, youth. Boom. A green figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, landing heavily in a nearby clearing, shaking the ground. Tremble before the proud azure beast of Konoha, evil foes. The newcomer struck a muscular pose, his teeth glinting with confidence in the sunlight. Then he froze. The battlefield was eerily silent. Apart from the countless corpses strewn across the ground and a group of astonished red-haired civilians, there were no living enemies. Might Guy's smile stiffened. Where are the enemies? Hokage-sama. Several figures followed closely behind, leaping from the woods, with Hitaki Kakashi at the forefront. He glanced at the fallen grass ninja corpses and then at Watergate, who stood unblemished in the center of the crowd, immediately understanding the situation. It seems we have arrived too late, sensei. Might Guy then noticed Watergate and quickly dropped his comical pose, standing at attention. Reporting to Hokage-sama. Team 3 from Konoha, Might Guy, here to provide support. Watergate nodded in acknowledgement. Guy's curiosity was piqued, and he leaned closer to Kakashi, lowering his voice. Hey, Kakashi, what happened? I feel like my youth hasn't even begun to burn before the battle ended. Kakashi ignored him, examining a grass ninja's corpse before concluding moments later. The fatal wound is in the neck, a single strike, with a smooth incision. It's Sensei's specially made kunai. He stood up, gazing at Watergate's back, his emotions complex in the visible eye. This is Sensei's strength. Even a casual strike contains precision and destructive power beyond ordinary understanding. Wow. Kakashi, when did you become so impressive? You saw through all this in a glance. Might Guy circled Kakashi as if observing a rare creature. No way. There's something different about you. He suddenly halted, leaning in close to Kakashi, nearly nose to nose. Your aura has changed. That lazy, lethargic vibe has vanished, replaced by the burning fire of youth. Kakashi disdainfully pushed his face away. I simply no longer wish to waste time on trivial matters. Trivial matters? Guy was taken aback. That phrase sounded particularly odd coming from Kakashi. Weren't you the one who enjoyed doing trivial things the most? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. On the night of the Nine-Tails incident, I was powerless. I watched the village be destroyed and saw Sensei and Lady Kushina fight for their lives. I realized how foolish my so-called genius was. He raised his head, looking at Watergate, who was comforting the Uzumaki clan. It was Sensei who made me understand that being weak is, in itself, a sin. So, since that day, I have trained relentlessly. As long as I don't die from training, I will push myself to the limit. Might Guy's mouth dropped open slightly. He gazed at Kakashi, whose face was usually obscured by a mask, now revealing an unprecedented seriousness in the one visible eye. The rival he had always regarded as a lifelong opponent, who had always been laid back and seemingly uninterested in everything, had actually begun to put in effort. Moreover, judging by the tone, the intensity of his training was even more terrifying than that of this hard-working genius. A tremendous shockwave slammed into Might Guy's simple worldview. The next moment, two streams of hot tears erupted from his large, expressive eyes. Kakashi. He threw his arms around Kakashi, sobbing like a 300-pound child. You finally understand the true essence of youth. I am so moved. My rival, my dear friend, you have finally embarked on this path of sweat and tears. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. He attempted to break free, only to find Guy's grip astonishingly strong. You, let go of me. No. I shall offer my ardent tears as a blessing to your tardy youth. Watergate, overhearing the commotion behind him, shook his head in exasperation. Guy is still as lively as ever. However, Kakashi's transformation genuinely brought him comfort. That rough gem, once shrouded in pain and confusion, had finally begun to shine on its own. Might Guy cried for a while before sniffing and releasing the almost suffocated Kakashi. He wiped his tears and spoke with an envious tone, directed at Kakashi, but almost as if he were talking to himself. You are truly fortunate, Kakashi, to receive personal guidance from Hokage-sama. If only I could have such an opportunity, my youth's fire would surely burn even brighter, bright enough to illuminate the entire ninja world. He placed his hands on his hips and sighed dramatically, completely immersed in his own fantasies. The surrounding ninjas had grown accustomed to the situation, none taking his words seriously. Yet, a calm voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Do you wish for me to guide you? The astonishment of Minato Guy was abruptly halted. He stiffly turned his head and beheld Minato Namikaze, who had quietly approached him, gazing at him with a tranquil expression. The entire scene fell into silence, with every eye fixated on these two individuals, seemingly from different worlds. Guy's mind went blank. The Hokage is speaking to me? He pointed to his own nose, uncertainly asking, Are you inquiring about me? Minato nodded. Yes. His response was succinct, merely a single word. Guy felt as if his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, only to be released moments later. An overwhelming, incredulous euphoria erupted from his chest, like a volcanic explosion. He extended a trembling finger toward Minato and then back to himself. You mean you are willing to guide me? Minato nodded once more, without further elaboration, simply affirming with a gesture. Boom. Guy's mind was utterly blank. He felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of golden lightning, every cell in his body rejoicing, filled with exhilaration. Happiness arrived so abruptly. His face, flushed from overwhelming excitement, held back for several seconds. Eventually, all his emotions coalesced into a resounding, youthful shout. Yuish! The shout startled the birds in the forest into flight. The surrounding members of the Uzumaki clan recoiled in confusion, unable to comprehend why this man clad in green spandex would suddenly burst forth with such exuberance, surpassing even the fervor of the recent battle. Kakashi silently stepped aside, attempting to distance himself from this overly animated individual. Idiot, he muttered softly. Minato simply smiled, choosing not to halt Guy's exuberance. Taijutsu is an indispensable force for Konoha, and Guy possesses the potential to elevate this power to its zenith. Nurturing him holds significant importance for the future combat capabilities of Konoha. All right, Guy, Minato called out, interrupting Guy, who was still striking a victorious pose. The time for reminiscing had concluded. He turned to Uzumaki Yashihira. Elder, please gather the clan members and assess the injured and supplies. We shall depart immediately for Konoha. Chapter 22. Full Teleportation. Konoha, is our Hokage a monster? Upon Minato's declaration, a look of confusion crossed Elder Yashihira's face. Hokage-sama, the journey back to Konoha is long, especially with the elderly and children. He need not finish, as everyone understood that returning on foot would take weeks, fraught with peril, far beyond the capabilities of the frail and infirm. No need for such trouble, Minato replied with a smile. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he unfurled a sealing scroll and, with a clap, produced a large handful of specially crafted kunai. Everyone, take one and hold tight. Though the Uzumaki clan members were bewildered, they complied. The cold metallic texture of the three-pronged kunai felt unfamiliar in their hands. Kakashi and Guy's team looked on. The teacher has brought out all his kunai. Kakashi sensed an unusual ripple in the air. Guy, meanwhile, had already begun to fantasize. Souvenirs. Kunai personally crafted by the fourth Hokage. This is a testament to our youthful encounter. Minato paid no heed to the commotion, forming a simple hand seal. Hold tight. Buzz. A blinding golden light erupted from Minato, radiating outward with a thunderous roar. The brilliance did not vanish, but instead formed a colossal golden sphere, enveloping all the more than 100 Uzumaki clan members. Along with Kakashi's team, Elder Yashihira felt a blinding whiteness before him, an irresistible force pulling him. The world, in his perception, was torn apart and then reassembled in an instant. The next moment, the acrid scent of blood and char vanished, replaced by fresh air and the bustling sounds of a marketplace. Beneath his feet, the slippery mud transformed into solid, even cobblestones. In the distance, the monumental Hokage rock loomed under the sunlight, surveying the entire village of Konoha. They had arrived. Just a moment ago, they were in a remote gorge of the land of grass, and now they stood on one of the most bustling streets of Konoha. Unbelievable. It was simply unfathomable. Have we arrived? My heavens. What kind of ninjutsu is this? All the Uzumaki clan members stood frozen, the kunai clattering to the ground. They gazed at the lively streets around them and the villagers casting astonished glances, their minds blank. The Konoha barrier team was thrown into a frenzy. Alarm! Alarm! A large-scale unidentified chakra response has appeared in the village center. Over 100 individuals. Rapidly stabilizing. How is that possible? There are no signs of a breach in the barrier. Several figures swiftly arrived. They were ninjas from the Konoha Guard. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared red-haired men, women, and children, they immediately assumed defensive stances. Who are you? Just then, the golden light dissipated, revealing the central figure. Everyone stand down, Minato's voice was calm. Upon seeing the white ceremonial robe and golden hair, all the Konoha Guard ninjas were momentarily stunned. Fourth Hokage-sama. They promptly sheathed their weapons and knelt on one knee. The villagers also recognized their Hokage, bowing respectfully, though their curious gazes never ceased. My heavens! That golden light was conjured by Hokage-sama? How did he accomplish that? How could he suddenly summon so many people? Whispers erupted. Meanwhile, Guy's reaction was the most exaggerated. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, supporting himself with his hands to avoid completely falling. What just happened? He turned to Kakashi, his movements somewhat stiff. Weren't we in the land of grass? How did we? Kakashi stood nearby, though he feigned calmness. The visible eye reflected lingering shock. He was aware of the Flying Thunder God technique, yet he had never fathomed it could be applied to such an extent. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a miracle. This is the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi explained in a dry tone. Don't think about it. I couldn't learn this myself. Guy opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. For the first time, he felt that his youth and fervor were utterly insignificant in the face of such a higher-dimensional force. He suddenly held an unparalleled anticipation for the guidance that Minato had promised. What kind of taijutsu would a man who could develop the Flying Thunder God to such a degree impart to him? At that moment, a man wearing glasses, appearing to be a senior administrative ninja, rushed in with two umbu. Hokage-sama. He first bowed, then looked at the hundreds of Uzumaki clan members. His face filled with urgency and confusion. You have returned. But the village's perception barrier showed no response. This is unprecedented. A mass transfer of this scale. What if they are enemies? This was a challenge to the Hokage's actions, as well as an instinctive reaction from a technical officer. Minato merely glanced at him. I brought them back. The 6 simple words carried an undeniable weight. The administrative ninja was taken aback. You brought them back? Using space-time ninjutsu? With over 100 people? His voice, heightened by overwhelming astonishment, took on a somewhat shrill quality. The surrounding ninjas also heard it, and a collective gasp echoed through the air. They were familiar with the concept of space-time ninjutsu, and the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed legendary. However, to employ space-time ninjutsu for the teleportation of hundreds of individuals? What magnitude of chakra reserves would such a feat require? It was akin to a whisper of the first Hokage's might, some murmured. No, the first Hokage created life with wood release, while the fourth Hokage distorted space itself. These are two distinct forms of monstrosity. Our Hokage has indeed attained such unimaginable power. Awe, admiration, fervor, various emotions fermented within the crowd. The face of the administrative jonin flushed crimson as he realized the stupidity of his question. Before absolute power, any rules and protocols appeared utterly feeble. I have misspoken. He bowed deeply. Just then, a fiery red figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Minato. Kushina had arrived. She first spotted Minato, and then her gaze traversed past him to the bewildered members of her clan. She recognized Elder Uzumaki Masahiko, the aunt who had once held her, and many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Kushina's body froze. Elder Masahiko? She tentatively called out. Elder Masahiko's murky old eyes widened in an instant as he beheld the striking red-haired woman before him, her visage gradually resembling that of the little princess from his memories. Lady Kushina, it is I. Unable to contain herself any longer, Kushina rushed forward and embraced the weeping elder. I have returned. I have brought you all home. No, it was Minato who brought us home. Kushina held her clan members tightly, then turned and hastened to Minato's side. She said nothing but opened her arms and embraced her husband fervently. Thank you, Minato. Her body trembled slightly. Thank you for helping me find my family. Minato gently patted her back, feeling her excitement and joy. It was all worth it. He entrusted the subsequent arrangement to the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, allowing Kushina to accompany them, while he led Kakashi and Might Guy toward the training field. Now, it was time to address these two problematic students. Minato observed Might Guy, who was exuberantly dancing with excitement at the prospect of finally receiving guidance, and glanced at Kakashi, who, though silent, was clearly filled with anticipation. His sage mode had dramatically increased his chakra and heightened his perception of natural energy. Yet, mere enhancement was insufficient. During the Ninetales rampage, Obito had showcased his kaleidoscopic abilities and that eerie intangibility, ringing alarm bells in Minato's mind. In the future, the enemies of the ninja world would only grow stronger, potentially even manifesting as beings of the Six Paths caliber. His Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, and Sage Mode all had room for improvement, particularly in Taijutsu. The Sage Mode's Frog Kata, while formidable, was still lacking. Before him lay an immediate opportunity, a treasure trove of supreme Taijutsu, the Eight Gates. This forbidden technique, which exchanged life for instantaneous power, had previously enabled the man named Might Guy to deliver a climactic finale. Guy. Minato halted his steps. Yes, Hokage-sama. Might Guy immediately stood at attention. Minato regarded him, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. The principle of the Eight Gates is to remove the body's restrictions on chakra, unleashing power that transcends limits. But what if he were to employ Sage Mode while opening the Eight Gates? By utilizing a continuous stream of vitality and recuperative ability to counteract the immense side effects of the Eight Gates, would this be feasible? He needed to investigate. He needed to personally experience the power of the Eight Gates. Your training will be arduous. Minato spoke. I fear no hardship. For the sake of youth, I am willing to do anything. Might Guy responded loudly. Minato smiled. Excellent. Then before I guide you, let me see where your limits lie. Come at me with all your might. Chapter 23, A Palm That Annihilates the Peacock. Guy, my youth has been entirely dismissed by Hokage-sama. Training ground. Come at me with all your might. Minato's words were calm, yet they caused Might Guy's fiery expression to freeze instantly. Hokage-sama. This. Guy hesitated. The Eight Gates are a forbidden technique. Once activated, power would exponentially surge, making it difficult for even him to control perfectly. Moreover, his opponent was the Hokage. Harming the Hokage would be an egregious crime. You are worried about injuring me? Minato saw through his thoughts and chuckled. Guy, dispel those absurd concerns. If you cannot even make me move, then this guidance would be meaningless. Kakashi silently stepped back a few paces, creating ample space for the two. Internally, he was far from calm. Just how powerful is the teacher-S taijutsu? This question, perhaps, only a handful of individuals in Konoha could answer. After all, no enemy had ever pushed the Yellow Flash to forego his elusive space-time ninjutsu in favor of resolving matters with mere fists and feet. Today, he might witness a glimpse of the iceberg's tip. I understand. Guy's hesitation was entirely dispelled by Minato's words. Yes, the opponent is the fourth Hokage, the pinnacle of the ninja world. His own concerns were, in essence, a form of distrust. So, Hokage-sama, I beg your pardon. Guy's body suddenly sank, adopting the stance of the gentle fist. 8 gates. First gate, the opening of the door. Open. Boom. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Guy's body, shattering the first limitation. A faint red hue appeared on his skin, and his muscles visibly swelled. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. So fast. Kakashi's single eye widened in shock. This speed surpassed that of the vast majority of Jonin. Guy's silhouette reappeared to Minato's right, delivering a fierce whip kick that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Minato's head. Minato did not move. He simply raised his left hand nonchalantly, precisely intercepting the path of the kick. Crack! A crisp sound resonated. Guy's foot, capable of snapping a giant tree, was effortlessly blocked by Minato. Furthermore, Minato's body did not even flinch. Guy's assault did not cease. Second gate, the healing gate. Open. Chakra surged once more. His speed and power escalated to a new level, transforming him into a flurry of green afterimages that unleashed a torrential storm of attacks upon Minato from all directions. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each strike was immensely powerful. Yet, Minato merely stood in place, his hands moving like dancing butterflies, consistently blocking and deflecting all of Guy's assaults with minimal movement and utmost precision. He appeared to handle it effortlessly, perhaps even with a hint of boredom. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, felt sweat bead on his palms. He wondered to himself, if he were in Guy's reckless position, how long could he remain as steady as a mountain? Perhaps not even 10 seconds. Yet the teachers seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Is this the extent of your abilities, Guy? Minato spoke, a trace of evident disappointment in his voice. Not enough. Completely insufficient. Your power is far too scattered. Each of your attacks wastes at least 30% of its potential. Is this how you squander your burning youth? Every word from Minato struck Guy's heart like a heavy hammer. Aya! Guy let out a furious roar. Third gate, the life gate. Open. Fourth gate, the injury gate. Open. Boom. The verdant chakra mist surged forth from Kai's body as if it were tangible. His speed increased dramatically once more, with a single punch. The air erupted with a thunderous crack. Li Lianhua. At that moment, Watergate chose not to block. As Kai's fist approached his face, his figure flickered and vanished. Kai's punch missed, and the overwhelming force nearly caused him to lose his balance. Behind you, Watergate's voice resonated. Kai's body instantaneously froze. Ding. Detection indicates the host is delving into the 8 gates of Duinjia, triggering a special mission. Mission name, Mastery Development Plan for Taijutsu. Mission objective, during this spar, assist Might Guy in comprehending the deeper levels of the 8 gates of Duinjia and successfully unlock the 6th gate, the Jingmen. Mission reward, double the experience points for the comprehension of the 8 gates of Duinjia. A conceptual blueprint for the perfect level Taijutsu, Night Guy. It has arrived. Watergate's heart stirred. He had deliberately feigned weakness and provoked Kai with words, waiting for this moment. The 8 gates of Duinjia, this ultimate form of martial arts, must be his. Especially when paired with his sage body, it might give birth to an entirely new, side-effect-free sage technique of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Your speed is still too slow. Watergate's palm gently pressed against the back of Kai's heart. Moreover, there are numerous flaws. A gentle yet irresistible force surged forth, causing Kai's chakra to momentarily stagnate, abruptly halting the explosive energy. Kai gasped for breath, sweat soaking his green bodysuit. He had lost, completely and utterly, from beginning to end. He had not forced the Hokage to move an inch. Why? Kai's voice was somewhat hoarse. My attacks were utterly ineffective. Because your power lacks foundation. Watergate withdrew his hand. You merely recklessly activated your body's limiters, allowing chakra to flow unchecked, without learning how to harness it. You are akin to a 3-year-old wielding a formidable weapon, appearing fearsome, yet easily toppled with a push. Watergate's words rendered both Kai and Kakashi speechless. Harness? The power of the 8 gates of Duinjia can be harnessed? Hokage-sama, do you mean? Kai inquired, perplexed. Watergate did not answer directly. Continue. 5th gate, Dumen. Open. Watergate proclaimed the command for him. What? Kai exclaimed, panic-stricken. After the 5th gate. My body will. With me here, you shall not perish, Watergate interjected. Open. Kai gritted his teeth, choosing to trust. 5th gate, Dumen. Open. Boom. An even more terrifying surge of chakra erupted, Kai's muscles bulging, every vein in his body visible. He felt every cell within him wailing in agony. Now, feel the chakra 3 inches below your right knee. It is spiraling out of control. Control it. Reel it back. Watergate's voice thundered in Kai's mind. Instinctively, he complied, concentrating his thoughts in that direction, feeling the wild energy rampaging. He exerted all his strength to rein in that power. Buzz. A miraculous event transpired. As he guided the unruly chakra back on course, he felt a slight enhancement in his control over his body. The tearing pain eased somewhat. Left shoulder. Your power is fragmented there. Reconnect it. Waist. The core of your strength. Do not let the chakra merely flow. Let it form a vortex. While effortlessly evading Kai's attacks, Watergate continuously provided guidance. Kakashi was utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? An impromptu lesson during a battle? Furthermore, it was on the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Duinjia. How could he possess such profound understanding of the 8 gates? It was more absurd than actually having the 8 gates himself. Under Watergate's guidance, Kai felt himself entering a realm of profound insight. His control over his body and his utilization of chakra were enhancing at an astonishing rate. He sensed that he could grow even stronger. 6th gate, Jingmen. Open. This time, it was Kai who shouted it out with fervor. Boom! The green steam soared into the sky, forming a colossal vortex that cracked the ground beneath. Kai's body was entirely enveloped in a boiling green energy. His aura reached a level that even Kakashi found suffocating. I did it. Kai roared with exhilaration, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. Hokage-sama, witness my technique. Chao Konke. He threw a punch, unleashing countless fists imbued with burning green flames, raining down upon Watergate like a meteor shower. Each fireball possessed power comparable to A-rank fire release. Kakashi's scalp prickled with dread. How can one evade such an attack? Yet, Watergate remained rooted in place. Showing no intention of dodging, he simply raised his right hand slowly. At the moment the fiery rain was about to descend, he gently pushed forward. Scatter. Just one word. An invisible, vast force of natural energy emanated from his palm. There was no explosion, no roar. The torrential firestorm that could have obliterated the entire training ground vanished silently upon contact with that energy, as if snow melting in the sun. The world fell silent. Kai remained frozen in his punching stance, dazed. Kakashi's mouth hung agape, unable to utter a single word. Watergate withdrew his hand, and the immense pressure of natural energy dissipated. He looked at the bewildered Kai and smiled. Have you learned? Use your mind to harness your youth. Chapter 24. Kakashi receives an external aid. Watergate, want to close the Sharingan? First, use lightning release to create a star. The training ground lay in complete silence. The fiery rain had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. A faint charred scent lingered in the air, mingling with the fresh aura of natural energy, creating a peculiar balance. Might Guy remained in his punching posture, the green steam enveloping him rapidly dissipating. His face, flushed from unleashing the 6th gate, was now filled with confusion. His most powerful technique, Chao Konke, had simply vanished, without even a ripple. Watergate retracted his palm, calmly observing his 2 students. Ding. Special mission. Mastery Development Plan for Taijutsu has been completed. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Mission reward. Permanent doubling of experience points for the comprehension of the 8 gates of Duinjia. A conceptual blueprint for the perfect level Taijutsu, Night Guy. A torrent of complex information flooded Watergate's mind. It was not a mere blueprint, but a pure concept. How to condense the power of life burned to its zenith through specific meridian pathways into a singularity. To exceed the limits of speed and even distort space itself. A single kick could bring an end. So this is it. This is the true culmination of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Thud. Might Guy could no longer withstand it. His legs buckled, and he knelt upon the ground. He gasped for breath, every muscle in his body lamenting in pain. Yet, he paid no heed to this. He merely stared blankly at Watergate, the man who had not even flinched. Hokage-sama, what was that technique you just used? Sagard, Watergate replied simply. He offered no further explanation, for he noticed another individual who had remained silent since earlier, Kakashi Hitaki. He stood there, hands in his pockets, head bowed, obscuring his expression. But Watergate could sense it. He could sense a change in the aura emanating from Kakashi. It was a mixture of shock, frustration, and an overwhelming desire, akin to a famished wolf fixating on an elusive prey. Minato was all too familiar with this sensation. On the fateful night of the Kyuubi incident, when Kakashi lay helpless amidst the ruins, he radiated the same aura, self-loathing for his own weakness and a frenzied yearning for formidable power. Kakashi, Minato began. Kakashi's body trembled slightly as he slowly lifted his head. You wish to become stronger. Minato stated this as a fact. Kakashi did not respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Might Guy noticed his friend's unusual demeanor, struggling to rise. Kakashi, I can teach you. Minato interrupted Guy. He held Kakashi, his disciple, in high regard. Otherwise, he would not have kept him by his side so often. Since Kakashi aspired to grow stronger, Minato felt it was his duty not to let him dwindle into mediocrity. Having recently unlocked the Sharingan, he had gained insights into its application. Thus, a brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. Kakashi suddenly turned to Minato. "Sensei, your issue does not lie in talent or effort." Minato stepped closer. "Your problem is wastefulness." "Wastefulness?" Kakashi was puzzled. "This eye of yours." Minato gestured towards the left eye concealed beneath Kakashi's forehead protector. "It functions like a tap that cannot be turned off, incessantly draining your chakra. Your body is not of the Uchiha. You cannot activate and deactivate it at will. Therefore, you are perpetually in a state of deficit." Kakashi's body froze. This was his greatest secret and also his most significant weakness. Due to insufficient chakra, he could not sustain high-intensity jutsu for long periods, even while he slept. This eye depleted his energy. "Sensei, this was left to me by Obito. I never said I wanted to remove it." Minato smiled. "I merely said, I will teach you how to turn it off." "Turn it off." This time, even Might Guy gasped in astonishment. The idea of deactivating the Sharingan was entirely beyond their comprehension. "Theoretically, it is feasible," Minato replied casually, as if discussing what to have for dinner. "The activation of the Sharingan results from chakra flowing through specific meridians in the eye. If it can flow in, it can also be halted. If your body cannot do so voluntarily, we shall employ external force. With your proficiency in right chakra, we shall condense it into imperceptible needles to precisely stimulate key acupuncture points around the eye, temporarily cutting off the chakra supply." Minato's words were delivered lightly. Yet Kakashi and Guy felt a chill run down their spines. Using right chakra as needles to stimulate the area around the eye? That was the most densely packed region of the brain and visual nerves. A minor miscalculation could yield catastrophic consequences, temporary blindness at best, and complete mental incapacitation at worst. "Sensei, this is too dangerous." Kakashi immediately objected. "Therefore, you must practice." Minato seemed to have anticipated his reaction, retrieving a mundane, water-filled rubber ball from his ninja tool pouch. "What is this?" Kakashi asked, bewildered. "Your new toy." Minato tossed the water ball to him. "Before you can perform surgery on a goldfish using right chakra, practice with this." "Practice?" Kakashi echoed, bewildered. "Indeed," Minato extended a finger. "Your goal is to use your right chakra to reshape the water inside this ball into a perfect pentagram without breaking it, and maintain that shape for at least 10 minutes. Kakashi stood there, dumbfounded. Controlling the liquid form within a soft water ball using chakra transformation? This was beyond mere control. It was something only a genius could achieve. "Is this impossible?" Minato inquired. Kakashi fell silent. "Then give up." Minato's voice was calm. "Continue allowing that precious eye of yours to drain you." Kakashi gripped the water ball tightly. He recalled the Kyuubi incident, when he could only watch helplessly as his teacher and Kushina perished. He remembered Guy unleashing such immense power, only to have it effortlessly neutralized by Minato. And what of himself? What could he, the so-called genius, accomplish? "I will do it." The words squeezed through Kakashi's clenched teeth. "Excellent." Minato nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Guy, who was still gasping on the ground. "As for you, Guy?" "Yes." "Hokage-sama." Guy sprang to his feet. "Your issue lies in your inability to control your power. Starting today, your training task will be to practice fine chakra control while in the state of the 8 gates. For instance, try sewing with the 3rd gate open." "What?" Guy's jaw nearly dropped. "Sewing with the 3rd gate open? What kind of devilish training is this? When you can effortlessly thread a needle while in the 4th gate state, you shall graduate." Minato clapped his hands, no longer paying attention to his 2 stupefied disciples. "All right, my teaching time has concluded. The path has been laid before you. How far you go depends on your own efforts." He turned and walked towards the training grounds exit. "Sensei, where are you going?" Kakashi instinctively asked. Minato did not look back, merely waving his hand. "I am going to arrange accommodations for your soon-to-be mother-in-law's family." The sunlight cast a long shadow behind him, his white ceremonial robe fluttering in the wind. On the training ground, only Kakashi and Might Guy remained, exchanging glances. After a long silence, Guy suddenly wrapped his arms around Kakashi's shoulders, tears brimming in his eyes. "Kakashi, my dear friend, are you also ready to ignite your youth? I'm so moved." Kakashi pushed him away in distaste. He gazed down at the water ball in his hand, his typically languid expression replaced by unprecedented focus. He extended his right index finger, a minuscule arc of electricity flickering at its tip. Carefully, he pressed his fingertip against the surface of the rubber water ball. A faint current surged through it. The tranquil surface of the water within rippled. He was determined to grow stronger, to become powerful enough to protect everything. Chapter 25. The birth of the first volume king of Konoha. 3 months later, the streets of Konoha brimmed with a newfound vitality following the post-war reconstruction. Particularly, the newly planned residential area on the eastern side of the village was filled daily with laughter and cheer. Hokage-sama. Good morning. A red-haired woman with her hair styled in a bun waved her vegetable basket enthusiastically upon spotting Minato. You look even more handsome. Our boy is getting ready to be named Uzumaki Minato. What do you think? Minato's smile faltered momentarily. This was the third Uzumaki clan member seeking to name their child after him. Ever since he brought the survivors of the Uzumaki clan back to Konoha and granted them official villager status along with the best resources for resettlement. This overwhelming enthusiasm had become part of his daily life. Hokage-sama, try our freshly made rice cakes. They are truly the most authentic craftsmanship of our clan. Another red-haired youth pushed through, unceremoniously thrusting an oil paper package into Minato's arms. Thank you, everyone. Minato felt as though he was about to be submerged in a sea of gratitude. He made a hasty retreat, seeking a moment of tranquility. The third training ground is a remarkable place. Even before approaching, one can hear the deafening roar, intermittently accompanied by vigorous shouts. Watergate silently descended upon the crown of a grand tree. The scene at the center of the training ground appeared somewhat bizarre. My guy was performing a single-finger handstand in an extremely contorted posture, his muscles trembling, his skin flushed with an unusual hue. The fourth gate, the wounded gate. Open. He chanted fervently. Youth, after all, is about seeking exquisite brilliance amidst the depths of pain. Before him lay an embroidery frame, and with his other hand, he carefully threaded a delicate needle. Sweat dripped from his brow, landing softly on the ground. Finally, the thread passed through the eye of the needle. Yush! Guy let out a thunderous cheer, nearly losing his balance. Meanwhile, Kakashi sat cross-legged, cradling a water sphere with focused intensity. A delicate strand of lightning chakra, akin to a living tentacle, gently probed into the water sphere, meticulously sculpting within. Watergate watched with interest. Kakashi's chakra control had improved significantly compared to 3 months prior. At that moment, Kakashi halted his actions, exhaling deeply. Inside the pristine water sphere, a mass of water had been deftly shaped into a perfect pentagram, floating serenely. He had succeeded. Kakashi slowly lowered his forehead protector, revealing a seemingly ordinary black pupil. He blinked that eye effortlessly, without a trace of discomfort. In the next instant, with a mere thought, chakra surged once more. The ordinary eye transformed, 3 black tomo appearing in an instant, slowly revolving. The Sharingan had been activated. With another thought, the tomo faded, reverting to an ordinary eye. He became, apart from Watergate, the first ninja capable of freely activating and deactivating the Sharingan without relying on the Uchiha bloodline. Teacher, Hokage-sama. Kakashi and Guy simultaneously noticed Watergate perched upon the tree, promptly halting their training and standing at attention. Well done. Watergate leaped down from the tree, landing before them. Thank you, Sensei, Kakashi expressed sincerely. Without you, I might never have escaped that faucet. Now, he finally understood the sensation of abundant chakra. Hokage-sama. Me too. Guy rushed over, tears brimming in his eyes. I can now perfectly control the 6th gate. I even feel that the 7th gate is not so far out of reach. He pounded his chest, brimming with confidence. Excellent. Watergate nodded with satisfaction. It seems my training methods have proven effective. He flexed his wrist. However, in these 3 months, it is not only you who have progressed. Kakashi and Guy were taken aback. Teacher? Watergate smiled, offering no explanation. He merely sank slightly, a vast reservoir of chakra beginning to awaken within him. The 1st gate. The open gate. Open. Boom. A shockwave radiated from him. Kakashi and Guy's expressions shifted instantly. This aura was the 8 gates. The 2nd gate, the rest gate. Open. The 3rd gate, the life gate. Open. Watergate's voice remained steady, as though merely counting. Yet, each utterance sent their hearts racing. Has the teacher also mastered the 8 gates? And so effortlessly? The 4th gate, the wounded gate. Open. The 5th gate, the limit gate. Open. Green chakra steam began to rise from Watergate's body. He exhibited no signs of reddening skin or bulging veins as Guy had. His body, bolstered by the formidable vitality of Senju Hashirama's cells, perfectly withstood this power. The 6th gate, the view gate. Open. Boom. A torrent of green steam shot skyward, nearly identical to the eruption when Guy opened his gates, yet Watergate's presence was far more stable and profound. Kakashi and Guy were rendered speechless, merely staring in awe. They watched their teacher achieve in mere seconds what had taken Guy years of arduous training. Yet, this was not the end. Watergate lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his azure eyes. The seventh gate, the shock gate. Open. Boom. A shockwave tenfold more intense erupted. Terrifying blue steam, akin to tangible flames, surged from all parts of Watergate's being, enveloping him entirely. The ground of the training ground cracked under the immense pressure. Kakashi and Guy were compelled to retreat, their faces etched with astonishment. The seventh gate. That was a realm even Guy dared only to imagine, but had never truly approached. Just as their shock reached its zenith, Watergate, surrounded by swirling blue steam, slowly raised his right hand. Buzz! A rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere materialized in his palm. Rasengan. Kakashi and Guy's minds went blank. This was not mere astonishment. It was a collapse of their worldview. This is impossible. Kakashi's voice turned shrill with disbelief. Guy pointed at Watergate, his finger trembling uncontrollably, using ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates. The 8 gates are a pure taijutsu forbidden technique, trading life energy for superhuman physical power. Once opened, all chakra is devoted to enhancing the body, leaving no room for the delicate control required for ninjutsu. This is the ironclad rule of forbidden techniques. It is the consensus among all taijutsu practitioners. Yet now, Watergate has shattered this. Not only had he unlocked the terrifying 7th gate, but he had also effortlessly executed an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, in that state. Watergate cradled the steadily rotating Rasengan, feeling the relentless power coursing through him. The fusion of Sage Body and the 8 gates yielded results beyond his expectations. He looked at his 2 students, now completely petrified, and smiled. Chakra is meant to be used like this. Chapter 26. Using ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates? Guy, my youth is ablaze. Buzzing. The Rasengan spun peacefully in Watergate's palm, radiating a stable blue light. The blue steam encircling him marked the activation of the 7th gate, its terrifying energy even causing slight distortions in the surrounding space. Yet, Watergate himself remained calm, as if taking a leisurely stroll in a garden. Chakra is meant to be used like this. This phrase became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Thud. My Guy knelt on both knees, not from exhaustion, but from complete mental defeat. He raised his head, his face, usually ablaze with fervor, now vacant. Using ninjutsu while opening the 8 gates? Even the 7th gate. This is no longer ninjutsu. This is sage art. This is a miracle. In the next moment, 2 streams of hot tears erupted from Guy's expressive eyes, more torrential than ever before. Yuish! A shout resounded through the heavens, even breaking the sound barrier. Erupting from his lips, he sprang from the ground, sliding forward to Watergate, wrapping his arms around Watergate's leg. Hokage-sama! Guy cried, tears streaming down his face, his voice cracking. You are the true embodiment of youth. My youth pales in comparison to the light of fireflies before you. You are the sun that illuminates the entire ninja world, the sun of youth. Please take me as your disciple. No, please allow me to follow you. I, Minato, am willing to dedicate everything for your magnificent youth. His words tumbled out incoherently, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. The man whose creed was hard work and whose lifelong goal was to surpass Kakashi had today discovered a new, unattainable deity. Kakashi silently shifted to the side, feeling as though his brain were starved of oxygen. The events unfolding before him had entirely surpassed the limits of his comprehension. The 8 gates of might, he understood. The Rasen Shuriken, he could also perform. Yet, when these 2 elements were combined in a manner that defied all logic, the resultant force was utterly catastrophic. This so-called genius of Konoha appeared before Minato like a mere child fresh from the Ninja Academy. No, he was even less than a child. At least children still held dreams of the world. As for him, Kakashi, he had lost even the right to dream. For Minato had vividly presented that impossible fantasy right before his eyes. Minato gazed at the green creature clinging fervently to his leg, feeling a slight headache. He had merely intended to demonstrate the feasibility of Sage Mode in conjunction with the 8 gates of might, while also giving these 2 future top-tier warriors a gentle prod. He never anticipated Kai's reaction would be so extreme. Casually, he dissipated the Rasen Shuriken. With a whoosh, That terrifying blue steam receded into his body as if the tide were retreating. There were no injuries upon his physique, nor even a hint of fatigue. This scene caused Kakashi's heart to spasm once more. The seventh gate, devoid of any side effects. A monster. A true monster. All right, Kai, let go, Minato instructed. No, unless you promise me. Kai tightened his grip even more. Minato sighed. Kakashi, he glanced to the other side. Yes, sensei, Kakashi responded immediately. I have a mission for you. Minato's demeanor grew serious. Travel to the border of the land of rain. Recent intelligence indicates that a new organization has emerged there, secretly recruiting rogue ninjas from various countries. I need you to uncover their details, including their numbers, the identity of their leader, and their ultimate goals. Kakashi promptly affirmed, understood. Hokage-sama, I want to go too. Maeda Kai suddenly released his grip, standing at attention with a speed that left a blur in his wake. Pursuing evil. Burning youth. This is my mission. He struck a pose to show off his muscles, his teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Please, allow me to accompany Kakashi. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. An uncontrollable image flashed in his mind. The land of rain, in some dark underground exchange. He and Kai were surrounded by a group of rogue ninjas. The leader of the rogue ninjas demanded, which village are you from? State your name. He was prepared to engage with a set of standard diplomatic phrases. Yet beside him, Kai, adorned with a comical mask featuring exaggerated brows and eyes, stepped forward. No comment. The rogue ninja leader responded, Kai shouted, Konoha's great whirlwind. In the next moment, the entire exchange was thrown into chaos, a scene of utter disarray. The infiltration mission ended in complete failure. Kakashi shivered. Sensei, this mission requires utmost discretion. I alone can. Kai, Minato interrupted. For this mission, you will heed Kakashi's every command. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kai responded loudly. Minato turned back to Kakashi. One more person means an additional ally, especially one capable of overturning tables. Kakashi fell silent. He understood his teacher's implication. Kai, with the 8 gates of might, was, in a sense, a nuclear option. Very well. Kakashi conceded reluctantly. However, you must wear an umbu mask. And you are not permitted to speak throughout. No problem. Kai gave him a thumbs up, his teeth shining with confidence. At that moment, a figure appeared instantaneously in the training ground. It was the umbu. Hokage-sama. The umbu knelt on one knee. What is it? Concerning the Uzumaki clan you brought back. There have been some unfavorable comments in the village. Minato's previously gentle aura suddenly darkened. Speak. Yes. The umbu felt an invisible pressure. Some villagers and lower ninjas have been gossiping privately, claiming that the Uzumaki clan has consumed too many resources of the village. Their children, upon arrival, directly entered the best classes in the ninja academy, and they say they have diluted the mission quotas available to other ninjas. This reflected a classic exclusionary sentiment, a problem Minato had anticipated long ago. He prepared to speak, intending to summon Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku. However, the umbu's next statement left him momentarily speechless. However, Hokage-sama. Just half an hour ago, the situation changed. The Uchiha clan's monitoring department took the initiative. Kakashi and Kai exchanged astonished glances. Uchiha? That proudest and most exclusive clan would actively involve themselves in such trivial matters? The umbu continued to report, incredulity evident in his voice. Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Hakadai, accompanied by a team, went directly to the taverns and training grounds where the rumors were most concentrated. They did not resort to violence. Instead, they publicly recited the fundamental regulations of Konoha and the Hokage decree you personally signed. The umbu's voice unconsciously mimicked the scene at that time. By the decree of the 4th Hokage, the Uzumaki clan is a distinguished guest of Konoha and also a citizen of Konoha, enjoying rights and obligations equal to those of other villagers. Their clan members possess exceptional sealing techniques, an indispensable strategic force for the future of Konoha. The monitoring department hereby reiterates that any discriminatory remarks against the Uzumaki clan may be considered an open provocation against the Hokage's decree. Anyone with objections to resource allocation may submit formal documentation to the Hokage building rather than gossip behind closed doors. The umbu swallowed hard. At that moment, a drunken special jonin attempted to retort, claiming the Uchiha were meddling in affairs that did not concern them. In response, Uchiha Inaho calmly asked him, "Is our duty as the monitoring department to uphold the will of Hokage-sama and ensure the stability of the village being questioned, or is Hokage-sama's authority being doubted? The special Jonin sobered up instantly, bowed apologetically, and fled. Now, all rumors had ceased. The monitoring department even dispatched personnel to patrol the periphery of the Uzumaki clan's residential area 24 hours a day. The training ground fell silent. Kakashi and Kai were utterly at a loss for how to react to this news. The Uchiha had become the most steadfast executors and protectors of the Hokage's will. What has become of this world? Minato stood in place, silent for a long while. The trace of surprise on his face gradually transformed into a heartfelt, reassuring smile. Fugaku. Well done. He had offered the Uchiha a blade. And Fugaku not only accepted this blade, but learned how to wield it as a broom, clearing the dust from the doorstep for his master. This exceeded his expectations. Kakashi, Kai, Minato spoke. Yes. The two responded immediately. The previous mission is temporarily cancelled. Huh. Kakashi was taken aback. Minato turned and walked toward the village. Plans have changed. We are going to the monitoring department. He paused before adding, and bring along some consolation gifts. Chapter 27. Kai Huang receives the Umbu uniform. Asuma, why does this mask not cover your eyebrows? The Uchiha Monitoring Department's headquarters is established at the core of their clan's territory, adjacent to the South-He Shrine. This location once served as the headquarters for the police force and has, in the present day, adopted a new plaque and a new identity. As Shuemen, accompanied by Kakashi and Kai, arrived, the Uchiha guards at the entrance immediately took notice of them. Two Uchiha ninjas momentarily stiffened, instinctively wanting to bow, but hesitated in their movements. They had grown accustomed to remaining vigilant towards the village's higher-ups. Hokage-sama. Ultimately, they chose to bow. Shuemen paid no heed to these details. He handed over several large parcels he was carrying. These are care packages. I have heard about your commendable actions. These are for everyone in the monitoring department. The guards were taken aback, glancing at the heavy parcels, unsure whether to accept them. The Hokage personally delivers care packages? Is it merely because they read a few decrees at an izakaya? Take them. Inside are some new ninja tools and medical supplies, Shuemen added. The work of the monitoring department is vital. To accomplish one's task well, one must first sharpen their tools. One of the ninjas finally reacted, hurriedly stepping forward to accept the parcels. They were heavy, seemingly filled with a mixture of metals and medicinal herbs. Yet, this weight brought an unusual warmth to his heart. At that moment, Fugaku and Itachi quickly emerged from within the gates. Hokage-sama, what brings you here personally? Fugaku's face showed a mix of apprehension and uncontainable excitement. I came to check on my sword. I wanted to see how well it has been sharpened, Shuemen replied half-jokingly. He bypassed Fugaku and strode directly into the courtyard of the monitoring department. Inside the courtyard, dozens of Uchiha clan members clad in uniform were training. Upon seeing Shuemen's figure, all their movements froze. An instant silence enveloped the entire courtyard. All Uchiha clan members turned their attention to the man adorned in the ceremonial robe. Everyone. Shuemen surveyed the surroundings. I have heard about the Uzumaki clan matter. You have all performed admirably. The duty of the monitoring department is not merely to supervise, but also to uphold. To uphold the Hokage's decrees and maintain the stability of Konoha. Your actions have proven that you are worthy of this trust. His words were not heavy, yet they resonated clearly in every ear. In the courtyard, one Uchiha member instinctively straightened his back. Another quietly nudged his companion's arm, silently mouthing, "The Hokage is praising us." They were accustomed to suspicion and exclusion. Never did they imagine that one day, the Hokage would personally visit, solely to offer such solemn acknowledgement for what they deemed a trivial matter. Standing behind Shuemen, Fugaku felt the shift in his clansman's emotions, reflecting on his own thoughts. He had made the right choice. What Shuemen offered the Uchiha was not merely a department or a position, but a respect that conveyed they were needed and recognized. Fugaku, Shuemen turned. Let us distribute the supplies. Fugaku immediately understood, instructing his subordinates to open the large parcels. Inside were brand new, specially crafted kunai, glinting steel wires, and meticulously packaged medical bandages and soldier pills, all laid out before the crowd. For the Uchiha clan, these supplies were not particularly significant. However, their meaning was invaluable. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It was uncertain who initiated it, but the Uchiha clan members simultaneously knelt on one knee. Their movements were synchronized and filled with a sense of strength. At that moment, the Uchiha's support for Shuemen reached its zenith. Observing this scene, Shuemen felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I desired. A sword must not only be sharp, but also understand the purpose for which it is drawn. The current Uchiha represented a blade that recognized its duty to protect Konoha. Just then, an out-of-place voice shattered the solemn atmosphere. Hokage-sama. I want one too. I want a care package. Mato Kai squeezed forward, his face brimming with anticipation. Shueimon chuckled. Your care package is rather special. He produced a neatly folded set of clothing and a mask from his robe. Standard equipment for the Umbu. From today onward, you will also be under my direct command. Let us start by familiarizing you with this outfit. Yush. Kai's exuberance erupted once more as he snatched the clothes and dashed into a nearby empty room at lightning speed. Moments later, a figure clad in Umbu attire, wearing a tanuki mask, emerged before the crowd. Beneath the mask, which typically symbolized coldness and anonymity, a vibrant voice exclaimed, "Good," while striking a pose to showcase his muscles. Kakashi quietly turned his face away, feeling embarrassed. Fugaku and Itachi exchanged peculiar glances. Was this really the Hokage's new direct subordinate? He seemed a tad too lively. Let us go. I'll take you to meet an old friend. Ignoring the onlookers' reactions, Shueimon led Kakashi and the tanuki-masked Umbu away from the Uchiha compound. As they stepped onto the street, they encountered a few individuals, Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurinai. Hey, Kakashi. Asuma greeted lazily, a still unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His gaze lingered briefly on the Umbu beside Kakashi. New partner? Looks quite spirited, he commented uncertainly. Kurinai also curiously scrutinized the tanuki mask. Just as Kakashi was about to explain, the tanuki-masked Umbu stepped forward, giving Asuma and Kurinai a thumbs up, the teeth beneath the mask gleaming. It was a classic gesture of the nice guy, complete with a shining thumbs up. The cigarette dropped from Asuma's mouth with a thud, and Kurinai covered her mouth in surprise. Kai! They exclaimed in unison. This iconic gesture, this damned youthful energy, they would recognize it anywhere. Nonsense. I don't know any Akai. I'm just an ordinary Umbu of Konoha. The voice beneath the tanuki mask tried to sound aloof, but it couldn't conceal the passionate undertone. Asuma picked up his cigarette, his expression one of disbelief. What in the world are you doing? Playing dress-up? Asuma, don't say that. Kakashi sighed and took the initiative to explain. Kai is now directly under Hokage-sama's command and is receiving his personal guidance. What? Asuma and Kurinai's expressions shifted from playful to astonishment. Personal guidance? By the fourth Hokage? They glanced at Kai's attire, their envy no longer concealed. That was the fourth Hokage, the pinnacle of the ninja world. Receiving even a word of advice from him was a coveted honor for countless ninjas. And Kai had become his direct subordinate. Is this for real? Kai, what kind of luck did you stumble upon? Asuma remarked, a tinge of envy in his voice. This recognition is what I earned by burning my youth, Kai declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Just as the group was bantering, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the street without warning. It was another Umbu, wearing a crow mask and emanating an air of urgency. Upon his arrival, he immediately knelt before Shueimon. The lively atmosphere of the street froze instantly. Shueimon's smile faded. Hokage-sama. Urgent intelligence from the border. Do not act alone, he cautioned. The internal integration of the village has just begun, and the external wolves have caught wind of it. Speak. Yes. The Umbu dared not raise his head. Our spies stationed in various nations have simultaneously reported abnormal military movements from the four great ninja villages, Humogakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. It appears that the recent activities in Konoha have prompted an increase of over double the patrol teams along the border, exhibiting exceedingly provocative behavior. The voice of the Umbu momentarily faltered, seemingly organizing more severe rhetoric. Just an hour ago, our patrol team at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth engaged in direct confrontation with the IWA shinobi forces, resulting in casualties. Chapter 28. A day of swift assault on the four nations' borders. The vibrant atmosphere of the street abruptly froze. An Umbu clad in a raven mask knelt before Minato, emanating the scent of blood and earth. Casualties. Minato's tone remained steady, devoid of emotion. Indeed, the third patrol team was ambushed by an IWA squad, with Captain Nakajima perishing and 3 others gravely injured. IWA did not pursue, but left behind the corpse of one of our ninjas after the battlefield was cleared. A blatant provocation. Asuma Sarutobi's cigarette had unknowingly fallen to the ground. The laziness and nonchalance vanished from his face. Yuhi Kurinai's hands instinctively clenched. The shadow of war approached with alarming swiftness. I understand. Minato's voice remained calm. He turned to Kakashi and Guy. You two follow me. Yes. We will accomplish the mission. The voice beneath the cat mask brimmed with vigor, yet the surrounding air grew heavier. Minato disregarded Asuma and Kurinai, leading the three away in a flash, leaving behind two old classmates with complex expressions and puzzled passersby. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, the highest decision-makers of Konoha, were all present. An umbu from the intelligence department was reporting more detailed circumstances. According to analysis, the military movements of the four great ninja villages commenced almost simultaneously. Kimogakure established 3 permanent fortifications at the border, while Iwa's troops frequently crossed the buffer zone. The assassination unit from Kirigakure was notably active along the coast of the Land of Water, and Sunagakure dispatched personnel deep into the heart of the Land of Fire under the pretext of hunting rogue ninjas. This was no mere probe. Nara Shikaku, his typically languid voice now serious, stated, "This is a coordinated action." Those 4 words caused the temperature in the office to plummet. Jiraiya's expression darkened. They believe that, following the Ninetales disturbance, Konoha is vulnerable and ripe for exploitation. Absurd. Choza slammed his fist onto the table. Do they think Konoha is an easy target? Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. The Uchiha clan is ready for battle at any moment. As he spoke, he stood tall and resolute. After the establishment of the inspection department, this was his first time representing the Uchiha at the highest council, actively volunteering. The meeting room erupted into fervent discussions, voices advocating for war rising and falling. Only Minato remained leaned back in the Hokage's chair, silent. He listened quietly until everyone finished speaking, then slowly began to speak. Shikaku. Here. Nara Shikaku responded immediately. If we engage in battle now on 4 fronts, what are our chances of victory? Nara Shikaku's mind raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It is difficult. He finally uttered 2 words. Extremely difficult. Our forces would be severely dispersed, and our logistics would be stretched to the limit. The collapse of any front would trigger a chain reaction. The best outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory, but the village could be devastated. Silence enveloped the office once more. Only Konoha would dare to say they could fight on 4 fronts simultaneously. Yet this is the reality. No matter how strong Konoha is, we cannot simultaneously oppose the entire ninja world. Therefore, we cannot fight. Minato finally concluded. Everyone was taken aback. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in relief, about to say something comforting. However, we cannot afford not to fight. Minato's next words raised everyone's anxiety to their throats. They wish to probe, then I shall provide them with an answer. Minato rose, approached the vast map of the ninja world, and struck it with his fist, lest we be struck 100 times. He extended his hand and gently tapped the location of Konoha. War is an extension of politics. Sometimes, the most direct violence is the most effective form of politics. He turned to Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi, here. You and Guy will lead Umbu's 7th squad and immediately head to the border of the Land of Earth. He then turned to the shadowy figures of Uchiha Itachi and Shursui. Itachi, Shursui, you will lead the 1st squad of the inspection department to the border of the Land of Lightning. Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi clans. Each send an elite jonin to form the 3rd squad, which Shikaku will personally command to the border of the Land of Wind. 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato addressed the 2 elders. Please take care of things on the Kirigakure front. A series of commands, clear, decisive, and unquestionable. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden deployment. Minato. Jiraiya was the first to react. What are you planning? Sending all our elite teams out. What about the village? Moreover, this is merely a drop in the bucket. They are facing a large force. Who said they were going to battle? Minato smiled. He retrieved 4 specially crafted kunai, each marked with different symbols from his ninja pouch. They are my coordinates. I intend to personally pay a visit to our 4 esteemed neighbors within a day. An hour later, at the rocky valley on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, a dozen IWA ninjas gathered around a bonfire, laughing boisterously. Ha! Konoha's ninjas are nothing special. That Captain Nakajima was easily taken down by our captain with a single earth release technique. The Yellow Flash? He is now the 4th Hokage. Sitting in the office all day, he must have rusted away. The leading IWA ninja, bearing a long scar across his face, scoffed disdainfully. Do not let your guard down. The 3rd Tsuchikage has stated that this is merely a warning. But if Konoha dares to retaliate, they will learn what true willpower is. On the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, the words of the IWA ninja echoed, mingling with the crackling of the bonfire. Before he could finish, a barely audible sound pierced the air. A uniquely shaped kunai spun silently, embedding itself into the ground beside the bonfire, its handle's talisman fluttering slightly. What is that? An IWA ninja instinctively reached for it. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold steel, a golden light erupted suddenly from the kunai, radiating outward. As the brilliance faded, a man clad in the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage stood there, his feet firmly planted on the circular ring of the kunai. His presence as solid as a mountain. The air in the valley froze instantaneously. The enemy, a rock-hidden ninja, had just uttered a single word when the silhouette of Mizukage vanished from the kunai. In a flash, he appeared behind the ninja, his elbow striking precisely at an awkward angle against the nape of the ninja's neck. The sound of a crack echoed, and the ninja fell limp without uttering a sound. Here, another rock-hidden chunin, having regained his senses, swiftly formed hand seals. However, before he could complete the doton, Doryu, a flash of golden light revealed Mizukage standing before him. Too slow. A simple knife hand strike landed upon his wrist. A searing pain surged as the flow of chakra abruptly ceased. The chunin crumpled to the ground, clutching his wrist in agony. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The scar-faced rock-hidden jonin finally reacted, unleashing a roar as his chakra exploded forth. Doton, Koka. His skin transformed into a rocky, brown hue, his fists clenched like a furious giant bear, charging at Mizukage. Yet, Mizukage paid him no heed. The golden light flickered once more as he glided like a specter through the courtyard, each flicker revealing him beside another rock-hidden ninja. Whether with a palm, a fist, or a finger, each strike was succinct, efficient, and aimed at the vital points. There were no flashy jutsu, only pure speed and strength. One by one, the rock-hidden ninjas fell silently, akin to wheat being cut down, unable to perceive their assailants' movements, only feeling a gust of wind before slipping into darkness. The attacks from the scar-faced jonin struck nothing but air, creating deep craters in the ground. He watched helplessly as his subordinates fell, the fire of his rage gradually replaced by a chilling fear. He halted, eyes wide with terror, gazing at the golden figure weaving through his ranks. This was no battle. It was a one-sided extermination. At last, only the scar-faced jonin remained standing in the valley. Mizukage's figure flickered one last time, returning to the original kunai, as if he had never moved. Who are you? The quiver in the jonin's voice betrayed his fear. Mizukage offered no reply, slowly raising his hand to withdraw the kunai embedded in the ground. Then, he gently tossed it upward. The jonin's pupils constricted sharply as he stared at the kunai tumbling in the air, every muscle in his body tensed. He knew that when the kunai descended, it would signal his demise. He could not remain passive. Doton, Oyohenkai. He poured all of his chakra into his arms, his rocky limbs swelling once more, preparing for a final stand. However, as he focused entirely on the falling kunai, a cold voice echoed behind him. Farewell. The jonin's body froze instantaneously. He felt a chilling intent to kill emanating from behind him. When? A sudden piercing sound erupted as a line of blood erupted from his neck. The kunai, having been thrown into the air, landed perfectly back in Mizukage's hand at that very moment. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the campfire. The jonin's head soared into the air. In his final moments, he beheld the man standing still, the kunai in his hand, devoid of a single drop of blood. Return and inform Inoki. Mizukage's voice was as frigid as a gale from the depths of the abyss, devoid of emotion. I have delivered Konoha's condolences. Next time, it will not merely be a severed head. Oh, I forgot to mention, you won't be returning. With that, he cast a glance at the head still spinning in the air. His figure transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, within the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, smashed his fist down upon the desk, reducing it to splinters. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. He roared at his subordinates. To be pushed back by a mere Yinbyu squad from Konoha during a simple provocation at the border. Where is Killer B? Send him. I want the heads of those brats from Konoha. Just as his fury reached a boiling point, the office door was flung open with a crash. A Kumogakure jonin tumbled in, his face a mask of indescribable terror. Raikage-sama. His voice quivered with fright. It's bad. It's bad. growled impatiently, "What now?" "At the border, at the third fortress," the Jonin stammered. "It's gone. It's gone." "What do you mean it's gone?" A's brow knitted in confusion. "It's just gone. The entire fortress was obliterated by a massive Rasen shuriken that fell from the sky." "What?" A's pupils dilated in shock. "Rasen shuriken. That man's technique." "Who did this?" The surviving sentries said they only saw a flash of gold. "Namikaze Minato." A spat the name through clenched teeth. At that moment, another ENBU burst through the window with even greater haste. "Rampage-sama. The second fortress just sent an urgent communication. A yellow flash has appeared there, requesting support." "Damn it." AS rage erupted entirely, blue lightning chakra flaring from his body like flames, causing his hair to stand on end. "Who does he think he is to provoke us in such a manner? Relay my orders. All units assemble. I will personally take his head." A roared, his muscles swelling, transforming into a bolt of blue lightning ready to charge from the office. However, just as he was about to burst through the door, a calm, nearly indifferent voice resonated within his own office. "There's no need for such trouble, Rampage-sama. I have arrived." AS body froze abruptly, his head, enveloped in lightning, turned slowly. He beheld the man who should have been hundreds of miles away at the border, the one draped in the robes of the fourth Hokage, now standing quietly in the center of his office. In Mizuki's hand was a cup of untouched tea taken from the side table. He even nodded slightly in greeting to A. Yue's mind went blank. An invasion? No, this was a descent. Silently arriving at the very heart of power within one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Himogakure. After a brief moment of blankness, an eruption of fury followed. "Namikaze Minato." A bellowed, his lightning surging to its peak. "You seek death, Raijin no Ryu." He accelerated to his utmost limit, transforming into an indestructible battle axe, hurtling towards Mizuki with the force of thunder. This strike was powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet, Mizuki merely watched him calmly, slowly lowering the teacup in his hand. Then, at the instant Rampage's devastating blow was about to connect with his body, he raised his right hand, his index finger gently pointing forward. Buzz. A Rasen shuriken, no larger than a marble, yet astonishingly stable, quietly formed at his fingertip. In the next moment, his fingertip met Rampage's elbow, enveloped in violent lightning. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a soft sound of impact. Vilti Dunkaija, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, disintegrated upon contact with the minuscule Huan, much like a punctured balloon, dissipating into a cascade of electric arcs. An irresistible, spiraling force surged through his elbow and into his body. I felt as though he had collided with a high-speed spinning top, his immense strength lost in an instant. His colossal form was propelled backward at a velocity surpassing that of his approach. The thunderous crash reverberated as he collided heavily with the office wall, creating a significant human-shaped indentation in the reinforced alloy. He fell to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Lowering his gaze, he observed his arm, still trembling slightly, the lei gong having completely faded. His face was etched with disbelief. His proud speed and power, his most formidable Li Dunkaija, shattered by a mere finger? Stamon retracted his finger, and the minuscule lawn dissipated as well. He regarded the stunned Liying and spoke slowly. "This is my token of condolence. Next time, it will not be your armor that shatters." Chapter 29, Ilayat. I ignite the flames. Sandai, I provide the entertainment. Stamon, stand back. Allow me to create chaos. Meanwhile, at the border between Uguo and Fugo, a wetland perpetually cloaked in dense mist prevailed. The air was humid and viscous, visibility plummeting below 5 meters. The only sound was the faint dripping of water. For the Winrinja, this was paradise. The Qingmudurijong, leading a patrol from Miyet, was accompanied by just one other individual. Opuinjiro emerged from the mist like a phantom, kneeling on one knee. The man referred to as Shinu was the overall commander of the 3 elite teams on this mission, carrying a ninja blade resembling a sewing needle. A reserve member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. 2 individuals? Qingmu paused momentarily. Wasn't he the intelligence indicating a lack of forces at the Miyet border? Were they looking down on someone? Indeed, the chakra response was strong, but there were only 2 present. Qingmu rose, preparing to strike swiftly. The Sendai Sing had instructed for a show of strength, not to become mired in the quagmire. 3 elite teams, nearly 30 Ying elites, silently dispersed into the mist, forming a vast encirclement. They were masters of assassination in the fog, confident in their ability to shred the 2 unfortunate Angara into pieces within 10 seconds. At the center of the encirclement, Ilaya dug at his ear, displaying impatience. I say, old man, are you sure this is the place them unmentioned? This cursed spot doesn't even have a bird, let alone a ninja. Yunfirjan, puffing on his pipe, exhaled smoke that mingled with the surrounding mist. Someone's intelligence is never wrong. Very well then. Ilaya stretched, eager to conclude this quickly, as he needed to return for materials. With so many new members from the Fo clan immigrate, my inspiration before he could finish his sentence. Yunfirjan removed the pipe from his mouth and tapped it against a nearby tree trunk. A soft thud. They are coming. As soon as the words left his lips, figures brimming with murderous intent erupted from the mist. Countless gu and shuriken rained down like dark raindrops. Slidung skilung tan jursuk. Slidun da pubu jursuk. Several menacing water dragons and towering waves surged from various directions, intent on overwhelming the two figures at the center. Qingmu stood at a distance, ready to witness a perfect slaughter. However, in the next moment, the confidence on his face froze. Facing the cataclysmic assault, the two figures in the center did not budge an inch. The white-haired man merely formed a hand seal. Renfa Jun Dizang. Boom. His white hair instantaneously surged forth, resembling a colossal hedgehog, completely enveloping the two individuals. All the Ku, shuriken, and even the water dragons collided with the white spikes, as if striking the hardest steel, scattering into nothingness. What? Qingmu's movements halted. This technique, this iconic white hair he had yet to comprehend when the other elder, pipe in mouth, pressed his palms together. Tu Dong Huangshenjiak. Boom. The ground within 100 meters of the two transformed into an inescapable quagmire. The recently landed Wenrinja, unable to launch another attack, felt the ground beneath them give way, their bodies sinking uncontrollably. This is bad. It has to done. Quickly, use this thing Sun Tzu to escape. Panic-stricken cries erupted. But it was too late. Huadong Huolong Yandan. Yunfirjan unleashed a torrent of flames, roaring into the quagmire filled with trapped ninja. Oh! The piercing screams echoed throughout the wetland. How is this possible? The scale of this Wadun. Qingmu watched in shock as nearly a third of his forces were obliterated in a single encounter. This was not an ordinary patrol team from yet. Just then, the protective white spikes encasing the two retracted, revealing Zulaya's roguish grin and Aeon's composed expression. Zulaya surveyed the surroundings and whistled. Wow, old man, someone really knows how to organize things. 3 elite teams, nearly Tinchang and Turobiasangra. If any other team had come here, they wouldn't be returning today. He flashed a grin. Weavy hooked a big fish. Boom. As Zulaya and Aeon's names aligned with the faces before them, the remaining Aeon felt as if something had exploded in their minds. Baifa Hama Shenrun, Zulayit. The pipe-wielding ninja arts master, Sundong Ai. This is a joke. One ninja, overwhelmed by shock, found his voice altered, questioning why they were here. Has we gone mad? Sending the legendary Sunrin and the previous Guiying for border patrol. Qingmu's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He finally understood why there were only 2 individuals. Because 2 were more than enough. This was not a patrol. This was an execution. Run. Qingmu exerted every ounce of strength, letting out a roar. Scatter. Whoever can escape. Do so. Informs Thiying. Fear triumphed over all. The remaining ninja fled in all directions like terrified birds. Want to escape? Zulaya formed hand seals. Tongling Jursu. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted as a toad the size of a small mountain landed with a thud. Hamak, Yodan. Zulaya stood atop Hamak Wentaf, unleashing torrents of toad oil that rained down like a torrential storm over the entire area. Hua Dunghal Huacho Jursuk. Yunfirjan's shadow clones appeared from all angles, spewing forth enormous fireballs. Oil and fire converged. Boom. A sea of flames instantly engulfed the wetland. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light unexpectedly flickered at the center of the inferno. Wolfungsuman's figure emerged between Gulaya and Bunfavurjan. Teacher, Sanbaidaran, you've worked hard. His arrival momentarily stunned Gulaya and Bunfavurjan. Thuman, what brings you here? Zulayid inquired. I passed by after resolving matters with Yanin Kendi. Shuaimin replied calmly, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. Resolved? Jiraiya and Saratobi Hiruzen exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's expression. That was the border troops of 2 great ninja villages. Shuaimin did not afford them much time for contemplation. He observed those struggling in the sea of flames, attempting to break free from the encirclement. Since it was a token of condolence, it needed to be delivered thoroughly. He formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A howling gale erupted from his mouth. However, this wind did not disperse the flames. Rather, with exquisite control, it intertwined Jiraiya's toad oil and Sarutobi's fire. The wind fueled the flames, and the oil intensified their ferocity. At that moment, the three forces harmoniously fused, creating a colossal fire tornado that connected heaven and earth. The terrifying sound of the wind howled like the wailing of spirits. Wherever the fire tornado passed, trees, rocks, and those from the hidden mist were vaporized in an instant, leaving not even ashes behind. The sea of fire extinguished. The wetland vanished. All that remained was a vast, charred, glass-like deep pit, still emitting wisps of smoke. Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, forgot to inhale. They gazed at the glassy pit, then at the composed figure of the fourth Hokage beside them. This power, this control, this perfect fusion of three distinct elemental jutsu. Was this truly a token of condolence from Konoha? It was nothing short of divine retribution. All right, Shueimon dusted off his hands. It was time to head to the final location. With a flash of golden light, his figure vanished once more, leaving Jiraiya and Sarutobi standing amidst the desolation, exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, old man, Jiraiya's voice was somewhat hoarse. Did I just imagine that? Sarutobi did not respond. He silently reignited his extinguished pipe, his hand trembling slightly. It seemed that after this encounter, the name of the fourth would resonate throughout the ninja world once more. Chapter 30. Shueimon, dare to trespass my borders? I shall abduct your prince. At the border of the land of wind, the air was thick with swirling yellow sand. As the fierce winds whipped the grains against the rocks, producing a cacophony. Unlike the tense standoffs at the other three battlefields, this place felt eerily quiet. Riku, I say, are we really going to wait here until nightfall? Akimichi Dingzu complained, somewhat bored. Nara Riku lounged lazily in the shade of a massive rock, eyes closed, as if dozing off. Don't rush, Dingzu. The fish need a moment to bite, said Yamenka Hai, eyes closed, fingers pressed to his temples, sensing the surroundings. They're coming, Hai suddenly declared. 37 individuals approaching from the northeast. They are moving swiftly and show no intent to conceal their chakra. Dingzu instantly straightened, excitement illuminating his face. Finally, they've arrived. Riku leisurely opened his eyes and yawned. They're 10 minutes later than I anticipated. The efficiency of Sunagakure remains exasperating. He stood, brushing off the sand from his clothes. Hi, prepare to surprise them. Dingzu, flank from the left and disrupt their formation. Understood. Received. The leading jonin of Sunagakure, named Maki, a trusted aide of the 4th Kazekage, commanded his elite team, preparing to extend a friendly greeting to Konoha's outpost. Everyone stay alert. Maki shouted to his subordinates. Last time was merely a skirmish. This time, we must show them Sunagakure's resolve. Just as they stepped into a canyon, Maki suddenly felt his body stiffen. He looked down to see his shadow bound by a dark line. What? Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. Riku's voice drifted down from above the canyon. Not good. It's an ambush. Maki's heart raced. How could this be? How did they know our route? Stay calm. Break free. His words were cut short. Ninjutsu, mind-body disturbance technique. A Sunagakure Chunin beside him suddenly froze, then turned violently, thrusting a kunai at his comrade. Blood splattered. What are you doing? The Sunagakure ranks erupted into chaos. Boom. A massive ball of flesh, akin to a runaway war machine, charged from the opposite side of the canyon, crashing violently into their disordered formation. A meatball battle vehicle. The scene descended into pandemonium. Maki could only watch in horror as his body remained paralyzed, his mind swirling with dread. Inoshikacho. It's the Inoshikacho combination from Konoha. Why are they here? It's as if they had dug a pit in advance, waiting for us to fall in. It's over, Riku's voice declared, as if pronouncing their death sentence. The battle, or rather, the one-sided massacre, concluded in 10 minutes. When the golden light flashed, Bunlun appeared on the battlefield, greeted by the groans of fallen Sunagakure ninjas and the various stances of the Inoshikacho trio. Lord Hokage. The three bowed in unison. Well done, Shueimon nodded appreciatively. He glanced at Maki, bound by shadows, despair etched on his face. It seemed Sunagakure had yet to learn its lesson. Riku spoke. Lord Hokage, should we eliminate them all? He made a gesture across his throat. No, Shuemin shook his head. That would be too merciful. He turned to face the depths of the land of wind. Warnings cannot deter the greedy. Only by severing their claws will they feel pain. Riku, Hai, and Dingzu all paused in shock. The implication of Lord Hokage's words was clear. We shall pay a visit to Sunagakure, Shuemin announced calmly. What? Even the cunning Nara Riku could not maintain his composure. Lord Hokage, are we declaring war? War? Shuemin chuckled softly. No, I merely intend to retrieve something that was never theirs to begin with, and as a bonus, deliver a token of condolence that the fourth Kazekage will never forget. Before the trio could inquire further, Shuemin extended his hands, allowing them to rest on his shoulders. Steady yourselves. Buzz. Golden light enveloped them. In the next moment, the four figures vanished from their location. Sunagakure. The alarm bells blared suddenly from the central barrier team. Alarm. Alarm. An intense chakra reaction has appeared directly above the village. Impossible. The defensive barrier has not been triggered. Quickly, inform the Kazekage. The entire Sunagakure was roused by the piercing alarm. Countless ninjas rushed from their homes, gazing skyward. They beheld four figures suspended in the sky, 100 meters above the village, like deities. The foremost figure, clad in the ceremonial robe of the fourth Hokage, golden hair billowing in the wind. It's the yellow flash of Konoha. How did he get here? Inoshikacho. Those are the Inoshikacho from Konoha. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. Whoosh. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, appeared on the rooftop of the Kazekage building, flanked by two guards. He looked up at the figures in the sky, a mixture of astonishment and fury coursing through him. Bolfengstamun. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish to instigate the fourth Great Ninja War? It appears that the marks left from the third Great Ninja War have proven to be quite useful. Namikaze Minato lowered his gaze, surveying the village established amidst the desert, and casting his eyes upon the imposing yet cowardly Yondaime Kazekage. He refrained from answering Raza's inquiry. His perception, akin to an invisible web, instantly enveloped the entire village. Soon, he identified his target. In a heavily guarded chamber lay a child, swathed in layers of seals, a Jinchuriki, Gaara. War? Minato finally spoke, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of every Sunagakure ninja. No, Kazekage, you have misunderstood. I have merely come to retrieve something. Raza was taken aback. What is it? Your ultimate weapon. Before his words had faded, Minato's figure vanished from the air. A flash of golden light. Raza's pupils dilated in shock. He sensed a spatial disturbance behind him, within the special structure housing the Jinchuriki. This is bad. He had just begun to turn. Another flash of gold. Minato's figure reappeared in his original position, cradling an infant still in swaddling clothes. The child's crimson hair and tiny face bore a heavy ring of dark circles. He seemed startled awake by the sudden turn of events and was about to cry. Minato gently infused a trace of soothing chakra into the infant, and he quickly fell back into a peaceful slumber. The entirety of Sunagakure was enveloped in a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed in astonishment at this scene. On the rooftop of the Kazekage Tower, Raza's body froze. The color drained from his face, becoming ghostly pale. The strongest weapon of Sunagakure, the future's assurance, the Jinchuriki, was taken from the most secure location before the gaze of all the village's ninjas, as if it were merely a parcel. Namikaze Minato. Raza's voice trembled with unrestrained fury and fear. Return the child to me. Return him? Minato glanced down at the infant in his arms. To allow him to continue under the care of a failed father, to be treated as a weapon, to be despised by all, ultimately becoming a monster that knows nothing but slaughter? Minato's words struck Raza's heart like a heavy hammer. How could he possibly know? From this day forth, this child shall be raised by Konoha. Minato's voice reverberated throughout Sunagakure. He will grow alongside my son, receiving the finest education, learning to control his power, and becoming a true ninja rather than a mere weapon. You may consider him a hostage of Konoha. If Sunagakure dares to provoke Konoha again. Minato lifted his gaze, his calm eyes instilling a chilling dread in Raza's heart. You shall forever lose your Jinchuriki. With that, he disregarded the stunned, fearful, and furious faces below. He nodded to his companions, Inazuka Kiba, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choji. The offering has been delivered. It is time to return home. Once more, golden light flashed. The four figures, along with the taken infant, vanished completely, leaving behind a Sunagakure shrouded in immense humiliation and fear. Raza stood atop the Kazekage Tower, facing the howling winds, motionless as if turned to stone. It is over. Everything is over. Chapter 31. The Five Kage Summit. A tremor in the ninja world. Golden light flickered again. In the next moment, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choji had returned from above Sunagakure to the gorge at the borders of the Wind Country. On the ground, those Sunagakure ninjas subdued by the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, including the leading Jonin Maki, were still bound in place by the shadow imitation technique. They witnessed the return of the four, and more importantly, the infant cradled in Minato's arms. Maki's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in an instant. That is impossible. He wanted to scream and question, but the shadow imitation technique rendered him unable to move even a finger, forced to watch helplessly. Minato did not cast a glance in their direction. He calmly placed his hand once more on the shoulders of his three companions. "We are going home." Buzz. The golden light shone for the third time, and the four figures, along with the infant, vanished entirely amidst the swirling sands, leaving behind a desolate despair among the Sunagakure ninjas and an eerie silence in the gorge. In the Konoha village, Hokage's office. As the light dissipated, the toll of 2 consecutive long-distance spatial transfers caused Akimichi Choji to stumble, nearly falling. Yamanaka Inoichi leaned against the wall, his face pale. Only Nara Shikaku, though equally ashen, managed to maintain his composure. His gaze was fixed intently on the man calmly inspecting the infant in his arms, the man adorned in the ceremonial Hokage robe. Shikaku's mind, renowned as Konoha's greatest strategist, was now engulfed in a buzzing haze. An assault on Sunagakure, under the watchful eyes of the entire village's ninjas, to abduct their Jinchuriki and then return unscathed. This is not war. This is not a scheme. This is simply the ninja god declaring his existence. What a predicament! Shikaku unconsciously uttered his catchphrase, yet this time, his voice held no trace of languor, only a deep-seated tremor and reverence emanating from the very depths of his soul. The office door swung open with force, and Uzumaki Kushina, with her fiery red hair resembling flames, rushed in. "Minato, the barrier team reports that the flying thunder god technique in the village has been overloaded." Her words ceased abruptly upon seeing the infant in Minato's embrace. That unmistakable crimson hair, that faint yet undeniably familiar chakra presence belonging to a tailed beast. As the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina understood instantly. Her expression shifted from urgency and worry to one of complex emotions, shock, disbelief, but more profoundly, a deep-seated, bloodline-rooted compassion and empathy. This child, a Jinchuriki. His name is Gaara, Minato spoke with calm assurance. He stepped forward and gently placed the sleeping infant into Kushina's embrace. "From this day forth, he is our family." Kushina instinctively tightened her grip, using her warmth to comfort him. Gaara seemed to sense that warm chakra from a fellow being, and his tiny brow relaxed, sinking into a deeper slumber. "Sunagakure will go mad." Yamanaka Inoichi finally regained his voice, incredulity lacing his tone. "Let them go mad." Minato replied nonchalantly. Bang! The office door burst open once more, and Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen charged in almost simultaneously. "Minato, the intelligence department says you." Jiraiya's words halted mid-sentence as he took in the bizarre scene within the office. Namikaze Minato appeared unfazed, while the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio looked as if their souls had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, Kushina cradled a red-haired infant. Jiraiya's gaze immediately fixated on the child, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the scent in the air. The chakra of a tailed beast. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be serious." Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, nearly dropping his pipe in shock. He turned to Nara Shikaku, seeking an explanation with a glance. Shikaku could only return a powerless, bitter smile. "As you can see, Lord Third, we ventured to Sha'in village." "We did what?" Jiraiya's voice suddenly soared an octave, and then, as if by instinct, he carried back their Jinchuriki. "Ha ha ha." In the next instant, Jiraiya clutched his belly and erupted into an uproarious laughter that shook the very foundations of the room. Tears streamed down his face as he gasped for breath. "You madman. You are an absolute lunatic." He pointed a trembling finger at his student, exclaiming, "Well done. This is the mark of a true hero. This is the audacity a Hokage ought to possess." Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen did not share in the mirth. His countenance was weighed down with unprecedented gravity. "Minato, you are too impulsive." His voice brimmed with heavy concern. "Your actions could cast Konoha into opposition against the entire shinobi world. The Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure might unite out of sheer terror. It would lead us to the fourth great ninja war, and we would be the sole adversaries. Jiraiya's laughter abruptly ceased. The once lively atmosphere in the office plummeted to a chilling silence. Narashikaku's heart sank. This was precisely the scenario he had dreaded. A cornered beast would only retaliate recklessly. However, Minato merely turned slowly, moving to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the thriving and tranquil village below. Third Hokage, you are mistaken. His voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. They will not unite. He turned back, his azure eyes radiating an unwavering confidence that seemed to see through all. Fear does not breed unity, it only fosters mistrust. He began to pace slowly around the office, each word he uttered resounding like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of all present. Today, I spent the entire day visiting 4 locations. At the borders of the land of Earth, I annihilated the vanguard of Awagakure, leaving only one survivor. In the land of Lightning, I obliterated 2 frontline fortresses of Kumogakure, and within Raikage's office, I defeated the 4th Raikage in a single blow. At the borders of the land of Water, alongside my teacher Jiraiya and 3rd Hokage, we eradicated 3 assassination squads from Kirigakure, along with that wetland, from the map. Finally, before all the ninjas of Shine Village, I seized their most treasured ultimate weapon. With every statement, the air in the office grew more dense. The exuberance on Jiraiya's face vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had extinguished, falling silent. The trio of Inoshikacho felt their scalps tingle with dread. In a single day, I had stormed 4 nations and repelled 4 Kage. This was beyond human capability. What I delivered was not a provocation. Minato halted his steps, surveying the room. What I conveyed was a message. This message does not proclaim that Konoha is strong. Rather, it asserts that I, Namikaze Minato, am omnipresent and unmatched. Currently, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, is pondering why the 4th Raikage was merely defeated while his entire force was obliterated. The 4th Raikage, is furious at the fact that I merely dismantled his fortresses and yet carried away the son of the 4th Kazekage. Meanwhile, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, is terrified of how Konoha possesses the capability to strike against all 4 great shinobi villages on the same day. They are now more fearful of where I might appear next rather than contemplating how to band together against Konoha, for they all understand clearly that before my Hiraishin, any alliance is but a jest. Minato returned to his desk, slowly seated himself, reclining into the expansive Hokage chair, his fingers interlaced before him. The era of mutual checks among the nations of the shinobi world has ended. He raised his head, calmly declaring, from this day forth, there shall be but one order in the shinobi world. That is the order of Konoha. Silence. A deathly silence. Narashikaku's mind. A repository capable of simulating hundreds of battle scenarios, for the first time, completely malfunctioned. He could find no loopholes to refute. For Minato's logic had transcended the realms of tactics and strategy. It was founded upon a pure, unreasonable, and absolute power that could distort the rules of the world. Jiraiya stared blankly at his student. The once bright and cheerful figure of the boy began to merge with the absolute dominator, capable of suppressing the entire shinobi world single-handedly. The child of prophecy. Is this the manner foretold by the great sage of the Toad, which would bring transformation to the shinobi world? Not through love and understanding to touch the hearts of the world, but through unequivocal force to establish peace. Kushina gazed at her husband, then looked down at the peacefully sleeping Gaara in her arms, and suddenly understood. This was not cruelty. This was the utmost tenderness. By becoming the one and only greatest threat to the world, they ensured that no one would dare to threaten their home again. Just then, a figure clad in a raven mask appeared in the center of the office without warning, kneeling on one knee. He shattered the frozen silence. Hokage-sama. The Umbu's voice trembled slightly with excitement and reverence. The 4 great shinobi villages have simultaneously sent the highest level of emergency communications. Minato leaned forward slightly. What do they say? The Umbu took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his racing heart. They request an immediate summit of the 5 Kage. Chapter 32. The New Order of the Shinobi World. Commencing the teaching of the 4 Kage. They request an immediate summit of the 5 Kage. The Umbu's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The air in the office, which had just solidified, was once again stirred. Jiraiya's wild laughter froze. His gaze fixed on Minato as if he were observing a monster. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe clattered to the ground. Narashikaka's mind rebooted from its malfunctioning state. He rubbed his forehead, feeling as if the world were spinning. A summit of the 5 Kage? Absurd. What kind of summit is this? It is clearly a lament of 4 completely broken dogs, submitting to their master. How intriguing. Minato rose from the Hokage seat and walked to Kushina's side. He extended his hand, gently caressing Gaara's sleeping face. Agree to their request. His decision was made without a trace of hesitation. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally could not hold back. This could be a trap. They may seize this opportunity to conspire against you. Conspire? Minato turned around, retorting, with what would they conspire? In the face of absolute speed. Any assembly of numbers is rendered meaningless. This summit is not for negotiation. Minato approached the desk, retrieved the Hokage hat, and placed it back upon his head. It is to establish new rules for them. Word spread, and the entire Konoha erupted in exultation. In a single day, the 4th Hokage stormed 4 nations, repelled 4 Kage, and even returned with their Jinchuriki from Shine Village. Such mythic deeds straightened the backs of every villager in Konoha. Have you heard? The borders have been so quiet that not even a bird dares to fly over. Not just that. My relative in the patrol team says that those once arrogant Awagakure and Kumogakure ninjas now avoid us when they see our forehead protectors. Ha ha ha. This is the might of our 4th Hokage. In the izakaya, such excited discussions echoed everywhere. The atmosphere in the village reached an unprecedented high. The panic and unease that once arose from the Nine-Tails incident were completely replaced by a sentiment known as pride. Konoha now possessed both the Nine-Tails and the One-Tail. This was once an unimaginable scenario, yet now, under the leadership of the 4th Hokage, it no longer poses a threat but stands as the finest evidence of Konoha's formidable strength. The villagers wear genuine smiles, radiating a sense of security. They understand that as long as that golden figure remains, Konoha is invincible. A few days later, at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, in the rain country, where persistent rain creates a damp and chilly atmosphere, a makeshift meeting venue, a humble wooden cabin, has been erected. Inside, a massive round table hosts the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, floating in the air with arms crossed, displaying evident displeasure. The 4th Raikage, A, sits in a chair, his muscles taut, exuding an aura of agitation. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, appears ashen, seemingly drained of vitality. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, quietly sits, his small frame concealing an unexpected composure. The atmosphere is stifling. Suddenly, the wooden door creaks open. Standing before them is Namikaze Minato, clad in a ceremonial robe, entering alone and at ease, devoid of any guards. He surveys the room, pulls out the last unoccupied chair, and takes a seat. Thank you all for your patience, he begins, breaking the suffocating silence. Minato. The first to voice his outrage is Inoki, who slams his hand on the table, causing it to resonate with his chakra despite his levitating form. Are you insane? Do you realize what you have done? You are declaring war on the entire ninja world. Inoki's voice is saturated with furious accusations, deliberately omitting the fact that the Awagakure forces instigated the conflict first. Declare war? Minato slightly leans back in his chair. I do not quite grasp your meaning, Tsuchikage. You do not understand. Abelos, you have destroyed my fortress. You attacked me in my office. This is blatant aggression. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, abruptly stands. Trembling with agitation, you return my son to me. The room fills with a cacophony of condemnation directed at Konoha and Minato. 3 leaders, each expressing their unique wrath. All directed toward the same target. Minato remains silent, merely listening until they exhaust their grievances. The room falls into a brief silence once more. Are you done? Minato leisurely lifts his teacup, blowing gently on the steam. Now, it is my turn to pose a few inquiries. He sets down the cup and looks towards Inoki. Tsuchikage, if I recall correctly, it was your village's forces that first ambushed my patrol team at the border, was it not? Inoki falters momentarily. Minato then turns to A. Raikage. Prior to my visit, your village amassed a force several times greater than usual at the border. Were you planning a friendly visit to my land of fire? A's breath catches in his throat. Finally, Minato gazes at Raza. Kazekage, your elite forces, led by your personal guard captain, were also here for a friendly visit? With these 3 questions, each lands like a resounding slap upon the faces of the 3 leaders. The cabin grows so silent that the sound of raindrops falling from the eaves can be heard. Inoki's face flushes with anger, A's fists crackle ominously, and Raza. robbed of his last shred of strength, slumps back down. They are aware of their misdeeds, yet pride prevents them from conceding. Minato's voice rises again, calm yet resolute, extended a greeting in a manner you could comprehend. It appears to have been rather effective. His words cut deeper than any mockery. Humiliation, fury, and resentment swirl within the hearts of the three leaders, yet they remain speechless. The truth is undeniable. They were the ones who extended their claws first, only to have their arms severed by the counterstrike of their opponent. Since greetings have concluded, let us address the matter at hand. Minato leans forward, hands clasped upon the table. From this day forth, peace shall be restored. All irregular military movements at the border must cease. No nation shall engage in any form of military provocation henceforth. His words are not a suggestion, but an announcement. By what right? Inoki finally erupts. Do you decree peace as you see fit? What do you think the rules of the ninja world are? Rules? Minato chuckles softly. From this day forward, what I say shall be the rule. You. Inoki's beard trembles with rage. Enough. Minato stands. I did not come here to haggle. My words have been spoken. You may consider them at your leisure. Of course, you may also choose to reject them. He turns and strides toward the door. However, I cannot guarantee where my next greeting will be delivered, whether to the Tsuchikage's office, the rampage chamber, or perhaps directly to reclaim the remaining tailed beasts. As he reaches the door, he halts, but does not turn back. By the way, Kazekage, I have taken custody of your son. He will thrive in Konoha, and I shall teach him how to wield his power and become a true ninja. When Tsunagakure learns the true meaning of peace, you may come to see him. With that, he pushes the door open and vanishes into the relentless rain. Inside, an oppressive silence reigns. Inoki, and Raza, three leaders at the pinnacle of the ninja world, stand like chickens with their throats constricted, unable to utter a single word. Their era seems irrevocably concluded by the presence of that golden silhouette. Within Minato's heart, an even grander plan has now formally commenced. The fragmented governance of the ninja villages will ultimately yield nothing but ceaseless conflict. Perhaps it is time to orchestrate a singular voice across the entire ninja world. Chapter 33. Minato, are you the only one called a demigod? The rain continues to fall. The icy raindrops batter the humble wooden cabin's eaves, cleansing the muddy ground outside. Alone, Namikaze Minato steps into the unending curtain of rain. Behind him, within the cabin, are four leaders enveloped in silence, grappling with a reality that could upend the entire structure of the ninja world. Minato does not look back. His mission has been accomplished. Yet, just as he takes his 10th step, a voice only he can hear resonates in his mind. Ding. Detection of the host's preliminary establishment of absolute military deterrence over the four great ninja villages. The ninja world enters a new phase. Epic mission activated. Unification of the ninja world. Mission description. In the chaotic order that has persisted since the Warring States period, establishing a new, unified, peaceful, and singular order in the ninja world. Phase 1 mission. Strike the mountain to scare the tiger. Mission objective. Conduct a thorough disciplinary rectification of the leader of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander. Mission rationale. As an ally of the Land of Fire, its leader, Hanzo, has recently exhibited tendencies of defection and shows a lack of basic respect for the authority of the Hokage. Mission reward. Immunity to toxins. Minato pauses momentarily. Hanzo of the Salamander? A name he had nearly forgotten, tucked away in the recesses of his memory. His former teacher, Jiraiya's formidable rival, the man who conferred the title of the legendary Three Ninjas upon Konoha. Disciplinary rectification. Minato repeats the phrase, finding it somewhat amusing. Very well. Since the establishment of a new order is imperative, all remnants of the unstable old era must be swept into the annals of history. Let it begin with this so-called demigod. In Yuin Village, atop the central tower, stands Hanzo of the Salamander in his exclusive space before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the cold, rain-drenched steel metropolis below. Cursed be it. He slammed his fist against the nearby steel wall, leaving a shallow dent. The Five Shadows Conference. How dare they choose my Yuin village as their meeting place? No prior notice. No communication. Not even a modicum of respect. His chest heaved violently. And beneath the breathing mask he wore for years, heavy breaths escaped. Once, he, Hanzo of the Salamander, was the sole king of this land. Having single-handedly vanquished the legendary Sannin of Konoha in his youth, earning the title of demigod. During the Second Shinobi World War, Yuin Village emerged as the true victor. But now, the leaders of the 5 great nations convened in his territory as if strolling through their own backyards, deliberating on matters that would shape the fate of the world, treating him, the master, as though he were mere air. What a humiliation! The names of the 5 great nations and Namikaze Minato echoed in his mind, his rage almost spilling from the seams of his mask. He conceded that the yellow flash was indeed formidable, yet he was merely a junior, a student of Jiraiya, who once fled in disgrace from him. How dare a junior disregard him so brazenly? Just then, he sensed something, a faint ripple in the space around him, manifesting within his chamber. Hanzo's body tensed instinctively, honed by countless battles, propelling him backward while his hand grasped his prized sickle. Who dares? A flash of gold appeared, and a figure materialized in the very spot he had just occupied, clad in the ceremonial robe of the 4th Hokage. The figure's golden hair illuminated the dim room as if it were the sole source of light. Namikaze Minato. Hanzo's body froze. How is this possible? This is the pinnacle of Yuin Village's defenses. How did he enter? The sensing barrier that enveloped the village did not react in the slightest. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Hanzo. Minato's voice shattered the silence as he surveyed the surroundings. The last time he visited Yuin Village was during the Shinobi World War, and everything appeared largely unchanged. You. Hanzo forced out a word between clenched teeth, his astonishment akin to tumultuous waves. This was no mere infiltration. It was an arrival. I recall you were the student of that brat Jiraiya. Hanzo compelled himself to regain composure, attempting to assert some semblance of authority. He scrutinized Minato with feigned disdain. Humph. You possess far more courage than your teacher, daring to intrude upon my domain alone. He believed his words might provoke even the slightest tremor in the young man before him. However, Minato merely smiled. My teacher often speaks of you, claiming you are among the most respected adversaries he has encountered. This statement granted Hanzo a fleeting satisfaction in his vanity, and he was about to follow up with some pleasantries when Minato's subsequent words froze all his arrogance in place. Thus, in the process of cleaning up the remnants of the old era, I have decided to assign you a position towards the back, as a mark of respect for my teacher. What did you say? Hanzo was utterly incensed. Garbage? He, Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the shinobi world, was to be considered refused by this blonde brat. Seeking death, enraged, he cast aside all hesitation, his sickle slicing through the air with a shrill scream aimed directly at Minato's face. He was confident that at such close proximity, no one could evade his strike imbued with his lifelong skill. Yet, the tip of the sickle pierced through nothingness. It was an afterimage. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Hanzo's mind as he instinctively prepared to activate his body flicker technique. However, it was too late. A cold sensation rested lightly upon his neck. It was a seemingly ordinary kunai, yet in that moment, it was deadlier than any renowned blade in the world. Minato's figure had appeared behind him, like an unshakable specter. Too slow. Minato's voice whispered in his ear. Hanzo's body became utterly rigid. Cold sweat drenched his back. The speed he prided himself on, the taijutsu that had earned him fame, seemed like childish play before this man. In a mere instant, he had been defeated, so completely, so decisively, so humiliated. You. Hanzo's voice trembled with sheer terror. What manner of monster are you? Me? Minato withdrew the kunai and approached the window, gazing out at the rain-soaked city. I am merely here to inform you that the times have changed. Minato turned around. The Five Shadows Conference is indeed being held here without notifying you. That was my oversight, and I apologize. Hanzo stood in shock, having never anticipated that this godlike man would suddenly express remorse. Yet, before he could react, Minato's next words sent him into an icy abyss. For in my view, notifying the head of a region about to be taken over is a superfluous endeavor. What did you say? Taken over. From this day forth, Yuin Village will serve as Konoha's first special administrative region, coming under the jurisdiction of the Land of Fire. Minato declared calmly. All your powers and positions will be retained, but you will be accountable to Konoha. You are insane. Hanzo shouted in disbelief. This is an invasion. The entire shinobi world will not stand for it. They will, Minato replied as he approached the door. Soon, you will receive a joint statement from the other 4 shinobi villages, warmly welcoming and fully supporting Yuin Village's integration into the Konoha family. You may choose to accept this new identity. Minato paused at the threshold. Or I can make the choice for you. In a flash of gold, the golden figure vanished entirely from the room, leaving Hanzo of the Salamanders standing alone, trembling uncontrollably. Demigod, The title he had carried with pride throughout his life now appeared utterly pale and absurd. He finally understood that this man was not here to negotiate, nor to demonstrate power. He had come to deliver an ultimatum that could not be refused. The rain outside seemed to intensify. The shinobi world was on the brink of transformation. Chapter 34. The Fall of the Demigod. Minato, apologies, I must rectify my error. Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop the tower as the rain outside washed over the cold steel city. The room behind him was empty. The golden figure had vanished. Yet the words left behind echoed in the chamber like an incantation. Take over? Special Administrative Region? Hanzo murmured these words under his breath, followed by a furious grunt. He could never have anticipated such an absurd conclusion for himself and Yuin Village. In the past, the people of Konoha approached him with utmost humility. The man named Danzo sat here, cloaked in the pretense of cooperation, while secretly weaving his schemes. Not long ago, he heard that Danzo had also fallen victim to the hands of Minato Namikaze. This revelation only deepened his wariness of Minato. Yet, wariness does not equate to fear. He, Hanzo of the Salamander, is no coward who would kneel and beg for mercy at mere threats. Minato Namikaze. With a resounding thud, he struck the adjacent steel wall, leaving a clear imprint of his fist on the hardened surface. Indeed, you are swift. Swift to the point of being inhuman. However, the title of demigod cannot be attained solely through speed. Hanzo's body trembled slightly with rage, and beneath his long-worn breathing mask, heavy breaths escaped. This time, he had been outmatched by speed. He had let his guard down. In their next encounter, he would never again allow the opponent to close in. He would employ his prideful poison, turning that blinding yellow flash into a rigid corpse. He was confident that no matter how fast a ninja might be, once exposed to his lethal toxins, they would dissolve in endless agony, leaving not even bones behind. As Hanzo plotted his revenge in his mind, a voice, audible only to Minato, echoed within his thoughts. Ding! Task Stage 1, shaking the mountain and startling the tiger has been completed. Detection indicates that the host has thoroughly disciplined Hanzo of the Salamander, inciting a strong murderous intent against the host, who plans to use lethal poison. Task reward granted. Immunity to toxins, passive. Effect, immunity to all known and unknown toxins within the ninja world, including but not limited to neurotoxins, cellular destruction toxins, and chakra disruption toxins. Unbeknownst to Minato, Hanzo remained entirely unaware of this development. Lord Hanzo, a member of the Yuin Umbu, suddenly appeared in the room. Kneeling on one knee, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, a man named Yahiko, requests an audience. Akatsuki? At the peak of his anger, Hanzo's rage ignited further upon hearing this name. An organization that had developed right under his nose, yet beyond his control. A group of impudent children. Tell them to leave. However, they insisted that it concerned the future of Yuin Village and that they had crucial matters to discuss with you. The Umbu hesitated to add, the future? Hanzo scoffed. The future of Yuin Village now lay in the hands of that Hokage from Konoha. When did it become the prerogative of a bunch of children to dictate terms? Let them in. I am eager to see what nonsense they can conjure. Moments later, 3 youthful figures ascended to the top of the tower. Leading them was the orange-haired Yahiko, followed closely by the composed Nagato and the indifferent Konan. Lord Hanzo, Yahiko exclaimed as soon as he entered, his words brimming with idealistic fervor. We have heard about the 5 Kage Summit. We sense the pressure that the village currently faces. The Akatsuki organization wishes to collaborate with you, using dialogue rather than warfare to bring true peace to Yuin Village and the entire ninja world. Yahiko's voice was impassioned. However, Hanzo merely regarded him with indifference, as if observing a fool. Peace. Dialogue. How naive. How laughable. Under my reign, Yuin Village has always enjoyed peace. Hanzo's words emanated from beneath his mask, devoid of warmth. It is you, an organization beyond my control, that poses the greatest destabilizing factor within my village. His fury found its outlet at that moment. He could not yet act against Minato, but these ignorant children before him, he could crush at any time. It seems that before discussing peace, I must first impart a lesson to you. I shall teach you what true power is and what absolute order entails. No sooner had he spoken than a colorless, odorless gas silently wafted through the seams of his breathing mask. Yahiko froze mid-motion, feeling his breath stifle, his body suddenly paralyzed. This is poison, he managed to utter, before collapsing. Yahiko, Konan gasped, rushing to support him, only to feel herself spiraling into dizziness. "Damn it!" Nagato exclaimed, both shocked and furious, just as he was about to form hand seals. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered in the center of the room. The figure of Minato Namikaze reappeared. "Ah, my apologies, Lord Hanzo, I've returned." His arrival left everyone momentarily stunned. Minato scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I had almost forgotten to mention a detail regarding the specific territorial divisions for the Konoha forces' presence in Yuin village. So I came back to clarify." His casual tone clashed starkly with the tense atmosphere in the room. Then he noticed Yahiko and Konan collapsed on the floor, along with the faint, peculiar odor lingering in the air. Minato wrinkled his nose. "Is this the poison mist of Hanzo?" He stepped forward, placing a hand on Yahiko's shoulder, channeling a gentle chakra. Yahiko coughed violently a few times, his complexion quickly returning to normal, and the paralysis vanished in an instant. Hanzo stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. He beheld the golden figure, moving effortlessly within the poison mist he so proudly wielded, even rescuing others with ease. And his mind went blank. "Why?" he shouted in disbelief, his voice filled with incomprehensible horror and fear. "My poison, why does it not affect you? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." His poison was his most guarded secret, the foundation of his demigod status. It was the ultimate weapon that even the 5 great nations feared. Why, before this man, did it seem as harmless as air? Nagato too stood in shock, supporting the just-recovered Yahiko. He gazed at the man who had so effortlessly dissolved their life-threatening predicament. Is this the 4th Hokage of Konoha? The yellow flash. Not only can he disregard Hanzo's poison, but he can also negate it in an instant? Did I not mention? Minato turned, calmly regarding the thoroughly flustered Hanzo. Times have changed. Your archaic notions have long since become obsolete. He casually threw a specially crafted kunai, which spun through the air, narrowly missing Hanzo's ear before embedding itself in the wall behind him. Hanzo, recognizing the familiar gesture, let out a furious roar. "The same trick. Do you think it will work on me again?" His chakra surged explosively as he braced himself for Minato's impending instant movement attack. Yet, Minato's figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared at the location of the kunai, having circled around to Hanzo's rear. Flying Thunder God technique. Second stage. What? Hanzo's reaction was a moment too slow. A profound sense of danger surged from behind. He barely had time to see a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere expand in his vision. Rasengan. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the Rasengan struck Hanzo of the salamander squarely in the back. The violent rotational force exploded forth. Hanzo's specially crafted armor shattered as if made of paper. Bang! He flew out like a cannonball, crashing fiercely against the wall across the room, then slumped down, lifeless and silent. In an instant, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Mi-Yin and Xiaonan stood with their mouths agape, stunned by the spectacle. The man who had ruled Yuin village for decades, revered as a demigod, had been so effortlessly defeated. Nagato gazed at the golden silhouette, slowly retracting its hand, and at the half-god sprawled on the ground, unaware of his fate. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 35. Nagato, another student of my teacher. A human catastrophe. The room was enveloped in a deathly stillness, broken only by the relentless sound of rain outside, marking the passage of time. Mi-Yin and Xiaonan remained in a daze, their minds blank. The man who had dominated Yuin village for years, known as Hanzo the Salamander, now resembled a heap of discarded refuse, embedded in the distant wall, his fate unknown. The architect of this chaos merely withdrew his hand, as if he had simply swatted away an irritating fly. Nagato steadied Mi-Yin, who had just regained his footing, his body quaking with uncontrollable fear. He regarded the golden figure, a profound sense of powerlessness rising from the depths of his soul, mingled with sheer terror. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Minato, resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completely dismantled the old ruling class of Yuin village, clearing the way for the establishment of a new order. Epic mission. Unifying the shinobi world. Stage 2 mission activated. Stage 2 mission. Regime change. Mission objective. Support a pro-Konoha new regime in Yuin village. Mission reward. The bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan. Sage body completion plan. The bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan? A flicker of intrigue crossed Minato's mind. Though his sage body was formidable, it was ultimately not original. If he could acquire the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative of the Senju, perhaps it would enhance his sage body to perfection. His attention shifted from the wall's decor to the three young individuals before him. Supporting a new regime? Was there not a ready-made candidate? Minato paused momentarily, noticing Nagato's striking red hair. Such hues were a common sight in Konoha. Your red hair. Minato broke the oppressive silence of the room. Nagato's body stiffened abruptly. Was he one of the Uzumaki clan? Boom. The words detonated like a tailed beast bomb in Nagato's mind. He froze, instinctively taking a step back. How could he know of the Uzumaki clan? That very red hair, which had brought him countless discrimination and calamities, had always seemed like a cursed omen. Do not be alarmed. Minato perceived his wariness. Your kin are safe in Konoha. I have brought all the surviving Uzumaki back home. Home. Kin. These terms felt so distant, so foreign to Nagato. He stared blankly at Namikaze Minato, his lips trembling slightly, yet he could not utter a word. He recalled the words of his teacher, Jiraiya, who once said he had two disciples. One was Namikaze Minato, who inherited his heroic legacy, and the other was himself, who embraced the ideals of peace. The teacher had also mentioned that one of them would be the prophesied child destined to bring change to the shinobi world, the true savior. Nagato had always believed that person would be himself. Yet now, he beheld this man of similar age, already standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. He had effortlessly slain a demigod, easily neutralized a lethal poison, and successfully located his long-lost kin, providing them with a home. And what of himself? Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of being crushed, along with his companions, by Hanzo, as if they were mere ants. All in the name of a so-called ideal of peace. A savior? How utterly laughable. It turned out he was merely a naive child lost in a dream. The true prophesied child had never been him. Miin finally emerged from the overwhelming shock, gazing at the disheartened Nagato, then at the fourth Hokage, who resembled a deity. He took a deep breath, summoning all his courage. Hokage-sama, we of Akatsuki strive to bring true peace to this world. We hope to end this era of hatred and war through dialogue and understanding. He spoke passionately, his eyes alight with idealism. Minato turned, calmly regarding him. Peace. He echoed the word, then posed a question that caught Miin off guard. Naive. Tell me, Miin, who is to understand whom? Is it the orphan of Konoha, who lost his parents in the war, who is to comprehend the plight of IWA, shinobi waging war for resources? Or is it the common folk of the Rain Country, trampled upon by the 5 great nations, who are to understand the national interests spoken of by the great ninja? Minato advanced a step, each word falling from his lips like a cold scalpel, precisely slicing through Miin's idealistic facade. Your notion of understanding is fragile as a waterlogged piece of paper when confronted with the fundamental needs of survival, the towering national borders, and the blood-soaked enmity that has plagued the shinobi villages for centuries. Even more absurd is the idea of relinquishing hatred. Hatred does not emerge from thin air, Miin. It is not the disease, it is merely a symptom. The true ailment lies within this grotesque world of shinobi, where the strong prey upon the weak. You cannot demand the patient refrain from coughing while neglecting to treat the underlying illness. Is that not absurd? This is a form of arrogance from a lofty perch, a cruelty towards all victims. Miin's lips trembled. He yearned to retort, but found himself unable to voice a single word. Not one of Minato's statements was erroneous. Look at that individual. Minato gestured casually toward the indentation on the wall, shaped like a human form. Hanzo the salamander brought decades of peace to Uin village through fear. It was crude, yet it illuminated a truth. Before absolute power, all differences are forcibly suppressed. But he erred in his vision. He sought only to be the king of this small pond. Minato strolled to the window, gazing down at the cold steel metropolis standing tall beneath the rain. What I desire is to upend the entire chessboard. His voice was soft, yet caused the very air in the room to freeze. I aim to establish not a fragile peace maintained by ethereal understanding, but a robust order so formidable that any nation, any village, will entirely forfeit the option of waging war. Under this order, when slaughter and plunder cease to be means of resolution, and when all live without the fear of losing their homes overnight, only then can your understanding take root amidst the scorched earth of hatred. Minato turned, his azure gaze imbued with a near-divine indifference and compassion. My peace is the foundation, hard, cold, and even ugly. Yours is the flower blooming atop that foundation. Without my resilient base, capable of withstanding all storms, your blossoms can only flourish in unrealistic dreams. Therefore, I do not deny your ideals, Mi-yen. I am merely revealing to you the sole path to realize them. Mi-yen, Nagato, and Xiaonan stood utterly transfixed. Shueman's words cut like the sharpest blade, shattering their idealistic theories of peace into fragments. Yet, amidst the ruins, he unveiled a grander, more formidable, yet undeniably harsher blueprint. They found themselves unable to refute his assertions, for it dawned upon them for the first time that the path to paradise might indeed necessitate the paving by a monster, employing the most ruthless methods. Their dialogue resulted in Hanzo's venomous gas, while Shueman's might led to the fall of a demigod and the silence enveloping the entire village. Yahiko's lips trembled as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. Then please, join us in Akatsuki. Let us achieve true peace. He bowed deeply before Shueman. The expression on Shueman's face turned peculiar. Join Akatsuki? That jest is far from amusing. Joining is out of the question. He shook his head. Yahiko's body swayed, his face etched with disappointment. However, Shueman shifted his tone. Now that the reactionary figure, Hanzo, has been dealt with, Amigakure stands leaderless. How about you assume the mantle of leadership for the new generation of Amigakure? What? The three of them raised their heads simultaneously, incredulity written across their faces. You want us to be leaders? Yahiko's voice quivered. Indeed, Shueman affirmed. Do you not desire to realize peace? Now, I grant you a village to actualize it. Rest assured, resources, economy, and defense will be fully supported by Konoha. We will share and advance together, transforming Amigakure into the first bastion of peace in the ninja world. A model to emulate. An overwhelming ecstasy engulfed Yahiko in an instant. He thought he had plummeted into an abyss, only to find himself thrust onto the clouds by the other party. I am willing. Yahiko, wish to become the new Amigakure. He was nearly about to leap with excitement. Shueman nodded in satisfaction. The second phase of the mission appeared to be proceeding smoothly. At that moment, Nagato, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He stepped forward, his rinnegan filled with complex emotions. Mr. Shueman, he hesitated before using a respectful title. I have heard you are also a disciple of Master Jiraiya. Yes, Shueman did not deny it. Nagato's body trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and mustered all his strength to voice the request that had lingered in his heart for so long. I wish to visit Konoha. I want to see my clan. Chapter 36, The Ideal Nation of Amigakure, in Konoha. I wish to visit Konoha. Nagato's voice trembled with an emotion he himself was unaware of. I want to see my clan. This request caused the atmosphere in the room, which had just begun to ease, to become subtly tense once more. Yahiko and Conan's bodies tightened, anxiously watching bluffing Shueman, almost anticipating a refusal. After all, Nagato's identity was too sensitive. However, Shueman merely displayed a look of natural acceptance. Of course, the simplicity of those two words left Yahiko and Conan momentarily stunned. Is it truly that simple? Yahiko could hardly believe his ears. He is a relative of my wife, and also a family member of Konoha. Shueman's response was so logically sound that it left no room for dispute. It was perfectly normal for a family member to wish to return home. Yahiko was rendered speechless. He had contemplated countless scenarios, such as Shueman imposing conditions, or using Nagato as leverage, or at least instituting a period of observation. Yet, he did nothing. He simply agreed. But the journey is long. Let me prepare some provisions and water for you. Yahiko, shaken from the immense impact, awkwardly suggested. Shueman smiled, shaking his head. No need for such trouble. He gently placed a hand on Nagato's shoulder. Nagato's body stiffened as he felt the vast, unfathomable chakra beneath that hand, stable yet gentle. For me, the journey is quite brief. Before Yahiko and Nagato could react to the implications of his words, a blinding golden light erupted in the room. The air seemed to twist, emitting a subtle distortion sound. In the next instant, the brilliance dissipated, plunging the room back into darkness. The spots where Shueman and Nagato had stood were now vacant. At the top of the tower, only Yahiko and Conan remained, staring at each other in shock. Yahiko's throat felt dry. To be able to transport another person through space and time? He knew the yellow flash was swift, but he did not realize that this swiftness transcended human comprehension. Such a level of ninjutsu was supposed to consume vast amounts of chakra, yet he had effortlessly transported Nagato. Yahiko swayed slightly, plopping back down into the cold chair. For the first time, he felt that his ambition to change the world was utterly insignificant and laughable in the face of such absolute power. What manner of monster are we conversing with? The sensation of dizziness lasted less than a second. In one moment, Nagato was in the cold, oppressive tower of Amigakure, and in the next, a wave of warmth, infused with sunlight, earth, and the aroma of food, washed over him. He stumbled, his legs weak, nearly unable to stand. The ground beneath his feet was no longer cold steel but warm, dry earth. The incessant sound of rain was replaced by the laughter of children and the calls of vendors, sounds brimming with vibrant life. Sunlight, true sunlight, unobscured by clouds, lazily bathed him in warmth that felt foreign yet inviting. He struggled to open his eyes, momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. This was Konoha, 100 times more prosperous and 1,000 times more peaceful than he had imagined. A powerful wave of bitterness surged within him as he observed the smiling villagers, the tidy shops, and the children frolicking joyfully under the sun. Here lay everything that Amigakure lacked. This was the ideal nation that he, Yahiko, and Conan had dreamed of establishing, yet had not even glimpsed a trace of its form. A hand settled on his shoulder once more. If you are willing. Shuemin's calm voice flowed into his cold heart like a warm current. This shall be your second home. Home. The word made Nagato's heart skip a beat. They walked along the main road of the village, and the sights along the way continuously challenged Nagato's perceptions. Hokage-sama, you have returned. A woman hanging laundry waved at Shuemin from a distance, her face radiating genuine joy. Shuemin smiled in response. Yes, just returned. An elderly man running a dango shop also spotted them. Lord Forth. Who is this? The old man's gaze quickly fell upon Nagato's striking red hair. Oh, is this a fellow from the Uzumaki clan that you brought back last time? Welcome home. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man skillfully wrapped a skewer of 3-color dango and shoved it into Nagato's hands. Here, child, try our Konoha specialty. Don't be shy. Nagato was utterly frozen. He lowered his gaze to the fragrant dumplings in his hand, then lifted his eyes to the elderly man's face, etched with wrinkles yet radiating sincerity. His crimson hair, the source of endless misfortune and prejudice throughout his life, had only brought him exclusion, fear, and estrangement. Yet here, it had transformed into a passport, a reason for welcome, a symbol of kinship. He turned to face the Hokage. The villagers surrounded their leader, their faces devoid of fear, filled instead with pure affection and trust. This was not the deceptive peace bought through iron and poison by Sanjoya Hanzo. It was genuine. Nagato felt his worldview crumbling inch by inch. Minato, you have finally returned. A bright and vigorous female voice pierced through the crowd. Moments later, a dazzling crimson figure squeezed through. It was a young woman in an apron, her hair even more vibrant than Nagato's. On her simple apron, she wore a stitched whirlpool emblem, reminiscent of something he had only seen among his mother's relics. It was Uzumaki Kushina. In her arms lay a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant, babbling as he reached out his tiny hands towards Minato. Oh! Kushina's gaze was instantly drawn to Nagato. The joy on her face swiftly transformed into immense, incredulous delight. Red hair. Minato, is this child one of our kin? She hardly gave Minato a chance to respond. Rushing towards Nagato, in her purple-black eyes sparkled pure, untainted happiness. Wonderful. Another one found. Welcome home. Following Kushina was an elder of the Uzumaki clan, cradling another infant. This child also bore red hair and was peacefully asleep. The elder looked at Nagato, a gentle smile gracing her face. This child surely belongs to the Uzumaki clan. The hair color and the child's aura leave no doubt. Nagato felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, immobilized. He was surrounded by his kin. He saw the family crest that existed only in his memories. He witnessed the Hokage's wife, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, embracing her son with loving eyes. He beheld another Jinchuriki, the host of the One Tail, tenderly held by the elder, rather than being locked away like a weapon in a dark prison. Two beings meant to be the most terrifying weapons in the world were, at this moment, treated as the most precious treasures. A clan thought to be long extinct was reuniting here, embraced and cherished by the entire village. The belief he had clung to for half his life, that pain could be exchanged for peace, and his pride in his so-called divine eyes, the Rinnegan, appeared pale and ludicrous before this heartwarming yet almost brutal scene. He struggled to divert his gaze from the joyous family and looked again at Minato, the pinnacle of the ninja world, merely standing there with a smile. It was he who had single-handedly created this miracle. He did not speak of peace. Instead, he wielded absolute power to forge it. He made no promises of returning home. He simply brought all his family back. Jiraiya-sensei had taken on two disciples, one who inherited the longing for peace, and another who had already grasped it firmly in hand. Nagato slowly lowered his head, gazing at the still warm dumplings in his hand. A thought emerged clearly from the ruins of his crumbling beliefs. This was the answer. Nagato stood there in a daze, the sweet-smelling dango becoming his only connection to this world. His worldview was collapsing, yet before this living canvas, it was being pieced together, bit by bit. Oh my, this child looks so thin. He must have suffered greatly outside. Uzumaki Kushina rushed over, her apron embroidered with the whirlpool symbol tightening Nagato's heart once more. She took his hand with familiarity, the warmth radiating from her palm, making him want to cry. Minato, look, this child resembles me so much. Kushina exclaimed as she pulled Nagato beside Minato, gesturing proudly. Minato merely smiled, gently patting Kushina's head before carefully presenting the infant in his arms to Nagato. This is Naruto, my child, with golden hair, cerulean eyes, and faint whisker-like markings on his cheeks. Little Naruto curiously gazed at Nagato, reaching out his chubby hands as if to grasp his striking red locks. Nagato instinctively held his breath. This was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He saw no pain, no coldness of being regarded as a weapon, only a normal and happy infant enveloped in parental love. Then Minato pointed to the other infant cradled by the Uzumaki elder. This child, too, had red hair and slept soundly, his cherubic face devoid of any shadow. This is Gaara, our family as well. Nagato observed the two children, who should have been the village's ultimate weapons. One was cuddling in his mother's embrace, while the other slumbered in the arms of an elder. He swallowed hard, his throat dry and painful. Turning his gaze back to Naruto, he murmured softly, "He is so adorable. He will surely grow to be as remarkable as you, Hokage-sama. Just call me Minato." Minato replied warmly and naturally. "We are family, are we not?" Family. This word was like a key, unlocking the final shackles within Nagato's heart. He took a deep breath, as if making a profound decision. "Minato-san, there is something you must know." He stepped forward, and the curious villagers and Uzumaki clansmen turned their attention to him. He raised his hand and slowly pushed aside the bangs that covered half his face. A series of swirling purple patterns, centered around his pupils, were instantly revealed under the radiant sun of Konoha. The Rinnegan. The air froze at that moment. Kushina's smile faltered. The surrounding villagers gasped in suppressed shock, instinctively taking a step back. The eyes held an inhuman, divine pressure that made it difficult to look directly at them. Nagato's heart sank. Indeed, no matter where he went, these eyes only brought fear and estrangement. However, Minato did not retreat. He even leaned in with keen interest, scrutinizing the legendary eyes. "Oh, so this is the Rinnegan." His reaction was as calm as if he were admiring a rare piece of art. The eyes of the legendary creator, the sage of six paths. Minato stroked his chin and even let out a faint sigh of admiration. "To be honest, I find it somewhat enviable." "What?" Nagato was utterly bewildered. He had envisioned countless reactions: shock, greed, wariness, fear, but never had he anticipated envy. "Aren't you afraid?" Nagato stuttered. "Why should I be afraid? They are rather striking, aren't they?" Minato countered. "Striking?" Nagato's mind completely short-circuited. "And why are you not surprised at all? This is indeed the crux of the matter." "Ah, this. Shui Min has found a perfect excuse, one that Jiraiya-sensei once mentioned to me. He spoke of a war orphan with the eyes of the gods encountered during a mission in the Land of Rain. At that time, I did not pay much attention, but now it seems that he was referring to you. This explanation is reasonable, conveniently attributing everything to that unreliable teacher." Shui Min squatted down, maintaining eye contact with Nagato. "Rather than my own perspective, I am more intrigued by your thoughts on these eyes, Nagato." This question pierced the softest part of Nagato's heart like a needle. He fell silent. After a long pause, he finally responded in a barely audible voice. "They bring me endless suffering. My parents died by the blades of Konoha's shinobi. On that day, I awakened these eyes and personally killed those two shinobi. Since then, they have felt like a curse. They bestowed upon me a power unattainable by others, yet stripped me of the right to live like a normal person. Yahiko and Konan are my only friends who accept me as this monstrosity. I thought that possessing these eyes would allow me to protect them, to realize our shared dream of peace. But what has been the outcome?" Nagato chuckled bitterly, stating that before Hanzo's poisonous mist, I was powerless. Had you not arrived, the three of us would have already been cold corpses. These eyes are not divine. They are merely a more advanced tool for slaughter, a curse that brings destruction and misfortune. Nagato's emotions surged, the ripples in his eyes deepening with the fluctuations of chakra. Shui Min did not interrupt, but listened quietly. Once Nagato had poured out all his negative emotions, he slowly spoke. Nagato, do you believe this kunai in my hand to be good or bad? In Shui Min's hand, a specially crafted trident kunai had appeared. Nagato was taken aback, unsure why he was asked this. It is merely a tool, devoid of inherent good or evil. Indeed, Shui Min affirmed his answer. Tools possess no morality. It is the wielder who determines their nature. I could use it to slay an enemy in an instant, or I could use it to lead my comrades to safety. Shui Min stood, pointing to his own head. My Flying Thunder God technique is known as the fastest space-time ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Yet, it is merely a tool for movement. I choose to use it to protect the village and establish order, which is why I am the fourth Hokage. Had I chosen to use it for assassination and destruction, I would be the most feared rogue shinobi in the world. He placed his hand back on Nagato's shoulder. The Rinnegan is the same, Nagato. It is not a curse. It is the pinnacle of power within the shinobi realm, a tool imbued with infinite possibilities. You can use it to inflict suffering and wage wars, just as those before you did. Then you would become the next demigod, a remnant of the past destined for obsolescence. Yet, you can also choose to use it to protect your comrades, safeguard your family, and build a new world. Shui Min gestured toward the villagers around them who regarded him with trust and affection. At that moment, you would truly be the savior who inherits the will of the Sage of Six Paths. The choice lies within your hands. Shui Min's words illuminated Nagato's heart, dispelling the shadows that had lingered for years. Curse, tool, savior? He stared blankly at his slightly trembling hands, filled with emotion. Indeed, power in itself bears no right or wrong. The error lies with the wielder and the manner in which the power is employed. He had been blinded by the pain inflicted by these eyes and had never considered that he could become their true master. He lifted his gaze, looking once more at buffing Shui Min. I understand now. The confusion and pain in Nagato's eyes were replaced with an unprecedented determination. I too wish to be like you, to wield this power in the way you have taught me, Mr. Shui Min. I will use these eyes to protect my family and this village. Observing the rekindled fighting spirit of the youth, Shui Min nodded in satisfaction. Just then, amidst this profoundly moving moment, an odd rustling sound emanated from a public bathhouse nearby. Shui Min and Nagato turned their heads almost simultaneously toward the source of the sound. They beheld a sneaky figure tiptoeing beside the tall wooden wall of the women's bath, attempting to peek through a gap. That signature white hair, that familiar red coat. The individual was not only spying, but also scribbling fervently in a small notebook, occasionally emitting a lewd chuckle. The smile on Shui Min's face instantly froze. Nagato also recognized the figure. Jiraiya-sensei. What is he doing? Chapter 38. Jiraiya. Research in progress. Do not disturb. The warm atmosphere of the street abruptly solidified. Following Shui Min's gaze, Nagato noticed the sneaky figure by the bathhouse wall. The distinctive white hair, the familiar red coat, and the awkward posture as he tiptoed and stretched his neck. Nagato froze entirely. Jiraiya-sensei. Shui Min's facial muscles twitched. This restless teacher indeed possesses an extraordinary obsession with bathhouses. Jiraiya-sensei. Shui Min's voice was soft, yet clear enough to reach the figure's ears. The figure stiffened, dropping the notebook and pen with a clatter. He turned slowly, and upon seeing Shui Min and the large crowd beside him, an extremely unnatural smile squeezed onto his face. Oh, Shui Min. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. What a coincidence. You're out for a stroll too. As he spoke, he attempted to use his ample frame to shield the wall behind him, as if that would erase the events that had just transpired. Shui Min remained silent, simply standing there, calmly observing him. This silence bore a pressure more profound than any inquiry. I was just gathering material. Yes, research. Jiraiya's instinct for self-preservation kicked in, and he awkwardly scratched his disheveled white hair. You see, art springs from life, and life is brimming with unanticipated inspiration. I've been stuck in the village lately, and my novels are running out of material. The plot has come to a standstill. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if he were truly engaged in some noble artistic endeavor. That Kakashi brat has been practically wearing a path to my door. Every day, he pesters me about when the next volume will be released. He claims he'll die without reading the next chapter of Heavenly Paradise. I'm merely striving to meet the urgent demands of my loyal readers, working hard to contribute to the village's cultural endeavors. At that moment, his actions and words abruptly halted. He finally noticed the striking red-haired youth beside Shui Min, who was gazing at him with an exceedingly complex expression. Jiraiya's expression transformed from awkward defense to sheer, incredulous astonishment. He was utterly stunned, his voice involuntarily rising an octave, tinged with a slight tremor. Nagato, how is it you? Jiraiya could never have imagined that he would encounter his long-lost disciple, whom he believed to have perished in the chaos of war, on the bustling streets of Konoha. The young man before him, having matured significantly since their last meeting, had shed his youthful innocence. Yet, his fiery red hair and those distinctive eyes were unmistakable. Nagato gazed upon his teacher, noting the disheveled appearance that seemed entirely at odds with the legendary title of Sannin, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. He respectfully bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Teacher, he began, eager to explain how he had been found by Namikaze Minato in Amigakure and brought back home. However, at that moment, a tremendous uproar erupted from the opposite end of the street, akin to a tidal wave of sound that engulfed the entire village, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Extra! A Konoha Chunin, tasked with relaying news, dashed through the crowd like a gust of wind, his face alight with uncontainable joy and excitement, his voice hoarse from exertion. Urgent news from Amigakure. Just now, the fourth Hokage, alone at the central tower of Amigakure, faced and killed the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Boom. The proclamation struck the village like a depth charge in a tranquil lake, igniting a powder keg of fervor. Konoha erupted in a frenzy. The silence lasted but a second, soon to be drowned out by a cacophony of cheers and exclamations. What? Is that true? Hanzo is dead? A woman, caught in the throes of grocery shopping, grasped the arm of a bystander in excitement. The legendary demigod? The monster who single-handedly subdued our 3 Sannin? Killed by the 4th Hokage? A patrolling ninja halted, his expression one of disbelief. I knew it. The 4th Hokage is the strongest. He is Konoha's guardian deity. A young genin raised his fist in fervent adoration. What a demigod in the ninja world. Before our 4th Hokage, he is but a trifling opponent. The door of an izakaya swung open, as a man, his face flushed from drink, raised his cup and shouted, prompting a wave of applause. The villagers' cheers, cries, and discussions converged into a fervent torrent. The shadow of the Nine-Tails incident, which had cast a pall over the village, was washed away in that moment, replaced by an unprecedented pride and joy that could sear the soul. Jiraiya stood utterly dumbfounded. He remained rooted to the spot, his mind blank, unable to process the overwhelming shock of reuniting with Nagato, Hanzo of the Salamander. No one understood the terror of that man better than the 3 Sannin of Konoha. He was the one who had once forced them into a dire situation, bestowing upon them the title of Sannin, a true powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, looking down upon all. Even he had found him a formidable adversary. Yet, that very Hanzo had been vanquished by Minato? No, not merely defeated. The report stated he had been killed. Jiraiya abruptly turned, seizing Minato's shoulder with an intensity that made his knuckles whiten. Minato, is what you said true? Did you truly kill him? His actions were laden with incomprehensible astonishment. Nagato stood silently by, fully aware of the report's authenticity. But he was more shocked by the immense reaction that this news had elicited from Konoha. It appeared that the demise of a demigod was indeed a cause for celebration for this village. Minato observed his teacher's disoriented state and glanced at the jubilant villagers, then smiled softly. Yes, he nodded calmly, as if discussing something trivial, like what to have for dinner. I defeated him using the Rasengan. Jiraiya? He was utterly at a loss. Each word was clear, yet strung together. He could not comprehend the nonsensical utterances of his prodigious disciple. What was this Rasengan? What was this strange name? What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind. It seemed there had indeed been such a thing. A few black lines appeared on Jiraiya's face as he recalled that this ninjutsu could also be referred to as the Rasengan, right? Chapter 39, Nagato's Return to the Heart. System Reward, Clone Sharingan Technique. Rasengan. The name resonated in Jiraiya's mind like a bell tolling. It was as if a key had unlocked the floodgates of his memory. He remembered that on a certain evening, in the training ground, Minato, drenched in sweat, had excitedly demonstrated a ball of chakra, spinning rapidly in his palm, yet unstable. Teacher, look, a technique without hand seals. I want to develop it into a jutsu with unparalleled destructive power. Back then, Minato was merely an ambitious youth. What had Jiraiya's response been? His memory was somewhat hazy. He seemed to recall patting Minato's shoulder, laughing heartily and offering some words of encouragement before turning to ponder the plot of his next novel. He had never imagined that a technique, once incapable of maintaining its form, would one day be wielded to slay a demigod. Subsequently, Jiraiya's thoughts were drawn back from the distant recollections. His focus returned to Minato, who stood at the center of the ecstatic crowd, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, radiating calmness, his expression as gentle as ever. The image of the man before him merged with that of the sweat-drenched youth from his memories, illuminated by the setting sun. What an extraordinary talent! A complex mix of pride and astonishment surged within Jiraiya. He pondered what he had been doing at Minato's age. It seemed he was either being chased by Tsunade for peeping at the women's bath or fleeing in disarray from Hanzo on the battlefield. Yet, his student had ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world, utilizing his own created jutsu to bring an end to an era of myth. Nagato stood quietly at the side, taking in Jiraiya's unabashed pride and joy. A sharp pang of pain spread within his chest. Both were disciples of Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato had become the revered Hokage, the hero who ended the demigod, the guardian who could bring true peace to his people. And what about himself? He possessed the Rinnegan, lauded as the eye of the gods, yet had achieved nothing. The so-called Akatsuki, the notion of peace, crumbled before Hanzo's poisonous miasma. Had it not been for Minato's timely intervention, Yahiko and Konan might have already met their end in the frigid drainage ditches of Amigakure. In comparison to Minato's accomplishments, everything he had done seemed like child's play. No, it was even less than that. At least playing in the mud wouldn't result in the loss of comrades. Nagato lowered his head, a strand of red hair falling to shield half his face. Your abilities are no less than mine. A gentle voice resonated beside him. Nagato looked up in surprise to see Minato standing beside him, having approached unnoticed. Minato patted his shoulder lightly, a gesture imbued with an undeniable strength. You simply lack a stage that allows you to fully showcase your talents. A stage? Nagato murmured to himself. Indeed. Shueimon confidently responded that Yahiko's aspirations were grand. Yet he required time and a solid foundation. With Yuin village in dire need of revival, both he and Konan would face considerable hardship. Shueimon's words caused Nagato to momentarily halt his breath. Thus, I propose an idea. If you are willing, you may temporarily reside in Konoha as a cornerstone and bridge for communication between Konoha and the newly established Yuin village, serving as an official liaison ambassador. What? Nagato's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. To remain in Konoha? To assume such a significant position? How could this be possible? He, Nagato, possessed the eyes of a monster. Why would Shueimon place such trust in him? Was he not fearful of ulterior motives? Was he not wary of him being a spy sent from Yuin village? Countless questions swirled in Nagato's mind, rendering him speechless. You fool, what are you hesitating for? A large hand clapped heavily on Nagato's back, causing him to stagger. Jiraiya approached with a face full of exasperation, wrapping his arm around Nagato's neck and exclaiming, Shueimon has paved the way for you. What more is there to contemplate? I must say, you are excellent in every aspect, except for your rather poor disposition. Always so gloomy. Jiraiya's grip tightened, nearly choking Nagato. If only you could possess even half of Shueimon's cheerfulness. No, even a third would suffice. With your abilities, you could have already achieved great things. You wouldn't need to be in such a position now. Jiraiya's teasing was bold and unreserved, provoking a chorus of good-natured laughter from the villagers. Kushina laughed so hard she could hardly stand, while little Naruto in her arms waved his tiny hands in delight. Nagato, turning crimson from Jiraiya's hold, attempted to break free but found his teacher's strength astonishing. Yet amidst the chaos and din, Jiraiya's coarse jest pierced through the fog within his heart like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, character. He lifted his gaze toward Shueimon at the center of the crowd. He was powerful, yet never arrogant. He wielded authority, but remained gentle. He could command with the might of thunder, yet embrace his family with the softest touch. This was the true essence of strength. This was the person he aspired to become. The magnitude of one's power may not be the most crucial aspect. Rather, how one wields that power and the heart with which it is used are what truly matter. Nagato sensed the ice of self-doubt and confusion within him gradually melting beneath the warm sunlight of Konoha and the hearty laughter of those around him. He ceased to struggle, allowing Jiraiya to keep his arm around him. His focus became unprecedentedly resolute. I, too, wish to become like Shueimon, able to protect everyone and earn their trust. A ninja of such excellence. At that instant, as Nagato vowed within his heart, a voice only Shueimon could hear resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that Nagato, one of the prophesied children, has wholeheartedly returned, establishing a new life trajectory. The affinity of his Rinnegan towards the host has significantly increased. Reward obtained. A research report on the cloning of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Epic mission. Unification of the ninja world. Stage 3 has been activated. Before the troops move, provisions must precede. As the strongest ninja village, Konoha is currently constrained in finances, necessitating the host's efforts to enhance its economic autonomy. Reward obtained. Formula for healing pills that can rapidly mend ninja injuries. Chapter 40. The financial crisis of Konoha. The betrayal of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. The bustling streets, still echoing with the revelry sparked by the news of the fallen demigod, had yet to fully quiet. Just as the ice in Nagato's heart had begun to thaw, Jiraiya remained immersed in the mixed emotions of reuniting with his disciple and being surpassed by him in every regard. At that moment, an Umbu member suddenly appeared before Shueimon. He knelt on one knee, reporting, "Lord Fourth, a visitor has arrived from the feudal lord." The feudal lord? Shueimon furrowed his brow slightly, given the timing. It was likely not a friendly visit. When soldiers come, let soldiers meet them. When water flows, let the earth conceal it. However, he did not dwell on it too long. Very well, let us return to the Hokage building first. Soon, Shueimon and his group arrived at the Hokage office. There, a messenger clad in traditional samurai armor, exuding an air of authority, strode through the crowd, flanked by a retinue of guards, directly entering the Hokage's office. The crest of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire emblazoned on his chest caused the surrounding cheers to gradually diminish. An oppressive atmosphere, starkly at odds with the village's spirit, quietly enveloped the room upon his arrival. The messenger wasted no time on pleasantries. In the Hokage office, before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and other high-ranking officials, he unfurled a magnificent edict. By the decree of the feudal lord, the messenger's voice rang out, high and stiff, laced with a condescending arrogance. The fourth Hokage, Wei Feng Shueimon, has acted recklessly, inciting disputes among the four nations within a single day, plunging the diplomacy of the Land of Fire into unprecedented turmoil. To quell the public's fury and demonstrate our Land of Fire's commitment to peace, effective immediately, the budget of Konoha Hidden Village for this year will be reduced by 70% to serve as a warning. I hope the fourth Hokage will take heed. Upon the proclamation's conclusion, a dead silence enveloped the office. Sarutobi's pipe clattered to the ground. Jiraiya's smile froze entirely, as he nearly believed his ears had deceived him. Nara Shikaku instinctively braced his forehead, his mind racing to calculate the catastrophic consequences this decision would bring. A 70% reduction. That was not merely a cut. It was akin to pulling the rug out from under them. Without funds, the rewards for ninja missions could not be dispersed. The procurement and development of ninja tools would come to a standstill, and the maintenance of village infrastructure, compensation for the injured, and operation of the Ninja Academy, all would collapse. This was a plan to suffocate Konoha. A budget cut? Shueimon's voice shattered the frozen air, repeating the words with a hint of amusement rather than anger. Is he instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? This question caused every heart in the room to skip a beat. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Shueimon rose from his Hokage's seat, approaching the haughty messenger. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he uttered words that struck all like a thunderbolt. I agree. The messenger? Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Everyone was bewildered. The messenger's carefully prepared barrage of words and countermeasures was abruptly rendered impotent by those two simple words. He had anticipated Shueimon's fury, foreseen vehement opposition from Konoha's higher-ups, but he had never imagined such a straightforward agreement. This script was not right. The Hokage is wise. The messenger forcibly suppressed his shock, managing to squeeze out a perfunctory phrase. He hastily rolled up the edict and, with his guards, fled as if escaping, fearing that a second longer in that golden flash would lead to a change of heart. As the messenger departed and the office door closed behind him, Jiraiya erupted instantly. Shueimon, Have you lost your mind? He rushed towards Shui Man, gripping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Do you understand what a 70% budget cut means? The village will perish. Shui Man, this is far too impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen also rose, his expression gravely serious. This was a warning from the feudal lord. It was also a concession to the pressures from the four nations. You cannot simply agree to this. We are in deep trouble. Nilangluzhou rubbed his aching temples. Once the finances are strangled, all our actions will be constrained by others, which is far more terrifying than direct warfare. In the face of the crowd's anxiety, Mizuno merely extricated himself from Jiraiya's grip and approached the window. He gazed down at the villagers below, who were abuzz with speculation and fear due to the arrival of the envoy. Sensei, what do you think came first, the chicken or the egg? He suddenly posed an unrelated question. Jiraiya, taken aback, exclaimed, what nonsense. Is this really the time for such a discussion? No, this question is not important, Mizuno replied. Turning around, his azure eyes shimmering with a light that was incomprehensible to those around him. What matters is, I am the owner of the chicken farm. He declared a decision that left everyone in a state of shock once more. From today onwards, Konoha will completely sever its financial dependence on the daimyo. We shall establish our own economic system. Jiraiya's mouth opened in disbelief, ready to argue that this was sheer folly. However, upon seeing Mizuno's resolute expression, he swallowed his words. Mizuno retrieved a small scroll from his robes and unfurled it, revealing a complex formula and process for a medicinal concoction. This is something I have recently developed. I call it the healing pill. He handed the scroll to Jiraiya. Its effect is simple. It can rapidly heal most non-fatal injuries in a short time, far surpassing existing healing techniques. Sensei, I need you to immediately assemble a trustworthy team, and at the fastest speed, bring Lady Tsunade back. Tell her I possess something that can completely revolutionize the medical system of the ninja world and a method to heal her inner turmoil. Konoha needs her strength to manage this burgeoning industry. Mizuno's words grew increasingly impactful. Jiraiya stared at the formula in his hands, sensing the profound weight of that thin scroll. From this day forth, Konoha will not only monopolize violence. Mizuno's voice resonated clearly within the office, sending a chill from the depths of every listener's heart. We shall also monopolize life. With a mere pill, we will leverage the entire economy of the ninja world. With the power of saving lives, we shall forge a barrier more indestructible than any ninjutsu. The audacity and grandeur of this plan left both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling parched. Later that night, in the Hokage's office, Mizuno secretly summoned the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama. Fugaku knelt with a respectful demeanor. Rise, Fugaku-san. Mizuno gestured for him to sit. The work of the inspection department has been commendable. All thanks to Hokage-sama's trust, Fugaku replied, head bowed, unwilling to take credit. Mizuno dispensed with further pleasantries, placing another scroll on the table and sliding it towards Fugaku. This was discovered in Danzo's most clandestine laboratory. It is the pinnacle of his and the rogue ninja Orochimaru's research on the forbidden techniques of the Sharingan. Without hesitation, Mizuno shifted the blame. Did it matter whether the recipient believed him? The evidence stood true. What do you care where it came from? Fugaku's body jolted. As he slowly opened the scroll, he froze in shock. It detailed an abundance of findings regarding the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, ocular transplant rejection, and the audacious concept of achieving ocular regeneration and cloning through the fusion of the first Hokage's cells. This is simply... Fugaku felt his breath halt. This report nearly resolved the conundrums that had plagued the Uchiha clan for centuries regarding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's still only in the theoretical stage, with many immature aspects. Mizuno calmly interjected, but it indicates a direction. I require the Uchiha's finest scientific talents to refine it and bring it to fruition. Hokage-sama, Fugaku's voice trembled, unable to comprehend why Mizuno would entrust such a critical matter to the Uchiha clan. This was tantamount to handing them the key to unlock the eternal Mangekyo. Mizuno interrupted his doubts with a command that sent chills down Fugaku's spine. Research it. Then, Mizuno leaned slightly forward, articulating each word deliberately. Bring me a cloned eye. Chapter 41. Tsunade. This medicine is poisonous. I healed on the spot. In the capital of the Land of Fire, within the daimyo's estate, a lavish banquet hall was filled with elegantly dressed nobles exchanging toasts, the sound of silk and bamboo music resonating in the air. The daimyo of the Land of Fire held a golden cup, a smug smile adorning his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen this?" His voice, though soft, silenced the surrounding flattery in an instant. That young fourth Hokage of Konoha is still far too inexperienced. He swirled the sake in his cup, relishing the attention of those around him. Just because he reduced their budget by 70%, he immediately capitulated. Huh, what a joke. The Yellow Flash, the so-called demigod of the ninja world, is nothing more than a mere errand boy in the presence of true power. A portly nobleman immediately stepped forward, sycophantically agreeing. Indeed. My lord, ninjas are ultimately tools, and we will always be the ones wielding those tools. Precisely. The daimyo drained his cup and slammed it back onto the table, declaring that the more accomplishments Mizuno amassed, the more he needed to comprehend who the true master of this nation was. An era of ninjas? Ridiculous. As long as we control the finances, they will have no choice but to obey. The daimyo laughed triumphantly, with the surrounding nobles joining in the sycophantic laughter, filling the banquet hall with an atmosphere of merriment. Meanwhile, in Konoha Hospital, within a highly guarded special laboratory, the air was thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant and herbs. The legendary Sannin and the most esteemed medical ninja in the world, Tsunade, stood before a stainless steel laboratory table, her face etched with confusion and irritation. Before her lay not a complex medical scroll, but a recipe so absurdly simple that it was laughable. Impossible. Tsunade's voice was laced with anger at being challenged in her lifetime of expertise. The combination of these herbs was inherently toxic, and the effects would be rapid. Standing beside her, Shizune, cradling her pet pig, looked equally anxious. But, Lady Tsunade, this is from the fourth Hokage himself. The Hokage can't turn water into fire. Tsunade interrupted roughly. Konoha's Mizuno is a genius of war, but he is not a medical ninja. This recipe is sheer nonsense. She tugged at her hair in frustration. Yet the image of that golden-haired youth handing her the scroll lingered in her mind. That calmness, that certainty, and the words, Lady Tsunade, I possess a method to heal your inner turmoil. Damn it. Tsunade cursed inwardly. Ultimately, she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Shizune, prepare a trial pill according to this recipe. Shizune gasped, but Lady Tsunade, this. Consider it a last resort, Tsunade retorted, turning her head. I want to see what that kid is truly concocting. Half an hour later, an unassuming, even somewhat charred black pill was carefully placed on a plate by Shizune using tweezers. Bring in test subject C7, Tsunade ordered. Soon, a cage was wheeled in. Inside lay a feeble white mouse, its abdomen marred by a gaping wound, a remnant of a prior testing with tools of torture. Its vital signs were rapidly fading. Tsunade grasped a pill, grinding it into powder with a mortar and pestle, mixing it with water. She drew the murky liquid into a dropper, pried open the mouse's mouth, and administered the concoction. Having completed this task, she crossed her arms, bracing herself to witness the conclusion of this farce, or perhaps the merciful end of the pitiful creature's life. 1 second, 2 seconds. The mouse convulsed. In an instinctive reaction, Shizune shut her eyes. Yet, the anticipated demise did not arrive. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that left both Tsunade and Shizune utterly bewildered. The grotesque wound on the mouse began to writhe at an impossible speed. The blood at the edges of the wound swiftly coagulated, and then, pink new flesh surged from the depths of the injury, rapidly filling the void. The entire process lasted mere seconds. What was once a gaping hole now bore only a faint pink mark. Squeak. The mouse, which should have perished, suddenly emitted a sharp cry and flipped over, its limbs firmly on the ground. It shook its fur and began to leap energetically within its cage, displaying even more vitality than before its injury. Thud. The recording board in Shizune's hands fell to the floor. Tsunade stood frozen in disbelief. She seized the cage, extracting the lively mouse, her hands instantly enveloped in verdant chakra, the palm healing technique. Simultaneously, she meticulously examined every cell of the mouse with her chakra. No doubt about it, Tsunade murmured, her voice laden with sheer astonishment. The cellular activity had tripled compared to before its injury, and all internal organ functions were intact. No, they had been enhanced. This was not mere healing. This was regeneration. Shizune was rendered speechless, her gaze shifting between Tsunade and the mouse, feeling as though her entire worldview was collapsing. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist onto the stainless steel laboratory table, leaving a distinct imprint in the solid surface. A monster! She growled, not in anger, but in a shuddering realization of how her pride had been utterly shattered by this miracle. Namikaze Minato, what manner of creature are you? She finally understood. She comprehended why Minato had summoned her back. She grasped the meaning behind his words about overturning the medical system of the ninja world. This was no ordinary medicine. This was a miracle that could be mass-produced. Tsunade gasped for breath, making a bold decision in an instant. Shizun, prepare another one. Dilute it to 1% of the dosage. Lady Tsunade, you must do it personally. Silence. Hurry. Soon, a cup of pale green potion was delivered. Without hesitation, Tsunade downed it in one gulp. A gentle warmth instantly spread from her stomach to her limbs. The chronic ailments accumulated over years of battles began to dissolve under the soothing flow, releasing pained groans as they succumbed to the onslaught of warmth. The chakra, once sluggish due to emotional turmoil and excessive drinking, surged forth like a river breaking through a dam. This sensation, it nearly rivaled her peak condition during moments when she refrained from utilizing the Yin seal. Tsunade forcefully pushed open the laboratory door, rushing out without a backward glance despite Shizun's concerned calls. She had to see that man. She needed to inquire about the wealth of world-altering knowledge he possessed. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade kicked open the door, sending a gust of wind that scattered the documents atop the desk. Minato looked up from his papers, a knowing smile gracing his face upon seeing her. Lady Tsunade, it appears the results have pleased you. Pleased? Tsunade stormed to the desk, leaning forward with her hands pressed down, her body trembling with urgency. Grant me authority, the highest authority. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, radiating an unprecedented fervor. Provide me with personnel. I want all the idle medical ninjas and researchers in the village. Provide me with funds. No, I demand an unrestricted budget. Minato merely smiled, sliding a prepared authorization document toward her. Everything you desire is contained within. Tsunade snatched the document without a glance. 1 month. No, at most half a month. She declared, I shall ensure that the healing pills produced by Konoha blanket the entire ninja world. I will elevate their value beyond gold, transforming them into a coveted currency that all daimyo and nobles must kneel to acquire. Excellent. Minato stood and moved beside her. The pricing authority is yours, Lady Tsunade. After all, 30% of the profits will be your future stake. His words ignited within Tsunade a wildfire of ambition. But remember, Minato cautioned, we are not selling medicine. He gazed out at the bustling village, enunciating each word deliberately. We are selling life. For those in power, life is priceless. Chapter 42, Economic Blockade? Establishing the Konoha Merchant Association. Tsunade's decisive demeanor, once she received full authorization from Minato, was on full display. Merely 3 days later, the advent of the Konoha healing pills was proclaimed to the entire village through a notice posted on the Hokage building's bulletin board. The content of the announcement was straightforward and blunt. First, all registered ninjas and villagers of Konoha may purchase healing pills at nearly cost price with proper identification, limited to a certain quantity. Second, non-Konoha individuals must purchase them at triple the price. Upon the revelation, Konoha erupted with excitement. Triple the price? Is that not a bit excessive? Excessive? The Hokage is safeguarding us. This miraculous remedy should be our exclusive benefit. Indeed, I heard that Captain Ueno from the neighboring team, the one whose leg was nearly crushed by an IWA ninja's earth technique during a mission, is preparing to retire. He ate one yesterday, and I saw him walking with a cane in the yard this morning. Such words silenced all ninjas who had been debating the price. Expressions of mixed ecstasy and disbelief adorned their faces. A shattered bone, and he can walk the next day? What kind of divine elixir is this? This is no longer mere healing. It is a miracle. For ninjas, the greatest fear is not death, but sustaining injuries that could end their careers. Now, Namikaze Minato has assured them that such fears will no longer exist. In a flash, the reverence for the fourth Hokage reached unprecedented heights. Minato did not allow this fervor to cool. Seizing the momentum, he summoned Nara Shikaku. In the presence of numerous high-ranking officials, he announced a new decision: the establishment of the Konoha Merchant Association. Shikaku was appointed as the first president, fully responsible for the external sales of the healing pills. Nara Shikaku, a man known for his aversion to trouble, stood upright at the announcement, a rarity for him. In just 1 minute, he processed the terrifying energy behind this decision, one capable of overturning the entire ninja world. Hokage-sama, Shikaku stepped forward. If we are to establish a merchant association, There must be rules. Oh. Minato watched him with keen interest. I propose that the healing pills be categorized into 3 tiers. Shikaku raised 3 fingers. The ordinary version, as you have seen, is exclusively sold within the borders of Hoa no Kuni, priced sufficiently high to cause pain to the noble lords, yet compelling them to purchase. The enhanced version boasts a 30% increase in efficacy and is available in limited quantities to our amicable smaller nations, serving both as a means of alliance and a demonstration of our strength. As for the ultimate version, Naru Lugio's lips curled into a smile that was entirely at odds with his seemingly trouble-averse persona. The perfect version provides effects multiple times that of the ordinary one, capable of instantaneously healing all injuries except those leading to death. I propose that this version be classified as non-saleable. Oh, the curiosity of Mizukage was thoroughly piqued. Not for sale, only for exchange, Lugio leisurely stated, suggesting that the Merchant Association initiate a special task list with missions personally assigned by you, Lord Hokage. Any ninja, regardless of their origins or affiliations, who can complete the tasks on this list and accumulate sufficient special contributions, may exchange them for a perfect healing pill. The office fell into a profound silence. Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Naru Lugio with expressions akin to those reserved for a monster. This plan is exceedingly nefarious. This is no longer merely selling medicine. It is leveraging the lives of all ninjas to pave the way for Konoha. A rogue ninja, in pursuit of this miraculous medicine, might resort to assassinating high-ranking officials of rival villages. A ninja from another nation, driven to save a loved one, may willingly provide Konoha with classified intelligence. This is an irresistible scheme. Very well. Mizukage's voice was resolute. It shall be done. News swiftly reached the other 4 great ninja villages. Initially, they scoffed at the notion. Healing pills? Konoha's medical ninjutsu is nothing remarkable. What innovations could they possibly achieve? Sachiki Jinoki floated in the air, wearing an expression of disdain. Merely a pretentious trick. Raikage was equally unconvinced, dismissing the idea that Namikaze Minato, a skilled combatant, could excel in economic matters. However, this arrogance was utterly shattered 5 days later with a resounding slap of reality. In Kumogakure, a high-ranking jonin, during a training session with the 8 Tails, was accidentally injured, suffering a life-threatening wound from tailed beast chakra. The village's finest medical ninja were at a loss, helplessly watching as his vital signs dwindled. Just when all believed his fate sealed, a spy embedded in Konoha, at great personal risk, managed to deliver an ordinary healing pill purchased at triple the price. With a desperate hope, Raikage commanded that it be administered. The next moment, a miracle occurred. The horrifying wound on the jonin's chest began to regenerate at a visible pace. Within a minute, he astonishingly sat upright from his bed. Aside from a pale complexion, he appeared vibrant and full of life. This is impossible. The medical head of Kumogakure lost composure, letting out a shriek. Crash. The 4th Raikage smashed the table beside him to splinters. Damn it. His features oscillated between shock and rage. Overwhelmed by the miraculous effects of the medicine and by the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by Namikaze Minato, he finally understood why that man had exuded such confidence at the 5 Kage summit. Unmatched military might, coupled with logistical support that could endlessly revive soldiers. How could they possibly contend with that? The Raikage's furious roar echoed throughout the Raikage building. A similar scene unfolded in Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure. The Kage, who had just been subdued by Minato's might, found themselves compelled to lower their proud heads once more. In unison, they dispatched their most trusted envoys, laden with wealth, to Konoha. This time, it was not to declare war or negotiate, but to seek medicine. Meanwhile, the daimyo in the capital of Hoa no Kuni remained blissfully unaware. He continued to revel in the sensation of having reduced Konoha's budget, believing he had choked them into submission, unaware that Konoha had grown wings. A month later, in the Hokage office, Naru Lugio placed a thick ledger on Minato's desk. Rubbing his temples, fatigue and a hint of incredulity evident on his face, he spoke. Lord Hokage, we are now facing an exceedingly troublesome dilemma. What dilemma? Minato inquired. There is too much money. Lugio pointed to the ledger, which was overflowing with gold, jewels, rare minerals, and even various secret technique scrolls, nearly filling the 5 newly constructed treasury vaults. A preliminary estimate indicates that the Merchant Association's income for this month has already surpassed the total budget allocated to the daimyo's residence over the past 3 years. Jiraiya sprayed his tea, choking and coughing uncontrollably. Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his pipe for the 3rd time. Minato merely smiled, moving to the window. He gazed down at the streets. Now thrice as prosperous as a month prior, bustling with traffic and lively voices. Lugio, this is merely the beginning. His words were calm, yet laced with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Next, it is time for the daimyo to feel a taste of Konoha's might. Minato turned, his azure eyes revealing a cold resolve. It is time for those pampered individuals to understand their rightful place. The daimyo recognized by the Hokage is the true daimyo of Hwa no Kuni. Chapter 43, The 12 Guardian Ninjas? A battle resolved in a second. In the grand hall of the daimyo's residence in the capital of Hwa no Kuni, the atmosphere was as frozen as ice. The daimyo of Hwa no Kuni held his golden cup, his hand suspended in midair. What did you say? His voice rose an octave, laced with incredulity. Konoha has not only not declined, but is also constructing new ninja academies? The kneeling scout trembled. His forehead pressed to the ground. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, they have established 3 large training grounds within the borders of Hwa no Kuni. It is said that even ninjas from neighboring smaller nations are flocking to Konoha. What? The daimyo leapt to his feet, the golden cup shattering on the floor. Wine splattering everywhere. I slashed their budget by 70%. 70%. Where did they acquire such funds? The scout's voice quivered even more. It is the healing pills. The Konoha Merchant Association's income has exceeded the total budget allocated to the daimyo's residence over the past 3 years in just 1 month. Moreover, nobles from other great nations, even some daimyo from smaller nations, are bypassing you and trading directly with Konoha. Boom. This statement struck the daimyo like a heavy hammer, causing him to sway unsteadily. This is outrageous. The daimyo's face turned a shade of deep crimson as he seized the memorial on the table and hurled it to the ground. A mere ninja village dares to surpass the authority of the nation. Does that Namikaze Minato truly believe himself to be a god? The surrounding nobles lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. They understood that the daimyo was genuinely enraged this time. Yet simultaneously, they were aware of another fact. Konoha was no longer the ninja village that needed to cower before the daimyo. The daimyo paced back and forth in the palace, his breath quickening and chest heaving. Summon me. He abruptly turned, pointing outside the hall. Bring me the 12 guardian ninjas. I will make that blonde brat understand who the true masters of this country are. 3 days later, at the entrance of Konoha, the 12 guardian ninjas, clad in unified red armor, appeared menacingly at the gate. The leading ninja, Su, bore an unabashedly arrogant expression. He surveyed the Konoha ninjas around him and sneered. Bring out your Hokage. The daimyo commands that the Konoha Merchant Association be immediately handed over to the daimyo's residence. The gatekeeper ninja's expression shifted dramatically, and as he attempted to retort, he was halted by the umbu behind him. Wait a moment. The voice of the umbu was calm, yet there was a glimmer of lethal intent in his gaze. The news spread swiftly, igniting a fervor throughout the village. What? The daimyo intends to seize control of the merchant guild? On what grounds? That was established through the efforts of Lord Hokage. Indeed, the daimyo has already slashed our budget, and now he seeks to usurp our achievements. Villagers surged toward the village entrance, the crowd swelling with each passing moment, their faces etched with fury. Di Lu observed the ever-growing throng, his heart fluttering with unease. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of arrogance. Everyone, step aside. This is the daimyo's command. Anyone who dares defy it is a traitor. Among the crowd, one could no longer contain himself. Traitor? You are the real traitors. Lord Hokage fights tirelessly for the village, while you parasites hide behind and leech off us. Exactly. Get out of Konoha. We do not need your kind of worthless scum. Shouts of anger reverberated, and the village entrance was nearly in chaos. Di Lu's complexion darkened as he did not anticipate the villagers of Konoha would so brazenly disregard the daimyo's authority. At that moment, silence fell over the crowd. All eyes turned toward a single direction. Following their gaze, Di Lu's pupils constricted in shock. A golden-haired youth, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely toward them. Dressed in casual attire, he bore a gentle smile, as if merely out for a stroll. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant figure commanded the crowd to part ways instinctively. No need. The voice of Bo Feng Shui Min was soft, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I am right here. Di Lu, witnessing Shui Min's leisurely demeanor, felt his anger surge. Bo Feng Shui Min, you dare disregard the daimyo's orders. You are courting death. Shui Min halted, tilting his head slightly. The daimyo's orders? His tone was flat, tinged with curiosity. I do not recall that the Hokage is required to heed the daimyo's commands. You. Di Lu's roar erupted at the village entrance. Gripping his weapon tightly, he surged forward, transforming into a crimson blur aimed directly at Shui Min. In his eyes, the golden-haired Hokage had not even assumed a defensive stance, presenting a fatal opening. This was to be the glorious moment of the 12 Guardians of the Hidden Leaf. However, in the next instant, Di Lu's advancing body came to an abrupt halt. He felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. No, it was not a wall. A foot, clad in standard Konoha sandals, casually pressed down on his wrist holding the weapon. When did this happen? A soft sound, almost inaudible, echoed. It was neither the shattering of bones nor the clashing of metal, but rather akin to a ripe fruit being gently plucked. Di Lu felt an incomprehensible and irresistible force surging from his wrist. The power he prided himself on was as fragile as paper against this deftness. His weapon slipped from his grasp. He watched helplessly as his cherished blade traced a feeble arc through the air, eventually landing with a thud several dozen meters away. Its hilt quivering. Then, a gentle yet unyielding force pressed upon his shoulder. His forward momentum was redirected by this force, culminating in a clumsy spin. The world spun around him, and ultimately, his knee struck the ground with a resounding thud. The entire sequence unfolded as smoothly as a rehearsed play, and he was the only fool unaware of the script. Time seemed to stretch and compress in that moment. To the surrounding villagers, it appeared as though Di Lu charged forth in anger, only for the Hokage to merely lift a foot, resulting in Di Lu kneeling. Simple, decisive, even with a hint of elegance. To the remaining 11 guardians, they beheld a scene that would shatter their understanding. Their visual nerves registered their captain's charge, followed by a blur of gold. And then, their captain was kneeling on the ground. What transpired in between? No one could discern. One guardian poised to draw his blade found his hand frozen on the hilt. Another, preparing to form hand seals, had his fingers contorted in an odd shape, suspended before his chest. Sarutobi Asuma's mind ceased to function. He knew Shui Min was powerful. He was the yellow flash. Yet, he never conceived that strength could manifest to such a degree. This was not a battle between ninjas. It was akin to an adult brushing dust off his clothing, simple and devoid of contemplation. How is this possible? Di Lu knelt on the ground, his body cold. He could not even feel the pain in his wrist, only an overpowering fear that arose from the depths of his soul, a fear named helplessness. He lacked even the qualification to compel the other party to utilize ninjutsu. Shui Min then gradually lowered his head, gazing at the man kneeling before him. He spoke calmly. Return and inform the daimyo. The times have changed. If he cannot see this, I would not mind assisting him in acquiring a new pair of eyes. Boom. This phrase ignited a powder keg. The village entrance erupted in fervor. Lord Hokage is formidable. Ha! Do you see? This is our Hokage. The 12 guardians of the Hidden Leaf cannot withstand even a second before him. The daimyo is inconsequential. The villagers' cheers were deafening, their faces radiating genuine pride and joy. Among the 12 guardians, one individual wore a particularly complex expression, Sarutobi Asuma. He gazed at the kneeling Di Lu, then glanced at the fervent villagers. His fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed. Old man, he murmured, his voice tinged with bitterness. You were right. Konoha no longer needs the daimyo. Di Lu struggled to rise, but Shui Min's foot gently pressed on his shoulder. The pressure was not heavy, yet it rendered him immobile. Furthermore, Shui Min's voice rang out once more. Inform the daimyo that every single revenue of the Konoha Merchant Guild has been earned through our lives. If he desires it, Shui Min's lips curled into a smirk. Let him come and take it himself. With that, he lifted his foot and turned to leave. Di Lu collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not from pain, but from fear. He finally comprehended that the man before him was not a mere tool to be manipulated at will. He was a true monster, one capable of upheaving the entire order of the ninja world. Chapter 44, Daimyo of the Land of Fire? Shui Min, I say it changes, and it changes. The news of the 12 guardians' frantic retreat to the capital ignited a storm within the daimyo's residence. Di Lu knelt outside the hall, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. The 11 companions behind him all bowed their heads, no one daring to utter a word. The daimyo's roar echoed from within the hall. What did you say? You knelt in just 1 second. Di-Lu trembled all over, wishing to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. For the truth was undeniable. He had not even brushed against the hem of the other's garment before being forced to the ground. That was not a battle. It was an overwhelming defeat, akin to how an adult dealt with ants. Useless. All of you are useless. The daimyo kicked over a nearby tea table, scalding tea spilling everywhere. The surrounding nobles shrank their necks, none daring to utter a word. My lord daimyo. Di-Lu abruptly lifted his head, his voice tinged with despair. It is not our incompetence. It is that bluffing Shueimon is not human at all. Did you not see? He stood there, not even using ninjutsu. And I could not discern how he moved before I found myself on my knees. It was not merely speed, it was. Di-Lu could not articulate the horror he felt. Sarutobi Asuma stood at the rear of the crowd, silently biting his cigarette. Yet he understood implicitly. Every word Di-Lu uttered was the truth. The daimyo listened, his expression growing increasingly grim. He stood up unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. What did you say? He demanded. Di-Lu closed his eyes and repeated each word with clarity. Return and inform the daimyo. The times have changed. If he cannot see it, I do not mind providing him with a new pair of eyes. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the great hall. The daimyo's complexion flushed, then turned ashen. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted as if filled with cotton. In the next moment, his legs gave way. Thud. He tumbled down the stairs. My lord. The attendants hurried forward, scrambling to lift him. The daimyo felt cold all over, collapsing into the arms of his attendants. His lips trembling. A monster, he is a monster. In that instant, the ruler of the land of fire, who had lived a life of luxury, finally realized that he was not facing a subordinate he could easily manipulate, but rather a malevolent spirit capable of taking his life at any moment. Someone. The daimyo suddenly screamed. Take me back to my chamber. Lock the door. No one is to enter. The attendants exchanged glances but obeyed the command. The daimyo was carried away. The 12 guardians still knelt outside the hall, none daring to move. The normally arrogant nobles bowed their heads in silence. The entire daimyo's estate was shrouded in a shadow named fear. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, bluffing Shueimon sat at his desk, holding a document. Kakashi stood before him, followed closely by Guy. Hokage-sama. Kakashi spread out a map, pointing to a location 300 miles south of the capital of the Land of Fire. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, the daimyo had a younger brother named Hima. He had been exiled here due to political struggles. It is said that he possesses considerable talent and is profoundly dissatisfied with the current daimyo's incompetence. Shueimon did not immediately respond, his gaze fixed on the map. The only sound in the office was the rustling of paper. After a long pause, Shueimon lifted his head. It is time to replace the daimyo with a more compliant master. This statement, uttered lightly, sent a jolt through Kakashi's heart. Kakashi Guy? Shueimon withdrew 2 kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his robes, handing one to each of them. You two, set off immediately to locate Hima. Remember, do not alert anyone. Once found, leave the coordinates. I will come personally to negotiate. Kakashi accepted the kunai and nodded. Guy also subdued his usual fervor, adopting a rare serious expression. Understood. The two turned to depart. Shueimon pressed the bell on his desk. Within 10 seconds, the office door swung open. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui entered, one after the other. Hokage-sama. They knelt on one knee. Shueimon rose and approached them. Itachi, Shursui, I have a task for you. Keep watch over the daimyo. From this moment on, I want to know if he so much as sneezes. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances. They did not inquire why. They simply bowed their heads. Yes. After they left, Shueimon found himself alone in the office. He walked to the window, observing the bustling streets outside. Military and political unity. He murmured to himself. It is time for the Land of Fire to truly belong to Konoha. 3 days later, in the southern region of the Land of Fire, a desolate mansion stood. Once a noble's retreat, it had fallen into disrepair. The owner, Hima, sat in a room with only half a wall remaining. In front of him lay a jug of murky wine and a plate of moldy peanuts. The flickering candlelight cast long, distorted shadows. Hima lifted the wine cup and drank deeply. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, reddening his eyes. Ha, he sneered. The daimyo? Merely a fool. He slammed the cup down onto the table. Just then, the candle extinguished. The room was plunged into darkness. Hima sprang to his feet. his hand instinctively reaching for the short blade at his waist. Who? No answer came. Only the wind whistled through the cracks in the crumbling walls. Hima held his breath, his heart racing as if it might explode. In the next moment, a golden light illuminated the darkness. It revealed a silhouette, golden hair, a tall figure, and those bright blue eyes that shone even in the gloom. Do not be alarmed, Lord Hima, the figure spoke, his voice gentle yet chilling. I am not here to kill you. I have come to offer you an opportunity. An opportunity to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to you. Hima's blade was half drawn, yet his hand froze in midair as recognition dawned. The golden hair and the face renowned throughout the ninja world, Wolfing Shuemin, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Why you are? Hima's voice trembled. Shuemin took a step forward, and the candlelight flickered back to life. He sat down across from Hima with the calmness of one at home. I have heard that you have quite a few grievances regarding the current daimyo. Shuemin poured himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table. I wonder if I might have the honor of hearing them from you. Hima stared at him, his mind in turmoil. He could not fathom why this legendary figure, the Golden Flash, was here, nor what his intentions were. What do you want? Hima swallowed hard. Shuemin took a sip of wine and frowned. This wine is rather poor. He set the cup down and lifted his gaze. What I desire is quite simple, to make the land of fire stronger, wealthier, and more stable. But the prerequisite is that the position of the daimyo must be occupied by someone who understands. Hima shuddered. He understood the implication. You are insane. Are you plotting treason? Shuemin chuckled. Treason? Lord Hima, you may be mistaken. The master of the land of fire has never been that fool sitting in the capital. It has always been Konoha, the ninjas who guard this nation with their lives. Therefore, what I am doing is not treason. I am merely correcting an error. As Hima listened, he felt his worldview shatter. Yet simultaneously, a long-suppressed ambition ignited within him. What makes you think I would assist you? Hima glared at Shuemin. Shuemin did not respond immediately. Instead, he produced a scroll from his robes and pushed it across the table toward Hima. This is the account of your brother over the past 3 years. You may find it enlightening to see how he has betrayed the interests of the nation. Hima opened the scroll, and upon glancing at its contents, he was rendered speechless. The scroll was filled with detailed records of the current daimyo colluding with foreign powers and selling intelligence, even secretly trading the land of fire's mineral resources. Hima's hands trembled. This evidence is sufficient to nail your brother to the pillar of shame in the land of fire. Shuemin rose to his feet. I can elevate you to the position of the new daimyo. The only cost you must bear is the acknowledgement of an undeniable truth. The future of the land of fire is dictated by Konoha. Hima lifted his gaze to meet those cerulean eyes. Within their depths, he perceived absolute power and an unyielding will. Deep down, he understood that he had no choice. This was not a matter of selection, but rather a transaction, obedience in exchange for authority. Taking a deep breath, Hima gradually rose from his seat and knelt on one knee. Hima pledged to serve the esteemed Hokage with unwavering loyalty. As he observed the man kneeling before him, Watergate's lips curled into a subtle smile. Excellent. He turned and walked toward the door. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, the land of fire shall welcome a new daimyo. The golden figure vanished into the shadows. Hima remained on his knees, his expression a complex amalgamation of fear and elation. Power was finally within his grasp, and the price was merely a change of location. Chapter 45. The Union of Military and Political Authority. The most powerful Hokage in history. Outside the capital of the land of fire, the figures of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui emerged from the shadows. Hokage-sama, Itachi's voice was steady, devoid of any tremor. The daimyo's residence had descended into utter chaos. The current daimyo had locked himself in his palace, refusing to see anyone, consumed by paranoia. Shursui added that the 12 guardian ninjas were losing morale. And outside of the land, for individuals had already submitted information to us. Watergate nodded. This outcome was anticipated. Fear serves as the finest catalyst. Hokage-sama. Itachi paused momentarily before voicing his lingering doubts. Power can be overturned overnight, yet human hearts and systems are intricately intertwined. A nation is far more complex than a mere ninja village. How do you intend to govern? This was a question that cut to the core. Itachi's concern was never about who occupied the throne, but rather the nature of the order that upheld that throne and what it could offer the people. Watergate turned, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead, he posed a more fundamental inquiry. Itachi, what do you believe is the purpose of our ninja's power? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. This question felt reminiscent of the first lesson in Ninja Academy. Yet he understood that being asked by the fourth Hokage was anything but simple. To protect the village, complete missions, and uphold the will of fire. He provided the most standard and resolute answer. To protect the village from whom? Watergate pressed further, then answered his own question. From incursions by other ninja villages. But Itachi, have you ever considered how many times the roots of these incursions stem from the nobility in the capital, who casually draw lines on a map or partake in ill-distributed feasts? Itachi's body stiffened imperceptibly. He had witnessed numerous sordid missions in the Umbu. Countless futile sacrifices made in the name of some greater good. This encapsulated the fundamental paradox of this nation. Watergate's voice was calm, yet it sliced through the bloody reality of the world with surgical precision. The daimyo and nobles wielding the ultimate power over war and peace need not step onto the battlefield. Their children would not perish at the front lines. Yet we, who gamble our lives to safeguard the nation amidst blood and fire, possess no voice in the switch of war. Power and responsibility have been severed. Itachi's breath became involuntarily heavy. Watergate continued. The daimyo of the land of fire can easily seed a mind to quell the wrath of the land of lightning, for he loses merely a string of numbers. But for the Konoha ninja who perishes to defend that mine, they lose everything. Watergate returned to the table, placing his hands upon the map, which unfolded beneath him. Therefore, my task is not merely to patch up the system, but to restitch the severed bond between power and responsibility. I shall establish an order where decision-makers can genuinely feel the weight of every choice. His words transcended mere rhetoric, imbued with a chilling logic. The abolition of hereditary nobility is not for retribution, but to allow those truly capable and empathetic to rise to prominence. Tasks and achievements shall be the sole ladder, for those stained with blood and sweat understand the value of life. Land shall be nationalized, with ninjas assisting in production. Redistribution is not for wealth, but to ensure that every individual residing on this land becomes the true master of the nation. People will strive for their own homeland, not for the estate of some noble relative. Itachi's fingers unconsciously tightened. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not a mere shift in power, but rather a redefinition of the relationship among the nation, power, and ninjas. Taxation shall be centrally managed by Konoha, with accounts open to all, not for the sake of amassing wealth. Watergate continued. It is to sever the hidden hands of the nobility that fan the flames of discord and nurture private ninjas, ensuring that every coin is spent on protection and construction. Itachi's mind buzzed as he envisioned countless possibilities. Yet he had never anticipated that Namikaze Minato would embark upon such a profound revolution, one that would fundamentally reshape the nation's structure. He sought to irrevocably bind the responsibilities of ninjas with the power of the state, making the Hokage a true guardian, wielding authority and bearing ultimate responsibility. He aimed to create a new world, with Konoha's iron fist as its backbone and the will of fire as its soul. At that moment, Itachi's inner turmoil regarding loyalty, family, and village seemed to be illuminated by a golden radiance, rendering it all transparent. He found his answer. His heart raced uncontrollably. He envisioned a path starkly different from the cursed, conflict-ridden future, a road paved by absolute power leading to genuine peace. I understand now. Itachi bowed his head deeply. In that moment, the scales within his heart tipped irrevocably toward the man before him. The following day, within the daimyo's residence in the capital of the Land of Fire, the grand and solemn assembly hall was filled with ministers on either side. The current daimyo forced himself to sit upright upon the high throne, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. He was listening to a lengthy report from a minister, yet his mind was elsewhere. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. 3 figures materialized without warning in the center of the hall. At the forefront, a golden-haired youth donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe, a gentle smile gracing his face. Beside him stood a resolute middle-aged man and a guard clad in protective ninja armor, eyes lowered in deference. The minister's report abruptly ceased, plunging the entire hall into a profound silence. All movements froze in that moment. Time appeared to stand still. The daimyo on the throne gaped in disbelief, his mouth forming a comical I shape. He gazed at the 3 who had suddenly appeared, his mind blank. "Brother, it has been a long time." Hima raised his gaze, smiling as he addressed the pallid man on the throne. This utterance of brother served as a key, instantly unlocking the frozen moment. You 3. The daimyo sprang from his throne, pointing at the trio with a shrill scream. How dare you enter unannounced? What are your intentions? A rebellion? His voice was shrill, devoid of any authority, instead filled with a palpable panic. Watergate dismissed his outburst, merely snapping his fingers with a casual flick. Snap! The crisp sound reverberated throughout the grand hall. In the next moment, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of masked Umbu ninjas appeared in various corners of the hall like phantoms. The chilling waves of chakra instantly sealed off all exits. My heavens! The Umbu! The people of Mai! The ministers shrieked as they recoiled. Some attempted to flee, only to discover a masked Umbu standing right behind them. Others sought to call for their guards, but realized that half of the 12 guardian ninjas remained motionless, heads bowed as though awaiting some command. You must be mad. The voice of the daimyo trembled. Bo Feng Sui Men, you are declaring war on the entire Fire Nation. You will find no place to be buried. Sui Men smiled faintly. From his robe, he produced a scroll, tossing it lightly at the daimyo's feet. I suggest you take a look at this first. The daimyo bent to pick it up, his hands trembling. As he unfurled the scroll, he froze upon seeing the densely packed records detailing his collusion with foreign nations, selling intelligence, and even clandestinely trafficking the Fire Nation's mineral resources. Each transaction was meticulously documented with specific dates, locations, and names. Lugio. Sui Men spoke softly. Nara Lugio yawned as he emerged from behind an Umbu member, holding a long scroll. His languid demeanor was in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. By the decree of the 4th Hokage, I hereby announce the charges against the former daimyo of the Fire Nation. Lugio's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. Charge 1. Collusion with the Awagakure. Selling the Fire Nation's border defense maps, resulting in the annihilation of 3 Mai squads. Charge 2. Embezzling Mai's compensation funds, pocketing a staggering 30 million Rio. Charge 3. Secretly smuggling strategic materials to the Lightning Country. With each charge read aloud, the faces of the ministers turned increasingly pale. This, the daimyo's lips quivered. He wished to deny it, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. This evidence is sufficient to nail you to the pillar of shame in the Fire Nation. Sui Men's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly for all to hear. Of course, I do not intend to do so, for it is far too troublesome. He turned to look at Hima beside him. I am merely here to fulfill a promise. Hima stepped forward, taking a deep breath before speaking loudly. By the order of Bo Feng Sui Men, the current daimyo of the Fire Nation is guilty of corruption and cannot be pardoned. From this day forth, his position as daimyo is hereby revoked, and his brother Hima will succeed him as the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Boom. This proclamation struck like thunder within the hall. The faces of all the ministers turned ghostly white. They finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was not a negotiation. This was not a threat. This was a complete coup d'etat. No. Impossible. The daimyo screamed. He sought to resist, to flee, but as he moved, 2 Umbu members restrained him to the ground. Let me go? You traitors. I am the daimyo. I am. His cries echoed in the vast hall. Yet they felt utterly powerless. Hima approached the throne but did not sit immediately. Instead, he turned to Sui Men. Hokage-sama. He knelt on one knee. Hima hereby swears that from this moment forth, the future of the Fire Nation will be determined by Mai. The Fire Nation, in both name and essence, had completely fallen into Sui Men's hands. Sui Men exchanged glances with Lugio, smiling. Now we need not worry about the village's financial strain, do we? Chapter 46. Mission accomplished. System reward. Coordinates of the Outer Path Golem. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the grand epic mission. Unification of the Shinobi World, Phase 3. Economic autonomy and political unity. Mai has fully grasped control over the Fire Nation, achieving a fusion of military and political power, laying a solid foundation for the next steps. Earned epic reward. Coordinates map of the Outer Path Golem, incomplete. Wood release analysis progress, 50. Basic wood release techniques unlocked. Wood clone technique, wood wall. For pillar house technique. The series of notifications echoed in Sui Men's mind, causing him to pause momentarily after handling the aftermath of the Fire Nation's coup. The Outer Path Golem. Sui Men gazed at the line of golden text on the system panel, his fingers lightly tapping the table. This reward came rather unexpectedly. The Outer Path Golem, the vessel of the 10 tails, is also the ultimate connection to the Rinnegan. The system had directly provided the coordinates. Yet, the crucial detail was the notation in parentheses, incomplete. What could this signify? Was it the part sealed on the moon? Or did the outer path golem in this world inherently possess some flaw? And the wood release, has it already reached 50? Swayman opened his palm, and a small, resilient sapling burst forth from his flesh, its emerald leaves gently swaying. The chakra expenditure was negligible. The sage body infused with Hashirama cells held far greater potential than anticipated. Hokage-sama. A voice from outside interrupted, belonging to Uchiha Fugaku. Come in. Fugaku pushed the door open, his demeanor more respectful than ever. He placed a scroll on the table. Reporting to Hokage-sama. Utilizing that research report in conjunction with the body of a willing Uchiha clansman, we successfully cloned a 3-tomo Sharingan with basic ocular power. This success implies that Sui Min now possesses the potential for mass-producing Sharingan. Although the ocular power may not match the original, it is already capable of replicating jutsu and casting genjutsu, Fugaku added. Sui Min rose and approached the window. On the streets of Mai, people bustled about. Just a month ago, this place was rife with anxiety over budget cuts. Now, every face bore a smile. Excellent. Sui Min turned, instructing the research to continue. Utilize the cells of Senju Hashirama to attempt to integrate the cloned Sharingan with sage body cells. I wish to see if we can give birth to more potent ocular techniques. Fugaku stiffened slightly. The fusion of Sharingan with the first Hokage cells was a territory regarded as taboo by both Danzo and the Uchiha. Yet now, uttered from the mouth of the fourth Hokage, it seemed entirely natural. Understood. Fugaku did not voice any objections and respectfully withdrew. Sui Min returned to his chair, opening a drawer to retrieve a specially crafted kunai. The blade was engraved with intricate seals, featuring coordinates for the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing patterns. His thoughts drifted to another person, Nagato, and his eyes, not of natural origin, but those of Uchiha Madara, a being who should have perished many years ago, had secretly orchestrated a monumental game spanning decades. And Nagato was his most crucial piece. This fact remained unbeknownst to Nagato himself. However, Sui Min was aware. With the coordinates of the outer path golem now in hand, the value of Nagato's original Rinnegan had become even more significant. It was time to let this piece step off the board. Sui Min found Nagato in the My Library, studying the histories of various nations alongside Uchiha Itachi. Nagato. Sui Min's voice was gentle. I may have discovered a method to enhance your power, even surpassing mine. However, this method is perilous, and you must be prepared. Nagato set down the book, looking up at Sui Min. In his violet Rinnegan was a complete trust. I fear no danger, as long as it can help you, Hokage-sama. Sui Min nodded in satisfaction, placing a hand on Nagato's shoulder. Hold on tight. In the next instant, a flash of golden light enveloped them, and the two figures vanished from their location. At the border of the rain country, an abandoned temple awaited. Here, a perpetual veil of rain shrouds the surroundings. With the air heavy with the scent of decay, a glimmer of gold flashes. Sui Min and Chong Min emerge at the entrance of the temple. This is where Chong Min surveys his surroundings. The temple is vast, yet in a state of ruin. The murals on the walls have long faded. Only vague and peculiar patterns discernible. Suddenly, a massive beam overhead, weakened by rot, fractures and crashes down amidst a shower of debris. Chong Min instinctively steps back, but Sui Min merely raises a hand. With a swift motion, several sturdy wooden beams materialize out of thin air, entwining seamlessly to form a robust support that securely braces the broken beam. The entire process unfolds with fluid grace, devoid of any discernible fluctuation of chakra. Chong Min stands frozen, his gaze fixated on the beams that seemingly appeared from nowhere, disbelief etched in his violet eyes. Is this wood release? Merely a trifle. Sui Min remarks nonchalantly, a mere byproduct of a sage's development at an advanced level. Chong Min falls silent. The legendary power of the first Hokage, which quelled chaos, is reduced to a triviality in the mouth of this man. What further strength does he conceal? Follow me, Sui Min beckons, leading the way deeper into the temple according to the coordinates provided by the system. Chong Min suppresses the astonishment within and trails closely behind. He senses a peculiar chakra fluctuation here, faint yet omnipresent. Moreover, the deeper they venture, the more intense the stirring of his Rinnegan becomes. They traverse a lengthy corridor, ultimately arriving at the innermost sanctum of the temple. It reveals a vast underground chamber. At the center stands a colossal stone statue, humanoid in form, yet covered in sharp spines, its hands bound by thick chains. Most bizarrely, behind the statue, 9 immense pillars rise, each inscribed with a numeral from 1 to 9. Changmin's pupils constrict sharply. Upon beholding the statue, he feels his Rinnegan tremor violently, an impulse of connection emanating from the depths of his soul, nearly shattering his reason. The outer path golem, Sui Min's voice reverberates in the expansive space. The shell of the Ten Tails is also the ultimate connection of the Rinnegan. Changmin whirls around. Mr. Sui Min, how do you know this? I possess a wealth of knowledge, Sui Min interrupts, stepping closer to Changmin. Changmin, do you believe that your eyes are a divine gift from the heavens, meant to bring peace to the world? Changmin is taken aback. Is it not so? Certainly not. Sui Min halts before him, calmly dropping a bombshell revelation. This golem and your eyes originate from the same individual, a long-dead specter, Uchiha Madara. Boom. Changmin's mind buzzes, engulfed in emptiness. Uchiha Madara? The legendary ninja, who is the equal of the first Hokage? Impossible. He instinctively retorts. My eyes were awakened by my own will. Were they? Sui Min counters. Do you not recall what your eyes looked like before the tragedy of your childhood? Changmin's body trembles violently. He wishes to refute, yet discovers that the self from his memories prior to that moment possessed no such eyes. Your Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. Sui Min's voice slices through Changmin's long-held beliefs. Before his demise, he transplanted his eyes into you. A child of the Uzumaki clan, with the intent of using your body and blood to resurrect this outer path golem and fulfill his frenzied Moon Eye plan. Everything you have endured, every conviction you have held, has merely been a ruse. You are not the savior, Changmin. You are but a chosen, pitiful pawn. Changmin stumbles back, leaning against the cold stone wall, slowly sliding down. His proud power, his source of anguish, the very meaning of his existence, were they all lies? Merely a pawn. But you, are you not? Sui Min smiles, patting Changmin's shoulder. Indeed. As long as I remain true to the self that wishes to follow Mr. Sui Min's footsteps, then knowing all of this changes nothing. Outside of Yuin village, a man wearing a Uzumaki mask stands in the rain. Suddenly, he halts. How can this be? The Sharingan beneath the mask spins wildly, causing the very space to warp slightly. This was the secret link established between him and Changmin through the Rinnegan, the cornerstone of the entire Moon Eye plan. Now, this connection feels like a string severed by a sharp blade, utterly lost to sensation. Obito, what is wrong? Why have you stopped? A white figure emerges from the ground, its head wrapped in pitcher plant-like leaves, curiously tilting its head. Fool. Another cold voice resonates from the other half of the white figure's body. It is Kuro. Having lost contact with Changmin. What? Baiju exclaims, then what about our plan? Silence. Obito growls, a surge of violent chakra erupting, causing the surrounding rain to swirl back. He glares at the direction of Yuin village, his single eye beneath the mask brimming with blood. The outer path golem. That was his only hope to resurrect the Ten Tails and create a world with Rin. Now, someone has snatched it from him. Countless possibilities flash through his mind, ultimately crystallizing on a golden figure. Wolfing Sui Min. No one else could do this. Damn it. Damn it. Obito's body shakes with overwhelming rage as he seizes the neck of the ordinary Baiju generated beside him, lifting him up. Ju, find Changmin for me, no matter where he is. Use all your clones. I want to know what that man has done to him. For the first time, the voice of the masked man betrays an unmistakable fury and a hint of fear he himself had not realized. Chapter 47. Kuro flips the table. The final boss exposes himself early. In the Land of Fire's capital, the news of the new daimyo succeeding the former one spreads rapidly throughout the Land of Fire and reaches Konoha as well. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the atmosphere is more fervent than ever. Have you heard? It's monumental news. Our Land of Fire has a new daimyo. An excited Chunin, fresh from completing a mission, exclaims as he gulps down noodles. Changed. Impossible. Isn't the position of daimyo passed down through generations? Who has such power? His companion, skeptical, responds. You don't know yet? It's the fourth Hokage. He personally went to the capital. My heavens. The Hokage directly dethroned that incompetent old daimyo? Is that true? Absolutely. Now, no one can embezzle our budgets and pensions anymore. Long live the Hokage. The entire village, from the streets to the training grounds, is immersed in an unprecedented joy and pride. They envision a stronger, more dignified Konoha, no longer subjugated by decaying aristocrats, wholly led by the Hokage. Simultaneously, This news strikes like thunder upon the heads of the Kages of the other 4 great shinobi villages and their respective daimyos. In the Land of Lightning, in Kumogakure. A Kumogakure Jonin bursts into the Rampage's office, his voice trembling. Rampage, urgent intelligence from the Land of Fire. Their daimyo has been deposed. AI abruptly rose to his feet, his body crackling with electricity. Deposed? By whom? It was the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The Jonin struggled to swallow, realizing that he had supported a new daimyo into power. What? It is important to note that such an occurrence has never happened in the ninja world throughout the years. How dare he? Damn it, Minato Namikaze. What are you planning to do? With a single punch, AI shattered the solid office desk, his roar echoing throughout the building. In the Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Inoki froze upon hearing his son Kaso's report. Father, the intel indicates that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has been replaced. Replaced? What does that mean? Inoki's voice was hoarse. It was forcibly orchestrated by Minato Namikaze. Now, the entire Land of Fire, both nominally and effectively, is under the command of Konoha. This is impossible. He is overturning the very rules of the ninja world. Military and political power consolidated. That kid is utterly insane. Inoki floated in midair, his body trembling slightly from shock. The various daimyos were gripped by fear. A Hokage capable of arbitrarily replacing daimyos. What did this signify? They knew all too well. The rise of Konoha had surpassed all expectations. It was no longer just a formidable ninja village, but an expansive force rapidly growing in power. On the moon, silence reigned as the eternal theme. In this vast, vacant space serving as the core of a seal, a shadow, dark as spilled ink, twisted restlessly. Kurizetsu. He had schemed for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been like the most patient shadow, silently rewriting history, guiding his pieces step by step towards the resurrection of his mother. Everything should have been flawless. Nagato was the perfect vessel, Uchiha Obito the ideal executor. However, everything transpiring on the azure planet below was causing this millennia-long patience to crumble rapidly. Minato Namikaze. Within Kurizetsu's consciousness, a silent roar erupted. This name pierced the very core of his plan like a poisoned thorn. Too fast. Everything was happening too swiftly. From slaying Hanzo to subduing Nagato. And then using an economic maneuver he could not comprehend to effortlessly overturn the regime of the Land of Fire. Each of this man's steps felt like a heavy hammer crashing down on the chessboard he had meticulously arranged. The pieces were slipping out of control. Or rather, they were being removed one by that man. No, there was no more time to wait. Kurizetsu's body trembled violently, revealing his profound unease. If he allowed Minato Namikaze to continue in this manner, not only would his mother's resurrection be impossible, but he himself, the hidden hand shrouded in the depths of history, would likely be dragged out like a bug by that man. The chain of his original plan had been completely severed. Nagato, the perfect piece endowed with the Rinnegan, had now become a devoted admirer of Minato, consumed with notions of family and protection. Uchiha Obito, his most useful tool, had vanished completely after losing an arm in confrontation with Minato, like a frightened wild dog hiding in the shadows, too terrified to show its face. Fools. All of them fools. Kurizetsu's rage nearly ignited the seal space. He had to act. He must create a sufficiently large trouble for Minato. A colossal dilemma that would leave him overwhelmed and distracted. A mad thought arose in his mind. Since the chessboard was already in disarray, why not simply overturn the entire board? Since he could no longer guide from the shadows, let the entire world plunge into an uncontrollable frenzy. Kurizetsu's consciousness instantly connected with a hidden white Zetsu clone on the ground. It is I. A cold voice echoed within the white Zetsu's mind. The will of my mother. The white Zetsu stiffened and quickly responded with respect. I need you to accomplish a task. Using the oldest stones, carve a tablet. A tablet? Indeed. A tablet inscribed with a prophecy. Kurizetsu began dictating the content of the tablet, each word laden with malicious temptation. He intended to actively leak the Moon Eye plan. Of course, not in its entirety. He omitted all truths regarding the God Tree and the infinite Tsukuyami, leaving only the most central and greed-provoking lie. Listen closely. When the 9 beasts return to one, the power of creation shall re-emerge in the world. At that time, the moon I shall open in the skies. And the one who masters the cycle of reincarnation will become the new sage of 6 paths, ruling over all. The white Zetsu committed this message to memory. trembling slightly from the terrifying implications it contained. "My lord, are you intending to?" "Silence," Kurizetsu interrupted. "You need only execute the order. Once it is engraved, deliver it to the most suitable person." "Who?" "Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure." Kurizetsu let out a silent cold laugh. He intended to focus everyone's attention on the tailed beasts. He aimed to plunge the entire ninja world into a frenzied scramble over the tailed beasts. And now, with both the 9 tails and 1 tail in the possession of Konoha, what would that golden, gleaming village become? A target for all. Minato Namikaze, are you not formidable? Let us see how you contend against the greed of the entire world. In Awagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in midair, staring at the mountains of bills piled on his desk. Each one recorded the exorbitant expenditures for healing pills purchased at high prices from the Konoha commerce. His heart bled. The intel glaringly stated, "Hokage-sama, we are currently facing a very troublesome dilemma." What dilemma? There is simply too much money. The reports from Konoha struck like a series of resounding slaps against his aged face. A humiliation, an unprecedented disgrace. First, he was physically subdued by that blonde brat, and now he was being choked by money. Damn it. Inoki slammed his fist on the desk, sending papers flying. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. At that moment, he sensed something. It seemed as though an additional object had appeared in the office. Inoki slowly descended, approaching his desk. At the very center of the table, an ancient tablet covered in moss had silently appeared without notice. Who? Inoki whirled around, unleashing a fierce chakra, ready to activate his dust release at any moment. An enemy. Several Awagakure Umbu materialized in the office, surrounding the desk. "Tsuchikage-sama, what is happening?" Inoki did not respond. He fixated on the tablet. There were no traces of chakra residue. There were no signs of intrusion. This object appeared as if it had materialized from thin air. "Everyone, retreat." Inoki waved his hand. Although the Umbu were perplexed, they complied with the order and withdrew into the shadows. Inoki extended his hand, cautiously touching the tablet. The cold sensation and rough texture conveyed to him that this was an artifact that had existed for countless ages. Inscribed upon it were some ancient characters he could not comprehend. "Bring someone." He summoned the village's most learned scholar of ancient scripts. The scholar, wearing thick glasses, trembled with excitement upon seeing the tablet. He rushed to the desk, his hands shaking. "This texture, these engravings cannot be mistaken. Tsuchikage-sama, this is the legendary writing. The era of the Sage of Six Paths?" Inoki was also taken aback. "Yes, it is a myth. A living myth has unfolded before us. I am astonished that I can translate it with my own hands." The scholar was overwhelmed with excitement, his words tumbling over one another. Half an hour later, with trembling hands, he presented a sheet brimming with translations to Dayemu. A complex expression of fear and fervor mingled on his face. The contents recorded by Lord Tsuchikage on this paper were beyond his ability to articulate. "Read." Dayemu growled. "Yes." The scholar cleared his throat and, with a quivering voice, articulated the words inscribed on the stone tablet. "When the 9 beasts unite, the power of creation shall re-emerge in the world. At that time, the eye of the moon will open in the sky, and the one who wields reincarnation shall become the new Sennin of the 6 paths, ruling over all." Boom. Each word reverberated like thunder in Dayemu's mind. The power of creation. The new 6 paths. In that moment, his once murky eyes, dulled by age, sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. The office fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Dayemu slowly rose to his feet. His diminutive frame now seemed to harbor the force of a volcanic eruption. He approached the vast map of the ninja world, his finger tracing over the land of lightning, the land of water, and Sunagakure, finally pressing heavily upon the map of the land of fire, landing on the mark of Konoha. "Kyubi, and one more." His voice was hoarse yet suffused with a chilling fervor. "Bofa Mizukage, so this is your true ambition?" Chapter 48. The Ninja Alliance, assembling online. In Awagakure, within the Tsuchikage's office, Dayemu hovered in midair, clutching a thin sheet of paper that felt heavier than any boulder. He had perused it countless times, each word searing into his mind like a brand. "When the 9 beasts unite, the power of creation shall re-emerge in the world. The one who wields reincarnation shall become the new Sennin of the 6 paths, ruling over all." Dayemu's hand trembled, not from age, but from an intense quaking wrought by mingled fear and ecstasy. So it is," he murmured, a terrifying light igniting in his murky eyes. All the previously incomprehensible matters connected in that instant. Why did Bofu Mizukage dare to provoke the four great nations in a single day? Why did he brazenly seize the Ichibi from Sunagakure before everyone? Why did he dare to dethrone the daimyo and transform the entire land of fire into his own ironclad domain? It was not arrogance. It was not madness. It was because he already knew the secret. Kyubi, Ichibi. Dayamu's voice was as dry as sandpaper. That blonde brat has already acquired too. His ambition is not for the dominance of the ninja world. He aspires to become the next Sannin of the Six Paths. This thought struck like a black lightning bolt, cleaving through all his rationality. Fear. The terror of that golden glimmer seemed ludicrous in the face of the temptation to become the new Six Paths. If this prophecy is true, then whoever masters the nine-tailed beast shall be the new ruler of this world. If Bofu Mizukage can, why can't I? Dayamu. No, I must not allow him to succeed. Dayamu rushed toward the communication device, not pausing to think, and connected to the highest encrypted line leading to the other three great ninja villages. In Kumogakure, within the rampage office, what did you say? A punched fist shattered the specialized alloy desk before him. Lightning crackled around him, igniting the air with a sharp sound. To become the new Sannin of the Six Paths? That bastard. His secretary, paralyzed with fear, fled the office in a frantic scramble. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. A's roar echoed throughout the rampage building. He does not seek to be Hokage. He seeks to become the new god of ninjas. Bofu Mizukage. In Sunagakure. Within the office of the Kazekage, Raza listened to Dayamu's frenzied voice emanating from the communicator, feeling as if he had plunged into an ice pit. His hands and feet turned icy cold. Ichibi, Kyubi. He finally comprehended that Bofu had taken Gaara not as a hostage, but as the first step of a grand scheme. It was to gather the tailed beasts and unleash that forbidden technique. We must stop him. Raza's voice quivered. He could not fathom what would happen if Bofu succeeded. The entire Sunagakure, no, the entire ninja world would be transformed. It would not be a matter of subservience, but of total obliteration. In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, listened quietly, his youthful face betraying no excess emotion. At the conclusion of the communication, he stated in a tone devoid of sentiment, I agree. We must stop Konoha. In the Iron Country, a new conference hall. This time, the atmosphere was entirely different. There were no Konoha representatives. Only the four Kage and their most trusted guards. An oppressive tension pervaded the air, as if a mere match could ignite an explosion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the situation. Dayamu placed the rubbing of the stone tablet at the center of the table. I cannot explain the origin of this tablet, but the text has been verified by the most learned scholars of our village to be ancient writing from the era of the Sannin of the Six Paths. I had not even looked at the rubbing. He paced furiously. Cut the nonsense. Old man. The pressing issue is, what should we do? That Bofu Mizukage has already acquired two-tailed beasts. Are we to just sit here and wait for death as he ascends to godhood? Attack Konoha? Raza's voice was icy. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Do you think the four of us combined could even graze his hem? A's movements froze. The humiliation of being repelled by a miniature Rasengan in his own office surged to the forefront of his mind. Then what should we do? A bellowed. Should we offer our village's Nibi and Hachibi to him, begging for him to leave us intact after he becomes a god? Everyone, calm down. Dayamu interjected sharply, hovering above the table. Individually, none of us can match him. We have already confirmed this in the most painful way possible. But now, the situation is different. His hand pressed firmly upon the rubbing of the tablet. We now have a common goal. A reason substantial enough to cast aside all our differences and genuinely unite. The movements of the three Kage halted. Bofu Mizukage seeks to become a god, to rule over all. What about us? Dayamu surveyed the three. Shall we remain mere ants beneath his feet? No, absolutely not. O was the first to roar. Then what shall we do? Raza pressed. We unite. Dayamu enunciated each word with conviction. The four great ninja villages shall officially form an alliance. We represent the entirety of the world, excluding the land of fire. We issue Konoha an ultimatum. His voice rose with fervor, imbued with a compelling power. We demand that Bofu Mizukage immediately relinquish the Ichibi and Kyubi Jinchuriki to be jointly overseen by our four nations. This is for the peace of the ninja world. It is to prevent the emergence of a madman who would stop at nothing for power. As A's words echoed, the entire conference hall fell into silence. Fear and greed intertwined in the hearts of everyone present. They feared Bofu, yet they yearned for the power described on the tablet. If it could not be attained, it must be destroyed. I agree. Raza was the first to speak. For the sake of Sunagakure, and to reclaim Gaara, he had no other choice. Humph. It was about time we did this. I flexed his wrist, the joints emitting a resounding crack. Shikaku merely nodded in response. Excellent. A fervent smile blossomed on Oyama's face. Thus it is decided. From this day forth, we shall be the allied forces of the shinobi world. We have but a single foe, Konoha, wolfing Shuemen. For hands, each representing earth, lightning, wind, and water, were stacked heavily atop one another. A monumental storm, orchestrated by Kurizetsu, was set to engulf the entire shinobi world, officially commencing its tumultuous journey. Simultaneously, in Konoha Hidden Village, within the Hokage's office, Shuemen had just set down the documents he was reviewing, stretching languidly. The reforms in the Land of Fire were nearing completion. It was time to consider how to funnel the wealth of other nations into Konoha's coffers. He mused to himself. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a loud bang. An Umbu ninja, masked and breathless, tumbled in, panic evident in his voice. Hokage-sama. The Umbu knelt on one knee, raising a scroll high above his head. As Shuemen examined the seals on the scroll, he realized it bore no markings from any specific nation. Instead, it was a collaborative seal, crafted from the chakra of Iwa, Hyumo, Suna, and Kiri. Yandame Hokage-sama. The Umbu trembled as he spoke. This is the highest level edict intercepted from the 4 great shinobi villages of earth, lightning, wind, and water. Please review it. Chapter 49. The 4 Kages. Konoha must be punished. Shuemen, take your seats. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. The masked Umbu remained kneeling, hands elevated, trembling slightly from fear. The scroll was unusual. It bore no insignia of any single village, but was composed of 4 distinct, yet forcibly combined chakra signatures, creating a quadruple seal. The weight of earth, the ferocity of lightning, the sharpness of wind, and the subtlety of water intertwined, exuding an unmistakable aura of oppression. Hokage-sama. The Umbu's voice quivered with trepidation. We have intercepted the highest level edict from the 4 great shinobi villages of earth, lightning, wind, and water. Wolfeng Shuemen lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents. Rather than regarding the Umbu, who seemed intent on burying his face into the floor, he focused on the scroll. Intriguing. He rose, walking slowly toward it. In the office, Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, who had been summoned for extra work, paused, their expressions turning grave. A joint edict? Shuemen took the scroll from the Umbu, weighing it in his hands, chuckling lightly. Quite formal indeed, under the watchful eyes of his anxious subordinates. He casually brushed his fingers over the quadruple seal. There was no violent clash of chakra, no intricate unsealing gestures. The 4 seals, infused with the chakra of 4 Kage-level shinobi, dissipated like snow melting in warm water, vanishing silently as if they had never existed. Even this effortless display of sealing mastery caused Shikaku's pupils to constrict. He understood that their adversaries would not be so accommodating, not without purpose. Soon enough, Shuemen unfurled the scroll. In front of everyone, he began to read in a tone that was almost mocking, as though narrating a fable. To the 4th Hokage of Konoha, Wolfeng Shuemen, in light of your recent actions, which have severely disrupted the balance of the shinobi world, we possess irrefutable evidence indicating that you are secretly executing an evil plan to gather the 9-tailed beasts, aiming to resurrect the power of creation and become the new sage of 6 paths, thereby enslaving the entire shinobi world. At this point, Shuemen could not help but chuckle. He continued reading. To preserve peace within the shinobi world and thwart your ambitions, we, the 4 great shinobi villages, hereby present the following demands to Konoha. First, unconditionally surrender the Jinchuriki of 1 tail that you have abducted. Second, immediately relinquish the 9 tails Jinchuriki possessed by Konoha. The 2 Jinchuriki will be jointly overseen by our 4 nations until the threat is entirely neutralized. This is the sole righteous path to ensure the world's survival. We hope you will heed our warning. As the words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the Hokage's office. Bang! Jiraiya slammed his hand on the desk, the sturdy wooden surface splintering with cracks. Bastards! He sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. Have they gone mad? The new sage of 6 paths? What a ludicrous pretext. They are talking nonsense. Hokage-sama. An Umbu squad leader could no longer contain himself, disbelief saturating his voice. This is no longer an edict. It is a declaration of war. How dare they? Nara Shikaku remained silent, yet his brow furrowed deeply. This is troublesome, he muttered softly. This pretext is too lethal. It is capable of igniting every shinobi's greed for power and fear of the unknown. Just as the room simmered with indignation, a calm voice broke through. They have not lost their minds. Shuemin tossed the absurd document onto the table, as if discarding a piece of waste paper. They are not insane, he reiterated, surveying the room filled with his agitated subordinates. They are afraid, and they are greedy. Shuemin approached the vast map of the shinobi world, gently tapping the surface with his fingers. Consider who would deliver such an ambiguous prophecy to the ears of the four Kage, who had just been reprimanded by me. The office fell silent. None were fools. At Shuemin's prompting, they immediately grasped the underlying truth. Someone is stoking the flames behind the scenes. Jiraiya's fury swiftly transformed into somber realization, attempting to leverage the four great shinobi villages to combat Konoha. Indeed, Shuemin turned, a playful smile gracing his lips. A prophecy potent enough to plunge the entire shinobi world into chaos conveniently lands in the hands of those who most desire to trouble us, yet also fear us. It is akin to handing a treasure map to four famished gamblers. They know it could be a trap, yet they will wager everything for a chance to win. After all, should they succeed, they would become rulers of the world. And if they fail, they are already on the brink of starvation. Can it truly get worse? His words dissipated much of the tension in the office, replaced by an absurdity. So, the fierce joint edict was merely a farce behind the scenes. What shall we do? The former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped from the shadows, inquiring if he should lead a team to uncover the instigator behind this scheme. Investigate? Shuemin waved his hand dismissively. No need. He approached the window, gazing down at the still thriving village below. Third Sama, they have gone to great lengths to offer us this ladder. How can we not climb it? Huh. Jiraiya and Shikaku were momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? Shuemin turned, his azure eyes reflecting a disquieting tranquility. Relay my orders. Konoha Hidden Village is to enter the highest level of combat readiness effective immediately. This command sent a jolt of apprehension through everyone present. However, Shuemin's next proclamation left their minds reeling. Instruct all departments to prepare for any contingency. We shall extend the most magnificent of courtesies to welcome our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Welcome guests? In the highest state of readiness? What sort of maneuver is this? Hokage Darren, is this what you mean? Lugio inquired tentatively. It means. Minato smiled. Do they not desire the Ichibi and Kyubi? Then let them come and take them for themselves. I wish to see if they possess the capability. Boom. This statement detonated in the minds of all present like a bomb. Arrogant. Utterly audacious. Faced with the declaration of war from the four great ninja villages. The response of the Yondaime Hokage was not one of defense, nor preparation for battle. Rather, it was to throw open the gates and await their approach to demise. The news swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Initially, the villagers were filled with shock and anger. But upon learning of the Hokage Darren's response, all negativity transformed into a fervent admiration and mockery towards the coalition of the four nations. What have I heard? The four great ninja villages are uniting against us? Were they not sufficiently humiliated by Hokage Darren last time? I recall the Raikage's office has just been repaired. Does he wish to open another skylight? As for Sunagakure, Hokage Darren merely took their Jinchuriki. They should be grateful he did not demolish the Kazakage's building. A group of defeated foes dares to unite? Do they believe that four pieces of scrap iron tied together can contend with the new god of ninjas? The entire village was imbued not with any sense of impending war, but rather with an air of jubilance. Their trust in Namikaze Minato had reached an almost absurd level. That very night, in the Hokage's office, Minato finished the last of his documents. He pressed a hidden button, and a figure silently appeared before him. It was Uchiha Fugaku, Hokage Darren. Fugaku, the clan leader. Minato did not raise his head, merely speaking calmly. What is the progress on the plan for the clone Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku bowed slightly. Responding, we have achieved initial results, but to reach the stable mass production you require will take time. I cannot wait that long. Minato finally lifted his gaze. Allocate all resources without regard for cost. I need you to accelerate the plan at the fastest possible speed. Fugaku's body stiffened imperceptibly. He sensed the undeniable will behind those words. Understood. Minato stood and approached him. Fugaku, I need an army equipped with the Mangekyo Sharingan from the outset. A blade that will not succumb to blindness. He paused, articulating each word. An army that can gaze directly into the eyes of the so-called gods. Chapter 50, The Hidden Hand. You truly are a joke. In the land of iron, amidst the howling winds and snow, within a forsaken samurai fortress. Four figures sat around a cold stone table, the silence thick enough to suffocate the air. So, we sit here staring at one another, merely to acknowledge that collectively we cannot deal with that blonde-haired boy. The Yondaime Rampage was the first to shatter the silence. He slammed his fist onto the stone table, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spider across the hard rock. I'll say it again. If we gather all the forces of our four nations, I refuse to believe we cannot flatten a mere Konoha. And then what? The Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, arms crossed, speaking in a tone laced with derision. By the time your so-called strongest Kumogakure forces reach the gates of Konoha, Namikaze Minato will already be seated in your rampage office, enjoying tea. A crackling aura of lightning enveloped his fury causing the surrounding snowflakes to evaporate instantly. Old man, are you mocking me? I am merely stating a fact we have all encountered. Inoki scoffed. That man's flying thunder god technique has transcended conventional warfare. Numbers hold no meaning against him. The Yondaime Kazekage Raza, seated across, wore a face as dark as the storm clouds. The mere thought of his infant son, now in Konoha being raised as a trophy, caused his heart to ache. What Tsuchikage Darren said is correct. Raza's voice was hoarse. We face not an army, but a monster that cannot be pinpointed or obstructed. Unless we can find someone who can match his speed. The fortress once again fell into a deathly silence. To match the speed of the yellow flash? That is the greatest joke in the shinobi world. The Yondaime Mizukage Yagura, who had remained silent, bore no expression on his youthful face, simply sitting quietly, just as the atmosphere of despair threatened to engulf everyone. An abrupt voice laced with mockery echoed through the empty fortress. Ah, distinguished Kaguya, how could you hold a meeting without calling me? I am but a good child. Whoosh. The air abruptly twisted into a vortex. A man wearing an orange spiral mask leaped from the vortex in an exceedingly comical manner. Who are you? Reacted the fastest, activating his lightning chakra mode, transforming into a blue flash as he punched forward. However, his fist, capable of shattering mountains, merely passed through the masked man's body as if striking a mere illusion. A's movement froze. He remained in the position of his punch, stunned. Inoki and Raza sprang to their feet, adopting battle stances. Physical attacks are ineffective? This thought flashed through Inoki's mind, setting off alarm bells within him. Oh dear. Rampage Darren is quite enthusiastic. The masked man brushed off the non-existent dust from his black cloak, maintaining a flippant tone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Akatsuki, a common person wishing for world peace. Enough with your theatrics. Retracted his fist, glaring fiercely at this peculiar figure. What is your true intention? Intention? The masked man tilted his head, then spoke in an exaggerated tone of sudden realization. My intention is the same as yours. To deal with that disobedient Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. This statement caused all three Kaguya to pause momentarily. You? Inoki scoffed. A mere phantom without a body dares to make such claims? Haha. The masked man suddenly broke into a low, chilling laugh, contrasting sharply with his earlier flippant tone, now filled with foreboding. Alone, I would certainly fail. However, if I were to join forces with an old friend? Before his words faded, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows behind him. This individual bore pale skin, golden elongated pupils, and a sinister smile gracing his lips. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Inoki and Raza's body stiffened. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, uttering that name. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, an S-rank rogue ninja. How could he ally with this mysterious masked man? Long time no see, everyone. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips. It seems you have encountered quite the trouble. It's you. Raza suddenly recalled something. That stone tablet. This was your doing. Stone tablet? Orochimaru feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. What is Kazekage Darren talking about? I fail to comprehend. Enough. Inoki interrupted them. He glared at Orochimaru and the masked man Akatsuki. What are the two of you doing here? Quite simple. The masked man Akatsuki spread his hands. We have come to present you with a grand gift. A gift potent enough to flatten Konoha and slay Namikaze Minato. As he spoke, his hands suddenly formed seals. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Bang. Bang. Two colossal coffins slowly rose from the cold ground. Upon them were inscribed two vivid crimson characters, E and Air. The moment Danya Mu beheld these characters, his diminutive frame trembled violently. His breath nearly ceased at that instant. This is impossible. AI and Luo Sha also uttered incredulous exclamations. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. These two legendary figures. The deities of ninjutsu who quelled chaos in the world. Are you mad? AI bellowed. You desecrate the dead. You are challenging the very limits of the ninja world. Limits? Orochimaru let out a raspy chuckle. Lord Rampage, where were your limits when your village was trampled underfoot by a single man, Namikaze Minato? When your ultimatum was discarded like worthless paper, where was your dignity then? AI's body stiffened, leaving him momentarily speechless. The technique of Edo Tensei is not flawless. Orochimaru explained languidly, as though presenting his finest creation. It requires living sacrifices, and the resurrected warriors possess diminished strength. However, he shifted his gaze toward the masked man beside him. My esteemed partner has provided me with a perfect vessel. Akatsuki snapped his fingers. A featureless, snow-white humanoid emerged from the depths of the earth. Luo Sha felt a wave of physiological discomfort upon witnessing this eerie white entity. Utilizing such a thing as a sacrifice, the resurrected warriors could unleash power nearly equivalent to their former selves. A mad glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Moreover, bolstered by the cells of the first Hokage, their regenerative abilities would surpass those of their living selves. They are immortal. They cannot be vanquished. They form an indomitable army of the dead capable of exhausting Namikaze Minato. The entire fortress was enveloped in a tense silence. The four Kage gazed at the two coffins emanating a palpable aura of death, their breaths growing labored. Reason warned them that this was a pact with the devil. Yet, the inner turmoil of fear and greed clamored wildly, urging them to accept this gift. An undead army. The first and second Hokage. And this masked man, who wielded space-time ninjutsu capable of countering the flying thunder god technique. This appeared to be their singular opportunity to vanquish Namikaze Minato. After a prolonged silence, Danya Mu finally spoke, his voice rasping like two stones grinding against each other. How can I trust you? Very simply, Akatsuki extended a finger. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was the man who developed the flying thunder god technique. If anyone in this world can decipher the speed of Namikaze Minato, it is him alone. This assertion became the final straw. AI's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. A resolute glimmer passed over Luo Sha's somber countenance. Yagura remained silent, but his silence was an implicit acquiescence. Very well. Danya Mu squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. We shall collaborate. The deal was struck. Satisfied smiles graced the faces of Orochimaru and Akatsuki. None of them noticed the inky mass, akin to sludge, silently writhing deep within the fortress's bowels. Hee. The consciousness of Kurizetsu resounded with silent laughter. Namikaze Minato. All the pieces are now in place. Enjoy this banquet prepared for you by the malice of the entire world. Chapter 51. The Awakening of Uchiha. Itachi's request. The secret laboratory of the Uchiha clan lay hidden beneath the depths of the Nanga River. The frigid air was permeated with the distinctive scent of disinfectant mingled with chakra. Uchiha Fugaku stood solemnly before a row of massive glass incubation tanks. Hokage-sama, his voice echoed within the vast laboratory. According to the theories you provided and the data left by Danzo, the first cloned 3-tomo Sharingan has been perfectly formed. Within the tank, a blood-red eyeball floated in a pale green liquid. 3 obsidian tomo rotated slowly, exuding an ominous aura. Minato simply observed in silence. 3 tomo alone are insufficient. Fugaku's body stiffened momentarily. He understood the Hokage's intent all too well. To induce the Mangekyo, one would require an unimaginable stimulus of ocular power, along with a perfect host capable of withstanding the backlash of such power. He hesitated, adding, it is nearly impossible. Forcing the process would lead to the collapse of both the clone and the host. No, Minato retrieved a scroll, exuding an ominous energy from his robe. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed chilling diagrams of human modifications. This was Danzo's most closely guarded secret, detailing the forbidden research on the fusion of the Sharingan with the cells of the first Hokage. This is the only viable path. Minato pushed the scroll toward Fugaku. By merging the clone with the cells of Senju Hashirama, and then transplanting it into the host, The sage's formidable vitality would neutralize the violent shock of awakening the Mangekyo. Fugaku stared at the contents of the scroll, utterly stunned. The Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. This was the taboo realm that both the Uchiha clan and Danzo coveted yet feared. But the risks are immense. Minato's voice remained calm. The host is likely to be consumed by the life force of the first Hokage's cells, ultimately devolving into a mere monstrosity that perpetually grows. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Fugaku gazed at the uncanny eyeball, then at the mad scroll. His hand trembled slightly. Just then, a cool voice shattered the silence. "Allow me to take part." Uchiha Itachi stepped forth from the shadows behind Fugaku. He calmly approached Minato and knelt on one knee. "Please permit me to be the first test subject." "Nonsense." Fugaku abruptly turned, sharply admonishing. "Itachi, do you comprehend what you are saying?" This was the first time he had lost his composure in front of the Hokage. Itachi did not look back. He merely raised his gaze to Minato. "Father." His voice bore no tremor. "Besides me, who in our clan can endure this power? Who else can assure Hokage-sama that this power will forever serve Konoha?" Fugaku found himself rendered speechless by this inquiry. He watched his son's silhouette. Those not-so-broad shoulders seemed to bear the weight of the entire clan's fate. Itachi slowly rose to his feet, finally turning to face his father. "Father, do you not understand? The future of the Uchiha clan does not lie within the police force, nor in the clan's territory, and certainly not in past glories. The future of the Uchiha clan rests in Hokage-sama. I wish to become the sharpest sword in Hokage-sama's hand, severing all threats to Konoha, be they the four great shinobi villages or any other adversaries. This is the sole path for the Uchiha." The youth's words struck Fugaku like a hammer, landing heavily upon his heart. He gazed into Itachi's clear and resolute eyes. Within them lay no greed for power, nor fear of death. Instead, there existed a profound, almost martyr-like clarity. Fugaku recalled the future Minato had painted for him. A future where the Uchiha would no longer be mistrusted, truly integrating into Konoha, even becoming its core. And now, his son was prepared to lay down his life as the first cornerstone toward that future. Fugaku painfully shut his eyes. He slowly nodded. This gesture seemed to drain all strength from him. Minato gazed deeply at Itachi. The 13-year-old youth once again made a choice that demanded even more courage than that depicted in the original work. It was not a reluctant sacrifice born of desperation, but rather a conscious decision made after discerning all available paths, the most arduous yet radiant path of thorns. He is an unequivocal idealist. Very well. Shueimon has opened the door. Itachi, raise your head. From this day forth, you shall be the captain of my direct umbu, the first special operations team. Your mission is singular. Shueimon paused, articulating each word with precision. Lead your unit to welcome our distant guests. I want you, with these soon-to-be-born eyes, to reveal to the entire ninja world who the true masters of this era are. Itachi bowed deeply once more, this time to his Hokage and to his destiny. Yes. A single word, heavy as a mountain. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The laboratory returned to an eerie silence. Fugaku stood rigidly, like a bow drawn taut. He gazed in the direction his son had vanished for a long while. Finally, he slowly turned and deeply bowed to Shueimon. Hokage-sama, from this moment on, the Uchiha clan shall be the sharpest blade in your hand. His words bore no trace of the struggles of a clan leader, only the resolute determination of loyalty. Chapter 52, The Four Nations Allied Forces. The advantage is mine. Shueimon, all rise, prepare for the show. At the border of the land of fire, flags obscured the sun, and the air was thick with murderous intent. A massive army of over 50,000 ninjas surged like a black tide, covering the entire plain. The earthy hue of Awagakure, the white of Kumogakure, the brown of Sunagakure, and the azure of Kirigakure converged into a terrifying force capable of instilling dread in any nation. The Ninja World Alliance. This marked the first occurrence of such a large-scale, multinational military alliance since the establishment of the ninja villages. On the high command platform, four figures stood side by side. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated in midair, his diminutive frame harboring an overwhelming sense of pressure. The fourth Raikage, A, crackled with electrical energy, his violent chakra causing the air to snap with sound. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, kept his hands hidden within his sleeves, resembling the coldest scorpion in the desert. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, stood at the far end, his youthful face devoid of any emotion, still as a delicate doll. Time had come. O was the first to speak. His patience exhausted. That rascal, bluffing Shueimon, has utterly disregarded our ultimatum. An hour has passed, and Konoha has yet to respond. A jonin from Kumogakure approached with a report. Sweat beading on his forehead. Very well. A's joints cracked ominously. There was nothing more to deliberate. Charge the entire army. Flatten Konoha. Wait. Anoki slowly descended, halting the impulsive rakeage. A, our target is the tailed beasts, not a life-and-death struggle with Konoha. What difference does it make? A roared, without defeating bluffing Shueimon. We cannot even enter the gates of Konoha. Raza interjected, his every word laced with icy shards. I only want Gaara back. Whoever can help me bring him back. Sunegakure's treasures can fill his coffers. The four Kage each harbored ulterior motives. United by fear of bluffing Shueimon and greed for the power of the Sage of Six Paths. This fragile alliance had already begun to fracture before the war had commenced. Ultimately, Anoki made a decisive declaration. Let us give them one last chance. He signaled to the communication squad behind him. Send Konoha the final ultimatum. They have 1 hour to surrender the Nine-Tails and One-Tail Jinchuriki. Otherwise, Anoki surveyed the boundless army of ninjas below. The allied forces shall crush Konoha. The command was transmitted through a specialized amplification jutsu, reverberating across dozens of kilometers like a thunderclap, exploding above Konoha. Within Konoha, the streets bustled with life. The aroma of grilled meat mingled with the sweetness of dango. Wafting through the air, children from the Ninja Academy laughed and chased each other. Everything was as usual, calm and serene, until that voice, laden with murderous intent, descended from the heavens. The allied forces shall crush Konoha. The bustling streets froze in an instant. The housewives pausing their shopping. The genin, sweating in the training grounds. Froze in place. Everyone looked up towards the source of the voice. What was that? An alliance? The 4 great ninja villages have joined forces? What a joke. What do they intend to do? Declare war on us? After a brief silence, uproar erupted. Panic, anger, and unease began to spread among the crowd. Just then, a gentle yet unmistakably clear voice, through the same amplification jutsu, enveloped the entire village. Citizens of Konoha and ninjas alike, it was the voice of the 4th Hokage. All commotion ceased instantly. Every villager held their breath, listening intently. You have undoubtedly heard it. Indeed, some unfriendly guests have arrived outside the village. Shueimon's words even carried a hint of amusement. They wish for us to surrender 2 of our family members as bargaining chips for peace. This statement ignited the villagers' fury in an instant. Bastards. What do they think the Jinchuriki are? Family. The Hokage-sama spoke of family. How dare they? Shueimon's voice resounded once more, quelling all discussions. Therefore, I have refused. They are quite angry now, preparing to storm in and teach us a lesson. To this, I have but one response. Shueimon paused. The entire Konoha was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Citizens, today is not a defensive battle, nor is it an extermination battle. Instead, it is a grand event. Please prepare to enjoy a magnificent firework display. Boom. This statement fell like a deep water bomb into a tranquil lake, causing the entire village to erupt. Fireworks? A freshly graduated genin stammered. His companion smacked him on the back of the head. Fool, did you not understand? Hokage-sama means we don't need to fight. Just watch the show. Ha ha ha. An on-duty jonin leaned against a wall, laughing until he could not stand upright. As expected of the 4th Hokage, to face the 4-nation alliance and declare he will show them fireworks. How bold. I love it. Those guys. Did they not learn their lesson when the Hokage single-handedly pierced through 4 villages last time? Exactly. They dare to come together again to seek their demise? I bet a luxurious chashu ramen set that they won't even touch the hem of Hokage-sama's garment. All fear and unease dissipated in the wake of Shueimon's casual words, replaced by a fervent admiration and absolute trust in their Hokage. War? No. To the villagers of Konoha, this was merely a grand performance soon to be orchestrated by their mightiest Hokage. At the temporary residence of the Uzumaki clan. Here, far from the village's clamor, tranquility reigned. Nagato sat beneath a large tree, watching several children of the Uzumaki clan clumsily weaving flower crowns. Their faces radiated a joy he had never witnessed in Amigakure, a joy known as happiness. There was no cold rain, no hunger, no fear. Only warm sunlight and the companionship of family. Nagato, A gentle voice resonated from behind. Chomin turned around and saw bluffing Shuemin standing there with a gentle smile. He immediately rose to his feet. "Mr. Shuemin, please have a seat." Shuemin sat beside him, gazing at the children playing nearby. "Do you enjoy this place?" Chomin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it feels very warm here." "Indeed," Shuemin replied with a smile, for this was home. He patted Chomin's shoulder. "Chomin, do you remember what I once said?" Chomin paused, taken aback. "Your strength depends on what you wish to protect." Shuemin's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable power. He produced a map from his cloak and spread it before them. On the map, a vast red circle marked a location at the border of the Land of Fire. Countless arrows symbolizing enemies pointed from that circle towards Konoha. "Now, there is an opportunity. I would like to ask you to guard our home with these eyes." Chomin stared at the dense array of arrows on the map, then lifted his gaze to the smiling faces of the Uzumaki clan nearby. He seemed to see Yahiko and Konan, still in Amigakure, and the helpless version of himself, who could only cry out in the rain. He began to understand more profoundly. The power of a deity is not for judging the world, nor to bring suffering, but rather to protect. Chomin slowly rose to his feet and turned to face Shuemin. His once confused and tormented purple Rinnegan now shone with unprecedented clarity and determination. "Yes, Mr. Shuemin." Chapter 53. The Arrival of the Impure World Core. The most desperate formation. At the border of the Land of Fire, the hourglass of the ultimatum had run out of sand. The time had come. The atmosphere atop the high command platform was stifling, making it hard to breathe. "Damn it." The fourth rampage AI slammed his fist against the railing in front of him, shattering the sturdy wood and iron. "That blonde brat has completely disregarded us. He is humiliating us. Humiliating our allied forces." The raging lightning chakra coursed through his body, igniting the air around him with crackling sounds. The third Tsuchikage Inoki floated in midair, silent. His expression was darker than the stormy sky behind him. Konoha had offered no response, no peace talks, no negotiations, not even a perfunctory reply. That utter disregard stung more than any vicious mockery. "Tsuchikage-sama, Reikage-sama." An Iwagakure Jonin rushed up to the platform, his voice trembling with excitement. "The time is up. Please give the order." Below, a torrent of 50,000 shinobi let out a restrained roar. Their weapons were drawn, and their jutsu were primed. The collective will of the forces surged. A tide of murderous intent directed towards Konoha. "What are we waiting for, old man?" AI turned and shouted at Inoki. "Are we going to give him another hour for tea?" Inoki slowly descended to the ground. His diminutive form now bore the weight of expectations and pressure from the four great nations. He glanced at the grim-faced Rashi beside him, then at the eerily silent Yagura. Finally, he lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of the plain. "Relay my orders." His voice was low, but the sound carried through the battlefield via an amplification jutsu. "All forces, charge!" Boom. Like a volcano erupting. 50,000 shinobi roared in unison, their voices merging into a cacophony that seemed to tear the sky apart. The earth began to tremble violently. The Iwagakure shinobi formed a dense earth-based formation, advancing like an indomitable wall. The Kumogakure shinobi crackled with electricity, sharp as spears, vowing to pierce through any obstacles. The Sunagakure shinobi conjured a storm of yellow sand, transforming it into a lethal wave. The Kirigakure shinobi vanished into the suddenly thick fog, like the deadliest of serpents, poised to strike. The black tide began to surge forward, fueled by vengeful fury, greedy for power, and fearful of the golden figure. Rushing towards the village they now viewed as an evil lair. On the command platform, AI's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. "Now this feels right. Wolfing Shuemin. Let's see how you stop us this time." However, just as the allied forces reached the peak of their charge, an unexpected change occurred. The ground trembled with an intensity surpassing that of stampeding horses. "What is happening? An earthquake?" The Iwagakure shinobi at the forefront felt the earth beneath them crack open with massive fissures, and dozens fell into the chasms before they could react. The entire charge of the allied forces came to a sudden halt. Everyone looked down in bewilderment. This was not an earthquake. It felt as though some colossal entity was about to erupt from the depths below. "This is..." Inoki's pupils contracted sharply. He saw it. In the clearing before the allied formation stood a man wearing an orange whirlpool mask and another with an eerie, pale complexion, emanating an ominous aura. "It's them. Orochimaru," AI hissed through gritted teeth. "What does he intend to do?" Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, his movements so rapid they were dizzying. Upon completing the final seal, he pressed his hands firmly against the cracked earth, summoning jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Boom, 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 boom. It sounded like the tolling of a bell from hell. Hundreds of massive wooden coffins erupted from the ground simultaneously. They lined up neatly in front of the allied forces, each exuding a palpable aura of death and foreboding. The charging shinobi recoiled in terror at this sudden spectacle. What is this? Coffins? Is this a trap from the enemy? Just as confusion reigned, the first coffin's lid creaked open. A figure wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, emerged. The moment he appeared, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the battlefield. Inoki's body froze. He stared fixedly at the figure, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Old teacher? Second Tsuchikage, no? Then, the second, third, and fourth coffins opened simultaneously. Figures long thought buried in the annals of history began to emerge one after another. A man with a pair of small mustaches and a flamboyant demeanor surveyed his surroundings, seemingly intrigued by his own appearance. Second Mizukage, Terumi-me. Horrified screams erupted among the Kirigakure shinobi. A towering man, covered in gruesome scars with a massive lightning-shaped scar on his chest, stood like an insurmountable mountain. Father! AI let out a low, incredulous roar from the command platform. That was the former strongest Raikage of Kumogakure, the third Raikage. Two fearsome brothers, their faces painted with war paint and wielding enormous weapons, emitted beast-like roars as they appeared, their ominous crimson chakra rising around them. Jinkaku, Kinkaku, legendary foes who had once severely wounded the second Hokage and were said to possess the chakra of the Nine Tails. And there was also the third Kazekage, Sannin Hanzo. One after another, these legendary figures rose as if they had crawled up from the depths of hell, standing before the allied forces. Upon their forms, without exception, strange white patterns entwined. In their eyes, the vitality of the living was absent, replaced only by black sclerae and a maddened intent to kill. The chakra emanating from them was far more immense and ferocious than in their mortal lives. The entire battlefield had succumbed to an eerie silence. 50,000 ninjas were rendered speechless by this sudden emergence of a ghostly legion. Their faces bore the marks of fear and despair. What a jest! How could one possibly combat these monsters? Yet, just as this despair threatened to engulf all, the hoarse laughter of Da Shiwan echoed throughout the arena, akin to a serpent's hiss. Dear friends, there is no need to panic. This is my gift to the coalition, a legion that is utterly loyal, impervious to death, and possesses boundless chakra. Though the means by which the masked individual had amassed so many formidable corpses remained a mystery, Da Shiwan felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to witness how far the man, who had snatched the next Hokage position from him through competition, could go. Boom. This declaration resounded in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. A gift? An army? Following a brief silence, a jubilant cheer erupted. An undying army. Good heavens. It is Lord Tsuchikage, the second, and Lord Raikage, the third. Ha! Victory is assured. We are destined to triumph. What can we possibly contend with? What can they do against these legendary monsters? What of Bo Feng Shui men, no matter how swift? Can he slay one who shall never die? The ninja coalition, already shrouded in excitement, erupted into unprecedented cheers. Their morale soared to its zenith. Fear, in the face of absolute power, transformed into the most fervent adoration. On the command platform, AI gazed at his father, then at the terrifying ghostly legion below, his tightly clenched fists gradually unclenching, revealing a cruel smile. Luo Sha's eyes reignited with the flames of hope. Inoki hovered midair, contemplating his former mentor with a mixture of trepidation towards this forbidden technique and exhilaration for the impending victory. He turned to face the distant direction of Mu Yi, where an unprecedented confidence erupted from his diminutive form. Bo Feng Shui men. His voice rang clear amidst the thunderous cheers. Let us see how you wield the Flying Thunder God technique this time. Chapter 54. Flying Thunder God and Shinra Tensei? I am sorry, you are standing too closely. At Mu Yi, atop Hokage Rock, the wind howled past the summit, stirring the ceremonial robes of the fourth Hokage. Bo Feng Shui men stood shoulder to shoulder with Nagato, overlooking the writhing black shadow at the horizon's edge. This was a terrifying legion composed of 50,000 ninjas and hundreds of legendary specters, capable of turning any nation to ash overnight. Nagato, do you see? Shui Min spoke calmly, That is the specter of the old era and puppets driven by greed. Nagato remained silent. His Rinnegan allowed him to perceive the fervor and murderous intent interwoven across the faces of every ninja in that army. The malice coalescing together instigated a visceral discomfort within him. Utilize your mightiest Shinra Tensei against them, Shuemin commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Nagato's body stiffened abruptly. He turned, his face betraying undisguised horror. No, Mr. Shuemin. His voice rose in urgency. Using full-power Shinra Tensei here would raise the entire Muyi to the ground. The villagers, the clan elders, and my sister Kushina, Shuemin smiled. He retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Nagato. The trident-shaped blade bore intricate seals. Take this, Shuemin offered gently. I ask you, Nagato, do you trust me? Nagato was taken aback. He gazed into Shuemin's azure eyes, which seemed to encompass the entirety of the sky. There was no hint of jest, only an unwavering, comforting resolve. He recalled the sunlight of Muyi, the carefree smiles of the Uzumaki clan, and the sense of belonging he had finally discovered, as spoken of by Yahiko and Konan. He nodded firmly, accepting the kunai. I believe. Good. Shuemin's hand gently rested on Nagato's shoulder. Let us commence. Let them hear the voice of the divine. Nagato closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his purple Rinnegan radiated an unprecedented brilliance. He slowly extended his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Shinra Tensei. A wave of invisible yet terrifying repulsion began to coalesce around him. The air emitted a mournful wail under the strain. The Hokage rock trembled violently beneath them, small stones breaking free from the rock face and floating upwards. The entirety of Muyi felt this cataclysmic force emanating from the village's highest point. In Ichiraku Ramen, the noodle chef halted his motions. Oh, what is this? In the training grounds, battling ninjas paused simultaneously, looking up at Hokage Rock. Such formidable chakra. Is it the Hokage? Is the fireworks display about to commence? The villagers, rather than panicking, stepped out of their homes, gathering on the streets, excitedly gazing upwards. Their faces were filled with absolute trust and anticipation. However, when this power reached the coalition's encampment several dozen kilometers away, it elicited an entirely different response. What is this power? On the command platform, the third Tsuchikage Onoki trembled violently with shock, nearly losing his ability to maintain flight. As the master of dust release, he could distinctly perceive the essence of that power. It was pure, unreasonable, capable of reducing all things to dust. Impossible. This magnitude of repulsion surpasses even my dust release. He was at a loss for words. What in the world is that? The fourth Raikage AI felt the lightning coursing through him dim under this terrifying pressure. Even at such a distance, he could feel a prickling on his skin. Does Muyi harbor such a monster? Beside him, the fourth Kazekage Luo Sha had turned as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, Dashi Wan, the man who had always manipulated everything to his advantage, found the sinister curve of his lips frozen in place. His golden slit eyes were fixated on the direction of Muyi. This power, this force, rivaling the tailed beast bomb, even surpassing it in certain aspects. Why? Why does Muyi possess such a thing? On the battlefield, the 50,000 ninjas who had just been clamoring to flatten Muyi now halted in their tracks. The fervor on their faces was wholly replaced by a profound fear. Even those emotionless, reanimated corpses instinctively raised their heads to gaze upon the source of this power. The second Tsuchikage, the third Raikage, and the legendary figures, Jinchuriki of the Gold and Silver Brothers, all at this moment felt the terror that threatened even their undying forms. The repulsion continued to escalate. The entire space seemed compressed to its limits, emitting cracking sounds. Just as this world-ending power was on the verge of erupting, now, Shuemin exclaimed sharply. A flash of golden light. Flying Thunder God technique. He and Nagato's forms vanished instantaneously from the pinnacle of Hokage Rock. The terrifying pressure that loomed over the entirety of Konoha dissipated into thin air. In the next moment, at a designated point in the heart of the 50,000 allied forces and the hundreds of Edo Tensei legions, a golden radiance appeared as if it were divine retribution. Manifesting out of nowhere, the figures of Minato and Nagato emerged there, with Minato's hand resting gently on Nagato's shoulder, a warm smile adorning his face. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The expression on Inoki's face was one of utter shock, his mouth agape as if it could fit a fist. For the first time, the brutal visage of Raikage displayed a semblance of despair. Orochimaru's body trembled uncontrollably as he finally comprehended the meaning behind Minato's invitation. Cho! Nagato's voice resonated across the silent battlefield, piercing through the stillness. Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous explosion, the accumulated repulsion erupted from the point of their appearance. Radiating in all directions, the world transformed into a blinding expanse of pure white. In that moment, silence reigned supreme. The world was stripped of its ability to produce any sound. With Minato's chakra bolstering the effect, a ring of pure white light detonated from the center of the battlefield. Its expansion exceeded the speed of sound, surpassing the dynamic vision that all ninjas prided themselves on, transcending their comprehension of ninjutsu. The movements of the four Kage on the command platform froze as the ring of light rapidly enlarged in their sight, engulfing the sky and the earth, consuming the steel torrent of the 50,000 ninjas before them. Then, destruction descended. It was not an impact, it was annihilation. The earth was stripped away in massive chunks, only to be reduced to the most primordial dust before reaching its apex. The tens of thousands of frontline allied ninjas had no time to utter a single cry. Their bodies, their armor, their weapons evaporated silently, disintegrating into nothingness within that blinding light. Sandgold. In the final moment before his consciousness was consumed, Gaara let out a desperate roar. Golden sand surged from his sleeves, attempting to erect a defense. However, that absolute defense, capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb, crumbled like dew under the sun upon contact with the white ring. He, along with the other three Kage and their surrounding guards, were hurled away by an indescribable, irresistible force. Their bodies twisted in midair, bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Inoki attempted to dissipate that force with Doton, but his chakra disintegrated upon contact with the pure white, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. A's Raiton defense, renowned as the strongest armor, held firm. But the man could not stand his ground, being completely blown away in the next instant. The entire world revolved and twisted in the silent annihilation. After an indeterminate period, the radiance finally faded. Survivors, propelled kilometers into the air, plummeted like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the cracked earth. Gaara, using the last of his strength, controlled the remaining sand to catch most of the scattered ninjas. Inoki, Gaara, and Shikaku were shielded by their guards, yet even so, they landed in a state of disarray. O was the first to struggle to his feet. He shook his dazed head and gazed ahead, only to find himself momentarily stunned. All the survivors behind him also struggled to rise, staring forward in disbelief. The world had plunged into an absolute, maddening silence. Before them lay not a plain, but an immense circular crater that surpassed the bounds of reality. The diameter of the pit was visibly over 10 kilometers. Its edges were as smooth as if carved by a knife, and the bottom was mirror-like, reflecting the somber clouds above. It appeared as though an invisible divine hand had excavated a colossal portion of the earth with an incomprehensibly large spoon. Where had the 50,000 ninjas and hundreds of Edo Tensei troops gone? A ninja from Kumogakure knelt on the ground, extending his hand as if to grasp something, only to futilely clutch at air. His face bore no fear, no sorrow, only a pure blankness stemming from an inability to comprehend the scene before him. A gulp echoed as they swallowed, the sound resonating as the sole noise in this silent world. His face, once marked by brutality and arrogance, now reflected sheer bewilderment. Where was his strongest Kumogakure unit? Where was the proud ninja alliance? Gone. Everything was gone. This is not ninjutsu. Inoki floated up, his waist nearly unable to straighten from the violent impact. He stared vacantly at the massive crater, his murky eyes filled with utter collapse. This is not ninjutsu, he repeated, as if trying to convince himself. This is divine retribution. It is punishment from the gods. Gaara sat limply on the ground, gazing at the empty vastness of the crater, suddenly emitting a bizarre sound of both laughter and tears. Haha, I love Gaara. This is all retribution. Orochimaru stood at a distance, propping himself up with one arm to prevent himself from collapsing. He looked at the mirror-smooth crater, and for the first time, the madness and curiosity of a scientist were replaced by a feeling of powerlessness. He had calculated everything. He had exploited the greed of the four Kage. He had resurrected the legendary dead. He believed himself to be the player in this game. It was only now that he realized the opponent had never played chess with him. They had simply walked over and stomped on the board. Amidst the despair capable of shattering anyone's spirit, an anomaly occurred once again. At the edge of the crater, those scattered, minuscule pieces of flesh and blood, smaller than a fingernail, and the dust torn into powder by the repulsion began to move in a peculiar manner, converging. Paper, rubble, blades of grass. Everything was reformed under an invisible force. 1, 2, 10, 100. Second Tsuchikage Nidaime. Third Raikage, Kinanai Jinanai. Hanzo of the Salamander. Those who should have been entirely erased stood unscathed before the surviving allied forces within mere seconds. Not a single scratch adorned their bodies. This immortal scene did not bring hope to the survivors. Rather, it deepened their despair, a despair that could only be described as absurd. What was the point? If it happened again, wouldn't they simply be swept away once more? Damn it. A looked at his intact father, then glanced at the vast crater. Finally breaking down in a primal roar. Minato Namikaze, come out. You coward. Have the guts to face me in a fair fight. His roar echoed across the desolate expanse, sounding both ludicrous and tragic. He will not come out. A cold voice interrupted A's fury. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. He stood at the forefront of all the Edo Tensei, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. He glanced around the immense chasm and then raised his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. Fascinating, Senju Tobarama calmly remarked. The repulsion force, potent enough to obliterate an entire nation, compressed to an infinitesimal point. Then, through the Hirashin no Jutsu, it could be delivered and detonated over an extraordinary distance. He paused, seemingly savoring the moment. My elder brother's cells, combined with my techniques, have truly elevated the power we brothers wield to an astonishing level. Chapter 56, The Legendary Rebellion. The recognition of the first and second Hokage. On the command platform, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated in midair, his body trembling uncontrollably. His murky eyes were fixated ahead. 10 kilometers. A perfect circular pit stretching 10 kilometers across. The bottom was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the somber sky. 50,000 ninja from the allied forces, gone. Hundreds of the Edo Tensei army, also vanished. All eradicated by a single move, Shinra Tensei. Impossible, this cannot be. Inoki's lips moved, his voice barely audible, as if he were speaking to himself. He mastered dust release. He understood too well what that level of repulsion entailed. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a power reserved for the divine. Suddenly, an explosive surge of chakra erupted from the Edo Tensei army. Inoki turned sharply. The magnitude of that chakra was more terrifying than all the Kage present combined. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. His body, riddled with cracks, trembled violently. The next moment, how intriguing, how exceedingly interesting. Hashirama laughed heartily, the sound resonating throughout the vast expanse. With a sudden burst of energy, he shattered the binding techniques that ensnared him as if they were fragile cobwebs. Wait. Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply. He frantically formed hand seals, attempting to regain control. But it was too late. The earth began to quake violently. Countless stout trees erupted from the ground, resembling frenzied serpents, instantly ensnaring all the Edo Tensei. Awaken. Hashirama formed hand seals. Mokutan, Shinran Shoten. In an instant, several kilometers around transformed into a dense primeval forest. The Edo Tensei were ensnared tightly by the robust trees. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? The control over the Edo Tensei was supposed to be flawless. He continued forming seals, his hands moving so swiftly they left afterimages. Crack! A branch lashed out like a whip, striking his hand forcefully. Orochimaru's hand seals were forcibly interrupted, and he was flung backward several meters. Do not waste your effort, child. Hashirama turned his head, a gentle smile gracing his rugged face. Your little tricks are insufficient before me and Tobarama. As soon as he spoke, swish. The figure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, abruptly appeared beside Hashirama, arms crossed. His expression as cold as ever. Brother, your movements are too slow. Tobarama glanced at the surrounding Edo Tensei. He raised his hand. Hirashin no Jutsu. In a flash of silver light, all control techniques binding the Edo Tensei were severed in an instant. Orochimaru collapsed to the ground, his face pale as a sheet. Golden irises filled with resentment. The plan had collapsed, completely shattered. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms. At that moment, the liberated Edo Tensei began to stir. The second Tsuchikage sighed. Being used as a pawn by one's own descendants is truly humiliating. He looked at Inoki, who sat slumped on the command platform. Inoki, his voice fraught with disappointment. You fool. I warned you long ago not to let power blind your eyes. Inoki's body shook violently. Old master, his voice choked. The third rampage moved his neck, joints cracking as he approached his son, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Son, concede. Raised his head, full of reluctance. Father, this is not shameful. The third rampage's voice was calm. Losing to such a monster is nothing to be ashamed of. Just then, the cold voice of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, resounded once more. He surveyed the vast chasm and then looked towards Konoha. Fascinating, Tobirama spoke placidly. Compressing a repulsion force capable of annihilating a nation to an infinitesimal point. He paused, delivering and detonating it over an extraordinary distance using Hirashin no Jutsu. Such tactical thinking. Tobirama's lips curled into the faintest of smiles. It has surpassed me. Boom. This statement resounded like thunder in everyone's minds. The second Hokage, the man who developed Hirashin no Jutsu, had actually admitted to being surpassed. Inoki's body trembled violently. A's fists drooped weakly. Raza closed his eyes. Yagura remained silent, but for the first time, a ripple of emotion crossed his youthful face. Ha! The hearty laughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, shattered the suffocating silence. He approached Tobirama and patted his shoulder emphatically. Tobirama, do you see? Hashirama's face was beaming with joy. This is the village we protect. This is the legacy of the will of fire. He turned to face the direction of Konoha, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration. To wield Tobirama's techniques with such mastery. Hashirama paused. While possessing a chakra amount not inferior to mine, this generation of Hokage, he laughed heartily. Remarkable. The four Kage were thoroughly defeated. Kneel. A Jonin from Kumobikure was the first to discard his weapon, kneeling on both knees, forehead pressed to the ground. I surrender. I surrender. This action seemed to topple the first domino. With a clatter, the remnants of the allied forces, thousands of ninja, cast down their weapons. They knelt, emitting desperate cries. We have lost. Completely lost. This battle was on an entirely different level. On the command platform, Inoki slowly descended, surveying the kneeling allied forces. Then glancing at the liberated Edo Tensei. Finally, his gaze fell upon the distant direction of Konoha. There, a golden figure stood quietly upon Hokage Rock. Inoki closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the fervor and greed had vanished, leaving only a lifeless gray. He turned to the other three Kage. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice was dry. We concede. Under the moonlight, deep within a concealed cavern, the figure of Kurizetsu twisted in the shadows. Damn it! Damn it! Damn that Minato Namikaze. A silent roar echoed in his consciousness. Even the dead stand by his side. How is this possible? The first and second Hokage were clearly under the control of Edo Tensei. Kurizetsu's body trembled violently. The plan has collapsed again, and more thoroughly than the last time. The Edo Tensei army has rebelled. The four nations' allied forces have surrendered. His meticulously laid trap against Konoha was rendered utterly fragile before that man. No, this cannot continue. Kurizetsu's consciousness began to race frantically. I must find a way. Within Konoha, the streets were filled with people. Villagers cheered joyously, tears of excitement in their eyes. We won. We won. The Hokage is incredible. The four nations' allied forces. 50,000 troops. In this moment, the legendary strong warriors were all effortlessly subdued by Lord Hokage with a single strike. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, the handmaid uncle trembled with excitement, raising his spoon high. Today, I shall treat the entire village to ramen. On the training grounds, countless ninjas knelt, bowing deeply towards Hokage Rock. At the temporary encampment of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato sat on the ground, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost. The recent exertion of Shinra Tensei had nearly drained all his chakra. Yet an unprecedented smile graced his face. Minato-sensei, he spoke softly, I did it. The surrounding Uzumaki clansmen gathered around, offering food and water. Nagato, you are truly remarkable. This is what it means to be our guardian. You are our hero. Gratitude echoed in his ears, causing Nagato's eyes to glisten with tears. It was the first time in his life he felt the warmth of true recognition. Minato withdrew his hand from Nagato's shoulder and returned to Hokage Rock. He gazed at the fallen remnants of the allied forces in the distance and glanced at the reanimated shinobi who had broken free from their control. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The performance had finally come to an end. Just then, a figure appeared behind him. It was Uchiha Itachi. Lord Hokage. Itachi knelt on one knee, his voice calm, yet betraying a hint of tremor. I have received news from the laboratory. He paused momentarily. The fusion of the clone and the first Hokage's cells. It was successful. Chapter 57. The exorbitant compensation. The humiliation and despair of the four nations. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, the furnishings were simple, with sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting a warm glow on the wooden desk. However, today, the atmosphere in this office was more solidified than the perpetual snowstorms of the Iron Country. The four Kage of the most powerful shinobi village in the ninja world, accompanied by their most trusted guards, sat silently on the guest sofa. They were once the pinnacle of the ninja world, the unquestionable dictators of their respective villages. Now, they were vanquished, mere prisoners awaiting judgment. Minato poured the last cup of hot tea and placed it before the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. His demeanor was composed, devoid of any victor's arrogance, as if this were merely an ordinary tea gathering among feudal lords. Thank you all for coming from afar. Please, try the new tea from the land of fire this year. No one moved. The fourth Raikage, breathed heavily, struggling to suppress the violent chakra within him. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated half a foot above the ground, his hands concealed within his sleeves. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, hung his head, obscured by the brim of his hat. Minato paid them no mind. He poured himself a cup of tea and retrieved 4 identical scrolls from the desk drawer. The scrolls were wrapped in the finest brocade, tied with golden threads. Since you have all traveled so far, you must take something as a memento. Minato slid the 4 scrolls across the coffee table towards the Kage. The words caused A's body to tense abruptly. Memento? What an utter humiliation. Minato, I growled, ready to erupt. Inoki interjected, halting the impulsive Raikage. He reached for the scroll belonging to a Wagakure, slowly unrolling it. Upon glancing at it, his hand froze. His aging eyes widened in shock. The other 3 Kage also picked up their scrolls. The next moment, with a loud crash, smashed the coffee table to pieces with his fist, scalding tea and splintered wood scattering everywhere. You fool, are you dreaming? Stood abruptly, pointing at Minato, trembling with rage. You dare call this compensation? You intend to bankrupt the Cloud Village. In the office, Nara Shikaku yawned lazily, picking up the scroll copy from the table and reading it out loud with indifference. War Compensation Agreement. First, the wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must pay Konoha a one-time sum equivalent to all economic income from their respective villages for the next 6 months. Second, the wind, lightning, earth, and water nations must provide Konoha with 10A rank or above ninjutsu scrolls from their secret archives. As the words fell, the office fell into a deathly silence. 6 months of total economic income. Inoki's lips quivered as his mind raced with calculations. All of Wagakure's task rewards, mineral trade, and commercial taxes would all be surrendered. What did this mean? It meant that for the next 6 months, Wagakure would have no funds for ninja pensions, equipment upgrades, or even to pay the lower-ranked ninjas for their missions. This compensation could set back the strength of Wagakure by a full decade. You madman. You are insane. Inoki murmured. Sunagakure is already impoverished. Raza's voice carried a tone of desperate lament. Kumogakure might barely survive, but Wagakure is severely wounded. And we in Sunagakure are already struggling to make ends meet. This compensation does not merely slice flesh. It pulls out our very backbone. I refuse. A's roar nearly shattered the ceiling of the office. We would rather fight to the last man than sign such a humiliating treaty. Oh, Minato finally set down his teacup. He neither argued nor displayed anger. Instead, he drew a uniquely shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The 3-pronged blade glinted coldly in the sunlight, etched with incomprehensible techniques. Refusal? I do not insist. He stood and approached the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the peaceful village below. However, I suddenly have an idea. What does everyone think about that pit in the battlefield just now? His words struck the 4 Kage like an invisible hammer, crushing their hearts. The pit, over 10 kilometers in diameter, smooth as a mirror, as if divine punishment had descended, was the annihilation of 50,000 allied ninjas. That blow was an indelible nightmare in their hearts. Minato turned, gently placing the flying thunder god kunai on the map, beside the borders of the land of fire. What if such a pit were to appear in each of your villages? Or perhaps dozens of them? That scene should be quite spectacular, wouldn't it? His face retained a gentle, inviting smile, yet the words he spoke sent a chill through the 4 Kage. A's fury extinguished in an instant. Inoki's calculations came to a halt. Raza's despair deepened into a profound numbness. They finally understood. This was not a negotiation. This was not extortion. It was the new generation of the god of ninjas informing the ants how much tribute they were expected to pay, with no room for bargaining. Either sign this agreement and see your village regress a decade, or refuse, and watch as your village vanishes entirely from the map. After a long silence, Inoki slowly descended to the ground. He staggered towards the desk and picked up the pen, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! A wave of absurd regret surged within Oyuki for the first time. If he had not been swayed by the words of that stone tablet, if he had not been blinded by greed, how could a Wagakure have fallen to such a state? He exerted every ounce of strength to inscribe his name on the agreement. AI closed his eyes. He stepped forward abruptly, snatching the pen and flamboyantly signing his name before slamming the pen down onto the table. The gesture was filled with dissatisfaction and fury, yet it felt so powerless. Roga approached like a soulless being, signing his name as if drained of all spirit. Finally, it was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He did not utter a single word from beginning to end. Silently, he walked forward, forgoing the pen. Instead, he bit his index finger, drawing blood, and pressed his handprint heavily onto the agreement. The crimson imprint was shocking. With the signing of 4 agreements completed, Konoha had successfully reduced the 4 great ninja villages to mere colonial territories, destined to toil for them, without compensation for the next 6 months. The 4 Kage, accompanied by their guards, prepared to depart, their figures etched with unutterable humiliation and desolation. Just then, as they were about to exit the office, the voice of Minato rang out from behind them. Roga halted abruptly, his body frozen in place. Regarding the matter of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, there is no need for concern. Minato's voice remained gentle. Gaara will receive the finest education in Konoha. We will nurture him as if he were our own child. After all, a Jinchuriki is a precious asset to the village, not a mere tool to be discarded. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Kazekage? Boom. Roga's mind went blank. He spun around violently. The face hidden beneath the straw hat was twisted with extreme anger and humiliation. He glared fiercely at Minato, but in the end, he said nothing. He simply turned away, quickening his pace as if fleeing from this suffocating office. The 4 Kage had truly departed. The office finally fell silent. Nara Shikaku walked to the window, observing the retreating figures filled with disarray, and sighed deeply. He turned back to gaze at the 4 agreements capable of altering the landscape of the ninja world, massaging his throbbing temples. Hokage-sama, this truly is troublesome. Shikaku picked up one of the agreements, a bemused expression on his face. It seems Konoha will soon be overflowing with wealth. Too much money can also be a nuisance. I wonder where to invest it. Chapter 58, Konoha's New Policy. The Rise of the Economic Empire. The door to the Hokage's office stood ajar, sunlight streaming in and illuminating the dust motes suspended in the air. Yet, no one in Konoha cared about the dust. Everyone was immersed in a frenzied celebration. Extra! Extra! The Allied forces have unconditionally surrendered. The 4 Kage have signed a peace agreement in the Hokage's office. A newspaper boy dashed through the streets, his voice hoarse from shouting, yet his face radiated with excitement. At Ichiraku Ramen, they were not serving ramen today. The chef had combined all the tables, laden with alcohol and grilled meat. Cheers! To the 4th Hokage. To Konoha. Recently returned ninjas, teachers finishing their classes, and patrol officers crowded the place. Their forehead protectors gleamed under the lights, and every face bore a genuine smile. Have you heard? That compensation agreement. My word. All the income from the 4 great nations for the next 6 months. How much could that be? I've never seen so much money in my life. Not just money, but also secret technique scrolls from each village. A total of 40 A rank and above ninjutsu. A bespectacled Chunin excitedly waved his arms. Konoha is about to strike it rich. Haha. Can we demand double rewards for missions in the future? What are you thinking? It's the village's benefits that will be doubled. Survivor benefits. Medical subsidies. No more worries about injuries leading to retirement. The entire village, from the streets to the alleys, was enveloped in an unprecedented joy known as abundance. Villagers no longer speculated about when the next war would arrive, but rather which new shops offered the best discounts. Ninjas no longer debated which nation's ninjas were more formidable, but instead discussed how much the newly announced welfare policies could enhance their households. The clouds of war were completely dispelled by the sunlight of wealth. In the Hokage's office, Minato gathered all the senior officials of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku, Narashikaku, Jiraiya, along with the first and second Hokage, who had just returned from the front lines. Yes, they did not leave. After witnessing Minato's earth-shattering strike, these legendary Hokage unanimously decided to remain in the village to personally see how this recognized junior could elevate Konoha to new heights. Everyone. Minato placed a brand new plan on the table's center. We have the money. Now it is time to discuss how to spend it. Narashikaku picked up the plan, and upon glancing at it, he gasped. He forgot to smoke the cigarette in his hand. Konoha Economic Boom Plan? Shikaku read the title with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Minato nodded. The first step is a comprehensive upgrade of infrastructure. He approached the large map of Konoha, tracing his finger across it. We will build 3 new ninja academies, 1 comprehensive hospital, and 5 large training grounds. All main roads within the village will be widened. The commercial district will be redesigned, and a unified sewage and energy supply network will be established throughout the village. With each word Minato spoke, the heartbeats of everyone present quickened. This was no mere patchwork. It was a complete reconstruction of Konoha. The second step, ninja welfare reform. Minato's finger pointed to the ninja roster. All C rank and above task rewards will be increased by 30%. Compensation for ninjas who die or are disabled in the line of duty will be doubled. A Konoha Honor Retirement Fund will be established, allowing all ninjas who have served the village for over 20 years to receive the highest level of pension benefits. Bang! Jiraiya's half-written paradise of affection fell to the ground. He stared blankly at his disciple. If this plan could indeed be realized, Konoha would become a paradise that all ninjas dreamt of. No ninja would ever again be forced to undertake perilous missions for survival. No hero would suffer a tragic end after shedding blood and sweat. Minato, Jiraiya wanted to say something, but found his throat constricted as if blocked by something. Is this money sufficient? Uchiha Fugaku posed the most critical question. This plan is too grand. The required funding is astronomical. It is insufficient. Minato chuckled, glancing at Narashikaku. Therefore, we require a third step. Shikaku, is the Konoha Merchant Association prepared? Narashikaku extinguished his cigarette, but, standing up with unprecedented seriousness. Hokage-sama, we are ready to commence at any time. Excellent. Minato turned to address everyone. From this day forth, Konoha healing pills will become the lever to elevate the entire ninja world's economy. The ordinary version continues to sell at exorbitant prices to the prominent figures and nobles of various nations, extracting their last coin. The enhanced version, as a strategic resource, is exclusively sold to allies we recognize. As for the perfect version, Sway Men paused briefly. It will be linked to S-rank missions, serving as the highest reward attainable only by those who have made significant contributions to Muyi. We aim to ensure that the resources, talents, and intelligence of the entire shinobi world are willingly at our disposal. We aspire to make the words Muyi a currency harder than gold itself. In the office, there was a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by Sway Men's words, their minds blank. They had believed that the victory in war was the pinnacle. They did not foresee that within Sway Men's blueprint, it was merely the beginning. His intention was not to conquer through force, but to establish a new world order with Muyi as the absolute core through economic means. 3 months later, Muyi village underwent a remarkable transformation. The brand new asphalt roads were wide and smooth, flanked by a multitude of shops. In the newly constructed ninja school, the cheerful voices of children reverberated as they read aloud. The hospital beds were occupied by dignitaries from other nations, all waving wads of cash in hopes of purchasing healing pills that could extend their lives. The wallets of Muyi villagers were fuller than ever before, and every face radiated happiness and pride. Meanwhile, the other 4 great ninja villages were engulfed in despair. In Awagakure, Anoki gazed at the empty village treasury and the letters from ninjas demanding compensation, turning his hair gray overnight. He was compelled to order the temporary cancellation of all ninja pensions and subsidies. Upon the announcement, the village erupted in discontent. In Kumogakure, smashed his newly replaced desk in frustration. Due to the reduction in military funding, their proud Kumogakure forces had not conducted any substantial training exercises for 3 months. Many young ninjas, lured by the recruitment messages from Muyi, began to contemplate their options. In just 3 months, over 50 ninjas from Awagakure and Kumogakure had defected to Muyi, bringing their families and forming long lines at the entrance of the prosperous village. eager to become part of it. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stared at the intelligence report in his hands and let out a long sigh. He approached the window, observing the bustling scene below, then glanced at the young, determined profile of Sui Min on Hokage Rock. This kid, Jiraiya murmured to himself, has shattered the backbone of the old era with force and, with money, has bestowed a heart named Mu Yi upon the new world. Capable of combat, adept at generating wealth, and possessing an understanding of human nature, Jiraiya chuckled bitterly. This is the true Hokage. Perhaps the prophecy of the Sage of the Six Paths was not about who possessed the greater strength, but rather who could genuinely bring an end to this age of incessant conflict. At that moment, Sui Min finished the last document. Rising, he moved to the other side of the office, where a massive, pristine map hung on the wall. The map no longer displayed the traditional territories of the 5 great nations, but was filled with dense markings denoting minerals, resources, populations, and commercial routes. Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi stood before the map. Hokage-sama, Fugaku bowed respectfully. The Ninja Arts Research Center you ordered has completed its preliminary framework. All 40 A-rank ninjutsu collected from the 4 nations have been categorized and archived for analysis by our clan's elite. Sui Min nodded. Excellent. He turned to Itachi. What do you believe is the essence of ninjutsu? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. A tool for killing? He offered. The most direct and brutal answer. No, Sui Min shook his head. Ninjutsu is a technology, and all technologies can be optimized, replicated, and mass-produced. He retrieved a new plan from his robe. The cover bore a title that sent shivers down Fugaku and Itachi's spines. White Paper on the Standardization and Industrial Production of Ninjutsu. Chapter 59, Undercurrents. The New Conspiracy of Kurizetsu. In Mu Yi, the Ninja Arts Research Center, once an underground base of the Root, had been transformed into Mu Ye's most advanced laboratory. Uchiha Fugaku and the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, stood shoulder to shoulder behind Sui Min. On the experimental table before them lay a palm-sized scroll. Hokage-sama, Fugaku said, handing the scroll over. According to your proposed standardization and modularization concepts, this is our first developed product. Sui Min accepted the scroll and unfurled it. There were no complex ninjutsu symbols, just a simple triggering technique. What is this? A disposable ninja tool we call the Fire Release Explosive Tag Modification, Fugaku explained. Any freshly graduated genin can release a C-rank fire release jutsu, the Great Fireball technique, with just a hint of chakra. Hizashi added. Our Hyuga clan members utilized the Byakugan to successfully analyze and replicate the most optimized path for chakra flow in the meridians, which we have solidified in this scroll. The Uchiha clan, in turn, is responsible for the final adjustments and stabilization of the technique using the Sharingan. Sui Min held the scroll in his hand, remaining silent. A C-rank ninjutsu is insignificant for a jonin. But what if 1,000 or even 10,000 genin used it simultaneously? The nature of warfare would be utterly rewritten. What is the cost? Sui Min inquired. Very high, Fugaku replied. Currently, the cost of one scroll is equivalent to the reward for a B-rank mission. However, as the process matures, the cost can be reduced to 1/10. Sui Min nodded. He closed the report, now named Scientific Ninja Tools. I approve the establishment of a new department to be called the Scientific Ninja Tools Department. Hizashi, you shall serve as its inaugural minister. Continue your research. I require more products that are cheaper and more powerful. Fugaku and Hizashi exchanged glances, both astonished by each other's reactions. The Scientific Ninja Tools Department. The 4th Hokage was once again creating something entirely new, something they had never imagined. On the moon, silence was the eternal theme. Within the vast space that served as the sealing core, a shadow as dark as spilled ink twisted restlessly. Kurizetsu. He had plotted for a millennium. Since the era of Indra and Ashura, he had been like the most patient shadow, silently altering history. However, the events unfolding on the azure planet below were rapidly unraveling his millennia-long patience. The economic rise of Mu Yi, the industrial production of ninjutsu, the humiliating submission of the 4 great ninja villages. The man named Sui Min was twisting the entire world into a single rope, one with Mu Yi at its absolute core. Bo Fengstaman. Kurizetsu's consciousness roared silently. This name pierced the heart of his plans like a poisoned thorn. No, I cannot wait any longer. If Sui Min continues to develop at this pace, not only will I be unable to resurrect my mother, but I. The hidden hand lurking deep within history, will likely be pulled out by that man like pulling a worm. Facing him directly is meaningless. The fate of the Four Nations Alliance and the reanimated army serves as the best proof. Then let us collapse from within. A frenzied thought surfaced in his mind. Bo Feng Shui Men, are you not most concerned about the village and your family? Then let me show you the taste of losing your loved ones. The consciousness of He Ju instantly connected to the ground. In the land of rain, at a subterranean base, the atmosphere was dark and damp, filled with a grotesque blend of blood and medicinal scents. Uchiha Obito lay upon a stone bed. His severed right arm had been reattached with the cells of Baiju. Yet the shadows cast by that battle were indelibly etched into his soul. He had lost, utterly defeated. He had succumbed to the very teacher he once revered most. A chilling voice echoed within the vast base. A mass of white material emerged from the ground, forming a humanoid shape, and the half-visage of He Ju materialized from within. Obito remained motionless, even without opening his eye. Leave. Are you still wallowing in your failure? He Ju's rasping laughter cut through the silence. Do you truly believe you have lost? Obito finally opened his single crimson eye. What do you mean? Bo Feng Shui Men is indeed powerful, but he made a fatal mistake. He Ju lured him in. He divided the Nine Tails into two halves. The Yang Nine Tails was utilized to revive Uzumaki Kushina. But the true crux, the Yin Nine Tails, which possessed a far greater and primal chakra, was sealed within that infant's body. Obito's body subtly stiffened. The Yin Nine Tails. Precisely. He Ju continued his persuasion. That is the essential core for you to initiate the Moon Eye plan and create a world with Rin. What you require is not merely ordinary Nine Tails chakra, but the purest power of Yin release, derived from the very essence of the Ten Tails. Acquire it, and you can amend this failure, even becoming stronger than before. The phrase "a world with Rin" struck Obito's most vulnerable nerve like a spell. He abruptly sat up from the stone bed, a frenzied light igniting within his eye. Rin, I shall create a world with you. But first, I must reclaim the Nine Tails. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Bo Feng Shui Men was reviewing the list of war reparations submitted by Lu Jiao concerning the first batch from the four great ninja villages. Treasures, rare minerals, secret technique scrolls. Wealth piled high was continuously flowing into Konoha's storerooms from all corners of the world. Hokage-sama. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently in the center of the office. It was Uchiha Shursui. He knelt on one knee, his demeanor unusually solemn. The inspection department intercepted suspicious intelligence during a routine search within the village. Shui Men set down the report in hand. Speak. An unidentified force is covertly investigating the whereabouts of Lord Naruto. Shursui lifted his head. Their investigation was remarkably thorough, encompassing Lord Naruto's daily routines, the shift times of the Umbu responsible for his protection, and even the patterns of Lady Kushina's outings. The air in the office instantly thickened. The smile vanished from Shui Men's face. He slowly stood and walked to the window. Below lay the still thriving village, basking in sunlight. Yet, Shui Men felt an icy chill deep within. Someone had set their sights on his son, on Konoha's Jinchuriki. Shui Men. Jiraiya also sensed the shift in atmosphere. He put away his jovial demeanor and approached. What is it? Shui Men remained silent. He simply turned and spoke calmly. Shursui. Yes. Relay my orders. Shui Men donned the Hokage hat from his desk. Effective immediately, elevate Naruto's security level to the highest. All Umbu responsible for his protection shall be personally selected by you and Itachi. Any suspicious individuals attempting to approach, regardless of their identity or intent. Shui Men paused. He placed his hand on the sturdy wooden desk, pressing down gently. Crack. The solid surface of the desk, centered around his palm, instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. No mercy. Chapter 60. A united front, upgraded ceiling of the Nine Tails. In the afternoon sun of Konoha, the warmth enveloped the village. Uzumaki Kushina leisurely strolled down a tree-lined path, pushing a specially designed double stroller. Inside, two cherubic infants slept soundly. On the left was Naruto, inheriting his father's golden hair, his sleeping face flushed, occasionally smacking his lips. On the right was Gaara, free from the taint of Shikaku's chakra, his light red hair framing a delicate face, serene like a porcelain doll, devoid of dark circles. Since being brought back to Konoha by Shui Men, this once ill-fated Jinchuriki from Sunagakure had, under Kushina's careful nurturing, experienced for the first time what it meant to enjoy peaceful slumber. Truly, two little angels. Kushina paused, gazing at the two children, her face radiating a maternal warmth. Even the villagers passing by greeted her warmly. Hokage-sama, out for a stroll with the children again. Little Naruto and little Gaara are simply adorable. Kushina smiled in response, savoring this hard-won peace. The shadows of war seemed to have entirely dissipated, bathing Konoha in the sunlight of prosperity and tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Bo Feng Shui Min observed the serene scene outside, yet his heart was anything but calm. The order for no mercy had been issued. However, that was merely a defensive measure. If the enemy had set their sights on Naruto, it indicated they possessed a means of tracking him. What could that method be? Shui Min closed the economic report in hand, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared at home. The house was quiet. Neither Kushina nor the children had returned. Without lingering in the living room, Shui Min made his way directly to Naruto's nursery, lost in thought. He had to unearth that potential beacon. Otherwise, Naruto would remain perpetually exposed to unknown dangers. As evening fell, the sound of the door opening echoed from the entryway. "I'm back." Kushina's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but more so, satisfaction. Shui Min immediately rushed to meet her, taking the stroller from her hands. "You've worked hard." He bent down and lifted Naruto, who had just awakened, his big blue eyes scanning the surroundings. At that moment, as he cradled his son, Shui Min discreetly infused a trace of Senjutsu chakra into his sensory system. Sage mode. Without Kushina's awareness, his perception abilities surged to their peak. His consciousness intertwined with that of his son, plunging into the tiny body. The golden 8 trigrams array slowly rotated in the darkness, unyielding. The vast and ferocious chakra of the Nine Tails was firmly locked within, unable to stir. The seal was perfect. However, Shui Min's perception continued to delve deeper, exploring every minuscule node of the sealing technique. Finally, he discovered it. In an inconspicuous corner of the outermost layer of the seal, there was a faint chakra fluctuation so weak it was almost imperceptible. It was neither the energy of the seal itself nor Naruto's. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Because Naruto's body was still that of an infant, his chakra network had not yet fully developed, rendering him unable to completely contain the vast power of the Nine Tails. While the seal operated perfectly, it would naturally expel any chakra that the body could not accommodate to protect the host. This trace of chakra was like a wisp of smoke in a dense fog. For an ordinary ninja, it would be utterly undetectable. Yet for certain special beings, those acutely sensitive to Nine Tails chakra, it served as a crystal-clear tracking beacon. So that was it. Shui Min understood. What's the matter? Jio gently placed Wu Ai Luo down and walked to Minato's side, her hand tenderly brushing against Naruto's small face, noticing her husband's momentary distraction. Minato raised his head, offering her a reassuring smile before softly sharing his discovery. The seal might leak? Jio halted, her delicate brows furrowing instantly, worry flooding her features. "Do not fret." Minato freed a hand, gently drawing her into his embrace, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. It was merely a trivial amount of chakra, yet it indeed posed a hidden danger. Nestled in her husband's warm embrace, much of Jio tension dissipated. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes brimming with trust. "What shall we do?" "I have an idea." Minato lowered his head, observing the concerned expression on his wife's face as he tucked a mischievous strand of her red hair behind her ear. "Instead of blocking it, we should optimize the technique together using your adamantine sealing and my sage arts. We can not only seal the loophole, but also exploit it." A hint of excitement laced Minato's voice as he envisioned channeling the chakra of the Nine Tails, transforming it into the purest life energy to nourish Naruto. This way, they could not only prevent any leaks, but also aid Naruto in growing stronger, helping him adapt to the Nine Tails' power early on. Jio was left speechless. Transforming the tailed beast's chakra into nourishment for its host? Such a whimsical notion could only originate from him. Yet, for some reason, she believed he could achieve it. "All right." Jio eyes sparkled anew as she grasped Minato's hand. "Let us do this together." In the dead of night, Minato and Jio gently placed Naruto in the center of a bed adorned with sealing techniques. Adamantine sealing. Jio formed hand seals, golden chakra chains sprouting from her back. Like the most skillful brush, they swiftly outlined numerous intricate runes in midair, embodying the essence of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Minato joined his hands in prayer, a vast surge of sage chakra pouring forth. Like the most precise chisel, he illuminated each rune, meticulously imprinting them onto the 8-trigram seal on Naruto's abdomen. Their chakras intertwined, their movements flowing seamlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. A wordless understanding flowed between them. For 3 solid hours, when the final rune was imprinted, a soft golden light radiated from Naruto's 8-trigram seal. The initial leakage point was replaced by a new, far more intricate cyclical technique. We succeeded. The new seal was at least 30% stronger than before. Moreover, it truly possessed the ability to transform Ninetales' chakra into life energy. Wonderful. Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face aglow with joy as she gazed at her sleeping son and then at her husband, her heart brimming with happiness. But it's not over yet. Minato smiled, directing his gaze towards Wu Ai Luo in the adjacent crib. Since we are at it, let us do this together. They exchanged smiles and once again immersed themselves in the modification of Shikaku's seal. Another tranquil afternoon. Kushina once more took the baby carriage out for a stroll. With the leakage issue resolved, the last trace of worry in her heart vanished. She even began humming a tune from her homeland. However, as she passed a secluded grove, her melody abruptly ceased. An inexplicable chill surged up her spine. This was not murderous intent, nor was it any chakra fluctuation she recognized. It was a cold, inorganic presence, akin to the gaze of a serpent lurking in the depths of the earth. Kushina halted her steps, instinctively pulling the baby carriage behind her, her body tensed. Her intuition warned her. Something was watching them. No, it was watching Naruto in the cradle. In the shadows of the grove, an inconspicuous plant's leaves formed a distorted human face. It was a clone of Baiju. They have been located. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is right here. Beside him was the one-tailed Jinchuriki. With both present, it was truly a fortuitous opportunity. The Baiju clone recorded the information, gradually merging into the tree trunk, vanishing from sight. On the shaded path, Kushina suddenly turned around. There was no one behind her. That feeling of being watched had vanished without a trace. Yet, she knew it was no illusion. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her instinct for danger far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Kushina remained silent, continuing to push the carriage, feigning nonchalance as she walked forward. However, her left hand had stealthily reached for her wrist. There, a small, specially crafted flying thunder god mark by Minato was woven into a red cord bracelet. Her thumb gently pressed against the cool metal mark. Chapter 61. Itachi, I want to show Sasuke this world first. Inside the Uchiha clan's secret laboratory, Uchiha Itachi slowly opened his eyes on the cold metal operating table. Without any discomfort, his vision was clearer than ever before. Fugaku stood nearby, offering a pill exuding a rich vitality. This is a special healing pill prepared by Lady Tsunade using the Hokage's prescription. Itachi accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it immediately. A warm energy coursed through his body, erasing the slight rejection sensation from the newly implanted eyeball within minutes. Rising to his feet, he faced the specially designed target and activated his ocular techniques. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, the skeletal form of Susanoo flickered and vanished. After a series of intense ocular techniques, his eyes bore no pain, nor did they shed blood tears. The searing pain and darkness that had once accompanied every use of his ocular power had completely vanished. He could feel that the power of these eyes even surpassed his previous peak. These eyes were cloned from his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, they were more than mere replicas. His father had heeded his only and most capricious request to incorporate a touch of Sasuke's genes during the cultivation process. From this moment forth, these eyes would also belong to Sasuke. He would act as Sasuke's eyes, allowing him to witness the beautiful new world that the Hokage would soon transform entirely. Although they could not yet rival true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, these eyes allowed him to wield at least 70% of its power without any risk of blindness. Itachi turned to face his father. Father. His voice was calm and resolute. I am ready. In the dead of night, within the temporary residence of the Uzumaki clan at Minato's home, only a dim yellow night light illuminated the room, creating a tranquil and warm atmosphere. Uzumaki Kushina sat beside the cradle, softly humming an ancient lullaby that was only passed down in the land of whirlpools. Both Naruto and Wu Ai Luo nestled in the cradle, fast asleep, their small faces adorned with content smiles. Everything was so serene. Suddenly, Kushina's humming halted. She sharply raised her head, gazing into the corner of the room. There, The space was twisting in a manner that defied the laws of physics, forming a vortex. A man wearing an orange mask with a single hole, along with several featureless, snow-white humanoid beings, slowly emerged from the vortex. Swish! Almost simultaneously with their appearance. For members of the Hokage's direct umbu, hidden around the house and tasked with protection, were abruptly distorted, forcefully drawn away by an invisible power, vanishing into the air. There was no fight, no sound. Even a faint ripple of chakra was absent. He simply vanished into thin air. It had been a long time since they last met. The masked man gazed at the vigilant Gyo-Xi, addressing her in a casual tone, as if they were old acquaintances reminiscing. Vortex, Gyo-Xi. Gyo-Xi remained silent, slowly rising to her feet, positioning the cradle behind her within her protective range. Beneath her loose loungewear, her muscles were taut with tension. Who are you? My identity is of little significance. The masked man spread his hands. What matters is that I have come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. He pointed a finger at the cradle behind Gyo-Xi. The nine tails, I will retrieve it. This declaration acted as a fuse, igniting a surge of chakra throughout Gyo-Xi's body. You bastard! She shouted in fury. In an instant, dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from her back like furious dragons, alive with rage. Diamond Lock. This was the strongest sealing technique of the Vortex clan, and also a fearsome offensive maneuver. The chains, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air, sealed off all retreat routes for the masked man. However, he stood there, motionless. The golden chains passed right through his form, as if he were a mere phantom, non-existent in this space. Gyo-Xi's movements froze. Damn it, the diamond lock is ineffective? It must be his space-time ninjutsu. Futile, the masked man chuckled darkly. Your attack cannot harm me. Just as Gyo-Xi was momentarily stunned by shock, several white Zetsu clones advanced. They lunged at her from various angles like phantoms. Get away. Gyo-Xi snapped back to reality, her anger eclipsing her astonishment. Her chakra surged once more, and this time it was not merely golden. A violent, ominous crimson chakra erupted from her being, intertwining with the golden chains. The power of the nine tails. With a swift motion, two chains imbued with tailed beast chakra pierced through the bodies of two white Zetsu clones like hot iron through butter. Yet, more white Zetsu charged forward recklessly, entangling Gyo-Xi's chains with their bodies and using wood release to create countless vines in a bid to restrain her movements. Wah! Wah! The commotion startled Naruto awake from the cradle, his cries piercing the air. With his wails, an even greater, primal, and savage chakra of the nine tails began to resonate within his small form, threatening to erupt. The 8-trigram seal on his abdomen flickered ominously, yet remained steadfast. Had it not been for the upgrades, it might have already faced a risk of explosion due to the resonance. Now, a glint of determination flashed in the masked man's singular eye. His target was never Gyo-Xi, but rather this infant, whose emotional turmoil might loosen the seal. Taking advantage of Gyo-Xi's distraction with the white Zetsu, he flickered and appeared beside the cradle. Stop! Gyo-Xi let out a desperate scream. She strained to manipulate the chains, attempting to defend, but it was too late. The masked man's hand had already grasped the edge of the cradle. Farewell, Gyo-Xi. The space before him began to twist once more. He intended to take the Jinchuriki into the Kamui dimension. At that moment, a dark blade of light silently sliced through the shadows, faster than the eye could follow, aiming directly at the masked man's arm gripping the cradle. Imbued with the resolve to sever fate, the masked man's body suddenly stiffened, forcing him to activate his intangibility to evade this lethal strike. Consequently, his grip on the cradle loosened. Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared like a specter between the cradle and Uchiha Obito, eyes filled with lethal intent. It's you? The masked man uttered in surprise upon seeing the sudden appearance of this Uchiha clan member. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. Something even more terrifying was unfolding. On the blanket where Naruto lay crying, a seemingly inconspicuous talisman sewn by Gyo-Xi erupted with a blinding golden light. A complex golden seal expanded instantaneously around the talisman. This was a seal the masked man would never forget, the Flying Thunder God technique. This is bad. The thought exploded in his mind. In a flash, Minato appeared beside the cradle. He raised his right leg, delivering a precise kick that struck the masked man's cheek with tremendous force, causing the air to tremble. Minato-sensei. Obito's single eye widened in disbelief behind the orange mask. This name and figure embodied his deepest nightmares. How could he be here? How could he arrive so swiftly? There was no time for thought. Bang! The terrifying force erupted, sending Obito flying dozens of meters as if struck by a battering ram. He lost control of his body, tracing a chaotic arc through the air before crashing through a wall. Debris and dust exploded, filling the entire space. A jagged crack formed on his specially crafted hard mask, beginning at the upper right corner. His body remained airborne, bones groaning under the strain. The sensation of imminent death clung to his back like a venomous serpent. Rasengan. Minato's silhouette surged forward. He pursued Obito, the rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere, accompanied by a terrifying howl capable of rending anything, bore down upon him. The violent energy of the chakra caused the surrounding air to emit mournful wails. This technique, it was still so fast. Alarms blared in Obito's mind. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Hand seals. There was no time. Thought. Even less time. The kaleidoscope pattern in his eye spun wildly, his ocular power reaching its zenith. Kamui. The space warped violently around him, just a thousandth of a second before the Rasengan would obliterate his back. His body was forcibly drawn into another dimension. Boom. The Rasengan's power erupted against the wall, leaving behind a bottomless crater. As for Obito, only a torn piece of his black cloak, savaged by the turbulent chakra, and his right arm, which had not completely phased out, remained severed. Blood flowed profusely from the gaping wound. Minato, quick to react, cast a glance at the severed arm, shaking his head slightly. Regrettable, I couldn't seal you completely. Gyo-Xin, cradling the startled Naruto, collapsed to the ground. Tears of relief streamed down her face. Minato, are you all right? I'm fine, Minato replied gently, though his senses remained attuned to the surrounding space. Hundreds of meters away, atop an abandoned warehouse, the space twisted as Obito stumbled out of the Kamui dimension, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. The harsh sounds of his breathing echoed painfully in the stillness of the night. That was close. He clutched his damaged mask, chakra in disarray from forcibly activating Kamui. Sensei is still as formidable as ever. He suddenly looked down at his empty right shoulder, a surge of resentment and fury welling up within him. The excruciating pain from his severed arm caused his single eye to become bloodshot. However, in the next moment, the fury etched across his face was eclipsed by a deeper, more profound fear. Embedded in the wound of his severed arm was a uniquely shaped trident kunai, its blade emanating a faint glow. That radiance felt akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper. What is this? Obito's body stiffened abruptly. A terrifying thought surged through his mind like thunder. When did this happen? He had not even sensed that he had been struck by this kunai. Was it at the moment he was kicked away? Or was it at the instant the Rasengan came at him? No, that is not right. He suddenly recalled the moment he was hit. As Sensei Minato's kick connected with him, the kunai had already been thrown. The force of the kick concealed the act of throwing. It was precisely nailed to the spot where he was about to be struck by the Rasengan. He had calculated everything. He would escape with Kamui. He could not fully phase out. He had anticipated all of this. The golden light flashed once more. Obito's pupils instantaneously shrank to the size of pinheads. Minato's figure appeared behind him like a relentless specter. Another kunai, gripped in his hand, was silently sweeping toward his neck with the intent to sever causality. The blade of the kunai shimmered with a chilling light beneath the moon. This time, it was inscribed with a sealing technique. If it made contact, his Sharingan would be sealed away. Damn it! Obito let out the most terrified scream of his life. He had never felt such an imminent and inescapable death so closely. Kamui. He pushed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to its utmost limits, disregarding the excruciating pain in his eyes. Just a second before the blade of the kunai could slice through his skin, he dragged himself back into that void-like space. His figure shattered like a broken mirror, vanishing into thin air. Minato retracted the kunai, staring at the empty rooftop. Did he escape? He understood that with the space-time ninjutsu, Obito would be exceedingly difficult to kill if he did not wish to engage in direct combat. But this time, it was the last chance he would afford him. If he dared once more, Minato would not hesitate to show Obito the full extent of his power. Meanwhile, Minato sensed the chakra belonging to White Zetsu stirring around the room, attempting to burrow underground to flee. Since they had come, Minato's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Then let them all remain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flying thunder god kunai burst forth from his hand like a celestial shower, with astonishing angles. They accurately pinned down each white Zetsu clone in the vicinity. Golden light flashed repeatedly. Minato's figure transformed into dozens of golden bolts of lightning throughout the estate. Each flicker was accompanied by the despair of a white Zetsu. Rasengan. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions sounded like the final chapter of this battle. Those undaunted white Zetsu clones had no time to comprehend what was happening. One Rasengan after another fell from the sky, obliterating them into dust. Blood and flesh mingled with soil and leaves, splattering everywhere. In mere seconds, the warm-up had just begun. Yet, the world fell silent once more. Kushina sat on the ground, cradling the still-sobbing Naruto in her arms. Tears of survival streamed down her cheeks. Minato approached his wife and child. He knelt down and gently embraced them. "It's all right now, Kushina." Naruto, nestled in his father's embrace, seemed to sense his presence. His cries gradually subsided, reduced to soft whimpers of grievance. Minato clumsily comforted his frightened little son, his face adorned with an unprecedented gentleness. Yet, the overwhelming fury, akin to molten lava, churned silently beneath the surface of his calm demeanor. Chapter 63, A Punch That Shatters Space. Head of the Hyuga clan, Hokage-sama, are you demolishing the relocation office? It's all right now, it's all right. Minato held his wife and child close, his heart, which had raced with anger, finally found a semblance of peace in their warmth. Naruto's cries gradually ceased, though he still whimpered, his small hands clutching tightly to his father's clothing. Kushina's body continued to tremble slightly, but leaning against her husband's shoulder, the overwhelming fear that could engulf everything was finally dispelled. "I am here," Minato softly reassured, glancing down at the ruins of the wall and the deep pit created by the Rasengan. "Obito, enough is enough. Next time, you will not have the opportunity to escape." Just then, a light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully protected his family and repelled an S-rank rogue ninja. System Core Module Upgrade complete. Please select one of the following 3 rewards as a permanent enhancement to this upgrade. 3 orbs, each radiating a different glow, slowly rotated on the screen. 1. God of the Body. Every physical attack you make will carry a spatial tremor effect of 50 power, wherever your fists and feet land. Space shall shatter. 2. Sage Mode Sustenance. After using Sage Mode, your speed of channeling natural energy will increase by 100 for half an hour, and the consumption of Sage Chakra will be halved. 3. Flying Thunder God Technique. After using the Flying Thunder God Technique for displacement, the first ninjutsu you use within 3 seconds will have its effect doubled. Minato contemplated these 3 options for a brief moment. The Sage Mode Sustenance was highly practical, significantly enhancing his endurance. The Flying Thunder God Technique offered a straightforward enhancement, making the power of the Rasengan unimaginably potent. However, both of these were enhancements to his existing abilities. His gaze fell upon the first option, God of the Body. Spatial Tremor. This represented an entirely new mode of attack. It was not ninjutsu, and could not be absorbed. It was not jinjutsu, and could not be dispelled. It was a pure, destructive force acting on the physical level. If he possessed this power, Obito's proud Kimui would no longer be an insurmountable defense before him, as long as his fists were quick enough to enter the force field before Obito could fully phase out. That spatial tremor would be sufficient to forcibly expel him from the realm between reality and illusion. Furthermore, the future of the ninja world was not limited to just Kaguya. There were also the Otsutsuki from the stars, capable of absorbing all ninjutsu. Against them, pure physical strikes would be the most effective means. I choose the God of the Body. Minato made his decision in his heart. Selection confirmed. Ability God of the Body has been loaded. Buzz. A wondrous sensation coursed through his entire being. Minato instinctively clenched his fist. He felt that the small space around his fist resonated with a high frequency. Invisible to the naked eye, in accordance with his will, it seemed that at any moment, he could unleash a mighty blow that would shatter space. Just then, Minato abruptly lifted his head, his sage senses detecting an unusual wave. It was not in his home. It was at the other end of the village. In the territory of the Hyuga clan, a wave of unfamiliar, somewhat sinister chakra was moving at high speed. And within that chakra, there was a faint, infantile life force. Bastard! Minato reacted instantly. The village has just endured the fierce battle against the Four-Nation Alliance, with its defenses tighter than ever. Yet, audacious intruders dare to infiltrate Konoha, targeting the Hyuga clan. He immediately attempts to pinpoint their location and activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it. There are no marks of the jutsu left in that direction. Kushina, take good care of Naruto and do not leave the house. Before his words could fade, a resounding roar erupted. Golden chakra, akin to a volcanic eruption, enveloped him instantly. The Ninetales chakra mode. A brilliant golden light surged from the breach in the ruined wall. Shooting skyward, with a speed that defied sound, it raced towards the Hyuga estate. In the forest along the borders of Konoha, two elite shinobi clad in the attire of Kumogakure were dashing through the night, concealed by the shadows. One of them cradled an infant still in swaddling clothes. The child was silent, seemingly muted by some jutsu, yet her pure white eyes were filled with terror. It was Hyuga Hinata. Hurry, faster. We are almost at the village's edge. Haha, I never expected this to go so smoothly. Konoha's defenses are nothing remarkable. Once we return the Hyuga princess to the village, Lord Rampage will reward us handsomely. As they fled, excitement coursed through their conversation, oblivious to the Grim Reaper swiftly closing in behind them. Suddenly, the leading Kumogakure shinobi came to an abrupt halt. Hey, did you hear that? Hear what? There's a strange sound. The sound, coming closer, initially resembled the wind. Soon, it transformed into a shrill whistle of something slicing through the air at high speed. Finally, it erupted into a terrifying roar akin to thunder. They both turned around sharply, only to witness the most horrifying scene of their lives. A golden comet, seemingly composed of fragments of the sun, trailed a long tail of fire as it tore through the night sky, hurtling directly towards them at a velocity beyond their capacity to perceive. What in the world is that? It's a yellow flash. Impossible. How can it be so fast? He didn't even use the Flying Thunder God. Fear seized their hearts in an instant. They wanted to dodge, to flee, to form hand seals. But their bodies could not keep pace with their racing minds. In the face of such overwhelming speed, all struggles were futile. The golden light was upon them in an instant. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared before them. He did not even spare a glance at the petrified Kumogakure shinobi. Instead, he casually delivered a punch towards the one cradling Hinata. No Rasengan, no wind release. It appeared to be an ordinary straight punch. Yet, it was infused with the colossal chakra of the Nine Tails, merged with sage chakra. However, in front of Minato's fist, the very fabric of space twisted and cracked as if a stone had been thrown into a placid lake. Frog kata, crack, a visible, web-like white fissure flickered in the air. An invisible yet formidable shockwave erupted with a deafening roar. Boom. The Kumogakure shinobi holding Hinata didn't even have a chance to scream. His body was struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. In that moment, his bones, organs, and meridians were all shattered by the unreasonable force of the shockwave. The infant Hinata slipped from his grasp, her body rigid with shock, and flew away. Minato was already there, catching the frightened baby with ease, gently patting her back. The rumbling continued. Only then did the residual waves of spatial tremors fully disperse. Within a radius of 50 meters around Minato, every tree, no matter how robust, was instantly reduced to swirling splinters by that invisible might. A perfect circular clearing materialized. The other Kumogakure shinobi was utterly paralyzed with fear. He slumped to the ground, wetness pooling in his pants, his mouth uttering incoherent sounds. He gazed at the golden figure standing amidst the flying wood chips, one arm cradling the infant, the other still poised as if to strike. On his face, now etched with terror, only one thought remained. A monster. This is no mere ninja. This is a god. Chapter 64. The director of Konoha's demolition office is online. Minato. Next, the Hyuga clan. The surviving Kumogakure shinobi sat on the ground in a daze. What did he just witness? He saw nothing. He merely felt his companion, the elite shinobi holding the hostage, vanish at the moment the golden figure threw the punch. Not flung away, not turned to blood mist. Just gone. Along with the 50-meter diameter of forest behind him, it was forcefully erased from existence, leaving only swirling wood chips and a mirror-like ground. This is not ninjutsu. His lips trembled, unable to form coherent words. This is not taijutsu. This is power beyond human reach. A monster god. His mind shattered completely after witnessing that blow that transcended comprehension. Minato paid no heed to the now defecating shinobi. The infant Hinata, startled and on the verge of tears, was calmed by Minato's gentle chakra as he skillfully patted her back, soothing her as one would a child. No crying. It's all right now. The golden figure stood in the center of the flattened clearing, cradling the rosy infant. The scene exuded an eerie sense of harmony. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously. It was Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui. They beheld the scene before them, collectively falling into silence. Teacher, Kakashi's dead fish-like eye blinked, struggling to articulate a thought. Did you just give the forest a buzz cut? Or a crew cut? Shursui observed the flawless circle and the pulverized remnants of trees, feeling a chill racing up his spine. Lord Hokage, this is taijutsu. Itachi concluded, having captured and analyzed the fleeting moment with his Sharingan. Pure power acted directly upon the very essence of space. Itachi added, though I cannot comprehend it, I am profoundly shaken. Kakashi and Shursui turned their gazes towards Itachi. Is it truly appropriate for you, a Uchiha prodigy and the one most likely to become the new clan leader, to utter such words? Don't look at me. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. If that punch had been aimed at my Susanoo, I might need to be rebuilt from scratch. Kakashi, Shursui, at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, accompanied by several elite members of both the main and branch families, finally arrived. They had just received an urgent notification from the monitoring division that the clan leader's daughter, Hyuga Hinata, had been abducted from within their heavily guarded estate. This was tantamount to rubbing the Hyuga clan's face in the dirt. Hisashi, fueled by towering rage and murderous intent, prepared to pursue personally. Then they beheld the scene before them. And there, in the center of the clearing, stood the 4th Hokage, cradling his daughter. Hisashi's footsteps came to a sudden halt. All members of the Hyuga clan behind him froze as well. The anger on their faces instantly transformed into a complex array of emotions: shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Lord Hokage? The voice of Rijuru was somewhat hoarse. He wished to inquire about the situation, but as he gazed upon the leveled forest, the question began to seem superfluous. Risang Jujong, you have arrived late, said Minato, cradling Hinata and turning towards him. The defenses of your Hyuga clan exhibit significant vulnerabilities. Instantly, Rijuru's face flushed crimson. Being publicly admonished by the Hokage of Konoha regarding their defenses was more humiliating than a direct attack. He hastily approached, taking his daughter from Minato's arms, and upon thoroughly examining her to confirm her safety, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Rijuru bowed deeply to Minato, prompting all the Hyuga clansmen behind him to do likewise. Hokage-sama, what has become of the scoundrel who abducted Miss Hinata? A ninja from the branch family could not contain his curiosity. Minato gestured towards the cloud ninja sprawled on the ground, unconscious. And the other one? He indicated the scattered, nearly unrecognizable wooden debris. Oh, you might need a broom and dustpan to piece him back together. The Hyuga clansmen gazed at the empty space, and recalling Minato's words, an inconceivable conjecture emerged in their minds. Hokage-sama, do you mean to say that with a single punch, you reduced a Jonin and this forest to rubble? Indeed. That is the essence of it, Minato replied nonchalantly. A collective gasp echoed through the air. One punch. What sort of jest is this? How can that be possible? Even Lady Tsunade, renowned for her taijutsu, could merely shatter a mountain, whereas you have completely flattened this area. Moreover, the precision is astonishing. It is a perfect circle. Is this the power of a deity? The Hyuga ninjas were utterly agitated, their gazes fixed on Minato as though he were a tailed beast in human guise. At that moment, a small, unsteady figure emerged from behind Rijuru. It was a child, appearing no older than 3 or 4, adorned in the attire of the Hyuga clan, devoid of any mark on his forehead. This was Niji, who had recently learned to walk. Unlike the adults around him, he displayed no fear. Instead, he gazed curiously at the radiant figure of the elder brother exuding a golden aura. Jin, Niji called out in a sweet, childlike voice, wobbling towards Minato. Rijuru's brother, Richa, rushed to restrain him. Niji, come back. Do not be disrespectful to Hokage-sama. It is quite all right. Minato waved his hand, crouching down to meet the child. Is this Niji? The future prodigy, yet marked as a caged bird due to his branch family status, destined to live a life shackled by fate. Minato's gaze swept from Niji's innocent face to his smooth forehead, then he raised his eyes to the visibly anxious Rijuru. Rijuru-jang, Minato's tone was calm, as if inquiring about a mundane matter. At what age is a branch family member typically marked as a caged bird? Boom. This question struck like a thunderclap. reverberating above Rijuru and every Hyuga clansman present. Riju's body stiffened abruptly, the color draining from his face in a heartbeat. The Hokage was inquiring about the caged birds. Chapter 65. The Sorrow of the Caged Bird? No, this is the Hokage's unequivocal promise. Minato's voice remained serene. Rijuru, at what age is a branch family member generally marked as a caged bird? This question fell like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon the hearts of every Hyuga clansman present. The air became thick with tension. Riju's arms, clutching his daughter, became rigid, the blood draining from his face at an alarming rate. The Hokage was asking about the caged birds. Why would he ask this? What was his intention? In an instant, a torrent of fearful thoughts exploded in Riju's mind. The dozen or so Hyuga clansmen behind him, both from the main and branch families, stood frozen in place, their breaths suspended. The cloud ninja lying on the ground, the flattened forest. In that moment, all else faded into insignificance. All that remained in the minds of the Hyuga clansmen were those 4 words, caged bird. This was the deepest, darkest festering sore hidden beneath the glamorous facade of the Hyuga clan. It was the curse from which the branch family could never escape. The absolute iron fist with which the main family maintained its dominion. Now, this veil of shame was being casually stripped away by the highest authority of Konoha in front of all. Hokage-sama. An aged yet proud voice shattered the silence. An elder from the main family stepped forward, leaning on a cane, attempting to lend weight to this inquiry with his seniority. This is a secret of our Hyuga clan that has been passed down for a millennium. The existence of the caged bird is to protect the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, from being seized by outsiders. It is to prevent the village's secrets from leaking. The elder's voice grew increasingly strident, as if reciting some sacred decree. Your questioning interferes with our clan's internal affairs. Internal affairs? Minato chuckled, still crouched, playfully engaging with Niji, who had approached him, curiously tugging at his red robe's hem. His smile was warm, yet the words he uttered plunged the elder into icy despair. With my presence, in a few short years, who would dare covet Konoha's Byakugan? Minato lifted his gaze, scanning all the Hyuga clansmen present. Or do you believe the 50,000 lives of the allied shinobi forces and that 10-kilometer crater are insufficiently persuasive? The elder trembled violently, rendered speechless. Indeed, persuasion. When one's power is such that it can erase an army of 50,000 with a mere gesture. Reducing a forest to dust with a single punch, what could possibly be more convincing? Konoha's might was at its zenith. Although this incident had arisen, it also presented an excellent opportunity to set an example. With a decisive blow to those who dare covet the Byakugan, they would not only be dissuaded from attempting to seize it, but would likely refrain from even daring to breathe loudly. The pretense of protection had become a complete farce. Protection? Minato stood, taking Niji's small hand, step by step approaching Rijuru. I see it more as enslavement. He calmly stated a fact. Using pain and death to threaten your own kin, coercing them to die for the main family, using their lives to safeguard your glory. Is this the will of fire of your Hyuga clan? Rijuru swayed unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. Behind him, Rija, Niji's father, who usually wore an expression of restraint, exhibited a profound disturbance for the first time. Other branch family ninjas instinctively lowered their heads, though their tightly clenched fists betrayed their inner turmoil. The will of fire? Riju's lips trembled as he sought to retort, yet found himself utterly impotent to do so. Do not worry. I will not be so foolish as to directly enforce the cancellation of the caged bird system. I have prepared a far better alternative for you. Minato disregarded Riju's shamefaced expression. He released Niji's hand, retrieving a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurling it before all present. Biting his fingertip, he swiftly began to inscribe with his blood upon the scroll. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any pause or contemplation, as if he was not creating but rather replicating a blueprint deeply inscribed within the recesses of his soul. A brand new, extraordinarily intricate rune, far more complex than that of a caged bird, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of harmony, rapidly took shape beneath his fingertips. All the ninjas present, including Kakashi and Itachi, were utterly perplexed by what they witnessed. However, they could sense an immense and pure sealing power coalescing upon that scroll. What is he doing? A ninja from the Hyuga branch could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is he crafting an entirely new sealing technique, right here? Impossible. This cannot be. The elder of the main family, who had collapsed to the ground, suddenly raised his head and let out a roar of disbelief. Sealing techniques represent the most rigorous system within ninjutsu. Every rune's placement and stroke must be flawless. How could one possibly create something out of thin air? My Sharingan cannot even begin to decipher the structure of this technique. Uchiha Itachi's body imperceptibly stiffened, his Mangekyo spinning wildly as he attempted to replicate and comprehend the technique before him, only to find it in incomprehensible chaos. He could see the actions and structure clearly, yet the profound construction eluded his understanding. It was truly an art of sealing. He was not thinking. Hyuga Hisashi fixated intently on Minato's fluid fingers. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, he understood better than anyone the difficulty of creating a sealing technique. He muttered to himself, appearing almost mad. These runes seem as if they were inherently etched into his very soul. Teacher. Kakashi gazed at that golden silhouette, feeling his perception being profoundly reshaped once more. As if the term genius had been redefined altogether. Amidst the overwhelming astonishment of the crowd, Minato completed the final stroke. Buzz. The entire scroll erupted in a soft, yet sacred golden radiance. This new sealing ninjutsu, I shall call it the Guardian Seal. Minato presented the completed scroll to all present. This technique will likewise be inscribed upon the bodies of you Hyuga clansmen. It possesses two functions. First, at the moment of the wearer's death, the seal will automatically activate, utterly obliterating the Byakugan along with the surrounding visual nerves, leaving no cellular trace behind. Minato glanced at the colorless elder of the main family. This is true protection, a complete eradication, a final resolution. Second, Minato's gaze shifted to Hyuga Hayashi and all the branch family members behind him. It possesses no control function. Thus, it cannot be activated externally by anyone, cannot inflict any pain upon the wearer, and certainly cannot be used to usurp the wearer's life. Its sole purpose is to safeguard your final dignity after you have given your lives for the village. From this day forth, the Hyuga clan shall have only warriors to protect Konoha, no longer slaves to accompany the main family into the grave. Boom. This proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, resonating deeply within the souls of every branch family member. Hyuga Hayashi abruptly lifted his head, gazing at the scroll in Minato's hand, then at his still young son. His body trembled violently from overwhelming excitement. Freedom, this word, which they had never dared to dream of across generations, was now so effortlessly placed before them by their fourth Hokage. No, this cannot be. The elder of the main family let out a hysterical scream. The caged bird system has been abolished. How could the branch family still obey the main family's orders? The Hyuga clan would descend into chaos. Chaos. Minato finally directed his cold gaze at the obstinate elder. What they must heed are the orders of the Hokage, the commands of Konoha, not yours. You soon-to-be obsolete elder of the main family. As for you, Minato turned to the pale Hyuga Hayashi. From this day forth, the caged bird system is abolished. All branch family members must be transformed into the Guardian Seal within 3 days. Minato's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute will. Hyuga clan leader. Minato emphasized the title, you shall oversee this matter. Or, he paused, my Umbu will handle it. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Is this a choice? No, this is not a choice. This is a notification. If Hyuga Hayashi chooses to handle it himself, the Hyuga main family could retain a semblance of dignity. If he refuses, then the Hokage's Umbu, alongside the Uchiha Surveillance Department, will trample upon the threshold of the Hyuga main family, employing the most stringent measures to execute the Hokage's will. At that time, the 1,000-year glory of the Hyuga clan will be reduced to a laughingstock of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi painfully shut his eyes, whether in terms of righteousness or internal family matters. After Minato set this precedent, all branch family members regained hope. He realized he had no choice left. The rules that had been upheld by the Hyuga clan for millennia were utterly shattered before this man today. I obey. He forced out those 3 words through gritted teeth. Each word seemed to exhaust every ounce of his strength. This is a betrayal of our ancestors. The elder of the main family attempted one last struggle. Ancestors. Minato regarded him as one would a pitiable fool. The ancestors of the Hyuga clan are buried within the land of Konoha, enjoying the offerings of Konoha. First and foremost, they are the spirits of Konoha, and only then are they the ancestors of the Hyuga. In Konoha, the will of fire reigns supreme above all. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The elder's body slackened, collapsing to the ground. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi could no longer suppress the surging excitement within. He gazed at the golden figure before him, akin to a deity, bringing light to their branch family. He then looked at his innocent son who, in a few years, would have been marked with the stigma of humiliation. Thud. Hyuga Hayashi pushed aside the clan member in front of him and strode forward. Under the astonished gazes of all, he knelt heavily before Namikaze Minato. His forehead pressed deeply against the cold ground. Hokage-sama. His voice trembled with excitement, yet bore an unprecedented resoluteness. Please, let it start with me. Chapter 66. All members of the Hyuga branch stand up. I declare that from this day forth, the Hokage is my true father. Thud. Hyuga Hayashi's knees struck the ground with a muffled thud. Without hesitation, his forehead remained firmly pressed against the cold, wood-chip-laden earth. Hokage-sama. His voice quivered, each word imbued with the suppressed fervor and determination of a lifetime. Please, let it start with me. This act of kneeling was akin to a massive stone cast into a still pond, stirring up a tremendous wave. All the ninjas of the Hyuga branch trembled violently. They beheld Hayashi's resolute figure, then looked towards the golden silhouette, akin to a deity, descending with a message of hope. A surge of suppressed blood, accumulated over countless generations, erupted within them. Hayashi, have you lost your mind? The elder of the main family, still collapsed on the ground, summoned the last of his strength to scream. Abolishing the caged bird system. That is a death sentence. You will be consumed by the power of the curse mark, burned alive. Silence. Hyuga Hayashi sharply turned around, unleashing a furious reprimand at the elder. This was the first time he had scolded a highly esteemed elder of the clan in front of outsiders. The elder was momentarily stunned by the outburst, his face a mask of disbelief. Hayashi paid him no further heed. He turned around to gaze at his brother, who knelt on the ground, and then glanced at the calm figure of the fourth Hokage, who seemed to have everything under control. His lips moved, and he ultimately found the strength to speak. Hokage-sama, the curse mark of the caged bird is intertwined with the life and chakra of its caster, once inscribed. It cannot be reversed. He hesitated. If forcibly removed, what will happen? However, Minato interrupted him. He crouched down and placed the newly drawn scroll, radiating a golden glow, before Hinata Hisashi. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. This seemingly simple statement concealed an absolute confidence that left the entire Hinata clan breathless. Minato ceased his idle chatter. He extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and a strand of exquisitely refined, golden-hued senjutsu chakra gathered at his fingertips. He did not touch Hisashi's forehead. Instead, his fingers hovered just an inch above the greenish curse mark. Then, he began to inscribe in midair. Buzz. All the members of the Hyuga clan who had activated their Byakugan witnessed an unforgettable scene. Countless golden chakra lines, finer than a strand of hair, flowed from Minato's fingertips, weaving rapidly in midair to form an entirely new three-dimensional technique, 100 times more complex than the caged bird's curse mark. This golden technique resembled a precise cage, enveloping the curse mark on Hisashi's forehead entirely from the outside. What is this? What is he doing? He is reconstructing the structure of the curse mark. Impossible. The core technique of the caged bird is dead. How can it be interfered with from the outside? Several clan ninjas screamed in terror, their worldview being ruthlessly shattered. The Hokage seemed to be unraveling Uchiha Itachi's spinning Sharingan. No, he was not unraveling it, but rather overlaying and consuming that inferior curse mark with a superior, more perfect seal. Minato's fingers moved. He gently lifted them. Rise. A single word. A grating sound echoed. The greenish swastika curse mark on Hisashi's forehead seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, being forcibly peeled away inch by inch from beneath his skin. The curse mark twisted and struggled violently in midair, like a venomous snake out of water. Yet it was firmly trapped by the golden technique, unable to escape. Ah! Hisashi let out a muffled cry of pain, veins bulging on his forehead, his body drenched in sweat. Hisashi! Hinata Hayashi stepped forward anxiously. Do not move. Minato did not turn back. With a gentle wave of his other hand, he infused a gentle life energy derived from the purified chakra of the nine tails into Hisashi's body, instantly alleviating the excruciating pain from the curse mark's removal. Do you see? This is the tool you take pride in for controlling your kin. It possesses its own life. It will resist, it will struggle. From the moment it was created, it has been filled with resentment and unwillingness. Minato's fingers pressed down once more. Now, it is time to end this. Sealing technique, absorption release. The golden technique cage suddenly contracted. The trapped greenish curse mark emitted a soundless shriek. Then, under the gaze of all the Byakugan, it was completely disassembled and purified by the pure Senjutsu chakra, ultimately dissolving into specks of green light that vanished into the air. Everything came to an end. Hisashi's forehead was smooth and renewed, free of the mark that symbolized humiliation and servitude. The entire scene fell into an absolute silence. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Hinata Hisashi slowly raised his hand. His fingers trembled as they touched his forehead. Smooth. Warm. It was gone. The shackles that had entangled him for half his life, causing him pain with every breath, the nightmare that had silenced his rebellion even in dreams, was truly gone. He attempted to channel his chakra. It flowed freely through his pathways, lighter and more liberated than ever before. There was no longer the threat of an agonizing pain that could be activated at any moment, leaving his mind blank. A suppressed sigh, indistinguishable between laughter and tears, escaped Hisashi's throat. He looked at his hands, now free from all constraints. Then, two streams of hot tears cascaded down from his pure white, Hinata lineage eyes. He wept. Like a child, releasing decades of sorrow and despair belonging to the entire branch family. His cries echoed through the empty forest, causing all the branch clan ninjas present to redden their eyes. After a long while, Hisashi abruptly ceased his weeping. Once again, he bowed deeply before Namikaze Minato, this time with even more force and reverence. Thud! His forehead collided heavily with the ground. Hokage-sama, this grace and kindness, Hinata Hisashi shall never forget. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you. The Hinata branch family shall be your sharpest spear and strongest shield for generations to come. For you, for Konoha Gakure, I shall not hesitate to face death. Behind him, a rustling sound erupted. All the branch family ninjas, at that moment, pushed aside the clan members before them without hesitation and knelt down in unison, one after another, like waves of wheat blown by the wind. They offered their utmost respect and unwavering loyalty to that golden figure. Hinata Hayashi observed this scene, his body stiffening. He understood. From this day forward, the Hinata clan had undergone a transformation. The once dominant main family had lost its absolute control over the branch family. In its place stood the fourth Hokage, who single-handedly overturned a millennium of Hinata rules. He had lost. He lost convincingly. He even felt a sense of relief. He slowly approached Minato, handing his daughter to his wife behind him. Then, he bowed deeply to Minato, lowering the proud head that belonged to the clan leader. Hokage-sama, from this moment, the Hinata clan shall fully obey your will. He produced an ancient scroll made of a special material, one that contained all the core sealing techniques of the Hinata clan, including the caged bird. He held it with both hands and respectfully presented it before Minato. Standing among the crowd, Hinata Niji watched in a daze. He did not understand what the caged bird was, nor did he comprehend loyalty. He only saw his father, who was always taciturn and worn out, now crying like a child but smiling with such joy. Then he looked at the man, glowing with golden light, whom everyone revered. That man resembled the sun, so warm. Niji blinked his pure white eyes in confusion. He reached out his small hand, grasping his father's clothing, and asked in a babyish voice, "Dad, are we going home?" Hisashi turned back and tightly embraced his son, his tear-streaked face adorned with an unprecedented radiant smile. "Yes, Niji, we are going home." Upon receiving the news, this time, the rampage refrained from striking the table. The rampage building, which had only been reconstructed for less than a month, had collapsed. With a thunderous roar, the massive structure fractured in the middle, transforming into a heap of costly ruins amidst a cloud of dust and the terrified shouts of numerous ninjas. The fourth rampage, AI, hovered in midair, slowly descending. The rampage chakra enveloping him was so turbulent it nearly spiraled out of control, igniting the surrounding air with crackling sounds. Two elite jonin. AI's roar echoed throughout the heavens above Kumogakure, the fury within him palpable enough to send shivers down the spines of the ninjas below. Not even a body was recovered. They simply vanished into thin air. Beneath him stood Darui and Ki, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. The still teenage Darui, with a lollipop in his mouth, gazed at the ruins and then at the furious figure in the sky, letting out a languid sigh. "Rampage-sama, please remain calm. This is the second building to collapse this month. The village's finances are already strained." This statement fell upon AI's anger like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, finances. Ever since that humiliating defeat and the signing of the disgraceful compensation agreement, the term finances had become a dark cloud looming over all the ninjas of Kumogakure. Mission rewards were slashed, pension payments delayed, and even the renewal of ninja equipment had come to a standstill. The entire village was tightening its belt, laboring for Konoha without pay. Now, he had personally caused another building to collapse. This was simply adding insult to injury for the already impoverished village. AI descended slowly, the lightning aura around him dimming significantly, yet his bronze face remained etched with humiliation and resentment. Wolfing Shuimen, he gritted out through clenched teeth. Each utterance of this name felt like tearing at his own scars. Just then, a ninja hawk from Konoha circled down, dropping a scroll wrapped in the finest silk before the ruins. All activity ceased. A scroll from Konoha? At this moment? Was it a declaration of war? AI's body instantly tensed, a new wave of murderous intent brewing within him. He stepped forward, cautiously picking up the scroll, confirming that there were no traps before respectfully handing it to AI. AI tore open the scroll, bracing himself for any humiliating words. However, as he discerned the contents, he froze. The fury etched on his face solidified. Then, that rage transformed at an observable speed into confusion, followed by an extreme, incomprehensible absurdity. What is this? AI's voice trembled for the first time. Darui curiously leaned in to look at the scroll. Then, the lollipop fell from his mouth with a soft thud. At the top of the scroll, in the most meticulous official font of the Land of Fire, was a title: Compensation Notice regarding the illegal invasion of Kumogakure ninjas into the Land of Fire and resulting environmental damage. Below were detailed entries. First, nature of the incident. 2 jonin from Kumogakure illegally infiltrated the Land of Fire on the night of October 28th, 51st year of Konoha, without permission, and attempted to abduct important personnel from another nation, a grievous offense. Second, handling outcome. Our 4th Hokage, Wolfing Shuimen, expressed regret as he inadvertently caused the death of your 2 jonin during legitimate self-defense due to excessive force. Third, compensation items. 1. Damaged trees. A total of 342 trees over 50 years old, priced individually. 2. Soil restoration fee. Costs associated with surface hardening and chakra residue cleanup due to battle aftermath. 3. Ecological restoration fee, including replanting saplings and providing psychological comfort to frightened forest animals. 4. Labor costs. Billing at S-rank mission standards for the personal attendance of the 4th Hokage. At the scroll's conclusion was a staggering figure marked in red ink, sufficient to bankrupt any average nation. Silence enveloped the area before the ruins, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. A Kumogakure jonin stammered, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Are we to compensate for the forest? And for the animal's psychological comfort? Did they refer to that as excessive force? They practically turned people into mush. This was no longer humiliation. This was pressing our faces into the ground and rubbing them with sandpaper. After a brief silence, a cacophony erupted. All ninjas of Kumogakure felt an unprecedented, deep-seated sense of absurdity and rage. They killed our comrades, and now demand compensation? Compensation for the trees they damaged? Has there ever been such a ludicrous occurrence in the history of the ninja world? Ha 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 ha. AI suddenly erupted into laughter, filled with endless sorrow and madness. He crumpled the scroll in his hand. This is too much. This is intolerable. Relay my orders. Prepare the entire village for battle. I will fight to the last Kumogakure ninja against Konoha. The violent rampage chakra surged once more. However, Raikage-sama, Darui interjected. Picking up the fallen lollipop and placing it back in his mouth, his voice still languid, yet underlined with an unmistakable calm. Do you remember that pit? AI's movements froze suddenly. The pit, that terrifying abyss over 10 kilometers in diameter, smooth as a mirror, that had buried 50,000 allied forces. That divine punishment created in an instant by Wolfing Shuimen using the Flying Thunder God technique. Darui continued. Wolfing Shuimen can create a 10-kilometer pit with one use of the Flying Thunder God. He could create 10 such pits in Kumogakure with 10 uses. By then, we wouldn't just be unable to prepare for battle. We might not even have a place to stand. The lightning aura around AI gradually extinguished. Indeed, resistance? With what could they resist? With their heads to fill that pit? He, the 4th Raikage, one of the fastest men in the ninja world, the inheritor of the strongest spear and shield, now stood before that man feeling as fragile as a newborn. The opponent need not even come personally. A mere kunai thrown would suffice to erase Kumogakure from the map. AI painfully closed his eyes, recalling his father, the third rampage, and the former glory of Kumogakure. Then he looked at the present. After a long while, he opened his eyes, devoid of anger, replaced by an unfathomable numbness. He extended his hand. That hand, capable of tearing everything apart, trembled slightly at that moment. He meticulously unfolded the crumpled scroll, smoothing it out. Then, in a voice that was almost hoarse, he issued his command. Darui, go, pay the money. The news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world. In Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, remained silent for a long while after receiving the intelligence, finally emitting a cryptic bitter laugh. Killing with a bill, bluffing Shueimon is even more ruthless than I was in my youth. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazakage, Raza, sat in his cold palace, toying with a piece of gold sand. Humiliating the rampage serves as a warning to us all. Do not make any unnecessary moves. Otherwise, what arrives in our village next time will not be a bill. In Kirigakure, Shizuru sat quietly in the position reflecting on the water's surface, while the elders who once clamored to reclaim their glory now fell silent, like cicadas in winter. The entire shinobi world, faced with Konoha's absurd lumber bill, sank into an eerie peace. Everyone recognized a stark reality. In the era of Bofeng Shueimon, the rules of war had irrevocably changed. He could not only extinguish you physically, but could also obliterate you mentally and economically. In the Hokage's office, Shueimon was reviewing documents, accompanied by Narashikaku, who had just been appointed as a special advisor. Hokage-sama, Shikaku said, massaging his temples, his expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Isn't this bill a bit excessive? That rampage fellow might truly be driven to a heart attack. Shueimon lifted his gaze and smiled lightly. There's no other choice. When one commits a misdeed, one must pay the price. This is a lesson I intend to impart to Naruto, and it applies equally to them. His words were gentle, yet they sent a chill down Shikaku's spine. Those who had provoked the fourth Hokage were indeed unfortunate. He certainly did not wish to stand against such a terrifying figure. It was too much of a psychological burden. At that moment, a member of the Umbu knelt in the center of the office. Hokage-sama, an urgent message has arrived from Amigakure. Shueimon halted his actions, accepting the scroll and unfurling it. With just a glance, the calm and gentle smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Chapter 68. Orochimaru, the advantage is mine. Shueimon, please enter the trap and release the hounds. In the Hokage's office, Narashikaku filed the last document, yawning deeply. Hokage-sama, the first payment for the lumber from Kumogakure has arrived, every penny intact. That rampage, it seems, has once again demolished the newly constructed rampage tower. Shikaku wore an expression of exasperation, yet anyone could hear the hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Shueimon set down his pen, remaining silent. The urgent message on the table was from Amigakure. The handwriting was hasty, tinged with urgency. Ninja from Iwagakure had begun to gather at the borders of the Land of Rain. Their numbers were few, only a few hundred, but they were led by Karatsuchi, the daughter of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. This was no longer a test, it was a provocation. Clearly, some individuals had yet to learn their lesson. Shueimon placed the scroll down. It is Iwagakure. Shikaku extinguished his cigarette. That old man Inoki lost the most, paid the highest price. And now he is the first to lose his composure. Unable to act directly against us, they seek to reclaim their pride in Amigakure, attempting to regain their losses. Truly a group that will not weep until they see the coffin. Shueimon stood and approached the massive map of the shinobi world, his finger resting upon the location of Amigakure. How are Nagato and the others faring? Shikaku replied. Yahiko has mostly consolidated the village's strength, but facing Iwagakure's regular forces is still too much. They hope we will send reinforcements. Reinforcements? Shueimon shook his head. I will not dispatch any Konoha ninja. Shikaku paused, perplexed. Amigakure is now Konoha's special administrative district, the first window through which Konoha showcases its new order. If they are so easily defeated by Iwagakure, where will Konoha's prestige lie? The war has already concluded. Shueimon turned around. Now, it is an economic war, a battle of public opinion. He retrieved a blank communication scroll from his drawer. Notify the Konoha Merchant Association to immediately impose a comprehensive economic blockade against Iwagakure. All healing ointments, all scientific ninja tools, all food and weapon trades must be severed. simultaneously announced to the entire shinobi world that a Wagakure has unilaterally torn up the peace agreement and actively provoked war. Konoha will represent the other three great nations in imposing the highest level of sanctions against them. Shikaku's mind raced, instantly grasping Shui Min's intent, cutting off the source. With this combination of tactics, within a month, Iwagakure would collapse from within. How ruthless, Shikaku murmured to himself. To kill is one thing, but to strike at the heart is another. As for Amigakure, Shui Min picked up his pen and wrote a line on the communication scroll. Tell Nagato to return. This is their own war for nation building. I have faith in them. However, some minor technical support can still be provided. Shui Min handed the scroll to the Umbu, instructing him to send it immediately. Shikaku leaned in for a glance. The scroll contained but a single phrase. Do not forget, your eyes can see the moon. Meanwhile, at the border between the land of grass and the land of fire, in a dark and damp underground cave, a massive white python silently slithered out from a crevice in the ground. Its mouth opened wide, and a figure slid out. It was the long-vanished Sannin, Orochimaru. He extended his long tongue, licking his lips, savoring the peace that belonged to Konoha. What a nauseating peace, he mused, a pathological fervor glinting in his golden-slit pupils. The Scientific Ninja Tools Department, capable of mass-producing ninjutsu devices. Bofeng Shui Min, you remain so naive to publicly unveil such keys to the truth. Orochimaru's body transformed into countless small snakes, scattering silently into the depths of the night forest. The defensive barriers of Konoha appeared as mere illusions to him. The patrolling Umbu, in the face of his exquisite stealth techniques, were like blind men. He moved like a ghost in the shadows, effortlessly evading all sentries until he arrived at his ultimate destination, the Ninja Tool Research Center, now the Scientific Ninja Tools Department. This place had once been Danzo's root base, with the highest level of defense in the village. Yet, Orochimaru was all too familiar with it. He even knew 3 hidden secret passages. A group of fools. He emerged from a forgotten ventilation duct, his form reassembling. He had successfully infiltrated without triggering any alarms. The process was so smooth that he found it somewhat tedious. Clearly, the war had left Konoha severely weakened, and even their defenses had grown lax. A trace of disdain flickered in Orochimaru's heart. He pushed open the final door and stepped inside. This was the core laboratory of the entire department. However, the anticipated sight of precision instruments and precious data was nowhere to be seen. The entire laboratory was empty, pristine, devoid of even a speck of dust, as if it had just been thoroughly cleaned. In this vast space, capable of accommodating hundreds of researchers, there stood only a solitary experimental table. On the table, there lay but one item, a scroll, placed prominently in plain sight, devoid of any sealing techniques. Orochimaru's footsteps halted. Something was amiss. Far too amiss. This scene did not resemble a lapse in defense. It felt more like a stage set specifically for him. A trap? The thought flickered through his mind. But he quickly laughed self-deprecatingly. What of traps? Would Orochimaru fear mere traps? His thirst for truth overshadowed the last remnants of caution. He stepped forward slowly. Approaching the experimental table, he extended his hand and picked up the scroll. It felt light in his grasp. He slowly unfurled it. The scroll contained no complex techniques or any information regarding scientific ninja tools. Only 2 characters, inscribed in vibrant red ink, danced across the surface. You bow. At the moment Orochimaru comprehended these words, a hum resonated throughout the laboratory, illuminating the floor, walls, and ceiling with a multitude of golden runes. In an instant, these runes intertwined, forming an unimaginably vast 3-dimensional ceiling barrier. Boom. The door through which he had just entered, along with all the secret passages he knew, was sealed tightly by chakra steel plates several meters thick. The entire laboratory transformed into an impregnable fortress, an absolute prison constructed from the pinnacle sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Orochimaru's body froze, not from fear, but from an intense, humiliating sensation of being toyed with. He emitted a deep chuckle. Just then, a gentle voice, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, echoed in the empty laboratory. Long time no see. Welcome home, Orochimaru-senpai. Chapter 69, The 13-Year-Old Shadow Level. Itachi's debut performance. A gentle voice, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, echoed in the empty laboratory. Long time no see. Welcome home, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru's body stiffened. He slowly turned around. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the laboratory were aglow with countless golden runes. An unimaginably vast, three-dimensional ceiling barrier had fully formed. He found himself trapped in a cage, an absolute prison meticulously crafted for him, composed of the most advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Wolfing Shuemen. Orochimaru hissed with a low laugh, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. The fervor of a scientist morphed into morbid excitement under the weight of humiliation. Do you think such a thing can confine me? Just then, from the shadows of the laboratory, 3 figures emerged. Leading them was a boy who appeared no older than 13 or 14, clad in the standard uniform of the Hokage Zumbu. He bore the characteristic indifference of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi. Behind him stood the equally youthful Uchiha Shursui and the recently renowned silver-haired prodigy, Hatake Kakashi. 3 individuals. 2 pairs of half-blood red, intricately patterned Sharingan. Orochimaru's laughter ceased. Not from fear, but from absurdity. 3 mere children? This is the welcome ceremony that Wolfing Shuemen prepared for him? Hokage-sama wishes to invite you back for a discussion, Itachi stated, laying out a fact. Invite me? Orochimaru laughed once more. Just the 3 of you? A vast and chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from within him, crashing toward the 3 youths like a tangible wave. This was the oppressive aura of the legendary Sannin, capable of shattering the spirit of any ninja beneath the level of a shadow. However, Uchiha Itachi merely stood there, unperturbed. The malevolent aura, potent enough to distort the air, dissipated silently as it approached within 3 feet of him, as if striking an invisible wall. Kakashi and Shursui behind him did not even flinch. Orochimaru's body stiffened once more. How could this be possible? 3 youngsters, who collectively were barely his equal, could disregard his murderous intent. It seems the senpai has no intention of cooperating. Itachi's voice remained steady. He raised his hand. Let us begin. In an instant, combat erupted. Senjutsu, multiple snake hands. From Orochimaru's sleeves, dozens of venomous snakes shot forth like black lightning, lunging toward the 3 from all directions. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Shursui swiftly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that ignited each snake mid-air, filling the space with a pungent smell of charred flesh. Just as flames and smoke obscured the view, Raikiri. The sharp cry of a bird pierced the air. Kakashi's figure moved like a wraith, piercing through the haze, his lightning-infused hand aimed directly at Orochimaru's heart. Naive. Orochimaru's neck elongated at an impossible angle, his upper body twisting like a serpent, deftly evading the thrust of Raikiri while opening his mouth wide to bite at Kakashi's shoulder. Yet, he found nothing but air. Kakashi's figure dissipated into a flash of lightning before his fangs could close. Lightning clone. A sense of alarm surged within Orochimaru. He abruptly looked up. Above him, black flames had enveloped the area without him noticing. These flames seemed to devour light itself, emanating a terrifying aura of annihilation. Amaterasu. It is Uchiha Itachi. He stood at a distance, a crimson Sharingan trained on Orochimaru's position. The black flames, as if imbued with life, suddenly shrank, forming a prison that ensnared Orochimaru completely. These flames. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils constricted sharply. He felt his chakra ignite and burn away upon contact with the black fire. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. An unprecedented sense of crisis spurred his insatiable curiosity. Yet it was still not enough. Orochimaru's body suddenly collapsed to the ground like a puddle, and from his gaping mouth emerged a new, flawless version of himself. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Just as he escaped the Amaterasu flames, he formed seals with lightning speed. Forbidden technique. Serpent's array. Boom. The floor of the laboratory was utterly torn apart. Thousands of colossal serpents surged forth from the depths, like a flood breaking its dam. They coiled and roared, instantly engulfing Itachi and his companions. It was over. Orochimaru stood atop the writhing mass of serpents, gazing down upon the hellish scene below. He acknowledged that these 3 youths were formidable, especially Uchiha Itachi. However, the disparity in experience and hidden cards was irreparable. Just then, a calm voice resonated directly within his mind. Your experimental data is quite intriguing. What? Orochimaru whirled around. Itachi had somehow appeared behind him, less than a meter apart. When did he come here? Why did I not sense it at all? Orochimaru instinctively attempted to retreat, but his body refused to comply. He realized that the world before him had changed. The sky was blood red, and a black moon loomed overhead. He was bound to a cold crucifix, unable to move. And Uchiha Itachi stood before him. Jinjutsu, when did I fall under this illusion? Welcome to my world. Itachi's voice echoed across the vastness of this realm. Here, time, space, and mass are all dictated by me. Tsukuyami. In the next instant, Orochimaru beheld himself. A version of himself in a white lab coat advanced toward him, wielding a scalpel. No, no. Orochimaru screamed in terror. He recognized that gaze. It was the same look he wore when conducting human experiments on his subjects. Cold, fanatical, devoid of emotion. Let us exchange notes on our experiments, senpai. The first topic, the rejection response of the first Hokage's cells. The cold scalpel sliced through his skin. An excruciating pain coursed through his entire body in an instant. Time, at that moment, stretched infinitely. 1 second, 1 day, 1 month. In this blood-soaked world, he was dissected, studied, and stitched back together repeatedly by himself. All his forbidden techniques and secrets were mercilessly analyzed and recorded by that indifferent youth amidst this ceaseless torment. 72 hours passed. While the hands of the external world merely ticked forward a notch, Orochimaru's spirit had been repeatedly crushed in this hellish realm for a full 72 hours. Thud. In the realm of reality, Orochimaru fell backward, rigid as a corpse. His body convulsed, froth escaping his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils were devoid of any sparkle, leaving only the raw essence of collapse born from incomprehension. It was over. Itachi released Tsuki-no-Mi. He gazed at the legend of the Sannin, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. Indeed, the Hokage was not mistaken. Kakashi appeared beside him, witnessing Orochimaru's pitiful state, his scalp tingling with unease. This fellow's mind was filled with inhumane concepts. Shursui approached as well, observing the writhing snakes that, having lost their master's control, began to devour one another. What should we do now? Should we take him back directly? Just then, the incapacitated Orochimaru suddenly melted away, transforming into a pool of white liquid. Meanwhile, several dozen meters away, beneath a wall crushed by the snakes, a piece of human skin slowly peeled open. The true Orochimaru emerged from within. His face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi in the distance, and for the first time, the pride of a strong man and the fervor of a scientist were wholly supplanted by an emotion called fear. He did not utter a single harsh word. Turning away, he crashed through the wall, fleeing into the depths of the dark underground passage without looking back. Should we pursue? Shursui inquired. No need, Itachi shook his head. The objective has been achieved. Establishing authority. Furthermore, during those 72 hours, the coordinates embedded with the Flying Thunder God technique were deeply imprinted in Orochimaru's soul. From this day forth, no matter where Orochimaru flees, he shall be akin to a kite, and the string shall be held firmly in the hands of Konoha. Chapter 70. The Dual Kimui. Kakashi goes online. Minato, your external aid has been received. Please acknowledge. In the underground secret laboratory of Konoha, the lights shone brightly, casting a cold glow on the metallic instruments. Hatake Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. His vision was unnaturally clear, allowing him to discern every intricate detail of the metallic patterns on the ceiling. There was no rejection reaction, no stinging sensation, an unprecedented sense of belonging, as if these eyes had always been his, coursed through him. How do you feel? The voice of Namikaze Minato resonated nearby. Uchiha Fugaku offered a pill radiating a rich life force. This is a specially formulated healing pill by Lady Tsunade, designed to expedite cellular fusion. Kakashi remained silent, accepting the pill and swallowing it directly. A warm energy immediately spread through him, erasing the last traces of discomfort from the transplant surgery. He stood up, his body slightly swaying, not from weakness, but rather from adjusting to this newfound strength. Hokage-sama, these eyes, like your other eye, originate from a Beidou's sample. Minato replied calmly. Cloned from his cells, and during the cultivation process, your own genes were introduced for induction. Theoretically, you now possess a complete set of Mangekyo Sharingan that truly belongs to you. Kakashi's body stiffened imperceptibly. A complete set. He instinctively closed his eyes and then opened them wide. Buzz. Within his 2 crimson eyes, 3 tomo spun rapidly, ultimately settling into an identical, shuriken-like pattern. Kamui. The world. In his perception, distorted instantaneously. The left eye possessed the ability to warp space at a distance, while the right, I enabled phasing and teleportation at close range. These two formerly disparate powers harmoniously converged in his consciousness at that moment. He felt that, should he so desire, he could simultaneously activate both abilities at any time. This was the dual Kimui power that even Obito had never possessed. Though the compatibility was high, it ultimately was not the true eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi spoke up, his voice as cold as ever. Given your non-Uchiha physique, high-intensity use will still impose a tremendous burden on your body, and it will gradually deplete your ocular power. However, this gradual process is significantly longer than before. Kakashi retracted the ocular technique, the crimson hue fading from his eyes. He gazed at his hands. These hands had once been stained with the blood of comrades. Now, they grasped power that should not have belonged to him. A gift from a former ally who was now an enemy. I understand, he whispered softly. In Konoha, training ground number 7. This was one of the most secluded training grounds in Konoha, surrounded by dense forests. Minato decided to facilitate Kakashi's adaptation to the power of the dual Kimui through practical combat. Give it a try. Minato stood 100 meters away, addressing Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. He raised his hand, gathering lightning in his palm. The piercing cry of a bird echoed once more. Raikiri. His figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a streak of white lightning, piercing towards a massive boulder in the distance. Boom. The boulder was instantaneously penetrated, leaving behind a smooth cut. The power remained unchanged. The speed was still the same. Did you see that? Kakashi. Minato's voice came from behind him. Kakashi turned around. When you activated Raikiri, your field of vision narrowed, and all your attention was focused on the target ahead. Without the dynamic visual assistance of the Sharingan, in that moment, I could have employed at least 3 methods to ensure your demise. Minato's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed onto Kakashi's heart. He was well aware of Raikiri's weaknesses. Precisely because he understood, he had relied so heavily on the eye left to him by Obito. The Sharingan is a powerful tool, but it is not your entirety. Minato approached him, patting his shoulder. Your father, the Konoha White Fang, had no bloodline limit, yet instilled terror throughout the ninja world. He relied on the blade in his hand and himself. Kakashi, you need a true blade that belongs to you. Kakashi fell silent. He recalled his father's lonely silhouette, the whispers of the villagers. He had once loathed that weakness, wrapping himself in rules and missions. Now, it seemed he had begun to understand. Teacher, what should I do? While you now possess a set of Mangekyo Sharingan, it ultimately is not the eternal Mangekyo and can only serve as your trump card. What you need to do is develop entirely new combat techniques. The essence of the Raikiri you developed compresses the transformation and nature change of lightning chakra to an extreme point. Minato extended a finger. This grants it unparalleled piercing power. Yet it sacrifices all forms of variation. What you must do now is unravel this compression. Release it. Kakashi was taken aback. Release? Once released, wouldn't Raikiri become a useless surge of electricity? Not merely a release, but control. A blue chakra sphere illuminated Minato's hand. Rasengan. The Rasengan also does not undergo a nature change, but it can generate sustained destructive power through form transformation. Your lightning release can do the same. Do not remain confined to the concept of piercing. Let the lightning transform in your hands, morphing into a whip, a net, or any form you desire. Kakashi gazed thoughtfully at the Rasengan held by Minato. He raised his hand once more. This time, he did not emit the signature chirp of Raikiri. Instead, he concentrated the lightning chakra in his palm, attempting to extend that tempestuous energy outward. Zzz. A chaotic burst of electric sparks erupted in his hand, only to extinguish almost instantly. A failure. His control was insufficient. His comprehension of lightning chakra remained rooted in its destructive capacity. Feel it, Kakashi. Sense its flow, its leap, its essence. Kakashi closed his eyes. He cast aside all knowledge of Raikiri from his mind. He began to recall the primordial sensation he experienced when first encountering chakra transformation in the Ninja Academy. Numbness. A tingling sensation. Frenzy. Yet beneath that frenzy lay a peculiar pulsing, adhering to a certain rhythm. After a while, he opened his eyes again. This time, the lightning in his palm was no longer a blinding white, but a profound shade of ominous purple. The purple lightning emitted no piercing shriek. It merely danced quietly in his palm, as if it possessed a life of its own. Kakashi looked at the purple lightning in his hand, his expression one of disbelief. You have succeeded. Minato smiled. When you cease to obsess over imitation and instead seek to understand the essence, you create something that truly belongs to you. This power lacks the extreme penetration of Raikiri, yet it is more liberated, more pure. It is the most primal hue of your chakra. Kakashi rose to his feet. He gazed at a distant intact boulder. Without a running start, he casually waved the purple lightning forward. Go. Zing. A streak of purple lightning, like a viper springing forth, traversed dozens of meters in an instant. It made no sound, silently coiling around the boulder. Then boom. The entire boulder was instantaneously disintegrated into swirling dust by the furious purple lightning. Kakashi stared blankly at his hand. There was no narrowing of vision, no inertia propelling him forward, and even the chakra consumption was significantly less than that of Raikiri. This was an entirely new power, completely detached from the original ninjutsu framework. This technique shall be named the Jishuan Zidian Honglei no Jutsu Zero. No, that is too long. If I take too long to pronounce it, the enemy will perish. Let us simply call it Zidian. Minato's voice echoed. It suits you well. Zidian. Kakashi mulled over this name. He could feel the heaviness and coldness in his heart. Once burdened by the losses of his father and companions, reigniting at that moment, as if sparked anew by the flash of purple lightning. Just then, a dark figure knelt on one knee, appearing on the training ground. His arrival shattered the tranquility. Hokage-sama. An urgent military situation has arisen from Yu-In village. Minato halted his movements. He took the scroll, unfurling it. After a mere glance, the ease in his expression gradually dissipated. Hokage-sama, what is the matter? Kakashi sensed the shift in atmosphere. It is nothing. Minato tucked the scroll away, turning his gaze to Kakashi. However, it seems that those old stubborn heads from IWA are not very fond of peace. Nagato's activities have incited a stronger backlash. He paused. It appears your Zidian will soon find its use. Minato turned to face the Hokage building. However, before that, we must first resolve a minor internal issue. He murmured to the air. Itachi. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi's figure appeared silently behind him. Hokage-sama. We need to pay a visit to the Hyuga clan. Minato's voice was calm and steady. The work of changing the protective seal should be nearing completion. It is time to let the entire village witness the transformation of the Hyuga clan. You are to inform Hyuga Hizashi that tomorrow, I require a formal announcement in the village bulletin declaring the abolition of the main and branch family system of the Hyuga clan. I want all clans in Konoha to understand that the old era has utterly passed. Chapter 71. Can the Rasengan be played this way? Kakashi Shursui, please. Don't show off. Training ground number 7. The surrounding trees still bore the charred marks left by the disintegration from the purple lightning. Continue. Hatake Kakashi stood still, with occasional flickers of uncontrollable purple arcs dancing across his palm. He was striving to adapt to this newfound power. Uchiha Itachi had gone to notify the Hyuga clan, leaving only Uchiha Shursui standing nearby, quietly observing. The control is still inadequate. Minato observed Kakashi, pinpointing the issue. Your Zidian essentially liberates lightning chakra from its point of explosive release into a linear form, yet it remains too wild. Minato extended his hand, gathering a cerulean Rasengan in his palm. You see, the Rasengan epitomizes the ultimate form of pure transformation, stable and controllable. He cradled the humming chakra sphere, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. An idea emerged unexpectedly in his mind. Come to think of it, since developing this technique, he had not contemplated upgrading it. The speed of Hiraishin is so rapid that most enemies do not even have time to react. Those who can react cannot withstand even a single ordinary Rasengan. Until now, he had not encountered an adversary necessitating the development of a new Rasengan. This was becoming rather tedious. Minato surveyed the chakra sphere in his hand, then glanced at his two prodigious juniors, one a copy ninja and the other a master of Shunshin. Such splendid observers. It would be a waste not to witness the birth of a new technique. Since they are here, he might as well conduct an experiment. Kakashi Shursui. A playful expression crossed Minato's face. Tell me, is the ironclad rule of ninjutsu meant to be broken? Kakashi and Shursui exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion at the other's reaction. For instance, everyone asserts that the Rasengan cannot integrate with nature transformation. Minato continued, as a flicker of orange-red flame ignited on his other fingertip. So, what if I were to try? In the next second, an astonishing scene unfolded before their keen eyes. The orange-red flame was not dissipated by the gales of the rapidly spinning Rasengan. Instead, It was drawn in by an invisible force, willingly merging into the blue chakra sphere. Buzz. The form of the Rasengan transformed instantaneously. The originally pure blue was completely enveloped, replaced by a mini fiery tornado composed of orange-red flames, continuously collapsing and spinning inward. The air temperature around them surged in an instant. The ground of the training field became parched and cracked due to the intense heat. This is impossible, Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. His mind went blank. This completely contradicted all the ninjutsu theories he had learned. Forcing nature transformation into form transformation would only result in violent clashes of chakra, ultimately leading to the technique's collapse or even backlash against its user. Such terrifying power. The surrounding air seemed to wail. Shirsue's body stiffened in place, his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, freshly attuned to the new power, now spun wildly. Attempting to decipher this unfathomable phenomenon before him, he could clearly perceive the harmonious coexistence of wind-release chakra and fire-release chakra within that diminutive sphere, manifesting an exquisite rhythm. They did not repel each other. Rather, the wind fueled the flames, and the fire harnessed the might of the wind. Together, they established a flawless and self-sustaining cycle of energy. The Hokage was not merely forcing it in as it appeared. He had restructured the inner workings of the Rasengan, transforming it from a mere grinding tool into a furnace. In the heart of Jisue, a tempest of emotions surged. Go! Minato casually hurled the newly forged Rasengan towards a distant artificial hill. The fire release, flame vortex Rasengan. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The orange-red fireball silently adhered to the hill upon impact. Then, with a sizzle, that 10-meter tall solid rock began to melt and vaporize at an observable rate from the point of contact, as if it were an ice cube tossed into a steel furnace. Within 3 seconds, the entire hill, along with the surrounding ground, vanished, leaving behind a vast molten pit exuding thick steam, its edges glistening like glass. Kakashi inhaled sharply. Is this ninjutsu? This is nothing short of a natural disaster. Hokage-sama, this must be an S-rank forbidden technique. Jisue's voice trembled slightly, a quiver he was unaware of. This is merely the beginning. Minato clapped his hands as if he had accomplished a trivial task. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, you are a genius of lightning release. You should find this technique quite appealing. Once more, he gathered the Rasengan within his palm. This time, a dazzling blue-white current leapt from his fingertips, entwining the blue chakra sphere. If the previous flame vortex Rasengan was a blazing furnace, then this one was a bound lightning bolt. The ferocious electricity danced wildly on the surface of the Rasengan, emitting a piercing shriek as if 1,000 birds were calling out simultaneously. The air was thick with the scent of ozone. The lightning release, lightning vortex Rasengan. Minato again tossed the lightning sphere with casual grace. Boom. This time, the scene was utterly different. The lightning sphere erupted upon striking its target, unleashing a terrifying flash of lightning that formed an enormous electric net, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within that area, all trees, rocks, and even the air itself were utterly disintegrated by the violent current, reduced to fine powder. An even larger area of destruction, its edges marked by charred crystalline remnants, appeared before the two. Kakashi stared blankly at the devastated zone, then down at the flickering purple lightning in his palm. If his purple lightning was a sharp dagger, then Minato's earlier technique was a colossal hammer capable of splitting mountains. They were entirely incomparable. His lightning release, in the presence of Minato-sensei, felt like a child's plaything. A sense of defeat, clearer than ever before, surged within this prodigy's heart. Fire release is high temperature. Lightning release is explosive power. Jisue's kaleidoscope spun rapidly, recording all data. The Hokage had optimized the structure of the Rasengan based on the distinct characteristics of each element. How did he accomplish this? No. How much more does the Hokage possess that we are unaware of? Just as Kakashi and Jisue's worldviews were shattered by 2 consecutive shocks, Minato spoke again. The immense power is not the most terrifying aspect of this technique. Sometimes, silence can be the deadliest. He gathered the Rasengan for the 3rd time and infused it with lightning release chakra. However, unlike before, this time the blue-white current did not dance on the surface, but quietly flowed into the interior of the Rasengan like a stream merging into the sea. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before Kakashi and Jisue. The Rasengan, which had initially emitted a blue glow and a buzzing sound, began to flicker erratically, its sound diminishing until it vanished entirely. Under the gaze of two Sharingan, it simply disappeared. Yes, it vanished. There was no light, no sound, and even the fluctuations of chakra became faint to the extreme, as if Minato held nothing in his hand. Yet, both Kakashi's battle instincts and Ji Shui's kaleidoscope screamed in alarm. Danger, mortal peril, a terrifying energy, potent enough to obliterate them in an instant, coalesced in the Hokage's seemingly empty hand. This is... Kakashi's voice was hoarse. A genjutsu? No. Ji Shui's body trembled slightly, beyond his control. He understood. It was precisely because he understood that he felt a soul-deep chill. Minato had disrupted the light and air surrounding the Rasengan with the high-frequency vibrations of lightning-release chakra. The light was refracted, rendering it invisible. The sound was cancelled, leaving them unheard. An invisible Rasengan. Minato did not elaborate. He simply tossed that mass of air towards a small hill hundreds of meters away. There was no sound of breaking air, no visible energy trajectory. Within the realm of the Sharingan, only an expanse of nothingness sped towards the target at a terrifying rate. 1 second, 2 seconds, nothing occurred. Just as Kakashi thought he had misjudged, the little hill silently collapsed. It was not an explosion, nor a fracture. It was a sudden implosion. The entire hill collapsed inward, like a punctured balloon, instantly transforming into a cloud of dust. After a long while, a powerful shockwave belatedly arrived, causing the three of them to feel their garments billow. Kakashi and Ji Shui were rendered speechless, their minds having abandoned rational thought. The Flame Vortex Rasengan was an S-rank high-temperature melting technique. The Lightning Vortex Rasengan was an S-rank area explosion technique. And this silent, invisible Rasengan was an utterly defenseless, perfect S-rank assassination technique. These three formidable forbidden techniques were sufficient to drive any ninja village to madness. Yet this man wielded them with casual ease within mere minutes. In truth, this was not even the final form. Minato's voice finally roused them from their petrified state. If I could perfectly integrate the cutting ability of wind release, perhaps I could create a shuriken that possesses both invisibility and extraordinary penetration. However, the control over chakra required for that is exceedingly high. Even I am still in the exploratory phase. He is still exploring? Kakashi and Ji Shui felt numb. Minato turned to face the two juniors, who had begun to question their very existence, a gentle smile gracing his features. So, Kakashi, Ji Shui, after witnessing all this, would you like to learn? This question struck like a thunderclap in their minds. Learn? Can mere mortals master such divine techniques? Just as their brains neared overload from the influx of information, a shadowy figure clad in a mask knelt before them with one knee on the ground. His arrival carried a heavy scent of gunpowder. Hokage-sama. Urgent military situation at the front line of a Wagakure. The smile on the face of Shueimin gradually faded. He spoke. Dai Yemu has assembled all the elite of the village and launched a full-scale attack. The defenses of Yuin village have already collapsed. Lord Nagato has sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of his comrades, and his fate is now uncertain. Chapter 72. The Invitation to the Ninja World Summit. Come or perish. The fate of Lord Nagato remains unknown. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee, and the moment his words fell, the air in training ground number 7, which had been charged with excitement from witnessing the birth of a new technique, abruptly chilled. It was as if an invisible hand had seized everyone's throats. The purple lightning that Kakashi had just gathered dissipated in an instant. Uchiha Shirsue's expression of shock solidified into an atmosphere of deadly seriousness. The gentle smile on the face of Bofeng Shueimin slowly vanished. He did not speak, but turned to face the direction of the Hokage building, where Yuin village was located. It seemed that some individuals were destined to repeat their mistakes in the same place. Shueimin's voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down Kakashi and Shirsue's spines, emanating from the depths of their souls. It was not a killing intent. Rather, it was a pure, calculated calmness that signaled an impending thunderous strike. Hokage-sama, shall we assemble the troops? Kakashi stepped forward. Troops? Shueimin shook his head, too slow. Besides, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? He softly called into the air, Itachi Kai. Swish, swish. Two figures appeared almost simultaneously on the training ground. Uchiha Itachi had returned after delivering the message, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor, as if nothing could stir his emotions. Conversely, Might Guy landed with a flourish, giving a thumbs up to Shuemin. Hokage-sama, whatever the mission, I shall accomplish it with the passion of my youth. Shuemin regarded the 4 young men before him, each representing the pinnacle of Konoha's new generation, and nodded. Let us proceed. He placed his hands on Kakashi and Shirsue's shoulders. We are heading to Yuin Village. Let the old fossils of IWA Shinobi witness firsthand what a new era of warfare entails. Before his words could fully settle, a flash of golden light erupted. The 4 of them, along with that golden figure, vanished from the training ground, leaving behind a charred expanse, still emitting faint wisps of smoke from the Rasengan. In the land of rain, the incessant cold rain mixed with blood and mud, transforming the landscape into a mire of despair. Boom! A colossal stone statue rose from the ground, swinging its fist violently toward the figure suspended in midair. Nagato gasped for breath, fatigue evident in his Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force shattered the stone statue. Yet, more attacks surged from all directions. Doton, Tsuchi Ryu De. Doton, IWA Tetsu Pao no Jutsu. Hundreds of IWA shinobi formed a battle formation, unleashing a torrent of Doton ninjutsu upon him. In the sky, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Daiyemu, formed hand seals. A white light cube emanating a terrifying vibration slowly taking shape in his palms. Kid, this is where it ends. Your Rinnegan will be mine. Jintan, Jinkai Bakahatsu no Jutsu. A white beam capable of disintegrating everything pierced through the rain, aiming directly at Nagato. Where the beam passed, even the cold raindrops were instantaneously disassembled, creating an area of absolute vacuum. Nagato's pupils constricted. He sensed that this was not merely energy, but a force capable of erasing existence at a fundamental level. However, in the moment when everyone believed he was doomed, Nagato's purple Rinnegan suddenly glowed. He did not retreat. Instead, he extended his right hand toward the deathly beam. Gaki no Do, a force of invisible, distorted attraction erupted from his palm. A transparent chakra shield unfolded before him, and the Jintan beam that could flatten a mountain began to twist and disintegrate, as if caught in an insatiable black hole, being drawn into Nagato's body. What? Daiyemu's body froze in midair. The smug expression on his face instantaneously transformed into utter disbelief. He is absorbing my Jintan. This is impossible. Jintan is a bloodline limit, a technique that transcends nature transformation. How could it be absorbed? The IWA shinobi stood in stunned silence. Their pride, the strongest attack of their Tsuchikage, was being devoured by that red-haired boy. The process of absorbing the Jintan was no easy feat for Nagato. He felt a ferocious power capable of tearing him apart at the atomic level, crashing through his chakra pathways. His body trembled, his complexion paled, and a trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Yet he held on, as the last ray of white light was absorbed into his palm. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Nagato swayed, kneeling in the muddy ground, gasping heavily. Bastard! Daiyemu snapped back to reality, his shock replaced by overwhelming fury. Everyone, attack! He is at his limit. Kill him. The IWA shinobi, roused from their stupor, reignited their murderous intent, preparing for a full-scale assault. At that moment, a golden light unexpectedly illuminated the area around Nagato. The figure of bluffing Shuemin appeared out of thin air. He extended his hand, gently resting it on Nagato's shoulder. A warm and immense life force flowing into him, stabilizing Nagato's faltering body. You have worked hard, Nagato. From here on, leave it to me. That voice carried an enchanting power capable of calming the most restless of hearts. Nagato raised his head to gaze at this godlike figure who had descended to aid him, the tension in his nerves finally easing. Shuemin-sensei, the yellow flash of Konoha. When did he arrive? The charge of the IWA shinobi halted abruptly. Fear spread through their ranks like a plague. Wolfing Shuemin, Daiyemu gritted his teeth. Even if you have come, what of it? Your speed cannot breach the absolute defenses of IWA shinobi. He commanded, and all IWA shinobi immediately formed hand seals. Doton, Tsuchi Ryu Bai. Rumbling. Dozens of heavy rock barriers rose from the ground, stacked upon one another, thoroughly shielding the entire army. However, Shuemin merely raised his right hand. In his palm, a miniature sun of orange-red flames, continuously collapsing and spinning inward, hovered quietly. Defense? Shuemin casually pushed the sun toward the seemingly impenetrable rock barriers. In the face of absolute temperature, there was no defense to speak of. Katon, Enko Rasengan. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The orange-red fireball, upon contacting the first Doton barrier, silently adhered to it. Then, hissing, the solid rock melted at a visible rate, as if thrown into a steel furnace. The first, the second, the third barrier, the Enko Rasengan surged forth without losing momentum, like a raging river, piercing through all defenses and crashing into the most densely packed formation of IWA Shinobi. An absolute silence enveloped the scene. In that region, hundreds of Awagakure ninjas, along with their proud Doton defenses, were instantaneously melted into a seething mass of magma by the terrifying heat. A chasm of glass-like lava, stretching several hundred meters and unfathomably deep, emerged in the heart of the battlefield. Run, run. The surviving Awagakure ninjas, utterly shattered, abandoned their weapons and turned to flee from this hell unleashed by a demonic presence. However, Minato's silhouette had inexplicably appeared in their path of retreat. In his hand, he cradled another Rasengan, a sphere of blue and white lightning, emitting shrill cries akin to 1,000 birds. Since they had arrived, Minato gently hurled the lightning sphere. Let it all remain. Raiton, Reiko Goken. Thunder erupted. A colossal net of electricity enveloped the area, covering hundreds of meters in an instant. In the aftermath, everything vanished. The fleeing ninjas, the muddy earth, the cold rain. Only a vast, fan-shaped area of destruction, edged with charred crystals, remained. The entire battlefield once again fell into an eerie silence. We concede. Oyama, drained of all strength, managed to squeeze out this phrase from his throat, before collapsing as if all vitality had been drained from him. Minato did not cast him a single glance. He turned to the now-appeared Uchiha Itachi and calmly spoke. Itachi, go and send an invitation to the Kage sitting in their respective offices across the ninja villages. Inform them that on the first day of next month, Konoha will hold the inaugural and also the final 5 Kage Summit. Minato paused momentarily. The theme of the meeting will concern the ultimate decision regarding the new order of the ninja world. The venue will be Konoha. Oh, and remember to include a final note in the letter. Absentees will be considered to have voluntarily relinquished their village's right to survival. The message spread across the entire ninja world like wildfire within a single day. In Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, A gazed at the invitation in his hand, obliterating the newly constructed Raikage building with a single punch. This is too much. Darui, chewing on a lollipop, stood amidst the ruins and sighed lazily. Raikage-sama, we should prepare to depart. Otherwise, the next letter we receive might not be an invitation, but a demolition notice. In Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stroked the gold sand in his hand, staring at the strongly worded letter, remaining silent for a long while. In Kirigakure, Yagura set down the scroll, and the elders below dared not even breathe. Everyone understood, this was not a summit, it was a trial. A trial conducted by Konoha, by the man named Namikaze Minato, against the old order of the entire ninja world. Chapter 73, The Medical Ninja's Transition to New Employment. Tsunade, Lord Hokage, are you unwell? In Konoha's Hokage office, the atmosphere was not as menacingly tense as the outside world had anticipated. Instead, it resembled a finely tuned commercial institution in high gear. Success. Tsunade kicked open the office door and slammed a bottle filled with pills onto Minato's desk. With your theoretical insights and the assistance of the first Hokage cell samples, I have improved the formula. The efficacy remains unchanged, and the cost has decreased by a full 30%. With hands on her hips, Tsunade beamed with uncontainable pride. Minato picked up a pill and sensed it with his sage chakra. Pure life energy, perfectly balanced. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Tsunade. From today onward, the new healing pills will be standard issue for Konoha ninjas. Regardless of rank, every ninja will receive an adequate supply of healing pills as mission provisions. A radiant smile blossomed on Tsunade's face. This was the contribution she envisioned for the medical field in the village. However, I made a slight modification. Minato placed a pill on the desk and formed hand seals. A faint glimmer of a nearly invisible micro-rune flickered across the surface of the pill. This is a chain sealing technique. Should the bearer perish, all healing pills they carry will automatically decompose within 3 seconds, dissipating into pure chakra. Tsunade's smile froze. Decompose? You intend to turn my hard work into air? Namikaze Minato, do you understand the value of these pills? I do. Minato raised his head, responding calmly. Precisely because I understand, they must never fall into enemy hands. These are strategic assets of Konoha, not trophies to be seized at will. Tsunade opened her mouth. Yet no words emerged. She gazed at the man before her, feeling for the first time that the so-called Hokage operated on an entirely different plane of thought. Having completed this matter, Minato called upon all high-ranking officials, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, the leaders of all clans and departments in Konoha gathered together. Today, I announce a new reform. Minato surveyed the assembly. Effective immediately, Konoha will gradually abolish the fixed inclusion of medical ninjas in traditional three-man squads. Boom. This statement detonated like a bomb in the conference room. What? Abolish the medical ninja system? Lord Hokage, this is unacceptable. Medical ninjas are essential for a squad's survival rate. An excited Jonin captain stood up. Minato paid no heed to his outburst. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Kakashi, who stood in the corner. Lin's tragedy must not be repeated. This name struck Kakashi's heart like a needle, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. The previously animated Jonin fell silent instantly. Indeed, Yuhi Kurinai. Once, to protect this medical ninja and prevent her from falling into enemy hands, Obito nearly perished. And so did Kakashi. Medical ninjas have always been the prime targets for assault and capture on the battlefield, though they lack proficiency in direct combat. They hold the lifeline of the team. This distorted structure is a significant weakness in itself. With the healing pills, every Konoha ninja possesses formidable self-rescue and mutual aid capabilities. Minato's voice rang out once more. We no longer need to push precious medical ninjas, who are not skilled in direct combat, to the most perilous front lines, making them the team's Achilles heel. From now on, medical ninjas will be concentrated in hospitals and research facilities in the rear. They will focus on the development of advanced medical ninjutsu and tackle complex ailments. Minato paused, then delivered a conclusion that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, particularly Nara Shikaku. Furthermore, they will provide the highest level and also the most expensive medical services for the entire ninja world. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. Nara Shikaku bowed his head, resting his hand on his forehead, letting out a groan audible only to himself. This is troublesome. This man aims to transform life into an exclusive commodity of Konoha, turning medical care from a form of combat support into an unparalleled power monopolized by Konoha. Everyone present was astute. They instantly grasped the chilling true purpose behind this reform. War was no longer confined to the battlefield. On the second day of the new policy's implementation, a delegation from Sunagakure arrived at Konoha, led by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. As he walked along the wide and tidy streets of Konoha, his heart brimmed with wariness and vigilance. However, the anticipated hostility and ostentation did not materialize. The villagers by the roadside, upon seeing these foreign individuals adorned with the Suna-in headbands, displayed not only curiosity, but also an inner confidence and abundance that radiated tranquility. The entire village exuded an atmosphere of happiness that he had never encountered before. At that moment, a small boy, while running along the street, accidentally fell and scraped his knee, bursting into tears. His mother hurried over, unflustered, and skillfully retrieved a small white jar from her pocket. She twisted off the lid, delicately took a bit of green ointment with her fingertip, and gently applied it to the child's wound. The boy's cries ceased almost instantaneously. Luo Sha's footsteps halted as he fixated on the white jar. Upon it was engraved a symbol that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime, the swirling emblem of Mai. Could an ordinary villager possess such a potent ointment? For the first time, his face, which often bore the shadows of drought and calculation, revealed an expression of sheer astonishment. In the Hokage office, Luo Sha respectfully placed a thick scroll on Minato's desk. Hokage-sama, this represents the total fiscal revenue of Suna-in village for the coming year. As a token of our meeting, his demeanor was notably humble, almost deferential. Minato nodded and gestured for Riku to accept it. There is one more matter. Luo Sha's lips moved, seemingly struggling to express his request. I wish to meet Gaara. Minato acquiesced, personally guiding Luo Sha to his backyard. The afternoon sun shone warmly, casting a gentle light. In the garden, Uzumaki Kushina sat in a lounge chair, knitting a sweater while keeping an eye on two children playing nearby. Two cherubic little ones were crouched in a sandpit, diligently constructing a lopsided sandcastle. The blonde child was Naruto, while the red-haired one was Gaara. Luo Sha's body suddenly stiffened. This child bore no dark circles under his eyes, nor did he display the grotesque markings from Shikaku's chakra. Instead, his face was adorned with a smile that Luo Sha had never witnessed before, a smile so pure and innocent. Naruto, don't get sand over here. I didn't. You brought it over. The two little ones bickered and shoved each other playfully over a handful of sand, before tumbling onto the soft ground, their laughter ringing out like a melodious chime. Luo Sha stood frozen, observing the entity he had deemed a failure and the village's ultimate weapon, now engaged in the innocent joy of building sandcastles under the sun, just like any ordinary child. It dawned upon him. He had not merely lost a battle. He had forfeited everything. Chapter 74. The Grand Versailles Scene of Mai. Following Suna-in village, delegations from Yunin, Iwa-in, and Kiri-in also arrived in Mai in succession. The gates of Mai stood wide open, no longer manned by traditional Chunin teams, but by squads of freshly uniformed, well-equipped Mai ninjas. Their headbands shimmered in the sunlight, but it was their arms, adorned with uniquely designed, metallic-feeling ninja tools that drew the most attention. Each tool bore intricate runes, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. These were scientific ninja tools, the groundbreaking products introduced by Namikaze Minato, capable of revolutionizing the very nature of warfare in the ninja world. Each standard-issue scientific tool contained the potential for at least 10 C-rank ninjutsu releases. This meant that any Mai ninja present, even a freshly graduated genin, possessed a sustained firepower that was typically unattainable by even seasoned chunin. As the delegations from Yunin, Iwa-in, and Kiri-in stepped through the gates of Mai, they were met with this unprecedented army, one that standardized might and industrialized ninjutsu. The fourth rampage, abruptly halted, gazing at the Mai ninjas and their incomprehensible equipment. A sense of absurdity washed over him. The elite cloud ninjas behind him fell into a collective silence. Their pride lay in their honed physiques and the ferocity of their lightning techniques. Yet now, Mai was revealing that such attributes could be mass-produced. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated above, his murky old eyes fixated on the scientific tools. As a master of bloodline elimination, he understood better than anyone what this signified. The disparity of innate talent had been leveled, the value of hard work diminished. War would no longer be a stage for geniuses and strong warriors, but rather a clash of resources. Namikaze Minato, Onoki rasped, his throat dry. You madman. The fourth rampage, strode at the forefront, each step seemingly intent on shattering the stone path of Mai. His muscles bulged, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, followed closely behind, hovering in the air, his wrinkled visage darker than the skies of the land of rain. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, walked quietly at the rear, the Kirigakure ninjas behind him appearing drained and listless, as if the war had sapped their very spirits. Upon entering the village, they encountered the fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, who awaited them alongside the gentle, smiling Namikaze Minato. Thank you for your arduous journey, Minato greeted warmly. A scoffed dismissively, remaining silent. Onoki exhaled a huff of disdain. Stop feigning cordiality, Namikaze Minato. We are here for a meeting, not a reunion. Of course, Minato nodded, his smile unwavering. However, before the meeting commences, I would like to invite you to tour the new Mai. A tour? A's voice rose sharply. What do you take us for? Mere tourists here for a sightseeing trip? It's merely to show you how we have allocated the compensation you provided. Minato's words pierced the hearts of the three Kage like an invisible needle. He offered no chance for rebuttal, signaling to the two Umbu behind him. Kakashi, Shirzue, you will serve as guides for our esteemed guests. Kakashi and Shirzue emerged from the shadows, bowing slightly to the Kage before leading the way. Their demeanor resembled that of escorts for prisoners rather than hosts for dignitaries. A's fists clenched, cracking ominously. Their first stop was the newly established Ninja Academy in Mai. In the spacious training grounds, a group of 6- and 7-year-old children engaged in the most basic practice of the three-body technique. A bunch of kids. A disdainful Iwa shinobi remarked. However, Onoki's expression grew serious. He observed that with each hand seal and chakra refinement, the metal ring worn on their wrists emitted a faint glow, seemingly correcting the flow of chakra within them. What is this? Onoki inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Chakra guidance rings, Shirzue replied calmly, the latest product from the Scientific Ninja Tools Division, designed to assist beginners in mastering precise chakra control more swiftly. Its cost is roughly equivalent to a bowl of ramen. Onoki questioned, to standardize and mass-produce talent using inexpensive tools? What does Namikaze Minato intend to transform ninjas into? Subsequently, they arrived at the bustling commercial street of Konoha. Lined with shops on either side, merchants from across the land of fire came and went in a steady stream. Every face radiated an aura of affluence and stability. This vivid scene stood in stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of their own village. Look, it's the latest product from the Konoha Merchant Association, an automatic enemy-seeking explosive tag. Once you set the target's chakra mode, it will fly there on its own. And this? The chakra activation patch. When applied, it can unleash a surge of strength for a short duration. The shelves were filled with various scientific ninja tools they had never heard of before. The prices were steep, yet buyers flocked eagerly. At that moment, a Konoha genin, seemingly only 12 or 13, dashed past in pursuit of a lively black cat. The cat, exceptionally agile, swiftly leaped onto the roof of a 3-story building. Damn it! The genin gasped as he halted, opting not to climb the wall in pursuit. Instead, he retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Unrolling it, he infused it with chakra. Suetun, Suiro no Jutsu. A powerful jet of water erupted from the scroll, accurately bringing the cat tumbling down to land safely in his companion's arms. The entire process was fluid and effortless. A mere genin had effortlessly unleashed a C-rank jutsu with a single scroll. The fourth rampage, abruptly halted, his bronze visage turning a deep shade of purple. He recalled the countless days and nights he had spent under a waterfall to master his first C-rank jutsu, the scars he bore as a testament. Yet now, Konoha's genin required only a scroll. What was this? This was the most blatant insult to all ninjas who had strengthened themselves through blood and sweat. Lord Rampage. Darui sensed the impending eruption of terror beside him and languidly cautioned. Silence. A growled in a suppressed roar. The tour continued. Their next destination was the ninja hospital. They did not enter, but merely passed by the entrance. A 30-something Konoha jonin emerged, chatting and laughing with a companion. His left arm was a wooden prosthetic. Yet, that prosthetic moved with ease, even capable of forming hand seals. That's Iwate Jun. A guard from a Wagakure beside Inoki gasped in disbelief. In the GK mountain battle, his left arm was disintegrated by Lord Inoki's Doton. Inoki's body froze midair. He certainly remembered the Konoha jonin he had incapacitated with his own hands. Now, utilizing Konoha's groundbreaking technology, he had almost completely returned to the battlefield. Namikaze Minato. Not only was he crushing them with wealth and technology, but he was also revealing a despairing truth with a form of medical technology that they could never replicate. The lives of Konoha's ninjas were more precious than theirs, and their strength surpassed that of a Wagakure. This was no longer a war. This was a unilateral, dimensional strike. The pride of Inoki, built upon Doton, once again showed signs of fracture. The final stop of the tour was the temporary settlement of the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi and Shursui brought them to an open lawn and came to a halt. The afternoon sun shone warmly. 2 toddlers, seemingly just over a year old, were happily playing in a small sandbox. One had blonde hair, the other red. Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara. They quarreled over whose sandcastle could be taller and then burst into delightful laughter together. Not far away, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, stood silently. He gazed at the son he had once regarded as a failure, a mere weapon of the village, now displaying a smile for the first time. In that moment, the fourth rampage erupted completely. Enough. His thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Boom. The terrifying rampage chakra erupted from like a volcanic explosion. The ground beneath him instantly became riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Blue-white lightning danced wildly across his form, igniting the surrounding air with a crackling sound. Namikaze Minato. A's body trembled with sheer rage. Stop these pointless tricks. Let us commence talks. Show me, you hypocritical fool, what you truly intend. Chapter 75, The 4 Kage Summit. A contest wagering the future of the ninja world. In the Konoha conference room, the air was thick with tension. The echoes of the fourth rampage A's fury lingered, and the residual energy of his lightning chakra caused the windows to hum. Namikaze Minato rose, his gentle smile unwavering. Let us begin. He gestured invitingly, snorted disdainfully, and strode into the conference room. The other 3 Kage followed closely. As they pushed open the heavy wooden doors, all footsteps came to an abrupt halt. In the center of the room stood a massive round table. Opposite them sat 2 individuals who should not exist in this world, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The two deceased Hokage now sat quietly in the form of Edo Tensei. Hashirama wore a hearty smile, while Tobirama sat with arms crossed, his expression one of indifference. Well, long time no see, Inoki, Hashirama greeted with a smile. I remember you were just a little brat back then, barely taller than this table. Inoki's face flushed a deep purple. He wanted to retort, but his throat felt as though it were stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. Edo Tensei, the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. Now, the inventor of this technique sat right before him. Namikaze Minato. A's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. You are insulting us. Insulting? Minato moved to take his seat. You are mistaken. Today's meeting concerns the future of the entire ninja world. I merely wish for these two esteemed predecessors to witness this discussion. Witness. The mere notion struck like a slap in the face to all present. Witness. The first and second Hokage were only worthy of being witnesses? What did that make of these younger Kage? Everyone, please take a seat. Behind Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade occupied either side. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi represented the two great ocular clans. Sitting at the Konoha side were first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. This formidable assembly, with the legendary Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade, extinguished the previously fierce atmosphere of the Rampage and Tsuchikage. They were now wary. A gritted his teeth and took his seat. Inoki floated in midair, refusing to sit. Yagura and Raza exchanged glances and silently took their places. Then let the meeting commence. Minato picked up a scroll from the table and slowly unfurled it. Today, I propose the concept of a ninja alliance. Alliance? The bodies of the four Kage tensed almost in unison. Break down the barriers between villages and establish a unified system for task issuance and allocation. The fingers of Bo-Fong Shui Min glided gently over the scroll. All S-tier and A-tier tasks would be uniformly distributed by the alliance, while B-tier and lower tasks would be handled by each village independently. The rewards for tasks would be reasonably allocated based on the quality of completion and the degree of contribution. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Luo Sha's breath quickened. The impoverished Sha'in village found high-priced tasks to be a tremendous temptation. If they could indeed receive more S-tier tasks through this alliance, the financial situation of Sha'in village would experience a qualitative leap. However, Diyimu immediately pointed out the crux of the issue. Such pleasant words. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Uniform distribution? Allocation based on contribution? Bo-Fong Shui Men, do you think we are fools? With the current strength of Konoha, all high-value tasks will be snatched up by you. The rest of us can only settle for meager rewards from D-tier and C-tier tasks. Moreover, with Konoha offering high task rewards, all ninjas will flock to your missions, leaving the cheaper tasks in other villages unattended. Konoha operates like a high-speed machine, developing rapidly, while the other villages stagnate. Over time, the gap will only widen. Diyimu's words resonated deeply with everyone present. Indeed, AI slammed his hand on the table, reducing the corner to dust. This is nothing but a veiled annexation. You wish to turn us all into Konoha's laborers. Shui Min did not retort. He merely gazed quietly at the enraged Lei Ying and smiled. Since you all have doubts regarding the distribution of strength, why not let strength speak for itself? This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Let strength speak? Are we to go to war now? Yet, even combined, our villages cannot compete with Konoha. After all, we have tried before. However, at that moment, no one expected that Shui Min would actively propose a new plan. 1 week later, Konoha would host the inaugural Ninja World Summit Ranking Tournament. His words detonated like a bomb in the conference room. Each village would send forth their strongest young ninjas to compete. The rules were simple, a one-on-one elimination match until the strongest emerged. The final rankings would directly determine the priority selection rights and profit-sharing ratios for S-tier tasks within the Ninja World Alliance for the following year. The conference room fell silent once more. Everyone was lost in thought. Was this a trap? Or had Bo-Fong Shui Min truly lost his mind? Are you certain? Diyimu squinted, his voice laced with skepticism. I am certain, Shui Min nodded. Furthermore, to ensure fairness, I will not participate. The participants from Konoha will all be under 20 years of age. Under 20? AI and Diyimu exchanged glances. They perceived the same thought in each other's eyes. An opportunity. No matter how powerful Bo-Fong Shui Min is, he cannot single-handedly encompass all. The elites of their villages would surely not falter against Konoha's merely well-equipped youngsters. Yunin Village boasts of Dilute E, a genius lightning-style ninja. Iwa-in Village has Chi Tu, the direct disciple of the third Tsuchikage. They were confident that as long as Bo Feng Shui Min did not personally enter the fray, it would be irrelevant who took his place. Very well, Diimo, representing the Four Shadows, accepted this wager. Let it be so. A week later, we shall see just how capable your young generation of Konoha truly is. The corners of Shui Min's mouth deepened into a smile. He glanced at Kakashi, Itachi, and the others behind him, who were eager to showcase their talents. Finally, a chance had arrived for these young prodigies to shine before the world. The meeting concluded. The Four Shadows departed from the Hokage building, each harboring their own calculations. Within the conference room, only Konoha's higher-ups remained. Hokage-sama, you are playing with fire. Nara Shikajio rubbed his temples, worry etched across his face. What if we lose? We will not lose, Shui Min interrupted. Shikajio, have you witnessed Itachi's Tsukuyami? Shikajio nodded. I have seen the reports. 72 hours of mental torment. Even the Sannin cannot endure. Have you witnessed Kakashi's double Kamui? Shikajio was taken aback. And then there is Shursue's Kotoamat Tsukumi, and Gai's Eighth Gate. Shui Min enumerated each one. Each of them possesses strength on par with that of a Kage, and they are all under 20. Shikajio's body stiffened. He suddenly realized that the young generation of Konoha, under this man's guidance, had long surpassed the status of ordinary ninjas. They are monsters. True monsters capable of altering the dynamics of the ninja world. Thus, this competition held no suspense from the very beginning. Shui Min stood and approached the window. I merely wish for the entire world to witness how powerful Konoha's future truly is. Outside the window, the sun set in the west, casting a golden glow upon him. In that moment, Bo Feng Shui Min appeared as a true deity. Chapter 76. The Hidden Cards of Each Village. A grand gamble sweeping the ninja world. The news of the Ninja World Summit ranking tournament spread like a tempest, instantly engulfing the entire ninja world. In Konoha Village, tea houses, taverns, and streets buzzed with discussions. The Hokage is truly remarkable. How daring to invite representatives from all nations to compete in Konoha. A villager exclaimed, pride evident in his demeanor. This is not merely a competition. This is to establish authority. Another corrected, I see those foreign ninjas appearing rather intimidated. Our young generation of Konoha has been personally trained by the Hokage. Which village can compare? Indeed, Kakashi Dano, Itachi Dano, Shursui Dano, and Gai Dano. Once they take action, victory is assured. Initially shocked expressions on the people's faces were quickly replaced by fervent confidence. They believed in Bo Feng Shui Min, and, even more so, in the strength of Konoha. This confidence was not baseless. It was founded upon the village's growing prosperity and the rapid enhancement of ninja capabilities. The villagers of Konoha had long since become accustomed to the miracles brought forth by the Hokage. However, the atmosphere in the other ninja villages was starkly different. In the training grounds of Yunin Village, several jonin sweated profusely, yet their movements bore a hint of agitation. A ranking tournament? I see it as a humiliation contest. A Yunin ninja seethed with resentment. That rascal Bo Feng Shui Min clearly intends to rub our faces in the dirt. How infuriating. What can we possibly do? Lord Raikage has already torn down his office building twice in anger. In the barracks of Iwa-in Village, low curses echoed throughout. Why should Konoha have the right? Why must we serve as their stepping stones? Lord Tsuchikage stated that this is a gamble for the future of the ninja world. We cannot afford to lose. Even if we cannot afford to lose, must we truly watch as Konoha dominates? By the fishing port of Mizu-in Village, ninjas silently repaired fishing nets. Their faces shadowed with gloom. A ranking tournament. One Mizu-in ninja sighed bitterly. What do we have to offer? The Mizukage has already sent someone. May they return safely. Safely? On Konoha's battlefield. That may be even more challenging than on an actual battlefield. Ninjas from various nations harbored an indescribable anger and humiliation within. They had been coerced by Bo Feng Shui Min into this situation, forced to partake in a competition they knew to be a trap. Yet, at the same time, they had to acknowledge, Konoha's strength had instilled in them an unprecedented sense of oppression. In Konoha Village, within the Hokage's office, the atmosphere remained tense following the departure of the Four Shadows. Bo Feng Shui Min stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the bustling village. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, finally managing to utter a statement after a moment of contemplation. Hokage-sama, this time you have truly implicated everyone. Minato turned around, a gentle smile adorning his face. Shikaku, what do you believe the leaders of the various villages will send in terms of competitors? Shikaku paused for a moment, quickly regaining his composure. Killer Bee is far too old. Kumogakure will certainly dispatch Darui. He began to analyze, counting on his fingers. That fellow may appear lethargic, yet he is among the most formidable of the younger generation. Adept in both offense and defense through his Raiton and the unique bloodline limit of Erasure. As for Iwagakure, Onoki is a reliable choice. Though they may also send out Sho, who excels in explosive techniques. If they are desperate, those two Jinchuriki with a tenuous relationship with Onoki might also make an appearance. Shikaku continued. The situation in Kirigakure is complex, but one can be certain that some of the 7 ninja swordsmen will participate. Shikaku paused, pondering about Sunagakure. It's unlikely that Raza will send out any true mainstays. It feels more like a mere gesture. Minato nodded in agreement. Thus, our true adversaries are only Kumogakure and Iwagakure. He returned to his desk and retrieved a list from a drawer. Kakashi, Itachi, Shusuigai. Minato read out these 4 names, stating, "These are the core members I intend to field." Shikaku gazed at the list, his lips twitching. Hokage-sama, this is hardly a competition. This is outright bullying. Bullying? Minato chuckled. Shikaku, you still underestimate the hidden strengths of the other villages. He placed the list on the desk. A, with his temperament, would never send only Darui. According to intelligence, he possesses another item, a replica of the 6 Paths ninja tool, the amber purifying vase. Shikaku's expression grew serious. That artifact, if one agrees to respond to its inquiries, could lead to sealing? Precisely, Minato affirmed. Though it is a replica and lacks the potency of the original. In the context of a competition, it remains a formidable weapon. Onoki is even more complex than that, Minato continued. He has spent his life plotting. How could he possibly reveal all his trump cards? Shikaku fell silent. So, Hokage-sama, your true purpose is to test. Minato interrupted, to probe the hidden strengths of each village. To gauge their true capabilities, and more importantly, he paused, to ascertain if those lurking in the shadows will dare to reveal themselves. Shikaku's pupils constricted. You mean, Tobi? Minato softly uttered the name, along with that of the manipulative Kurizetsu. They will undoubtedly seize this grand spectacle. In Kumogakure, the ruins of the rampage building had been cleared, replaced by a new office structure. The 4th rampage A stood at the window, with Darui kneeling behind him. Darui. A's voice rumbled like thunder. You must win this competition. Yes, Darui replied lazily, sucking on a lollipop. I don't care what methods you employ. A turned, fixing his gaze upon him. I only desire results. If you lose, he did not finish his sentence, but the murderous intent was palpable. Darui stifled a yawn. Raikage-sama, you are truly pushing me to my limits. Enough of the nonsense. A slammed his hand on the table, reducing its corner to dust. He produced a sealing scroll from his chest, retrieving a large, ancient gourd, which he tossed to Darui. Darui caught it, his earlier lethargy vanishing as he examined the gourd. This is a replica of the amber purifying vase, A stated solemnly. While it may not match the original, it is sufficient for our purposes in this competition. If the opponent agrees to your inquiries, they will be sealed within. However, it can only be used once. After that, it will shatter. Darui fell silent for a few seconds. Raikage-sama, you are truly placing all your hopes upon me. What other choice do I have? I replied coldly. That rascal Minato has forced us into a corner. If we win this competition, Kumogakure will have a future. If we lose, A's fist cracked ominously. We shall be forever subservient to Konoha. Darui stood, fastening the gourd to his waist. I understand. As he turned to leave, he paused at the door. However, Raikage-sama, could you perhaps spare the table next time you slam it? The village's finances cannot endure your antics. A blinked, staring at yet another shattered desk. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising fury. Get out. In Iwagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki floated in the air, facing Kodo and Sho. You two will compete together in this tournament, Onoki stated gravely. Kodo, you are responsible for defense and control. Sho, you will handle the offense. Yes. They both replied in unison. However, Onoki's tone suddenly darkened. I have also prepared a contingency. He produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Kodo. What is this? Kodo inquired as he accepted the scroll. Open it and see. Upon unfolding the scroll, Kodo's expression shifted dramatically. This is a summoning scroll for Edo Tensei? Indeed, Onoki nodded. It seals within it a legendary ninja of a Wagakure, the second Tsuchikage. Should you find yourselves overwhelmed, summon him. Although he exists as a reanimated body, with your direction, he could significantly alter the tide of battle. Kodo and Sho exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Father, is this not too risky? Kodo hesitated. Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique. If discovered, discovered? And what of it? Anoki scoffed. Minato has already resurrected the first and second Hokage. What does our use of Edo Tensei amount to? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. This competition pertains to the very survival of a Wagakure. I shall not place all my hopes upon you children. In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage Yagura sat in his office, his face eerily calm. Behind him stood a figure cloaked in black. The voice of this figure was low and hoarse. Send Piba Shizo to battle. Yagura nodded, mechanically echoing. Send Piba Shizo to battle. The shadowy figure gradually faded into the darkness, leaving behind a single remark. This competition presents a splendid opportunity. Let me see what sort of monstrosity Minato has cultivated. In Sunagakure, Raza stood in his courtyard, observing the two toddlers still learning to walk, Temari and Kankuro. One 3 years old and the other 2. Send them to compete, Raza instructed his advisor beside him, as a gesture of goodwill towards Konoha. But they are far too young, the advisor hesitated. I am aware, Raza replied, nodding. Thus, in this competition, we do not need to win. We must merely demonstrate our willingness to cooperate with Konoha. He turned his gaze towards the land of fire. Minato has grown so powerful that we can scarcely reach him. Rather than engage in futile resistance, we should obediently align ourselves with him. At the very least, Gaara will live as a human. In Konoha's underground gambling den, the largest clandestine intelligence organization in the ninja world had opened betting for this competition. Konoha's odds stand at 1.05 to 1. Kumogakure's odds are 3 to 1. The Wagakure's odds are 4 to 1. Gamblers crowded in, filling the tables. I'm betting on Kumogakure. That Darui kid is a genius. I'm backing a Wagakure. Anoki's son is not to be underestimated. You're all fools. Of course, you should bet on Konoha. The Yellow Flash's disciple cannot be weak. But the odds are too low. You'd have to wager 10,000 Ryo to win 500. What a stingy deal. Amidst the clamor, a masked figure approached the gambling table. I wager Yunin Village, 10 million taels. Instantly, the casino fell silent. All eyes turned towards this audacious individual. 10 million taels? This sum was equivalent to the total reward of an A-class mission. Sir, are you certain? The dealer trembled as he accepted the pouch of money. Absolutely. The masked man nodded. He turned and vanished into the crowd. Beside the gambling table, another figure adorned with a hat approached. I too wager Yunin Village, 5 million taels. The dealer swallowed hard. What was happening today? One high roller after another? Unbeknownst to him, these wealthy individuals were all pawns arranged by Nara Shikaku. Their task was to stoke the fervor of the betting scene while gathering information on the bettors. Each person daring enough to place such enormous wagers had an intricate background. The names of these individuals would ultimately be compiled in the Hokage's office. In Konoha, atop Hokage Rock, as the sun set, golden rays illuminated the 4 colossal stone statues. Namikaze Minato stood beneath his statue, flanked by Kakashi, Itachi, Guy, and Shizune. Unleash your full potential. Minato's voice was soft yet powerful. Showcase your strongest abilities and most magnificent artistry to the world. I desire a grand performance unlike any other. Kakashi no longer needed to conceal his eyes with a forehead protector. He slowly raised his gaze, revealing his scarlet Sharingan, endowed with the power of the eternal Mangekyo. Sensei, do you expect us to reveal all our trump cards? Without revealing them, how can we fish? Minato smiled. I want everyone lurking in the shadows to witness the strength of Konoha's younger generation. I wish to instill fear and anxiety in them, compelling them to emerge. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, standing quietly. Shizune, filled with excitement, asked, Hokage-sama, can we utilize the Kodo Amatsukami this time? Yes, Minato nodded. All means are permissible, as long as we do not kill. At the conclusion of this performance, I want all spectators to willingly offer their applause and wealth to Konoha. The 4 exchanged glances and replied in unison, yes. Minato turned to gaze at the vibrant night scene of Konoha, awash in lights and bustling with life. This was the village he had rebuilt from ruins over the course of a year. Now, he intended to let the world know that Konoha was the true center of the shinobi world. Obito, Kagaya, he murmured, Will you come to witness this spectacle? The night breeze whisked away his words. In a distant corner, a pair of crimson Sharingan silently observed the golden figure atop Hokage Rock, intrigued. Interesting. So this is the current Hokage of Konoha. Chapter 77, The Opening. Might Guy's Declaration of Youth. The newly constructed Grand Arena of Konoha was filled with raucous noise. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators converged into a thunderous roar, nearly tearing apart the clouds above. Flags representing various ninja clans and merchant associations fluttered in the wind, creating a vibrant sea of colors. This was the epicenter of fervor. However, the atmosphere in the distinguished viewing platform was starkly different. The fourth Rampage, crossed his muscular arms over his chest, feeling as if he were not attending a meeting but rather being paraded as a beast in an arena. What a grand display, he scoffed. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, hovered in the air, his creased visage harder than the stones of a Wagakure. That brat Namikaze Minato intends to use us as appetizers for his grand performance. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, remained silent, though his hands, clenched tightly on his knees, revealed his inner turmoil. The Mizukage, Yagura, sat like a delicate puppet, exuding no presence at all. At that moment, the cacophony of the arena reached a deafening crescendo. Namikaze Minato appeared in the center of the field, without employing any amplification jutsu. His voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Welcome to Konoha. Today, we shall not discuss hatred or the past. We will determine the future of the shinobi world through the purest strength and will. I declare the first Shinobi World Summit Tournament open. As his words echoed, Tsunade strode towards a massive scroll at the side of the arena, brimming with the names of participants from the 5 great shinobi villages. She extended her hand, channeling chakra into the scroll. The names began to scroll rapidly, ultimately locking onto 2 names in golden chakra, which were magnified and projected onto the colossal screen above the arena. First match, Konoha's Might Guy against Yanin's Ki. This announcement momentarily silenced the arena, followed by an uproar. Might Guy? That brawny taijutsu fool. What is going on? They send him out first? His opponent is Ki, the Raikage's right-hand man, a seasoned jonin. This is a disaster. A bleak start. Voices of skepticism erupted from the Konoha audience, perceiving Guy as a hot-headed, eccentric taijutsu practitioner. On the viewing platform, the Raikage, initially stunned by the matchup, erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha! Namikaze Minato, are you joking? Sending this green beast out to meet his demise? Ki, finish this quickly. Don't waste time on such a fool. He believed it was a guaranteed victory, a resounding slap in the face for Konoha. Amidst the jeers and doubts, a green figure shot out from the contestant passage like a cannonball, performing a 360-degree flip before landing heavily in the center of the arena. Bang! Might Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, landed and struck what he believed was his most stylish pose, giving a thumbs up in Minato's direction. Kaching, his dazzling white teeth reflected a blinding light under the sun. Hokage-sama, I will secure the first victory for Konoha with my burning youth. Tsunade, who had just seated herself behind Minato, appeared pleasantly surprised by Guy's entrance. Frowning, she leaned towards Minato and whispered, Are you sure this guy is all right? To her surprise, Minato exhibited no signs of concern, instead wearing a knowing smile. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, this fellow's youth has been meticulously trained by me. At that moment, he had also stepped onto the arena. Observing his exuberant opponent, he confirmed the intelligence was accurate. A purely taijutsu ninja, an idiot devoid of any genjutsu resistance. The referee raised his hand high and brought it down forcefully. The match begins. Lightning release. Lightning illusion pillar. Ki's movements were swift beyond measure, his hands forming seals in an instant. The moment the match commenced, he unleashed his most proficient genjutsu. Blinding lightning erupted from him, enveloping the entire arena. In everyone's perception, Might Guy should have been completely immobilized by the descending lightning pillar. However, when the lightning dissipated, Guy remained standing in place, not even altering his stance. His face still adorned with that dazzlingly bright smile. Shi's movements came to an abrupt halt. A crack appeared in the confidence etched upon his face. What was happening? Was it futile? My A-level illusion technique was rendered utterly ineffective against him. Is this your attack? Kai shifted his neck, producing a series of sharp cracks. How utterly feeble. In the face of such youthful fervor, Kai suddenly clasped his hands to his chest, bending slightly at the knees. As a visibly vibrant green chakra steam erupted from within him, Any illusory trickery was but a paper tiger. He bellowed, and that pure, unadulterated force surged forth like a tempest, sweeping away the remnants of the illusionary chakra surrounding him. What? She's body trembled violently in confusion. Breaking through an illusion with sheer momentum? What manner of beast is this? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the Konoha whirlwind, Kai's figure vanished from his original position. It was not speed. He had simply disappeared. She felt a gust of wind rush towards him, leaving him no time to react. In the next heartbeat, the green figure had appeared before him like a specter. A foot clad in orange leg armor loomed larger in his vision. He could sense that the power contained within that foot was not chakra, but a raw, absolute violence potent enough to shatter mountains. Bang! A dull, teeth-clenching thud reverberated. She could not even muster a cry of despair. His body was sent hurtling away like a baseball struck by a home run. Boom! His heavy form crashed against the arena wall, reinforced with Earth-style techniques, several dozen meters away. The thick rock face instantly spiderwebbed, with cracks emanating from the point of impact. She's body slid down the wall like a torn canvas, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. One strike. Just one strike. The long-celebrated Jonin of Yuin, the right-hand man of the rampage, had been utterly annihilated in a single blow by a martial arts eccentric perceived as mentally unstable by the people of Konoha. The entire arena fell into an overwhelming silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Thousands of spectators gaped, their mouths agape, staring at the green figure who was slowly retracting his foot and striking a victorious pose. 3 seconds later, a thunderous cheer erupted like a tidal wave. He won. One strike. My goodness. What did I just witness? My guy? My guy? My guy? The doubts from the Konoha audience transformed instantaneously into fervent adoration. They shouted his name with such fervor it felt as if they might lift the very dome of the arena. On the viewing platform, the fourth rampage, AI, wore a face frozen in disbelief. He watched as medical ninjas carried the unconscious Shi away on a stretcher. Then, his gaze shifted to the green-skinned warrior, who was blowing kisses to the audience. He felt an intense heat wash over his face, as if it had been sanded down repeatedly with scorching grit. Damn it. I never expected the fourth Hokage to have such a trump card. Chapter 78. Is art explosive? Itachi, Amaterasu. The arena was still resonating with cheers akin to a landslide. Might Guy stood in the center, waving to the spectators, blowing kisses, and striking various poses of exuberance. His pure enthusiasm formed a stark and bizarre contrast to the sheer terror of the violence he had just unleashed. On the viewing platform, the fourth rampage, AI, wore a dark expression. The Yuin ninjas behind him bowed their heads, afraid to meet their leader's gaze, who looked as though he might explode at any moment. Useless. AI spat out 2 words through clenched teeth. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, floated nearby, a hint of schadenfreude gracing his features. AI, it seems your village's youth are rather fragile. Old man, shut your mouth. Thankfully, the individual battles only accounted for 50% of the competition. There remained a 50% chance for our village in the upcoming team battles. Otherwise, AI felt as though he might faint. Just then, the enormous scroll in the center of the arena lit up once more. The cheers abruptly ceased, and everyone's attention was drawn back to it. The text on the scroll rolled rapidly, finally locking onto 2 new names with golden chakra. The second match, Konoha's Uchiha Itachi versus Iwagakure's Kiba. As soon as the matchup was announced, the atmosphere on the viewing platform shifted subtly. The hint of schadenfreude vanished from Inoki's face, replaced by a serious demeanor and a deep-seated confidence. Hey Uchiha brat, is it? Inoki's posture seemed to straighten slightly. Kiba is the trump card of our explosive ninjutsu division. His art is not to be compared to the brutish fools of Yuin. Explosive release, a bloodline limit that amplifies the power of explosions to their utmost potential. In terms of destructive capability, it far exceeds ordinary ninjutsu. He did not believe that a mere Uchiha brat could withstand such formidable power. Humph, finally. A worthy opponent has arrived. Rampage AI grunted, settling back into his seat. He was eager to see just how capable this rumored prodigy of the Uchiha clan truly was. In the arena, Uchiha Itachi walked calmly to the center. Opposite him stood a robust Iwagakure ninja, his face bearing an artistically mad fervor, already in position. The explosive team. Kiba. The referee raised his hand high, then brought it crashing down. The match began. Art is an explosion. Kiba's face lit up with a fervent grin. And the instant the match commenced, he launched his attack. Explosive release. groundquake fist. Without hesitation, he struck the ground with a powerful punch. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from his fist, engulfing the entire arena in an instant. The terrifying shockwave, mingled with dust and debris, surged outward, even causing the front row spectators to feel a moment of suffocation. Is it over? So soon? That Uchiha brat couldn't have been reduced to ashes, could he? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the audience. Yet, as the dust began to settle, Uchiha Itachi remained standing in place, completely unscathed. Surrounding his body was a skeletal structure composed of crimson chakra, exuding a foreboding aura that perfectly shielded him. Susanoo. What? Kiba's fervor froze. What is this? A chakra armor? It managed to withstand my groundquake fist without a scratch. On the viewing platform, Inoki leaned forward abruptly. He recognized it instantly. That was the ultimate ability of the Uchiha clan, accessible only to those who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This brat has already mastered it? Is this the power of the Uchiha? A flicker of apprehension crossed Kiba's eyes, but he quickly regained his confidence. Interesting. However, in the face of my art, any defense is meaningless. He rapidly formed hand seals. Taste this. Countless palm-sized spiders made of white clay erupted from his palms and sleeves, scuttling towards Itachi's Susanoo like a tidal wave. The clay spiders rustled as they crawled swiftly across the ground, climbing onto the red chakra ribs, densely covering the entire skeleton. Huh! Kiba exclaimed, a single syllable representing the command to detonate. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense, cascading explosions erupted instantaneously. The entire arena trembled violently. The crimson chakra skeleton swayed amidst the relentless detonations, its luminosity flickering as if it might shatter at any moment. Ha ha ha. Sho let out a maniacal laugh. It is over. Before my chain-reacting explosive clay, even absolute defense will be utterly consumed. He envisioned the scene of that Uchiha boy turning to ashes amidst the art of explosions. The fiery glow of the explosions finally subsided. However, the red chakra ribcage remained steadfast. Though its brilliance had dimmed somewhat, it did not shatter. Itachi stood calmly at the center of the skeleton. Not even the hem of his garment stirred. He merely lifted his gaze to regard the man who was laughing maniacally across from him. A peculiar pattern, akin to a shuriken, rapidly spun within his pupils. The so-called art you speak of, Itachi intoned, his voice soft yet crystal clear to all ears present. It is too noisy. In the next moment, a cluster of pitch-black flames ignited without warning upon Sho's right shoulder. Sho's laughter ceased abruptly. He froze for a moment, looking down at his shoulder. What is this? Instinctively, he attempted to extinguish it with his hand. However, the black flames, like a parasitic pest, spread the moment his palm made contact. Ah! A shriek, so piercing it seemed inhuman, suddenly erupted. Sho rolled frantically on the ground, trying to use Doton ninjutsu to cover his body and extinguish the flames. But those black flames appeared to possess a life of their own, impossible to quell. They burned. They devoured. They consumed Sho's chakra, his flesh and blood, everything about him as fuel, fervently igniting. Amaterasu. Itachi calmly uttered this name. He dispelled the Susanoo before him, as if performing a trivial act. Before the gaze of tens of thousands of spectators, and all the elite shinobi of the ninja world, the explosive talent from Awagakure was gradually consumed by those unquenchable black flames. His screams grew weaker until they faded completely. In mere seconds, he was reduced to a charred, human-shaped lump of coal. The entire arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was petrified by this terrifying, bizarre ninjutsu, completely incomprehensible. This was not a match. It resembled an execution. What kind of flames are those? What kind of ocular technique is that? On the spectator stand, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, abruptly stood from his seat, his gaze fixated on the indifferent youth in the arena, his body chilled to the bone. At that moment, a golden figure appeared next to the charred corpse. It was Namikaze Minato. He extended his hand, placing it upon the still-burning black flames. Seal. A complex, vortex-shaped sealing technique unfurled from his palm, akin to a black hole, absorbing all those eternal Amaterasu flames. Sho's body, on the brink of death, was finally saved. After completing this act, Minato turned to face the spectator's stand, a gentle smile still adorning his face. I concede, Lord Tsuchikage. Inoki's body trembled violently. Has the new generation of Konoha already reached such heights? That cursed power is strikingly reminiscent of the man he had witnessed in his youth. He looked at the composed Minato, then at the barely breathing Sho he had just rescued. An unprecedented chill, penetrating to the marrow, surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The judge's trembling voice finally echoed in the deathly silent arena. In the second match, Konoha's Uchiha Itachi is victorious. Chapter 79. The Dual Divine Might of Kakashi's Debut. Obito, I cannot accept this. The acrid stench of burning lingered in the arena, and Uchiha Itachi's victory loomed like a cold tombstone upon the hearts of all non-Konoha ninjas. This was not a spar. It was a unilateral, indisputable execution. On the spectator stand, the third Tsuchikage, Onoki, appeared as though all his bones had been suddenly extracted, collapsing entirely. The Iwagakure ninjas behind him hung their heads, unable to gaze at the figure, once a genius of explosive ninjutsu, now wrapped in white bandages and carried away by the medical team. The fourth Raikage, AI, wore an expression devoid of anger for the first time, his bronze face now blank with a mixture of fear and confusion. He regarded the 13-year-old boy calmly returning to the contestant's seat, then glanced toward the direction of his Raikage office. He suddenly found the buildings he had previously demolished to be somewhat ludicrous. Amidst this silence, the enormous scroll in the center of the arena once more glimmered with golden light. Everyone's breath involuntarily halted. The third match. The text upon the scroll ceased its movement. Two new names were projected onto the screen above the arena. Konoha's Hatake Kakashi versus Kirigakure's Pibara Shirzong. Upon the utterance of this name, the stagnant atmosphere of the spectator stand finally stirred. All gazes turned toward the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Pibara Shirzong, one of the previous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the wielder of the decapitating blade, a man whose fearsome reputation was built upon countless corpses during the Third Great Ninja War. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. AI's voice was hoarse as he forced himself to regain composure, sitting upright once more. Hatake Kakashi, next to Yagura, a Kirigakure elder scoffed disdainfully. That copy ninja? We are well aware of his intelligence. He is merely a cunning opportunist who relies on a Sharingan to replicate others' techniques. Before Shirzong's decapitating blade, no matter how many techniques he copies, he will merely be a laughingstock. These words ignited a flicker of fragile hope within Onoki and AI's hearts. Indeed, if taijutsu cannot prevail and ninjutsu is overwhelmed, perhaps the situation might differ when facing a true killing blade, a weapon capable of absorbing blood to self-repair. In the arena, Pibara Shirzong strode forward, shouldering the colossal decapitating blade that towered over him. He emanated a gruesome scent, one only forged in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Opposite him, Hatake Kakashi also stepped forward. He did not wear his forehead protector at an angle. His face, which often appeared somewhat languid, bore no extraneous movements. The judge's hand came down abruptly. The match begins. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. The moment the match commenced, Pibara Shirzong unleashed the most prestigious secret technique of the Mist Village. A dense, opaque white mist erupted from beneath his feet, engulfing the entire vast arena. In my mist, I am God. Shirzong's voice, imbued with absolute confidence, reverberated from all directions, echoing cruelly within the thick fog. Your Sharingan cannot penetrate this mist. Your nose cannot sense my killing intent. Your ears cannot hear my footsteps. Die. Copy ninja. However, Kakashi merely stood quietly in place. He did not even attempt to sense or adopt any defensive posture. Under the gaze of all, he slowly closed his left eye. Then he spoke softly. I have found you. In the next moment, within his right eye, a peculiar pattern reminiscent of a shuriken suddenly ignited with a fierce brilliance. Shumwei, deep within the thick fog, Paipa Shirzong, silently and swiftly approaching from behind, abruptly froze in his tracks. An indescribable and violent sensation of distortion surged through his right arm. What? He gasped and lowered his head. Before him lay a scene so horrific that it defied comprehension. His right arm, which clutched the legendary decapitating blade, was being consumed and distorted by an invisible vortex, disappearing into thin air. There was no blood gushing forth, no tearing pain. It vanished with startling abruptness. The ultimate terror compelled him to let out a chilling scream, instantly revealing his position. In that very moment of his cry, a deep purple lightning bolt, akin to a whip, tore through the fog. With a piercing shriek, it ensnared his body with precision. Lei Dun Zidian. The violent current surged throughout his entire being, rendering him utterly paralyzed and immobile. Kakashi's figure emerged from the mist as if taking a leisurely stroll, appearing right before him. Then, he opened his left eye, which had remained closed. An identical, scarlet, bizarre kaleidoscopic pattern activated. Let me utilize this ninjutsu, inspired by Lord Minato, to conclude your fate. Kakashi gazed at the legendary swordsman, Pai-Pa Shirzong, who was bound by the purple lightning, his face a mask of endless fear and despair. He gathered the furious purple lightning in his right hand. It is over. The bolt of lightning, influenced by the dual spatial powers of Shunwei, began to twist in an unstable manner. Shunwei Leichia. Kakashi's figure transformed into an inescapable, incomprehensible flash of purple lightning. He did not dash forward. He merely extended his hand from where he stood. Yet his hand seemed to transcend space, appearing directly before Shirzong's chest. Pucci. The purple lightning instantaneously pierced through Shirzong's heart. The fog gradually dissipated. Sunlight once again illuminated the arena. Kakashi stood quietly at the center, untainted and pristine. Before him, the legendary swordsman of the seven ninja swordsmen, Pai-Pa Shirzong, had transformed into a cold corpse, rapidly losing warmth. The entire arena fell into an absolute, suffocating silence once more. All eyes were fixed on Kakashi's strangely patterned, scarlet kaleidoscope. Two pairs. Wasn't he that the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope? Why does he possess two? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Is it spatial ninjutsu? He made Shirzong's arm vanish. This is not the copy ninja. He utilized his own techniques from start to finish. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted that was more intense than any prior commotion. They finally realized that this man was no longer the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, who relied on mimicking others' techniques to fight. Instead, he was the sharp new wolf Fong of Konoha. In the spectator area, an elder from the hidden mist village trembled like a leaf. Rampage AI, Tsuchikage Inoki, and Kazekage Raza, the three powerful Kage, stood as if petrified statues. They had lost. They had lost utterly. They had lost without understanding why. They could not even muster a thought of resistance. Within a dark, undisclosed VIP room in Konoha, a white figure, seemingly composed of plants, slowly merged into the shadows of the ground. It transmitted everything it had witnessed through some mysterious link to a distant location. In a dark underground base, a man wearing an orange swirl mask held a cup of hot tea. As he viewed Kakashi's complete and unique kaleidoscopic Sharingan through the perspective of a white Zetsu clone, and witnessed Kakashi effortlessly shatter Shirzong's arm and conclude the battle with an unprecedented lightning technique, he exclaimed in rage. The teacup in his hand was crushed to powder. Scalding tea mixed with ceramic fragments dripped through his fingers. From beneath Kakashi's mask, a distorted, hoarse growl emerged, fueled by sheer anger and jealousy. You possess dual Shinwei. Chapter 80. The final struggle of the four Kage? The monster legion from Konoha. Silence reigned within the arena. The acrid stench, potent enough to scorch souls, mingled with the ozone scent from the disintegrated purple lightning, constricting everyone's throats. 3 matches. 3 total dominations. Konoha had obliterated the last pride of the other ninja villages with 3 distinctly incomprehensible and terrifying powers, shattering them beneath their feet. In the spectator area stood the 4th Rampage AI, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, 4th Kazekage Raza, and the puppet-like 4th Mizuki Jigura. The 4 Kage, standing at the pinnacle of ninja world power, resembled 4 weathered stone statues, their expressions void of emotion and hollow. After a 15-minute intermission, the voice of Wave Wind Minato shattered the suffocating silence. After making his announcement, he turned and returned to the spectator area, casually picking up a cup of hot tea and offering it to Kakashi, who had just finished battling. That composure, that nonchalance, felt like an invisible, scorching iron searing into the hearts of AI and Inoki. The Rampage stood abruptly, wordlessly striding toward the resting room behind the spectator area. Inoki, with a grim expression, floated after him. Yagura and Raza exchanged glances and silently followed suit. In a sealed chamber, bang. AI's fist smashed against the chakra-reinforced wall, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. This cannot continue. AI's chest heaved with intensity, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the 3 present. Our men, in their presence, appear as mere novices fresh from the ninja academy. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, kekkei genkai. We have lost in every aspect. We have been utterly defeated. Wave Wind Minato's true objective cannot possibly be some trivial alliance. Inoki's voice was hoarse, as if two stones were grinding against each other. He pinpointed the most brutal reality. He is demonstrating power to us, using the genius of our village to highlight the strength of his Konoha. What he aims to destroy is not our bodies, but the confidence and will of every ninja. These words thicken the air in the chamber. We must find a way to reclaim a victory in the next match. AI growled. Even if it is a Pyrrhic victory, as long as we can win one match, we can shatter the myth of Konoha's invincibility. As his words faded, the three gazes converged on the man who had remained silent throughout. Fourth Kazekage Raza. According to the match schedule, the next battle will be between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Inoki floated before Raza, the last flicker of struggle shining in his murky old eyes. This is our final opportunity. Reveal your trump card, whatever it may be. Just win one match. The three villages are willing to allocate 20% of future resources to Tsunagakure. The rampage AI approached as well, reluctantly squeezing out a few words. Indeed, as long as we can diminish Konoha's momentum, any condition is negotiable. This is the final gamble. We wager the future interests of three ninja villages for a slim chance at victory. Luo Sha fell into silence. He did not glance at the two gamblers before him, whose eyes were already bloodshot. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick walls, settling on a distant place. They are his son, once regarded as a failure and the village's ultimate weapon, cautiously shared a piece of candy with a golden-haired little son beside him. Together, the two children revealed silly smiles. Luo Sha understood this was a moment of allegiance. It was a choice to remain bound to this group of forsaken failures, destined to sink with the ship, or to turn entirely towards the deity at the helm, who had ushered in a new era. After a long pause, Luo Sha rose to his feet. He disregarded the hopeful gazes of Dai Yamu and Liang. He pushed open the door of the secret chamber and stepped outside, under the astonished stares of everyone. He walked back to the viewing platform, approaching the man who was laughing with his son. In that moment, the tumult of thousands of spectators in the arena seemed to be muted. All eyes focused on this scene. Then, they witnessed an unforgettable moment in their lives. The fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, bowed deeply to the fourth Hokage, both feng shui men. It was a gesture of utmost humility, a standard greeting from subordinate to superior. Hokage-sama. Luo Sha's voice, amplified by chakra, resonated clearly throughout the arena. In the next match, we of Suna no Kuni concede. Boom. Those two words struck the audience like a thunderclap. What? Concede? What is the Kazekage saying? They haven't even fought yet. Liang AI and Dai Yamu were stunned, their bodies swaying as if they might collapse. Yet, what followed was even more earth-shattering. Luo Sha straightened up, his voice growing louder and more resolute. Suna no Kuni hereby formally requests to permanently merge into the Ninja Alliance. From this day forth, we shall fully comply with Konoha's directives. Suna no Kuni is willing to follow Hokage-sama. The world fell silent. Liang AI opened his mouth, rendered speechless. Dai Yamu's diminutive form trembled in midair, as if he might plummet from the heavens. Their so-called final alliance against Konoha was, in this instant, betrayed by Luo Sha in the most direct and resounding manner. Cast into the abyss. Very well, Watergate nodded, a smile on his face as if he had anticipated this all along. He helped Luo Sha to his feet. Then, he stood up and walked to the front of the viewing platform. Since Suna no Kuni has forfeited, the individual matches will conclude here. Next, we will proceed to the final event of this ranking tournament, the team battle. His voice once again drew everyone's attention. The losers will completely lose priority selection for all S-rank missions for the next year. The faces of Lei Ying and Dai Yamu turned as pale as paper. This was no mere slap in the face. It was a complete siphoning of their village's future. Yet, they had no retreat, for the sake of their final dignity. And to prevent their village from falling into utter decline, they declared, "We accept the challenge." AI nearly shouted the words. He exchanged glances with Dai Yamu and sent forth their last trump card. From Kumogakure, Darui. From Awagakure, Huangtu. From Kirigakure, Haishulia. Darui strolled onto the field lazily. Yet the hand clutching a massive gourd-shaped scroll at his waist betrayed his inner tension. Huangtu's expression was as grave as a mountain. The man bearing a pair of lightning blades was one of the few remaining madmen among the 7 ninja swordsmen. This was the final strength of the 3-village alliance. Then, the voice of Watergate paused. He turned to the 4 young individuals behind him. Kakashi, Itachi, Shirzue, and Guy. The announcement sent the crowd into another uproar. For people? No way. How is it fair to send just 4 into a team battle? Just as Laying AI was about to protest furiously, Watergate's voice rang out. Oh, I forgot to mention. This is a tradition of Konoha. After all, we have one person capable of matching 100. Before anyone could comprehend the meaning of these words, the match commenced. Come, feel the burning youth within me. The Azure Beast from Konoha made its entrance. After landing, Might Guy unleashed a thunderous roar. Without a moment's hesitation, he crossed his arms. First, second, third. 6 gates opened in succession, followed by 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Open. Boom. A wave of azure chakra, as tangible as steam, erupted from his body. The terrifying pressure transformed into visible shockwaves, sweeping in all directions. The ground of the arena groaned under the weight of this force. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the moment the Azure Beast roared, the 3 figures beside him sprang into action simultaneously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 synchronized sounds reverberated, shaking the very air. A profound blue, an ominous crimson, a hopeful emerald. 3 towering energy giants, constructed purely from chakra, arose. They boasted fearsome skeletal frames, encased in impenetrable armor, wielding energy weapons capable of splitting mountains. Susanoo. 3 Susanoo. These 3 terrifying energy giants stood alongside the Azure Beast wreathed in blue flames. The overwhelming sense of oppression bore down on the 3 opponents like for insurmountable mountains. Time stood still. Darui stared at the godlike spectacle before him, his mind blank. The sealing tools he had prepared to bind the enemy. The replica of the amber purification bottle's sealing scroll slipped from his trembling hand. Clatter. It fell to the ground. Chapter 81. Explosive Reunion. Obito, are you here for instant noodles too? In the arena, time seemed to freeze. Darui's body trembled uncontrollably, and the hand that had gripped the sealing scroll loosened in fear. Clatter. The scroll hit the hard ground, producing a crisp sound. This sound acted like a command, fully activating the 4 godlike figures opposite him. A roar, unrecognizable as human, erupted from Might Guy's mouth. His body, engulfed in azure steam, transformed into an elusive shadow. Charging forward. Earth-style? Multiple earth flow walls. Huangtu from a Wagakure slammed his palms onto the ground, pouring all his chakra into the earth at that moment. Boom. Dozens of heavy, mountain-like rock barriers shot up. Layer upon layer, they encircled the 3 men, securing them in the center. This was the strongest defense he could muster. Yet, before Might Guy, this line of defense crumbled like paper. Boom. The first earth flow wall was shattered by a single punch from the azure figure. Boom. 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 Kai's figure did not falter for a moment. He resembled a meteor that had pierced through the fabric of time and space, effortlessly crashing through multiple rock walls. Debris flew and dust swirled. Now, Darui bellowed, picking up the scroll from the ground, biting it open, and swiftly forming seals with his hands. Lightning release. Black lightning. Simultaneously, the black scythe, Raiga, unleashed an attack, crossing the lightning blade in his hands to summon the thunder from the heavens. Lightning release. Raiga. 2 surges of wild lightning, one black and one white, converged in the air, merging into a more terrifying storm of electricity. It then circumvented Kai's path of assault, charging directly towards the 3 colossal Susanoo. A mere trick. The voice of Uchiha Itachi echoed. The crimson Susanoo he controlled merely waved the Tatsuka sword casually. With a whoosh, that storm of lightning, capable of leveling a small mountain, was instantaneously sealed and dissipated at the moment it made contact with the sword's edge by an invisible force. However, this was merely a feint. The true killing move came from the earth. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the lightning and Kai, Earth release. Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a quagmire, and a fearsome earthen dragon emerged, opening its massive jaws and spewing forth dozens of highly compressed mud projectiles. These mud projectiles were not aimed at any Susanoo. Instead, they targeted the fleeting, singular gap created when the 3 Susanoo attacked. Found you. An unprecedented brilliance ignited in Darui's eyes. The scroll in his hands unfurled entirely, revealing a massive gourd exuding an ominous aura. 6 paths ninja tools, amber purifying vase. Though a replica, its core power of rules still persisted. Darui hesitated not for a moment. He aimed at that singular gap, preparing to unleash upon the blue Susanoo controlled by a non-Uchiha. which appeared the most vulnerable. With all his might, he shouted the question he had rehearsed countless times in his heart. Hatake Kakashi, do you believe you have surpassed the White Fang of Konoha? This inquiry struck like thunder, akin to a poisoned steel needle, piercing through the cacophony of the battlefield, precisely and fiercely embedding itself deep within Kakashi's soul, surpassing his father. This was the obsession of his life, the softest yet most painful scar he had wrapped in rules and missions. The blue Susanoo momentarily exhibited an almost imperceptible stagnation. Beneath that fearsome armor, Kakashi's body froze. His mind blanked. Instinctively, he parted his lips. A syllable barely escaped his throat. Buzz. A radiant golden light erupted from the amber purifying vase. An irresistible, absolute pull acting upon the realm of rules burst forth from the vase's mouth. Not good. Both Uchiha Itachi and Shursui sensed something amiss. However, it was too late. The golden pull disregarded the chakra defenses of the Susanoo, ignoring space itself, and directly locked onto Kakashi's soul. What? Kakashi felt an unresistible force envelop him. His massive blue Susanoo imploded like a popped balloon, instantly disintegrating into countless specks of light. His body, uncontrollably, was drawn towards that bizarre gourd. Kakashi. On the spectator platform, Minato abruptly stood up, yet he did not intervene. This was a match, and moreover, the final test he had prepared for Kakashi. In the final moment before being drawn into the vase, Kakashi finally broke free from that soul's interrogation. In his right eye, the shuriken-like pattern spun wildly. Kamui. The moment his body made contact with the vase's mouth, it began to grow ethereal. Yet it failed. The interior of the amber purifying vase was a sealing space completely isolated from the real world. The ethereal nature of Kamui could not manifest in the crevice between the two worlds. Darn it. Kakashi's body was wholly engulfed by the endless darkness. It succeeded. We won. Darui and the earth displayed ecstatic relief upon their faces. On the spectator platform, Raikage and Inoki leaped from their seats in excitement. They had won. They had finally breached the invincible myth of Konoha. However, just as they were rejoicing, the amber purifying vase that had just swallowed Kakashi suddenly trembled violently, without warning. Crack. A distinct fissure appeared on the vase's surface. What is happening? Darui's smile froze upon his face. In the next moment, a deep purple lightning bolt, seemingly capable of tearing through space, forcibly erupted from the fissure, under the bewildered gazes of everyone. That crack was torn apart from within by a hand entwined with purple lightning. Kakashi's figure stepped forth from the shattered amber purifying vase. He emerged unscathed. However, the location of his appearance was not the arena. Although Kamui's activation had failed, it had disrupted the space. As he found himself suspended, he began to plummet downwards. Around him, there was no longer the cacophony of the arena, nor the pitch-black ceiling space. Instead, he found himself in a horrifyingly silent, bizarre realm composed of countless gray blocks. Where's this? A flicker of confusion crossed Kakashi's mind. Just then, a rich, intoxicating aroma of tonkatsu and soy sauce wafted into his nostrils. He turned in astonishment. Not far away, on a gray block, a man wearing an orange whirlpool mask sat cross-legged. He cradled a steaming cup of instant noodles in his hands, clumsily using a pair of disposable chopsticks to lift a handful of golden noodles, preparing to bring them to the hole of his mask. Their eyes met. The air froze. The masked man's body stiffened. The exposed scarlet Sharingan in his eye widened in utter disbelief. Plop! The steaming noodles slipped from his trembling chopsticks, falling back into the broth and splashing droplets of oil. Kakashi? A sharp, distorted voice, tinged with a hint of youthful innocence, emerged from beneath the mask, filled with shock. Kakashi too was taken aback. He stared blankly at the man in the ridiculous mask, gazing at the cup of noodles emblazoned with the words, Ichiraku Special. A name he thought long dead, buried deep within his heart, a name he believed he would never see again, escaped his lips. Obito? Chapter 82. The incident triggered by instant noodles? Brothers should share their hearts. In the realm of Kamui, in the desolate world of countless gray blocks, the aroma of tonkatsu ramen felt utterly out of place. Time seemed to pause the moment Kakashi recognized Obito. In the next second, Obito hurled the cup of noodles at Kakashi's face. The scalding broth mixed with noodles traced a messy arc through the air. Kakashi did not even flinch. The right side of his body instantaneously became ethereal, allowing the steaming bowl of noodles to pass through and splatter onto the gray block behind him. You. Obito could only manage a shocked and furious shout. Indeed, Kakashi had also mastered the ethereal nature of Kamui. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Kakashi moved. There were no questions. No furious roars. A single, air-rending bolt of deep purple lightning pierced the atmosphere. Zidian. Kakashi's figure vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Daito in the next instant, his hand, enveloped in wild lightning, aimed directly at Daito's heart. This strike was executed with unparalleled swiftness. In Daito's crimson eyes, the kaleidoscope spun frantically, and at the last moment, he barely activated his intangibility, narrowly evading this lethal blow. The purple lightning surged through his intangible form. Mokudan, Kansatsu no Jutsu. Daito's body reformed a short distance away, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed one hand against the ground. Numerous sharp wooden spikes erupted from the gray square, shooting towards Kakashi from all directions like venomous serpents. Kakashi made no retreat. The peculiar shuriken pattern in his left eye suddenly glowed. Shinai, those wooden spikes, capable of penetrating steel, found their tips distorted in an instant. Violently twisted by an invisible vortex, severed and consumed. Dual Shinai? Daito's voice sharpened with incomprehension. Using my eyes against me? Kakashi, how remarkable you are, so aloof. In response, Kakashi launched a more ferocious assault. Raitun, Reiju Tsuya no Jutsu. Kakashi formed hand seals, and the furious purple lightning coalesced into a fearsome lightning beast, roaring as it leaped towards Daito. Daito could only activate his intangibility once more. Yet this time, Kakashi anticipated his move. Just as the lightning beast pierced through Daito's form, Kakashi's figure appeared like a specter behind him. In his hand, he gathered an even more blinding orb of lightning, emitting a shrill cry akin to 1,000 birds. Raikiri. He infused all his fury, confusion, and pain into this strike. Intangibility could be countered by using Shinai at the same moment. Under the influence of Kakashi's kaleidoscope ocular power, Daito's body momentarily stiffened. He could only watch helplessly as the devastating lightning grew larger before him. With a piercing sound, Raikiri effortlessly penetrated Daito's chest. However, it did not pierce his heart. In a final moment of instinctive combat, Daito twisted his body to evade the fatal blow. Yet, he also erased the seal that had been left by Obito at the core of his heart. Ugh! Daito let out a painful grunt as he was propelled by the tremendous force, crashing violently against the distant gray square. Kakashi offered him no respite. His figure vanished once more, reappearing before Daito, his hand, now wreathed in lightning, raised high once again. It is over, Daito. Kakashi's voice, for the first time, carried an emotional tremor, his raised hand quivering slightly. Daito lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood continuously oozing from the gaping wound in his chest. He gazed up at his former companion, poised to deliver the final blow, with an expression beneath the mask filled with reluctance and madness. However, just as Kakashi was about to strike down his arm, the entire Shinai space trembled violently, without warning. Buzz. It was as if an invisible hand had seized this realm, independent of the real world, with great force. What? Daito and Kakashi simultaneously halted their actions. They could sense that the very structure of this space was being forcibly torn apart by an even more domineering and unreasonable power. Meanwhile, in the Konoha arena, time rewound several seconds. As that hand, enveloped in purple lightning, emerged from the shattered amber vessel, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Did he shatter it? He broke the Six Paths ninja tools from within. Those were sealing tools. How could they be broken from the inside? On the spectator's platform, the expressions of Raikage A and Tsuchikage Inoki, once filled with elation, froze entirely, morphing into sheer incredulity. Yet, at this moment, the expression of Minato Namikaze changed. He did not rejoice at Kakashi's escape. He merely stood there quietly. A familiar yet strange fluctuation of Shinai chakra flickered from the shattered bottle's mouth. It was not Kakashi's. It belonged to another. The chakra of the masked man, who had been severely injured by his Rasengan during the Nine-Tails turmoil and had fled in panic. Daito. Minato's mind instantly grasped the situation. In the next moment, he sensed two coordinates. One was the special kunai inscribed with the words ninjutsu love, which he had left in Kakashi's ninja tool pouch. The other was the unquenchable flying thunder god technique he had inscribed behind Daito years ago. At this moment, the two coordinates converged within the same alternate space. So that's it. A smile appeared on Minato's face. one that puzzled everyone around him. He did not form any seals. He merely raised his right fist slowly, aiming at the empty center of the arena. A massive surge of sage chakra, powerful enough to make the very space tremble, gathered at the tip of his fist. Hokage-sama, what is he doing? Punching at the air? Has he lost his mind? Under the uncertain gazes of the crowd, Minato moved. He swung his fist with great force at the void. The space shook. Boom. This punch did not deliver any tangible attack. However, the space it struck shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer. Crack, crack, crack. Dark fissures appeared out of nowhere, spreading rapidly. Eventually, all the cracks converged at a single point, forming a swirling black vortex that emitted a terrifying gravitational pull. What is that? Rampage trembled violently. Unable to comprehend the scene before him, he shattered the space with his fist. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Inoki's diminutive form swayed precariously in midair, as his understanding of being a Kage was utterly overturned and ground to dust in that moment. They had believed that the three Susanoo and a massive azure beast represented the pinnacle of power in this world. Yet now, Minato Namikaze revealed to them that this was merely the beginning. Under the watchful eyes of all, Minato's figure transformed into an elusive golden flash, dashing unhesitatingly into the black vortex that symbolized the unknown and destruction. The golden light flickered and vanished. Minato's figure disappeared, leaving behind only the slowly closing rift in space and the thousands of spectators who had been utterly petrified, their minds relinquishing all thought. In the Shinai space, Daito looked up at the rapidly expanding rift that had appeared above him, his expression beneath the mask filled with horror and confusion. Who possesses the power to forcibly breach my Shinai space from the outside? In the next moment, a golden light flashed through the rift, descending between Kakashi and Daito like a divine apparition. That figure was so familiar. Golden hair, white Hokage robes, and a face adorned with the same gentle smile as always. Yo! Minato Namikaze casually greeted the mask-wearing man, who lay on the ground with a gaping wound in his chest, utterly shocked. Daito, long time no see. It seems your recent days have not been particularly favorable. Daito's body stiffened suddenly. Sensei? Minato-sensei? How could he be here? How could he possibly find this place? Kakashi was momentarily stunned, gazing at the sudden appearance of Minato, unable to react. Sensei? How come you? Minato did not answer him, merely patting his shoulder before shifting his gaze back to Obito. One could only imagine how lonely a person must feel in such darkness. A playful smile crept onto Minato's face. Today, he had the time to engage in a heartfelt discussion about life. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Minato's figure vanished from the spot. Panic gripped Obito as alarm bells rang in his mind. Without a second thought, he attempted to activate his intangibility. But it was too late. A hand, imbued with sage chakra, silently pressed against his back, precisely where the flying thunder god technique had marked him years ago. Sage art, super large Rasen shuriken. Boom. The formidable force surged without granting him a moment to react, erupting with terrifying rotational power. Obito was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing into numerous gray blocks before finally coming to an awkward halt. Lying on the cold ground, half of his face concealed by a mask, he was filled with bewilderment and agony. Sensei, how could he be here? This cursed sensation of being pushed. How could he breach my Kamui space? A golden light flickered silently between Kakashi and Obito. Minato's figure emerged again, as if stepping out from a painting, his white ceremonial robe rustling in the stillness of the space. Ignoring Kakashi, who was equally stunned, he focused on his former disciple struggling to rise. Obito. Minato's voice was soft, akin to calling a late student. It seems you have not had a pleasant time over the years. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vanished once more. Alarm bells rang in Obito's mind again, and the remaining Sharingan spun wildly as he attempted to activate intangibility. But it was too late. A hand had already pressed silently against his back. It was not an attack, but a seal. For symbol seal. Boom. A complex black rune unfolded instantaneously behind Obito, centered on Minato's palm, like a greedy black hole suppressing the chaotic chakra within him. Obito felt his entire body weaken, the power he had just gathered dissipating in an instant. He scarcely managed to utter a syllable before, swish, swish, swish. Dozens of golden chakra chains shot forth from Minato's back like living serpents, wrapping around the still weak Obito, binding him tightly from head to toe, resembling a golden zongzi. Sensei? At that moment, the shock in Obito's voice finally emerged from his throat. Minato did not respond. He lifted the tightly bound Obito with one hand while gripping Kakashi's shoulder with the other. "Let us go, Kakashi. We are heading home." The golden light flashed once more, and the entire Kamui space was left with only a bowl of overturned, steaming instant noodles. In the Konoha arena, time seemed to freeze at the moment when Minato shattered the space with his punch. Tens of thousands of spectators, the four Kage, and powerful figures from across the ninja world stared blankly at the slowly closing black vortex, their minds blank. What had just happened? Where had Lord Hokage gone? He had shattered space with his fist. Just as everyone remained in a state of bewilderment, a golden light unexpectedly illuminated the center of the arena. Minato's figure reappeared, his left hand still resting on Kakashi's shoulder while his right hand held a tightly bound humanoid Zongzi. Thud! Minato casually tossed the humanoid Zongzi to the ground in the arena's center, raising a cloud of dust. He stepped forward, and under the gaze of the entire world, he reached out and pulled off the orange vortex mask from the head of the Zongzi. A young face, marked by a grotesque scar and one that was presumed dead long ago, was revealed to all. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. On the viewing platform, Jiraiya sprang to his feet, his telescope clattering to the ground. The aged form of Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled violently. Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and all the higher-ups of Konoha stood up in that instant. Is that Uchiha Obito? Impossible. The hero of the Battle of Canopy Bridge. He is the masked man from the Ninetales disturbance. Why would a hero of Konoha attack his own village? After a brief silence, an eruption of tumult and chaos akin to a volcanic explosion swept through the arena. This revelation was more shocking and disruptive than any previous match or forbidden technique. On the viewing platform, the fourth Raikage was left speechless, his mouth agape. The third Tsuchikage Inoki trembled violently, his frail body swaying in the air. His once proud status as a Kage reduced to mere dust in an instant. Their so-called devil's deal, their prideful trump card, became a complete joke. They had been toyed with by a dead man from Konoha. Minato disregarded the surrounding uproar. He simply turned to the three opponents, who were already in shock and had dropped their weapons, and calmly announced, "The match is over." These four words resonated like a final verdict. Darui, Akatsuchi, and Kuratsuchi exchanged glances, finding relief in each other's expressions. Silently, they picked up their fallen weapons and turned to leave the arena. This match had never been intended for them. Just as everyone thought the farce was reaching its conclusion, swish, Minato's figure vanished once again. In the next moment, he appeared behind the fourth Mizukage Yagura. Before anyone, including the Raikage and Inoki, could react, he extended his hand and gently patted Yagura's back. There was no chakra explosion, no earth-shattering phenomenon, just a casual tap. Yagura's body, as rigid as a puppet, quivered violently before collapsing forward, as if all the strings had been severed. The elder of Kirigakure quickly caught him. A few seconds later, Yagura slowly opened his eyes. The original emptiness and numbness in his violet pupils were replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Where am I? What just happened? On the viewing platform, Raikage slumped back into his chair, weakened. Inoki also gently descended from the air, his pride as a Kage, built on the foundation of dust release. Utterly shattered in that moment, they finally understood. Standing before them was not merely a Hokage, nor just a person. It is a new deity of the shinobi world, one that they shall never comprehend, nor overcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Bluffing Shuemin reverberated once more through the hushed assembly. From his robe, he retrieved a meticulously prepared scroll and unfurled it with deliberate grace. Regarding the accord of the Shinobi Unified Alliance, I trust there are no dissenters present? Silence enveloped the room. The entire world awaited the responses of the four Kage. After a protracted pause, the fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, was the first to rise and descend from the viewing platform. Approaching the document that symbolized the new order, he seized a pen and inscribed his name. Next came the recently awakened Yagura, his face pale from the elder's explanations. Following him was the disheartened Inoki. Lastly, the fourth Raikage, Ai, known for his tempestuous nature and might, approached the table. Trembling hands gripped the pen, quaking with humiliation and resentment, yet he ultimately etched his name heavily upon the scroll. As the final stroke was made, Shuemin nodded in approval. Excellent. To demonstrate the sincerity of our alliance and to assist each village in swiftly restoring order and fostering joint development, Konoha has decided to dispatch task coordinators to each village for technical and managerial support. His voice calmly pronounced the final decree. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, would oversee Kirigakure. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, would be responsible for Awagakure. Jiraiya would take charge of Kumogakure, and the third Hokage would supervise Sunagakure. The names fell like four unyielding hammers upon the hearts of all present. To govern a village with the legendary god of shinobi? To have the creator of forbidden techniques oversee a village? To assign the renowned Sannin to manage a village? This was not assistance. It was clearly surveillance. It was oppression. Yet, no one dared to voice a rebuttal. Not even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction was displayed. After completing these proceedings, Shuemin turned away, no longer regarding the four Kage, who had completely lost their spirits. He stepped into the center of the venue, where the freshly signed agreement, still exuding the scent of ink, glimmered under the sunlight, radiating a blinding brilliance. An era belonging to the old shinobi was buried by his own hands today, while a new epoch, one belonging to Konoha and Bluffing Shueman, officially dawned at this moment. Chapter 84. The Collapse of the Eye of the Moon. Obito. Sensei, I was wrong. The tumult of the arena faded into the distance. In the deepest recesses of Konoha's underground prison, the air was cold and damp, illuminated only by flickering torches on the walls. Uchiha Obito, bound tightly by golden chakra chains, was unceremoniously thrown onto the cold stone floor by two Umbu shinobi. He did not struggle. His scarred visage bore an expression of lifeless numbness. The cell door creaked open and slammed shut with a resounding finality. Hatake Kakashi entered, standing in the shadows, observing the familiar yet foreign figure on the ground, remaining silent. Moments later, Bluffing Shumen's figure also appeared in the cell, accompanied by the head of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Hai. Thank you for your assistance, Hai. Shueman acknowledged with a slight nod. Hokage-sama, are you certain about this course of action? Hai's expression was grave, forcibly connecting with the mental realm of an Uchiha, especially one who had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, carried great risks. It is of no consequence. Shueman knelt before Obito. He gazed at his once-deceased student, devoid of anger or judgmental coldness. I merely wish to show him something. Hai ceased further discussion, moving behind Obito, forming hand seals, and gently pressing against his temple. Mind transfer technique. A surge of intangible mental waves instantaneously intertwined the four individuals within the cell. Kakashi felt as though the surroundings had vanished in a blink, replaced by a pristine, empty mental realm. Obito's spiritual form knelt at the center, ensnared by black chains symbolizing imprisonment. Another tiresome trick, is it? Sensei. Obito's spirit raised its head, voice laced with derision and disdain. You think you can interrogate me with Jinjutsu? Spare yourself the effort. Shueman's figure materialized before him. No, Obito. I merely wish for you to see what this world has become since your departure. As his words lingered, the stark white space shattered like a mirror, transforming the scene. Bustling streets and throngs of people surged before Obito's eyes. New buildings towered, and above the streets, chakra-powered trains glided silently. Storefronts displayed an array of scientific ninja tools, each radiating an alluring sheen. Passers-by wore expressions of genuine, prosperous, and serene smiles. Is this Konoha? Obito's spirit quivered violently. Impossible. This is all an illusion. A mere facade of your creation. Shuemin offered no explanation, simply waving his hand once more, shifting the scene again. Warm sunlight bathed a familiar backyard, where Uzumaki Kushina sat in a lounge chair, knitting while gently observing two children nearby. One was golden-haired, the other crimson-haired. The two cherubic youngsters squatted in a sandpit, ardently constructing a lopsided sandcastle. Naruto, don't bring the sand over here. I didn't tea. You're the one who did. The children bickered and tumbled into the soft sand, erupting into a chorus of bright, tinkling laughter. Not far off, the fourth Kazekage, Luo Sha, stood quietly, watching his son, whom he once deemed a failure, wearing a smile that Obito had never seen before, one that signified fatherhood. Obito's spirit became utterly immobilized. He fixated on the image, on the red-haired boy wrestling with Naruto, laughing like a fool. This is a deception. It's all a lie. How could a Jinchuriki possess such an expression? They are monsters. Weapons. The most unfortunate beings in this cursed world. His spirit raged, yet within that fury lurked an unrecognized tremor of doubt. Shueman remained silent. He raised his arm for the third time. The scene shifted to the grand arena. The four powerful Kage, under the gaze of the entire world. inscribed their names upon the document, symbolizing a new order. The Raikage's resentment, the Tsuchikage's desolation, the Kazekage's compliance, the Mizukage's confusion, and the sight of the first Hokage, second Hokage, and legendary Sannin dispatched to various villages as task coordinators unfolded before him. A blueprint for a shinobi world, led by Konoha, forcibly unified under absolute power and order, advancing towards unity and peace, lay starkly before Obito. Shuemon's figure reappeared before him. This is the answer I present, Obito. A world that does not require the deceitful eye of the moon, a realm that can be forged with these hands. A world that Rin would also wish to see. The name Rin struck Obito's soul like a searing hammer, resonating deeply within. The pristine white space surrounding his spiritual body began to collapse and shatter. Everything he had adhered to, everything he had loathed, all that he had fought for until now, his false redemption known as the Moon's Eye. Before the harsh reality created by Shuemin, it was crushed to dust. The spiritual body of Dato fell to the ground, cradling his head in his hands, emitting a sorrowful, inhuman wail of anguish. A stream of clear tears cascaded from his soul remaining kaleidoscopic eye. Teacher, I was wrong. I was utterly wrong about the real world. In the Konoha dungeon, Yamashiro Kai abruptly severed the spiritual connection. His face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. It felt as though he had witnessed the birth of one world and the demise of another. Kakashi staggered back a few steps, leaning against the cold wall to steady himself. He had expended considerable ocular power to support the recent scene. At that moment, his mind remained a blank slate. The man bound by golden chains on the ground was already in tears, unable to articulate his sorrow. Teacher, I am so sorry, so sorry. Dato's voice was hoarse and fragmented, saturated with boundless regret. Shuemin approached him and released the seal. He refrained from uttering any comforting words, for he knew that for Dato in this moment, any language would be futile. After a considerable time, Dato's cries gradually subsided. He lifted his tear-streaked face to gaze at Shuemin and Kakashi, his eyes now devoid of all but profound emptiness and silence. Kurojitsu, he spoke, his voice raspy. Everything is part of Kurojitsu's scheme. Uchiha Madara's Moon's Eye plan was a deception from the beginning. His intent was never to create a peaceful world. The outer path Gedo statue lies within the underground base of Amigakure. Nagato's Rinnegan was secretly implanted in him by Madara during his youth. A series of astounding revelations poured forth from Dato's lips without reservation. Yamashiro Kai and Kakashi were left in utter shock. They could hardly fathom the existence of such a terrifying, millennium-spanning conspiracy lurking behind the scenes of the shinobi world. Yet, Shuemin's expression remained unchanged. He simply listened, as if he had already known all of this. When Dato finished uttering his last word, he felt utterly drained of strength. He looked at Shuemin, and a faint glimmer reignited in his eyes, a light of atonement. Teacher, please take away everything from me. This kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the Hashirama cells grafted onto me do not belong to a sinner like me. Please use my eyes, my body, to protect the true world you have created. This was his final request, articulated with resolute determination and liberation. Shuemin regarded him for a long time in silence. Ultimately, he extended his hand and gently placed it on Dato's head. Reminiscent of many years ago when that awkward boy had hung his head in despair for arriving late to the graduation ceremony. Death has never been the most terrifying prospect. Living requires the greatest courage. If redemption is sought, then let it be achieved by your own hands. Of course, not now. Chapter 85. The fruits of victory and the gifts of the divine. The Konoha dungeon was enveloped in silence. The hand of Bofeng Shuemin remained atop Dato's head. The man who had once stirred a tempest of bloodshed now appeared as a lost child, relinquishing all pretense before him. In that moment, woven with cries and confessions, a series of cold, emotionless mechanical notifications erupted in Shuemin's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely shattering the Moon's Eye plan and completing the final main quest. Reward calculation in progress. Reward 1. Azura level perfect sage body. Boom. An indescribable, warm, and powerful surge of life coursed through Shuemin's entire being. He could distinctly hear every cell within him rejoicing and exuberantly reorganizing and evolving under this energy's nourishment. His bones became denser than the most resilient alloy, and his meridians expanded into rushing rivers. The chakra levels skyrocketed to an unfathomable realm in an instant. He even experienced the illusion that, should he desire it, he could obliterate the entire dungeon and the Hokage rock above with a single punch. Reward 2. Indra-level kaleidoscopic Sharingan. A searing heat suddenly erupted from the depths of his eyes. Instinctively, Shuemin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the world transformed in his perception. The dust floating in the air, the flickering flames of the torches on the walls, the erratic breathing rhythms of Kakashi and Dato, all became magnified, slowed, and astonishingly clear. A brand new kaleidoscopic pattern, radiating a faint golden glow, slowly materialized in his pupils, spinning and then vanishing. This was neither any known pattern of the Uchiha clan's legacy, but a more complex, arcane form, seemingly symbolizing absolute order and supreme creation. Special reward, fragmented chakra fruit. In a flash of light, a fruit exhibiting a chaotic purple hue appeared in Shuemin's consciousness space. It emitted no radiance. Instead, it resembled a miniature black hole, consuming all surrounding light. The surface of the fruit was adorned with spiral-like, eerie patterns, as if it contained a universe in the throes of birth and destruction. System warning. Although this fruit holds less than 1/10 of the Ten-Tail's energy, it is extremely unstable. The absorption process is expected to take 1 month. During this period, the host will enter an energy cocoon state, unable to utilize any power or perceive the outside world. The host is advised to choose the timing of absorption wisely. Shuemin felt the cold fruit, aware of the terrifying energy within capable of easily obliterating the entire shinobi world. The smile on his face gradually faded. A month without the ability to utilize any power. He understood that this was his final step toward the true realm of the Six Paths. But this step came with a perilous risk. Kurojitsu had not been eradicated completely. Otsutsuki could arrive at any moment. Those ancient beings, lying in wait for millennia, were like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal precision. Before entering seclusion, he must eliminate all potential threats. He had to leave Konoha, and the shinobi world he had painstakingly integrated, with an impenetrable safeguard. His gaze gradually fell upon the 2 individuals before him. Kakashi, his most proud disciple, endowed with unparalleled talent and a calm demeanor. Dato, his most heart-wrenching disciple, possessing the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the body grafted with the first Hokage's cells, and that pair of ocular powers meant to be united. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Kakashi, Dato, Shuemin began, his voice soft yet commanding, instantly capturing the attention of the other 3 in the cell. Yamashiro Kai discreetly stepped back, allowing space for the master and his disciples. I have an idea. Shuemin looked at the 2, his expression softening once more. An idea that could truly unite your strengths as one. An idea that would allow the name Uchiha Obito to forever guard Konoha in an entirely new manner. Kakashi's body trembled slightly, while Obito paused, seemingly deliberating his words. My eye, my body, they are proof of my sins. They should have been annihilated long ago. No, Minato interjected. They are not proof of sin. They are the final gift left to you by Rin, for this world. This statement pierced the hearts of both Obito and Kakashi like a needle. Minato did not allow them much time for sorrow. Your eyes were originally one pair. Separation marked the beginning of tragedy. Yet reunion could very well herald the prologue of a miracle. He extended his hands, placing them on Kakashi's and Obito's shoulders. A warm, life-filled chakra surged forth, instantly stabilizing their tumultuous hearts. Obito, you possess Hashirama's cells. Your body is the only vessel capable of perfectly harboring the dual powers of the Rinnegan. Kakashi, you have unparalleled combat intellect and control. Though you now wield the dual powers of the Rinnegan, the cost is too great for casual use. Simultaneously, you are the sole individual capable of guiding this power to its fullest potential. Minato gazed at the 2, articulating a plan that would shake the very foundations of their reality. Obito, I intend to temporarily transplant your soul, your will, and your body into Kakashi's form. What? Kakashi and Yamano Haichi exclaimed in disbelief. Transplanting one person's soul and will into another's body? What an absurd notion. This is utterly impossible. Obito was equally stunned. He could not fathom Minato's intentions. Using Kakashi's body as the vessel and your power as the soul, we will reunite the kaleidoscope that belongs to the same person. Minato's voice carried the grandeur of creating history. I will employ space-time ninjutsu to create an absolutely secure mental space, sealing you within Kakashi's body like a tailed beast, guiding your powers to merge. This process is irreversible. Once successful, Kakashi's body will be reborn under your strength. He will possess the complete sage body of Hashirama and the flawless powers of the Rinnegan, becoming a new existence that transcends all previous Hokage. Minato turned to Kakashi, asking each word with gravity. You will become Konoha's new White Fang, the strongest shield to protect this world during my time of seclusion. Obito, Kakashi, do you agree? The entire dungeon fell into a profound silence. Kakashi's mind went blank as he gazed at Minato, at his teacher's deep, starry blue eyes. He then turned to the ground, looking at his former comrade, whose face was streaked with tears, yet hope rekindled in his eyes. He recalled Rin's dying words, "You must protect Kakashi." He remembered the moment Obito entrusted his eyes to him at the Kanabi Bridge. "Let me become your eyes, to help you see the path ahead." After a long pause, Kakashi smiled, a smile unburdened and heartfelt. What a coveted opportunity. Chapter 86, The Surgery of the Gods. Kakashi, become Obito's Jinchuriki. The air in the dungeon solidified due to Minato's astounding plan. Yamano Haichi's breath nearly ceased as he observed the bond between teacher and disciple, feeling as though he were eavesdropping on a divine conversation, sealing one person's soul and will into another's body. This surpassed the realm of ninjutsu. It was the creation of miracles, the redefinition of rules. Never before had he heard of such a thing. "Teacher, I understand." Kakashi's voice shattered the silence. Without hesitation, his crimson Rinnegan reflected an unprecedented resolve. Obito slowly lifted his head, gazing at Kakashi and then at Minato, his hollow eyes filled anew with hope. "So do I. If this can make the world Rin protected better, then let us begin, teacher." "Excellent," Minato nodded. He uttered no further words. Action spoke louder than words. He joined his hands, unleashing a vast amount of sage chakra that caused the entire dungeon to resonate with power. "Mr. Haichi, the upcoming scene may impart a permanent shock to your spirit. Please maintain your composure as the sole witness to this rebirth." Hearing this, Yamano Haichi's body jolted. He concentrated all his mental faculties, fixating on the unfolding scene. Minato opened his eyes. At that moment, Haichi felt not eyes before him, but two orbs of golden cosmos engaged in creation and destruction. Within the new, faintly golden Rinnegan, the very fabric of the world was deconstructed. The flow of chakra, the form of souls, the trajectory of life, all presented in their most primal state before him. "Space-time barrier, activate," Minato commanded, pressing a hand to the ground. A hum resonated as a golden, spherical barrier composed of countless flying thunder god seals swiftly unfolded, enveloping the four of them entirely. The cold, oppressive prison scenery outside faded like a watercolor painting, replaced by a pure white, softly glowing, utterly silent alternate space. Yamano Haichi was astounded to discover that all his sensory connections to the outside world had been severed. This realm was independent of reality, a domain belonging solely to Minato. "Lie down, Kakashi Obito." Minato's voice echoed within this space. The two complied, lying head to head upon the pristine ground. Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Minato positioned himself between them, extending his hands to rest upon Kakashi's and Obito's chests. First step, the separation of soul and life force. With a swift motion, dozens of golden chakra chains erupted from Minato's back. However, this time, they did not bind but instead acted like the most precise surgical instruments, silently piercing into Obito's body. Ugh! Obito emitted a muffled groan. He could distinctly feel his consciousness, chakra, and the immense life force originating from the first Hokage being gently extracted from his frail form by an irresistible yet tender power. Such a formidable sealing technique. Obito marveled internally, even as he sensed his body visibly wilting and withering. Ultimately, he transformed into a handful of ash, dissipating in the pure white space. All that he was coalesced into a chaotic energy sphere radiating both red and green light. That was the entirety of Uchiha Obito. Second step, the crafting and activation of the vessel. Minato turned his gaze toward Kakashi. He brought his fingers together, condensing highly compressed space-time chakra at his fingertips, swiftly inscribing it upon Kakashi's abdomen. A remarkably intricate seal, merging the Bagua seal and the flying thunder god technique, gradually took shape upon Kakashi's abdomen. As it activated, the seal resembled a miniature swirling nebula, rotating and pulsating as it awaited the arrival of a new soul. "Kakashi, release all your defenses and embrace him." "Yes, sensei." With his eyes shut, Kakashi prepared for the final step, the fusion of power and the rebirth of the Jinchuriki. Minato roared as he clasped his hands together. The chaotic sphere of light, representing Obito, transformed into a streak of brilliance, forcefully colliding with the spinning seal on Kakashi's abdomen. The impact was colossal, engulfing everything in radiant splendor. Kakashi's body arched violently, emitting a heart-wrenching roar as two distinct yet origin-linked forces clashed within him in primal and ferocious turmoil. His skin cracked inch by inch, while a tempestuous surge of chakra, mingled with hues of purple and red lightning, erupted from the fissures in his body. The entire pure white space-time barrier trembled violently under this force, showing signs of imminent collapse. Attempting to disrupt, Minato's eyes glinted with golden light. Seal it. He formed hand seals, and a towering, golden chakra avatar of the Nine Tails emerged behind him. In the next moment, the avatar extended a colossal hand, gently pressing down upon Kakashi as if a deity subduing the mortal realm. The violent energy, capable of rending space itself, was forcibly contained back within Kakashi's body. Merge. Minato summoned the formidable Sage Chakra, acting as the most powerful adhesive to forcibly intertwine the two repelling forces. This process lasted a full minute. After 1 minute, the light dissipated. Kakashi lay quietly on the ground. The cracks on his body healed completely under the immense life force. The swirling seal on his abdomen had vanished, leaving only a faint mark resembling a tattoo. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At that moment, Yamashiro Kai felt as though his very soul was drawn into those eyes. They were two perfect orbs, as if forged from stars and blood, a scarlet kaleidoscope swirling with power that sent shivers deep within the soul of the seasoned Anbu elite. How do you feel? A voice, both familiar and strange, echoed in Kakashi's mind. He paused momentarily, then saw the familiar figure in his mental realm. The youthful visage of Uchiha Obito stood in a pure white space, offering a long-awaited, somewhat awkward smile. You're so annoying, trailing behind. Kakashi instinctively retorted within his mind. Obito's smile froze on his face. Who are you calling a trailing behind? You, the king of tardiness. At least I'm better than someone who can't even comprehend instant noodles. You. In the real world, Minato watched as Kakashi slowly sat up. A resigned smile gracing his features, and he too smiled. He knew the operation had succeeded. The pure white space-time barrier gradually dissipated, revealing the cold, damp prison once more. Yamashiro Kai's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. A miracle. He had just witnessed an event that transcended any description. Kakashi stood, stretching his body. An unprecedented power, akin to the ability to command the very fabric of the universe, surged within him. This was not mere chakra. It was a blend of vitality, mental energy, ocular prowess, and the exquisite fusion of two souls, a brand new force. He raised his hand, admiring his now fairer, robust palm, before shifting his gaze to Minato. Sensei. His voice retained its familiar tone, but now bore a hint of Obito's warmth and exuberance. Minato approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. From this day forth, you shall be the new guardian of Konoha. During my seclusion, the world shall be entrusted to you. He turned to face the cold wall, as if piercing through time and space to perceive a twisted will lurking in the shadows. Go forth. Let the entire world witness the return of Konoha's white fangs. Kakashi nodded. He turned and stepped toward the prison's exit, with each stride causing his aura to surge exponentially. Upon emerging from the dungeon and basking in the sunlight, a profound blue chakra, reminiscent of the cosmic night sky, erupted skyward. A colossal energy being, adorned in Yatagarasu armor and wielding the Kamui Shuriken and Raikiri sword, ascended above Konoha. This was no mere skeletal form, nor a fractured framework, but a fully realized, corporeal Susanoo. One that only those who had harnessed the full potential of the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed enormous chakra could manifest. Undoubtedly, Kakashi, having fused Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan with Hashirama's cells, had elevated his control over the Mangekyo Sharingan to unprecedented heights. The entirety of Konoha fell silent in that moment. All gazes were uplifted, staring vacantly at the blue deity that stood between heaven and earth, minds blank. Is that Kakashi's Susanoo? How can it be so immense? In the Hokage office, Narashikaku dropped the documents in his hand with a thud. What a hassle! What kind of monster has that man created again? Chapter 87. Closing the net. Target, scientific madman. Above Konoha, the blue deity, reminiscent of the cosmic expanse, stood silently. The power radiating from it transcended mere chakra, embodying a higher dimensional existence amalgamating life, death, space, and will. Within the village, all commotion ceased. Whether civilians or shinobi, everyone gazed upward, entranced by the energy giant that seemed to exist solely in myth, their minds relinquishing thought. The fourth Hokage's disciple has grown to such heights? They marveled, astonished that under the fourth's guidance, Susanoo could attain this form. This power feels as formidable as the first Hokage's would golem. In the Hokage office, Nara Shikaku collected the scattered documents, peering out at the blue giant, then glancing at the draft on his desk regarding the resource allocation for the Shinobi Alliance. He couldn't help but exclaim, truly frightening. However, the more monsters of this caliber, the better, for the fourth's plan necessitates their strength. In the Uchiha clan, Patriarch Uchiha Fugaku stood in the courtyard, gazing at the blue giant. The elders beside him bore expressions of shock and complexity. The complete Susanoo. That is the legendary power of our clan, appearing upon an outsider. One elder's voice was hoarse. In the past, this would have incited upheaval and animosity within the clan. Yet now, Fugaku merely observed calmly. He is the disciple of the Hokage. Fuyue's voice resonated with a calm authority. His glory was the glory of Konoha. And from this day forth, it would also become the honor of our Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the elder's complex expressions gradually transformed into fervent anticipation. Indeed, under the leadership of the fourth Hokage, the once elusive Sharingan was no longer a rare talent within the clan. With the training methods improved by Lord Minato, the likelihood of awakening it had become nearly 100%. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fuyue clenched his fists. Kakashi's present was the Uchiha's future. As long as that great man was around, all of this would no longer be mere legends out of reach. In the depths of the dungeon, the time-space barrier dissipated, allowing the cold, damp air to surge back in. Kai sat on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gazing at the composed figure of the fourth Hokage, as if beholding a deity among mortals. Mr. Kai, everything you witnessed today is classified as top secret. Minato's voice roused Kai from his stupor. Yes, Hokage-sama. Struggling to his feet, Kai performed a standard umbu salute before staggering out of the dungeon. He understood the history of the ninja world. Today, it had been irrevocably rewritten by this man. Minato did not leave immediately. He stood quietly, feeling the seemingly endless vitality coursing through his body, bestowed upon him by the Ashura sage body. A month, absorbing that imitation chakra fruit, would take a full month. During this time, he would be utterly defenseless. An ancient entity like Kurizetsu would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. Before that, he must eliminate all potential threats. A name surfaced in his mind, Orochimaru. That mad scientist, who floated outside the ninja world with a pathological obsession for life and power, was a significant source of instability. Yet, at the same time, he was an extraordinarily sharp scalpel capable of altering the course of the world. It was time to cast the net. In the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi knelt before Minato. Shisui, Itachi, Minato said, seated behind his desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface. I have a task for you. Find Orochimaru. The mere mention of this name caused both Itachi and Shisui to momentarily freeze, and then he used the Kodo Amatsukami on them. Minato's next words thundered in their hearts like a bolt of lightning. Shisui abruptly lifted his head. Hokage-sama, do you mean, what I need is not a prisoner, Minato interrupted, but a madman who can be utilized and who willingly dedicates his life to Konoha's scientific endeavors. A brief silence fell in the office. Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock within the other. To change a person's will, especially one as twisted as Orochimaru's, was an immense undertaking. Regarding the mass production of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, only a select few had succeeded thus far. Clearly, the village required superior technology to further increase the number of awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, and Orochimaru, once one of the legendary Sannin, was the ideal candidate for this scientific task. I understand, Itachi lowered his head. I will ensure the mission is completed. Shisui's voice carried a hint of fervor as well. To transform one of the legendary Sannin into a pawn in Hokage-sama's hands was itself a feat worthy of being inscribed in history. Go, Minato waved his hand. The two figures transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing from the office. In the land of grass, within a secret base disguised as a mountain, The dark laboratory was illuminated solely by the eerie blue glow of a massive monitor screen. The screen was playing a looped recording of the moment during the peak ranking battle in the ninja world, where bluffing Minato's punch shattered space like glass. Hiss! Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his pale lips. His snake-like, golden-slitted pupils, filled with extreme excitement and fervor, narrowed into two fine lines. He transcended human limits, becoming a phenomenon that interfered with the laws of space through sheer power. Wolfung Minato, your body must be mine. Only by uncovering the secrets of your body can I grasp the ultimate mystery of immortality. As he muttered to himself, the base suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. Intruders? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then let out a hoarse, cold laugh. Hee, someone actually found me here. Let me see which foolish little mouse dares to intrude. He slowly rose, striding towards the laboratory exit. Just as the heavy alloy doors creaked open, two figures, like phantoms, stood before him, each adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem. Uchiha brats? Orochimaru observed the newcomers, his smile taking on a more playful quality. Itachi-kun and Shirsuke-kun. Has Minato sent you to your deaths? No, Itachi replied calmly. Hokage-sama has sent us to welcome you back to Konoha. Back? Orochimaru laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. Just the two of you? With a sudden clap of his hands, he declared, Edo Tensei. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of coffins erupted from the ground behind him. The lids flew open, and ominous figures emerged from within, each a renowned figure in the ninja world. Among them, the most striking was a man entirely encased in sand and iron, the third Kazekage. Taste my collection, Orochimaru commanded, and his Edo Tensei army roared forward towards the two. Magnet release. Sand iron rain. The clone of the third Kazekage initiated the attack, unleashing a torrent of poisonous sand iron needles that fell like a torrential storm. Yet, Itachi merely stood quietly in place. Buzz, a crimson skeletal frame, radiating an ominous aura, enveloped him. In its hand, a mirror inscribed with ancient runes appeared from thin air. Yada mirror. Clang, clang, clang. All the sand iron needles capable of piercing steel were deflected upon contact with the mirror's surface, altering their properties and redirecting them toward other Edo Tensei bodies. What? Orochimaru's smile froze for the first time. In that moment of distraction, the crimson skeleton extended another hand, grasping a long sword that seemed to flow like liquid. Totsuka blade. It is over. Itachi's voice held no tremor. The crimson Susanoo transformed into a fleeting shadow, plunging into the Edo Tensei army. The scene resembled not a battle, but rather the effortless act of slicing through vegetables. With each swing of the Totsuka blade, an Edo Tensei body was pierced. Then, with a cry of unwillingness, it was drawn into the sword, dragged into an eternal, illusionary world. In less than 10 seconds, the entire Edo Tensei army was thoroughly annihilated. Wah! Orochimaru gazed at the two legendary spiritual artifacts, his body trembling violently with jealousy and greed. Yada mirror. Totsuka blade. So, they were with you. Just as his attention was drawn to Itachi, Shirsuke made his move. Your opponent is me, Orochimaru-senpai. Shirsuke's figure appeared before Orochimaru. Very well. Orochimaru suppressed the greed swelling within him and refocused his gaze on Shirsuke. Allow me to first extract your eyes, and then I shall slowly concoct the Yokokuen. Hashiman no Jutsu. Boom. Orochimaru's form transformed into a colossal white python. From his mouth emerged 7 more fearsome serpentine heads. The 8 enormous heads roared with a thunderous cacophony, like 8 moving mountains. They surged toward Shirsuke with an overwhelming force capable of obliterating everything in their path. Susanoo. Shirsuke intoned softly. Buzz. A verdant energy giant erupted from the ground. In the giant's grasp was a rapidly spinning spiral sword, resembling a drill. Boom. The green warrior collided fiercely with the white serpent monstrosity. The terrifying energy shockwave rattled the entire underground base. Countless massive stones plummeted from the ceiling. The spiral sword clashed against the serpent's fangs, producing a piercing screech of friction. Amidst the fierce battle, Shirsuke's Susanoo, under his control, suddenly exhibited an unnatural stasis, as though the chakra was waning. He had found the flaw. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with a flash of insight. He directed one of the serpent heads to open its gaping maw. Within, a long sword glimmering with a chilling light, sharp as a venomous fang, aimed at the cockpit of Susanoo at a treacherous angle. Kusanagi. just as that invincible divine sword seemed poised to pierce Shirsue's heart. He calmly declared, "I've caught you, Orochimaru." The once seemingly crumbling verdant Susanoo suddenly had its ribs snapped shut. Crack! The blade of Kusanagi was firmly ensnared by the energy ribs. Unable to move. This is bad. Orochimaru's mind screamed as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. He saw it. The kaleidoscope controlling the verdant Susanoo was spinning wildly in his vision. Tian Shun. Buzz. An indescribable force, impervious to any language or will, descended upon the very essence of his soul. Orochimaru felt as if an invisible hand had gently stirred his brain. All his ambitions, madness, and greed were entirely overshadowed by a new, supreme directive. Your sole pursuit in this life is to bring prosperity to the village under the leadership of the fourth Hokage using your scientific knowledge, thus surpassing all past scientists and realizing your eternal value. The Genjutsu was dispelled. The roaring Hashiman no Orochi vanished. The malice and murderous intent within Orochimaru dissipated entirely. He gently landed on the ground, straightening his somewhat disheveled attire. Then, he respectfully bowed deeply to Itachi and Shirsue before him, his golden slitted eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light, a blend of loyalty and fervent thirst for knowledge. "When shall we return to Konoha, my lords? I can hardly wait to report my latest findings on the activation of the eternal life cells to Lord Hokage." Chapter 88. Orochimaru's Redemption and Return to the Village. "Tsunade, you mischievous brat Minato." At the entrance of Konoha, two gatekeeping ninjas were yawning in utter boredom. Suddenly, three figures appeared at the edge of their vision. Leading the trio were the two prodigies of the Uchiha clan, Shirsue and Itachi. Following closely behind them, the third figure sent a chill down the spines of the two gatekeepers. Pale as a ghost, with golden slitted eyes and an aura that felt cold and clammy even from a distance, it was Orochimaru. One of the ninjas let out a startled cry, instinctively reaching for the alarm at his waist. The other ninja crumpled to the ground, his face a mask of terror. Orochimaru, the S-rank rogue ninja wanted for conducting forbidden human experiments. How dare he return? Yet, an even more perplexing scene unfolded. Orochimaru paid them no mind, quietly trailing behind Itachi and Shirsue. He even offered a gentle, benevolent smile to the two bewildered guards. That smile was more chilling than his most fearsome jutsu. News spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Konoha. "Have you heard? Orochimaru has returned." "What? That lunatic? Oh my, why would Lord Hokage allow him back? He'll turn us all into test subjects." Panic spread like a plague among the villagers. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed to throb with intensity. Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk, causing the specially crafted table to groan in distress. "Minato, what on earth are you thinking? That is Orochimaru, a complete madman. Are you trying to destroy this place by bringing him back? As a former comrade." No one understood that man's madness and twisted nature better than she did. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, his expression unusually grave. "Lord Hokage, this situation is too complicated. Orochimaru's return will incite immense fear among the villagers and breed unnecessary suspicion in the newly formed alliance." Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and other clan leaders were present, their faces etched with confusion and concern, even though they knew Minato was not reckless. In response to the collective questioning, Minato calmly refilled Tsunade's teacup. "Tsunade, Shikaku, esteemed leaders, please rest assured, the Orochimaru of today is one of us." "One of us?" Tsunade felt her blood pressure spike. How could he refer to that man as one of them? He hadn't treated them as allies when he betrayed the village. Indeed, Minato nodded. Yet his will is no longer his own. From this day forth, he shall serve as the chief advisor of the Konoha Scientific Ninja Tools Department. All of his intellect will be dedicated to the prosperity of the village. The office fell silent. Tsunade, Shikaku, and all present clan leaders regarded Minato as if he were a monster. Change Orochimaru's will. What a joke. That man's obsession was more stubborn than a tailed beast. "I employed a few subtle methods," Minato explained casually, withholding the details of Tian Shun. "In any case, he is now quite safe and exceptionally useful." This undeniable calm left Tsunade speechless. They all knew that once Minato made a decision, there would be no chance for alteration. Just as everyone was processing this shocking news, Minato set down his teacup. "There is one more matter." His voice caused everyone's hearts to leap. "I require a month of training. During this period, I shall be completely cut off from the outside world and unable to attend to any affairs. What? Tsunade was the first to spring up. A month? Do you understand what your presence means to the entire ninja world right now? If you disappear for a month, those who have just bowed their heads will undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. Lord Hokage, this is too risky. Nara Shikaku interjected. The alliance has just been established, and there is much to be done. Your very existence serves as the strongest deterrent. I foresee a crisis that could upend the ninja world, Minato stated, rising and moving toward the large floor-to-ceiling window. To confront it, I must become stronger. His silhouette, illuminated by the sunset's afterglow, stretched long. During my absence for this month, Konoha will be governed by 3 individuals. Everyone held their breath. Lady Tsunade. Someone turned around, entrusting the village's governance, healthcare, and economy entirely to you. Tsunade was taken aback. Hatake Kakashi would command all of Konoha's military forces, including the newly formed alliance mobile units. Nara Shikaku swiftly analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of this arrangement in his mind. Ultimately, Watergate's gaze fell upon Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent in the corner. Uchiha Fugaku, you shall once again take charge of the police force while simultaneously overseeing the Umbu, responsible for all intelligence and surveillance both within and outside the village. Boom. This appointment detonated in everyone's minds like a heavy bomb. To place the Uchiha clan leader in control of both the police and Umbu, 2 formidable forces of violence? What tremendous trust! Fugaku abruptly lifted his head, looking at Watergate, his body trembling with excitement. He rose and knelt on one knee before the astonished gazes of all clan leaders. Fugaku shall not fail the mission. Watergate nodded and helped him up. This temporary power structure was exquisitely crafted. Tsunade represented the will of the Senju and the order established by the first Hokage. Kakashi was an extension of Watergate's will, embodying the new generation of strength. Fugaku symbolized the complete acceptance of the Uchiha clan, becoming the true core of Konoha. A tripartite balance. Mutually supportive yet checks and balances in place. With the assistance of Shikaku and others, this would become a perfect power core that could function steadily in his absence. So be it, Watergate concluded, turning to leave the office, leaving behind a room full of stunned Konoha high-ranking officials still reeling from the series of shocks. In the Valley of the End, a tremendous waterfall roared with a deafening sound. The colossal stone statues of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood in silent confrontation, eroded by time, separated by the waterfall. The figure of Namikaze Minato appeared at the peak of the valley. He formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. 4 purple flames formation. Buzz. 4 purple beams of light shot into the sky from the 4 corners of the valley. The beams swiftly connected, forming a massive, translucent purple energy wall that completely enveloped the Valley of the End. After completing this, he retrieved dozens of specially made kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique from his ninja tool pouch. With a simple wave, those kunai transformed into streaks of golden light, accurately embedding themselves in various corners of the 4 purple flames formation perimeter, creating an invisible second-layer space-time barrier. He gently descended to the valley floor, standing between the 2 colossal stone statues. From his sealing scroll, Minato produced a purple fruit. The moment it appeared, the surrounding light seemed to be devoured, forming a small, distorted darkness. A counterfeit chakra fruit, containing less than 1/10 of the Ten Tails energy, an unstable source of power. Minato gazed up at the 2 statues that had witnessed decades of turmoil in the ninja world. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the cold, chaotic fruit into his mouth and swallowed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second, boom. There was no sound, no heat. Only a pure golden torrent of energy erupting from within Namikaze Minato. The brilliance outshone the sun. The golden energy, as if alive, rapidly enveloped him, layer after layer. The radiance solidified. Ultimately, it formed a massive energy cocoon, its surface adorned with intricate golden patterns, pulsating rhythmically. The cocoon floated silently in the air, resembling a newborn sun. It gently trembled, then, as if losing all weight, yet somehow bearing the weight of a world, slowly sank beneath the waterfall into the unfathomable depths below. Boom. The water's surface erupted into towering waves. Moments later, everything returned to tranquility, save for a series of fine bubbles rising slowly from the bottom of the deep pool, then bursting. From that day forward, the Valley of the End was designated a forbidden ground. The yellow flash of the ninja world vanished. However, Another name began to rise again within the ninja realm. Chapter 89, Black Zetsu's Final Gamble. Madara, this world needs to dance. In the Valley of the End, the waterfall thundered, and mist enveloped the air. Beneath the unfathomable depths of the pool, the golden energy cocoon pulsed rhythmically like a sleeping heart, swaying with the water's flow. The yellow flash of the ninja world had since vanished. Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja realm, experienced nearly a month of a delicate facade of peace. Tsunade swiftly reformed the alliance's economic and healthcare systems. Uchiha Fugaku wielded the power of the police and Umbu with an iron fist, cleansing every dark corner of the ninja world. Meanwhile, the man who inherited both the dual Susanoo and sage body, Hatake Kakashi, became the sharpest sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all nefarious individuals. The alliance mobile units he commanded, appearing and disappearing like a phantom, swiftly quelled several small-scale rebellions and frictions with thunderous force. The complete body of Susanoo's blue shadow became the new legend. Everything seemed to be progressing steadily towards the perfect world blueprint envisioned by Namikaze Minato. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a storm capable of overturning the entire ninja realm had already begun brewing in the shadows, far beyond 1,000 miles. On the day the cheers echoed through the Konoha arena, time rewound to that day. In the Konoha arena, when three towering Susanoo stood alongside a beast wreathed in azure steam, deep beneath the earth, a dark, mud-like substance, through a tiny spore clone, gazed at the scene resembling divine punishment. The three Susanoo, and the seventh gate of the 8 gates. Black Zetsu's millennia-old will experience its first tremor of emotion named fear. Its original plan was to have Obito disrupt the 5 Kage summit, using the outer path divine tree and the Jinchuriki to capture all the Kage and forcibly advance the Eye of the Moon plan. But now, it was not just the Kage. Even these 4 young individuals in their 20s from Konoha were enough to crush Obito and his plan into dust. Obito had become obsolete. This man, Namikaze Minato, had completely shattered the chessboard of its mother. Panic gnawed at Black Zetsu's will like a parasite. There was no time to wait any longer. It made a mad, all-or-nothing decision. It abandoned all lurking plans, relinquished its final control over Obito, and hastily traversed the earth's veins to the ancient altar where it concealed its last trump card. As a sacrifice, my essence, with Madara's flesh and blood as a guide. The ultimate technique. Impure world reincarnation. Boom. As the cheers in Konoha reached their zenith, a pitch-black coffin erupted from the ground. Bang. The coffin lid shattered. Uchiha Madara returned. Upon hearing from Black Zetsu about the earth-shattering changes in the ninja world over the past month, his eerie Rinnegan held no anger, only an exhilarating thrill of finding a worthy opponent. A Hokage surpassing Hashirama? Intriguing. Then let me be the one to truly set the stage for this grand performance. A fortnight later, Iwagakure. The sturdy rock walls stood like silent giants, guarding the village nestled within the mountains. After enduring a devastating defeat in the Shinobi World Summit and the signing of the alliance agreement, the entire Iwagakure was shrouded in a suffocating and humiliating atmosphere. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, isolated himself in his office, refusing to see anyone. The guards at the village entrance were more vigilant than ever. Suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from the distant mountain path. 2 Iwagakure Jonin, tasked with lookout duties, instinctively turned their gazes toward the source. There, a man clad in ancient red armor, with long black hair cascading down his back, approached the village gate with deliberate strides. He made no attempt to conceal his presence, nor wore any shinobi headband. His demeanor exuded a calmness, as if he were simply taking a leisurely stroll in his own garden, rather than advancing toward a heavily fortified military stronghold. Halt! Who goes there? This is Iwagakure, and passage is forbidden ahead. The 2 Jonin barked, simultaneously sounding the alarm. However, the man seemed impervious to their warning. He maintained his pace, unhurriedly reaching the massive rock gate. Take another step forward, and you shall be dealt with ruthlessly. 1 Jonin formed hand seals, ready to unleash a Doton technique. The man finally paused, lifting his gaze to reveal his Rinnegan, shimmering with an eerie purple light, which fell upon the 2 tense ninjas atop the wall. Silence, he uttered softly. In the next instant, without warning, the bodies of the 2 Iwagakure Jonin were violently yanked backward by an unseen force. They did not even have time to scream as their bodies collided forcefully against the rock wall behind them. The sound of shattering bones echoed distinctly. They crumpled to the ground like two puddles of mud, lifeless. An alarm's piercing wail instantly reverberated throughout Iwagakure. Enemy attack. Intruder alert. Countless Iwagakure ninjas surged from all directions, encircling the entrance. Yet, the man merely stood there, lifting his hand toward the colossal gate made of tons of rock and steel, reputed to be impenetrable from the outside, and casually pushed forward. Shinra Tensei. Boom. There was no violent explosion, only an irresistible and absolute repulsive force that erupted. The massive rock gate, along with the surrounding walls several meters thick, vanished in an instant as if erased by an invisible giant's hand. It disintegrated into a cloud of dust. A vast, smooth, fan-shaped breach appeared in the supposedly impregnable defenses of Iwagakure. All the rushing Iwagakure ninjas halted in shock, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Inoki. The man's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every corner of the village, reaching every ear. Come out and face me. In his office, Inoki, who had been reviewing documents, floated to the window the moment the alarm sounded. Upon witnessing the obliterated wall and the familiar yet foreign silhouette, his frail body trembled violently. The documents in his hands scattered across the floor. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. The expressions of his companions, Kotetsu and Akatsuchi, reflected a mix of fear and shock as they gazed at their father's unprecedented reaction. Father, who was that? Yet, Inoki remained silent. In his murky, aged eyes, memories of decades past emerged, the figure who single-handedly toyed with the entire shinobi alliance, akin to a deity or demon. That name haunted him throughout his life, Uchiha Madara. He uttered the name through clenched teeth. Gather all Jonin. Quickly, Inoki bellowed with a heart-wrenching roar, disregarding any explanations as his frail body transformed into a streak of light. The first to dash out of the office. Kotetsu and Akatsuchi followed closely behind. Moments later, leading the charge, Inoki floated above the village, flanked by dozens of Iwagakure's elite Jonin, confronting the man standing amidst the ruins. Gazing at the familiar yet strange, diminutive form, Uchiha Madara wore a cruel smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Have you finally arrived, little one? Chapter 90. Tengai Shinsei. Greet the world with a meteor. Above the ruins of Iwagakure, the air was thick with the acrid scent of pulverized rock. Dozens of Iwagakure's finest Jonin floated in the air alongside their Tsuchikage. Each of them trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from the purest instinctive fear of life itself. Before them stood Uchiha Madara in his ancient red armor, quietly observing. He did not regard the tense Iwagakure ninjas. Instead, his gaze fixed upon the small, aged figure of Inoki. Have you finally arrived, little one? A playful smirk graced Madara's lips. This address pierced Inoki's ears like a heated steel needle. He recalled decades ago, when he was a young ninja following the second Tsuchikage, how this very man had looked down upon them with the same demeanor and tone, as if they were mere insects easily crushed underfoot. You've grown, yet your stature remains unchanged. Madara's tone dripped with mockery, akin to an old friend exchanging banter after a long separation. Boom. His words ignited the fuse of humiliation within Inoki. Uchiha Madara. Inoki's chest heaved violently, his murky eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury and murderous intent. He clasped his hands together. An overwhelming chakra, so immense that it warped the surrounding air, gathered in his palms. Doton. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Without hesitation, Inoki unleashed his most formidable attack, a blindingly bright cube forming instantaneously. It transformed into a white beam capable of disintegrating all existence, hurtling towards Uchiha Madara at supersonic speed. This was the Tsuchikage's ultimate strike, a technique potent enough to obliterate a mountain at the molecular level. Upon witnessing the familiar beam, hope reignited in the eyes of Kotetsu, Akatsuchi, and all the Iwagakure ninjas. However, in the face of this annihilating force, Uchiha Madara did not even flinch. He merely raised his right hand slowly, opening his palm. Gakido. He calmly uttered the 3 words. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle occurred that nearly caused the eyes of every Iwagakure ninja to bulge from their sockets. The white beam, capable of disintegrating all, showed no signs of explosion upon contact with Madara's palm. It resembled a stream of water being drawn into an unfathomable black hole, shrinking and distorting at a visible pace. Ultimately, it was entirely absorbed into his hand. The entire process unfolded in an eerie silence. A breath of wind had yet to stir. It was unbearably slow. Ban lowered his hands and shook his head. He gazed at the rigid form of Anoki, who stood frozen in bewilderment, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. Moreover, the potency had waned. Anoki, what have you been doing all these years? This question struck like an invisible hammer, shattering the flicker of hope that had just ignited within the hearts of all Iwagakure shinobi. Anoki's body trembled violently in midair. He beheld the unscathed man before him, staring into the mesmerizing, violet-hued Rinnegan, and a bone-chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally comprehended that they were not confronting a mere reanimated spirit, but a true war god returned from the depths of hell. Since you have grown too old to fight, Ban slowly raised his hands and began forming seals. Allow me to conclude this tedious confrontation. In swift succession, he executed a series of simple, yet ominously resonant seals in his hands. Anoki's eyes widened in horror as he observed the seals. Everyone scatter! He bellowed with all his might, a heart-wrenching roar echoing through the air. Yet, it was too late. At the very moment Ban completed his final seal, the sky darkened. It was not the result of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather an immense shadow, so vast it defied the limits of sight, enveloping the entire Iwagakure village. Everyone instinctively looked up, and what they witnessed was an unforgettable scene of utter despair. A meteorite, a colossal body ablaze with raging flames, trailing a lengthy tail, large enough to overshadow the entire village, was slowly descending from the heavens above. A calamity. Countless Iwagakure shinobi gazed at the ever-enlarging celestial harbinger of death, releasing a chorus of desperate wails. Some collapsed to the ground, surrendering to despair, while others, driven to madness, unleashed their final chakra in a futile barrage of ninjutsu towards the sky. Do not give up. Anoki's roar roused countless shinobi on the brink of collapse. We are the shinobi of Iwagakure. Doton. Juryoku, Iwa, no jutsu. He directed his hands skyward, pouring forth his chakra without restraint, striving to slow the meteorite's descent. Father, Huangtu, too, sprang to action, slamming his hands to the ground. Doton. Sen no jutsu. With a resounding crash, two massive arms of rock erupted from the earth, like towering pillars, forcefully thrusting against the falling star. Numerous Iwagakure shinobi, awakened by their Tsuchikage and comrades, roared as they combined their last vestiges of courage and strength, channeling torrents of earth release towards the sky. In that moment, the will of Iwagakure reached its zenith. With a thunderous roar, under the relentless assault of hundreds of shinobi, and the life-risking resistance of shadow-level warriors, the immense meteorite groaned under the weight of their combined might. Just hundreds of meters from the ground, a crack appeared on its surface, followed by another, and then a third. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the massive meteorite shattered in mid-air. Countless flaming fragments scattered like brilliant fireworks in all directions. We succeeded. We have halted it. The surviving Iwagakure shinobi, witnessing the shattered meteorite, erupted into hoarse cheers of relief. Anoki and Huangtu, having exhausted their chakra, helplessly fell from the sky. Yet, Uchiha Ban merely observed this spectacle with a quiet demeanor. He gazed at the jubilant ants, who believed they had performed a miracle, and a cruel smile crept upon his face. What are you celebrating? His voice, though soft, silenced all cheers. Everyone turned in shock to face him. Then, following Ban's gaze, they looked up once more. Through the lingering dust of meteor fragments, they beheld a second meteorite, larger, darker, and even more despairing than the first, having silently breached the clouds. It hovered there, coldly surveying the exhausted, diminutive beings below. Time stood still. The world fell silent. The faces of all Iwagakure shinobi, once filled with post-crisis euphoria, froze into expressions of profound, absolute despair, deeper than death itself. Anoki sank to his knees, reaching out in vain to grasp something, but his fingertips could only brush against the frigid air thick with the stench of death. He helplessly watched as the celestial embodiment of annihilation descended mercilessly. Boom. There were no screams, no wails of lament. In an instant, Iwagakure, along with the surrounding mountains and the unyielding earth that had remained unchanged for millennia, was entirely erased from the map. A terrifying shockwave erupted, transforming into a visible white wave that swept outward, leveling everything within a 100-mile radius. After a long while, as the clouds of dust slowly dispersed, all that remained was a gaping chasm, unfathomably deep, with edges still flowing with molten lava. The Wagakure had vanished. Uchiha Ban's figure gently descended from the sky, untouched. Not a speck of dust on his attire. He landed on the edge of the pit. Before him stood the third Tsuchikage Onoki, fiercely shielded by his son Huangtu. They were among the few survivors in this wasteland. Onoki slowly raised his head, gazing at the land he had devoted his life to protecting, now transformed into a charred abyss spewing black smoke. He looked upon the man, godlike in his bearing, who surveyed all of this. The murky eyes of the elder were devoid of anger or resentment, leaving only a hollow, deathly gray. It seems your village's Jinchuriki is not here. What a pity. Uchiha Ban did not cast him another glance. He merely turned away, back to the hell on earth he had wrought. Tell the world, Uchiha Ban has returned. His voice echoed across the desolate ruins, and I am greatly disappointed in this world. With that, his figure melded into the gray-hued sky, disappearing from sight. Chapter 91, Ban's Declaration of War. Kakashi, I shall join this dance. The Wagakure can no longer be deemed a village. An enormous chasm, immeasurable by sight, has replaced the land that once boasted countless stone edifices. The edges of the pit still seethe with molten rock. The fiery magma flows like the blood of the earth, hissing as it pours forth. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burned rock, mingled with a more sinister residue of chakra belonging to the Rinnegan. Uchiha Ban's figure has long since vanished, leaving behind this hell on earth, silencing even the gods. At the center of the ruins, a pile of rubble suddenly stirred. With a crash, a figure emerged from the debris, shaking off the dust to reveal a stern visage marked by a red seal. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The body resurrected through the impure world reincarnation spared him from death. However, the impact from the two meteors nearly shattered his form, composed of mere dust. He sensed a domineering and sinister chakra permeating the air. Uchiha Madara whispered to Senju Tobirama, his voice devoid of surprise, merely heavy with the anticipation of the worst outcome. You indeed have emerged. He did not waste time mourning a village that had already perished. Tobirama formed a hand seal, executing an exceptionally intricate flying thunder god technique that only he could perceive, silently inscribing it at the very center of the desolation. Having completed this, his figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards the direction of Kirigakure. He must urgently rendezvous with his elder brother stationed there. Almost simultaneously, in Konohagakure's Hokage office, the atmosphere had cooled to a frigid standstill. A report, recently transmitted through the Alliance's emergency encrypted channel, lay quietly on the table. The report contained but a single, brief statement. The Wagakure, annihilated. Crash. The teacup in Tsunade's hand slipped, shattering into countless fragments upon the floor. She did not glance at the shards but fixed her gaze intently on the large map of the ninja world spread across the table. The next moment, a resounding boom echoed as Tsunade's fist struck the map. The chart, crafted from a special material capable of withstanding most ninjutsu impacts, was dented severely at the location of a Wagakure. Damn it! Tsunade's chest heaved violently, her well-maintained visage contorted with fury. The facade of peace. It couldn't even last a month. Beside her, Nara Shikaku adjusted his glasses, his countenance equally grim, yet his mind raced with thoughts. It was indeed the impure world reincarnation, but the power exhibited was beyond comprehension. The intelligence mentioned the Rinnegan and meteors. Throughout the annals of ninja history, only one individual could achieve such feats, Uchiha Madara. His objective was not mere destruction. Shikaku's voice was chillingly calm, a demonstration of force, a declaration of war against the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku stood silently nearby. Though he spoke not a word, his crimson Sharingan conveyed everything. He turned to issue commands to the Umbu behind him. Seal the information. Soothe the emotions of the higher-ups stationed in Konoha. We must not allow discord within the Alliance. The newly established intelligence network sprang into action with unprecedented efficiency. What shall we do now? Tsunade directed her gaze toward the others, her voice betraying a hint of anxiety she herself had not recognized. Should she take the risk of awakening Minato? This question rendered everyone silent. Minato had explicitly instructed that his meditation was not to be interrupted. Yet now, Uchiha Madara's return loomed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on their hearts. Just as the atmosphere in the office reached the brink of explosion, the door creaked open. A languid voice drifted in from the threshold. No need. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the entrance. Hatake Kakashi ambled in, his appearance unchanged, silver hair slightly disheveled. Yet his complete, crimson Mangekyo Sharingan calmly surveyed each person present. In an instant, all quarrels, anxieties, and fears within the office miraculously subsided. Sensei mentioned before his meditation. Kakashi approached the dented map. For now, this world is entrusted to me. His voice was soft, but rendered everyone speechless. Tsunade gazed at this man before her, recognizing his composure, his tranquility, and a steadfastness that seemed immovable even in the face of calamity. He had matured, so much so. He mirrored the golden-haired figure who used to carry a gentle smile, yet bore the weight of the world. Kakashi disregarded the reactions around him. His fingertips gently traced the ruins of a Wagakure on the map. Madara beckons a worthy opponent to dance with him. He lifted his gaze to the assembly. Allow me to accompany him in this dance. The office fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Tsunade exhaled deeply. The anger and unease that had been pinned up since the fall of a Wagakure gradually dissipating. She chose to trust in Minato's vision and in this new white fang. Crafted by Minato himself. Stay safe, Tsunade uttered, offering only these 4 words. Understood, Kakashi nodded. He turned away from the map, issuing clear and concise commands. His voice became the singular will within the office at that moment. Itachi, Shursui. Swiftly, 2 figures appeared before Kakashi like phantoms. Monitor Madara's movements and locate his position. Remember, do not engage. Yes. The 2 figures vanished once more. Guy. Kakashi's attention shifted to the corner of the office, where Might Guy had already donned a fitted green jumpsuit. His muscles quivering with excitement. Prepare your youth. Be ready to make your entrance at any moment. Asu. Guy bellowed, shaking the very foundations of the Hokage building as he took off in a handstand, leaving the office. Kakashi's gaze finally settled on Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Fugaku. Mr. Shikaku, I entrust the internal stability of the alliance to you. Clan head Fugaku, the defense of Konoha is in your hands. Understood. Rest assured. In this moment, as the colossal war machine of Konoha, momentarily slowed by peace, began to rev up once more, Uchiha Madara declared war upon the world with a single meteor. Under the command of the new white fang, it surged forth with an efficiency more terrifying and astonishing than ever before. Lastly, inform the first Hokage that a target worthy of his intervention has emerged. Chapter 92, Madara's Descent. Kumogakure faces annihilation, Rampage brothers suffer defeat. In Kumogakure, the Rampage's office was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, akin to the sky before a thunderstorm. Crack. The uncontrolled surge of lightning chakra from the 4th Rampage left spiderweb-like charred cracks on the sturdy walls. The intelligence scroll in his hand had already been reduced to ashes by the violent currents. The Wagakure, obliterated. Each word felt like a mountain, crushing down upon his chest. The once formidable Rocky Bastion, having engaged in combat with Kumogakure for decades, was simply gone, erased from the map by a single individual wielding 2 meteors. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness gripped the heart of the Rampage, renowned for his strength and speed. There is no escaping this. A heavy voice came from the window. Jiraiya stood there, facing away from the others in the office, gazing at the mountains shrouded in mist beyond the village. He has arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than the light over Kumogakure seemed to be snatched away by an invisible hand. A colossal shadow descended upon the village. Built upon the sea of clouds, all ninja within the village, whether on patrol or training, paused instinctively, gazing upward. A figure clad in ancient red armor hovered silently above Kumogakure. He loomed like a deity, surveying the prosperous village beneath him, looking down upon the lives that, in his eyes, were no different from ants. Surrender the 8 tails. The voice of Uchiha Madara resonated like a divine proclamation from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and echoing in the ears of every Kumo ninja. Or perhaps it would be buried alongside a Wagakure. Boom. This calm declaration instantly ignited the fury of the entire village of Kumo. You bastard. Do not underestimate us. A thunderous roar erupted from the Rampage's office. The figure of A transformed into a streak of blue lightning, breaking through the roof and appearing in midair. Hey, don't even think about laying a finger on my brother, cursed the audacious foe. Following suit, the unique rap rhythm heralded the arrival of Killer B, who stood beside A, brandishing 8 gleaming blades that reflected the sun's ominous light. Let us go. Yeah, brother. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, and their bodies erupted with an overwhelming surge of chakra. The rampage activated his lightning chakra mode, while Killer Bee enveloped himself in the crimson cloak of the tailed beast, exuding an aura of terror. They transformed into two streaks of shadow, moving with blinding speed towards Uchiha Madara in the sky. Absolute Thunder Plow Heatblade. This was the most formidable taijutsu combination of the AB duo, capable of cleaving the head of the Eight Tails Gyuki in a single strike. Faced with this lightning capable of tearing everything apart, Uchiha Madara remained utterly unmoved. A colossal blue skeletal frame, composed entirely of pure chakra, materialized before him. The immense skeletal arm merely lifted casually, fingers splayed wide. Boom. The two ferocious bolts of lightning collided violently against the giant skeletal palm. The anticipated cataclysmic scene did not unfold. The skeletal hand showed no sign of tremor. It effortlessly grasped the desperate charge of the two brothers in its palm. What? A is caught in the palm of that hand. A stared blankly at the immovable skeletal hand mere inches away. Their most potent combination was thwarted by a single hand. Sage art. 5 right guards. At that moment, Jiraiya's roar echoed from below. The summoned toad, Fukasaku, had already opened its mouth wide. A torrent of toad oil descended like a flood unleashed from a dam. Following that was the gale produced by Fukasaku and the blazing flames exhaled by Shima. Oil fueled the wind, and the wind amplified the fire's might. Rolling oil, furious winds, and blazing flames. In an instant, the three elements merged perfectly, creating a sea of flames with temperatures high enough to melt steel, completely engulfing the blue Susanoo skeleton along with Uchiha Madara. Had they succeeded? Akumo Jonin exclaimed in a trembling voice. However, sage art? Quite interesting. A playful voice emerged clearly from the inferno. The next moment, the blue Susanoo skeleton, unscathed, emerged slowly from the flames. The sage flames that burned upon it were like obedient pets, repelled by an invisible force, unable to inflict even the slightest harm. Madara's Rinnegan casually glanced at the skeletal palm that held the AB duo. Boom. An unmatched force of repulsion erupted. A and Killer Bee were sent flying, as if they were two cannonballs launched from a trebuchet. They traced two straight black lines through the air, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally vanishing on the distant horizon. Sage. Madara's gaze fell upon Jiraiya and Fukasaku below. Let me show you the power of a god. Buzz. The blue skeletal frame began to grow wildly. Flesh, meridians, armor. A complete form of Susanoo, towering 100 meters tall and wielding a colossal blade, rose from the ground. The overwhelming oppressive force caused the very air of Kumo to freeze. The gigantic blade was raised, poised to cleave Jiraiya and Fukasaku in two with a force that could rend the heavens. You shall not prevail, roared Fukasaku, drawing his short sword from his waist with all his might to confront the descending blade. Clang! The shrill sound of metal clashing nearly tore through everyone's eardrums. Crack! Fukasaku's short sword, capable of cleaving serpents, was like fragile glass before the Susanoo's immense blade. It barely held for less than a second before shattering into shards. Little Jiraiya. No, this is beyond our dimension's power. Fukasaku screamed in horror from Jiraiya's shoulder. Retreat. Shima shouted as well. Damn it. Jiraiya clenched his teeth, watching the unstoppable blade poised to cleave him and his two masters in half, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Sage art. Super large Rasengan. He clasped his hands together. A rapidly spinning chakra sphere over 10 meters in diameter formed instantly, thrusting it forcefully against the descending blade. Boom. The Rasengan collided with the colossal blade, erupting in a blinding flash. The violent energy wave scattered the surrounding cloud sea entirely. However, that super-large Rasengan, capable of flattening a small mountain, merely delayed the Susanoo's blade for a fleeting moment. The blade continued its descent. Was this the end? Jiraiya gazed at the ever-expanding shadow of death in his vision, a trace of bitterness flickering within him, just as the colossal blade was about to make contact. At Mayaboka Mountain, a toad suddenly bit down on its own finger, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. In a cloud of enormous white smoke, Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and the two sage toads vanished without a trace. Rumble. The Susanoo's massive blade struck into empty space. The terrifying slash cleaved the earth beneath into a vast chasm several kilometers long and unfathomably deep. Madara surveyed the empty ground with disdain, smirking. They fled rather quickly. He made no move to pursue. Turning around, The Blue War God raised the colossal blade once more, aiming it at the heart of Kumo village. There, countless civilians trembled in fear. Destruction was imminent. Just then, the space before Uchiha Madara warped violently, as if disturbed by a thrown stone in water. A deep purple lightning bolt flashed from the swirling distortion. A figure stood defiantly before the Susanu's colossal blade, standing against the entirety of Kumo village. Silver hair, dark combat attire, and a pair of crimson eyes that seemed to contain the power of space. Kakashi. Your opponent. Kakashi lifted his head, gazing calmly at the towering Blue War God. And I am here as well. Chapter 93. Kakashi takes flight. With Kamui, he shatters Susanoo. In the skies above Kumo village, time appeared to freeze in the presence of the sudden purple lightning. The 100-meter-tall Blue War God, with its blade poised to annihilate everything, hung suspended in midair. Beneath the blade, a silver-haired figure stood. He merely stood there, yet he resembled an insurmountable barrier, shielding the village from death and despair. Uchiha Madara's movements paused momentarily. His Rinnegan, which looked down upon all beings, finally shifted from the insignificant ants at his feet to rest upon Kakashi. Oh, the little brat from Konoha. Madara's gaze swept over Kakashi's complete, ominous Mangekyo Sharingan, and for the first time, genuine interest flickered across his face. These eyes, they must belong to Dato, right? That fellow. Bofa Mizukage truly knows how to repurpose waste. His tone dripped with disdain, as if he were evaluating a curious toy. The will of Dato resides within me. Kakashi replied calmly. Almost simultaneously, a frantic voice roared within his mind. Kakashi, strike him. Strike him hard. This guy has always deceived me. He spoke of creating a world with Rin. It's all a lie. Kakashi uttered not another word. He lifted his gaze, and in his right eye, the crimson shuriken pattern abruptly shifted. Kamui. With no warning, the towering complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara, its right arm gripping a colossal blade, began to twist without any preamble. An invisible vortex, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull, materialized at the joint of the Susanoo's arm. That indestructible blue arm, composed purely of chakra, was as if it had been thrust into a meat grinder. With a nauseating tearing sound, it was abruptly devoured by half. What? The playful composure on Uchiha Madara's face vanished for the first time. He scarcely had time to be astonished. His battle instincts prompted him to make the most prudent decision instantly. Sever. He decisively cut off the chakra connection to his right arm. The blue arm, half consumed by Kamui, crumbled in an instant, transforming into countless shimmering particles, thereby averting the fate of the entire Susanoo being drawn into another dimension. A space-time ninjutsu directly affecting the target. This is Dato's power. The severed Susanoo arm rapidly regenerated under the immense support of chakra. Uchiha Madara gazed at the diminutive silver-haired figure, his expression shifting from surprise to an exhilarating delight akin to a match of wits. How intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. Madara's laughter echoed above the sea of clouds, filled with arrogance and joy. If that is the case, let me show you the true purpose of these eyes. If it were not for Kurizetsu using a special reincarnation sacrifice this time, I fear I would not have been able to wield this power. Will of rebirth. He formed no seals with his hands. The ripples in his Rinnegan expanded abruptly. In an instant, Kakashi felt an indescribable sense of crisis surging from all directions. No sound, no entity, even the flow of chakra was imperceptible. Yet that pure, physical blow potent enough to instantly injure shadow-level warriors was imminent. Be careful, Kakashi. In another unseen realm, his shadow is attacking. Dato's roar reverberated within Kakashi's mental sphere. Kakashi hesitated not for a moment. Even as the attack approached, he activated the identical kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, his body became transparent, ephemeral. It was as if he had been temporarily erased from this world. Thud, 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 thud. From muffled sounds, akin to heavy hammers striking empty air, erupted around his body. Several shadows, invisible to the naked eye, passed through his phantasmal form. The attacks all missed. Double Kamui. Uchiha Madara's laughter abruptly ceased. The excitement on his face froze, replaced by an unmistakable, profound astonishment. You actually. Madara stared at Kakashi, who remained unscathed, not even a corner of his garment fluttering. For the first time, an emotion of bewilderment surfaced in his Rinnegan. You can wield the power of my Uchiha clan without any burden, and simultaneously activate both eyes. How could an outsider accomplish such a feat? Now, Kakashi sees the fleeting opening that Madara, shocked, unwittingly created. His body solidified from the ethereal state. Crackle. A surge of deep purple lightning chakra, more dazzling and ferocious than Rampage's lightning mode, gathered in his right hand. Within that lightning, ominous black arcs of space distortion danced. Kamui Raikiri. Kakashi's figure vanished from his position. He did not dash forward, nor did he form seals. It was as if he merely took a step, directly disregarding the distance of space, appearing at the chest of the blue war deity, before the very essence of Uchiha Madara. The purple lightning, entwined with spatial power, penetrated through Uchiha Madara's chest without obstruction. Yet, there was no blood, no scream. The body pierced by Raikiri twisted and transformed into scattered splinters. Would release, clone. Here. The true form of Uchiha Madara emerged several dozen meters away. He regarded Kakashi, who maintained a thrusting posture, his expression shifting entirely from shock to an almost pathological fervor. Bofu Mizukichi, what manner of monster have you created? He extended his tongue, licking his cracked lips. Those enchanting Rinnegan locked onto Kakashi as if he were a peerless treasure. I have changed my mind. Madara's voice turned hoarse, brimming with unabashed greed. Before reclaiming the tailed beasts, I must first retrieve those intriguing eyes of yours. As his words fell, he slowly raised his hands, palms together. It was an exceedingly simple gesture, signifying the commencement of a certain ritual. The sky darkened once more. That familiar, suffocating aura, representing absolute despair, descended again. Celestial Barrier. Chapter 94. The live broadcast of the ninja world. With Kamui, tear apart the stars. The sky dimmed once again. That familiar, suffocating presence, embodying absolute despair, descended once more. All surviving ninjas of Yunin village looked up. Through the dissipating haze, they beheld an immensely colossal, utterly dark, and despair-laden meteor. It pierced through the clouds, silently gazing down upon the minuscule beings below, who had exhausted all their strength. A Yunin ninja gazed at the Death Star, growing larger in his sight, releasing a desperate wail, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The world fell silent. Boom. From the distant mountain ruins, two figures soared into the sky, landing clumsily in the village square. It was the fourth Rampage, A, and Killer B. Both were battered. Their lightning chakra cloaks had long since shattered, and Killer B's tailed beast transformation was now undone. They looked at the second celestial body slowly descending from the sky, their faces etched with helplessness and unwillingness. We cannot stop it. That last strike had exhausted all their strength. Now, they could only watch helplessly as their village faced the same fate as Awagakure. Amidst this apocalyptic silence, a languid voice shattered the despair. Is he using that trick again? Kakashi raised his head, his crimson kaleidoscope devoid of fear, imbued instead with a hint of impatience. How annoying, that guy? Kakashi, show him what true Kamui is. Dato's roar resounded in his mental realm. Are you ready? Kakashi questioned in his heart. At any moment. Complete Susanoo. Kakashi called out. Boom. A profound blue chakra, reminiscent of the cosmic starry sky, erupted from within him. This chakra was no longer mere energy. It seemed to embody life, death, space, and will, representing a higher dimensional existence. Under the astonished gaze of all, a towering energy giant, reaching a height of 100 meters and rivaling the azure deity of war, Uchiha Madara, ascended from the ground. Adorned in ancient Yatagarasu armor, the gaps of the armor shimmered with chakra radiance akin to the Milky Way. In its left hand, the giant grasped a long blade, forged from countless deep purple lightning bolts, incessantly buzzing with energy. This was the product of the merger between Goddess Might and Raiton, Shinra Purple Lightning. Meanwhile, its right hand cradled a massive, slowly rotating, pitch-black shuriken, composed of 3 crescent-shaped blades. At the center of the shuriken lay a minuscule, twisting spatial vortex. This was the Shinra Shuriken. Uchiha Madara, witnessing the blue giant that stood as his equal, felt his previously fervent obsession replaced for the first time by pure astonishment. It was the complete Susanoo. Simultaneously, in Konoha, within the Hokage's office, a colossal surveillance screen dominated an entire wall. The screen vividly displayed the events unfolding above Kumogakure. The fallen meteorite, the 2 towering azure deities of war. Every detail was strikingly clear. Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, Nara Shikaku, and all the high-ranking officials of Konoha stood there. their expressions grave. Orochimaru, are you certain this is Lord Minato's directive? Tsunade inquired, her voice slightly hoarse as she gazed at the screen. Indeed, Lady Tsunade. A raspy voice emerged from the corner. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, clad in a white lab coat, his face adorned with a smile that reflected a mix of loyalty and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He pointed at the screen, explaining to everyone present. The fourth Hokage left a supreme order before his seclusion. Upon the appearance of Uchiha Madara, the live broadcast plan was to be initiated, transmitting this battle to all high-ranking officials of the Alliance via my newly developed chakra signal broadcasting technology. Orochimaru licked his lips with a long tongue. The Hokage declared this a declaration of war against Uchiha Madara and a demonstration of the will of fire to the entire ninja world. In Sunagakure, within the Kazekage's office, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, along with several elders of Sunagakure, fixated intently on a screen made of sand and gold. The screen revealed the apocalyptic scene of Kimogakure. In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, who had just freed himself from Jinjutsu and was handling village affairs, alongside the high-ranking officials of the village, similarly gazed at a screen composed of water mirror techniques. The same scene unfolded before all high-ranking officials of the ninja world, who had only just recovered from the shock of Awagakure's destruction. In an instant, they beheld Uchiha Madara, poised to enact the same fate upon Kimogakure. Then, they witnessed it, the deep blue, resplendent Susanoo. What a joke! Raza exclaimed, abruptly rising from his seat, pointing at the blue giant on the screen, his voice trembling with shock. Is that Hatake Kakashi? Why is his Susanoo so colossal? An elder beside Yagura trembled violently. Is he really going to withstand the meteorite? Impossible. That's a natural disaster akin to the one that obliterated Iwagakure. Under the watchful eyes of the entire ninja world, amid the incredulous gazes of numerous Kaga-level powers, the blue giant belonging to Kakashi in the skies above Kimogakure stirred. It slowly raised its right hand, directing the Shinra Shuriken, radiating the power of spatial distortion, toward the falling meteorite, a star of destruction. Then, it was hurled with great force. Swish! There was no sound of breaking air. The pitch-black shuriken vanished the moment it was released. The next second, it appeared directly beneath the enormous meteorite. Buzz! The shuriken spun rapidly in midair, and the tiny spatial vortex at its core expanded exponentially in an instant. A massive, terrifyingly powerful black vortex, with a diameter exceeding several hundred meters, manifested along the meteorite's trajectory. The colossal meteorite, capable of annihilating a nation, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand the moment it touched the vortex. Its indestructible form began to be pulled and twisted by an irresistible force. Time appeared to slow down at that moment. All the powerful ninjas in the ninja world watched through the screen as the burning star was swallowed piece by piece, like a stone being drawn into a drain. Disappearing entirely, the world fell silent. The sky regained its brightness, leaving only the slowly closing spatial vortex as proof that everything that had transpired was not an illusion. In Sunagakure, within the Kazekage's office, a profound silence enveloped the room. Raza remained standing, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. In Kirigakure, Yagura's body weakened, heavily sinking back into his chair. The elders beside him gazed at the blue giant on the screen, lowering its arm, as if witnessing a divine being. All the Kage and high-ranking officials watching the live broadcast felt their understanding of reality utterly shattered, ground to dust. Their astonishment was 100-fold greater than when they witnessed the devastation of Awagakure. Spacetime ninjutsu. An ancient voice echoed from an unknown corner, filled with boundless horror. He made the meteorite vanish? That is not an illusion. That is a true spacetime ninjutsu, transporting a meteorite to another dimension. How many such monsters does Konoha still hide? In Kimogakure, Uchiha Madara surveyed the empty sky, his frenzied smile intensifying. He felt no anger or resentment, only an overwhelming desire to possess what he regarded as an unparalleled treasure. Shinra. So that is it. So that is it. The combination of the powers of both eyes can indeed unleash space-time ocular techniques of this caliber. He gazed at Kakashi, at the blue deity of war, as if admiring a flawless work of art. Minato, I take back what I said. Madara's voice resonated throughout the realm, filled with unabashed admiration and greed. You are not merely utilizing waste. You are sculpting the perfect Uchiha power with your own hands. However, at that moment, A familiar voice interrupted Madara's fervent exclamation. You haven't changed a bit, Madara. Chapter 95, Divine Conflict. Hashirama descends. Dance, Madara. That resounding and nostalgic voice reverberated like thunder piercing through time and space, crashing across the skies of Kumogakure. You haven't changed a bit, Madara. Madara's laughter, filled with fervor and greed, abruptly halted. He spun around, his mesmerizing Rinnegan locking onto the source of the voice with fierce intensity. Across the entire ninja world, all high-ranking officials watching the live broadcast turned their gazes toward the edge of the screen. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the earth, a fearsome wooden dragon, twisted and entwined from countless giant trees, roared as it tore through the distant cloud sea. The size of the wooden dragon surpassed even that of the two towering Susanoo. At the head of the colossal wooden dragon stood a figure, hands clasped behind their back, with long black hair, ancient red armor, and a face radiating joy and excitement. It was the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's voice, tinged with exquisite excitement, became hoarse. He laughed, a genuine, heartfelt laughter filled with the joy of encountering a worthy adversary. At last, you have arrived. Now, the dance has true significance. In that moment, a flash of azure light streaked past Kakashi without warning. Another figure clad in blue armor materialized out of thin air. His calm and deadly aura stood in stark contrast to that of his older brother, who was laughing heartily not far away. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Brother, let us not reminisce upon our first meeting. This fellow has already laid waste to a Wagakure. Tobirama did not glance at Madara. His attention was immediately drawn to the battlefield. He sensed the air thick with destructive chakra and the earth split in two in the distance. The smile on Senju Hashirama's face gradually faded. He gazed upon the ravaged Kumogakure, witnessing the trembling survivors amidst the ruins. His expression shifted from exhilaration to a heavy solemnity. With a sudden clap of his hands before his chest, he proclaimed, Senjutsu, Mokuton, true thousand hands. Boom. The earth wailed. A colossal wooden Buddha, its size surpassing even two complete Susanoo combined, erupted from the horizon, roaring into existence with its myriad of arms. This gigantic statue blotted out the sky, casting a shadow akin to eternal night. Its crown was level with the clouds, and each arm was thicker than a mountain. In that instant, the breaths of all, whether the survivors of Kumogakure or the high-ranking shinobi watching through the live broadcast, were suspended. In Sunagakure, in the office of the Kazekage, Raza murmured as he beheld the indescribably immense Buddha on the screen. This is the true god of ninjas. In Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, along with a cadre of elders, slumped in their chairs, their souls seemingly crushed by the Buddha's aura of compassion and destruction. This is a battle of gods. This is the true essence of divine conflict. Above Kumogakure, Kakashi received Tobirama's praise. You have done well. Without wasting a moment, Tobirama shouted towards the head of the colossal Buddha, Brother, use the Hiraition to suppress his movements. I shall assist. Oh, Hashirama's booming voice echoed from above. In an instant, the battle ignited, transformed into the Buddha. Accompanied by Hashirama's bellow, the myriad arms of the gigantic statue moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of colossal wooden fists descended like an impenetrable storm, accompanied by a terrifying howl that tore through the air, crashing down upon Uchiha Madara's blue war deity. The scene resembled not an attack, but rather the very heavens collapsing. Come at me, Madara cackled, wielding his blue Susanoo's massive blade. Clang, clang, clang. The azure blades collided fiercely with the rain of fists that darkened the sky. Each clash unleashed a cataclysmic roar. Each encounter caused the earth below to fissure anew with bottomless chasms. Yet, the wooden fists were too numerous. While Madara blocked hundreds of fists from the front, Kakashi made his move. He refrained from engaging in the divine melee directly. Instead, he maneuvered his deep blue giant, akin to the starry sky, swiftly appearing at the side and rear of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, an absolute blind spot. Kimui Shuriken, the black shuriken, formed of three crescent-shaped blades, was hurled with great force. Whoosh! It carved an uncanny arc through the air, bypassing the heavy chakra armor of Susanoo, appearing directly before Madara's true form. Humph! Madara scoffed, and the ribs of Susanoo closed in an instant, clamping down on the shuriken. But this was merely the beginning. Swish! Tobirama's figure emerged like a specter in another of Madara's visual blind spots. In his hands, he bore no weapon, only water compressed to its utmost limit. Suetun, Suijin-hiki, a slender, yet razor-sharp line of water, capable of slicing through diamond, erupted from Tobarama's mouth at supersonic speed. The target, Madara's neck. For a fleeting moment, Madara's movements faltered. He had to divert his attention to counter this exceptionally cunning attack, and it was during this split second of vulnerability. Boom! The hundreds of fists from the true thousand hands broke through the blade's defense. They struck fiercely against the blue war deity's chest. Crack! The indomitable armor, forged purely from chakra, revealed its first visible fissure. Ha ha ha! Yet, Madara's laughter grew even more unrestrained, more audacious. Under the assault of three legendary figures, though constrained at every turn, the regal arrogance that emanated from him only intensified. Not enough. Still not enough. His voice resounded through heaven and earth, dripping with disdain. With just you few, you cannot kill me. Chapter 96. The four great Susanoo beat down Madara, a feast from the Uchiha. Madara's laughter echoed throughout the cosmos, filled with scorn for all living beings beneath him. Not enough. Still not enough. His voice pierced the heavens, broadcasted through Orochimaru's technique, resonating clearly in every corner of the shinobi world, in the ears of every formidable warrior. With just you few, you cannot kill me. Before his manic laughter could fade, a dazzling golden light erupted unexpectedly in the air beside Kakashi. Within that radiance, an extraordinarily intricate technique, imbued with the mysteries of space and time, flickered and vanished. Hirashin no Jutsu. Madara's laughter came to an abrupt halt. His otherworldly Rinnegan narrowed sharply, fixating on the golden light. This technique belonged to Namikaze Minato. Simultaneously, in Konoha, within the underground chamber of the Uchiha clan's Nanha shrine, Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui stood before a colossal screen. The screen displayed the gruesome battlefield of Kimogakure, relayed in real time through Orochimaru's chakra signal. Upon witnessing Kakashi tear through the stars and seeing the first and second Hokage join forces, yet still unable to completely suppress Uchiha Madara, Fugaku's expression turned gravely serious. The time has come, he spoke solemnly. Itachi nodded, retrieving a scroll from his robes. The scroll unfurled, bearing no writing. Only the unique imprint of the fourth Hokage's Hirashin technique. The fourth had anticipated this moment long ago. Shursui gazed at the technique with reverence, recalling how he had inscribed the most clandestine Hirashin coordinate within Kakashi during his surgical procedure. This is our only and fastest means of entry. Fugaku said no more. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously extending their hands to infuse their immense chakra into the scroll. Let us go. On the battlefield of Kimogakure, as the golden light dissipated, three figures emerged like deities from mythology at Kakashi's side. Leading them was none other than the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him stood the stern-faced Itachi and the solemn Shursui. A voice, imbued with gravitas and authority, resonated across the battlefield through the resonance of chakra and the broadcasting technique of Orochimaru. The Hokage has issued a decree. The Uchiha clan is summoned for support. No sooner had the words been spoken than three distinctly terrifying chakras erupted from the trio. The Crimson Susanoo held within its grasp a sword that seemed to be composed of swirling liquid, while its other hand wielded a red mirror inscribed with ancient runes. This was the Tenketsu sword and the Yata mirror, belonging to Uchiha Itachi. The Emerald Susanoo, more agile in form, brandished a spiraling sword that resembled a drill. Exuding an aura of invincibility, this was Uchiha Shursui. The deep violet Susanoo, the most imposing of the three, radiated authority and dominance. Gripping a seemingly unadorned katana that could cleave anything, this was Uchiha Fugaku. With a thunderous roar, the three fully realized Susanoo sprang forth within the span of a heartbeat. They stood alongside Kakashi's celestial blue giant, representing the zenith of Uchiha ocular prowess: red, green, purple, and blue. The four titanic manifestations encircled the haughty blue war deity of Uchiha Madara, rendering him wholly surrounded. The world fell silent in that moment. In the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, A, gazed upward at the towering energy giants, his mind struggling to process the overwhelming information before him. He pointed at them, his lips trembling. Yet no words escaped his mouth. What a farce. A's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. The Uchiha clan has four ninja capable of fully realized Susanoo? This revelation struck him like an unseen hammer, shattering the pride he once held. Power, speed, and glory all seemed laughable and pale in comparison to this monstrous legion of Konoha. So this was it. In Sunagakure, Luo Sha sank slowly into his seat, finally understanding why Minato dared to declare war on the entire shinobi world. He also comprehended the wisdom behind his own choice to submit. This was not merely a war. It was an overwhelming strike from a higher dimension. On the battlefield of Kumogakure, Uchiha Madara surveyed the four Susanoo encircling him, their faces both familiar and foreign, belonging to his kin. The arrogance on his face froze, replaced by an unprecedented and profound shock. But this astonishment lasted less than a heartbeat before being eclipsed by an even more fervent, volcanic elation. Ha ha ha! Madara's laughter resonated louder and more frantically than ever before. He spread his arms wide as if to embrace this world that had brought him such boundless surprise. Wonderful! What a feast for the Uchiha! His Rinnegan swept across the four differently colored Susanoo, filled with morbid admiration and awe. My clansmen, to welcome my return in such a fashion. This is Uchiha. This is the noblest bloodline standing atop the shinobi world. Uchiha Fugaku's deep violet Susanoo stepped forward, interrupting Madara's raucous laughter with a chilling voice. You are no longer one of the Uchiha clan. From the moment you betrayed the village, you became the enemy of Konoha and the entire shinobi world. Enemy? Madara appeared to hear the grandest of jokes. The clan leader of this generation of Uchiha? You remain so naive. Look at yourselves. Look at this power. He pointed at the four towering energy giants, his voice a siren's call. This is the demeanor the Uchiha should possess. We are gods, and they are mere ants. Together, we shall reduce any shinobi alliance, any of the 5 great villages, to dust beneath our feet. This world was meant to be ruled by us Uchiha. Words are futile. Itachi's crimson Susanoo raised the Tenketsu sword. His voice was as frigid as the Siberian winds, devoid of warmth. Attack. Precisely. Kakashi's languid voice chimed in. His starry blue giant lifted a slowly spinning black shuriken once more. It is time to end this farce. Then let me see. Madara's laughter erupted again as he commanded his blue war deity into a defensive stance. Observe how much of a gap there is between you, nurtured by the 4th Hokage, and me, the true god. Let the battle commence. In an instant, the 4 fully realized Susanoo unleashed their assault. The Kamui Shuriken. Kakashi struck first. The pitch-black shuriken sliced through the air, disregarding spatial distances, appearing directly above Madara's head, transforming into a massive spatial vortex that descended upon him. Koten Zanshuan. Shursue's emerald giant erupted with radiant light from its eyes, a supreme illusion that could not be defended against, directly impacting the very essence of Madara's soul, manifested as an invisible shockwave that violently struck at his will. Amaterasu. Itachi's crimson giant wept streams of blood. Black flames erupted from thin air atop Madara's Susanoo, raging and consuming its vast chakra. Simultaneously, the Tenketsu sword in his hand transformed into a streak of red light, striking at an incredibly oblique angle toward the cockpit of the Susanoo, aiming to seal Madara's soul directly. Flash. Fugaku wielded no elaborate ocular techniques. He merely executed a single slash to perfection. The deep violet Susanoo hoisted the massive katana high, channeling Fugaku's strongest will and chakra into the blade. Then, with the momentum to sever heaven and earth and divide yin and yang, it descended upon Uchiha Madara with relentless force. Space warped, souls clashed, indomitable flames, the sealing sword, and the purest, most destructive strike. 4 different powers, representing the pinnacle of Uchiha ocular techniques, sealed off every escape route for Uchiha Madara from 4 directions. They converged upon their targets simultaneously. Boom. A brilliance more radiant than the sun erupted above Kumogakure. Chapter 97. Konoha All-Stars. Kushina. No fighting at my doorstep. Boom. A brilliance more radiant than the sun exploded above Kumogakure. For powers, each representing the pinnacle of Uchiha ocular techniques, sealed off all of Uchiha Madara's escape routes, converging upon their targets simultaneously. The terrifying energy impact caused the ground below to collapse instantaneously, the ruins of Kumogakure being pressed down further by dozens of meters under this overwhelming force. Has it come to an end? In Sunagakure, Luo Sha gazed at the screen displaying a blinding light capable of evaporating everything, murmuring instinctively. Yet, from within the white light, A defiant voice pierced through the torrent of energy. Not bad for fireworks. Madara's blue Susanoo still stood resolute. However, it was no longer intact. Its armor was riddled with black, indomitable flames, raging uncontrollably. At its chest, a massive spatial vortex slowly dissipated, a remnant of the Kemui Shuriken's mark. The entire Susanoo was marred by a web of cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Shinra Tensei. The Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara spun wildly, unleashing an unmatched repulsive force that erupted with tremendous power. The violet blade of Fujimoto, capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth, was forcefully deflected. Immediately after, Madara manipulated the damaged Susanoo, advancing rather than retreating. The colossal blade in his hand transformed into a streak of blue lightning, actively meeting the torrential onslaught of hundreds of fists from Senju Hashirama. Clang, clang, clang. Water style, water severing wave. The figure of Senju Tobarama appeared behind Madara. A slender stream of water shot towards Madara's neck at a cunning angle. Wheel of Fate. Madara's Rinnegan focused, and an invisible shadow instantaneously blocked the water stream. Splurt. The invincible water-severing wave was unexpectedly halted by that intangible shadow. Brother, his shadow can defend against physical attacks. Tobarama immediately reported to Hashirama. Oh, then let us shatter the shadow too. Hashirama roared, his true thousand hands fists becoming even more ferocious. Devapath. The emerald green giant of the stop water technique erupted with ocular power once more, sending an invisible soul shockwave crashing against Madara's will. Humph. Madara grunted, the movements of Susanoo momentarily freezing. Now is the time. Ten-Fist Sword. Itachi seized this fleeting opportunity, the crimson Susanoo transforming into a streak of light, as the spirit sword lunged fiercely towards Madara's cockpit. Annoying brat. Madara's Susanoo abruptly turned, using its massive arm to block the sealing strike of the Ten-Fist Sword. Swoosh. The spirit sword pierced Susanoo's arm, but could advance no further. The battlefield plunged into utter chaos in that instant. The torrential rain of fists from true thousand hands. The encirclement of 4 fully realized Susanoos, and the stealthy ambush of Senju Tobarama. 6 titans standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world besieged a war god returned from the depths of hell. The entire world trembled beneath their feet. Just then, as the battlefield descended into extreme turmoil, buzz. A dazzling golden chakra burst forth suddenly at the heart of the battlefield. Within that radiance, a teleportation technique filled with the mysteries of space and time flickered and vanished. Someone has arrived. Madara's movements halted abruptly. The fists of Senju Hashirama, descending from above, also froze midair. Everyone's attention was drawn to that sudden burst of golden light. Minato. Tsunade stood up abruptly in the Hokage's office in Konoha. However, emerging from the brilliance was not the golden-haired man. Instead, it was a woman, also enveloped in golden chakra, with flowing red hair. Her face bore an expression of extreme displeasure. Her commanding voice even overshadowed the colossal sounds of true thousand hands clashing with Susanoo, resounding throughout the village of Kyomogakure. Enough noise. Do not fight at the gates of another village. Be quiet. Ninetales chakra mode. Uzumaki Kushina made her entrance. At the temporary settlement of Konoha and Iwagakure, Anoki was staring blankly at the live broadcast screen hastily set up by Orochimaru alongside Akatsuchi and Kotetsu. When he saw the woman bathed in golden chakra, radiant like the sun, his aged body trembled violently, and he gasped in shock. Is that the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Isn't the Ninetales Jinchuriki of Konoha the 4th Hokage's wife? How could she? His words were cut short as the scene on the screen caused him to swallow the rest of his statement. Diamond Lock, accompanied by Kushina's delicate shout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of chakra chains, thicker than the true thousand hands, shimmering with golden runes, erupted from her back. Under the enhancement of the Ninetales chakra, these chains became immensely large and resilient. They ensnared Madara's imposing blue Susanoo in an instant, like a divine net capturing its prey. First Hokage. Now is the time. Kushina shouted. Oh. Senju Hashirama instantly understood. He commanded the enormous Buddha statue to cease its attacks and extended the thousands of giant hands behind him. Boom. Countless massive wooden hands, in conjunction with the golden chakra chains, fiercely seized Susanoo's limbs and body. Sage art. Myojinmen. Giant red torii gates engraved with sealing symbols descended from the skies. Bang, bang, bang. They struck down upon Susanu's head, shoulders, and knees like the nails of divine retribution. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering bones, from Madara's Susanoo. Under the triple pressure of the diamond lock, True Thousand Hands, and Myojinman, that blue war god, who had just been contending with 6 legendary powerhouses, was forcefully brought to half-kneel on the ground, unable to move. The maniacal grin on Madara's face vanished for the first time, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He gazed at the golden chains binding him, the enormous wooden hands and torii pressing down above him. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, along with Hashirama's sage arts, truly a nostalgic combination. This scene was clearly broadcasted to the upper echelons of the ninja world through Orochimaru's transmission technology. Silence. After a prolonged silence, a jubilant roar erupted, akin to the aftermath of a calamity. Have we succeeded? We have subdued it. That monster has been restrained. Long live Konoha. Long live the Hokage. Be it the survivors of Kumogakure or the ninjas of Sunagakure and Kirigakure, in that moment, they all cheered wholeheartedly for the might of Konoha. They saw hope. They saw the hope of overcoming that man, akin to a natural disaster. However, just as the whole world believed victory was imminent, the trapped Uchiha Madara slowly revealed an exceedingly strange, sinister smile on his serious face. Did you truly think I came here alone? Chapter 98, the second phase of the game. Tailed Beast Bomb Cleansing. On Uchiha Madara's face, illuminated by the cracks of Susanoo and the black flames, a sinister smile slowly emerged. That grin set off alarm bells in Senju Hashirama's mind and caused Kakashi and others, who were poised to control Susanoo for the final strike, to halt abruptly. Something's amiss. You all, Madara's voice dripped with playful mockery, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present, echoing across every corner of the ninja world through the live broadcast. Did you truly believe I came here alone? He was firmly restrained by the diamond lock, Myojinman, and True Thousand Hands, unable to move. Yet, his eerie Rinnegan radiated a calmness as if surveying the chessboard. Did you think I did nothing during these past few weeks? No sooner had the words left his lips than boom, 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 boom. From the surrounding mountains of Kumogakure, 6 distinct, yet equally colossal chakra signatures erupted simultaneously. These 6 chakras awakened as if they were 6 volcanoes that had slumbered for a millennium. The terrifying shockwaves scattered the clouds in the sky. What? In the Hokage's office in Konoha, a sensory ninja monitoring the battlefield abruptly removed the device from his head, his face pale as fear distorted his voice. Report. 6 chakra responses equivalent to tailed beasts have appeared on the battlefield's perimeter. Each of them bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary tailed beasts. This revelation fell upon the hopeful leaders of Konoha like a bucket of icy water. On the battlefield of Yunin village, all present instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the chakra explosion. 6 figures emerged, ghost-like and silent, standing atop 6 surrounding mountain peaks. They remained still, surveying the chaotic battlefield below, reminiscent of divine beings engaged in combat. Among them was a tall individual with dark skin and long flaxen hair, the host of the 2 tails. Yuin. Another, shorter figure with flowing red hair and a massive gourd on his back, was the host of the 4 tails, Aji. A third figure, clad in heavy steam armor, was the host of the 5 tails, Han. Excluding Naruto, Gaara, and the recently flung Karabi, all other hosts materialized at the battlefield's periphery in that instant. Yuin, amidst the ruins, had just caught his breath when he spotted the familiar figure on the mountain peak, unleashing an incredulous roar. How could you be here? Yet, Yuin offered no reply. Her eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling a soulless puppet. Black, centipede-like cursed seals writhed upon her forehead, exuding a sinister aura. Not only she, but the other 5 hosts bore the same unsettling appearance. In the Mizuki's office, the elder pointed in terror at the live screen, where a figure with gray hair and a massive coral staff stood atop the mountain peak. Is that not you, Lord Yagura? The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist instinctively turned to the 4th Mizuki, Yagura, who remained calm, even smiling gently at his audience. I am right here. As confusion engulfed the room, the Yagura on the screen shifted, slowly turning his head, his vacant eyes seemingly penetrating the screen to meet those in the office. In the next moment, the smiling Yagura's body began to twist and melt. With a splash, he transformed into a pool of clear, bubbling water, slumped upon his chair. Water release, clone. This cannot be. An elder of the mist collapsed, pointing at the puddle in despair. The Yagura we concealed was a fake from the beginning. When was he swapped? Panic swept through the entire hidden mist village. Not just there, but in the temporary encampments of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. All the high-ranking members of the alliance who witnessed this scene were thrown into disarray. The hosts they believed were hidden in the safest places, their last resort, had all been substituted by the enemy without their knowledge, turning into weapons aimed at themselves. Just as chaos and fear engulfed the entire shinobi world, the 6 controlled hosts let out monstrous roars that were anything but human. Their bodies began to swell and transform grotesquely. The crimson chakra of the tailed beasts erupted from within them like flames. The towering form of the 2 tails, composed of blue fire, the 3 tails, resembling an armored giant tortoise. The 4 tails, a colossal ape cloaked in lava. In mere seconds, these 6 massive tailed beasts achieved their complete transformations, roaring as they appeared at the 6 corners of the battlefield, encircling the entire area along with the ruins of Yunin village. The cataclysmic aura they emitted rendered even the true Senju Hashirama's 1,000 hands seemingly less imposing. A chilling laughter, akin to a serpent's hiss, emanated from beneath Uchiha Madara. A dark, sludge-like substance slowly surfaced from the ground. Kurizetsu. It bowed respectfully to the ensnared Madara. Lord Madara, your pets are all in position. Madara erupted into maniacal laughter, filled with derision and scorn for the world. Hashirama. Kakashi. I have long since gathered these little pets. Now, his voice boomed like a final judgment, declaring, the game has entered its 2nd stage. With that proclamation, the 6 enormous tailed beasts refrained from attacking the trapped Madara. Instead, they simultaneously turned their heads, directing their destructive gazes towards the already devastated Yunin village below, towards the beleaguered coalition of ninjas who had just managed to regroup amidst the ruins. They opened their gaping maws in unison, the air wailing in despair. 6 black orbs of chakra, each containing cataclysmic energy, rapidly coalesced within their mouths. Tailed beast bombs. 6 of them, each capable of erasing a mountain from existence. The 6 black suns cast a shadow of despair over the entire battlefield, their target being the thousands of ninjas below, utterly drained of strength and struggling to stand. This was the tailed beast bomb's cleansing. The battlefield resonated with Senju Tobarama's roar, clear amidst the divine chaos. He immediately formed the seals for the Flying Thunder God technique, attempting to teleport the 6 annihilative tailed beast bombs to an uninhabited realm. However, not a chance. Madara growled, his eyes blazing with the power of the Rinnegan. A tremendous repulsion warped the space around him, distorting the entire battlefield. The air felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, twisting violently. Damn it! Senju Tobarama felt an irresistible force surge from the contorted space, violently propelling him away. His chakra surged, interrupting the Flying Thunder God technique. First Hokage, Kushina. Kakashi's voice rang out, eerily calm. You must suppress Madara with all your might. If he escapes, we will collapse entirely. His analysis cut through the chaotic scene like a precise scalpel. Itachi, Shursui, Fugaku. Kakashi turned to the 3 powerful Uchiha beside him. Our mission is to stop those 6-tailed beasts. Understood. 3 steady voices responded in unison, without hesitation. In that moment, the battlefield was distinctly divided into 2 sections. The inner circle, the true 1,000 hands of Senju Hashirama, and the adamantine sealing chains of Uzumaki Kushina stood like insurmountable mountains, firmly restraining the ever-pressing Uchiha Madara. The golden chains and colossal wooden hands tightened with each passing moment, eliciting mournful cries from Madara's Susanoo, overwhelmed by the pressure. The outer circle, Kakashi, Itachi, Shursui, Fugaku. The 4 majestic, fully realized Susanoo stood tall and imposing, transforming into 4 streams of radiant light, each a different hue, advancing towards the 6-tailed beasts that had successfully coalesced their tailed beast balls and were rampaging. For the trust of the 4th Hokage, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, we cannot afford to lose. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and sounded the call to action. Go, Kamui. Kakashi's deep blue giant, reminiscent of the starry sky, was the first to strike. Without reservation, he hurled the shuriken imbued with spatial power, aiming directly at the already formed tailed beast ball in the maw of the 2 tails. He intended to transport that tailed beast ball to another dimension. However, just as the Kamui shuriken was about to make contact with the tailed beast ball, a massive shadow surged in from the side. It was the Three Tails Isabu, clad in its armored Susanoo. Its body, resembling a colossal tortoise, was instantly enveloped by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, enhancing its formidable defenses. Then, it unleashed a speed that belied its size. The enormous coral-like claw slammed down upon the Kamui Shuriken. Crack! The chakra shell of the Kamui Shuriken was shattered to pieces by that strike, causing it to explode prematurely. Kakashi, behind you. Obito's roar echoed in Kakashi's mind. Kakashi barely had time to react before the massive form of Isabu collided forcefully with his Susanoo, sending it flying. Amaterasu. Meanwhile, Itachi's crimson Susanoo shed 2 streams of blood tears. The black, undying flames appeared out of thin air upon the vast, molten body of the Four Tails Son Goku. A howl erupted from Son Goku, the black flames raging upon it, consuming its immense chakra. Yet, in the next moment, it bellowed, and its lava chakra exploded forth. Harnessing an almost limitless reservoir of tailed beast chakra, it forcefully pushed back the flames of Amaterasu, preventing them from penetrating. Immediately afterward, a similarly deep blue armored Susanoo enveloped it. Is the inability to control the tailed beasts due to Uchiha Madara's influence? Roar. In the fleeting moment when Itachi was distracted, the gigantic form of the Five Tails Mu, a fusion of a white dolphin and a spirited horse, transformed into a white lightning bolt, crashing into the crimson Susanoo clad in armor. Boil release. Scalding steam instantly enveloped Itachi's Susanoo, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. These creatures, once controlled, could not utilize their ocular powers, leaving only their instinct to fight, making them even more troublesome. The green giant of Shirzue darted across the battlefield at great speed. The spiral sword in his hand was akin to a lethal stinger. It left deep, bone-exposing wounds on the massive armored body of the Seven Tails Komei. Yet, the effect was minimal. For the colossal form of the tailed beast, these attacks were merely superficial injuries. Damn it, my chakra is running low. Wind release. Scale powder technique. The Seven Tails Komei furiously flapped its wings, unleashing countless glimmering particles that swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. Upon contact with the scale powder, Shirzue's Susanoo suddenly faltered. Vision, hearing, perception. At that moment, they were all stripped away. Flash. On the battlefield, only Fugaku's deep purple Susanoo exhibited sheer ferocity. Ignoring all distractions, he gripped his massive katana, charging forth with indomitable momentum to directly confront the Six Tails Kiba. Slicing. The blade cut effortlessly through Kiba's soft, slug-like body, leaving a gaping wound. However, hiss. Kiba emitted a piercing shriek, and instead of blood, a thick, sulfuric mist emerged from the severed wound. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The purple Susanoo, upon coming into contact with the acidic mist, found its sturdy chakra exterior corroded, sizzling, and emitting plumes of white smoke. 4 against 6. After dozens of rounds of fierce battle, the situation descended into a state of absolute disadvantage due to chakra depletion. Konoha, Hokage's office. Silence. All the high-ranking officials of Konoha fixated their gazes on the chaotic battlefield displayed on the screen. They watched as the 4 Susanoo, once a source of pride, faced dire peril under the assault of the 6 rampaging tailed beasts. Tsunade's hands were clenched so tightly they turned pale. This is too much. 4 against 6. And the opponent is the fearless tailed beasts. If this continues, they will be worn down to nothing. No, I must go to support. Sunagakure. Raza watched the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. The elder beside him had already slumped to the ground. It's over. Konoha's strongest force is being held back. No one can stop those 6-tailed beast balls now. The ruins of Kumogakure. A and Killer Bee gazed at the 6 black suns descending from the sky, their eyes filled with reluctance and despair. Brother, Killer Bee's voice, for the first time, lacked its rhythmic cadence, leaving only endless bitterness. Are we going to die here? Those damn fools. I said nothing. He simply lifted his head, observing the 4 energy giants of Konoha struggling under the onslaught of the tailed beasts. He saw Kakashi's blue giant being jointly suppressed by the 3 tails and 2 tails, the massive Yatagarasu armor riddled with cracks. Itachi's crimson giant was being incessantly eroded by the boiling steam of the 5 tails, its radiance visibly dimming. Shirzue's green giant was lost in the scale powder of the 7 tails, being violently smashed down. Fugaku's purple giant was being battered back by the corrosive acid of the six tails and the molten fists of the four tails. Is this defeat imminent? And a complete defeat at that? Chapter 100. The Dawn of Despair. The six black suns rapidly expanded in the maws of the six fearsome beasts. Their light cast a hue of despair over the ruins of Kumogakure. Below, dozens of surviving ninjas of Kumogakure looked skyward, their faces devoid of emotion, frozen in silence. This cannot go on. We will be exhausted. In Kakashi's mind, Obito's voice was laced with urgency and panic for the first time. Just then, roar. The two-tails Yoru did not wait for its companions. Tailed Beast Ball. It was the first to compress the tailed beast ball in its mouth to the limit, launching a deep blue energy cannon towards the most concentrated area of the allied forces below. The speed was unparalleled. No way, Kakashi shouted in a low voice. The deep blue giant, reminiscent of the starry sky, did not choose to evade. It abruptly turned, presenting its massive back adorned with Yatagarasu patterns towards the impending beam of destruction. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Upon contact with the Susanoo, all of the energy was unleashed. The colossal blue warrior staggered forward as if hit head-on by a battering ram. The chakra armor on its back shattered with a cacophony of cracking sounds, dimming the light significantly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Kakashi. Obito's anguished roar echoed. Yet, the crisis was not averted. Just as Kakashi braced against the impact, his form unsteady, the massive body of the three-tails Isabu, resembling an armored tortoise, surged forth like a black mountain, crashing down violently. Yata no Kagami. At the critical moment, a towering crimson giant stood before the azure behemoth. Uchiha Itachi, wielding the Susanoo, commanded the red mirror in his hand to swell against the wind. Clang. The impact of the three-tails Isabu collided forcefully against the Yata mirror. The ancient runes on its surface swirled frantically, absorbing and transforming the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains. Then, it rebounded violently. Boom. The three-tails Isabu let out a cry of anguish, its massive form propelled backward by its own might. Itachi. A hurried shout echoed from the side. Uchiha Fugaku felt a tightness in his heart upon witnessing his son expose a vulnerability while protecting Kakashi. The four-tails Son Goku, with its molten claws ablaze, struck from an exceptionally cunning angle toward the head of the crimson Susanoo. Without a moment's hesitation, Fugaku controlled the deep violet giant, transforming his katana into a streak of purple lightning. Swish! The blade accurately severed the molten claw at the wrist. The father-son duo's synergy was flawless. Yet, the enemies they faced were overwhelming. Roar! The five-tails Mu and the six-tails Rokubi launched their assaults simultaneously. Scalding boiling vapor mixed with corrosive acidic mists. Like two oceans of death, they enveloped Fugaku and Itachi's Susanoo from both sides. Sizzle! 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 The two colossal energy giants, under the assault of steam and acid, saw their chakra armor swiftly corroded, their brilliance dimming at a visible pace. Everyone cover me. At that moment, Shirsue's voice thundered through the battlefield, resonating in the ears of all. I need time. Let me control one with Baishinshin. Dream on. On the ground, Uchiha Madara's chilling laughter echoed. He manipulated the recently repelled three-tails Isabu alongside the seven-tails Komiai, launching a desperate charge toward Shirsue's verdant Susanoo. You shall not touch my son. A thunderous roar erupted from the purple acidic mist. Uchiha Fugaku abandoned all defenses. He commanded the already wounded violet giant to confront the two charging tailed beasts head-on. 1 against 2. Boom. The deep violet giant braced itself with its arms against the furious onslaught of the three tails and seven tails. Crack! Crack! The anguished cries of the giant resonated as its arms, chest, and entire body were marred by spiderweb-like fractures, revealing bone beneath. It was on the verge of collapse. Father! Itachi's voice trembled with dread. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to fall into an eternal silence. Everyone watched in horror as the violet giant teetered on the brink of destruction, witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's self-sacrifice to create an opportunity for his comrades. Just as fate hung by a thread, from an inconspicuous pile of rubble at the edge of the battlefield, a frog seamlessly blended with the environment, suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its wrinkled palm and gently clapped it against the ground. Reverse. Summoning Jutsu. In the next moment, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted at the center of the battlefield. A voice boomed. grand enough to overshadow all tailed beasts' roars. Senjutsu, super large Rasen Shuriken barrage. Jiraiya had returned with 2 sage toads from Myobo-Kuzan. Standing atop Gamabunta, he launched several chakra spheres, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 tails and 7 tails, who were relentlessly assaulting Fugaku's Susanoo, were forced back by the sudden attack, emitting cries of torment. It seems I haven't missed the most thrilling part. Jiraiya grinned, his red fire feather cloak fluttering in the tempestuous winds. Accompanying him were several formidable sage toads from Myobo-Kuzan. Gamaken, Gamagoro. They unleashed torrents of toad oil bombs, momentarily hindering the movements of the other tailed beasts. Jiraiya-sensei. In the inner circle, Kushina, who was fiercely suppressing Madara, exclaimed in surprise. His support brought a precious moment of respite to the precarious situation. Kushina's eyes sparkled with determination, without hesitation. She brushed her hands against the ninja tool pouch at her waist. Swish, swish, swish. Several special scrolls inscribed with sealing techniques were forcefully hurled toward the outer battlefield. The scrolls unfurled mid-air, unleashing brilliant golden light from the techniques left by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, before his retreat. A surge of destructive energy erupted from the scrolls. Senjutsu, Enko Rasen Shuriken. Boom. A massive shuriken, resembling a miniature sun forged from fire and wind, roared through the air, crashing into the chest of the 4-tails Son Goku. Senjutsu, Reiko Rasen Shuriken. Boom. A dazzling shuriken woven from lightning and wind pierced the gigantic form of the 5-tails Mu. Senjutsu, Futon Rasen Shuriken. Boom. The purest Rasen Shuriken. Infused with sage chakra, detonated above the 6-tails Rokubi. Countless minuscule chakra blades sliced through its massive body. The 3 rampaging tailed beasts, faced with Minato's backup, were suddenly gravely wounded. They emitted agonized howls, their colossal forms collapsing helplessly. Chapter 101. The waterfall reverses. The final 1%. The battlefield fell into a fleeting silence after Minato's 3 techniques detonated. The devastation caused by the 3 miniature suns overshadowed even the monumental strength of Senju Hashirama's true 1,000 hands. The 4-tails Son Goku's lava armor, capable of withstanding Amaterasu, now resembled shattered pottery, large sections flaking away to reveal scorched flesh beneath. The 5-tails Mu lay incapacitated, impaled by the Reiko Rasen Shuriken. A gaping hole continuously spewing forth raging electricity and steam, rendering it motionless. The 6-tails Rokubi, on the other hand, was left riddled with countless wounds from the Futon Rasen Shuriken's myriad of tiny wind blades, resembling a punctured water sack leaking a viscous liquid mixed with chakra. Its aura diminished to the brink of extinction. In the ruins, the 4th Rampage, who had just risen from the ground, gazed blankly at the 3-tailed beasts that had been instantaneously decimated. Those were the techniques sealed within the scrolls. Sunagekyu's Raze slumped back into the Kazakage's seat. His fellow elders rendered speechless by sheer shock. They could comprehend an individual's power, but to witness someone's absence transform into a decisive advantage in a celestial clash was beyond their understanding. Such matters have utterly transcended their understanding as shadows. Both feng shui men, Uchiha Madara, firmly suppressed in place, observed the 3 pets that had instantaneously lost their combat prowess, and the wild grin on his face finally vanished. In its stead emerged a solemn expression intermingled with anger and trepidation. What a remarkable Bo feng shui man. Though he is not present, he continues to manipulate the entire game. Silence. Gio Xian Nai exclaimed, her golden chains tightening once more. The chakra of the 9 tails surged wildly, causing Uchiha Madara's Susanoo to emit a groan under the immense strain. Worry about yourself, old bastard. The battle situation, due to Jiraiya's return and Shui Min's contingency, seemed to have reversed in an instant. However, Madara spoke in a hushed tone. Do not forget, I still possess 3. His voice fell like a bucket of ice water upon the heads of all those who had just ignited hope. Indeed, the 2 tails, Nibi, the 3 tails, Isabu, and the 7 tails, Chome. While temporarily detained by Jiraiya and Fugaku, they still retained their full combat capabilities. Roar. The 3 colossal beasts charged once more towards the precarious 4 Susanoo, reigniting the stalemate. As the battle in the village of Yun-In reached its most devastating and heated phase, 1,000 miles away, in the secluded Valley of the End. An unknown transformation occurred beneath the unfathomable depths of the water. The golden cocoon enveloping Bo Feng Shui Min, pulsating like a heartbeat, suddenly began to flash with runes at an extraordinary frequency. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The pulsation of the cocoon accelerated dramatically. Each throb resonated like a giant drum, causing the waters of the Valley of the End to boil violently. Countless massive bubbles surged from the depths, bursting upon the surface and creating towering waves. In a chaotic, boundless golden ocean, Bo Feng Shui Min's consciousness gradually awakened. Energy absorption progress 98. Energy absorption progress 99. The cold system notification echoed deep within his soul. Immediately thereafter, warning, life signs of the host show severe fluctuations. Final form construction progress 75. Shui Min disregarded these voices. In the moment of his awakening, an unprecedented and colossal perception enveloped the entire shinobi world like a tidal wave. He beheld the battlefield of Yuan-In village. He saw Kakashi, a shimmering blue giant reminiscent of the starry sky, yet marred with cracks. He witnessed Jio Xianai, a golden figure ablaze with nine tails chakra, displaying a facade of resolute strength on her face. He glimpsed his mentor Jiraiya's gallant silhouette, fighting valiantly alongside the toads of Miyaboku Mountain against the onslaught of tailed beasts. He also observed Uchiha Madara, suppressed by the combined might of the first Hokage and Jio Xianai, yet still relentlessly assaulting the seal. Finally, his perception penetrated the chakra of Susanoo, breached the shell of Edo Tensei, and locked onto the pitch-black substance, oozing endless malevolence, that clung to Madara's feet like mud. Kurizetsu. In that moment, Shui Min heard its icy laughter, filled with mockery and disdain. Struggle, mere ants. The more you resist, the more delectable chakra you offer to Mother. Even if you return, Bo Feng Shui Min, you are merely a slight increase in nourishment. Boom. An indescribable fury, capable of incinerating souls, erupted within the depths of Shui Min's consciousness. Indeed, his memories were not mistaken. The Moon Eye plan was a ruse. Uchiha Madara had been nothing but a pawn from the very beginning. The true enemy was this monster that had lurked for a millennium, orchestrating the tragic history of the shinobi world. Hurry. Shui Min's will unleashed a silent roar within the golden ocean. Move faster. The sense of urgency gripped his soul like the suffocation of impending drowning. He could feel Jio Xianai's chakra depleting at an alarming rate. The simultaneous activation of the adamantine ceiling and Ninetails chakra mode was a tremendous burden on her body. If this continued, she would perish. Warning. Host's emotional fluctuations are overloaded. Signs of unstable energy fusion detected. Risk of final form construction failure increased. I do not care. Move. Shui Min's will transformed into a golden streak of light, crashing fiercely into the chaotic golden ocean. Boom. A torrent of energy, 100 times more immense than before, surged forth like a cosmic storm unleashed, washing over his soul and body. It was the primordial power of creation and destruction, derived from the chakra fruit. Pain. Unspeakable agony. It felt as though every cell was being crushed and then reassembled. In the real world, at the Valley of the End, the two colossal stone statues that had witnessed decades of turmoil in the shinobi world seemed to resonate, emitting a subtle tremor. The roaring waterfall that had thundered for millennia fell silent in that moment. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded, one that would leave even the gods speechless. The immense waterfall, resembling the Milky Way inverted, defied all physical laws of the world. It ceased its descent. Then, it began to flow upward, slowly reversing its course. Splash. The mass of water, as if lifted by an unseen hand, transformed into a serpentine water dragon, roaring as it ascended back to the summit of the cliff. Below the waterfall, the unfathomable depths of the pool were also pushed aside by an irresistible force, creating a vast, dry circular pit at the valley's bottom. At the very center of that pit, the golden cocoon radiating sunlight-like brilliance floated serenely. It no longer pulsated. All the runes upon it shone with utmost brilliance, as if ready to release the accumulated light of countless millennia in that singular moment. The entire Valley of the End was bathed in a pure, sacred gold. Crack. A minuscule yet distinct sound of shattering resonated throughout the silent valley. A hairline crack formed upon the flawless surface of the golden cocoon. He is almost ready to emerge. Chapter 102. Is the game over? No, the true despair is just beginning. 3 spiraling shuriken, condensed from sage chakra, unleashed a tempest of destruction upon the battlefield. The 4 tails, Sun Wukong, the 5 tails, Mu Wang, and the 6 tails, Sai Inu, 3 massive-tailed beasts, were momentarily devastated before Shui Min's contingency. They emitted agonizing cries, their colossal bodies collapsing helplessly. Well done, Jio Xian Nai. Jiraiya laughed heartily atop the head of Gamabunta. Truly a brilliant move from Shui Min. The battle seemed to have turned a corner at that moment. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, no, the chakra consumption is too great. Gamabunta's labored breaths interrupted Jiraiya's laughter. Its massive form began to slow in its movements. The continuous battles and the use of sage arts had nearly exhausted its strength. Meanwhile, the 3 tails, Isabu, and the 7 tails, Chome, who were pinned down by Fugaku, erupted into a frenzy once more. Roar! They roared, tearing apart the already crumbling purple Susanoo of Fujitora. Father! Itachi's voice trembled with fear. I am fine. The figure of Fujitora descended from the shattered Susanoo, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily, nearly depleted of chakra. The scales of victory tilted for less than 10 seconds before they were mercilessly reverted. All of this chaos merely constituted the outer battlefield. The true eye of the storm resided in the inner circle, tightly bound by the power of the Diamond Seal and the heavy suppression of the Ming Shin Gate. Uchiha Madara seemed to have lost his patience. His eerie Rinnegan glowed with an explosive power. Huh! A low growl erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The massive red torii gates above him were shattered by the sheer force of his Susanoo. A tremendous backlash surged through Senju Hashirama and Kushina, emanating from the point of connection of the seal. Hashirama's body, formed of dust and resurrected from the earth, exploded with a large hole in his chest, dust swirling everywhere. Kushina spat out a mouthful of blood, her golden chakra cloak dimming instantly. It could not be contained. For the first time, a look of horror appeared on Hashirama's typically cheerful face. This guy's power is still growing. Before he could finish his thought, crack! The last Ming Shun gate shattered. The golden chakra chains binding the Susanoo emitted a desperate wail, breaking apart piece by piece. Uchiha Madara finally freed himself from all constraints. He commanded the battle-worn blue deity, still radiating a destructive aura, to stand once more. He observed the scales of victory tipping back in his favor. A pitch-black, sludge-like substance slowly emerged from Madara's shadow. Kurizetsu. It paid no heed to anyone on the battlefield. It spread its arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. Its voice, through some unknown technique, resonated clearly in every corner of the ninja world. Can you see it? Can you see it? The ants of the world. Kurizetsu's laughter was sharp and jarring, filled with mockery for humanity. This is your end. That fool Minato believed that a ridiculous competition and a trivial agreement could unify the ninja world and bring peace. So naive. As long as human hearts exist, as long as desires persist, war will never cease. And we shall grant you eternal tranquility. In the world of infinite Tsukuyami, you will gain everything. In Sunagakure, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, gazed at the screen featuring the maniacal black monster, his teacup silently transforming into a heap of scattered sand. Infinite Tsukuyami, murmured the elder beside him, his face a mask of ashen desolation. In the temporary encampment of Awagakure, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, watched the screen, his aged body trembling uncontrollably. He recalled the man from decades past who also claimed to bring peace to the world. He remembered the 2 meteors that obliterated his village and everything he held dear. A sense of despair, like a plague, enveloped the entire ninja world. On the battlefield of Kumogakure, Uchiha Madara paid no attention to Kurizetsu's grandiloquent speech. He merely stretched his arms, gazing down at the world reduced to ruins beneath him. It is over. His voice rang out like a final judgment. This false world. Yet, in the next moment, a figure emerged without warning from the ground at the center of the battlefield, draped in a red cloud-patterned black robe. A gaunt figure with Rinnegan shimmering with eerie purple ripples appeared. Nagato. What? Jiraiya stared blankly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. Nagato. How could you? It was not only him. Kakashi, Itachi, Shursui, Fujitora. All the ninjas of Konoha froze upon witnessing Nagato's arrival, but they quickly sensed something was amiss. Nagato's body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were hollow, devoid of spirit, like a puppet without a soul. A mass of black substance, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered from the back of his neck, covering half his face and forcibly controlling his limbs. Kurizetsu. Kakashi understood instantly. You fiend. Kurizetsu's half-covered face on Nagato wore a grim, twisted smile. Surprised, are you? You Konoha brats thought hiding him in Konoha would keep him safe? So naive. It manipulated Nagato, forcibly raising his hands to form a seal that everyone recognized all too well. Nagato, stop. Jiraiya's anguished roar pierced the air as he attempted to rush forward, but was held back by Fukasaku. Little Jiraiya, don't go. That technique has already been activated. An overwhelming surge of chakra, filled with the essence of life and death, was forcibly extracted from Nagato's body. Rebirth. The massive life energy transformed into a green beam that shot skyward. Then, under Kurizetsu's control, it violently surged into Uchiha Madara's body, resurrected from dirt. Ayaha! Uchiha Madara let out a cry of excruciating pain. His body, resurrected from dirt, began to twist and transform violently under the immense life energy's flow. Cracks on his face healed at an astonishing speed. The dull, gray eyes of his dirt resurrection were being replaced by true flesh and blood. He was resurrecting. Ha ha ha. Kurizetsu's maniacal laughter echoed through the skies. Do you see it now, Lord Madara? This is the perfect resurrection. It completely detached from Nagato, allowing the lifeless body, drained of all vitality, to fall helplessly to the ground like a withered leaf. Now, you shall reign over this world in the most perfect form. Uchiha Madara felt the true power of life surging within him once more. He looked down at his hands, no longer composed of dirt, but of genuine flesh and blood. He smiled. That laughter was filled with unprecedented pride and satisfaction. At last, I, Uchiha Madara, have returned. Chapter 103, Madara's complete form. The Eye of Extraction. Uchiha Madara's true body, composed entirely of flesh and blood, gradually unfurled. He felt the real sensation of blood coursing through his veins, the powerful rhythm of his heart with each beat. It was a sensation of being alive, a genuine feeling. Ha ha ha. Kurizetsu's maniacal laughter echoed beneath him, sharp and piercing. Can you see it now, Lord Madara? This is the perfect resurrection. Now, you shall reign over this world in the most perfect form. Uchiha Madara paid it no mind. He did not even spare a glance at the self-important black creation that orchestrated everything. His gaze transcended the vigilant Konoha ninjas below, beyond the colossal wooden Buddha, and landed on the lifeless red-haired body, suspended in midair. Nagato. A playful smirk graced Madara's lips. He took a step forward. The blue Susanoo beneath him shattered like an old garment, scattering into countless points of light. He descended slowly from a height of 100 meters, like a feather, silently landing beside Nagato's cold corpse. Nagato. Jiraiya's heart-wrenching roar echoed through the air. He broke free from the restraints of Gamachan, his form transforming into a swift white shadow, charging relentlessly towards Uchiha-ban. In his hand, a rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere took shape in an instant. Remove your filthy hands from my disciple. Senjutsu. Udama Rasengan. Faced with this formidable strike capable of splitting mountains, Uchiha-ban did not even glance back. He merely raised his left hand nonchalantly, fingers splayed wide. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An unparalleled and colossal repulsive force erupted with a thunderous roar. Jiraiya's form, along with the Rasengan in his hand, was sent hurtling through the air like a stone flung from a catapult the moment it came into contact with that force. He did not even have the chance to utter a cry of despair before being violently propelled away. He traced a straight black line through the air, crashing through several mountains that had long been reduced to ruins, ultimately disappearing into the distant clouds of dust. The fate of life and death unknown. Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina's exclamation trembled with fear. Yet Uchiha-ban appeared to have merely swatted away an annoying mosquito. At that moment, the Rinnegan he possessed, which had emerged from the Edo Tensei, completely dissipated after exhausting its final strength. He crouched down, under the watchful eyes of all who were filled with grief and terror, as well as the frozen gazes of the high-ranking officials of the shinobi world watching through the live broadcast. Ban extended 2 fingers, his movements gentle as if plucking a ripe fruit. With a soft sound, he expressionlessly extracted the Rinnegan, still shimmering with a bewitching purple ripple, from Nagato's eye socket, which had lost all its brilliance. Blood dripped slowly through his fingers, falling onto the cold, charred earth stained by the ravages of war. No, Sunagakure. Rasha abruptly closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, the entire shinobi world fell into a deathly silence. Uchiha Ban disregarded the bloodstains on the eyeball as he raised his hand, slowly pressing these two eyes that belonged to him into his own eye sockets. Integration. A power of vision, more than 10 times greater than during the Edo Tensei, erupted within him like an ocean. He gradually closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Those eyes, no longer hollow as they had been during the Edo Tensei, now possessed true brilliance. They embodied the gaze of a deity, cold and majestic, looking down upon all living beings. Ban let out a satisfied hum. He turned, facing the Konoha ninjas who stood rigid with fear. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. This is the true power of the Rinnegan. His voice was calm and indifferent. The body of the Edo Tensei could not even unleash half its power. This statement shattered the flickering glimmer of hope that had just arisen in the hearts of all present. Kurizetsu. Ban suddenly spoke. Lord Ban. Kurizetsu exclaimed, hastily emerging from the ground, responding respectfully. You just said a lot of nonsense. Ban's voice remained calm. However, Kurizetsu's dark form trembled violently. From that tranquil tone, it sensed a chilling aura that froze its very soul. I said shut up. Ban interrupted. Your task is complete. Now, step aside and quietly watch. Witness how I shall end this tedious world in my own way. With that, he no longer paid any heed to the black creation frozen in place. He slowly raised both hands, palms pressed together. It was the simplest of seals. Summoning technique. Rumbling. The earth lamented. The ruins of Kumogakure, along with the surrounding land spanning 100 miles, trembled violently at that moment. Bottomless fissures spread like a spider's web, frantically extending in all directions from Uchiha Ban. A mountain collapsed in the midst of the violent tremors. Following that, an enormous, indescribably withered arm shot out from beneath the fallen peak. Then, a colossal shadow, obscuring the sky, slowly crawled up from the depths of the earth. Its body appeared to be formed of desiccated wood, with 10 gigantic, tentacle-like protrusions extending from its back. Its face bore no features, only 9 tightly closed eyes radiating an ominous aura. Odaitomozo. The moment it fully rose. Even the majestic Susanoo appeared as a diminutive dwarf in its presence. The shadow cast by that colossal form enveloped the entire battlefield in darkness. Roar. Odaitomozo let out a primal roar that echoed from the ancient past, a sound unlike any living creature. The sound waves transformed into visible white shock waves, sweeping outward. Nearby mountains were shattered to pieces beneath the force of that roar. Monster. Amidst the ruins of Kumogakure, a surviving Jonin gazed at the colossal demonic statue, akin to a doomsday overlord, and let out a despairing wail. What a joke. In Kakashi's mental realm, Obito's voice resonated for the first time. Laced with pure terror, this guy has even summoned the Odaitomozo. On the battlefield, Uchiha Ban's figure slowly floated upward. He landed atop the Odaitomozo, arms outstretched. Like a deity reigning over all. The game is about to end. His voice echoed through the heavens. Just as he finished speaking, the gigantic mouth of the Odaitomozo suddenly opened wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several chains, composed purely of chakra and shimmering with purple lightning, erupted from its maw. Their speed surpassed the ability of any human to react. Ignoring the distance of space, they reached their targets in an instant. Thud, thud. The two tails, held momentarily at bay by Jiraiya's Gamma army, the severely injured 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails, incapacitated by the techniques left by Minato, as well as the 7 tails, Shomiai, who was engaged in combat with Fugaku and Itachi. 6 colossal-tailed beasts were simultaneously ensnared by the purple chakra chains. Roar. They let out cries of anguish, thrashing wildly. Yet, before the chains imbued with the power of the Rinnegan, all their resistance seemed so futile, so powerless. You shall not escape. Kakashi, Itachi, Fugaku, Shirzue. The 4 shouted in unison. They commanded their 4 battered Susanoo, transforming into the last flickers of light, rushing towards the ensnared tailed beasts. They aimed to sever the chains. However, the Odaitomozo simply raised its enormous, withered arm carelessly. It swatted at the 4 towering energy giants as if shooing away 4 bothersome flies. With a gentle motion. Boom. There was no violent explosion, only a sound so crisp that it rendered the entire world deaf. The magnificent blue giant, reminiscent of a starry sky, The Crimson Giant wielding the Tenketsu and Yata Mirror. The Agile Green Giant. The imposing Deep Purple Giant. For energy deities representing the pinnacle of Uchiha clan's ocular prowess, were casually shattered like mere glass art pieces by the Odato Mozo enhanced by Uchiha Ban. The chakra armor they bore, already tenuous in its endurance, was suddenly marred by a web of cracks, and in an instant, it erupted with a thunderous blast, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles. Kakashi, Itachi, Fugaku, and Shursui. For figures, fell from the sky like kites severed from their strings, blood blossoming in the air like resplendent red lotuses, crashing heavily upon the cold, desolate ruins below. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, a massive screen, set up by Orochimaru to broadcast the battlefield, seemed to morph into a mirror reflecting the gates of hell. Tsunade gazed at the four falling figures on the screen, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly collapsed. Nara Shikaku instinctively caught her, yet his own hand trembled uncontrollably. How could such a devastating blow occur with just a single strike? In the Kazekage's office of Sunagakure, Raza watched the screen, his face twisted in shock, devoid of any life or color. It was over. The strongest forces of Konoha had been vanquished just like that. Beside him, an elder collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way as he mumbled to himself, acknowledging the divine power they faced, a true deity. On the battlefield in Kumogakure, the colossal mouth of the outer path golem slowly opened, and the 6 purple chakra chains binding the tailed beasts began to constrict. The cries of the 6 massive tailed beasts, Nibi, Sanbai, Yanbi, Gobi, Rokubi, and Nanabai, echoed in a piteous wail as their colossal forms were inexorably drawn towards the abyssal maw of the outer path golem. Struggling and roaring, their efforts were in vain. Akin to stars thrown into a black hole, completely consumed the moment they made contact. There was not a ripple of disturbance. With a resounding crash, 6 out of the 9 closed eyes of the outer path golem slowly opened. A chakra, magnitudes more formidable than before, erupted from within, imbued with a sense of foreboding and destruction. 3 eyes remained closed. Uchiha Madara stood atop the golem, his voice indifferent, like the final decree of fate. As he surveyed the incapacitated warriors of Konoha and the towering wooden Buddha, ultimately settling his gaze upon the ruins far below, where the injured black-skinned rapper, Karabi, clutched his unconscious brother, the 4th rampage. It's your turn, Madara declared as he stepped from the golem, vanishing from his original position without the spatial fluctuations of the flying thunder god technique or the swift trajectory of the body flicker technique. Not so fast. Senju Tobarama appeared like a specter at the spot where Madara had just been. He formed hand seals, and a myriad of space-time barriers composed of flying thunder god seals enveloped the area in an instant. Attempting to pull Madara from his unknown state of movement with the space-time ninjutsu, Tobarama felt the space before him tremble abruptly, without warning. An incomprehensible force of repulsion erupted from the void, causing his body, composed of dust, to shatter into pieces. Shinra Tensei. Even without his physical presence, the spatial repulsion generated during his movement utterly overwhelmed the 2nd Hokage, obliterating him completely. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara stood before Karabi, casting a contemptuous glance down at the trembling 8-tails Jinchuriki, paralyzed by fear and rage. Big brother, Karabi roared in anguish, clutching the unconscious 4th rampage. He longed to rise and fight, but the chakra within him had long since been drained, rendering even the slightest movement an insurmountable challenge. Get away! A thunderous roar erupted from the side. It was Kushina, her fiery red hair igniting with golden flames, representing the last and purest remnants of her yang chakra from the 9 tails. Vajra lock. Dozens of golden chakra chains, thicker and more solid than ever before, erupted from her back, no longer mere weapons of attack, but transforming into an impenetrable golden cage composed of countless runes, sealing Madara and the surrounding area completely. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Madara's face as he recognized the combination of the sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan and the chakra of the 9 tails. You have truly brought this combination to its zenith. He raised his hand, fingers splayed towards the golden cage, but alas, it was too weak. Shinra Tensei. There was no stalemate, no resistance. The golden chain prison, capable of suppressing Susanoo and sealing tailed beasts, shattered like glass under the gaze of Madara's true Rinnegan. splintering into countless golden particles that scattered into the air. Kushina's body trembled violently as the golden chakra shroud dissipated, her fiery hair losing its luster. She coughed up blood, her body swaying precariously as the last remnants of her chakra were expended. It was over. After extracting Kushina's chakra through the hungry ghost path, Madara disregarded her entirely, extending his clawed hand towards Kurabi's chest, intent on crushing both the defiant Eight Tails and its host. Just as his hand, capable of rending space, was about to make contact with Kurabi, a red figure intervened, standing before him. It was Kushina, using her frail body, devoid of any chakra protection, to shield Kurabi. With a sickening sound, Madara's hand pierced through her shoulder, blood gushing forth, staining Kurabi and the despairing ground crimson. Sister Kushina. Kakashi, having just risen from the ground, let out a heart-wrenching roar upon witnessing the scene. Yet, Kushina, with her shoulder impaled, bore no expression of pain, but rather wore a gentle smile, akin to one of liberation. Her hands clutched Madara's arm that had penetrated her body, and from her wounds, countless blood-red chains, resembling veins, surged forth, spiraling up Madara's arm. Uzumaki's secret technique. Bloodline lock. That was not chakra. That is the unprecedented ninjutsu developed by Gyo Xinai. It is a final sealing technique that the Uzumaki clan can activate at the cost of their lives and bloodline. For the first time, Uchiha Madara felt a hindrance. He sensed that his connection to the Outer Path's golem was temporarily severed by this eerie blood-red chain. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but found it seemingly welded to Gyo Xinai's body. A powerful life force was continuously flowing through Gyo Xinai, steadily injecting into Kurabi's body, momentarily stabilizing the Eight Tails, which was on the verge of being forcibly extracted. A sealing technique at the cost of life? A hint of impatience finally appeared on Madara's face. He observed the woman before him, who was stalling for time with her life, and a cold glint flashed in his Rinnegan. He abandoned the half-extracted Eight Tails. With his other hand raised high, black chakra gathered in his palm, transforming into a sinister black rod capable of piercing through anything. Since you are so eager to die, I shall grant you that wish. However, Gyo Xinai merely smiled at him, her gaze not on the black rod that was about to take her life, but rather beyond Madara, across the battlefield, toward the distant direction of Minato. Naruto, I am sorry. It seems I cannot hold on until you return. Her body began to grow cold, and her consciousness slowly sank into the endless darkness. At that moment, the entire world seemed to press the pause button. The wind ceased. Falling dust froze midair. The roar from the Outer Path's golem was caught in its throat. The black rod poised to strike down upon Gyo Xinai halted less than a centimeter from her forehead. Time and space, in that instant, appeared to lose all significance. An indescribable will, gentle yet overwhelmingly powerful, descended. A golden point of light appeared before Gyo Xinai without warning. Then, that light transformed into a hand, a long, clean hand with distinct knuckles. It casually and gently grasped the ominous black rod that could pierce the divine. With a crisp sound akin to the crunching of a biscuit, the indestructible black rod, composed of yin-yang release, shattered. A gentle voice, tinged with a hint of apology, softly echoed in Gyo Xinai's ear. I am sorry. I have returned late. Chapter 105. Madara throws down the table and refuses to play. Minato, just returned and you want me to work overtime? That gentle voice, imbued with a hint of regret, resonated softly on the silent battlefield. I am sorry. I have returned late. Time resumed its flow. The black rod, composed of yin-yang release, crumbled into dust, slipping through the golden hand. Madara staggered back a step. This subtle movement caused the hearts of all the powerful beings watching from a distance to skip a beat. Uchiha Madara retreated. The man who had viewed all existence as mere ants, who toyed with the first Hokage and the entire Uchiha clan, had stepped back. Minato did not look at Madara. He simply extended another hand, gently supporting Gyo Xinai's faltering body, drawing her into his embrace. A warmth capable of melting glaciers flowed continuously from his palm into Gyo Xinai's body. The gruesome blood hole on her shoulder began to heal at a visible pace. Her once gray hair, drained of vitality, regained its vibrant hue. Gyo Xinai leaned against him, feeling that familiar yet strange warmth, as her consciousness was gradually pulled back from the abyss of darkness. Yes, I have returned. Minato's voice remained gentle. He stood there, as though he had become the center of the entire world. That vast, gentle, yet unyieldingly authoritative will separated all despair and death from the surroundings. Fourth Hokage. In the distance, Kakashi, who had just risen from the ground, looked at the golden figure with a trembling voice. It is Sensei. He has returned. We have won. In the Hokage office of Mai, Tsunade gazed at the familiar yet strange figure on the screen, her body slumping heavily back into the chair. That fool, she murmured. But her body, which had been tense for so long, finally relaxed. Uchiha Madara did not attack immediately. His Rinnegan, newly revitalized and filled with divine authority, locked onto Minato firmly. He saw it. Behind that golden figure, he perceived a vague, colossal phantom composed of pure natural energy. This phantom resembled the true Senju Hashirama's 1,000 hands, but was distinctly different. It was older, more majestic, and closer to the primal source. You, Madara's voice. For the first time, bore an unmistakable gravity. What have you become? I merely reclaimed what was rightfully mine, Minato calmly responded. He steadied Nai, slowly standing upright. Such a simple action caused Madara's body to tense once more. Something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. The Minato before him was an entirely different existence from the one he had faced earlier. If the previous Minato was a peerless, sharp kunai, then now he was an unfathomable ocean named universe. Uncomprehendable, ungraspable, unbeatable. This realization struck Madara's proud heart like an invisible hammer. Haha, he suddenly laughed. That laughter no longer held the previous arrogance and recklessness, but instead carried a hint of self-mockery and madness. Minato, you always manage to surprise me. But this is where it ends. Madara abandoned the attack. He made a move that took everyone by surprise. He produced an object from his robe, a quaint tea kettle adorned with ancient runes. What is that? At this stage of battle, why is he bringing out a teapot? No, I feel like I have seen that kettle before. In the Kazekage office of Suna, Raza stood up abruptly upon seeing the kettle. He pointed at the screen, his voice trembling with shock. That is Lord Shikaku's tea kettle. Impossible. It should have been sealed in the deepest vault of the village. When did Uchiha Madara? Raza's words reminded everyone. Uchiha Madara had disappeared for a time after attacking IWA. It turns out he had gone to Suna. Not only did he destroy IW, but he also stealthily stole the treasure from Suna's vault that sealed a portion of the One-Tail's chakra. That madman. Every step he took was calculated. It seems you have remembered. On the battlefield, Madara noticed Raza's horrified face in front of the distant live screen. He raised the tea kettle, revealing his final trump card to all present in the entire shinobi world. I have long stated that I do not need complete-tailed beasts. All I require is their chakra. He opened the lid of the kettle. A torrent of sand-colored chakra, filled with a brutal and frenzied aura belonging to the One-Tail, surged skyward from the kettle. The One-Tail. Immediately, the other hand of Ban reached out toward the recently rescued Chi-La Bai, grasping at the void. Chi-La Bai barely had time to react before a portion of the Eight Tails chakra within him was forcibly extracted by an irresistible force. It transformed into a torrent of deep purple chakra, soaring towards Ban. The Eight Tails. Finally, Ban's gaze fell upon Nai, nestled in Minato's arms. He pointed at her already healed shoulder, a cruel smile gracing his face. As for the Nine Tails, I have already acquired it. A faint yet exquisitely pure stream of golden chakra belonging to the young Nine Tails began to slowly manifest from Ban's hand, which had pierced through Nai's body. The chakra of the nine-tailed beasts. In this moment, it was gathered in a manner unforeseen by all. A madman. From the very beginning, his aim was not to engage in battle. Kakashi contemplated the most terrifying possibility, letting out a roar. Stop him. However, it was too late. Uchiha Ban forcefully injected the 3 streams of chakra representing the One Tail, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails into the towering figure of the outer path golem behind him. Boom. The 6 eyes of the golem, already opened, shone with brilliant light. Following this, its 3 tightly shut eyes, representing the One Tail, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails, burst open. All 9 eyes unveiled. A roar erupted, unlike anything living, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the world and tear apart the souls of all beings. From the mouth of the outer path golem, it exploded forth. The entire world trembled violently beneath this roar. The sky was engulfed in an instant by endless darkness. The earth cracked, forming vast chasms that seemed bottomless. The golem's withered form began to swell, twist, and morph uncontrollably. The 10 massive protrusions on its back transformed into 10 monstrous tails, obscuring the sky. Its body was enveloped in an unyielding white shell, seemingly forged from the essence of the world itself. Above its head, a colossal scarlet eye, adorned with the patterns of the 9 tails and the Rinnegan, slowly opened. The 10 tails. The god of creation, the beast of destruction. In this moment, it descended. Chapter 106. The Thunder God Soars. Ban, is this reasonable? The 10 tails. The god of creation, the beast of destruction. At this moment, it descended. The pure malice, originating from the dawn of the world, enveloped the entire battlefield like tangible darkness. The sky lamented, the earth shattered. All ninjas watching through the live broadcast felt their souls gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering even breathing a luxury. It is over. Uchiha Ban stood atop the 10 tails, arms wide open as if embracing his creation. He looked down upon those reduced to dust, a divine yet cruel smile adorning his face. Before this world welcomes its rebirth, let us bid farewell with a grand funeral. As his words fell, the towering beast of annihilation slowly lowered its head. That single crimson eye, glimmering with the patterns of the 9 tails and Rinnegan, locked onto the now desolate ground below. It slowly opened its maw, large enough to consume mountains. A tail beast ball, larger, darker, and more despairing than ever before, rapidly coalesced within its mouth. It resembled not merely a conglomerate of chakra, but rather the embodiment of pure destruction, capable of returning the world to chaos. It is over. In Sunagakure, Luo Sha gazed at the screen displaying the ever-expanding black sun, capable of erasing entire continents from existence, murmuring to himself, "What are we truly battling against?" At the temporary camp in Awagakure, Inoki's frail body trembled uncontrollably. This is no longer ninjutsu. This is a natural disaster. An apocalypse. Run. Everyone. Flee. Amidst the ruins of Kumogakure, a surviving Jonin let out a heart-wrenching roar. He attempted to turn and flee, only to find his legs weakened by sheer terror. Run? In the face of a strike capable of obliterating the world, where could one escape? Full defense. The colossal wooden Buddha of Senju Hashirama stood at the forefront of all. He maneuvered the remaining few hundred arms to form the most robust defensive formation. Kakashi, Itachi, Fugaku, and Shirzei, despite their battered bodies, summoned their shattered Susanoo once more, pouring their final remnants of chakra into it. Red, green, purple, blue. For energy giants, dim yet cracked, stood shoulder to shoulder with the massive wooden Buddha, forming the last and most fragile line of defense for the allied shinobi forces. Yet, before the black sun capable of annihilating everything, all resistance seemed laughable and feeble. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Ban's maniacal laughter echoed through the heavens and the earth. Dance, Hashirama. Amidst this grand destruction, witness the birth of a new world alongside me. The tailed beast ball was unleashed. There was no sound, no light. The black sun merely descended slowly and steadily upon the fragile line of defense below. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. The entire world watched as the star representing the end gradually fell. Just then, the golden figure that had been quietly holding Gyo Exine Nai stirred. Bofong Minato slowly raised his right hand towards the world-ending tailed beast ball, fingers splayed open. Buzz. A faint yet clear resonance permeated the souls of everyone present. In an instant, the entire sky illuminated. Countless golden symbols of the flying thunder god technique, like awakened stars, appeared in the pitch-black canopy above. They were densely packed, endless, forming an enormous golden net that spanned the horizon. Each symbol burned with fervor. Every connection resonated. It resembled not mere ninjutsu, but rather a divine miracle. What is this? Uchiha Ban's laughter froze on his face. His Rinnegan fixated intently on the vast golden net covering the world. The flying thunder god technique. Impossible. Such a scale. His words halted abruptly as the tailed beast ball, capable of annihilating the world, collided with the golden net. There was no explosion, no impact. The black sun, akin to a moth drawn to a web, was ensnared by the net crafted from countless flying thunder god symbols. Immediately, all the golden symbols on the net shone brilliantly at once. Their radiance was 100 times more dazzling than the sun. The entire world was bathed in a pure, sacred gold. As the light faded, the sky returned to tranquility. The tailed beast ball, capable of destroying the world, along with the golden net that spanned the horizon, vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Far across the endless ocean, in a tranquil, uncharted sea, a colossal black sun appeared without warning above the water's surface, then erupted with a deafening roar. The terrifying energy evaporated the surrounding seawater within an instant, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that surged skyward, tearing through the clouds and reaching the stratosphere. This apocalyptic tempest, capable of erasing multiple nations from existence, swept across the ocean, generating monstrous waves hundreds of meters high. Countless massive creatures roaming the sea did not even have the chance to let out a mournful cry before being utterly disintegrated by that cataclysmic force, reduced to their most primal particles. In the battleground of Yunin village, silence reigned supreme, an eerie stillness so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Uchiha Madara gazed at the vacant sky, his once proud countenance now etched with an expression of bewilderment for the very first time. "It's time to fry the fish," Minato uttered calmly. Those tranquil words struck Madara like invisible hammers against his face. "What?" "I said, it's time to fry the fish," Minato replied, casting a brief smile at Kushina in his arms before teleporting her back to Konoha, entrusting her to the arriving Tsunade. In the next moment, he turned back, returning to the battlefield once more. For the first time, he regarded the towering behemoth of destruction and the man above it who had fallen into a stupor. "Madara. Madara." Minato's voice remained gentle. "Your game should come to an end." He gradually raised his hands and brought them together at his chest. "Now it is my time." A surge of natural energy more immense and vast than any before coursed into his being from all directions. Behind him, the indistinct silhouette composed of pure natural energy became remarkably solid at that moment. This was not merely the true Senju. It embodied a power older and closer to the world's essence, seemingly derived from the Otsutsuki. Minato's hands slowly parted, revealing a small, black chakra sphere that emerged in his palm. The pursuit of truth. The chakra sphere spun rapidly, devouring the surrounding light, space, and even time. A miniature sun-like spiral shuriken, perfectly fused with fire and wind chakra, was consumed. A gigantic shuriken emanating blinding light, woven from lightning and wind chakra, vanished into it. The chakra of the nine tails. Ashura's sage power, Indra's kaleidoscopic ocular power, and the primordial force of creation and destruction derived from the chakra fruit. At that moment, all these energies converged into the small, rotating chakra sphere. Ultimately, it transformed into an enormous black sphere, indescribable by any words, radiant like a cosmic nebula, yet profound like a black hole. It hovered silently in Minato's palm, reminiscent of a universe in the throes of creation and annihilation. Sage art. Minato's voice resonated throughout the world. The great spiral of time and space. He directed the sphere, containing the entirety of the great spiral, towards the world-ending Ten Tails, gently pushing it forward. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no trajectory that tore through space. The spiral merely floated quietly ahead until it came into contact with the impenetrable shell of the Ten Tails. Boom! The enormous body of the Ten Tails, capable of withstanding all ninjutsu, trembled violently upon making contact with the spiral sphere. Immediately after, its massive form, which overshadowed the sky, was forcefully pushed back by that small sphere. It retreated. It roared. It struggled. Yet all was in vain. Boom! The colossal form of the Ten Tails was propelled and crushed by the ever-rotating great spiral, carving out an unfathomable canyon several kilometers long in the earth. Then, it erupted violently. Chapter 107. Madara. Thank you, Fourth Hokage, for the wounded Ten Tails. Boom! The immense body of the Ten Tails was driven, crushed, and pressed by the spiraling sphere, leaving a deep, bottomless gorge spanning several kilometers. Ultimately, the spiral, containing the essence of the universe, reached an apex of light and darkness simultaneously. In a silence profound enough to deafen the entire world, it erupted. There was no sound, no light, only a pure, all-consuming void. This void expanded, enveloping the Ten Tails' colossal form entirely. When all dust settled, the world-ending beast still stood, yet its body was no longer whole. Over half of its mass, along with its 10 savage tails, had been completely erased as if they had never existed. The remaining half of its form was riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, dark chakra flowing from them like blood. It emitted an extremely weak wail, its massive body teetering on the brink of collapse. Did we succeed? Kakashi strained to hold himself up, gazing at the half-vanished world-ending beast, his voice laced with disbelief. It should be over now, right? Uchiha Fugaku gasped heavily. Having exhausted his chakra, finding it immensely difficult to maintain even the most basic stance. Wonderful. In Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade observed the tragic state of the Ten Tails on the screen, her entire being relaxing as tears of joy streamed down her face. We won. We truly won. The entire shinobi world, all those who had witnessed this through the live broadcast, erupted in a wave of jubilant cheers after enduring a prolonged silence. However, just as the entire world believed victory was at hand, a deranged, euphoric laughter erupted from above the half-formed Ten Tails. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara stood atop the Ten Tails, arms wide open as if embracing a world filled with infinite surprises. His gaze fell upon the golden figure below, his eyes filled with a morbid admiration and awe. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Minato Namikaze, you truly managed to injure it to this extent. Hashirama, did you see this? This is what true combat looks like. Madara's laughter silenced the cheers of all. A chilling dread deeper than ever before enveloped every heart. Why is he laughing? Madara's friend, Senju Hashirama, looked at his seemingly insane companion, his face etched with endless bitterness. You don't understand, do you? Madara interrupted, his voice brimming with unprecedented excitement. An untamed, complete beast cannot be controlled. But his tone shifted, revealing an utterly fervent smile. A tamed, dying beast is the perfect vessel. With that, Madara leaped down from the Ten Tails' head. In midair, he formed hand seals. Thank you, Fourth Hokage. Without you, I could not have suppressed this creature's consciousness. Now, it shall merge with me. Roar. The half-formed Ten Tails seemed to sense something, letting out a feeble, yet terrified roar. It attempted to resist, to flee, but all was in vain. An unparalleled, colossal suction erupted from within Uchiha Madara. The colossal beast, reduced to a mere fragment, loomed ominously, capable of eclipsing the sun and sky. In an instant, it was utterly disassembled by an overwhelming force, transforming into a torrent of purest chakra, a dark, surging wave that roared into the diminutive form of Uchiha Madara. A cacophony of agony and unparalleled ecstasy erupted from his lips as his body began to contort and metamorphose under the onslaught of chakra. His once ebony locks turned as pale as snow, and two menacing bony protrusions erupted from his forehead. The archaic crimson armor he wore was shattered inch by the sheer potency of the energy, replaced by a pristine white haori embroidered with 6 tomo and the patterns of the Rinnegan. A black staff, forged from the power of yin-yang release, manifested in his hand, crowned with the symbols of the sun and moon. Buzzing ominously, 9 orbs, as dark as ink and seemingly capable of devouring all light, emerged behind him, silently revolving. Seeking Daoyu, 6-path sage. At the moment of his transformation, the world fell into a profound silence. The ominous aura emanating from the Ten Tails dissipated, replaced by a more refined, exalted presence, the divine pressure that seemed to transcend the very realm itself. In the hidden sand village, Luo Sha gazed blankly at the screen, beholding the godlike figure suspended in midair, his mind a void. Is this a trick? In the hidden rock village, Anoki collapsed, his body succumbing to the weight of despair. Has he truly become the sage of 6 paths? How can we combat this? Everything is over. Despair, more thorough and pure than ever before, swept across the entire shinobi world once more. On the battlefield, Senju Hashirama stared at the simultaneously familiar and alien silhouette, his face a mask of horror. Madara, he roared, commanding the massive wooden Buddha, swinging its remaining 100 arms towards Madara with ferocity. Would release. Transformation into the Buddha. Yet, Uchiha Madara, now the sage of 6 paths, did not even flinch. He simply extended a finger, casually pointing at the 9 dark orbs behind him. With a swift motion, one of the seeking Dao pearls transformed into a streak of black light, hurtling towards the deluge of fists. There was no collision, no explosion. The titanic wooden fist, capable of shattering the Susanoo, silently melted away upon contact with the minuscule black sphere, as if ice under the blazing sun, erased from existence rather than fragmented. The black sphere continued unabated, effortlessly breaching the defenses formed by hundreds of wooden fists and penetrating the colossal form of the wooden Buddha. A faint sound echoed as the mighty Buddha halted abruptly, a small, inconspicuous black appearing on its chest. In the next heartbeat, countless spiderweb-like cracks erupted from that point. Boom! The monumental wooden Buddha, which had once held Uchiha Madara in check, erupted into a storm of splintered wood. Dust and debris filled the air as Hashirama's body, now composed of earth, trembled violently. A massive, unhealable void appeared in his chest, countless particles of dust uncontrollably spilling forth. His form was collapsing. Inyang release. Senju Tobarama beheld his brother's irreparable wound, disbelief lacing his voice. He could wield powers that transcended all ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara slowly lowered his finger, not bothering to glance at the crumbling Hashirama, as if he had merely crushed an inconsequential insect. His voice, calm and indifferent, yet resonating clearly throughout every corner of the shinobi world, declared the era of ninjutsu to be over. His eyes, divine and glimmering with the power of the Rinnegan, swept across the frozen figures of the ninja below, paralyzed by fear, Kakashi, Itachi, Shursui, Fugaku. Finally, his gaze settled upon the only being still standing calmly, a golden silhouette amidst the chaos. Wolfing Minato, you are the last remaining individual worthy to dance with me. As Chapter 108 unfolds, 6 paths versus 6 paths. When gods clash, mortals suffer. Uchiha Madara cast his gaze over the terrified ninjas below, ultimately resting it upon the serene golden figure. Wolfing Minato, you are the only one left in this world qualified to dance with me. Before the words could dissipate, a dark afterimage tore through the fabric of space. The silhouette of 6 paths Madara materialized before Minato without warning, the black staff in his grasp brimming with the destructive power of Inyang release, seizing towards Minato's heart with a shriek that rent the air. Swift, beyond sound, beyond reaction, yet clang. A resounding clash echoed. Minato calmly raised his right hand. A golden seeking Dao pearl expanded within his palm, transforming into a spiraling sword wreathed in golden flames, perfectly intercepting the staff of annihilation. Dance. Minato's voice remained gentle. I have no interest. I merely wish to conclude this farce swiftly. Boom. The golden and black streaks vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, the heavens were filled with 2 blurred figures, locked in a frenzied clash beyond the grasp of the naked eye. Clang, 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 clang. Each collision unleashed a terrifying shockwave capable of rending mountains asunder. Each intersection left profound chasms upon the earth. The world trembled under the confrontation of 2 true titans, each wielding the power of the 6 paths, reminiscent of fragile glass, emitting a mournful wail under the strain. It was too swift, indiscernible. In the distance, Kakashi, just rising from the ground, fixated on the sky with his Mangekyo Sharingan, yet could only perceive 2 indistinct glimmers. His dynamic vision was insufficient to capture even their afterimages. Rinne Rebirth, boundary of hell. Uchiha Madara's low voice resounded on the battlefield. An intangible shadow from the realm of Rinne Rebirth silently emerged behind Minato, unleashing a powerful punch. However, Minato's figure transformed into a flash of golden light, vanishing just before the unseen fist could strike. Boom. The attack from Rinne Rebirth missed, the ferocious force creating a massive crater over 100 meters wide in the earth below. It is futile. Minato's voice reverberated from above Madara. The golden spiral sword in his grasp became a dazzling streak of light, cleaving downward. Madara raised his staff, blocking with a swift counter. Clang. Another thunderous roar erupted. Your shadow cannot elude me, Minato calmly asserted, stating an undeniable truth. Before his sage perception, enhanced by the fusion of the chakra fruit and transcending the azure tier, any energy lingering beyond the realm of reality appeared as luminous fireflies in the dark, vividly discernible. Indeed, an even more fervent smile spread across Ban's face. The 9 Dojutsu orbs behind him launched an attack simultaneously in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They transformed into 9 streaks of black, deathly light, encircling and sealing all the escape routes available to Mizukichi. Concurrently, the staff in his hand trembled violently, unleashing an unparalleled force that forcefully deflected Mizukichi's spiral sword. Immediately thereafter, Ban's figure shadowed Mizukichi, delivering a kick aimed at his chest. This was a lethal combination. Yet, Mizukichi's form merely left behind a golden afterimage composed of the flying thunder god technique. Then, without a sound, he appeared 100 meters away. I have said it before. It is futile. In the Konoha Hokage's office, Tsunade stared intently at the screen, so tense that she forgot to breathe. Is this what a battle at the 6 paths level looks like? Beside her, Narashikaku gazed at the two flickering figures on the screen, each clash fracturing the earth, and felt his mind completely stall. This was beyond our comprehension. Each of their attacks contained enough energy to obliterate a nation. In a single second, they exchanged blows over 100 times. In the Kazakage's office within Sunagakure, an eerie silence prevailed. Loza watched the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Several elders beside him had collapsed to the ground in shock, murmuring incoherently. Divine beings clashing. We previously dared to oppose such existence? This thought sent shivers through their very souls. On the battlefield, as the stalemate persisted, a hint of fervor finally faded from Uchiha Ban's face, replaced by a pure, icy killing intent. Namikaze Minato, your speed is undeniably impressive. However, he abruptly distanced himself from Minato, hovering in midair. His Rinnegan eyes firmly locked onto Minato. Sage Art. Wind Release. Light Fong. A slender purple beam, a perfect amalgamation of lightning and water, propelled to its utmost limit by Sage Chakra. It erupted from his mouth with a thunderous roar. The beam, as thin as a hair, effortlessly cleaved the ground, leaving behind an indelible pitch-black fissure. A distant mountain peak, soaring 10,000 meters high, was gently brushed by the edge of the beam. There was no explosion, no sound. The mountain simply and silently split in two. The massive upper section of the mountain gradually slid down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dodge, Minato. In the distance, Senju Hashirama's crumbling body let out a final roar. This was an absolute cutting force capable of bisecting the Dijitsu orbs. Yet, in the face of this earth-splitting strike, Minato did not evade. He merely stood quietly in place, raising his right hand. Buzz. In an instant, the space before him illuminated. Countless golden flying thunder god seals, brimming with the mysteries of space and time, appeared as if awakened stars. They were dense and boundless. Under Minato's will, these seals spun at an astonishing speed, connecting to form an immense, nebula-like golden vortex. The next moment, that wind release, Light Fong, capable of severing all, crashed into the golden vortex. There was no explosion, no confrontation. The destructive beam was swallowed entirely by the rapidly spinning golden vortex, vanishing without a trace. Uchiha Ban's pupils constricted sharply. For the first time, a look of astonishment manifested on his weary face. He sensed that his attack had not been negated, but rather forcibly redirected to a distant place beyond his comprehension, by an incomprehensible, overwhelming force of space and time. Your understanding of space-time ninjutsu. Ban's voice carried an unmistakable, pure astonishment. Has it truly come to this? Minato lowered his hand, and the golden vortex gradually dissipated. He gazed at Uchiha Ban, a gentle smile gracing his face, tinged with a hint of apology. I am sorry. I merely wished to test whether I could redirect your attack to the moon. It appears I still fell short. This statement struck Uchiha Ban's face like an invisible slap. As he gazed at Minato's serene visage, the divine composure and indifference that belonged to the Sage of Six Paths once again began to fracture. Impossible. This cannot be. Ban's voice became sharp, filled with extreme rage and confusion. The power of the Ten Tails within you is vastly inferior to mine. Why? What is this power of yours? He finally voiced the question that had loomed over him, causing his very soul to tremble. This query resonated through Orochimaru's broadcasting technique, reaching every corner of the ninja world with clarity. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the answer. Minato replied calmly, "This is the ultimate manifestation of Yin-Yang Release, which you possess but have not fully mastered." Yin-Yang Release. The moment these three words escaped Minato's lips, the higher echelons of the ninja world fell into a profound silence. Yin-Yang Release. Is that not the legendary power created by the Sage of Six Paths to form all things? At the temporary encampment in Iwagakure, Inoki gasped in disbelief. Are you implying that Uchiha Ban has yet to learn it? Among the ruins of Kumogakure, the fourth rampage, struggled to rise from the ground. His face etched with incredulity. What nonsense! That is Uchiha Ban. He has become the new Sage of Six Paths. How could he possibly still be unacquainted with his own power? No, you do not understand. On the battlefield, Senju Hashirama's deteriorating body emitted a feeble voice. Yin-Yang Release is a power that creates forms from nothing, based on spiritual and physical energies. Madara merely acquired the power of the Ten Tails. However, his heart, filled with hatred and madness, is utterly incapable of grasping the essence of this power. This crushing realization struck Uchiha Ban's proud heart like an invisible hammer. Silence. Ban roared in a frenzy. His heart, consumed by hatred, could not accept this truth. He, Uchiha Ban, who had schemed for a century, calculating the entire ninja world, ultimately reigning supreme as a god, was taught a lesson by a mere junior using his own power? Fury utterly consumed his reason. He transformed one of the Dojutsu orbs behind him into a long, jet-black rod with sharp edges. Die! Boom! A black shadow instantaneously tore through space. The figure of Six Paths Ban appeared before Minato with a speed that surpassed the limits of reaction, without any warning. The black rod in his hand contained the power of yin-yang release, capable of erasing all existence. With a piercing shriek that rent the atmosphere, it aimed directly for Minato's heart. With all his might, he struck. He intended to erase the man before him, along with his nauseatingly condescending lecturing, from this world entirely. Yet, the figure known as Shuemin neither flinched nor evaded, standing calmly in place as the black rod, capable of obliterating all ninjutsu, lunged toward him. Uchiha Obito felt as if he heard a faint sound, akin to a blade piercing flesh, resonate in the air. Then, that black rod struck true, piercing Shuemin's heart. A cruel and twisted smile crept onto Uchiha Obito's face. It was over. However, in the next moment, his smile froze. The rod, meant to annihilate everything, met Shuemin's body and seemed to dissolve like a drop of water merging with the ocean. Not the slightest ripple was stirred. It could not even penetrate the thin, golden cloak of senjutsu surrounding Shuemin, which burned like flames. No, it was not that it could not penetrate. It was assimilated. Uchiha Obito could distinctly feel the power of yin-yang that he infused into the black rod being silently absorbed and fused with a force of even higher caliber and purity the moment it contacted that golden veil. That faint golden cloak of senjutsu was, in itself, a product of the highest order of yin-yang, born from a synthesis of chakra fruits and everything Shuemin possessed, combined with his profound understanding of space-time and sealing techniques. It was unique, a manifestation of his own Six Paths power. Your yin-yang is ineffective against me. Shuemin's calm voice echoed in Obito's ears. Boom. In that instant, Uchiha Obito's mind went blank. He gazed at the black rod halted before Shuemin's chest. Unable to advance even a fraction, he beheld Shuemin's face, eerily calm to the point of indifference. A feeling of fear, originating from the depths of his soul, seized his heart for the first time, completely. Now, seizing the fleeting moment of Obito's days, Shuemin raised his right hand gently, extending it forward. In his palm, a small yet potent Rasengan, brimming with the ultimate mysteries of space-time, quietly materialized. This was no ordinary Rasengan. It was the ultimate fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan's transformation, the final product, the Flying Thunder God Rasengan. Boom. The moment that Rasengan made contact with Uchiha Obito's body, it erupted violently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic shockwave, only a pure, distorted golden spatial vortex. No. Uchiha Obito finally snapped back to reality from his astonishment, emitting a terrified roar as he attempted to retreat, to evade. But it was all too late. The golden spatial vortex, like a greedy black hole, instantaneously engulfed half of his body. Uft! A soft sound echoed. The golden light dissipated. Uchiha Obito's left half, along with the three truth-seeking balls behind him, vanished. Not destroyed, not decomposed, but directly torn apart and sent to the ends of space by the unreasonable power of space-time contained within that Rasengan. It severed all connections with this world and his very essence. The wound was smooth as a mirror. There was no blood, no flesh, only a pure void representing nothingness. Uchiha Obito's proud Six Paths level regenerative abilities failed utterly at that moment, for the erased portion no longer existed in this dimension. It could not be sensed, reassembled, or regenerated. Uchiha Obito slowly lowered his head. He looked at the emptiness of his left half, at the wound that symbolized absolute nothingness, on the face that had been proud all his life. Only pure, incomprehensible bewilderment remained. Chapter 110. Obito, I anticipated your anticipation. Shuemin, I anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. Uchiha Obito lowered his head slowly. He gazed at the emptiness of his left side. On his face, only confusion remained. The wound was where his Six Paths level regenerative abilities were working frantically, white matter attempting to fill that void. Yet the newly formed flesh, upon nearing the boundary of that void, melted silently like ice under the scorching sun. It could not be sensed, reassembled, or regenerated. He is not recovering? Amidst the ruins, a keen-eyed sensory ninja gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? That is a 6 paths level body. What on earth is that wound? The fourth Hokage's attack erased his existence? Have we won? The surviving ninja coalition, witnessing the incomplete and dazed Uchiha Obito, felt a flicker of hope reignite in their hearts. However, this hope lasted for less than 3 seconds. Uchiha Obito lifted his head. He no longer regarded his irreparable wound. Conventional combat had become meaningless. The dimensions of power were entirely different. He had been cornered into a desperate situation. His only chance of victory lay in the final plan he had prepared from the beginning. His gaze transcended the figure of Bo Feng Shui-men before him and fixated on the cold, high-hanging moon. A resolute madness ignited within his singular eye. He was determined to ascend to the skies at any cost. Yet, Shuiman's figure appeared before him like a specter, blocking his sole avenue of escape. The game was over. Shuiman's voice was calm, yet carried a sense of finality. The golden spiral sword in his hand coalesced once more. Mysteries of space-time swirled violently around the sword's blade, transforming into a golden streak of light that could rend all things, aimed at the remaining half of Obito's body. This strike was potent enough to erase him entirely from this world. Not a chance. Uchiha Obito let out a frenzied roar. He did not choose to defend, nor did he opt to evade. In that split second between life and death, he made a decision that left everyone bewildered. He actively charged toward that golden light of death. The golden blade of time and space effortlessly severed his remaining right leg at the root. The unreasonable power of space-time enveloped the wound instantly, preventing any possibility of regeneration. Intense pain caused Uchiha Obito's body to shudder violently. Yet, harnessing the tremendous force of that strike, he propelled his remaining torso and single arm backward like a cannonball, trading one leg for the opportunity to escape the battlefield. A white streak of light surged skyward at an unmatched speed, directly toward the moon. This is bad. Kakashi, harboring Obito within him, roared in terror. He would use his last breath to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Quickly stop him. The crumbling form of Senju Hashirama emitted a final howl. Too high. We cannot reach him. Despair once again enveloped the hearts of all. Uchiha Obito's figure rapidly diminished into a dot in everyone's view. He soared through the clouds, traversing the atmosphere. That enormous moon, pockmarked with craters, appeared almost within reach. He had succeeded. He extended his remaining right hand, tearing open the tattered bone on his forehead, revealing the eye, shimmering with the patterns of the Nine Tails and the Rinnegan, a scarlet gaze of the divine. If the power of this eye could be cast upon the moon, this illusory world would welcome eternal tranquility. A triumphant, frenzied smile spread across his face. Yet, in the next moment, a golden light appeared above him without warning. The figure of Bo Feng Shui-men bathed in a soft glow, quietly suspended in the air, as if he had been waiting there from the very beginning. He uttered not a word, merely lifted his foot and gently kicked down towards the face of Uchiha Ban, which was filled with ecstasy and bewilderment. Boom! A golden meteor, trailing a long fiery tail, fell straight down from the heavens. Ultimately, it crashed fiercely into the ruins of Yunin village. The ground trembled violently in response. A pit, greater than any before, emerged in the center of the battlefield. The plan had failed once more. Within the pit, the battered form of Uchiha Ban slowly floated upwards. His 6-path sage attire had been utterly destroyed by that single kick. The remaining arm exhibited a grotesque distortion. At that moment, he appeared as a pitiful, ruined doll, toyed with beyond repair. The strings of reason snapped completely. What remained was an endless madness, a pure desire to drag the entire world into the depths of hell. He hovered high above, his solitary arm raised triumphantly. Since you all wish for death, let this world accompany you to the grave. 6 paths. Uchiha Ban's voice resonated like a curse from the depths of hell. Earth explosion star. Continuous fire. Boom. The earth wailed. At that instant, the very ground of the shinobi world trembled violently. Countless gigantic, unending mountain ranges were forcibly torn from the crust by an irresistible force. They ascended into the sky. Subsequently, over 100 black spheres of varying sizes, all radiating a terrifying gravitational pull, appeared like a rain of stars heralding the apocalypse in the torn sky. Those shredded mountains, rivers, and lands, under the influence of gravity, frantically converged towards those black cores. 1, 10, 100. In mere seconds, over 100 grotesque planetary rocks, formed of mountains and earth, replaced the sky. They obscured the sun and shrouded the light. The entire world was dragged into a realm known as despair, an eternal twilight. Each one was sufficient to rival a small planet. Each harbored the cataclysmic power to erase an entire nation from existence. And now, they hung like the sword of Damocles over the heads of the shinobi world, poised to fall at any moment. This was an indiscriminate attack aimed at utterly shattering the very ground of the shinobi realm. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Tsunade gazed at the apocalyptic scene on the screen, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. In Suna, Lo Sha's teacup silently transformed into a handful of fine sand. All who witnessed this scene throughout the shinobi world held their breath. Their minds were blank. On their faces lingered a singular emotion, pure, unfathomable despair, named annihilation. Chapter 111. Shui Men. Thanks to ban for the free seaside land. Over 100 grotesque planetary rocks, formed of mountains and earth, replaced the sky. They obscured the sun and shrouded the light, dragging the entire world into a realm known as despair, an eternal twilight. This was an indiscriminate attack aimed at utterly shattering the very ground of the shinobi realm. Uchiha Ban floated at the center of this doomsday star rain, arms wide open, his maniacal laughter echoing through heaven and earth. Do you see it, Hashirama? Do you see it, the ants of the entire shinobi world? This is the grand funeral prepared for you. In this eternal twilight, may you turn to cosmic dust alongside this decaying world. His voice resonated like the final judgment. The hundreds of rock planets suspended in the sky began to descend slowly. They tore through the atmosphere with a shriek of annihilation, pressing down upon the insignificant earth below. It's over. This was the sole thought in the minds of all present shinobi. The terrifying aura even drew the attention of unknown beings in distant realms. At this moment, the golden figure that had been standing calmly finally moved. Bofeng Shui Men slowly raised his right hand towards the descending doomsday star rain and gently grasped. Dust to dust, soil to soil. His gentle voice rang clearly across the silent battlefield. The sound was soft yet reverberated within the very souls of all present. Uchiha Ban's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. He gazed at the man below who had lifted his hand, as if performing some trivial gesture. What sorcery is this? Yet, in the next moment, the sky brightened. Countless golden symbols of the flying thunder god technique, filled with the mysteries of space and time, appeared in the darkened heavens as if awakened in an instant. They were dense and boundless, under the astonished gazes of all. These golden symbols precisely imprinted themselves upon the surface of each descending, grotesque planetary rock. In an instant, the entire sky transformed into an immense golden net that enveloped the world. What is this? The flying thunder god technique. What nonsense. How much chakra does he possess to conjure this magnitude? What does he intend to do? To transfer all of this away? Impossible. Those are over 100 planets comparable to the size of the moon. Within the ranks of the ninja coalition, gasps of disbelief erupted. For the first time, a hint of astonishment appeared on Uchiha Ban's face, which was otherwise filled with madness. What does he intend? However, the next scene that unfolded utterly shattered his understanding, and that of the entire shinobi world. The rock planets covered in golden symbols did not immediately vanish. They began to decompose, under the horrified gaze of the world. Those moon-like structures composed of massive rocks silently began to disintegrate in mid-air. The hard rocks, illuminated by the golden light, had their structures forcibly dismantled and reformed. They transformed from rock to soil, from soil to dust. In just a few seconds, those over 100 planetary rocks capable of annihilating the world had all turned into a colossal sandstorm that could obscure an entire continent. Inyang release. The crumbling body of Senju Hashirama emitted a weak yet astonished roar. He had reversed the creation process of the Earth explosion star with Inyang release. He turned stones back into soil. My heavens! In Suna, as the most knowledgeable of the sands, the fourth Kazekage Lo Sha stared blankly at the screen, displaying the vast sandstorm formed from the entirety of the shinobi world's land. How could such a feat be accomplished? This transcended mere ninjutsu. This was a miracle. The power of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Ban's proud face morphed from astonishment into sheer shock. He could not comprehend. Inyang release is the power of the Sage of Six Paths to create all things. How could Bo Feng Shui men wield this power to such an unfathomable extent? This was no longer merely a matter of strength. This is a cognitive and dimensional absolute dominance. Just as the entire world fell into a stupor, that golden heavenly net covering the sky radiated with brilliance. The hand of Bo Feng Shui men slowly opened, as if to say, go. Boom. The sky was filled with swirling dust, along with hundreds of black spheres that served as the core of the Earth explosion star. In that instant, they were completely devoured by the golden spatial vortex. Then, they vanished. The sky returned to clarity, and the warm sunlight once again bathed the Earth. It was as if the apocalyptic crisis that had threatened to annihilate the world was merely an absurd nightmare. Was it over? Kakashi gazed at the empty sky, murmuring to himself, "Did we survive?" The surviving ninjas, after enduring a prolonged silence, erupted into cheers of survival like a tidal wave. However, at that moment, in the Hokage office of Konoha, a member of the Umbu responsible for monitoring intelligence across the ninja world suddenly let out a terrified scream. Report, Lord Tsunade. Urgent intelligence from all monitoring points in the Eastern Sea. The sea level is rising at an incredible speed. What? Tsunade abruptly stood from her chair. Immediately after, another Umbu responsible for the Western Sea reported similar information. Report, the Western Sea is also experiencing a massive retreat. A vast expanse of new land has emerged from the sea. Nara Shikaku looked at the ninja world map in his hand, then at the empty sky on the screen. A ridiculous thought that made his scalp tingle surfaced in his mind. Trembling, he picked up a pen. On the map, the blue area representing the ocean was extensively colored yellow, signifying land. The original ratio of 3 parts land to 7 parts ocean in the ninja world transformed into a balance of 5 parts land to 5 parts ocean. Did he fill the entire sea with sand? This conclusion made all the high-ranking officials of Konoha gasp in shock. On the battlefield, Bo Feng Shui men slowly lowered his hand. He turned to Uchiha Madara, who was suspended in midair, completely stunned, and revealed a gentle smile, even tinged with gratitude. Madara, thank you for providing Konoha with ample new land for development. This statement resonated through the live broadcast, reaching every corner of the ninja world like a colossal hammer, striking Uchiha Madara's proud visage. Shock transformed into bewilderment, and bewilderment morphed into absurdity. Ultimately, that absurdity crystallized into an indescribable, extreme humiliation and rage. A mouthful of blood spewed forth from Uchiha Madara. The ultimate strike, capable of annihilating the entire world, was unexpectedly used to create new land for Konoha? Uchiha Madara emitted a roar that was more beastly than human, filled with endless resentment and madness. His once proud heart shattered in that moment. An unprecedented, pure darkness erupted from his very being. Chapter 112, Madara's Final Stubbornness. I, Uchiha Madara, will not be a power source. Uchiha Madara roared, his voice a cacophony of endless resentment and madness. His proud heart was utterly crushed at that moment. An unprecedented, pure darkness erupted from his battered body. This was not chakra. It was an ancient, malevolent essence that seemed to transcend the entire world, pure malice. That darkness enveloped Uchiha Madara like a pitch-black cloak, and his broken form began to writhe and reorganize in a bizarre manner under the shroud of darkness. What is this? Has his power increased? No. This aura is entirely different from the 10 tails. More sinister, more ominous. What nonsense. He has already been beaten to such a state. How could he have any hidden cards left? Below, the surviving ninja alliance, their flickering hope instantly extinguished by this sudden turn of events, could only watch in despair. Uchiha Madara's body ceased its writhing. He slowly lifted his head. His face, which should have been filled with madness and resentment, now wore an eerie calm. A sharp, cold voice, brimming with endless delight, emerged from his lips. Mother, I am finally going to succeed. Bo Feng Shui men, I must thank you. You pushed this perfect vessel to its limit. You created this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. The pitch-black substance transformed into a grotesque human face from Uchiha Madara's form. Kurizetsu. It finally shed all its disguises. Not good. Senju Hashirama's crumbling body let out its final roar. It aims to use Madara's body. Is it trying to resurrect Bo Feng and the ultimate monster we spoke of? The progenitor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, Just as Kurizetsu was about to completely engulf Uchiha Madara's will and complete the final step, a transformation occurred. Get lost. A hoarse, weak yet infinitely arrogant roar erupted from deep within the body, shrouded in darkness. It was Uchiha Madara. He managed to reclaim a fragment of control over his body at the last moment, thanks to his overwhelming pride. I am Uchiha Madara. This world can only be ended and created by me. You, a mere insect hiding in the shadows, dare to attempt to dominate me. Ah! Two utterly different wills clashed within that battered body, engaging in a final, frenzied struggle. Uchiha Madara's body trembled violently in midair, caught in a stalemate. He temporarily lost control over his body. Now is the time. Wolfing Schumann's figure appeared before Uchiha Madara like a specter. He disregarded the soul-level struggle and simply raised his hands calmly. He formed a seal that no one could comprehend. Yet it seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe. Senjutsu. Wolfing's voice was gentle yet resolute. Super. Shadow Clone Control Technique. 9 styles. During his long tenure as Hokage, he had not been idle, especially with the secret techniques of his faction's 3 great clans, which he had studied extensively. Now, this knowledge would prove invaluable. As his words fell, Schumann's shadow transformed into pure gold in an instant. Then, the golden shadow slithered like a living serpent, defying the distance and the barriers of yin-yang release. In an instant, it connected with the suspended figure enveloped in darkness. What? Kurizetsu's sharp scream emanated from within Madara. Impossible. How could you control this 6 paths body? Silence. Insect. Schumann's voice turned icy for the first time. He manipulated the body that temporarily belonged to him, the Sage of 6 Paths, and slowly raised his hands to form a seal that everyone was exceedingly familiar with. Rebirth of the Soul Technique. No. Heiyue emitted a desperate roar. It could feel that the immense vitality derived from the Jubi, painstakingly accumulated with Ban, was dissipating at an uncontrollable rate. Boom. A verdant beam of life surged from Ban's body, soaring skyward. The beam erupted in the heavens, transforming into countless gentle green rays of light that showered the entire battlefield. Those unfortunate ninjas who had perished in the previous battles found their bodies bathed in this light rain, their wounds healing rapidly, and vitality rekindling. Am I still alive? What has happened? Hadn't I been consumed by the tailed beast ball? It was the first and second Hokage. Amid the ruins, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, their crumbling Edo Tensei forms, were swiftly replaced by true flesh and blood under the illumination of the green light. They were truly resurrected. Nagato. Jiraiya gazed at the distant figure of the red-haired man slowly rising from the ground, tears of joy streaming down his face. All those who had fallen in battle were resurrected. This is a miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. The 4th Hokage has controlled Uchiha Ban and brought everyone back to life. We have won. Long live Konoha. Long live the 4th Hokage. The entire ninja world erupted in fervent and resounding cheers, surpassing any previous jubilations after a brief period of silence. However, Minato paid no heed to these celebrations. Having accomplished all this, he released his control over Uchiha Ban. Just before that body was about to fall, he extended a finger and gently touched Ban's forehead. The farce must come to an end. Buzz. The 6 paths level Sage Art, combined with the pinnacle sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, was unleashed. Countless golden runes, resembling divine chains, surged from Minato's fingertip, forming an immense, rapidly spinning golden vortex that enveloped Uchiha Ban's broken body. No, my power, my Jubi, my 6 paths power. Ban's hoarse roars echoed from within the vortex, filled with unwillingness and despair. He could feel the power that transcended the world within him being forcibly stripped away by an unreasonable, more primal force. Boom. A torrent of dark chakra, intertwined with sacred white light, was forcibly extracted from Uchiha Ban's body by the golden vortex. This power struggled and roared in midair, but ultimately, it was compressed, molded, and sealed by Minato's absolute strength. Finally, it transformed into a brand new, golden Shinjutsu orb, radiating sunlight-like brilliance, quietly hovering in the palm of Minato's hand. Uchiha Ban completely shed his 6 paths mode. The white cloak he wore turned to ash, the sharp angles on his forehead vanished, and his white hair lost all its luster. He reverted to the frail, aged Uchiha Ban, who should have perished decades ago. He fell helplessly from the sky. A figure steadied him, Senju Hashirama. In his final moments, Uchiha Ban slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at his lifelong friend and rival, the familiar, hearty smile on his face. With great difficulty, he turned his head to see the golden figure in the distance, the one who had protected the entire world and ended all conflicts. A single murky tear slid slowly from the corner of his aged eye. Hashirama. His voice was as faint as a whisper. Perhaps your Konoha has triumphed. With those words, his body began to dissolve into specks of dust, scattering in the wind. The legendary figure, Uchiha Ban, had reached the end of his tale. Yet, just before his body completely vanished, a dark mass, resembling mud, emerged clumsily from the swirling dust. It was none other than Heijiwa, who had been forcefully extricated as well. It gazed at the golden figure holding the Shinjutsu orb, a visage of divinity, and its face, composed of malice, was filled solely with pure, soul-deep terror. It wished to flee. Yet, it discovered that the space around it had been entirely sealed off by an incomprehensible force. It had become a turtle in a jar. Chapter 113. Minato. Ban, your external support has expired, and I shall now take over. Minato's palm pressed upon Heijiwa's head. The dark, mud-like mass trembled violently. Filled with fear, the purest fear originating from its very soul. No, you cannot. Mother. Mother is about to. Heijiwa's sharp, unwilling, and resentful wails surged forth, crashing against Minato on a spiritual level. However, Minato paid no attention. He did not even glance at the twisted face formed purely from malice. The power of yin-yang release transformed in his palm into countless invisible probes, more intricate than cells. They disregarded all of Heijiwa's resistance and forcefully penetrated its core of memories constructed from will. Boom. A flood of historical scrolls, sealed for 1,000 years, exploded in Minato's mind. It was a frigid, desolate sea of stars. A white-haired woman with a horn was desperately fleeing through the cosmos, cradling something. Behind her were several figures of terrifying hunters. The scene shifted. A vibrant green planet, drained of all vitality by a colossal tree that pierced heaven and earth, ultimately transformed into a barren, lifeless rock. Fragments of images flickered chaotically. Otsutsuki clan. Nursery. Chakra fruits. Harvest. Cold, cruel truths were forcibly extracted by Minato. Indeed, Kaguya was not an invader. She resembled a desperate refugee, carrying precious seeds, fleeing from a farm. Minato was aware of this. However, the next scene sent a chill down his spine. The so-called Otsutsuki clan was the true cosmic calamity, using planets as nurseries, civilizations as nourishment, and regularly harvesting chakra fruits. What a headache. Minato retracted his hand. Although he was already aware of most of the information, many intricate details required first-hand experience to truly grasp. Soon, beneath his palm, Heijiwa's piercing wails abruptly ceased. Its consciousness, burdened with a millennium of schemes, had been completely overwhelmed and shattered by the colossal flood of memories, transforming into a mass of meaningless, pure black substance. With a casual wave, Minato enveloped the mud-like black mass in a gentle force, ultimately sealing it within a small scroll. Perhaps, in the future, Orochimaru would find this object intriguing. Meanwhile, in the distance, the resurrected Senju Tobirama watched this scene, his face etched with confusion. Minato did not kill that creature? No. Senju Hashirama shook his head slowly. He could sense that the will of the black mass had completely vanished. He did not fail to kill it. He erased its consciousness. Erase consciousness? What does that mean? The resurrected ninjas present, including Jiraiya and Nagato, could not comprehend this phrase. Yet they could see. They could see Minato, having completed all of this, slowly turning away. He gazed upon the golden Shinjutsu orb, radiating a brilliance akin to that of the sun, which he had forcibly extracted from Uchiha Obito. This orb was a manifestation of the power of the Ten Tails, embodying the essence of creation and destruction within this world. Minato extended his hand, gently pressing it against the resplendent golden sphere. Then, under the astounded gazes of the world, he gradually absorbed 90% of the orb's power into his being. A resounding boom echoed. An all-encompassing, boundless, and perfect power surged through him, akin to a warm tide flowing through his limbs and cells. The golden cloak of sage art behind him blazed with renewed intensity. The 9 black tomo upon it began to spin rapidly, merging into one another, ultimately converging into a flawless crimson design adorned with the patterns of the 9 tomo and the Rinnegan. Congratulations, host. You have officially entered the perfect Ten Tails Jinchuriki realm. All your abilities have reached the theoretical limit of this world. The sight of this scene on the live broadcast left Rasha of Sunagakure weak in the knees, collapsing onto the Kazekage's seat. What a joke. He had absorbed all the power of the 10 tails? What was the difference from the previous Uchiha Obito? No, there was a difference. In the temporary base of Awagakure, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki stared intently at the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. Look. When Uchiha Obito absorbed the 10 tails, his body was distorted by the power. But the fourth Hokage's body shows no such changes. He has perfectly mastered this power. On the battlefield, Minato slowly lowered his hand, feeling the tranquil, gentle, yet vast power within him, capable of restarting the world with a mere thought. There was no hint of stagnation. It felt as if this power was destined to belong to him. He glanced at his palm, where the final 10% of the Golden Sun's power lingered. Even this small fraction contained chakra potent enough to drive any Kage-level expert to madness. Minato merely smiled. Utilizing yin-yang release, complemented by his understanding of the world's essence, he gently grasped the golden light. Sage art, creation of all things. The golden orb exploded in his palm, transforming into 7 streams of chakra, each a different hue and brimming with vitality. The 7 streams twisted, spiraled, and coalesced in midair, forming magnificent shapes. A roar filled with wildness and grace erupted as a colossal cat-like creature made of blue flames manifested on the battlefield. 2 tails, Nibi. Another roar followed as a fearsome turtle with 3 tails and a massive shell howled towards the sky. 3 tails, Isabu. Subsequently, a molten lava-infused giant ape, Sun Wukong, appeared. Alongside it, the white-winged Mu King, the slime-covered Rakudu, the giant beetle, Chomei, and the 8-tailed Nibi, Gyuki, emerged. The 7-tailed beasts, once sealed within the outer path, were reborn through Minato's hands. They were no longer the savage, bloodthirsty beings they once were. Instead, their eyes sparkled with clarity, independence, and wisdom. They gazed upon their creator, the golden figure before them, filled with reverence, curiosity, and a hint of kinship rooted deep within their bloodlines. Is this real? In the ruins of Kumogakure, Raikage looked at the 7 familiar massive figures, stammering, "My heavens, did he really create the tailed beasts? Is this the power of the Sage of 6 Paths?" Having completed this feat, Minato's figure slowly descended from the sky, landing before the Ninja Alliance, which had regained life through the rebirth of the world technique. He observed the faces of those resurrected from death, still wearing expressions of bewilderment, joy, and shock. He looked at his teacher, Jiraiya, his dear friend, Fugaku, his disciple, Kakashi. And in the distance, he saw the red-haired figure, gently smiling at him with the support of Tsunade. Minato smiled in return, his expression as warm and sunny as ever, capable of dispelling all darkness and despair. The war had come to an end. Chapter 114. The war has ended? Tailed Beast Construction Team, assemble. The war is over. Minato's voice wafted through the ruins like a gentle breeze, soft yet crystal clear, to every ear. The surviving ninjas erupted into a cacophony of cheers after a brief silence. We won. We truly won. Long live the 4th Hokage. It was the 4th Hokage who saved the world. The war has finally ended. We survived. However, Minato paid no heed to their jubilations. He turned to the 7 colossal tailed beasts he had just reshaped from nothingness. 2 tails, Nibi, 3 tails, Isabu, for tails. Sun Wukong. They gazed at the golden figure that had remade them, their eyes reflecting awe and curiosity. Go now, and plow this land anew, he instructed in a gentle tone, issuing a command that rendered the entire world momentarily deafened. The 7-tailed beasts stood in stunned silence. In the distance, the recently revived 4th Raikage, was equally taken aback. Did he just command the tailed beasts to perform civil engineering? Plow the land. What was he saying? Whoa, big brother. That is a brilliant idea, exclaimed Karabi, gesturing animatedly, though his words were laced with disbelief. What a joke. Those are tailed beasts. Strategic weapons. A Cloud Village Jonin exclaimed in disbelief. This is far more entertaining than sealing them away. Isn't it? Hashirama Senju laughed heartily as he sat cross-legged on the ground. To control them to this extent transcends mere power, Tobarama Senju noted, observing the 7-tailed beasts, who appeared confused yet offered no signs of rebellion. Roar. The 4 tails. Sun Wukong was the first to act. It opened its enormous mouth, but instead of releasing a tailed beast ball, It spewed forth pure fire and earth-released chakra, melting large boulders and reshaping the debris into a smooth surface. Three Tails, Isabu, summoned torrents of water, washing away all dust and rubble. Six Tails, Rikudu, excreted corrosive acid, precisely dissolving the unmanageable metallic remnants. Eight Tails, Gyuki, wielded its massive tentacles like the most efficient crane, effortlessly relocating an entire collapsed mountain to a distant location. Under the astonished gazes of ninjas worldwide, an involuntary gulp echoed as someone unconsciously swallowed. Am I seeing things? The tailed beasts are really doing construction? A cloud ninja rubbed his eyes, questioning his sanity. Did they just flatten everything in mere minutes? Another sensing ninja from Iwagakure stared at the overly smooth terrain, his mind blank. What exactly did the fourth Hokage consider the tailed beasts to be? In the ruins of Kumogakure, which had been utterly devastated by the clash of deities, the tailed beasts displayed an astonishing construction efficiency, leveling the desolate land in just over 10 minutes. A vast, flat expanse, even imbued with a hint of fertility, emerged before everyone's eyes. After accomplishing this, Minato merely nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, his figure, along with all the resurrected Kaga-level experts on the battlefield, vanished. Konoha, Hokage Building, a temporarily established high-level conference room. As Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato, Raza, Oyuki, and the fourth Rampage, reappeared, they found themselves present in this moment. "Welcome, everyone," announced Minato, seated at the head of the table, marking the commencement of the meeting. From this day forth, the Supreme Council of the Unified Shinobi Alliance is officially established. The first agenda item was presented without allowing anyone a moment to react. A bombshell capable of overturning the entire world order. Abolish the daimyos of each nation. All power shall belong to the alliance. A profound silence enveloped the room. A silence so thick it felt tangible. "What a joke!" exclaimed an ancient ninja, recently revived from the Warring States period, rising abruptly. "The system of daimyos has existed long before the Warring States. This is a complete subversion of centuries-old tradition. You will incite chaos throughout the world." "Indeed. Fourth Hokage, this is a coup." Another powerful figure chimed in. "Even if you have revived us, such unilateral actions cannot be tolerated." Minato remained silent. While it was Senju Tobarama who spoke next. He slowly stood, his icy gaze sweeping over the traditionalist ninja. "Tradition? Let me ask you, has this so-called tradition brought peace to the shinobi world? Did it prevent the first great ninja war? The second? Or the third? Did it stop Uchiha Madara's Moon Eye plan? Did it quell the ravages of war? No." Tobarama's voice laid bare the bloody reality that everyone had been deliberately avoiding. That tradition, which hides in the shadows, instigating wars for its own benefit and viewing ninjas as mere tools, has only brought us endless death and hatred. Now is the time to bury it once and for all. No one could respond. The meeting room was steeped in silence. Raza bowed his head, recalling the humiliation of having his budget slashed by the daimyo, forcing his son to become a Jinchuriki. Oyuki remained silent, remembering the countless Iwagakure comrades sacrificed for the daimyo's commands during the numerous wars. Rampage clenched his fists, ultimately unable to do anything but release them. Minato observed quietly. His very existence, his unparalleled strength, and the grace of reviving everyone constituted an undeniable power. The agenda passed unanimously amidst the silence. Soon, the meeting concluded. Minato's figure appeared before Nagato and Konan. "Follow me." Without waiting for their response, the space shifted, and in the next moment, the three found themselves hovering above the perpetually clouded Amigakure. The cold rain relentlessly washed over this sorrowful land. Nagato gazed down at the familiar, gray city, his body trembling uncontrollably. Konan looked at him, her eyes filled with concern. At that moment, Minato slowly extended his hand towards the thick, unchanging clouds above. With a gentle motion, he summoned a powerful wind. It was a gentle yet irresistible force, akin to a divine hand, pulling aside the curtains that shrouded the world. The heavy clouds, which had enveloped Amigakure for decades, were gradually pushed apart by the wind, creating a rift. Soon after, the first rays of golden sunlight, after decades of darkness, finally pierced through. That beam of light fell precisely upon the statue, crafted by Konan out of paper, commemorating Minato. Countless citizens of Amigakure emerged from their homes, gazing upwards in disbelief at the light that had torn through the darkness. "What is that? Is it the sun?" A child who had never seen sunlight pointed at the sky, filled with curious wonder. The rift widened, and the clouds dispersed completely. The continuous rain that had shrouded Amigakure for decades ceased. Warm, radiant sunlight cascaded down like a golden waterfall, illuminating every corner of this sorrowful land. Countless citizens bathed in that warm glow, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they knelt in gratitude. High above, Nagato slowly extended his pale hand. A warm ray of sunlight landed in his palm, and he felt that long-lost warmth, nearly forgotten. Tears, glistening with a purple hue from his rinnegan, fell silently down his cheeks. I waited. I truly waited. For this day of peace. Chapter 115. A transformative day? Minato's thought turns the desert into an oasis. Shocking the shinobi world, Minato's second destination was the Land of Wind. When that golden figure appeared unexpectedly above Sunagakure, the entire village fell into a deep silence. The air was filled with swirling yellow sand under the scorching sun. Raza, the fourth Kazekage, stood atop the Kazekage Tower, gazing at the man hovering in the sky. Behind him stood all the elite jonin of Sunagakure, each face reflecting an unmistakable mix of awe and tension. What could he possibly want? The war is over, and the alliance has been formed. Why has this god, who single-handedly ended all conflicts and can even conjure tailed beasts at will, descended upon this barren land? Fourth Hokage-sama. Raza struggled to speak, attempting to articulate his thoughts. However, Minato did not respond. He merely raised his right hand slowly, then gently grasped at the empty sky. In the next moment, the entire world darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but sand. An endless torrent of sand, seemingly from another world, poured down like a broken dam from an invisible rift in space. The howling winds roared. The grains of sand struck the rocky structures surrounding Sunagakure, leaving them battered and shattered. What is this? A young Sunagakure jonin screamed in terror. Sand release? Impossible. Who has such a scale of sand release? Quick! Activate the highest defense barrier. It's useless. The barrier cannot hold. Chaos erupted within Sunagakure. Raza remained still, his eyes fixed on the descending sandstorm, feeling the familiar yet foreign chakra it harbored. Suddenly, realization struck him. This chakra is the Ten Tails chakra, the same chakra that Uchiha Madara used to destroy the world with hundreds of moons. The implication sent a jolt of fear through the hearts of all the higher-ups in Sunagakure. Is he going to unleash all of that upon our Land of Wind? Is this punishment? Why? We have already submitted. Does he intend to erase us from the map entirely? A wave of despair, more overwhelming than the storm of sand, enveloped every heart. They watched helplessly as the sand buried their small oasis, the very lifeblood of their existence, consuming their cherished village bit by bit. In mere minutes, all that remained was sand, a vast, heavy, and lifeless sea of sand, greater and thicker than any previous sandstorm. After completing this act, Minato slowly lowered his hand. He remained suspended quietly in the air, as if he had merely performed an insignificant task. Yet, just as all the ninjas of Sunagakure fell into utter despair, Shuemin raised his hand once more. This time, he directed it towards the desolate sea of sand. Fingers splayed open, then suddenly thrusting it upwards. The earth trembled in lamentation. Beneath the weighty sand, heavy enough to crush mountains, a rumble akin to thunderous water surged forth. Water? Where could such a sound originate? Impossible. This is the heart of the desert. Luo Sha's body quivered as he contemplated an absurd possibility that he could scarcely believe. Could it be? In the next moment, countless robust columns of water erupted unexpectedly from beneath the thick sea of sand. They did not emerge from a single source, but erupted simultaneously across the vast expanse of land spanning hundreds of miles. An unimaginable volume of water saturated the swirling sands in an instant. He has redirected the excess water from the rain country, an aged Suna elder exclaimed, pointing to the sky, his voice quaking with shock. All of it has been transported to our feet. What a jest! How could such a feat be accomplished? He not only controls sand, but also water? What is his intent? To transform our nation into a swamp. However, Shuemin allowed them no time to ponder. The ground, now a muddied blend of seawater and sand, began to vibrate violently and rhythmically. Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded for all the Suna ninjas. A minuscule hint of green stubbornly broke through the muddy earth. Then came a second, a third. Countless. Billions. It was the power of Mokutan. An abundance of green sprouts surged forth from the ground at a pace that defied the laws of life. They grew. They soared. Before the naked eye, they transformed from tender shoots into grassy meadows, from meadows into shrubs, from shrubs into towering trees. Boom! A winding, broad river carved its way through the newly sprouted greenery. Crystal-clear waters surged forward, nourishing this freshly birthed land brimming with vitality. In mere minutes, the lifeless, barren desert transformed into an expansive, boundless sea of green. The air was no longer filled with dry dust, but was instead rich with the fragrance of grass and earth, a breath of life. The ninjas of Suna stood in stunned silence. A young ninja instinctively reached out to catch a drifting emerald leaf. He held it before his eyes, examining it closely, then placed it in his mouth. A burst of fresh, slightly sweet juice exploded on his tongue. "Is this real?" he murmured to himself. Then, the man, who had grown up in the desert and had never witnessed such a sight, suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. "An oasis. Oh God, we have our own oasis." His cries served as a signal. All ninjas of Suna, regardless of age or rank, knelt to the ground in that moment. They cried and laughed, pressing their foreheads deeply against the moist, soft, life-filled earth. On the rooftop of the Kazekage Tower, Luo Sha gazed at the infinite green expanse capable of sustaining all the citizens of the Land of Wind. He beheld the immense river flowing endlessly, akin to the lifeblood of existence. Tears streamed down his weathered face, etched by years of sand and wind. He slowly turned to look at the golden figure still calmly suspended in the sky. The awe in his eyes transformed into fervor. This fervor ultimately morphed into the purest and most devout form of faith. With a sudden movement, the fourth Kazekage, the supreme ruler of Suna, Luo Sha, sank to his knees before that golden figure. He pressed his forehead deeply to the ground. "Kazekage Luo Sha, on behalf of the people of the Land of Wind, I thank you for your blessing. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transformed the ecosystems of two nations, bringing newfound vitality to this world. Special reward, Seed of the World Tree." Schumann's actions momentarily paused. Seed of the World Tree? Seed of the World Tree, a miraculous seed containing the essence of life and space. When planted, it will grow into a new divine tree, not merely consuming the world's energy, but continuously enhancing the natural energy levels of this realm while stabilizing the structure of time and space. The system's explanation emerged in his mind. To counter future threats, to stabilize the structure of time and space. This item is tailor-made to confront the Otsutsuki clan. He had long understood that Kagaya was not the end. That group of cosmic calamities, using planets as nurseries, represented the true apocalypse looming over the entire ninja world. And this small seed offered a fundamental solution. A wave of pure joy arose within him. This was more reassuring than acquiring any formidable power. Shuemin looked down at the kneeling crowd and the newly birthed oasis, smiling gently. However, as the entire ninja world reveled in this newfound joy, no one noticed the cold, lifeless depths of the universe. The moon, high above the ninja world and a witness to millennia of storms, suddenly cracked with a fine, hairline fissure. A chilling, haughty will, filled with absolute rationality and indifference, far surpassing the terror of Six Paths Madara, flickered through that crevice. Chapter 116, Tailed Beast Construction Team, Application for Battle. Foreman Shuemin has logged on. Station 3, the Land of Water. When that golden figure unexpectedly appeared above the perpetually fog-shrouded Kirigakure, the entire village fell into an eerie silence. Water vapor condensed and dripped onto the rusted steel structures, producing a monotonous, ticking sound. Just emerging from the shadows of the Blood Mist era, the newly appointed 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, stood atop the Mizukage Tower. She looked up at the man suspended in midair, her expression a tapestry of complexity, reverence, gratitude, and a hint of instinctive vigilance towards absolute power. 4th Hokage, Terumi Mei stammered, as the jonin behind her instinctively gripped their ninja tools at their waists. Shuemin offered her a gentle smile. "No need to be alarmed, Mizukage. I am not here to instigate war. I have come to present a gift." As his words fell, amidst the terrified gazes of all, 7 towering figures radiating a terrifying aura materialized above the waters surrounding Kirigakure. They were tailed beasts. What is he planning? The Three Tails is the Three Tails Isabu. Is he intent on our complete destruction? For Kirigakure, which had long been entangled with the Three Tails, The appearance of tailed beasts equated to the arrival of doomsday. Panic spread like wildfire throughout the village. Everyone, calm down. Terumi Mei's authoritative voice barely quelled the chaos. She gazed at Shuemin, her voice trembling. Hokage, is this what you call a gift? Of course. Shuemin spread his hands before the 7 colossal tailed beasts, issuing a simple command. Let us commence, my friends, and showcase your engineering prowess. With a thunderous roar, Sanwei Jafufa did not condense the tailed beast ball. Instead, it plunged fiercely into the ocean depths. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding sea, stretching for miles, began to churn violently. Under Sanwei's manipulation, an immense whirlpool formed, creating an unstoppable, directional current that forcefully displaced the water necessary for bridge construction. Immediately following, Siwei's son Wukong opened its vast maw. Molten lava, hot enough to melt anything, cascaded from its mouth like a waterfall. Upon contact with the frigid seawater, the lava did not ignite a violent explosion. Rather, it rapidly cooled and solidified under the precise control of an unseen force, accumulating into a sturdy foundation of volcanic rock that visibly rose from the ocean floor. A Wuyin ninja gazed in awe at the magnificent base emerging from the sea, his mind blank. Are they building a bridge? Exclaimed another ninja, disbelief evident in his voice. Liu Shichi unleashed a jet of corrosive acid, expertly eroding the newly formed, jagged volcanic rock into a smooth surface. Meanwhile, Boei Nyogue's colossal tentacles functioned like the most efficient cranes, effortlessly uprooting mountains from distant islands and filling the vast natural trenches as if constructing with building blocks. They were not merely repairing a bridge, they were reclaiming land, forcibly connecting the isolated and barren islands of the land of water into a single, cohesive continent in the most audacious and unreasonable manner. In just 1 hour, a chasm transformed into a thoroughfare. Countless generations of commoners, trapped on isolated islands and subsisting on fishing, witnessed the path to the world for the first time. A ragged little girl cautiously stepped onto the expansive bridge, still warm from the lava. She ran and laughed, before suddenly kneeling on the ground, bowing deeply to the golden figure in the sky. Her gesture served as a signal. Thousands of commoners from the land of water emerged from their dilapidated homes, kneeling on the newly formed land, on the bridge that connected them to hope. O Divine One, have you truly heard our prayers? This is not a dream. We have a path. We can venture into the outside world. My child shall no longer be trapped on this small island. Thank you, unknown deity. Thank you. They cried and laughed, pressing their foreheads deeply against this new homeland they had scarcely dared to imagine. Atop the water shadow building, Terumi Mei observed the transformed landscape of her nation and the joyous tears of her people below. The last vestiges of vigilance melted away from her beautiful eyes. Slowly, she knelt on one knee. As the Mizukage of Wuyin Village, I express our gratitude to you for this miraculous rebirth on behalf of all the people of the land of water. Thus, the 5 great nations united in heart. Half a month later, in Konoha's Hokage office, Shuemin reviewed the reports compiled from the various villages, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. The reckoning of the daimyos from each nation was nearing its conclusion. The process was not without its challenges. The daimyo of the Fire Country, supported by the daimyo previously elected by Konoha, transitioned power most smoothly. However, many daimyos from other nations still attempted to resist, relying on their retained samurai factions. The outcome was predictable. Under the oversight of the resurrected second Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the new and old ambassadors such as Jiraiya and Senju Tobarama, those so-called elite samurai could not withstand even 3 minutes. The wealth confiscated from their opulent castles was staggering, enough to astound any shinobi of significant rank. Report to the 4th Hokage. An Umbu member appeared in the office. In accordance with your directives, all confiscated funds have been fully allocated to the improvement of infrastructure and livelihoods across the nations. Well done, Shuemin nodded. Please convey my gratitude to the leaders in each region. Yes. Additionally, regarding the new era of ninja task systems you proposed, preliminary trials have commenced. The Umbu member's voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. In the southern region of the Fire Country, newly cultivated fields spanning thousands of acres had successfully yielded the first season's crops under the efforts of fire, water, and earth ninjas. At the border of the Earth Country, a city once isolated by mountains had successfully established a new trade route thanks to the efforts of the Iwagakure's Doton forces. In the Wind Country's burgeoning oasis, The irrigation system was fully laid out under the stewardship of the Sunagekyu's Suedun team. What a troublesome report, Nara Shikaku remarked, rubbing his temples, yet smiling. Only you could conceive of sending ninjas to till fields, repair roads, and manage irrigation. What is wrong with that? Shuemin set aside the report, grinning at his dear friend. The strength of a shinobi should not merely be reflected in destruction. When a fire ninja can utilize their great fireball to cultivate fields capable of sustaining thousands, the sense of accomplishment they feel far surpasses that of slaying 100 foes on the battlefield. This is the true essence of the will of fire. Shikaku fell silent, unable to counter. He had witnessed the genuine, pure smiles on the faces of those participating in the new task system upon returning to their villages. It was an expression they had never worn after countless assassination and sabotage missions. A new era was quietly dawning in a manner that no one had anticipated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transformed the production relations of the ninja world, bringing a new order to this realm. The seed of the world tree is now ready for planting. Please select a planting location. The system's prompt echoed in Schumann's mind. At last, it had arrived. He stood and approached the window, gazing down at the flourishing village filled with laughter and joy. He looked towards the distant area in the Valley of the End, where a lush new forest had risen. The Valley of the End, a place steeped in conflict and destiny, was now the perfect starting point for new life. Meanwhile, beyond the ninja world, a slender black fissure widened abruptly. A figure with white hair, a single horn, and clad in a white robe emerged slowly from the rift. He gazed down at the vibrant, azure planet below, his otherworldly handsome face devoid of emotion, only a pure, divine indifference akin to a god overlooking mere ants. Behind him loomed another figure, exuding a similarly terrifying aura. Lord Peach style, the chakra of this planet has matured. Chapter 117, The Upgrading of the Ninja World. Schumann, all eyes on me, I have an announcement. In the Valley of the End, once the site of fateful confrontations, now stood the pinnacle of the ninja world. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, along with the high-ranking officials of the Five Kage Alliance representing the new order, were all present. Their gazes converged on the golden figure before them. Wolfenhaven stood at the center of the vibrant land he had meticulously reshaped. Simon, why have you summoned us all here? The curiosity was evident on Shin's face as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Are we to embark on yet another monumental endeavor? He chuckled. Quiet down, elder brother. Chan Shoufeijian interjected, crossing his arms with a furrowed brow. The natural energy here is converging in an unusual manner. Fourth Hokage, what exactly do you intend to do? Watergate did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened his palm to reveal a seed, resplendent in emerald green, with golden veins coursing through it, emanating an infinite aura of life. A seed? Observing it, Bai's face was etched with confusion. Lord Hokage, did you gather us all simply to plant a seed? Do not underestimate any of the fourth Hokage's actions, came the voice of Funluo Sha, imbued with absolute reverence. When he previously cultivated the land in the Wind Country, he created an endless oasis for us. Indeed, during his last visit to Insun, he merely made a greeting, and the entire village was restored, added the third Dungu. Hovering in the air, his tone complex. The life force within this seed is terrifying. As Jamun felt the pure energy cascading from it, his Rinnegan shimmered with astonishment. It resembles a nascent world. That is a fitting analogy, Watergate smiled. He bent down and gently pressed the life-infused seed into the soil beneath his feet. This simple act caused the entire world to seem to freeze for a moment. The next second, an indescribable, pure, and vast life energy erupted from the seed. Golden light surged forth like a warm tide, engulfing the entirety of Dongjiago. The colossal stone statues of Bon and Dujan, which had borne witness to countless enmities and conflicts, were illuminated by the golden radiance, their surfaces, once tainted by the remnants of hatred and ominous chakra from their fateful battle, were instantly purified as if melting under the blazing sun. Lush green moss rapidly enveloped the statues, visibly spreading. What is happening? Dao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The uncomfortable aura in the valley has vanished. It has not merely vanished. Chan Shoufeijian suddenly reached out to touch the statue of his elder brother, his face a mask of shock. The remnants of chakra belonging to my brother Endujababan, which lingered here for decades, have been completely neutralized and purified. What a warm and comforting power. The newly appointed 15 Zhao Maibing closed her eyes, reveling in the life energy flowing through her. She felt all her fatigue wash away. Maimu dun. Chanshu Dujan sprang to his feet, extending his arms, his face alight with ecstasy. Maimu dun is rejoicing. It craves this power. Countless ninjas echoed in unison. This is a miracle, an absolute miracle. After all was said and done, the seed broke through the earth, rapidly growing into a sapling. Entirely green, with golden veins coursing throughout. The moment the sapling took root, the pure and vast life energy expanded beyond the confines of Zhongjie Zhigu, transforming into an invisible golden ripple that radiated outward, centered on the sapling, and surged wildly across the entire ninja world. Inmuyitsun, a Dongring training his physical abilities, suddenly halted, staring incredulously at his hands. Has my chakra increased? Injia Shun, a ninja manipulating puppets for routine maintenance, paused abruptly. What is happening? The control of chakra threads has become smoother? In Yin Shun, there was a sensation of warmth. What is this power? I feel lighter. In Yin Sun, the speed of water release had accelerated. In Yin Sun, my Lidong armor seemed sturdier than before. At that moment, ninjas across the world felt the exuberance and enhancement of their chakra. In Miate's Hokage office, Blake Jia-like Kinawoda Gangsho was buried under a mountain of paperwork when her body suddenly trembled. What is this? Instinctively, she glanced out the window towards Zhongjie Zhigu. That fool, is he creating history again? In Zhongjie Zhigu, all the elite shinobi were engulfed in a profound silence, witnessing the birth of a miracle. He has raised the chakra limit of the entire ninja world? Darivu gazed at the sapling, still radiating a golden glow, his voice trembling with disbelief. What nonsense! How could such a thing be possible? This transcends ninjutsu. The face of Wisha was filled with pure, fervent admiration. This is creation. The power only possessed by the sage of six paths. No, elder brother. Chanshu Feijin's expression turned grave, a rarity for him. He must have his reasons for this. He is enhancing the foundational combat strength of the entire world. This is preparation for war. Preparation for war? The term caused the hearts of all present to sink. Isn't the war over? With Rujerboban, Huijue, and Shui, all known threats have been utterly eradicated. What is Bifengstamun still guarding against? An invisible chill crept into the hearts of everyone. Yet, Watergate offered no explanation. He gazed at the thriving sapling of the world tree, a gentle smile gracing his face. A new era was quietly descending in a manner no one had anticipated. Chapter 118. The Ultimate Prophecy of Vomusan. Are we just leaks? In Zhongjie Zhigu, the sapling of the world tree, bathed in golden light, tirelessly transmitted pure life energy throughout the ninja world. After gently briefing those present on the subsequent matters, Watergate placed his hand softly on Kakashi's shoulder. Let us go, Kakashi. In the next moment, the fabric of space-time twisted. The earth beneath their feet, along with the surrounding lush forest, instantaneously transformed into a blur of rapidly retreating colors. When their vision cleared again, a damp, warm air, suffused with a strange life essence, rushed into their nostrils. They found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Towering, vividly colored plants loomed like mountains. A clear, bubbling, oil-like stream meandered beneath their feet. This was Miaomusan. Hey, look over there. What is that? A gigantic toad squatted by the stream, using its long tongue to clean the patterns on its back. When it suddenly froze. It's the reverse summoning technique. Someone is coming. This aura feels familiar yet strange. It's Lord Thulun. The toad Kaljang was the first to recognize the golden figure, eager to leap forward for a greeting. But as it moved, an invisible, mountain-like weight of pressure emanated from that golden figure, causing it to freeze in place. Gulp. The toad instinctively swallowed. What nonsense. The natural energy radiating from him is even denser than the old man's. No, this is beyond density. Another even larger toad, Wantoth, peeked out from a distant water pool, disbelief etched in its voice. It feels as though the entire Miaomu mountain has come to life, standing before us. He is the essence of nature itself. While a multitude of toads remained entranced, two delicate figures silently appeared before Shueimin and Kakashi. They were the revered sages, Shinzua and Jima. Child, you have finally arrived. Indeed, it was the azure-eyed youth, joyfully calling upon the name of the nine-headed beast. The prophesied child is truly you, Shueimin. Sage Shinzua gazed at Shueimin, and for the first time, his wrinkled visage revealed an indescribable gravity. My lord, we have awaited you for quite some time. The voice of Sage Jima lost its previous vivacity. From the moment you planted that tree, the elder has awakened from slumber. Shuemin nodded slightly to the two sages. I have a request. Please enter first. Sage Shinzua interrupted him. The elder has matters to discuss with you. Under the guidance of the two sages, they traversed through an array of peculiar flora, arriving at an ancient temple formed of colossal rocks. Within the temple, the light was dim. The enormous toad sage sat quietly upon a throne crafted from jewels and coral, eyes closed, resembling an eternal statue. The moment Shuemin stepped into the temple, the murky eyelids, closed for centuries, slowly parted, revealing a narrow slit. An ancient and boundless will descended, more profound than any before. I heard an aged, hoarse voice, as though it originated from another time and space, resonating throughout the vast temple. At the end of the sea of stars, I beheld the true deity. They are the harvesters, and the world beneath our feet is merely one of their many nurseries. In an instant, the temple fell silent to the sound of a pin dropping. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly. Shinzua and Jima trembled, their faces etched with pure astonishment. Harvesters? Nurseries? My lord, what do you mean by this? What does it signify? Are we merely? The giant toad sage paid no heed to their exclamations, its murky gaze, as if capable of piercing through time and space, fixated firmly on Shuemin. Golden child, you have altered the course of the river, rendering this land extraordinarily fertile. You have planted a new divine tree, causing the impending fruit to become exceedingly sweet. However, you have also roused the attention of the farm's owner. Boom. This revelation struck the hearts of everyone present with a jarring intensity. This cannot be true. Kakashi gazed at Shuemin, his voice dry from sheer shock. Teacher, all that we have done, the peace we have safeguarded, the prosperity we have created, was it merely to prepare a more sumptuous feast for our adversaries? This question was unbearably cruel. So cruel that even the two sages, who had lived for nearly a millennium, felt a chill emanating from the depths of their souls. It is over. So this is the true end of days. The so-called Uchiha Madara, the so-called Ten Tails, are utterly insignificant before those harvesters. Was everything we have accomplished meaningless? Despair, more profound than ever before, enveloped the entire temple. Yet, Shuemin remained undeterred. He listened quietly, then bowed slightly once more to the giant toad sage. I understand. He turned to Kakashi, who was trembling slightly from the harsh truth. Therefore, we need strength even more. He looked again at the two sages and calmly articulated the purpose of his visit. I hope to have Kakashi train in sage mode here. In an instant, the atmosphere within the temple solidified once more. Sage Shinzua regarded Kakashi, a trace of concern appearing on his serious face. Shuemin, your talent is a rare miracle in this world. Your affinity with natural energy is a perfect 100%. However, Kakashi, Sage Shinzua shook his head. He is not you. His chakra attributes and physical form are not ideally suited for sage training. The forced absorption of natural energy will be exceedingly painful and perilous. Should he fail, Sage Jima took over, her voice laden with worry. He will become a cold, unchangeable stone toad. The risk is too great. As her words fell, Kakashi suddenly stepped forward. He said nothing, only slowly raised his head to reveal his Sharingan. I fear no risk. As long as I can assist my teacher, what is this slight difficulty? Chapter 119. Overturning Millennia of Tradition. Kakashi ascends to perfect sage. Nyamu Mountain. The energy of the toad oil surged through Kakashi's body like boiling magma. He sat cross-legged atop a sharp stone peak, his body uncontrollably trembling violently. Sweat soaked his garments, dripping from his chin and leaving tiny wet marks on the stones below. A layer of ashen, stony texture stubbornly spread from his arms upward, a precursor to petrification. Suddenly, a more formidable life force surged from within him, forcibly suppressing the petrifying trend. The two forces acted like two enraged beasts, tearing at one another within him. Pain surged like a tide, wave after wave. No, this is utterly impossible. Sage Shinzua squatted beside him, watching Kakashi's anguished face twist in torment, his anxiety palpable. The balance of physical and spiritual energy has been entirely disrupted. The vitality granted by the Hashirama cells within him is too potent. It is rejecting and resisting the foreign natural energy. Without activating the Sharingan, his spiritual energy is insufficient to control this fusion of power. Sage Jima also wore a grave expression, prepared to intervene at any moment. Child, this cannot continue. His body will inevitably collapse under the weight of this conflict. Stop, Kakashi. Sage Shinzua could no longer contain himself, issuing a stern reprimand. This is your limit. Should you persist, you will truly become a cold stone toad. Kakashi's body jolted. Limit? No. My teacher is still waiting for me. That figure, shouldering the entire world, facing the terrifying enemies at the end of the Sea of Stars, is still waiting for me. How can I fall here? Kakashi gritted his teeth, attempting to forcefully summon more spiritual energy to suppress the wild conflict. However, just then, a warm hand gently rested upon his shoulder. The raging energy within him miraculously calmed the instant that hand made contact. Sage Shinzua. A gentle voice echoed in the vast training ground. Shueimon had approached Kakashi's side without him realizing. He looked at the two anxious toad sages and calmly uttered a statement that plunged the entire Miyamu Mountain into silence. You have taught him incorrectly. In that instant, the air froze, the wind ceased to blow, and the streams halted their flow. All the onlooking toads stood frozen in place. What did you say? Sage Shinzua gazed at Shueimon in disbelief, his wrinkled face reflecting sheer absurdity. Shueimon, you rascal. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? The immortal Jima exclaimed in disbelief. This is our Miyamu Mountain, a place where the art of cultivation has been preserved for millennia. Has he lost his mind to claim that the teachings of our two esteemed masters are erroneous? Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. No one has ever dared to utter such words. Even Lord Jiraiya merely faced the peril of petrification without questioning the methods of our training. The chorus of frogs erupted in a cacophony of discussions, their voices rising and falling. Kakashi struggled to open his eyes, gazing at the golden figure beside him, equally bewildered. Minato paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He simply regarded the immortal Shinzua and reiterated his point. The frog oil is merely an introduction. Its purpose is to enable novices to perceive the existence of natural energy, not to serve as a conduit for energy absorption. He turned away, withdrawing his hand from Kakashi's shoulder, and gently tapped his forehead. The essence of ninjutsu lies in the practitioner's will and their connection with nature. It is not about plundering. The weight of these two statements struck every living being present with tremendous force. Communication, not plundering. This theory shattered their long-held beliefs that had endured for a millennium. Communication, Kakashi murmured, as if grasping a fleeting understanding yet obscured by a veil of confusion. Minato smiled knowingly, watching his disciple with an unwavering gaze. As he elucidated the final layer of obscurity, your body, due to the presence of senju cells, is a vast expanse of fertile land brimming with vitality. Why then? Must you borrow your neighbor's hoe to cultivate your own field? His words awakened Kakashi from his stupor. Suddenly, a realization coursed through him. What had he been doing all along? He had been attempting to wield two entirely disparate forces with his meager spiritual energy. He had been borrowing, but forgot that he inherently possessed the power within. In the next moment, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes. He relinquished all attempts to perceive or absorb the external frog oil energy. He plunged his entire will into himself, into that boundless ocean of vitality formed by the senju cells. He no longer sought to control or dominate it, but aimed to feel, understand, and communicate with it. As his will resonated with the ocean of life, a wave of natural energy, purer, grander, and more perfect than any he had previously encountered, surged forth. It flowed from every corner, every inch of Miyamu Mountain, from every leaf and every trickling stream, flooding into his being with fervor. There was no conflict, no rejection, only a sublime fusion, like the harmonious blending of water and milk. The ashen petrified patterns on his body vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant orange hue akin to the dawn, emerging at the corners of his tightly shut eyes. The perfect sage mode. It was achieved effortlessly. The entire Miyamu Mountain fell into a profound silence. Immortals Shinzua and Jima stood as though they had been transformed into true stone frogs, frozen in place. He didn't utilize frog oil. He drew natural energy directly from the heavens and the earth. How could this be possible? How did he accomplish this? That orange hue was indeed the mark of our Miyamu Mountain sage mode. He merely cast a glance and refined our 1,000-year-old ninjutsu. Immortal Shinzua gazed at the unique orange emblem at Kakashi's eye corner and then at Minato's perpetually gentle visage. A thought that sent shivers through his very soul surfaced in his mind. The degree of this refinement was nothing short of revolutionary. Amidst this eerie stillness, Kakashi gradually opened his eyes. Such overwhelming power. I feel as though I can achieve anything. Chapter 120. White Snake Sage. Lord, is my kneeling posture correct? Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. The orange hue glimmered like two burning flames at the corners of his eyes. The unique horizontal pupils of Miyamu Mountain's Sage Mode, combined with his profound kaleidoscopic Sharingan, created an extraordinary and harmonious aesthetic. Such overwhelming power, Kakashi marveled, extending his hands to feel the vast, boundless energy that fused with the world around him. I feel as though I can achieve anything. The entire Miyamu Mountain remained enveloped in silence. Immortals Shinzua and Jima stood like true stone frogs, completely immobilized. There was no rejection at all. Not a single trace of resistance was evident. Look at his chakra. The natural energy and his physical and spiritual energies are not merely fused. They are resonating. This is not Kakashi's innate talent. This is the theory of Namikaze Minato. He teaches ninjutsu as a formula that can be deconstructed and reassembled at will. Our proud millennium-old legacy likely doesn't even qualify as an entry-level concept in his eyes. The frogs erupted into a frenzy, their discussions filled with disbelief and awe. Just then, a hand gently rested upon Kakashi's silver hair. "Well done, Kakashi," Minato said with a warm smile. But this is merely the beginning. He turned to the still-stunned immortals Shinzua and Jima, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your teachings. Though they are somewhat antiquated, we must be on our way." As his words fell, before the two immortals could recover from the assessment of their methods, their figures vanished amidst a distortion of space. Time and space shifted. A damp, cold breeze, laden with the scent of rust and decay, rushed into their nostrils. The sound of countless hissing serpents echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. They had arrived at the Dragon Cave. Within the dark and damp expanse of the enormous cavern, thousands of snakes coiled. Countless cold, vertical snake eyes flickered to life from the shadows, fixating on the two uninvited guests. At the deepest part of the cave, upon a throne constructed from countless bones, a colossal white serpent, large enough to block out the sun, slowly raised its proud head. The white snake sage regarded the two diminutive figures below with greedy and contemptuous crimson eyes. "Oh, yet another pitiful worm come to beseech for power," it hissed, licking its long, forked tongue as its gaze settled on Kakashi. "This body is quite splendid, brimming with vitality. I shall keep him as a sacrifice for my awakening." The voice of the white snake sage was sharp and arrogant, akin to nails scraping across glass. "I might consider allowing you to leave this place alive." As these words echoed, the entire dragon cave erupted into chaos. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes launched a simultaneous assault. They surged forth like a black tide from all directions. The stench of their noxious, paralyzing mist, potent enough to incapacitate even a shadow-level shinobi, rolled in like a thick cloud, engulfing the two figures. However, Minato merely lifted his gaze calmly. With a resounding crash, time seemed to freeze in that instant. The paralyzing mist hung motionless in the air. The overwhelming swarm of snakes, as if a film had been paused, stood rigidly still. A chakra pressure, pure and immense enough to topple the very world, descended upon them. This was chakra, the primordial chakra, so pure that all known forms of chakra appeared as mere specks of dust, sullied and insignificant in comparison. Under the terrifying magnitude of chakra, the world trembled. The entire Long Di Dong was filled with countless venomous snakes, including those as massive as giant pythons, the spiritual beasts. In an instant, their bodies stiffened and their souls trembled. They uncontrollably bowed their heads, striking them forcefully against the cold ground. 10,000 snakes paid homage. Immediately following this, a resounding crash reverberated through the entire cave, as if the very foundations of Long Di Dong were shaking. The towering white serpent, akin to a deity, bore a visage marked by arrogance and greed, now stripped of all but pure, soul-deep terror. Its colossal body trembled violently, ultimately tumbling uncontrollably from its skeletal throne. The once proud head, reminiscent of a god, crashed heavily onto the frigid surface. Submission and absolute surrender rooted in the depths of its bloodline to the divine. What is this? This power, this sensation, cannot be real. I, the progenitor of chakra, am threatening a true deity? The white serpent sage's immense form quaked wildly on the ground, devoid of even the courage to lift its head. In the midst of this profound silence, a gentle voice gradually emerged. "Now, shall we have a proper conversation?" Though soft, the voice struck deep into the very essence of the white serpent sage's soul. Its massive body quivered, and in a posture that seemed utterly incongruous with its size, it fervently nodded. Of course, most esteemed one. You may discuss anything you wish. Everything in Long Di Dong belongs to you. The little serpent was blind to the greatness and has offended the divine. Please, mete out your punishment. It even dared not refer to itself as I, instead adopting the most humble title of Little Serpent. Watergate observed its comical demeanor and merely chuckled. He stepped forward and gently placed a finger upon the enormous head of the white serpent sage, which was still pressed against the ground. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to borrow your domain so that my disciple may also experience the mystical arts of Long Di Dong. After all, mastering all three forms of mystic arts is essential for completeness, is it not? As these words fell, the white serpent sage felt an even more terrifying and profound force. One capable of penetrating all its secrets, surged from that fingertip into its mind. It was the essence of all the mysteries of the Long Di Dong's mystical arts. The knowledge was being forcibly read, analyzed, and refined in the most unreasonable manner by the other party. The white serpent sage became utterly still. Its crimson serpent eyes lost their focus due to overwhelming shock and fear. It felt as if its worldview was being completely shattered and then reshaped in that instant. A thought, one that froze its very soul, surfaced in its mind. He is not here to learn. He is here to teach on sight, and even to teach in real time. Chapter 121, The Essence of Mystical Arts. The Evolution of Duality, an extended chapter with an additional 3,000 words. Within the Long Di Dong, silence reigned supreme. The once proud white serpent, having boasted for a millennium, now resembled a docile house pet, its massive head pressed firmly against the cold ground, daring not to tremble in the slightest. It could sense that the finger resting upon its head exerted no force. Yet, the absolute insight into the essence of mystical arts emanating from that fingertip was enough to freeze its very soul. The secrets it had inherited over a millennium lay bare before that fingertip, like a completely unfolded white sheet of paper, devoid of any concealment. My lord. The white serpent sage struggled to utter a few syllables from its throat. Watergate withdrew his finger, no longer glancing at the now utterly demoralized white serpent, but instead turning to Kakashi. The mystical arts of Long Di Dong and those of Minato follow entirely opposite paths. Watergate's voice resonated calmly within the cavern. Minato emphasizes balance. It relies on one's own spiritual and physical energies as a foundation to communicate with nature, achieving resonance, thereby harnessing its power. In contrast, Long Di Dong, Watergate paused, his gaze sweeping over the still prostrate and trembling serpents, emphasizes dominion. It involves forcefully assimilating the wild natural energy from the external world into oneself through immense willpower, then taming and commanding it with even greater mental strength. One approach is introspective, while the other is extrospective. These words struck deeply in the minds of Kakashi and the white serpent sage. Introspective, extrospective, Kakashi murmured, his orange sage mode patterns and his Sharingan flickering simultaneously. In an instant, he grasped the crux of the matter. The enormous serpent eyes of the white serpent sage shrank into two menacing vertical slits out of pure shock. This is impossible, it screamed, its voice sharp with fear. How could you know this so clearly? This is the most core secret of Long Di Dong, never shared with outsiders. You merely touched me. What manner of being are you? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Watergate offered no response to this meaningless inquiry. He simply regarded Kakashi and continued, both methods possess merit, yet neither is flawless. To understand only communication without mastery imposes a limit on power, rendering one vulnerable to stronger external forces. Conversely, to grasp dominion without understanding communication is akin to a child wielding a sharp blade. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-destruction. Watergate extended his hand, conjuring a gentle green energy sphere composed of Minato mystical arts in his left palm. Simultaneously, another sphere, aggressive and purple, formed in his right palm, emanating from the mystical arts of Long Di Dong. True perfection, Watergate mused, observing the two distinctly different energies with a slight smile, lies in the ability to communicate with all within while commanding everything without. Kakashi, as my disciple, you have already mastered the former. Now, learn the latter, and then unify them. As his words concluded, Watergate gently brought his hands together. The two opposing energies, rather than clashing, seamlessly merged in his palms. They combined like two droplets of differently colored ink, perfectly blending into a chaotic, profound sphere of grayish-white energy, as if it contained the mysteries of the entire universe. Boom. The moment the grayish-white energy sphere appeared, all natural energy within Long Di Dong surged with fervor. They flocked toward Watergate's palm as if summoned by a sovereign, converging wildly. The immense body of the white serpent sage was pressed forcefully against the ground by the residual energy of this force, rendering it incapable of moving even a single scale. Its crimson serpent eyes fixated on the grayish-white energy sphere, filled with pure, incomprehensible blankness. Fusion. He truly fused the two mystical arts? This must be a deception. These two powers, like water and fire, how could they possibly coexist? He has overturned the very essence of mystical arts. He has shattered the original rules of the entire shinobi world. The white serpent sage completely abandoned thought. Its pride and wisdom, cultivated over millennia, were crushed before the absolute, unreasonable truth displayed by this man. Kakashi gazed upon the energy sphere in his teacher's hands, feeling his blood boil. He nodded emphatically. Yes, teacher. He sat cross-legged once more, closing his eyes. This time, he refrained from communicating with the life force within him. Instead, he unleashed his immense mental power, fused with the will of Datong and the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Vast enough to distort space itself. Without reservation, he released it. Like an invisible net, it enveloped the tumultuous, chaotic, and aggressive natural energy within the dragon cave. Hiss! Almost instantaneously upon contact, an excruciating pain, as if it were tearing his very soul apart, exploded from the mental realm. The natural energy of the dragon cave resembled a horde of unruly venomous snakes, ravenously gnawing at Kakashi's mental strength, attempting to consume and assimilate him entirely. Kakashi's body began to tremble violently, beyond his control. Underneath his skin, eerie purple-black patterns, reminiscent of serpentine scales, flickered into view. His canines elongated involuntarily, gleaming ominously. His body was being forcibly transformed, transmuted into something serpentine by this ferocious energy. This is bad. The white serpent sage, witnessing this scene, let out a terrified scream. Although his mental power was formidable, it was insufficient to harness such an overwhelming natural energy. If this continued, he would be blown apart by the force. Master, please stop. He will perish. However, Minato merely observed silently, making no move. Kakashi, he spoke calmly. The strength of a serpent does not lie in its venomous fangs, but in its spine. It can bend and stretch, coil and roam. To harness is not to resist. It is to guide. Those simple words struck Kakashi's heart like a morning bell tolling. Resist? Guide. Indeed, he had been using his mental strength to clash head-on with the raging energy, forgetting that his true advantage lay in his perfect sage body, infused with the cells of Hashirama. That was the most solid conduit. In the next moment, Kakashi's strategy shifted instantaneously. He no longer attempted to suppress the violent energy with his mental power. Instead, he carefully guided it into his own body. Hiss! A more intense agony surged throughout him. The ferocious energy rushed into his meridians like a flood that found its outlet, wreaking havoc. Kakashi let out a muffled groan as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he did not falter. For in the very instant that the tumultuous energy surged into his body, the tranquil ocean of gentle life energy belonging to the Mayaboko mountain sage arts within him was stirred. Buzz, a wave of green energy, brimming with vitality, erupted from deep within his dantian. Like a stirring dragon, it boldly welcomed the invading purple torrent. Two utterly distinct forms of sage energy converged within him. It's over. The white serpent sage watched in utter despair. The two energies collided within Kakashi. He would be like a powder keg set ablaze, shattered into a million pieces. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. In the moment of collision, the two energies, like two opposing magnets, firmly adhered to one another. The green life energy frantically enveloped and repaired the meridians ravaged by the purple violent energy. Meanwhile, the purple energy, guided by the green life energy, lost its destructive nature and became docile. They did not cancel each other out. They intertwined, permeated, and fused together. A perfect and eternal cycle quietly formed within Kakashi. The eerie serpentine patterns upon Kakashi's body rapidly faded. In their place, purple lightning-like markings spread from the corners of his eyes to his cheeks, harmonizing with the orange hues of Mayaboko Mountain. Orange and purple, stillness and motion, yin and yang. They composed an unprecedented, perfect, and powerful stance. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. His left eye glowed orange, gentle as the sun, resembling the gaze of a toad sage. His right eye shone purple, cold as the abyss, akin to the gaze of a venomous snake sage. A pair of eyes, embodying two sage modes, perfectly coexisting. The white serpent sage stared at Kakashi before him. His vast serpentine face now a visage of pure, vacant bewilderment. Two sage modes existing simultaneously? He achieved it? He truly fused two forms of sage arts. Monsters. These two are unequivocal monsters. Their worldview, inherited through millennia, was utterly trampled underfoot and shattered by this master and disciple. Kakashi rose, feeling within him a newfound power. Magnitude stronger than before, filled with contradiction yet unity. He knelt before Minato. Master, I have succeeded. Chapter 122. Minato, I shall create the sage arts of humanity. Days later, under Minato's guidance, Kakashi thoroughly consolidated his training within the Dragon Cave. They commenced their studies at the next location, the Whetbone Forest. In stark contrast to the oppressive chill and tension of the Dragon Cave, once the disorienting sensation of warped space faded, a warm, humid air filled with pure life essence enveloped Minato and Kakashi. Here, there was no darkness or stench of the Dragon Cave, nor the clamor and wildness of Mayaboko Mountain. Only tranquility and an ocean-like expanse of life. Beneath their feet lay not solid earth, but a soft, warm, seemingly living white substance. Countless massive, pure white slugs formed the very ground, mountains, and rivers of this forest. Master. Here Kakashi felt the two forms of sage energy he had just fused within him become vibrant upon stepping onto this land. They were not in conflict, they were rejoicing, like a wayward child returning to a mother's embrace. At that moment, a gentle, soothing feminine voice, as if capable of healing all wounds, resonated from all directions. From every corner of this white world, welcome to your presence, the highest existence in the current shinobi world. There were no tests, no inquiries, not a trace of wariness. Only the purest, most humble welcome. Kakashi's body stiffened abruptly. The highest existence? What does this title mean? Could it be the Slug Sage? How could it know? This power. It surpasses even that of Mayaboko Mountain and the Dragon Cave combined. This entire forest, is it its body? Kakashi gazed at the boundless expanse of white earth beneath him. A chilling realization struck him. Yes, child. The gentle voice responded to Kakashi's thoughts. I am Whetbone Forest. In the next instant, the ground began to writhe. A portion of the white substance slowly rose before the two, coalescing into a massive slug. Its vast, pupilless eyes quietly gazed at Minato, embodying the reverence of a devotee beholding their deity. We sensed the life energy within you, akin to that of a creator deity. We also sensed all that you have brought to this world. Whetbone Forest is willing to offer you everything, including the core mysteries of our lineage, passed down for millennia. As the words fell, a colossal torrent of information, filled with the mysteries of life creation and energy division, surged unreservedly into the minds of Minato and Kakashi. Without encryption, without barriers, it was simply given. Kakashi clutched his head, his face etched with profound disbelief. It was granted just like that? The ability to create and regenerate? Moreover, the power to divide one's own energy among countless individuals? This was the very essence of Tsunade Daren's Baika no Jutsu. Why? Why was it so effortlessly bestowed? Because it is meaningless. Minato's calm voice interrupted Kakashi's astonishment. He gazed at the sage of slugs before him, offering a gentle smile. In the face of absolute power, any form of concealment or probing becomes futile, does it not? The sage of slugs' immense form quivered slightly. It neither affirmed nor denied, but merely posed a question that had lingered in its mind for a considerable time. Supreme existence. I have a query. The senjutsu of Myobokuzen emphasizes balance and communication. The senjutsu of Ryugikure focuses on mastery and conquest. Yet, our senjutsu of Shikatsu Forest prioritizes creation and division. Though the paths differ, the ultimate goal of these three powers is to better harness natural energy. You possess the strength sufficient to restart the world. Why then pursue the collection of these three forms of senjutsu, which perhaps, in your eyes, have lost their significance? This question plunged Kakashi into deep contemplation. Indeed, his teacher's current power had long transcended the realm of senjutsu. Why then? Did he expend energy to gather the legacies of these three sacred lands? Minato's smile grew ever gentler. He surveyed the vibrant, life-infused white world around him, and then uttered words that rendered the entire Shikatsu forest, and even the other two sacred lands covertly eavesdropping, momentarily deafened. Because they are all flawed. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had been muted. Flawed. Kakashi gazed incredulously at his teacher. Myobo-Kuzan, the temple. The great toad sage, who had been meditating, suddenly twitched his enormous eyelids. What did he just say? The sage of deep earth leapt up from the ground, his face a mask of absurdity. What nonsense! He dared to claim that our millennia-old Senjutsu is flawed. Ryugakure, the white bone throne, the white snake sage, just recovering from a wave of sheer terror, began to tremble violently upon hearing those words. A madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. On what grounds does he make such a claim? Who does he think he is? The sage of six paths. However, in the next moment, Minato answered all their questions with his actions. He slowly settled into a cross-legged position at the heart of the Shikatsu forest. For they are the Senjutsu belonging to the toads, to the snakes, and to the slugs. Minato's voice resonated calmly throughout the heavens and the earth. Yet, they are not the Senjutsu that belongs to humans. Therefore, I shall create a brand new Senjutsu that belongs solely to us, the ninjas. Boom. The moment the final word fell, all natural energy within the ninja world erupted. Minato's body transformed into an enormous, blinding golden vortex. Myobo-Kuzan, the vibrant green natural energy, filled with balance and harmony, was forcefully extracted from that land by an irresistible might. It surged forth as a green river, traversing infinite space, rushing madly toward Minato. No. The great toad sage let out a terrified roar. He is draining the energy from Myobo-Kuzan. Ryugakure, the fiercely aggressive purple natural energy, surged like an enraged venomous dragon. It erupted from the dark depths of the cavern, transforming into a purple thunderbolt that tore through the skies, heading straight for Minato. Damn it! Stop! The white snake sage screamed in despair. It felt as if its lair was being forcibly dismantled. Shikatsu forest. The milky white natural energy, brimming with life and creativity, eagerly and joyfully integrated into Minato's being, like rivers returning to the sea. Green, purple, white. The three torrents of distinctly different energies collided with a resounding force within Minato's body, all under the astonished gaze of the world. Teacher! Kakashi exclaimed in horror at the sight of the three terrifying energies, potent enough to obliterate any Kaga-level opponent 1,000,000 times over. Yet, Minato simply closed his eyes in serene acceptance. He became the crucible with his perfected six paths body, infused with the chakra fruit. He ignited the flames of yin-yang release, capable of creating all things and erasing everything. Thus began an unprecedented, audacious endeavor since the transmission of chakra from the sage of six paths, the fusion of the three great Senjutsu. Rumble. The very ground of the ninja world trembled violently at that moment. The sky shifted ominously. The eastern horizon turned an eerie shade of purple. The western horizon was painted in harmonious green. The southern horizon appeared as a sacred milky white. And at the center of the world, where the three colors converged, a chaotic, profound, and seemingly insatiable temporal storm began to take shape. As if heralding the birth of a new entity, one even more terrifying than the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 123. The Little Son of the Ninja World. I want this ninja world where everyone is like a dragon. A substantial chapter of 3,000 characters. The three torrents of energy that pierced the heavens and earth vanished as if they had never existed. The Shikatsu forest returned to its previous tranquility, even more serene than before. However, the natural energies forcefully extracted from Myobo-Kuzan and Ryugakure were never returned. They were consumed. Along with the energy of Shikatsu forest itself, they were entirely devoured and then reshaped by the man seated at the center. Minato slowly opened his eyes. No toad-s horizontal pupils, no snake-s vertical pupils, just a pair of calm, human blue eyes. Yet, at his brow, a small, exquisite golden mark, seemingly containing the essence of the entire sun, burned quietly. What is this? Kakashi gazed at the mark on his teacher's forehead. He could feel that the power it contained had transcended all he could comprehend. It was not the fusion of three Senjutsu. It was a brand new, higher dimensional mode that surpassed all known Senjutsu. It is finished. Minato stood up, the golden sun mark on his brow gradually fading. He looked at the Sage of Slugs before him and the leaders of the other two sacred lands who were still covertly listening. From this day forth, This power shall be known as the human path Senjutsu. In that instant, the three great sacred lands seemed to fall deaf simultaneously. Human path Senjutsu? The ancient face of the great toad sage of Myobokuzan revealed pure bewilderment for the first time. What does this mean? What does it signify? He has transformed our Senjutsu into something that belongs solely to humans? Ryugakure, the white snake sage, let out a scream of disbelief. Impossible. Without our guidance, humans could never directly absorb natural energy. They would lose control. They would turn to stone. They would become monsters. However, Minato's subsequent words shattered their illusions entirely. The human path Senjutsu does not rely on any summoning beasts or external objects. Minato calmly asserted a fact powerful enough to overturn the entire ninja world. It establishes the most direct and stable channel to harness natural energy by modifying specific chakra nodes within the human body. Theoretically, Minato glanced at Kakashi beside him. Any ninja endowed with sufficient chakra and willpower can embark on the path of training. As the words fell, he extended a finger and gently tapped Kakashi's forehead. Kakashi, feel it, comprehend it, then make it your own. Suddenly, a vast and pure torrent of information, imbued with entirely new sage techniques, surged into Kakashi's mind. It served as guidance, a key. Kakashi's body trembled violently, and in an instant, the peculiar light in his eyes, resulting from the simultaneous operation of two sage modes, dimmed completely. In its place, a golden sun mark, identical to that of Minato, gradually emerged at his brow. There was no pain, no rejection, not even a hint of reluctance. It was as if this power was inherently his. Kakashi spread his arms, savoring the fresh, harmonious strength within him. His mind was blank. Did I learn it? Was it this simple? This power surpassed the combined strength of the previous two sage techniques, resonating with him even more profoundly. He stared at Minato in disbelief, who merely smiled gently. Let us return to Konoha. There remains one final experiment to verify. In a twist of time and space, the two vanished from the perception of the three great holy lands, leaving behind the phrase "the final experiment," echoing in their minds like a final judgment. In the training grounds of Konoha, the spirited cry of youth resonated. Youth is an unceasing flow of sweat. Might Guy was performing an astounding number of push-ups, balancing his entire weight on a single finger. The ground beneath him was thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Suddenly, two figures appeared in the training field without warning. Kai! A gentle voice called out. Might Guy halted abruptly, lifting his head to see the golden figure. Fourth Hokage. He sprang up from the ground, revealing a beaming smile with a thumbs up directed at Minato. What brings you here? Are you assigning a task to ignite our youthful spirits? Minato observed Guy's ever-energetic demeanor, his smile deepening. Kai, would you like to experience a power that does not require the 8 gates to be opened? In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent. The other ninjas of Konoha pausing their activities to turn in unison. Did I hear that correctly? The fourth Hokage said what? A power without opening the 8 gates? What nonsense. The pinnacle of Kai-senpai's strength lies in the 8 gates. Could it be a new forbidden technique? Whispers of disbelief filled the air. Might Guy was equally stunned, his brilliant smile frozen on his face. Fourth Hokage, are you joking? For the first time, uncertainty crept into his voice. My youth is dedicated to mastering the 8 gates to their utmost. Besides, I know. Minato interrupted him. I do not wish for you to abandon the 8 gates. I merely aim to provide you with an alternative, a choice that will not extinguish your spirit after the fire of youth has burned out. This statement struck Might Guy's heart profoundly. He recalled his father, Might Dewey, who, to protect his comrades, opened the death gate and was ultimately reduced to ashes. His body trembled involuntarily. I come forth, Kai. Minato extended his hand toward him. Sit cross-legged, empty your mind. Do not think, do not act. Just trust me. Might Guy gazed into Minato's warm and resolute eyes, then glanced at the curious and skeptical gazes of his comrades. Taking a deep breath, he nodded emphatically. All right. I trust you, fourth Hokage. He complied, settling into a cross-legged position. The surrounding ninjas gathered closer, their faces etched with disbelief. Are you really going to teach him? But Kai-senpai's ninjutsu talent, sage techniques? Isn't that a power only legendary ninjas can master? 10 minutes? Are you jesting? Lord Jiraiya nearly turned to stone when he learned sage techniques. They whispered among themselves, convinced of failure. Yet, Minato paid no heed to the commotion. He gently placed his hand atop Might Guy's head, not infusing chakra, nor guiding energy. but simply speaking in the calmest, most soothing tones. Kai, feel your body. Sense your blood flowing through your veins. Feel your heart beating in your chest. They are the most primal essence of nature within you. Might Guy closed his eyes, following Minato's guidance, allowing his will to delve deep within. Now locate them. Deep within your body lie 361 dormant nodes. Find them and awaken them. Minato's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality. One by one, the minute nodes, nearly imperceptible within Might Guy's resilient meridians, began to glimmer under his will. Excellent. Now, envision your body as a parched land, and these nodes as deep wells connecting to underground aquifers. Open them. Let the inexhaustible strength of the heavens and earth flow into your being. At that moment, as Might Guy willed the nodes to open, an energy even greater than when he had opened the seventh gate surged into him from all directions, vast, pure, and brimming with vitality. There was no pain, no sense of tearing, only an overwhelming joy akin to a fish returning to water or a bird soaring into the sky. A euphoric moan escaped Might Guy uncontrollably. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, a golden mark, radiant as the sun, slowly manifested at his brow. 10 minutes, neither more nor less, precisely 10 minutes. Might Guy gradually opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, feeling the steady flow of warm and powerful energy within him. Two streams of fiery tears, brimming with youthful exuberance, cascaded down his resolute face. Is this the pinnacle of youth? He trembled as he stood. The training ground was enveloped in silence. Every observing ninja stood frozen, as if ensnared by a binding jutsu. Their expressions reflected a singular emotion, pure, indescribable astonishment. Amidst this profound stillness, Minato slowly withdrew his hand. He gazed at Might Guy before surveying the crowd, their faces a mixture of awe and fervor. His vision seemed to pierce through Konoha and the Land of Fire, encompassing the entire ninja world. From this day forth, he began, his voice soft yet resonant. Reaching the depths of every listener's mind, I shall unveil the method of cultivating human path sage techniques to the entire ninja world. I desire a world where every ninja becomes a dragon. Chapter 124, The Era-Defining Revolution of Universal Sage Cultivation. The gentle yet resolute voice of Minato echoed in every ear. I desire a world where every ninja becomes a dragon. This proclamation struck the hearts of all observing ninjas like a thunderclap, rendering the training ground utterly silent. All the ninjas of Mai were frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces painted with shock. Everyone like dragons? Murmured a Chunin. What does this mean? Is it possible that Lord Yondaime intends to impart such power to everyone? Another Jonin quivered. What a joke. That is Senjutsu. How could mere mortals possibly learn it? Moreover, even if we did, we'd end up like Lord Jiraiya, transformed into a grotesque, half-human, half-frog creature. Doubt and fear began to permeate the crowd. Mato Guy stood beside Minato, feeling the surge of newfound power within him and hearing the discussions around. He looked at Minato, confusion evident in his eyes. Lord Yondaime. Guy's voice wavered with uncertainty. Do you truly intend to teach this Senjutsu to everyone? Wouldn't that mean everyone could become as powerful as I am? Minato smiled gently, glancing at Guy and then at the uncertain ninjas surrounding them. Guy, what do you believe true strength is? Contemplating, Guy replied, strength is to burn with youth, to protect comrades and the village with taijutsu and the 8 gates. Minato lightly shook his head. That is merely one manifestation of strength. True strength lies in empowering everyone to possess the ability to protect. He gazed into the distance. When faced with desperation, one must change. Through change, one finds enlightenment. And through enlightenment, one can endure. Why should the Otsutsuki clan be born superior? Why can't humanity become dragons? Kakashi, standing behind Minato, trembled at these words. Suddenly grasping his teacher's intent, Minato, undeterred by the crowd's reaction, continued speaking to Guy. The progenitors of chakra are the Otsutsuki clan. Remaining within the confines of chakra will only lead to stagnation. I am seeking change, a transformation that will guide ninjas onto an entirely new path. He turned to Guy, and the popularization of human senjutsu is the first step. A brand new power that belongs solely to humanity, independent of summoning beasts or external objects. It establishes the most direct and stable connection to natural energy by transforming specific chakra nodes in the human body. He raised his hand, a golden orb of light appearing in his palm. I categorized this human senjutsu into 5 levels. The simplest entry level requires the opening of 3 chakra points. Following that are 9 points, 36, 72, 108, and ultimately, the 361 chakra point senjutsu I have created. Each learner must start from the entry level, and each advancement requires a certification examination and must be registered. The final version with 361 points must be personally approved by me. Minato withdrew his hand, looking at Kakashi. This way, we can firmly control the path of cultivation, minimizing potential chaos. Kakashi nodded, understanding Minato's perspective. This was not merely the dissemination of power, but a reconstruction of order. And this senjutsu, unless I personally teach it, remains quite challenging to master, Minato added. Most individuals will only unlock 3 points. While typical genin can manage 9, Chunin 36, Jonin 72, and Kage 108. As for the ultimate version with 361 points, it is nearly impossible to master without my personal guidance. Upon hearing this, the ninjas around them felt their shock gradually replaced with elation. I can learn senjutsu? An excited genin clenched his fists. Just by opening 3 chakra points? Incredible! I can finally possess great power. Another Chunin exclaimed. Truly, this is the divine gift from Lord Yondaime. The cheers and discussions echoed throughout the training ground. Nara Shikaku, Tsunade, and other high-ranking officials of my hurried over, just in time to hear Minato's words. He intends to popularize senjutsu for everyone? Tsunade muttered in disbelief. Is he out of his mind? Does he not understand the risks of senjutsu? Nara Shikaku fell into thought. No, he slowly began. He knows. He understands better than anyone. But this time, he approached the map, envisioning a distant future, the Otsutsuki clan, and the Starry Sea. Minato never undertakes actions without certainty. If he dares to do this, he must have his reasons. Moreover, have you noticed his grading system? Each level requires a certification examination, and the highest tier requires his personal approval, Shikaku added. Tsunade paused, looking anew at Minato. This is him steering the course. Indeed, Shikaku affirmed. He has minimized all risks, and this power is capable of elevating ninjas' overall strength to unprecedented heights. It also prepares us for future conflicts. Tsunade fell silent, observing Minato's gentle face as a complex emotion welled within her. He always does this, she murmured. Always bearing the burdens alone, always considering the world more than himself. Shikaku patted her shoulder. Thus, we must support him. This is the future he is paving for us and the entire ninja world. After hearing Minato's decision, the Council of Mai expressed their unanimous agreement, marveling at Minato's wisdom and valor. A new era was quietly descending in an unforeseen manner. Minato surveyed the training ground, where hopeful and excited ninjas gathered. He understood this was merely the beginning. From this day forth, the method of practicing human senjutsu will be made public across the ninja world. His voice resonated through the air. Countless ninjas knelt, exclaiming, Thank you, Lord Yondaime. We vow to follow you, Hokage-sama. The cheers erupted like thunder. Minato turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, please return and arrange the subsequent matters. Yes, sensei. Kakashi replied respectfully. Minato's figure transformed into a golden light, vanishing from the training ground. He had one final destination to visit personally, a place intimately connected with human senjutsu, a miraculous location he had once tread upon, where he had planted the sapling of the world tree. In the Valley of the End, Minato reappeared amidst the vibrant land. The sapling of the world tree, bathed in golden radiance, emanated boundless life energy. It had grown significantly since before. Minato approached the sapling, gently caressing its verdant branches. It is almost time, he murmured to himself. Time to let you fulfill your true purpose. Shuemin approached the sapling of the world tree, extending his hand to gently caress its verdant branches. It is nearly time, he murmured to himself. The moment has come for you to fulfill your true purpose. While the entire shinobi world remained engrossed in the delightful illusion of everyone being as mighty as dragons and engaged in fervent discussions, calamity descended without warning. The moon, which had guarded the shinobi realm for a millennium, suddenly emitted a mournful cry of overwhelming burden. A colossal, pitch-black fissure tore through the moon, becoming visible to all. Within Konoha, the ninjas who had just been reveling in the human path sage art fell into an immediate silence. A child set down their toy and pointed to the sky. Mom, the moon is broken. What is that? Is it an illusion? What a joke. How could the moon possibly crack? It is not an illusion. My Byakugan sees it clearly. It is real. The crack is real. Is the sky falling? What on earth is happening? Look, something is coming out of the fissure. Panic spread like a plague, sweeping through the village in an instant. Soon after, two white meteors, exuding an aura of coldness and arrogance, howled forth from the rift. They trailed long streaks behind them, slicing through the atmosphere as they plummeted toward the shinobi continent. The alarm of Konoha rang out, echoing through the skies. In the Valley of the End, Shuemin raised his head, calmly observing the two meteors streaking across the heavens. He was not the slightest bit surprised, as if he stood there solely to await their arrival. The sapling of the world tree seemed to sense the impending threat, its lush leaves stirring without wind, emanating a more potent life force. Boom, boom. Two resounding thuds erupted in the valley. This was not the catastrophic impact of a meteor crashing to Earth, but rather the precise, deliberate landing of something. As the dust settled, two figures with white hair and horns, clad in flowing white robes, appeared before the world tree. Otsutsuki Momo and Otsutsuki Kin had arrived. Kin's towering form stood silently behind Momo like an insurmountable mountain. Momo lifted his strikingly handsome face, first casting a glance at the vibrant sapling of the world tree. A fleeting hint of greed flickered across his visage before his gaze fell upon the golden figure standing beneath the tree. "Oh," Momo uttered in a somewhat playful tone. "On this barren land, there exists a bug that dares to stand and greet us." His words carried neither anger nor intent to kill, but rather an absolute indifference, akin to a deity looking down upon mere ants. Shuemin remained silent, merely observing them. The golden sun symbol of the human path sage art quietly emerged at his brow, radiating warmth and immense power. Kin seemed to lose interest. Harvest the fruit of the divine tree, and then dispose of this planet along with these inferior beings. Yes, Lord Momo. Kin's voice resonated like a deep bell. He stepped forward. His immense body traversed dozens of meters in an instant, appearing before the sapling of the world tree. He extended his colossal hand, capable of easily crushing mountains, toward the verdant sapling. At that moment, Shuemin moved. There was no flash of the flying thunder god technique, no deafening roar of a Rasengan. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it toward the hand reaching for the world tree. Buzz! At that instant, the space around them visibly twisted with violent intensity. An invisible yet unyielding barrier materialized before the world tree. The advanced application of natural energy. The Promax version of the frog group hand. In the next moment, Kin's enormous hand heavily struck that distorted space. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound echoed. The terrifying force, capable of easily obliterating a city, was entirely thwarted by that gossamer thin space barrier. The violent shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, causing the entire Valley of the End to tremble violently. Rocks shattered, rivers flowed backward. Yet, the sapling of the world tree, shielded by the spatial barrier, did not even quiver a single leaf. Kin stepped back, staring at his slightly tingling hand, astonishment etched on his face for the first time. Lord Momo's playful demeanor finally dimmed slightly. He re-evaluated Shuemin and the golden sun symbol on his brow. Interesting. This is not the power of a chakra fruit, nor any sage technique we know. This inferior being has actually forged a new system of power? What a fascinating discovery. However, this ends here. Momo slowly raised his right hand. A scarlet rinnegan slowly opened on his fair palm. Let me show you what true divine power looks like. He extended his hand toward Shuemin. Shinra Tensei, an unparalleled repulsive force, capable of reducing all to dust, erupted. The spatial barrier before Shuemin shattered like fragile glass, instantly becoming riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Yet, just as the barrier was about to break, and the repulsion was about to make contact with his body, Shuemin's figure transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from his original position. Boom! The terrifying repulsion lost its target, crashing heavily against the massive mountainside behind Shuemin. The entire peak was leveled in an instant. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring half the heavens. Momo retracted his hand, a hint of confusion on his face. He surveyed the empty space and then glanced at the now-vanished mountain. Did he evade? Impressive reaction. However, in this sealed space-time, where else could you possibly hide? Before his words could finish, a golden flash ignited once more. Shuemin reappeared in his original position, still standing before the world tree, as if he had never moved. His form was immaculate, not a speck of dust upon him, nor a single wrinkle in his clothing. What? For the first time, pure, unmasked shock emerged on Momo's face. How is this possible? That was a space-time ninjutsu. Impossible. The space-time of this planet was just sealed by me. How could you still use it? His handsome features twisted slightly in utter disbelief. Shuemin looked at him and finally spoke. Sealed? He smiled, a gentle expression tinged with a hint of apology. I am sorry. On this planet, it is I who holds the authority. As his words fell, the golden sun symbol on his brow radiated intensely. In an instant, the natural energy of the entire Valley of the End, no, the natural energy of the entire shinobi world, surged toward his body in an unprecedented, frenzied manner. Chapter 126. Human Path Sage Art vs. Otsutsuki Power. The natural energy of the Valley of the End was completely drained. It transformed into golden torrents, flowing into Shuemin's body. The golden sun symbol on his brow shone to its utmost brilliance, casting the entire valley into a sacred golden realm. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on Otsutsuki Momo's handsome face. His palm, adorned with the Rinnegan, faced Shuemin as it activated its absorption capabilities. Yet, this Rinnegan, potent enough to absorb any ninjutsu, failed this time. The golden energy was beyond the comprehension of his Rinnegan. It could absorb, yet the efficiency was alarmingly low. What kind of power is this? My Rinnegan proves ineffective against it. This is no mere chakra. This inferior being has forged an entirely new system of power. Impossible. This cannot be. Taosher, overwhelmed by utter shock, let out a scream of disbelief. Shuemin paid no heed to his outburst. He simply stood still, and with a thought. The Valley of the End came alive. Every plant nourished by the world tree's energy awakened at that moment. Countless robust and resilient vines erupted from the ground like awakened serpents. They shrieked through the air, encircling Jinshur's massive form from all directions. Jinshur roared in fury, attempting to break free by sheer force. However, these vines, empowered by the life energy of the world tree sapling, were incredibly tenacious, tightening their grip. They ensnared him within a verdant cocoon. Jinshur, a flicker of anger crossed Taosher's face as he raised his hand, palm directed at the vines. He unleashed a portion of the power he had just absorbed from Shuemin. Gao Huangchan Lingzun. Waves of destructive crimson energy erupted from his Rinnegan, striking the vines with precision. Boom! The vines shattered into pieces. Yet, in the next moment, more and thicker vines surged forth from the earth, continuously fueled by the world tree sapling's life energy. Endless and unyielding. Taosher's attack was utterly futile, merely exhausting his own strength. A grave expression finally settled on his face. There's some merit to this. He altered his strategy. Quanxi Jinming. He pressed his hand upon the remnants of the shattered vines. Those green plant fragments were instantly tainted a foreboding black, reassembling into snarling black hounds. Roar! Dozens of black hounds lunged forth, exuding a corrosive aura as they charged towards Shuemin. This was an advanced technique of turning the opponent's jutsu against them. However, Shuemin merely raised a finger calmly. With a gentle tap directed at the oncoming black hounds, in an instant, the vicious creatures disintegrated silently in midair. They transformed back into the purest golden natural energy, which Shuemin absorbed into his being. Taosher stood frozen in place. His once proud divine power was rendered child's play before the man before him. He finally understood. This man stood on an entirely different level than him. Jinshur, retreat. Taosher's pride shattered beneath the overwhelming disparity of power. He shouted, joining his hands together, attempting to tear open a spatial rift to escape. Jinshur also unleashed his full power, synchronizing with Taosher's movements. Yet, just as they were on the verge of success, a golden barrier materialized, enveloping the entire sky. Having come this far, countless intricate flying thunder god seals flowed like stars in the night sky across the barrier, sealing this space completely. The rift Taosher had torn open was instantly smoothed over upon contact with the barrier's seals. What? Taosher let out a desperate roar, frantically assaulting the barrier. Streams of crimson energy rained down upon it. Yet, each attack was redirected elsewhere by the seals before they could touch the barrier. The barrier remained immovable. Impossible. What sort of technique is this? How can you possibly seal such a vast area? This is a barrier? No. It isn't composed of energy. It is time-space. You crafted a cage with time-space ninjutsu. How could you achieve such a feat? Who exactly are you? Taosher descended into madness and despair. This is a technique only I can wield. Shuemin's calm voice echoed from below, as Taosher and Jinshur sank deeper into despair. Two shadows materialized beside Shueimon. It was Kakashi and Might Guy, who had come to assist. Teacher, fourth Hokage. They greeted Shueimon with reverence. Shueimon gazed at the two figures within the barrier, now devoid of fighting spirit, and spoke gently. I offer you an opportunity. His voice resonated clearly in Taosher and Jinsher's ears. Defeat my two disciples, and I shall allow you to leave. Taosher was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the two ninjas, whom he regarded as insignificant insects, standing beside Shueimon. After a brief moment of shock, a volcanic eruption of humiliation and rage followed. Ha! He erupted into a frenzied, hysterical laughter. Are you mocking us? You dare to use these two insects to confront the Otsutsuki clan? Who do you think you are? A god? You are blaspheming the divine. Shueimon maintained his smile. Then let us see. He stepped back, leaving the battlefield to them. He too wished to witness the extent of Kakashi and Might Guy, who had mastered human sage techniques. As for letting them go, only a fool would believe that. Chapter 127. A mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. Kai Huang, I heard you are quite large. Bonus chapter. Watching Shueimon step aside, arms crossed. Ready to observe, Taosher's exquisitely handsome face twisted in an instant. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound silence akin to the stillness before a volcanic eruption. He interpreted Shueimon's indifferent action as the highest form of unforgivable humiliation. Are you mocking us? Each word from Taosher's mouth was squeezed out with a chilling intensity. He attributed all his humiliation to these two insignificant ants before him. Jinsher, he let out a sharp roar. Kill them. Use the most brutal methods. Let them understand the insurmountable chasm between gods and mortals. Yes, Lord Taosher. Jinsher's massive form charged towards Might Guy like a moving fortress, his colossal fist descending with pure, devastating force capable of shattering mountains. Simultaneously, Taosher's figure flickered like a specter, instantly appearing before Kakashi. He slowly extended his right hand. The crimson rinnegan upon his fair palm aimed directly at Kakashi's forehead. He could hardly be bothered with physical attacks. He intended to extract this insect's soul directly from its filthy shell. Yet, in the face of this lethal situation, neither Kakashi nor Guy displayed an ounce of fear. Just as the attack was about to connect, both of them simultaneously let out a low shout. Buzz. Two golden sun marks, identical to the one on Shueimon's forehead, suddenly illuminated. In an instant, the natural energy that permeated the world surged into the two of them like a torrential flood. What? Taosher's movement abruptly froze. His outstretched hand halted mere inches from Kakashi's forehead, unable to advance further. On his face, which appeared indifferent due to arrogance, a pure, incomprehensible shock manifested for the first time. This power again. Impossible. How could you possibly bestow such strength upon these inferior beings? Is this something that can be mass-produced? What a joke. What on earth is this? What kind of monster is this man? On the other side, Jinsei's fist, capable of shattering mountains, was effortlessly caught by Might Guy with a single hand. Bang! The terrifying force collided, creating a visible wave of white energy. The ground cracked inch by inch. Yet, Might Guy remained unmoved. A thin layer of golden aura surrounded him, dissipating that violent power into nothingness. Roar! Jinsei bellowed, swinging his other fist once more. This time, Kai did not defend. Youth is all about taking the initiative. He shouted explosively, his body slightly sinking. As his right fist shot forward like a cannonball, meeting the strike head-on. Boom. A dull thud echoed. This time, it was Jinsei who staggered back. His massive body slid uncontrollably backward for several dozen meters, carving deep furrows into the ground. He stared in disbelief at his slightly numb and even somewhat deformed fist. Meanwhile, Kai transformed into a green flash, closing in. He had not yet opened the final gate of the 8 gates, merely the 7th gate, enhanced by human Taoist techniques. His speed, strength, and reflexes experienced a geometric increase. Konoha, strong gale. Kai's figure was so swift that only an afterimage remained, delivering a powerful whip kick directly to Jinsei's abdomen. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was distinctly audible. Jinsei's enormous body flew away like a struck ball, crashing heavily into a distant mountainside. On the other front, Taosher's attack was similarly neutralized. Kakashi's sun symbol on his forehead shone in harmony with his peculiar Sharingan. An invisible force, distorting space, directly impacted Taosher's body, causing a nearly imperceptible deviation in the trajectory of his attack. It was this minute shift that made him lose the optimal moment to strike. Shinra Tensei. Taosher instantly realized this was the power of space and time. Yet, he had no time to react further. A blinding flash of lightning erupted from Kakashi's palm. Raikiri. This was no longer just pure blue lightning. Each arc of electricity was imbued with a layer of golden, divine energy. Shinra Raikiri. Crack. Kakashi's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he had appeared behind Taosher. That hand enveloped in golden lightning, ruthlessly pressing against Taosher's back. Merely a trivial skill. Taosher scoffed, activating the Rinnegan in his left palm instantly. Absorb. However, when that golden lightning made contact with his palm's Rinnegan, Taosher's expression changed drastically. Unable to absorb it. No, it can be absorbed, but with exceedingly low efficiency. He had forgotten this was not pure chakra. Damn it, just a delay of 0.1 seconds, and the golden Raikiri grazed past his body, flashing by. Rip. A massive tear appeared in his luxurious white robe, revealing a deep wound that extended from his shoulder to his side. The golden arcs of electricity danced manically over the wound, thwarting his body's natural healing. Taosher staggered back a few steps, staring at his injury. His handsome face twisted in shock and rage. I am injured. I was actually harmed by a mere insect. This power cannot even be fully absorbed by my Rinnegan. Why is this wound healing so slowly? What on earth is this thing? His once proud divine power, is Rinnegan capable of absorbing all ninjutsu? Felt utterly ridiculous before the opponent. The battle had completely slipped from his control from the very beginning. He lifted his head, gazing at the other battlefield. Jinsei had just emerged from the rubble of the mountainside, still unsteady on his feet. Maite Kai, engulfed in golden flames, had already reappeared before him. Day Tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai unleashed his ultimate technique. A massive white tiger, formed from densely compressed air, roared, striking with the force to annihilate all. Boom. This time, the entire mountain collapsed due to the violent explosion. Jinsei's colossal body was completely engulfed in endless dust and debris. Taosher fell into a stupor. His mind went blank. The scene before him utterly overturned his understanding accumulated over millennia. Jinsei was being suppressed? This was not a one-sided beating. That green fellow. We are actually being cornered by two insects to this extent. What on this planet is wrong with these beings? His pride, his dignity, was crushed underfoot by this master and disciple in the most unreasonable manner. Minato observed all of this, a gentle smile still adorning his face. He took a step forward, his calm voice ringing in Taosher's ears. Now, do you still believe you are gods? Chapter 128, Minato's second lesson, the true use of ninjutsu. Wolfing Minato's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the vast valley. Now, do you still believe you are gods? The exquisitely handsome face of Otsutsuki Taosher froze instantly. Humiliation. This was a deeper, soul-derived humiliation than mere physical injury. He did not respond to Minato. He did not even glance at him again. His gaze was fixated on another battlefield. There, Jinsei's enormous body was being relentlessly beaten by that green figure with pure martial arts. Every punch shook the mountain. Every kick tore the earth apart. The proud Otsutsuki clan was being driven to such a wretched state by an inferior creature through the most primitive of brawling. Useless trash. A shrill roar, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, erupted from Taosher's throat. He abruptly raised his right hand, the crimson glow of the Rinnegan in his palm bursting forth with an eerie light. An irresistible pulling force erupted. Jinsei, entangled with Maite Kai, suddenly stiffened. His massive body, uncontrollably, was forcefully drawn toward Taosher. Taosher-sama, you, Jinsei exclaimed in astonishment, extending his hand as if to say something. But he would never have the chance to finish. Taosher's cold, emotionless hand heavily pressed against Jinsei's astonished face. In the next moment, Jinsei's towering figure rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible speed. All of his flesh, chakra, and even his soul were forcibly drained in that instant, coalescing into a fist-sized chakra pill, radiating ominous red light. Taosher seized the pill without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Boom. An aura far more powerful than before erupted from Taosher, akin to a flood breaking its banks, shaking the very ground beneath him. The eerie black patterns, resembling living entities, began at his neck and swiftly spread throughout his entire body. His form grew increasingly imposing and monstrous, muscles bulging and veins surfacing. At the center of his forehead, the skin split open, revealing a brand new, golden reincarnation eye that slowly opened. Three eyes. Now, Taosher gradually lifted his head, his three differently colored eyes simultaneously locking onto Kakashi and Might Guy. The game is over, insects. As his words faded, his figure vanished without a trace. Not even a sound. Only a thunderous sound wave erupted from the spot where he once stood, expanding violently. So swift, Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan could only capture a vague afterimage. Meanwhile, Might Guy had just destroyed the remnants of Jinshir's previous position with a powerful kick and was preparing to seek his next target. An overwhelming sense of peril surged from behind him. He spun around abruptly. A foot, magnified countless times and entwined with black patterns, was already thrusting towards him. Bam! Might Guy crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest, yet his body was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram. He crashed violently into the distant mountainside, creating a deep, bottomless human-shaped crater. Dust swirled around him. Guy? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals, unleashing a shuriken imbued with golden senjutsu energy, aimed directly at Taosher's head. However, Taosher merely scoffed and turned around. He extended his right hand and lightly grasped the shuriken, capable of devouring all. Crack! The swirling, distorted space within his palm was abruptly halted. Then, with a forceful grip, crack! The shuriken, along with its spatial power, was crushed and absorbed barehanded. Black shards of space scattered like shattered glass. What? Impossible. To crush the shuriken with bare hands? Kakashi stared in disbelief, his mind blank. After merging with Jinshir, the opponent's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. I told you. Taosher's cold voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. He had somehow appeared right before Kakashi. The game is over. He launched a punch. Simple, direct. Yet so fast it was unavoidable. In this critical moment, a golden figure stood before Kakashi. Namikaze Minato raised his hand and met the punch with one of his own. Boom. The two fists collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an invisible wave of force, powerful enough to crush everything, emanating outward. The ground beneath Minato remained unscathed, yet Taosher's body slid uncontrollably back several meters. Taosher gazed at Minato, his three eyes filled with incomprehensible madness. You have grown even stronger? What manner of monster are you? What have you done on this planet? Minato remained silent, calmly observing the distant mountainside. Boom. A loud crash. The rocks of the mountainside exploded as Might Guy's green figure charged forth once more. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the golden sun mark on his forehead burning even brighter. His fighting spirit intensified. Lord Fourth. Guy looked at Minato, his gaze resolute. It is time to burn my final youth. The eighth gate of death. He prepared to stake everything. Not yet, Guy. Minato's calm voice reached his ears. Simultaneously, a message resonated within both his and Kakashi's minds. Your understanding of the human way of senjutsu remains at a superficial level. Senjutsu is not merely the infusion of power into weapons and bodies. Now, I shall teach you the second lesson, mastery. In an instant, both Kakashi and Guy's bodies trembled violently. Mastery. The word exploded in their minds. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan contracted sharply. Senjutsu is the lever that moves the world. You possess the lever, yet you only use it to strike. The teacher's words echoed repeatedly. Strike? Yes. He had always been using senjutsu energy to enhance Kamui, to amplify Raikiri. Was this not akin to using the lever itself to strike? The true application. Kakashi's gaze abruptly shifted from Taosher to the surrounding space, the earth, the air. My Kamui is not solely for distorting targets. It is the key to distorting the very world itself. I can command this space. To command nature with senjutsu energy, rather than merely enhancing myself with it. A brand new door swung open. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood frozen in place. His mind echoed with the phrase about striking with a lever. My fists, my taijutsu have always been about using senjutsu to enhance my body, unleashing greater power to strike down enemies. This is also striking. The fourth Hokage's meaning is Guy's gaze fell upon his fists, then to the flowing natural energy surrounding him. My fists are not just for striking. They are detonators. I can use my fists to ignite the natural energy of the world, causing it to resonate with the chakra within my enemy, destroying them from the inside. This is the pinnacle of true youth. Both men simultaneously raised their heads, gazing at the oncoming Taosher. Their expressions had transformed. Taosher's figure was so swift it left only an afterimage. Yet, just as he was about to reach Kakashi, his body suddenly sank. It felt as if an invisible mountain had been pressed down upon him. His speed drastically diminished. Gravity? No. The very space was distorted. Its density increased. Taosher let out a furious roar. He had not yet adapted to this change. Might Guy made his move. He did not charge forward, but rooted his feet to the ground, striking a pose to deliver a punch. He threw a punch slowly. There was no wind from the punch, no sound. Yet Taosher felt as if an invisible hammer had struck him fiercely within. Pooh! His chakra became chaotic instantly. A mouthful of golden blood uncontrollably spewed forth. What kind of attack is this? It didn't even hit me. It's resonance. He used his fist to draw upon the natural energy of this world, creating a destructive resonance with the chakra within me. He is attacking my insides. Taosher fell into a frenzy. He realized he had once again lost control of the battle. Kakashi's left eye continuously activated Kimui. One after another, invisible. Distorted spatial traps emerged around Taosher, exploding, sometimes increasing gravity, sometimes generating repulsion, sometimes directly distorting his body. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood firm, unleashing punch after punch at the air. Each punch summoned an invisible wave of natural energy, precisely striking Taosher's insides, disrupting his vast chakra, which had only recently merged and was still unstable. One focused on external attacks, the other on internal strikes. A perfect synergy. The once invincible Taosher, who had swiftly overwhelmed both men, found himself once more in a humiliating position of passive defense. Damn insects. You wretched insects. Why? Why are you capable of such feats? You are manipulating the forces that govern this world. The once proud and rational Taosher has been utterly shattered in this moment of despair. He relinquished all forms of offense and defense, allowing Kakashi's spatial distortion to break his arm and permitting Minato Namicaze's energy resonance to shatter his innards. A desperate, final roar escaped his lips as he suddenly surged towards the sky. If that is the case, let it be so. Let us together, along with this wretched planet, dissolve into cosmic dust. He raised his hands high. 3 Rinnegan simultaneously erupted with cataclysmic brilliance. A massive sphere of energy, as black as ink, began to coalesce above his head, devouring all surrounding light and matter. The High Emperor Chanlingzuan. That dark sun expanded at an observable rate, consuming mountains, rivers, earth, and sky. The entirety of the Valley of End, all matter and energy, was frantically drawn into it. An ultimate aura of annihilation, capable of flattening the surface of this planet, enveloped the entire world. Kakashi and Minato Namicaze ceased their attacks, lifting their gazes to the apocalyptic black sun that obscured the heavens. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on their faces. Chapter 129, Kai, the 8th Gate. Open. The inky sun hung high in the sky, greedily absorbing all light and devouring all hope. The earth groaned under its unmatched gravitational pull. Mountains trembled as if mourning the impending end. Destruction was no longer a distant threat, but a slow approaching, inevitable reality. At that moment, figures emerged from the ripples of space at the edge of the Valley of End. Uchiha Fuyue, Itachi, Shursui, and Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had just been recalled from other regions, finally arrived at the heart of the battlefield. The Ninja Alliance had arrived. Upon their first glance, they beheld the apocalyptic black sun that blotted out the sky. What on earth is that? A young Uchiha stammered, his Sharingan spinning wildly from sheer terror. This cannot possibly exist in our world. Silence. Uchiha Fuyue's low voice commanded, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on that golden figure. What are you panicking for? Jiraiya's voice, as ever, carried a tone of irreverence, yet was infused with absolute trust. That guy is right there. All eyes followed his gesture, converging upon the golden figure standing at the center of the storm, calm as still water. Indeed, that man was there, the one who had created countless miracles, single-handedly ending wars and even reshaping the entire shinobi world order. Though entirely at a loss as to what to do, Uchiha Itachi analyzed the situation coolly. But if it were the 4th Hokage, he would undoubtedly find a way. This irrational, almost blind trust instantly quelled the panic of everyone present. Amidst this eerie calm, Kakashi moved. The mass and gravitational pull of the black sun had surpassed the threshold of any ninjutsu. Attempting to distort it with Kimui was akin to using a finger to pry at an entire mountain. It would only result in instant obliteration. The words of his teacher echoed in his mind. Sage art is the lever to shift the world. You possess the lever, yet you use it merely to strike. Attacking the Black Sun with Kimui is akin to using a lever to strike someone. The true purpose is to shift the world itself. Kakashi's gaze drifted from the Doomsday Sun. He did not charge forward, nor did he form hand seals. His left eye, a Mangekyo fused with Sage Art and Kamui, locked onto the empty space directly beneath the sun. If he could not shake the sun, then he would destroy the ground beneath it. Not in the physical sense, but the very fabric of space itself. Kamui. This time, the space did not warp into a vortex that devoured all. Under Kakashi's watch, the void began to ripple like the surface of water. It folded, compressed, and expanded. A visible, translucent fissure, shimmering with the light of spatial rifts, appeared out of thin air. It resembled a scar, forcibly imprinted upon the body of the world. Hovering above the Black Sun, like a creator deity, Daitong Yutangsher noticed the insignificant action of the ant below. A mere insect, making its futile struggle in its final moments? Attacking the ground? Is it trying to dig its own grave more swiftly? How pitiful and laughable. The distant ninja alliance was equally engulfed in immense confusion. What is Kakashi-senpai doing? Is that a barrier? It looks fragile enough to shatter upon contact. No, his target is not the Black Sun. It is the air beneath it. What good is that? Does he think it will trip when it falls? Wolfing Shumin stood at the rear of the battlefield, observing his disciple's silhouette, a gentle smile gracing his features. Kakashi has understood. In the next moment, the azure beast of Konoha unleashed a roar that shook heaven and earth. Now is the moment to ignite youth to its utmost. The 8th gate, the Death Gate. Open. Boom. Crimson steam erupted from Mai Takai's body like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. The surrounding air screamed in agony, scorched by the terrifying heat generated by this burning of life. Kai-senpai, he has opened the Death Gate. That is the ultimate technique at the cost of one's life. What a magnificent sacrifice. However, the anticipated scene of a life consumed and reduced to ashes did not materialize. At the instant the blood-red steam burst forth, the golden sun mark on Mai Takai's forehead suddenly erupted with radiant brilliance. A pure, vast energy, brimming with boundless vitality, surged forth from within him. It did not combat the destructive red steam, but instead, like a gentle stream, enveloped and guided it. The red steam exploded outward while the golden energy nourished inward. A perfect, eternal cycle of energy quietly formed at his surface. The absolute power of the 8th gate descended upon the world, yet the price of death was forcibly paused. The entire shinobi alliance once again fell into a deathly silence. He was not reduced to ashes. What is this? The red steam and golden radiance formed a ring. Human path sage art. My heavens. Such power can even exempt one from the cost of the 8th gate. A living 8th gate? This must be a miracle created by the sage of 6 paths. Mai Takai bathed in the intertwining glow of red and gold, feeling within him a force capable of overturning the world. His life was more vibrant than ever. A mere mortal has deceived death? The 3 differently colored eyes of Daitong Yutangsher simultaneously shrank in utter astonishment. Impossible. This defies fundamental laws. You inferior beings. Before he could recover from this blasphemous spectacle, Mai Takai moved. In the instant he opened the Death Gate, he witnessed Kakashi's actions. That rival he had pursued all his life was not gazing at the sun above, but rather fixated on a void. A crack in space. Kai instantly understood. He looked at Kakashi, who had just turned to meet his gaze. Their eyes connected. No words were necessary. A mere glance exchanged all strategies. One created a weakness, while the other ignited it. In Kai's mind, the words of Mizukage echoed. My fist is not merely a weapon. It is a detonator. To directly assault that Black Sun was as futile as striking the ocean with a fist. Yet Kakashi, with his Kamui, carved a minute. Unstable fissure in the seemingly impregnable fabric of reality. That was the true vulnerability. His objective was not to confront the sun with the strength of Yikai, but rather to harness that very power to ignite the fuse of space that Kakashi had meticulously prepared. He did not launch himself toward the heavens. Instead, he rooted his feet to the ground, sinking his body into a stance poised to strike. He channeled the living energy of the 8th gate, capable of warping time and space, into his right fist. His target was not the lofty deity, nor the cataclysmic Black Sun, but the precarious spatial fracture maintained by Kakashi below. This was the essence of my youth. Ikai? There were no dragons, no phoenixes, and not even a sound, only a solitary punch. A seemingly ordinary strike, yet one that condensed the natural energy of the entire world surged forward. The fist collided with the spatial fracture. Crack. It was not a sound of physical shattering, but rather the world itself tearing open in the perception of all. The fragile rift in space did not vanish. It erupted beneath the world-shattering punch of Might Guy. A silent, yet chaotically intense spatial storm was born. The Black Sun, bearing its unparalleled gravitational force, descended slowly, clashing with the tempest of space that erupted from below, intent on tearing everything asunder. As they met in a narrow confrontation, the extreme contraction from below collided with the extreme rending from above. Two opposing forces, potent enough to annihilate the world, collided fiercely. The doomsday Black Sun froze and trembled violently. In the next moment, it began to collapse inward. The profound darkness that devoured all began to ravenously consume itself. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no cataclysmic radiance. It merely shrank silently into an infinitesimal point, caught between its own gravity and the external rending, then vanished, as if it had never existed. The entire world was liberated from the suffocating darkness. The sky regained its clarity. A heart-wrenching, inhuman scream echoed from the heights. Otsutsuki Kagaya was struck fiercely by the backlash of her own uncontrollable power. Her perfect battle body, a fusion of the Kenjutsu, shattered like fragile porcelain, riddled with grotesque cracks. The golden rinnegan on her forehead, symbolizing a higher dimension, was the first to turn to dust. Next, her arms and legs followed suit, dissolving silently in the aftermath of the spatial storm. She was defeated inexplicably, beyond comprehension. She fell helplessly from the divine heights that belonged to the gods. The Valley of the End fell into a profound silence. Tens of thousands of shinobi stared blankly at the cloudless blue sky, then at the two figures still standing in the valley. Finally, their gazes converged on the minuscule black that continued to descend. The minds of all present froze, overwhelmed by a scene that transcended imagination. Where did that Black Sun go? I saw nothing. They did not attack it at all. One struck the air, and the other struck the air, then the sun simply vanished? Is this the power of controlling realms? Is this the essence of human ninjutsu? Is this the strength that belongs to us, humanity? Namikaze Minato gazed at the falling, damaged divine form, his expression remaining gentle. The first battle was won. Alas, the true war had only just begun. Chapter 130, Kagaya, this is my world. Otsutsuki Kagaya's broken divine form plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Like the last desiccated leaf abandoned by the gods. Outside the Valley of the End, the allied shinobi forces first fell into a deathly silence. Then, a tumultuous eruption of joy, akin to a volcanic explosion, swept over them. We have won. We have defeated the gods. Kakashi-senpai, Gai-senpai, they have done it. Long live Konoha. Long live the fourth Hokage. Countless shinobi hurled their weapons into the sky, embracing, shouting, and weeping tears of joy. The overwhelming despair brought by the cataclysmic Black Sun transformed into the sweetest fruit of victory. Uchiha Fugaku watched the crumbling figure descend, his taut body finally relaxing. Jiraiya sank down, exhaling a long breath. What a fright. Have these two kids truly become this reliable? Tsunade gazed at the green and silver-haired figures standing firm in the valley's center, a genuine pride blossoming on her face. I successfully placed my bet. I knew these two would not disappoint. She slammed her fist into her palm, unable to contain her exhilaration. Minato, you are not only a monster yourself, but you have also raised students who are even more extraordinary. How infuriating yet gratifying. Victory was assured. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged a glance and stepped forward in unison, ready to put an end to this self-proclaimed deity. Yet, in the instant they were about to move, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Behind the falling form of Otsutsuki Kagaya, space rippled as if disturbed by a stone thrown into still water. A hand emerged, pale, slender, and seemingly carved from the finest white jade, flawless in its perfection. Without warning, it reached out from the rippling space. Time seemed to pause in that moment. The hand moved slowly, even gracefully, effortlessly traversing the distance of space. With a soft sound, akin to fabric tearing, the hand pierced through the heart of Otsutsuki Kagaya, which had just fused with the Kenjutsu. The jubilant cheers came to an abrupt halt. Across the shinobi world, the faces of all who witnessed this scene froze in disbelief. What is that? A hand? Where did it come from? Is it an enemy? No. It attacked that monster. Is it a contingency plan from the fourth Hokage? Could there be an even stronger foe? The allied shinobi forces, who had just been basking in victory, found their minds suddenly overwhelmed. In the valley, Kakashi and Might Guy halted, their expressions shifting to one of utmost gravity. Otsutsuki Kagaya struggled to lower her head, gazing at the gaping hole the size of a bowl that pierced through her heart, and the pale hand that remained lodged within her. Her 3 eyes, filled with shock and confusion, slowly turned to trace the arm back. A figure emerged from the rippling space. With white hair cascading like a waterfall of moonlight, it flowed down to her ankles. Above her head, 2 short horns symbolizing absolute nobility and taboo protruded, while she donned an ancient, untraceable pure, white feather robe. At the center of her forehead, a blood-red eye, imprinted with 9 magatama, the Rinnegan, coldly gazed down upon the world. Otsutsuki Kagaya? She has descended. In that instant, Minato immediately comprehended the significance of the inky black crack that pierced the moon, the spatial rift torn open by the arrival of the Otsutsuki duo. It was not merely a passage for intruders. The vast and chaotic spatio-temporal energy it emitted resembled a key, a force that violently pried open the perfect 6-path seal upon the moon. The seal has been shattered. Who is she? That eye upon her forehead, a fusion of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. I have never encountered such an existence in any texts. I cannot sense her chakra. No, it is not a matter of inability to sense. My body is rejecting the very act of perception. It is engulfed in fear. At the Ninja Alliance's encampment, panic surged deeper and more thoroughly than when confronting the apocalyptic Kuroyo. It swept over everyone like a chilling tide. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Otsutsuki Momoshiki gazed at that cold and familiar visage, struggling to utter a few syllables from his throat. In his 3 eyes, there was no hatred, no anger, only pure fear and confusion, as if a superior were confronting a rebel. He did not understand why this traitor, long deemed a defector by the clan for withholding the fruits, would appear here. More perplexing was why she would turn against him. Kagaya's cold, hollow eyes, devoid of emotion, finally flickered with a hint of disturbance. She lowered her gaze to Momoshiki, whom she had pierced through the heart, regarding him as one would an unruly tool. The next moment, an unmatched torrent of pure chakra erupted from Kagaya's palm. No, Momoshiki had only time to emit a piercing scream. His combat body, perfected through the fusion of Kinshiki, melted away at a visible pace, as if ice under the scorching sun. Flesh, bones, soul, all was forcibly reverted to the most primordial, purest chakra before her might. Then, like rivers returning to the sea, the immense chakra flow, capable of driving any Kaga-level warrior to madness, was completely absorbed by Kagaya's slender hand. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who had just plunged the entire ninja world into despair, was utterly erased from this realm, leaving not even a trace behind. He was consumed? That was not a ninjutsu. What was it? She transformed a living Otsutsuki into chakra. Her power increased after absorbing that monster. It was all over. Everything was finished. We had just defeated one monster, only to offer another, even more terrifying monster, a sacrifice. The ecstasy of victory turned into the sharpest irony at that moment. The entire ninja world plummeted from heaven into a deeper abyss known as despair. In the Valley of the End, the golden flying thunder god barrier encompassing the sky continued to operate slowly. Minato stood beneath the sapling of the world tree, arms crossed over his chest. He calmly observed Kagaya's arrival, Momoshiki's death, and the absorption of that overwhelming chakra. His face retained a gentle smile. Yet deep within his azure eyes, akin to the clearest sky, the warmth vanished for the first time. He had anticipated the Otsutsuki clan's arrival and prepared for an unprecedented war, yet he had not foreseen Kagaya returning in such a manner. She was not freed from her seal. She had torn it asunder herself. Moreover, she now appeared more powerful and pure than the legends of a millennium past. At that moment, Kagaya, having absorbed all of Momoshiki's power, slowly withdrew her hand. She finally shifted her cold, godlike gaze away from the spot where Momoshiki had vanished. Her eyes swept over Kakashi, over Might Guy, over the tens of thousands of trembling Ninja Alliance members paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, her gaze landed upon Minato and the sapling of the world tree behind him, radiating with vitality. For the first time, a hint of human emotion flickered across her eternally cold visage, a mixture of anger, disgust, and a barely perceptible wariness. She slowly raised her hand. The pale hand that had just devoured a member of the Otsutsuki clan pointing towards the verdant sapling. A chilling voice resonated through everyone's minds. This is my world. Chapter 131. Kaguya, I am the definitive answer. Minato, you are merely the remnants of a previous version. The pale hand pierced through Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart, then withdrew. A flicker of human emotion finally appeared on Kaguya's eternally frosty face, a blend of anger, disgust, and a subtle hint of wariness. She slowly raised her hand, that very hand which had just consumed a member of the Otsutsuki clan, pointing toward the green sapling. A cold voice echoed in everyone's minds. This is my world. This declaration rendered the entire Ninja Alliance's encampment utterly speechless. The golden flying thunder god barrier enveloping the sky began to emit a strained hum under Kaguya's surging aura. Her oppressive presence even caused the space-time ceiling barrier that Minato had painstakingly established to tremble slightly. Kaguya's gaze never lingered on Kakashi and Guy for more than a second, as if those two who had just defeated Momoshiki were no more significant than the dust beneath her feet. All her attention was fixated on the sapling of the world tree and Minato standing beneath it. You have escaped, Minato calmly stated, as though commenting on a trivial matter. Why? Kaguya's gaze finally shifted from the world tree to Minato. A ripple passed through her pure white eyes. You are an anomaly. The cold, ethereal thought resonated directly in Minato's mind. The seal was originally perfect, but the arrival of those two fools tore the world's surface. Kaguya's thoughts carried undisguised disdain for Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Their arrival instigated violent spatial tremors, impacting the moon and destabilizing the core node of the ceiling left by the Feather Robe and the Feather Village. A trivial, nearly negligible crack provided me with an escape route. Outside the Valley of the End, the Ninja Alliance, secretly listening to this divine dialogue through the mountain clan's ancient techniques, fell into silence once more. She freed herself from the seal. Jiraiya's face lost its usual nonchalance. Momoshiki's arrival became a key to her escape. Tsunade found the absurdity overwhelming. What an uncanny coincidence. How could she endure such a long imprisonment without losing her sanity? The indomitable will of this woman is truly terrifying. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan fixated on the pale figure displayed before him, a profound sense of impotence rising from the depths of his heart. Kaguya's narration persisted. I initially intended to quietly reclaim my fruits and gather strength. Yet, I never anticipated that this barren planet would give birth to an anomaly such as you. Her gaze fell once more upon Minato. However, it was of little consequence now. This planet, along with all the chakra it harbors, shall return to me. I shall create the most formidable Akatsuki army to confront my true enemies, the Otsutsuki clan. When the name Otsutsuki reverberated in the minds of all present, a wave of suffocation enveloped them. The Otsutsuki clan? That peach-like entity is also one of them? What nonsense! Such a monstrosity is not even the strongest? She intends to use us as cannon fodder against her kin? Is this what it has come to? When deities clash, mortals suffer. The utmost despair transformed into the utmost absurdity. Your thoughts are exceedingly naive. Minato's response was delivered with nonchalance, yet it struck Kaguya's lofty divinity like a resounding slap. Akatsuki? Confronting the Otsutsuki? What you call preparation for battle is merely a lavish feast being prepared for your kin. Kaguya's body shuddered violently. An unmistakable wrath, palpable to the naked eye, surged from her being, distorting the very air around her. Insolence. She refrained from further argument with Minato. Raising her hand, the one that had just consumed the peach entity, dozens of grim, bone-like projectiles, imbued with the essence of death, erupted from her palm. The target was not Minato, but rather the vibrant world tree behind him. These bone spears disregarded spatial distance and the laws of physics. They were the embodiment of the concept of death. Yet, Minato merely stood his ground, his thoughts shifting as he formed the flying thunder god seal. In an instant, the space surrounding the world tree underwent a violent, yet exquisitely precise overlap. 1 layer, 2 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers. The space was as if folded repeatedly by unseen hands thousands of times, forming a magnificent millefeuille of countless spatial dimensions. The bone projectiles, possessing an inherent attribute of certainty, accurately pierced through the first layer of space. Then the second, the 10th. They traversed through innumerable continuous, yet isolated spatial layers, delving deeper with each passing moment. With each penetration, the lethal concept they embodied was gradually worn away by the barriers of space. When they ultimately breached the final layer of space, The annihilating force of death had been thoroughly diminished. Dozens of bone spears, mere meters from the world tree, lost all their power, transforming into a harmless cloud of gray dust that gently descended. Kagaya's icy visage once again froze in disbelief. The space was folded? My bone projectiles were extinguished amidst infinite layers of space? He neither defended nor evaded. He simply altered the very concept of distance along my attack's trajectory. This man possesses an understanding of space-time ninjutsu that reaches such heights. An unprecedented gravity manifested upon Kagaya's face as she finally comprehended that the man before her was a terrifying existence on par with her, if not exceeding her in certain aspects. Her attack strategy shifted instantaneously. Since she could not directly obliterate that divine tree, she would first sever the wings of this anomaly. She turned her gaze, launching 2 bone projectiles once more. The targets were the 2 feeble, easily extinguishable figures in her sight, Kakashi and Might Guy. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, the 2 did not even seek assistance from their mentor. Kakashi's left eye spun wildly with the Mangekyo pattern. Sage Art. Kamui. Spatial Exile. Without the ravenous whirlpool that devours all, the bone spear aimed at him, along with the minuscule space it occupied, was excised from this world and cast into an unknown temporal chaos. Meanwhile, Might Guy, with the golden sun emblem on his forehead radiating brilliance, faced the incoming bone spear without opening the 8 gates, simply delivering a straightforward punch. This punch did not pursue unparalleled speed or strength. An intangible punch wind surged forth, meeting the deathly bone. Within that punch wind resided the will of humanistic sage arts. It did not confront the physicality of the bone spear. Rather, it directly impacted and dismantled the lethal concept affixed to it. The death attribute of the bone projectiles, capable of eradicating all, swiftly dissolved upon contact with the punch wind. Akin to snow under the scorching sun, devoid of the supporting lethal concept, the bone spear itself became pathetically fragile. The subsequent ripples of the punch wind effortlessly shattered it into the finest dust. Kagaya's assault was once again perfectly neutralized. Moreover, it was thwarted by 2 individuals whom she regarded as mere insects, employing methods she could not possibly comprehend. A pure, unmasked shock and confusion emerged upon her previously composed face. Why? How could these descendants, these chakra thieves, resist my power in such a manner? This is not merely chakra ninjutsu. What is it? One removed my attack from this world. The other shattered the very rules upon which my attack was founded. Kagaya's gaze abruptly returned to Minato. She beheld the man's face, still adorned with a gentle smile, as though he held dominion over all. The source of sage arts. A thought that sent shivers through her very soul materialized in her mind. It is not them. It is he. He is the one who has taught these mortals how to defile the divine. Chapter 132. Everyone is like a dragon. Kagaya's worldview collapses. Additional update. Your combat style is far too antiquated, Kagaya. Minato's voice resonated calmly. He lifted the spatial barrier enveloping Kakashi and Guy and took a step forward, willingly confronting Kagaya. He made no hand seals, nor did he gather a Rasengan. He simply approached. For the first time, a distinct confusion belonging to humanity flickered in Kagaya's pure white eyes. What is this man doing? He abandoned those 2 troublesome aides, choosing to face me alone? What audacity! Or has he surrendered to resistance? Your battle remains rooted in the notion of using greater strength to obliterate lesser strength. Minato continued forward, utilizing swifter speed to catch up to slower speed. This is the predator's law of the wild, not war. He halted, standing at a distance from Kagaya. Then, he raised his hand. His index finger did not point at Kagaya, but rather gently tapped his own brow. The golden sun emblem blazed with brilliance. Insolence. Kagaya's intent transformed into a chilling torrent, surging towards Minato. This mere descendant who has stolen chakra dares to speak of the divine. Yet, Minato paid no heed to her fury. Humans may be mere ants, yet they too can ascend to the divine. He wielded the vast spiritual power of humanistic sage arts, sufficient to encompass the entire planet, channeling the most core and brutal truths gleaned from Black Zetsu's millennia of memories. These truths manifested as undeniable, unalterable images of reality, forcefully embedded into Kagaya's mind. Do not forget your true heart. Boom. Kagaya's body trembled violently. Her cold, divine visage instantly froze. A vivid image exploded in her mind. It was herself, youthful and yet to consume the chakra fruit. She was fleeing in panic through the pitch-black cosmos, carrying the seed of the divine tree. Behind her were several pursuers emanating an icy aura, members of the Otsutsuki clan. The scene shifted. Beautiful planets, bursting with life, were sown with the divine tree, only to be drained of all vitality, ultimately transforming into cold, lifeless, grayish spheres. The once resplendent civilizations that inhabited those planets, along with all their lives, became mere sweet elixirs in their mouths. That ancient, profound fear, long sealed away by divinity, the despair of being offered as a sacrifice to this planet, was ruthlessly unveiled by Minato in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. No, Kaguya clutched her head, emitting a piercing scream that sounded inhuman. This is an illusion. This is a lie you fabricated. Shut up. Silence. In that moment, her divinity was completely torn apart. In its place surged an unadulterated, primal fury and fear. Outside the Valley of the End, at the camp of the Ninja Alliance, everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. What has happened? What is wrong with Kaguya? She appears to be in agony. What has the fourth Hokage done to her? I don't know, but she was just in the sky, and now she kneels on the ground. Kaguya's reason was utterly consumed by rage. She abruptly lifted her head, her pure white eyes filled with frenzied blood vessels. She believed it was Minato who, through despicable illusions, was manipulating her mind. She needed to regain control. She would crush these insects that dared to desecrate divinity. In the heavens, a roar filled with boundless fury erupted. The entire world shifted in an instant. The vibrant green of the Valley of the End vanished, replaced by an endless sea of crimson lava. Scalding magma churned beneath her feet, bubbling with lethal threats. The searing air was capable of igniting hair and scorching flesh in an instant. Where's this? It's so hot. My chakra armor is going to melt. It's over. We have been brought to hell. Instantly, the Ninja Alliance's camp transformed into a human purgatory. Countless ninjas ignited in the extreme heat, letting out wretched screams. Tsunade and Jiraiya, among others, exerted their utmost efforts to unleash defensive ninjutsu, barely protecting the core area of ninjas. But despair was etched on everyone's faces. In this domain belonging to the gods, they could not endure for even a second. Yet, in the very heart of this lava hell, Minato stood calmly, not activating any defenses. The scorching air within 3 feet of him was forcefully cooled by an unseen power. He gazed at Kaguya, whose face was twisted in fury. Then, the golden sun mark on his forehead radiated brilliantly. Your world? No. Minato's voice echoed clearly in Kaguya's ears. Now it is our world. As his words fell, a colossal chakra of human path sage arts erupted from him, powerful enough to reverse the laws of nature. There was no attack, no defense, only a pure, forceful reversal of this world. The boiling sea of lava beneath Kaguya's feet ceased its tumult. The blinding crimson hue faded at a visible pace, cooling into solid black rock, emanating residual warmth. The air, once hot enough to melt steel, instantly turned cool, even beginning to condense visible water vapor, transforming into refreshing droplets of rain falling down. Within mere seconds, Minato singularly created a safe zone for himself within Kaguya's primordial space. Kaguya's rage solidified. She stared blankly at everything around her, gazing at the forcibly cooled ground and the rain beginning to fall from the sky. Her mind was a void. He has rewritten my lava space. He did not use water release to extinguish my lava. Kaguya's pure white eyes contracted in shock. He has forcibly reversed the fire attribute that constitutes this world into the water attribute. This is Yin-Yang release, a power to reverse the laws that only a deity could possess. This is impossible. A fear deeper than when her memories were unveiled gripped her heart. Minato disregarded her astonishment. He simply raised his hand, and a brand new scene appeared again in Kaguya's mind. It was in Konoha in Sunagakure. In every corner of the ninja world, countless ninjas engaged in production, construction, and training. Their foreheads glowed with golden sage marks, some bright as stars, others faint as fireflies. Yet that power, the power of human path sage arts, was spreading throughout the world with unstoppable momentum. Do you see it, Kaguya? Minato's voice resonated like the final judgment. Your path is to become the strongest divine tree and face the storm of the Otsutsuki clan alone. That is a destined failure, as you have proven 1,000 years ago. My path, Minato's voice held a hint of mirth, is to empower every individual on this land with the strength to resist fate. Rather than nurturing a divine tree, I shall transform the entire world into an impregnable, indestructible forest of steel. I will turn all the descendants on this planet into beings capable of wielding sage arts. That is the only hope against the Otsutsuki clan. Compared to the so-called White Zetsu, today's ninja world is filled with dragons among men. Kagaya's body became completely still. She watched the thousands of glowing golden marks in the scene, witnessing the radiance of hope illuminating the faces of those mortals. Her millennia-long schemes as a deity, her singular path of redemption through devouring everything to create the White Zetsu army, were utterly dismantled in that moment, becoming a pitiful and laughable joke. Most critically, among these people, there emerged far too many anomalies. Some even possessed strength comparable to the Otsutsuki clan. This was paramount. She slowly lowered her head, looking at her pale hands, once wielding the power of creation and destruction. Now, they appeared somewhat helpless. Chapter 133, Kagaya's Ultimate Gamble. Wagering the final strike of the ninja world. Kagaya's body was completely immobilized. She gazed at the thousands of glowing golden marks, witnessing the light of hope radiating from the faces of those mortals. She slowly lowered her head, observing her pale hands, once masters of creation and annihilation, now seeming somewhat helpless. Minato did not continue to bombard her with images. He simply stood quietly, allowing her time to ponder. The fine rain of the lava hell silently drifts down, landing upon Kagaya's pure white feather robe, leaving faint dark stains. Time seems to freeze in this moment. Outside the Valley of the End, tens of thousands of ninja allied forces hold their breath, their gazes fixed on the broadcast image of the two opposing figures. Has it come to an end? A young Yunin ninja uncertainly inquires of his companion beside him. It seems that woman has given up. Wonderful. We have triumphed again. Do not rejoice too soon. The voice of Nara Shikaku reverberates through the loudspeakers, echoing across the battlefield. Sweat beads on his forehead as his mind races with unprecedented speed. Quite the opposite. This is the most perilous moment. A god stripped of faith will only become more frenzied than before. Before his words can settle, Kagaya, kneeling on the black earth forcefully cooled by Minato, slowly rises. Her movements are deliberate and gentle. Yet, as she stands, an overwhelming aura, more terrifying and pure than ever before, descends. This is not anger, nor is it murderous intent. It is an absolute void, having cast aside all emotions and returned to its essence. Your path. Kagaya's cold and ethereal thoughts resonate anew in everyone's minds. I cannot comprehend. These frail, divided descendants, consumed by greed and hatred. How can they unite and emit such brilliant light? Her gaze sweeps over Minato, then over Kakashi and Guy behind him, ultimately piercing through the barriers of space to behold the tens of thousands of vigilant ninjas outside. I do not believe. Kagaya slowly raises her hand, her pale palm directed towards the sky. I do not believe that the light gathered from fireflies can rival the brilliance of the full moon. Minato gazes at her calmly. So, will you extinguish them with your own hands? No. Kagaya's thoughts carry a sense of finality. I shall grant you the ultimate trial. I will unleash an attack upon that so-called forest of steel you speak of, using the full extent of my power at my peak. An attack that shall envelop the entire ninja world. Upon utterance of these words, the battlefield of the Ninja Alliance erupts into chaos. What? Tsunade is the first to scream in astonishment. Envelop the entire ninja world? Has she lost her mind? What does that even mean? Does she seek to erase the entire continent from the map? Inoki hovers in midair, his body trembling violently from sheer shock. Minato, quickly stop her. The fourth Raikage bellows a deafening roar. Do not heed her ramblings. This is not a trial, it is one-sided slaughter. However, Kagaya disregards the clamor outside. Her pure white eyes remain locked onto Minato. If your people, like dragons, can withstand this strike, I shall acknowledge that your path is the correct one. I will forsake everything to ally with you against my true enemies. Conversely, her thoughts transform into the coldest of blades. This world, along with you, this fascinating anomaly, shall become a part of my power, paving my road to victory. This is a mad wager, with the entirety of the world at stake. In that instant, the entire ninja world falls into a deathly silence. Every heart quickens in anticipation. They await the response of that golden figure. Reject her. Quickly, refuse her. This is the cry of nearly every heart. Yet Minato smiles, still wearing that gentle expression, as if everything is under his control. I accept. These three simple words detonated in everyone's minds like a heavy bomb. He accepted? How dare he? That is the full-powered strike of the progenitor of chakra. How could we possibly withstand it? It's over. The fourth Hokage has been blinded by victory. He is wagering all of our lives on a nebulous possibility. Despair once again floods every heart like a tidal wave. Kakashi and Guy exchange glances, stepping forward simultaneously to stand beside Minato. Teacher, fourth Hokage. Their faces bear no fear, only absolute trust. Minato gently nods at the two. Then, he looks to Kaguya. Come, let us see whether your divine punishment is stronger or the flame of our ninjas burns brighter. As you wish. Kaguya's thoughts remain unperturbed. She slowly closes her eyes. In the next moment, the entire lava space begins to tremble violently. The sky, the earth, everything begins to fade and collapse. They transform into the purest torrent of chakra, surging into Kaguya's body like rivers converging into the sea. The space of the origin is being reclaimed by her. Following that, the world of ice and snow, the world of deserts, the world of supergravity, the world of the acidic sea. One after another, Kaguya's alternate spaces manifest, only to be absorbed in an instant. Her power surges uncontrollably in a manner beyond comprehension. Ultimately, all alternate spaces vanish. They return to the Valley of the End. Yet the sky is no longer the original sky. A darkness, profound enough to consume souls, envelopes the entire world. And in the center of that darkness, Kaguya's figure stands as a singularity of the universe. She slowly opens her eyes. Those indifferent eyes have vanished, replaced by an endless pressure, state fully unleashed. She raises both hands, clasping them before her chest. A massive, pitch-black orb, exuding a rainbow halo, begins to coalesce in her palms. It is the ultimate strike, fused with all her power, all her laws, all dimensions. This strike is called the End. Kaguya's thoughts transform into the final proclamation. It shall erase all chakra, all life, all traces from this planet. Now, let me witness your answer. In the face of this judgment day, capable of reducing the entire world to nothingness, Minato slowly closes his eyes. He does not gaze upon the ever-expanding sphere of destructive energy. His thoughts traverse the network of human path sage arts that spans the entire ninja world, instantly conveying to every heart. In Konoha, Hinata Hizashi, who is organizing the evacuation of the populace, suddenly trembles. In Sunagakure, Raza, who is reinforcing the defensive barrier, freezes mid-motion. In Aim, Conan, who is soothing the citizens, lifts her head. In the Land of Iron, countless warriors honing their blades grip their sword handles. In an instant, all those in the ninja world bearing golden marks upon their foreheads, regardless of age or strength, hear that gentle yet powerful voice. Friends, the moment of trial has arrived. The enemy shall erase all traces of our existence with divine punishment. We, with our mortal bodies, shall respond to the challenge of the divine. Now, raise your hands. Lend me your will, your strength, your indomitable spirit. The next moment, across the entire ninja continent, countless beams of golden light, some strong, some weak, some bright, some dim, shoot into the sky. They converge above the heavens into a golden galaxy, forged from pure will and hope. And at the end of that galaxy lies the Valley of the End. There stands the golden figure, facing the Creator God alone. Minato slowly opens his eyes. Behind him, the golden sea of stars, formed by the combined will of countless mortals, resonated with a thunderous roar that echoed through the universe. He raised his hand towards the approaching ultimate Chiodao of destruction. With a gentle grip, the voice of Sunan, Shuaman, reverberated throughout the world, proclaiming our answer. Chapter 134, The Ultimate Reversal. In one moment, the world faced annihilation, and in the next, it transformed into our strongest support. Thunder rumbled. The impending Chiir became still, as did the golden galaxy, which embodied the collective will of millions of souls. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no collapse of laws leading to obliteration. The dark end and the sacred flame of life, upon their contact, fell into an uncanny stalemate that transcended the laws of physics. The black light relentlessly attempted to disintegrate, devour, and erase the golden expanse. Yet the golden torrent valiantly resisted, shielding itself from the destructive force. For the first time, the will of Wiyate, Huey, could not penetrate that radiant light. It was no longer mere energy. It was a wall of protection erected by countless hearts. In that moment, An image unexpectedly surged into the vast ocean of consciousness belonging to Wade. It depicted a ninja from Shainsuan, not engaged in battle, but clumsily using wind techniques to assist an elderly villager in hanging freshly washed clothes. The contentment on the old woman's face radiated joy. The image shattered, revealing another scene. A girl from Wuinsuan, watering a newly cultivated field with faint water techniques. The golden mark on her forehead dimmed like a firefly. Yet her expression was filled with an unprecedented joy known as harvest. These were all moments occurring before this battle. Wei-It's body trembled imperceptibly. The scenes shifted once more. Eninshun, Yanintsuan, Enichin, Muyetsun, Enchin, Yanintsuan. The ninjas were no longer mere instruments of war. They were builders, guardians, pioneers. They used chakra to forge trade routes, cultivate fertile lands, and construct homes. The expressions on their faces were unfamiliar to Wei-It. They exhibited neither fear of the strong nor numbness towards war. Instead, there was a heartfelt anticipation for the future, a radiance named hope. The heart of the divine, which had been frozen for a millennium, was sharply pierced by this warm yet foreign light. She could not comprehend why these seemingly feeble descendants, filled with conflict and hatred, could shine with such brilliance. Her path was to transform them all into thoughtless Baijue, to confront the insurmountable enemy. Yet this man's path was to empower every firefly with the courage to challenge the night. Who was truly right? The final image exploded in her mind. It was not from any corner of the ninja world, but a hazy yet unforgettable scene from 1,000 years ago. Two youthful figures stood before her, their faces reflecting the same hopeful anticipation for the future as those mortals. Yui, Yurchun, Yutsuan, Muchin. We wish to create a world devoid of conflict. That distant vow, long forgotten, intertwined with the golden sea of stars formed by the will of countless mortals. A drop of scorching, divine liquid slowly slid down the corner of an SI, which had been frozen for a millennium. Plop! It landed on the forcibly cooled black rock below, producing a faint yet distinctly audible sound. With the fall of this tear, the expanding Ku behind her, capable of annihilating the world, lost its final vestige of will. Like a punctured balloon, it began to silently dissipate. Outside the Valley of the End, the Ninja Alliance held its breath. Is it shrinking? What is happening? The black sun has vanished. There was no explosion. Nothing occurred. It simply disappeared. Look, the goddess of the rabbit is crying. That monster is actually crying. The ultimate shock transformed into an incomprehensible, absurd reality. Wei slowly descended from the sky, not glancing at anyone, until she stood before Sun. She gazed at the warm, sun-like mark on his forehead for a long time. Then, she retracted all her divine majesty and pride, adopting an equal stance. A cold yet slightly liberated thought resonated in Sun's mind. I have lost. Your path may indeed be the correct one. I am willing to ally with you to confront my true enemies. Somun regarded her, his face maintaining that gentle smile. He raised his hand, and the golden Feilation barrier encompassing the Valley of the End dissipated like morning mist blown away by the wind. The warm sunlight once again bathed this weathered land, illuminating the two figures standing side by side. When the allied ninjas outside finally glimpsed the scene within the valley, the entire world fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. Their fourth Hokage, the man who single-handedly reversed the fate of the ninja world, stood side by side with the legendary Forbidden, progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the rabbit. There was no hostility, no murderous intent, as if they were always meant to stand together. Am I seeing things? Tsunade rubbed her eyes vigorously, her mind blank. They stand together? The massive figure of the fourth Rampage, AI, froze in place like a petrified statue. What a joke. One moment, they were on the brink of annihilation, and the next, they were shaking hands and making peace. Jiraiya's mouth hung open, nearly dislocating his jaw. An alliance formed between the strongest human and the progenitor of chakra? This was no longer a mere battle. It was the birth of a new myth. After a brief silence, a roar erupted, more fervent and hysterical than any previous victory, breaking through the heavens like a tsunami. An incredible alliance of mortals and divine beings. The Guardians was born in that moment. Somun turned his head to Wei-It, welcoming her back. Wei-It did not respond. She merely lifted her head to gaze at the vast, cloudless blue sky, cleansed by destruction. The pure white of her eyes reflected the new world she once sought to obliterate, yet now felt compelled to protect with her life. Chapter 135. The Ninja World live broadcast commences. OEIT's first lesson, don't die. The Valley of the End, where the golden sea of stars, formed by the will of countless mortals, gradually faded. The warm sunlight once more graced this battle-scarred land. Outside the valley, the positions of tens of thousands of ninjas erupted into jubilant roars, breaking the momentary silence. We have won. We have reconciled. We have made peace with the divine. Long live the fourth Hokage. Long live the ninja world. However, this overwhelming joy turned bizarre in an instant upon witnessing the scene within the valley. Their hero, that golden figure, stood shoulder to shoulder with the legendary, forbidden goddess of the rabbit, who had just moments ago sought to destroy the world. The image was harmoniously unsettling. This victory is so dreamlike that it exudes an air of unreality. Just as everyone is caught in a tumult of joy and confusion, Mizuki speaks up. His voice, though not loud, resonates clearly across the battlefield thanks to the amplification of chakra. Ladies and gentlemen, silence. The jubilant cheers abruptly cease. The war is not over. Mizuki's words fall like a bucket of ice water over everyone. We have merely entered a brief armistice. He turns his head to glance at Kaguya, who stands expressionless beside him. In order for this world to truly understand our future adversary, Kaguya-sama and I shall engage in a public simulated battle here. The announcement sends shockwaves through the crowd. The previously quelled panic erupts once more with tenfold intensity. Have you lost your mind, Mizuki? Tsunade is the first to appear before him in a flash, her finger nearly poking his nose. A simulated battle with her? Do you grasp the implications of what you are suggesting? You are toying with the safety of the entire shinobi world. Indeed, the figure of the fourth rampage, descends with a crackle of lightning, splitting the ground beneath him. Why should we trust her? What if she loses control again during the fight? Who will take responsibility? The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, also flies in, his aged face etched with disbelief. Mizuki, I know you are strong, but this is not the time for heroics. We cannot afford such risks. In the face of their vehement opposition, Mizuki stands calmly. At that moment, a cold, emotionless thought reverberates in everyone's minds. I agree. It is Kaguya. Her pure white eyes sweep over Tsunade, the rampage, and others as though they were mere annoying insects. Mizuki's proposal is quite significant. I need to demonstrate the true brutality of war to you weak descendants with absolute power. Her focus shifts to Mizuki. I also wish to observe your humanitarian ninjutsu and see how far it can reach under extreme conditions. Kaguya's declaration renders the objections of the three Kage utterly feeble. Mizuki smiles, seizing the opportunity to speak. Rest assured, everyone, this is not a battle. He surveys the anxious faces around him. This is a lesson. A public lesson for the entire shinobi world. I will personally explain the combat methods of our true enemy, the Otsutsuki clan. What? Tsunade is taken aback. The rampage is stunned. Everyone is aghast. A simulated battle? No, a lesson? With commentary? And it will be broadcasted live across the shinobi world? This man's thoughts have surpassed their comprehension. Under the incredulous gazes of all, Mizuki nods gently at Kaguya. Then let us begin, Kaguya-sama. As you wish. Kaguya's thought descends. In the next instant, she activates the heavenly realm. The entire world is replaced in an instant. The familiar mountains and rivers of the Valley of the End vanish, replaced by an expansive, bizarre purple space. The ground beneath their feet is a hard, cold purple crystal, smooth as a mirror. The sky above is devoid of sun or moon. Only a few faintly glowing cores, akin to stars, slowly revolving. Ugh, it's so heavy. My body won't move. A cacophony of gasps and groans erupts from the audience of tens of thousands of ninja allied forces. An unmatched, immense gravity pins them to the purple crystal ground. Weaker ninjas are even forced to spit blood, utterly immobilized. Only a handful of elite ninjas can barely stand, but every move they make consumes copious amounts of chakra. Kakashi kneels, his cells of Hashirama and Sage Chakra working furiously to resist this terrifying gravity. Supergravity space. Kaguya's cold thought echoes again. Here is the regular battlefield of our Otsutsuki clan. Her pure white eyes scan the struggling ninjas beneath the weight, a hint of barely perceptible disdain in her gaze. Your planet is far too fragile. Any full-force engagement would shatter that continent. This statement sends a chilling wave through all the ninjas who can still think. The homeland they take pride in is, in her eyes, merely a fragile glass bottle that could shatter with a touch. Just then, a serpentine, Raspy voice whispers in Yamabuki's ear. Yamabuki-kun, we have captured the signal. What perfect experimental material. The chakra fluctuations of this alternate space. Orochimaru, stop messing around. Yamabuki shouts, braving the immense pressure as he forms hand seals. Secret technique. Mind broadcasting technique. With the technological support provided by Orochimaru, far surpassing the capabilities of this era, Yamabuki transmits all the scenes from this alternate space in real time to every corner of the shinobi world through an enormous chakra signal. In Konoha village, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, customers and the owner simultaneously look up at the screen newly installed by the Scientific Ninja Tools department. On the screen, the endless expanse of purple crystal ground unfolds. In Sunagakure, within a massive ecological greenhouse, countless ninjas cultivating new crops pause their work, gazing up at the gigantic image projected onto the dome by wind release. In Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, across the entire shinobi world, everyone stops what they are doing at that moment. They gaze at the unfamiliar, suffocating world, at the two figures suspended in midair, resembling deities. A divine-level teaching duel, with the entire world as its audience, has officially commenced. Kaguya, expressionless, observes the golden figure opposite her. She slowly raises her hand, announcing the first and only rule of this lesson. A cold thought reverberates throughout the world. Survive. Chapter 136. Confronting the 80 Gods' Empty Strike? The Valley of the End. Sunshine cascades once more. The two figures standing shoulder to shoulder are vividly imprinted in every corner of the shinobi world through Orochimaru's live transmission technique. One is the fourth Hokage, who has ascended to a divine realm, reshaping the order of the shinobi world with his own strength. The other is the legendary Taboo, the chakra progenitor sealed for millennia. I accept your alliance. Mizuki's voice shatters the eerie silence. But trust must be proven through our combined strength. Kaguya turns her head, her pure white eyes reflecting Mizuki's gentle smile. She does not speak, but her thought conveys her answer. A contest that will determine the future dominance of their alliance between deities. On the Allied forces front, tens of thousands of ninjas, just recovering from their ecstasy, once again hold their breath. Didn't Tiwi just form an alliance? Why are we fighting again? Silence. Watch closely. Tsunade snaps, her gaze locked onto the screen. This is the fourth Hokage fighting for us. Fighting for the right to converse with the gods about our future. Everyone quiets down, realizing this battle will determine whether humanity stands as equal partners or remains humble vassals in the future alliance with the divine. In the valley, Kaguya moves. She makes no unnecessary gestures, simply raising her pale hand, which once devoured the peach. Dozens of gray bone spears, radiating a palpable aura of death, erupt from her palm. Shall we begin? They disregard the distances of space, defying the laws of physics. They are the embodiment of the concept of death. It is that technique. In the annals of Heiju's memory, the most terrifying ultimate technique of the goddess of the moon, the Muji Nu Shun, is one from which there is no defense or cure. Should one be struck, they would disintegrate completely at the molecular level. Lord Fourth, quickly evade. It's futile. That technique is guaranteed to hit. At that moment, the recently established confidence of the ninja alliance crumbled to dust. They were acutely aware of the horrors of this technique. Shared through the memories of Minato, it was an absolute annihilation, one that even the power of the six paths could not escape. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Minato remained motionless, not flinching or avoiding. He did not even assume a defensive posture. He merely lifted his hand and gently pushed forward against the oncoming storm of death's bony rain. A sudden hum resonated as the golden sun mark on his forehead blazed to life. An invisible, imperceptible wave of natural energy emanated from him, spreading outwards. This was neither a defensive ninjutsu nor a space-time barrier. It constructed no form of wall, but acted upon the very fabric of space itself. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of billions within the ninja realm, an uncanny scene unfolded. The gray-boned spears, imbued with the essence of certain death, began to dissolve mid-flight. As if scorched by sunlight melting ice and snow, they lost their guaranteed strike properties. The rules of annihilation were stripped away, as if an unseen hand had forcibly divested them of all divinity. Devoid of energy, those spears crumbled into fragments weaker than the most fragile of rotting wood. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the silent valley. The fusion of sage techniques, and yin-yang release transformed dozens of bone spears, capable of obliterating even the strongest of shadows into a handful of harmless gray dust scattering with the wind. The entire world fell into a profound silence. What had just transpired? Did the bones shatter on their own? This was no illusion. My Byakugan sees clearly. The chakra structure of those bone spears collapsed mid-air. He did not defend, nor did he evade. He merely pushed. Lord Fourth is indeed a genius among geniuses. The Ninja Alliance's position sank into a deeper, more incomprehensible stupor than when they faced the end. If the previous battle could still be interpreted as a display of strength, this scene transcended their understanding of combat entirely. Kagaya's form stiffened once more. She gazed at her empty palm and then at the drifting ashes. Even if I witness your methods again, I cannot help but be somewhat astonished. Kagaya's approach to combat shifted instantly. No longer would she attempt straightforward attacks. If long-range assaults could be rewritten, she would employ the purest, most unreasonable, and absolute power to crush you. With a sudden flourish, she spread her arms wide. Behind her, a massive white apparition, formed from pure, high-density chakra, materialized. Countless gigantic fists, also comprised of chakra, emerged from that figure. They blotted out the sky, compressing the air. Like a tempest carrying the terrifying force to reduce everything to dust, they surged toward Minato. 80 Gods airstrike. An assault and defense in unison. There was no angle left unaccounted for. Each fist contained the absolute destructive power capable of effortlessly shattering a complete Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. Even before the fists arrived, the overwhelming pressure caused the very ground of the Valley of the End to begin cracking. In the live broadcast, the ruins of Yunin village bore witness as the fourth rampage, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the sea of death composed solely of power. What a joke. That density, that quantity. My lightning release chakra mode is as insignificant as a piece of paper in the face of that fist storm. There is no way to evade. My guy observed the approaching deluge of fists, the golden mark on his forehead flickering wildly, his blood boiling within him. Yet he could only clench his fists and stand firm. This was not ordinary taijutsu. This was the manifestation of pure, ultimate power. Even if I opened the 8th gate and charged in, I would not be able to completely contend with it, would I? How could one combat this ocean of power with mere flesh? All ninjas skilled in taijutsu fell into a deathly silence at that moment. Their pride in speed and strength appeared laughable and pale in comparison to that overwhelming, absolute violence. Yet, amidst this despairing silence, Minato moved. He did not retreat. He did not form seals. He did not even don the golden cloak of sage mode. He simply faced the impending onslaught of the white fists head-on. He stepped forward, then took another step. His body sank slightly, his legs coiling with power. Boom. The ground beneath him erupted. His figure transformed into a golden meteor, charging defiantly against the tide of destruction. He did not construct a shield. He did not prepare a defense. He became the sharpest spear, aimed directly at the divine. Has he lost his mind? He charged in. Is he seeking death? That is the 80 Gods airstrike. Why not evade? Why engage head-on? Lord Fourth. The entire ninja world erupted in a chorus of piercing, disbelieving screams at that moment. Minato's figure was instantly engulfed by the endless sea of white fists in the live broadcast. Kagaya watched this unfold, a flicker of confusion crossing her pure white eyes. She could not comprehend why this man chose such a foolish, inefficient, suicidal method of attack. Yet, in the next second, her ancient, unchanging divine visage once again froze. Chapter 137, A Clash of Taijutsu? The 8th gate of the 8 gates released. Minato's figure was swallowed by that endless sea of white fists. Kagaya gazed at this scene, her pure white eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Why would this man choose such a foolish, inefficient, self-destructive attack? Lord Fourth. He has been devoured. Is it over? Our last hope. Why? Why charge in? The hope that had just ignited at the Ninja Alliance's position was extinguished in that instant. A piercing, disbelieving scream resonated throughout the entire ninja realm. Yet, the following moment, Kagaya's ancient, unchanging divine visage once again froze. The furious sea of white fists, capable of submerging the entire ninja realm, came to a halt. A gentle voice emerged from the eye of the storm of destruction, not reaching Kagaya, but precisely entering the mind of a man clad in a green jumpsuit outside the Valley of the End. Guy. Might Guy's body jolted violently. Behold, This is the proper application of the human path sage art combined with the 8 gates. What? Guy's mind went blank. The correct application? Was my path of exhausting youth and burning life in vain? Before he could comprehend, within the stillness of the white sea of fists, a golden light erupted. Minato's figure reappeared, his divine robe showing no signs of damage. Not only had he not created distance, but he also stepped forward once more. He assumed a perfectly standard martial arts stance. "Show me your mettle." Kagaya's intent transformed into a chilling torrent. She urged forth a sea of fists, aiming to pulverize this blasphemous mortal into dust. Yet, Minato paid her no heed. The golden sun emblem upon his brow suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The golden Senjutsu chakra enveloped his entire being like the purest of flames. There was no blood-red steam, no agony of life being consumed, only sanctity, majesty, and boundless vitality. Following that, a resonating hum filled the air. 9 golden halos, composed of pure Senjutsu energy, began to rotate slowly behind him. They resembled 9 miniature suns, radiating a warm, yet domineering light capable of purifying all malevolence. What could that be? It was not the 8 gates. Absolutely not. There was no deathly aura. I felt nothing but an infinite life force. What are those 9 halos? A new bloodline limit? No, he just declared it was the 8 gates. The Ninja Alliance's position fell into a stupor of cognitive dissonance once again. At that moment, Minato moved. He uttered a low growl, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the world. The 8th gate, the 9th gate, the Sage Gate. Open. This was his newly established mode. Akin to the Nine Tails heavy particle mode, except it burned the Senjutsu chakra within him, unleashing dozens of times more power in an instant. As his words fell, his figure vanished, not through the flying thunder god technique, but through pure, absolute speed that surpassed the limits of visual capture. In that moment, he possessed not only the chakra within him, but also the natural energy of the entire world. The next moment, he materialized at the very center of that white sea of fists, facing the countless chakra-laden punches converging from all directions, intent on annihilating him. He swung his fist. There were no myriad shadows of fists, no extravagant techniques, only a single punch, a straightforward jab that seemed to be the practice of a novice. Yet, it was this very punch that summoned the natural energy of the entire space. The 9 golden halos behind him surged forward. From the point of his punch, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of pure golden natural energy fist shadows erupted. Like a peacock fanning its feathers, like a cosmic star explosion, the golden rain of fists met the white rain of fists. Boom, 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 boom. There was no technique, no rules, only the most primal, unrefined clash of strength against strength. The golden and white fists collided violently in midair, annihilating and evaporating. Each impact stirred an energy storm capable of tearing space asunder. Each obliteration caused the entire origin space to tremble violently. What immense power is this? On the Ninja Alliance's front, everyone was blinded by the blinding radiance. Unable to open their eyes, they could only glean the horror of the battle through the flickering, nearly collapsing energy readings broadcasted by Orochimaru. Was it blocked? No. Look at the energy comparison. The white is diminishing. The gold is increasing. He is suppressing. He is directly overpowering Kagaya's 80 God air strike with his martial arts. How is this possible? What kind of martial arts is this? In the footage, the golden rain of fists showed no signs of waning. Each of Minato's strikes precisely shattered Kagaya's incoming punches with remarkable accuracy. There was even surplus power. The golden energy fist shadows did not dissipate after overwhelming their opponent. Instead, they pressed back towards Kagaya with even greater force. The tides of attack and defense reversed in an instant. Kagaya's pure white eyes finally revealed a hint of wavering. Her 80 God air strike was an absolute technique that combined offense and defense. Yet, before this man, her proud defense was pierced by his stronger assault. Meanwhile, her invincible offense could not even shake his defenses. She attempted to withdraw, but discovered it was too late. Minato's figure broke through the last wave of white fists. His fist, enveloped in golden flames, pierced through the energy storm and appeared before Kagaya. Instinctively, Kagaya crossed her arms, palms outward, constructing an absolute barrier of the densest black chakra. That was her last and strongest defense. However, just as Minato's fist was about to make contact with that barrier, it suddenly slowed down. The violent power capable of shattering stars was instantly contained to the utmost degree. Ultimately, his fist gently pressed against Kagaya's white, jade-like chakra palm. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Then, a faint yet clear crack resonated, loud enough to render every soul deaf. Kagaya's ancient divine visage froze completely. She slowly lowered her head, gazing at her once invulnerable chakra palm, where a slender yet glaring crack was now spreading. Following this, an unmatched, gentle yet irresistible force erupted from that crack. Boom! Kagaya's divine body, that had never retreated, was shaken back half a step by this power. Just half a step. Yet, that step felt as though it shattered the pride she had held for millennia as the progenitor of chakra. The world fell into silence. Outside the Valley of the End, thousands of ninjas stared blankly at this scene, their minds completely paralyzed. The barrier has cracked? Kagaya's defense has been breached? With a fist? I couldn't see clearly what just happened. He didn't even exert himself. Kagaya lowered her head, observing the crack in her palm that was slowly healing, her face displaying pure, unmasked shock. She had been defeated. In the realm of pure strength, her area of expertise. Utterly and completely. If she were to continue opposing him, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Chapter 138, The Most Fiery Youth? Kai, teach me about the ninth gate. Bonus update. Kagaya lowered her head, looking at the crack in her palm that was slowly healing, her face a canvas of pure, uncontainable shock. She had been defeated. In the domain of pure strength, she had faltered utterly. Minato withdrew his fist, and the 9 rotating golden halos behind him quietly vanished. The golden senjutsu cloak enveloping him dissipated as well. He reverted to his pristine godly robe. This was merely a demonstration. Minato's voice was soft. A demonstration that we possess the right to engage in equitable dialogue. Kagaya slowly lifted her head, her pure white eyes devoid of divinity for the first time, replaced by complexity. She remained silent for a long while. Then, she retracted all her chakra. I acknowledge your path. A cold thought echoed in Minato's mind. It is correct. Minato smiled. He raised his hand, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. The familiar mountains and rivers of the Valley of the End reappeared before everyone's eyes. The warm sunlight once again poured down. Shui Min did not afford anyone a moment to react. He stepped forward, gently placing his palm upon Hui Ye's shoulder. Welcome to my world. In a flash of golden light, the figures of the two vanished from sight, leaving behind the countless members of the Ninja Alliance outside the Valley of the End, still in a state of shock. In the next instant, in the bustling heart of Konoha, space contorted and golden light erupted. The silhouettes of Shui Min and Hui Yi materialized seemingly from thin air. Almost instantaneously, a piercing alarm echoed throughout Konoha. Dozens of ANBU, adorned with animal masks, emerged like specters from rooftops and corners, encircling the two. In their hands shimmered various ninjutsu and poisoned short blades. A semi-transparent barrier, imbued with powerful sealing techniques, rose from the ground, enveloping the entire street. Above, several members of the Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, locking their sights onto the pale figure. Warning: high-level intrusion target detected. Who is she? Such formidable chakra fluctuations. Why is she here? All combat units, prepare for a desperate battle. In the name of the Hokage, protect Konoha. At the moment the alarm sounded, the civilian populace was swiftly evacuated by the well-trained ninjas. In just 3 seconds, the village transitioned from peaceful routine to a state of high alert for war. A perfectly orchestrated, intricate war machine began to operate. However, in the face of a siege that could instill despair in even the most powerful of shadows, Shui Min calmly raised his right hand. A simple downward gesture. In an instant, all ANBU attacks froze, and every ninjutsu about to be unleashed was abruptly halted. The barrier, capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb, flickered but did not dissipate at the command given. An ANBU captain knelt on one knee, his voice trembling through the mask. Lord Forth, the target is too dangerous. We cannot fully lower our guard. Very well. Shui Min nodded. He sought not blind obedience, but rather the discerning judgment of the elite. He paid no further heed to the tense ninjas surrounding him and strode down the street. Hui Yi stood still, observing the descendants around her who, despite their overwhelming fear, did not retreat a single step. The collective will to protect, named guardianship, felt profoundly alien to her. After a moment of silence, she followed in Shui Min's footsteps. As they walked along the taut street, the Yanbiyu moved in tandem, maintaining a lethal distance. They passed by the ninja academy. Through the bright windows, Hui observed the children. They were not practicing shuriken throwing or learning assassination techniques. A bespectacled teacher was pointing to a blackboard filled with intricate diagrams of lever mechanics. In another classroom, children were engrossed in reading new textbooks about the history of Konoha. Hui's steps faltered imperceptibly. She could not comprehend. Were ninjas not tools of war? Why were they learning such seemingly useless things? The two continued forward. Along the street, a large screen on a building flickered to life. It was not broadcasting a war mobilization order or a wanted poster. A sweet-smiling host was reporting news from across the ninja world. Good news from the land of wind. With the assistance of Konoha's water-style experts, the ecological transformation of the third large oasis has reached preliminary completion. It is expected that local food production will double next year. The screen shifted to a vast, verdant field. The once desolate desert now teemed with life. Hui's body stiffened once more. She had created the god tree to absorb the planet's life, while this man was, in contrast, infusing life back into the planet. At that moment, a long, mournful whistle sounded. A uniquely designed train, powered by lightning, glided smoothly along an overhead track. Through the windows, Hui clearly saw civilians in various attires. Alongside ninjas wearing headbands, they sat together, sharing laughter, devoid of class distinctions or barriers. Confusion gradually replaced the pure white in her eyes. Finally, she halted. Not far ahead, the wall of a residential home bore a crack due to age. A young ninja, appearing to possess only the strength of a chunin, formed hand seals and murmured, "Doton, Dorihiki." Instead of summoning a grand wall, he controlled the earth with pure chakra, perfectly mending the fissure. A door opened, and an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, emerged. She neither feared the ninja's formidable power nor bowed in deference to his identity. Instead, she offered a steaming cup of tea. "You've worked hard, child." "It's nothing, Granny. This is what I ought to do." The young ninja accepted the tea, a simple smile gracing his face. Hui observed this scene, a cup of hot tea, and that smile. Her mind went blank. Her millennia of beliefs, her ideology of the survival of the fittest, and the godly law that revered strength crumbled under the weight of a mere cup of mortal tea. As she spiraled into a profound self-doubt, a figure ablaze with youthful fervor, akin to a shooting star, surged toward them at breakneck speed. With a resounding thud, the figure executed a flawless sliding stop, mere inches from Shui Min. Dust swirled around. The newcomer knelt on one knee, lifting his head. It was none other than Might Guy, freshly returned from the battlefield, his form still radiating the vibrant hues of the 8 gates. His eyes burned with a fiercer fire than the 8 gates themselves. Tears streamed down his face. "Lord Forth." Guy's voice resonated, high-pitched, and filled with uncontainable excitement and reverence. The surrounding A and BU, taut with tension, were nearly thrown into disarray by this unexpected display. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others had just arrived from behind, witnessing this scene. Rendered momentarily speechless, under the watchful eyes of all, including Hui's curious gaze, Might Guy bowed deeply before Shui Min. "Teach me the 9th gate. I wish to use my last, most fervent youth to protect you and this precious land." Chapter 139. Did Orochimaru and Hui fight? The streets of Konoha fell into a brief silence due to Might Guy's sudden kneeling. The cement ground bore spiderweb-like cracks from the force of his forehead. The ENBU ninjas nearby nearly lost their grip on their shuriken. Hui stood aside, observing this man clad in a tight green suit and sporting an outrageous hairstyle, whose eyebrows resembled 2 thick caterpillars. Her long-held perceptions of the strong were once again challenged. This was the man who had just faced divine beings with mere flesh and bone. Currently, he lies on the ground, his face smeared with tears and snot. The 9th gate, Shui Min, gazes at Kai beneath him and lets out a helpless sigh. He reaches out, grasping the collar of Kai's green bodysuit, lifting him up as if he were a large frog. "Kai." "Yes, Lord Forth." Kai abruptly straightens, puffing out his chest and raising his head. His movements so precise they resemble a recruit under review. "Your chakra is in utter chaos, akin to a pot of boiling porridge." Shui Min points at Kai's still trembling legs. "You just opened the 8th gate, the death gate. Although the protection of the sage art spared you from death, the overwhelming power left a tremendous burden on your body. You are like a madman who has just run a marathon yet wishes to lift weights immediately. You wish to learn the 9th gate?" Shui Min chuckles, extending 5 fingers. First, run 500 laps around Konoha at full speed to calm down. Now, immediately. This is an order. Kai is momentarily stunned. The next moment, 2 streams of even more torrential tears burst forth from his eyes. 500 laps. Is this Lord Fourth's test of my youth? I can feel it. The blood surging through my veins. Kai abruptly turns, facing the end of the street. If I can't finish 500 laps, I'll do 2,000 push-ups in a handstand. Youth must not rest. With a roar, the ground erupts once more. Kai's figure transforms into a green flash, vanishing around the corner of the street, leaving behind a long trail of sonic booms and swirling dust. Kagaya observes the dissipating cloud of dust, remaining silent for a long time. A chilling thought echoes in Shui Min's mind. Is this the human who shattered the power of the Otsutsuki? Quite astonishing, isn't it? Shui Min brushes off the dust from his clothes and continues walking forward. Often, the more pure a being, the more formidable they become. Kagaya refrains from arguing. She merely follows quietly. The Umbu ninjas lining the streets maintain their vigilance, yet their weapons have lowered. Since the Hokage appears so composed, there is no need for them to overexert themselves. The two traverse through the bustling commercial street, arriving at a relatively secluded area. This place was once the settlement of the Uchiha clan, though the Uchiha have now integrated into the village. This area still preserves a unique chill and solemnity. 3 figures have long awaited here. Uchiha Fugaku stands at the forefront. To his left is Uchiha Itachi, and to his right, Uchiha Shursui. None of them don clan attire. Instead, they wear the standard vests of Konoha's elite shinobi. Upon seeing Shui Min approach, the 3 simultaneously kneel on one knee. Their movements are synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times. Lord Fourth. Fugaku's voice is deep, tinged with an unmistakable weariness. Shui Min halts his steps, observing the 3 paramount warriors of the Uchiha clan. In previous battles, they unleashed their complete Susanoo, imposing and godlike. However, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki and later, Kagaya, that once proud divine power is no longer an impenetrable fortress against all attacks. The sense of helplessness is more agonizing for the proud Uchiha than death itself. Rise. Shui Min raises a hand. This is not the Hokage building. Such formality is unnecessary here. The 3 stand. Fugaku lifts his gaze, glancing at Kagaya standing silently behind Shui Min. The white figure merely stands there, causing a primal shudder in the Sharingan chakra within him, a suppression from the source of their bloodline. Fugaku takes a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, redirecting his gaze back to Shui Min. Lord Fourth, we are lost. The usually stoic Uchiha clan leader appears as a wayward child at this moment. We always believed that the Mangekyo Sharingan was the pinnacle for ninjas, that Susanoo was the power of gods. Fugaku lets out a bitter laugh, a smile filled with self-mockery. But before a true Otsutsuki, our power is nothing but a joke. Itachi bows his head, staring at his palm. 80 gods vacuum attack, he murmurs. That pure chakra strike, devoid of any technique, can effortlessly shatter Susanoo's defenses. Even the Yata mirror cannot withstand such density of assault. Shursui remains silent, yet his expression is equally laden with defeat. They exerted their utmost effort, even prepared for sacrifice, only to discover they lacked the qualifications to be mere cannon fodder. If not for Shui Min's intervention, they might not have been able to withstand even a few of Kagaya's moves. This disparity breeds despair. So you seek power? Shui Min gazes at the 3. Indeed. Fugaku steps forward, his voice resolute. The Uchiha clan does not wish to be a burdensome object of protection. We wish to understand what paths remain for us beyond those eyes. Or rather, Fugaku pauses, as if steeling himself. Is there truly a possibility for Susanoo to evolve? Shui Min does not respond directly. Instead, he turns to the ancient shrine in the distance. Not a shrine. It is a hidden sanctuary of the Uchiha clan, where a stone tablet lies buried. Let us converse within. Shui Min strides ahead. Kagaya glances at the shrine, her brows slightly furrowing. Inside, she senses the lingering aura of Indra, the chakra of her grandson. The group enters the shrine. Dim candlelight illuminates the ancient Fan clan emblems on the walls. The air is filled with the scent of aged wood and the fragrance of burning incense. Shui Min approaches the stone tablet and halts. Fugaku and the others stand behind him, not daring to breathe. Fugaku, Shui Min turns, leaning against the stone tablet. What do you believe is the essence of Susanoo? Fugaku is taken aback. He did not expect Shui Min to pose such a question. Essence he contemplates for a moment. It is the manifestation of chakra, the pinnacle of In release power, the god of destruction. This is the knowledge passed down through generations in the Uchiha clan. Shui Min shakes his head. No, that is merely the surface. He extends a finger, pointing at his own chest. The essence of Susanoo is the heart, or more precisely, it is pain. The three Uchihas tremble simultaneously. The awakening of the Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulation. From one Tomo to three, and then to the Mangekyo. Each evolution is accompanied by immense suffering. Losing close friends, losing family, losing love. Shui Min's voice is soft, yet within the emptiness of the shrine, it resonates like thunder. The power of the Uchiha originates from love, yet manifests as hatred. The more you suffer, the colder your chakra becomes, and the more potent your ocular power grows. Susanoo is the ultimate form of this cold chakra. Shui Min steps before Fugaku, meeting his black eyes directly. It is armor forged from negative emotions. Indeed, it is hard. Indeed, it is powerful. Yet it is also a prison that ensnares you within the past and your pain. Fugaku's body sways, his complexion instantly paling. Itachi and Shursui are similarly struck by lightning. They recall the moment they awaken their eyes. Shursui remembers the comrades who sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Itachi thinks of the ninjas who perished in battle. Each surge of power was indeed accompanied by heart-wrenching agony. They realized that the divine power they had always prided themselves upon. It is indeed constructed from curses. Such power possesses its limits. Shui Min continued, his tone both cruel and candid. While In Dun has reached its pinnacle, allowing interference with reality, it remains a mere illusion, devoid of life. Much like Kagayaheim's Hachiju Shinkigeki. Shui Min gestured towards Kagaya, who stood silently in the corner. That represents the purest fusion of flesh and chakra, the ultimate manifestation of yang. The illusory armor crumbles effortlessly before a tangible fist. A profound silence enveloped the shrine. Fujitake felt his worldview collapsing. If Susanoo is a prison, a curse, then the pursuit of the Uchiha clan over millennia is rendered meaningless. What shall we do? Shursui's voice trembled. Should we abandon the Sharingan? No. Shui Min smiled. A grin that instantaneously dispelled the gloom within the shrine. Why should we surrender? Since the extreme of In leads to a dead end, let us infuse it with yang. Shui Min raised his hand, his finger resting upon his brow. Buzz. The golden sun mark suddenly illuminated. A wave of warm, immense, and vibrant natural energy filled the entire shrine in an instant. This aura starkly contrasted with the cold chakra of the Uchiha. It resembled the sunlight of spring, melting the winter snow. Human Dao Senjutsu. Shui Min looked at the three. This is the key I have found for you. Susanoo embodies In, spirit, and form. Senjutsu embodies Yang, flesh and essence. If you can learn to harness Senjutsu chakra to drive Susanoo, filling that illusory armor with vitality. Shui Min's palm grasped at the air as if seizing an invisible force. It would no longer be the specter of the Shinigami, but a true deity, flesh and blood. Fujitake suddenly raised his head, fixating on the mark on Shui Min's brow. His breath quickened, his heart raced violently. The unity of Yin and Yang, all things in creation. This concept is also inscribed upon the Uchiha steel. Yet, no one had ever contemplated achieving it in such a manner. Utilizing external natural energy to remedy the deficiencies of In Dun. This is a path never before traversed, one capable of overturning the very understanding of the ninja world. Yet, it is fraught with difficulty. Shui Min subdued his radiance, his expression growing serious. The chakra of the Uchiha is excessively extreme. Attempting to accommodate the natural energy of Senjutsu is akin to forcibly blending fire and water. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even so, do you dare to try? Fujitake hesitated not in the slightest. The Uchiha clan has never feared death. He knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Please, fourth Hokage, guide us. Itachi and Shursui followed suit. Please, fourth Hokage, guide us. Observing these three men kneeling before him, Shui Min nodded. He turned to Kagaya. Lady Kagaya, it seems our classroom will be welcoming a few more students. Kagaya gazed at the scene impassively, her gaze fixated on Fujitake and the others. They are the descendants of Indra. Once, Indra too pursued power with such obsession, ultimately straying from the path. And now, this man named Namikaze Shui Min is attempting to correct a millennia-old error. Do as you wish. Kagaya's voice resonated coldly. But should they perish? Do not blame me for not forewarning you. That cold chakra is the natural enemy of natural energy. Shuemin chuckled confidently. Fear not. As long as I am here, even the Shinigami cannot snatch souls from my grasp. Half a month later, at the back mountains of Konoha, the 44th training ground, now designated as a high-level forbidden zone. A massive barrier enveloped a 10-kilometer radius. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed as a purple giant surged upward. It was Uchiha Fujitake's Susanoo. However, unlike before, this Susanoo no longer exuded an unsettling cold aura. Instead, a faint golden glow coursed over its armor, and a great golden wheel hovered behind it. The previously ethereal chakra muscles now exhibited a texture as solid as rock. At the forehead of the Susanoo, within the cockpit, Fujitake's brow shimmered with a faint, yet genuine golden mark. Huh! Fujitake roared. The long blade in Susanoo's hand swung violently. No ninjutsu was employed, only a pure swing. Boom! The air ahead compressed instantaneously, exploding. A visible white shockwave, akin to a tangible blade, surged forth. 1,000 meters away, a small hill towering 100 meters stood as if made of tofu, cleaved in half. The severed edge gleamed smooth as a mirror. The upper half of the hill slowly slid down, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. Fujitake stared at his hands, disbelief etched across his face. This sensation of power, this sense of fulfillment, was entirely different from the frail feeling of chakra being rapidly drained while piloting Susanoo. At this moment, he felt as though he had truly transformed into a giant. With each breath, he could stir the pulse of the earth around him. Indeed, Shuemin's figure appeared atop a boulder, holding a small notebook, diligently recording observations. The ratio of yang attribute chakra infusion is 30. Structural stability has increased by 200. Physical destructive power has risen by 500. Shuemin closed the notebook, nodding with satisfaction. Fujitake, you have grasped the threshold. What shall we call this? Fujitake released Susanoo. Landing on the ground, ignoring the sweat on his brow, he eagerly inquired. This form should have a name. Shuemin pondered. Since it is a fusion of Senjutsu and Susanoo, let us name it Senjutsu Susanoo Kangashin. Fujitake repeated the name, the light in his eyes growing brighter. Kangashin, what a splendid name. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Shortly after, an Umbu appeared before Shuemin in an instant. Hokage-sama, what has happened? Shuemin's smile faded as he detected the Umbu's urgency. It's from the Scientific Ninja Tools Division. The Umbu gulped. Lord Orochimaru has clashed with Lady Kagaya. Shuemin raised an eyebrow. Clashed? Not merely a brawl. The Umbu seemed to struggle for words, their expression turning peculiar. Lord Orochimaru attempted to extract Lady Kagaya's blood for research, and upon feeling offended, Lady Kagaya transformed Lord Orochimaru. What happened? Transformed him into a tree. Shuemin paused for a moment. A tree? Lady Kagaya has planted him at the entrance of the laboratory. Currently, Lord Orochimaru is photosynthesizing there. Shuemin pressed his forehead. Uchiha Fujitake beside him grimaced. That scientific maniac who even gave the third Hokage headaches has been turned into a potted plant? Let us go? Shuemin sighed, his figure vanishing in an instant. To rescue that tree? No, to rescue Lord Orochimaru. This is hardly a divine alliance. It is merely calling back an ancestor. Chapter 140, Shuemin vs. The Three, a small shock for the Uchiha. Before the door of the Scientific Ninja Tools Division, a peculiar plant swayed in the wind. It was a 2-meter-tall humanoid tree. The tree bark displayed an eerie pallor, its twisted branches spiraling upward, adorned at the apex with tender green leaves. At the center of the trunk, a familiar human visage faced the sun, blissfully absorbing its rays. Fourth Lord, you have arrived, the face on the trunk exclaimed, its voice hoarse yet tinged with excitement. The cellular structure of Lady Kagaya is truly a work of art. That last strike instantaneously reconfigured my bodily structure. Uchiha Fugaku took a step back, while Uchiha Itachi secured his ninja tools. Uchiha Shursui stood protectively before the two. Even for the psychologically resilient Uchiha clan, witnessing one of the legendary Sannin in such a state sent chills down their spines. Orochimaru, however, remained unfazed by their reactions. His golden serpent-like eyes, though they resided upon the tree bark, were fixated intensely on Konoha's Hokage, Minato. Lady Kagaya, might you come again? I failed to collect all the data earlier. I wish to observe the reverse process of this bodily transformation. Kagaya raised her hand, palm directed at the incessantly chattering monstrous tree. This pest is quite noisy. The tip of the bone-like protrusion emerged from the bark. Wait. Minato grasped Kagaya's wrist. He was the chief scientist of Konoha. Despite his eccentricities, his intellect remained sharp. Minato approached the tree's surface, forming a single-handed seal. Golden chakra surged into the trunk. Yin-yang release, reversal. With a crack, the bark splintered. Orochimaru emerged from the tree, his body slick with mucus, yet he exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, he extended his long tongue to taste the tree sap at the corner of his mouth, retrieving a small notebook to record his observations fervently. What a pity to be reverted. If only I could maintain it longer, I might unravel the essence of yang release. Kagaya withdrew her hand, diverting her gaze from the madman. She turned her attention to Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui. In her pure white eyes, the chakra flowing within the three reflected a distinctly different essence. Descendants of Indra, Kagaya's voice resonated directly in their minds. The scent upon you has transformed. Tension coursed through Fugaku's body, prompting him to instinctively activate his Mangekyo Sharingan. The oppressive force from his bloodline's origin incited a primal urge for defense. No longer did he sense mere coldness and hatred. Kagaya glided forward, halting before Fugaku. The sunlight infused with natural energy, though coarse, indeed altered the nature of chakra. She extended a finger. I wish to witness the extent of this power infused with yang. As her words fell, a terrifying chakra pressure enveloped the entire scientific ninja tools department. The knees of Fugaku and the others buckled, the stone bricks beneath them shattering instantly. This was the overwhelming presence of the progenitor of chakra. Merely a thought from her could render even shadow-level warriors immobile. Lady Kagaya, Minato's figure flickered, positioning himself before the three. The suffocating pressure dissipated instantaneously. This is the village. Damaging property incurs costs. Minato gestured toward the nearby experimental building. Moreover, their control is insufficient. What if they cannot rein it in? You will come. Kagaya interrupted Minato's words. She retracted her aura, floating to perch atop the nearby giant tree, adopting an observer's posture. Since you have taught them, it is you who shall evaluate. I too wish to discern whether your claims of everyone becoming like dragons are merely empty words. Minato scratched his head in resignation. He turned to face the three perspiring Uchiha behind him. Did you hear that? Minato undid the clasp of his ceremonial robe, shedding it and casually hanging it on a nearby lamppost. Lady Kagaya wishes to assess your assignments. The location will be at Training Ground 44. Use that technique you just learned and attack with all your might. Minato flexed his wrist, producing a crisp crack. Do not worry about harming me. The Shinigami has been rather busy lately and has no time to collect me. Training Ground 44, at the heart of the Forest of Death. A colossal barrier arose, completely isolating a 5-kilometer radius. Kagaya sat high in the clouds, surveying the battlefield below. Orochimaru had stealthily joined, armed with binoculars and a data recorder, trembling with excitement behind a massive tree at the edge of the barrier. In the center of the arena, Minato stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 50 meters opposite him, the Uchiha trio formed a triangular formation, Fugaku at the forefront, with Itachi and Shursui behind. The wind stilled. A solitary dried leaf drifted down. At the instant the leaf touched the ground, boom. 3 terrifying pillars of air erupted simultaneously. Senjutsu, Susanoo. The 3 shouts overlapped. The earth fractured, clouds of dust billowed. 3 colossal forms ascended, no longer mere translucent chakra manifestations. This time, their Susanoo boasted a solid armor-like quality. Fugaku's Susanoo shimmered in a deep golden hue, its form the most imposing, resembling a moving metallic fortress. Flowing patterns akin to lava danced across its surface, a product of the highly compressed natural energy and fire chakra. Itachi's Susanoo retained its crimson color, wielding the Yata mirror in one hand and the Totsuka sword in the other, with wings unfurled, each feather clearly defined, glinting with a metallic sheen. Shursue's Susanoo was emerald green, elongated, with a massive spiral core at its chest, voraciously consuming the surrounding natural energy. Behind each Susanoo, a grand golden wheel of natural energy manifested. Was this the transformation brought about by the infusion of yang? Kagaya tilted her head slightly above the clouds. The once ethereal in-release constructs now seemed to possess a hint of biological essence. Now, Fugaku bellowed. The dark golden Susanoo struck the ground with tremendous force. Thud! The entire forest of death trembled as if an earthquake had erupted. Its massive form did not become cumbersome. Rather, it harnessed the natural energy beneath its feet, launching forward like a cannonball, propelling itself toward Minato in an instant. There were no flashy jutsu, only a simple yet powerful punch. Senjutsu, Kongosui. The air compressed into a white shockwave. Before the punch arrived, the ground beneath Minato had already caved into a 100-meter-wide deep pit. Minato did not evade. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward. Bang! The dark golden fist, capable of shattering mountains, struck heavily against Minato's palm. Time seemed to halt for a moment. Immediately after, a violent gust swept outward, uprooting countless towering trees, scattering them like sawdust. As the dust settled, Minato remained standing, his feet not sinking into the earth in the slightest. Chapter 141, The Triune Susanoo? Uchiha at the Sage of Six Paths level. As the dust settled, Minato remained in place, single-handedly supporting the punch that was dozens of times larger than himself, a faint smile gracing his face. Impressive strength. A standard punch possesses the destructive power akin to that of a tailed beast bomb. However, Minato's wrist flicked lightly, sending an unusual shockwave coursing through Susanoo's arm. Crack! A fissure appeared in Fugaku's seemingly indestructible dark golden gauntlet. Too rigid. Minato's voice penetrated Susanoo's defenses, resonating directly in Fugaku's ear. The infusion of yang was meant to breathe life into it, not to render it a lifeless stone. Just as Fugaku's old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest, a vibrant green flash surged from the side. Shursui, his Susanoo's core spun furiously, the spiral sword transforming into a green drill, aiming directly at Minato's ribcage. Senjutsu, Shunho Rasenso. The speed was so extraordinary that it even surpassed the rampaged Raijin chakra mode. Simultaneously, a blinding crimson light illuminated the sky. Itachi wielded the crimson Susanoo, soaring into the heights, while the Tatsuka blade in his hand ignited with the black flames of Amaterasu. Combined with the reflection of the Yata mirror, it transformed into a torrential downpour of black flame swords, sealing off all escape routes for Minato. The Sage Art Amaterasu and the 8-span jewel unleashed an overwhelming force. With a heavy punch suppressing from the front, rapid thrusts from the sides, and aerial bombardments above, the situation was dire. Kaguya raised an eyebrow. This coordination, coupled with the intensity of the attack, alongside the thin remnants of their bloodline, was indeed intriguing. Even the Indra reincarnations from a millennium ago could not achieve such a level. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Minato merely sighed. While he had gained awareness of cooperation, his understanding of space remained too shallow. He released the hand that had been supporting Fugaku's fist. Without forming seals or utilizing the flying thunder god Kanai, his figure suddenly became indistinct. Shursue's spiral sword pierced through the afterimage, feeling as though it had struck only air. The deluge of black flame swords descended, incinerating the earth into nothingness, yet not a thread of Minato's clothing was singed. Where? Shursui abruptly turned, the kaleidoscope spinning wildly, attempting to capture Minato's chakra flow. Above, Itachi's voice resonated. The three of them simultaneously looked up, only to see Minato perched atop the head of Fugaku's Susanoo, one foot resting on the nose of the enormous Tengu mask. Disperse power. Minato extended his index finger and gently tapped the mask beneath him. Fugaku, your Vajra body's defense is overwhelming, but your agility is lacking, rendering you a living target. He then pointed at Shursui. Shursui, your speed is impressive, but in pursuit of swiftness, you sacrificed your defense. If I had possessed a kunai just now, your cockpit would have been breached. Of course, it would have had to be my kunai. A kunai combined with wind release Sage Art Chakra is extraordinarily sharp and could indeed pierce a Susanoo. Lastly, he turned his gaze to Itachi. Itachi, your attack range is vast, but Amaterasu's flames are too scattered. Aside from incinerating forests, they pose limited threat to individual powerhouses. The three Uchiha gritted their teeth. Even though they stood before their revered fourth Hokage, being confronted with such numerous weaknesses was more painful than death itself. Once more, Fugaku roared. The dark golden Susanoo suddenly lifted its head, its eyes shooting forth two beams of golden light. Minato instantly evaded. The three quickly adjusted their positions. This time, they refrained from rushing into attack. The three Susanoo stood back to back. Fugaku held the front, raising a massive shield. Itachi and Shursui placed their hands on Fugaku's Susanoo's shoulders. Three distinctly different chakras began to merge. Oh! Minato hovered in midair, intrigued by the scene. A trinity? Dark gold, crimson, emerald. The three hues intertwined, spiraled, and compressed. Surrounding natural energy surged in wildly, forming a colossal chakra vortex. Kaguya stood up from the clouds. Orochimaru's recording device emitted a piercing alarm, the value skyrocketing. HAA. The three roared in unison. An unprecedented giant Susanoo, towering 1,000 meters, emerged in a radiant display. Clad in a tricolored armor, it wielded an absolute defense formed from the fusion of the Yata mirror and the Vajra shield in its left hand, while its right hand gripped a spiral Totsuka blade entwined with a green tempest and black flames. The sage art combined formed Susanoo. This overwhelming pressure had already surpassed that of the complete Nine Tails. One might even say it approached the level of the Six Paths. Fourth Hokage. Fugaku's voice echoed from within the giant, filled with a desperate resolve. Prepare to receive. The giant swung the spiral Totsuka blade with ferocity. The space was torn apart. Black flames and green storms entwined, morphing into a roaring dragon that devoured everything in its path, heading straight for Minato. This strike locked the space. The flying thunder god could not transfer. It could only be met head-on. Minato gazed at the earth-shattering dragon, his smile broadening. Now, this felt substantial. He ceased evading. In midair, he assumed a stance, right foot back, left hand extended forward, and right fist at his waist. No chakra shrouding. No sage art visage. Merely a simple, straightforward punch. The human path sage art crumbling void. Minato swung his fist, employing a newly devised martial technique inspired by the frog kata. His fist struck the air. No beams, no shockwaves. Just a soft sound. Pop. Like the bursting of a bubble. In the next moment, the roaring black flame storm dragon halted abruptly 10 meters from Minato. Immediately after, it began to twist, fold, and disintegrate, like a painting being violently crumpled into a ball of waste paper. The next instant, the space trembled violently. The terrifying energy capable of annihilating a village instantaneously lost all structure and form in the wake of Minato's punch-induced spatial tremor. Crash. The dragon dissipated into a myriad of light points. The force of the punch did not wane. The intangible shockwave surged forward, crashing against the Trigod Susanoo's shield. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated. The 200-meter giant fell backward like a stack of blocks toppled by a mischievous child. The indestructible shield shattered. The tricolored armor fractured. Fugaku, Itachi, and Shursui, along with the shattered Susanoo, crashed heavily into the ground of the Forest of Death, creating a crater akin to that of a meteorite impact. As the dust settled, the three lay at the bottom of the pit, gasping for breath. Their chakra depleted to the point where they lacked the strength to move a finger. Yet, in their eyes, an unprecedented light flickered. They had glimpsed the end of the path. Minato gently descended and approached the edge of the pit. His ceremonial robe bore not a single wrinkle. Do you remember this punch? Minato looked at the three at the bottom of the pit. Power is not amassed, it is controlled. You forced 3 types of chakra together. While the power increased, the structure became too loose. Once the right node is found, a gentle tap will cause it to unravel. Fugaku laboriously lifted his head, a smile on his face that was more painful than tears. I have learned, fourth Hokage. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause resonated from above. Kaguya descended and stood beside Minato. She glanced at the three at the bottom of the pit, then at Minato. Are these the students you have taught? Kaguya's tone bore less disdain and more seriousness. They were not bad. Although still weak, they no longer crumbled at the slightest touch. Minato smiled and reached down, pulling each of the three from the pit. Give them some time. They will astonish you. Chapter 142, Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha, come out for a duel. The news spread throughout the ninja world overnight as if it had wings. The earth-shattering teaching battle at Training Ground 44, although shielded from most of its aura by barriers, could not conceal the tremors that made the very earth lament. Not to mention Orochimaru, the troublemaker journalist. Reports accompanied by blurred images and chakra data analyses were laid on the desks of the major ninja villages, now referred to as Alliance Divisions. Kumogakure, Alliance Lightning Country Division. Boom. The wooden desk that had accompanied the fourth rankage for many years met its end at that moment, shattering into a shower of wood shavings. That bastard Minato. AI gazed intently at the intelligence report in his hand, his entire body pulsating with uncontrollable Laituden, chakra, which scorched the wall behind him. Yet, his expression betrayed no fear. Rather, It was a blend of impatience and fervor, feeling as if he was being left behind. The Shujua Nunghu, Sazano, had achieved a formidable Jinggang Sun, Jingangshin, boasting a physical defense enhancement of 500. Could one punch truly shatter a mountain? And 3 times over, AI felt a throbbing in his brain. This was cheating. This was blatant favoritism. Why was I not taught this? He abruptly turned his head toward the side, glaring at the humming Karabi, who was lost in his rap. Karabi, stop singing. Those Uchiha kids have evolved into legendary monsters. How can we from Yunin possibly lose? Prepare to depart immediately. I want to go to Konoha. I too wish to learn that so-called Rindao Shinfa. I want to adorn Lei Dun, Lai Tuden, chakra mode with a golden edge. Karabi adjusted his sunglasses, a grin spreading across his face. Calm down, brother, it's foolish and absurd. Those are rewards exclusive to those who follow the 4th Hokage. We must strive even harder, yes. AI clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with competitive spirit. Indeed, now that the ninja world is unified, the battlefield is a contest of who can fight better. Yunin shall never be the tail end of the race. Meanwhile, in Yanin village, at the Earth Country branch of the Alliance, Anoki floated mid-air. His teacup shattered in his grip. Yet, he remained oblivious to the chaos. Staring at the devastating Shoanenghu, Sazano, on the report, the old man did not feel despair. Instead, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I compromised swiftly and signed the agreement early, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. A hint of a relieved smile appeared on his face. If this had happened before, I would have likely suffered a heart attack upon seeing such intelligence. Now, looking out at the busy Enron, Yinrin, engaged in construction, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This is our combat strength. The stronger Buofengsurmon, Buofeng Shuimin, is, the better. As long as he stands at the forefront, that Otsutsuki doesn't seem so terrifying after all. However, Anoki rubbed his old back. It appears I cannot simply yield to age. I must send that Huangtu boy to Konoha for further training. Perhaps Tuduan, combined with Shinshu, could yield a Shahachindun, Shinfachindun. The entire ninja world trembled, but this tremor was no longer born of fear of war. It was a fervent wave of competition. Since everyone was now one family, the contest was to see who was favored more by the greats, who could evolve in more astonishing ways. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, the greatest pressure fell upon Konoha's original noble families. At the Drushengju, Hyuga clan, estate, in the main family mansion, Hyuga Hizashi, knelt in the empty dojo, staring at the Uchiha clan's combat report before him. He had been fixated on it for an hour, utterly motionless, as if he had turned into a stone statue. Clan leader, the anxious voice of Rushengricha, Hyuga Hizashi, came from behind him, dry and strained. The branch family is restless. Everyone is asking, with the Uchiha ascending, how long must our Hyuga clan remain stagnant? Crack. A fine crack appeared in the floor beneath Hizashi. Stagnation. For the proud Hyuga clan. This was a dagger to the heart. Now that the ninja world was unified, with no external wars and internal allies, the competition was no longer about killing techniques, but about limits. The Uchiha had proven their limits were divine. And the Hyuga? Still playing with Fitan, Huetian? Still focusing on Daisha, Jinshua? Against such world-destroying power, what good was acupuncture? This could not continue. Hizashi suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with anxiety and indignation. If this persisted, the Hyuga clan would be cast aside by the times. We would become second-rate, even third-rate scouts. He seized the intelligence scroll and slammed it to the ground. Summon all clan members. The main family, the branch family, all Jonin and above. Hizashi turned to glare at Richa. Come with me to the Hokage building. Hizashi paused, bewildered. For what purpose? Hizashi took a deep breath, adjusting his somewhat disheveled clothing, his gaze reflecting a resolve of desperation. To kneel, to plead, to gamble our lives. In front of the Hokage building, the square lay in eerie silence. The usually bustling streets were now deserted, with a dark sea of figures resembling silent sculptures, kneeling on the hard stone ground. Rushengruju knelt at the forefront, his forehead pressed tightly against the cold earth, beads of sweat trickling down his nose, forming a dark stain on the stone. Behind him, Yushengrichav also knelt, his body taut like a drawn bow. Further back were all the Hyuga clan's Jonin, main family, and branch family, all indistinguishable at this moment. They bowed their heads, not daring to breathe. The air felt thick and suffocating. A shudder, rooted deep within their bloodline, crawled up their spines, exploding at their scalps. Footsteps approached, soft yet thunderous in Hisashi's ears. A pair of black ninja boots stopped at the edge of his vision. Following that were bare, pale feet, untouched by a speck of dust, hovering 3 inches above the ground. Hisashi's body trembled violently, the Byakugan chakra within him wailing and trembling, expressing absolute submission to that source. It was their ancestor, a living ancestor. Rise, spoke the gentle, calm voice of Shueman, infused with a soothing power. Hisashi attempted to shift his knees. He could not rise. His legs felt weak. Not only him, but all the Hyuga clan members behind him dared not move. Standing in the face of such terrifying pressure felt like a luxury. Lady Kaguya, Suman said, turning to the ethereal, white figure beside him. Do not frighten them. They are your most direct descendants. Kaguya remained silent, merely gazing down at the throngs of ants beneath her. Her pure white eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. So weak enough to elicit no interest from her, especially after witnessing the vibrant evolution of the Uchiha. In contrast, the traditionalist Hyuga appeared as mere infants still reliant on their mothers. The bloodline of the Yumura, Kaguya's thoughts resonated within everyone's minds, cold and haughty. Has it devolved to this extent? Hisashi buried his head lower, filled with shame and fear, yet unable to refute. Before the progenitor of chakra, their proud Byakugan, indeed resembled uncultivated half-finished products. The bloodline was thin, the chakra murky. Kaguya extended a finger, lightly pointing in Hisashi's direction. Such a defective product has no value of existence. Hisashi's heart stopped. Do not say that. Stimon stepped forward, positioning himself between Hisashi and Kaguya. The mountain-like murderous intent dissipated in an instant. Hisashi gasped for air, greedily inhaling. The foundation is lacking, Suimon said with a smile. But I have planted something within them. Kaguya tilted her head slightly. Her Byakugan, pierced through Hisashi's body, delving into the depths of his chakra network. With a raised brow, she saw it. On Hisashi's forehead, where the bird in a cage seal once lay, a swirling mass of golden chakra now lurked, cleverly concealed, intricately structured, as if some vast energy had been compressed to its utmost, sealed within that small mark. Is this what you speak of? Kaguya inquired. The protective seal, Suimon filled in. He crouched down, reaching out to assist the still trembling Hisashi. Hisashi staggered slightly, barely managing to steady himself. He dared not gaze at Huiyi, instead fixating intently on the Hokage robe adorning Minato's chest. The voice of the 4th Hokage, Rizu, was hoarse, tinged with a hint of sorrow. We do not wish to lose. We cannot afford to lose to Uchiha. Even more so, we do not want to find ourselves on the future battlefield, merely standing at the back, shouting encouragement. Minato observed the bloodshot eyes of Rizu and understood the desperation behind them. Indeed, Minato placed a reassuring hand on Rizu's shoulder. I promised them, and I promised you as well. The caged bird must shatter. However, if the curse mark were merely broken, your Byakugan would lose its binding, leading to chakra leakage and even blindness. Rizu was taken aback. So, Minato pointed to Rizu's forehead. I have replaced the caged bird with a protective seal. It is not a shackle, it is a pressure pump. A converter designed to accommodate, compress, and purify natural energy. Minato turned to Huiyi. Lady Huiyi, may I borrow a spark? Huiyi regarded Minato, and then glanced at the latent mark on Rizu's forehead. Understanding dawned upon her. This man sought to use her chakra as a catalyst to ignite the compressed natural energy reactor. If it explodes, Huiyi coldly remarked, do not blame me. Fear not, Minato replied with a confident smile. The Hyuga clan's chakra network is the strongest in the ninja world. They can endure. Huiyi ceased her banter. Gliding toward Rizu, he stood rigid, even forgetting to breathe. Her pale finger extended once more. This time, there was no intent to kill, only a pure, chilling force of cosmic magnitude. The fingertip made contact with Rizu's brow. Boom. His mind instantly blanked. Pain. Excruciating agony. It felt as if molten iron was being poured into his skull. Ah! Rizu threw his head back, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The wail was so horrific that the Hyuga clansmen behind him stirred in alarm. Clan leader, Rija attempted to rush forward. Stay back, Minato commanded without looking back, conjuring a golden chakra barrier that kept everyone 3 meters away. This is the price of evolution. Endure. Rizu heard Minato's voice. He clenched his jaw, blood seeping from his gums. Endure. I must endure. If Uchiha Fugaku can withstand this, Why can't I, Hyuga? I am the head of the foremost clan in Konoha. The terrifying power surged into his forehead, crashing against the dormant protective seal. Crack. It felt as if something shattered. That was the last remnant of the caged bird's shackles. Immediately after, a blinding golden light erupted from Rizu's forehead. The intricate sun pattern began to spin wildly. Whoosh. The wind stirred. Not an ordinary breeze, but the very essence of natural energy. Within a 10-kilometer radius, the natural energy converged towards the Hokage building like sharks sensing blood, forming a visible funnel-shaped vortex that poured into Rizu's body. G.U.H. Rizu's body convulsed violently. Veins bulged beneath his skin like writhing earthworms. His meridians wailed, and his bones cracked. It was overwhelming. This force was too immense. Were it not for Huiye's pure chakra acting as a neutralizer, and the protective seal laid by Minato as a buffer, he would have already perished. Guide it. Minato's voice resounded again, imbued with undeniable authority. Do not resist. Embrace it. That is your power. Rizu's consciousness fluctuated amidst the agony. Embrace this ferocious natural energy? Accept this proud ancestral chakra? No. It was not merely acceptance. It was conquest. I am Hyuga Rizu. I am the leader of the Hyuga clan. I cannot lose to Uchiha. Roar. Rizu let out a thunderous roar. His chakra no longer recoiled but surged forward like a mad dog, resolutely clamping down on the two foreign forces. Fusion, compression, transformation. The golden light intensified, even eclipsing the sun in the sky. Huiyi withdrew her finger, drifting back slightly, a hint of amusement crossing her face. He actually withstood it. Intriguing. The Hyuga clansmen behind her stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding. They could feel it. The aura emanating from their leader had transformed. No longer was it the gentle, subdued chakra. It had morphed into a domineering, destructive force, exuding a terrifying wave capable of repelling all things. Buzz. The golden light suddenly contracted, retreating entirely into Rizu's body. He ceased his screams, lowering his head, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched his clothing, pooling at his feet. Clan leader. Rija cautiously called out. Rizu did not respond. He slowly raised his head. His previously tightly shut eyes snapped open. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What a pair of eyes they beheld. No longer merely a blank white. They were a brilliant blue. Deep, resplendent, akin to a sky after rain. Or the vastness of the galaxy. Within the depths of his pupils, countless white patterns swirled, forming a sacred geometric design. Reincarnation eye. Awakened. Rizu blinked. The world transformed. Becoming crystal clear. He saw the dust particles dancing in the air, the moisture flowing through the veins of distant leaves, and the radiant golden chakra within Minato. Reminiscent of the sun. He even perceived the lines of gravity. If he wished, he felt he could grasp those invisible threads and pull distant objects closer, or push everything before him away. Rizu raised his hand, examining his palm. A faint greenish-blue chakra aura manifested, enveloping his entire being. A few greenish-blue chakra orbs slowly coalesced behind him. Though there were only 3, and somewhat illusory, they undeniably marked his entry into the threshold of the 6 paths. How does it feel? Minato asked with a smile. Rizu, momentarily dazed, turned to face Minato. That smile, at this moment, loomed larger than any deity in his eyes. Thud. Rizu knelt once more. This time, it was not out of fear or bloodline suppression, but from a profound, soul-deep reverence. 4th Hokage. Rizu's voice trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably, tracing paths down his azure eyes. The Hyuga clan is willing to plunge into the flames for Konoha. We shall face death without hesitation. Boom. Behind him, Rija and all the Hyuga clansmen, though they had not awakened the reincarnation eye, felt the marks on their foreheads glowing, resonating in unison. That power flowed back to each person through their bloodline connection. The oppressive feeling of inferiority vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. One by one, they knelt, their foreheads striking the stone slab with a resounding thud. We shall serve Konoha. We shall face death without hesitation. Their voices rose in a thunderous wave, soaring to the heavens. Minato observed this scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This is how it should be. Only when everyone is empowered can this world achieve true peace. Do not rush to thank me. Minato waved his hand. These eyes are not yet fully awakened. He pointed towards the Chodao behind Rizu, remarking, those few orbs of yours are too insubstantial. You must practice further. Rizu abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Please, teach me, my lord." "Not in haste," Shuemin replied, turning to glance at Kaguya, who had been observing from the sidelines. "Teacher Kaguya, now that the task for the Hyuga clan has been assigned, shouldn't it be time for that colossal being?" Kaguya's gaze transcended the Hokage building, directing itself towards the rear of the village, where Watergate had once sealed the Nine Tails. Now the gathering place of all-tailed beasts. "Those wild beasts," she remarked indifferently. "The fragments of the 10 tails. Indeed, they should be repurposed." Shuemin's lips twitched slightly. It was not a matter of straightforward reclamation. Rizu knelt upon the ground, watching the figures of the two depart. He touched his own eyes, his reincarnation eye. Rising, he turned to his clansman, setting his gaze upon his brother, Richa. Richa's forehead gleamed with a pristine luster. The green curse mark that had tormented the branch family for generations had vanished entirely, replaced by a faint golden sun pattern. "Brother," Richa said, touching his forehead, tears streaming down his face. Rizu approached, embracing his brother tightly. "It is over, Richa. From now on, there will be no main house, no branch house. Only the Hyuga of Konoha." Rizu looked up at the sky, the azure of his reincarnation eye reflecting the golden sun. "Fourth Hokage, the grace you have bestowed upon us, the Hyuga clan, we shall never repay in this lifetime. Let us repay it with the blood of our enemies. Regardless of whether they are Otsutsuki or something else, should they dare to come, let them taste the flavor of the Golden Wheel rebirth explosion." Chapter 143. Uchiha. "This is bad. I might lose favor." Boom. Time rewound a few breaths. A visible azure chakra pillar surged skyward from the square in front of the Hokage building without warning. The clouds were instantly shattered. The once tranquil sky above Konoha was forcefully displaced by this formidable power, resonating with a sound akin to a beast's mournful roar. Konoha Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Fresh from a special training session on Sage Arts Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku, wrapped in bandages, was seated on his bed refining chakra. Suddenly, the window glass shattered. The entire hospital building shook violently. Fugaku opened his eyes wide, not in panic but swiftly activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, his gaze piercing through the window. He sensed the chakra. It was distinctly different from Uchiha's in-release, yet equally domineering, emanating an extreme power. If Uchiha's chakra was the black flame that incinerates all, then this force was akin to stars that repelled everything. "Father, clan leader," the door swung open. Uchiha Itachi and Shursui entered. Both bore injuries, yet radiated high spirits. Their eyes glinting with combat intent. "That is towards the Hyuga," Itachi calmly analyzed. "It seems that the fourth Hokage's grand design extends beyond just targeting our Uchiha clan." Fugaku threw off the covers, his bare feet touching the ground. "Let us see what our old rivals are up to." In an instant, 3 figures vanished, transforming into streaks of light racing towards the Hokage building. In front of the Hokage building, the square had cracked. All the Hyuga clan members knelt, reverently worshipping the figure suspended in midair. The 3 Uchihas alighted upon the Hokage rock, arms crossed, surveying the scene from a vantage point. There was no fear, only scrutiny. In midair, Rizu was enveloped in a tangible, azure-green chakra aura. Most striking were the 3 black spheres floating behind him, though few in number and flickering intermittently. The pressure emanating from these spheres was sufficient to suffocate ordinary jonin. Choudao, Fugaku squinted, accurately identifying the name. Under Shuemin's guidance, they had come to understand the power hierarchy of the 6 paths. Only 3. Shursui activated his Mangekyo, closely observing the flow of Rizu's chakra. Though the number is limited, its density is exceedingly high. This chakra mode seems to incorporate a high level of yin-yang release. In terms of chakra quality alone, he is caught up. Itachi nodded, providing a fair and incisive evaluation. The former Hyuga clan couldn't even see our shadow. Now, they finally have the qualification to stand opposite us. Fugaku let out a cold snort, a proud smile gracing his lips. This is how it should be. If Konoha were to have only the Uchiha clan reigning supreme, it would be rather lonely. I am curious to see if this so-called reincarnation I can break our indestructible Susanoo. In midair, Rizu slowly opened his eyes. The intricate patterns in his azure gaze shimmered. He immediately sensed the 3 unmasked, formidable fluctuations of ocular power from a distance. Uchiha Rizu turned, his gaze crossing the distance of 1,000 meters, clashing with Fugaku's in the air. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize at that moment, faint sparks flickering. There was no retreat. Rizu inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. The three Chodao behind him buzzed and trembled. He descended before Shuemin, kneeling on one knee. Fourth Hokage, I have not disgraced my mission. Shuemin smiled, helping him up and glancing at the Uchiha trio, who wore expressions of impending competition, secretly amused. This was the effect he desired, healthy rivalry. How does it feel? Shuemin indicated the Chodao behind Rizu. The power is formidable, but control is challenging. Rizu replied candidly, currently, I can only maintain 3. Any more would lead to disintegration. 3 is already a high starting point. Shuemin unfastened the clasp of his ceremonial robe, flexing his wrist. Come, Rizu, show us. Don't let the eager Uchiha think you are merely for show. Rizu's expression hardened. Understood. Boom. The azure chakra surrounding Rizu surged dramatically. Human path sage, art reincarnation, eye chakra mode. He vanished in an instant, his speed surpassing even the sound barrier. In the distance, Shirsue's eyes brightened. So fast. Pure speed has already exceeded that of the rampage. Itachi calmly pointed out. He is utilizing repulsion to displace air resistance. This method of movement is quite tricky. In the center of the battlefield, Shuemin slightly turned his head. A hand enveloped in high-density azure chakra suddenly appeared before him. It was as if the power of the silver wheel rebirth explosion had been concentrated within his palm. The gravitational and repulsive forces contained within this strike could instantly shred steel. Shuemin did not evade. He raised his right hand, golden sage art chakra glowing in his palm. Bang! The two palms collided. A terrifying shockwave swept across the square, causing the ground to collapse in layers. Shuemin remained unyielding, firmly receiving the blow. However, unlike before, Rizu was not sent flying. He used the momentum to retreat, the 3 Chodao transforming into 3 streaks of black light, darting towards Shuemin in a triangular formation. Oh, he can still control the Chodao while multitasking? A glimmer of admiration flashed in Shuemin's eyes. He flicked his fingertips, activating the flying thunder god technique. The 3 Chodao pierced through the shadow he left behind, creating 3 bottomless black holes in the ground. Rizu reacted swiftly, his azure reincarnation eye locking onto Shuemin's position. Although unable to perform the golden wheel rebirth explosion just yet, this technique would suffice. He clasped his hands together, a massive repulsive force erupting from him. Shinra Tensei, reincarnation eye version. Rumble. The very earth of the square was forcibly upheaved, transforming into a wave of soil that surged towards Shuemin. Shuemin formed a one-handed seal, and a golden barrier rose, successfully blocking the waves of earth. As the dust settled, the two opponents stood at a distance, facing each other. Rizu was panting heavily, yet his eyes shone with fierce determination. He had not emerged victorious, but he had compelled the Yondaime to reveal his defensive techniques. Indeed, Shuemin dissipated the barrier and nodded in acknowledgement. His approach combined both offense and defense, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. If the quantity of the Chodao could be increased, you would become the core artillery on the battlefield. Rizu relinquished his chakra mode and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Yondaime. Subsequently, he straightened up and cast his gaze once more towards the distant Uchiha trio. This time, envy was absent from his eyes, replaced instead by an equal measure of scrutiny. The Hyuga had risen. On a rooftop in the distance, Fugaku observed this scene, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration. It seemed that they could no longer refer to them as white eyes. He turned, his black coat billowing in the wind. Let us go? Where to, father? Itachi inquired. Back to the training ground. Flames of pride and competitiveness burned brightly in Fugaku's eyes, a testament to the Uchiha spirit. The Hyuga had caught up. Now that they possessed the Rinnegan, our sage art Susanoo must advance further. I will strive to elevate the integration of natural energy to 50%. The Uchiha's esteemed title as the foremost clan in the ninja world must not be tarnished under our watch. Shirsuke and Itachi exchanged a glance, recognizing the shared determination and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Yes, the three did not flee like defeated hounds, but instead departed with a calm confidence and an air of dominance, ready to embrace the challenge. Shuemin watched this unfold, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This is what it should be. Only through such a level of competition can we elevate the ninja world to unprecedented heights in the shortest possible time. Chapter 144, The Shield of Daylight and the Blade of Night Yondaime. Rizu once again implored, his knees firmly pressed against the ground, forehead touching the cold stone tiles. Please guide me once more. He heard the wind stirred by the departing Uchiha trio from afar. That sound struck against his previously relaxed spine like a whip. Fugaku's words echoed in his ears. The Hyuga have caught up. To catch up means they are still behind, implying that even a moment of laxity would render that figure once again unattainable. Shuemin gazed down at the man who, despite awakening the Rinnegan, maintained a posture of humility. Have you made up your mind? Shuemin asked. Just now, your chakra network must have reached its limit. The Hyuga clan is renowned for their endurance. Rizzo lifted his head. In his azure Rinnegan, there was no hint of wavering, only a burning desire akin to a raging flame. If I do not seize this moment while the power still surges and engrave it into my very bones, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Shuemin smiled. He turned to Kagaya. Kagaya-sensei, could you please change to a sturdier location? He gestured at the cracked plaza beneath them. If they continued to strike down, the infrastructure team would be in tears. Kagaya said nothing, but with a gentle wave of her wide sleeves, the space around them twisted instantaneously. The once bustling Konoha plaza vanished, replaced by a desolate, silent expanse of red earth. Massive boulders floated in the sky, and a volcano spewed forth lava in the distance. This is the Shiju space. You may fight freely here. Kagaya floated into the air, settling on a piece of floating stone, her tone unperturbed. Damage will automatically repair itself. Rizu inhaled deeply. The abundant natural energy here caused every pore in his body to open wide. The three Shodao Yu behind him, nourished by this environment, solidified further. Excuse me, Rizu roared. Without forming seals, the rocks beneath his feet shattered into dust. His figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, a hand enveloped in azure chakra aimed for Shuemin's throat. Gentle fist, divine, empty strike. This strike, infused with the Rinnegan's repulsive force, no longer required contact with the acupuncture points. The mere gust of wind was sufficient to shatter internal organs from a distance. Shuemin sidestepped, the wind brushing past his hair and crashing into a stone mountain behind him. With a thunderous boom, a palm-sized hole appeared in the middle of the 100-meter-high mountain. Too straightforward. Shuemin's voice echoed in Rizu's ears. You possess a measure of Kagaya's power, but it is still far from sufficient. Rizu retaliated with a spinning kick. The sound of the whip-like strike reverberating through the air. Crack. Shuemin raised his elbow, precisely intercepting the blow. You have power now, and speed as well, he remarked, his body floating backward as he utilized the momentum. But I recall that the essence of your gentle fist is to adhere, not to strike forcefully. Your current approach resembles that of a brutish fighter relying solely on raw strength. Rizu landed heavily, breathing heavily. Conventional taijutsu could not even graze the hem of the Yondame's attire. In that case, Rizu clasped his hands together forcefully. The three Shodao Yu behind him were drawn to the front, spinning wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air around was forcibly extracted. The fragments of stone, gravel from the red earth, and even the distant lava were drawn towards this terrifying vacuum. A silver light erupted at the center of the spin. Silver wheel Rinnegan blast. Rizu thrust his palms forward. A silver tornado connecting heaven and earth was birthed from thin air. It was not an ordinary wind, but a meat grinder formed from countless intertwined gravitational and repulsive blades. The space around emitted creaking sounds under the immense strain. Kagaya, seated on her floating stone, raised an eyebrow slightly. The conversion efficiency of the protective seal to natural energy is higher than I anticipated. Her voice echoed in the open space. The prototype of this technique bore a resemblance to that of Yama's from years past. Faced with a silver storm capable of shredding Susanoo to pieces, Shuemin halted his steps. He did not employ the Horatian. Instead, he stood his ground, watching the roaring silver beast approach. A composite application of gravity and repulsion, is it? Shuemin raised one hand to his chest, intrigued. However, the complexity of the structure implied numerous critical nodes. Golden sage chakra gathered within his mouth, compressing, and then compressing again, until the small mass of chakra transformed into a blindingly bright white. Sage art, wind release, vacuum great sphere. Shuemin opened his mouth. There was no grandiose display of power. Only a fine, hair-like golden thread erupted from his lips. The golden thread pierced through the silver tornado as if it were a hot knife slicing through butter. The immense storm connecting heaven and earth halted abruptly upon contact with the golden thread. Then, an ear-piercing tearing sound erupted. The silver tornado was neatly split in half. The once perfect gravitational structure collapsed in an instant. The violent energy, now unrestrained, burst forth to the sides, carving two unfathomable ravines into the earth. Shuemin stood at the center of the canyon, his hair slightly swaying. Was it severed? Did I cut off the critical node of chakra flow? This requires extreme observation and control. A slight miscalculation could lead to being consumed by the storm. Rizu gazed at the dissipating tempest, his expression unfazed. Rather, the brilliance in his azure eyes intensified. Not yet finished. He formed a claw-like grip with his hands. Since a broad attack can be countered, I shall overwhelm you with sheer numbers. Rizu assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, but what he unleashed was no longer chakra energy. 8 trigrams empty wall palm, continuous fire. Boom, 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 boom. Countless transparent repulsive projectiles erupted from his palms like a torrential downpour. Each repulsive blast was compressed to its utmost limits, the size of a fist yet containing enough energy to shatter mountains. The ground hundreds of meters away was instantaneously turned into a sieve. Dust and debris filled the air. This was no longer the gentle fist. This is a humanoid self-propelled artillery platform. A flicker of confidence flashed in Rizu's eyes. Even if their Susanoo stood there, it would be shattered into pieces within 3 seconds. The figure of Minato darted through the repulsion barrage. He did not employ the flying thunder god technique to leap through space. He merely walked. Step left, step right, sidestep. Bow his head. With each movement, he precisely maneuvered between the gaps of 2 repulsion cannons. There were moments when the cannons grazed his nose, even ruffling the fine hairs on his face. Yet he strolled leisurely, as if in his own backyard. Step by step, he closed in on Rizu. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The invisible pressure made Rizu feel as if his heart was about to burst. He couldn't hit him. It was utterly impossible. No matter how he accelerated his attack rate or predicted Minato's movements, that golden figure seemed to possess foresight, always finding the singular path to survival. Is this another manifestation of the ninja world's speed? Rizu gritted his teeth. Since he couldn't land a hit, he would force Minato into a corner. Rizu abruptly halted his assault. Minato was now merely 3 meters away from him. What other moves do you have? Minato asked with a smile. If none, then it's my turn. Rizu remained silent. The protective seal on his forehead suddenly erupted with blinding red light, a sign of overloading. Gather. The 3 chakra balls behind him instantly melted into black liquid, coalescing in his right hand. A massive influx of rebirth chakra surged in. The originally black liquid began to glow, transforming into gold, becoming brighter until it materialized into a golden light sword stretching hundreds of meters into the sky. This sword pierced through the heavy clouds of the initial sphere. It seemed as if it would cleave the heavens and earth in two. Golden Wheel Rebirth Blast. Rizu gripped the light sword tightly, his face contorting as he let out a thunderous roar. Flash. The light sword descended, cleaving space to create a black fissure. This strike locked onto the space, sealing the energy flow. There was no escape. Minato gazed at the massive sword descending. His smile faded. He raised his right hand. Buzz. Behind him, 9 black chakra balls appeared without warning. Not 3, but 9. Each one larger and darker, deeper in hue than Rizu's 3. Good thought. Minato's palm grasped the air. The 9 chakra balls elongated, fused, and coalesced into a giant golden light sword, several times thicker and 1,000 meters long, taking shape in Minato's hand. If Rizu's sword was a mountain-splitting axe, then Minato's sword was a pillar that could sever seas. However, when it came to wielding the weapon, Minato swung his sword from the bottom up, a simple upward stroke. I am more familiar with this. Clang. The 2 light swords collided midair. There was no explosion, no flames, only a crisp sound that resonated, causing every soul present to shudder. Rizu's light sword shattered upon contact, crumbling like glass. Golden shards scattered like a rain of gold. Minato's sword maintained its momentum, hovering just an inch above Rizu's head. The ferocious sword pressure scattered Rizu's hair, leaving countless tiny cuts on his face. Rizu stared blankly at the gigantic sword overshadowing him. He had lost. Completely. He couldn't even force his opponent back a single step. Thud. Rizu's legs buckled, and he knelt on the crimson earth. His blue chakra cloak dissipated, and the chakra balls behind him crumbled due to chakra exhaustion. I have lost. Rizu's voice was dry and filled with bitterness. The light sword vanished. The 9 chakra balls transformed back into black orbs, floating behind Minato. A hand extended towards Rizu. It is normal to lose to me. Minato smiled as he helped him up. If you had defeated me, wouldn't you be the one to take the position of Hokage? Rizu forced a bitter smile, wanting to bow, but Minato placed a hand on his shoulder. You did well. Minato's expression turned serious. That golden wheel rebirth blast, purely in terms of destructive power, has already touched the threshold of the six paths. If it were the former Madara, he would likely have to activate his complete Susanoo to withstand it. Rizu suddenly looked up, his eyes igniting with renewed hope. Really? I never lie. Minato patted his shoulder. Then, Minato turned, his gaze piercing through hundreds of meters to land precisely on the Uchiha trio hiding behind the rocks. Have you seen enough? Fugaku and the others froze. They had come to this space out of curiosity when they heard the news, but could not resist entering the teleportation range. However, since they had been discovered, hiding was pointless. The three appeared before Minato, kneeling on one knee. Fourth Hokage-sama. Minato regarded the three pillars of the Uchiha clan. Their expressions were complex, shock, trepidation, and an unmasked bitterness. Rizu's earth-shattering display had indeed placed immense pressure on them. That was an attack capable of cleaving through a complete Susanoo. Feeling the pressure? Minato inquired. Fugaku lowered his head, speaking solemnly. The progress of the Hyuga clan leader is astonishing. If the Uchiha do not strive, we will truly be relegated to a secondary position. Relegated to a secondary position? Minato shook his head. He walked between the two, patting Rizu's shoulder with his left hand and Fugaku's shoulder with his right. You have misunderstood a crucial point. The Uchiha clan thrives in the shadows, possessing formidable mental energy, excelling in genjutsu, manipulation, and ultimate transformations. The Hyuga clan, even with the awakening of the rebirth eye, fundamentally leans towards vitality, physical manipulation, and repulsion and attraction. Minato pointed at Rizu. The Hyuga clan possesses 360-degree vision with no blind spots, a repulsion shield, and long-range strike capabilities. From this day forth, the Hyuga will be Konoha's shield of daylight, responsible for advancing the frontline, defense, and firepower coverage in positional warfare. Rizu trembled, straightening his back. Shield of daylight. What an honor. Minato then turned to Fugaku. The Uchiha clan possesses the all-seeing Sharingan, enigmatic genjutsu, and the explosive power of Susanoo. You are Konoha's Blade of Night, tasked with ambushes, decapitations, and delivering lethal strikes amidst chaotic battlefields. Fugaku's head snapped up. Blade of Night. This was precisely the role the Uchiha clan excelled in and yearned for. Shield and blade. Both are indispensable. Minato's voice rose, echoing through the initial sphere. Do not always think about who surpasses whom. What I wish to see is the moment when the Shield of Daylight deflects the enemy's attack, while the Blade of Night has already severed their throats. This is the true duality of Konoha. Rizu and Fugaku exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a deeper competitive spirit, a mutual desire to surpass one another. Yes, they replied in unison. Kaguya sat upon a floating stone, observing this scene. Clear divisions of labor, each fulfilling their role, she commented blandly. Far superior to those two foolish sons who only know how to fight. Minato smiled. He looked up at the sky. There, the space was subtly fluctuating. A strange, yet somewhat familiar chakra was attempting to penetrate Kaguya's spatial barrier. It seems our guest has arrived. Minato squinted his eyes. Orochimaru, that fellow, moves with remarkable swiftness. Let us proceed. Minato grasped Hizashi with one hand and Fugaku with the other, leading them to witness the power of science. A flash of golden light enveloped them, and they vanished into the primordial space, leaving behind two deep gorges as testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. In the depths of Konoha, beneath the surface, lay an absolute forbidden zone, inaccessible even to the Umbu. Towering cultivation tanks loomed, filled with bizarre and grotesque biological tissues. At the deepest point, Orochimaru stood before an operation console, his skin newly pale and almost sickly, having shed its bark-like exterior. His fingers danced frantically across the keyboard, his golden slit pupils gleaming with intense fervor. On the screen, lines of red data flickered wildly. Senjutsu chakra fusion rate, 98. Hashirama cell activation, stable. Uchiha Hyuga gene chimera, awakening, perfection. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, savoring the moment. This is truly exquisite. With this, I could even create a god. Just then, the space warped. Minato, alongside Hizashi and the Uchiha trio, materialized out of thin air. Orochimaru. Minato's gaze fixated on the figure in the cultivation tank, whose eyes were slowly opening. Are you certain this creature will obey? Orochimaru turned, an eerie yet confident smile gracing his face. Lord Fourth, Science does not concern itself with obedience. It only concerns itself with results. Orochimaru pressed the crimson enter key. The nutrient solution within the tank was instantly drained. The figure stepped forth, and a terrifying chakra, a fusion of the coldness of the Sharingan and the purity of the Byakugan, surged through the space. Chapter 145 is the end of science theology? The instant annihilation of artificial monsters. The air in the underground laboratory was thick and nauseating. A high concentration of nutrient solution was forcibly extracted through the pipes, emitting ghastly gurgles. As the liquid level fell, the figure standing in the center of the tank gradually became exposed to the air. Its skin was pale, devoid of any color. The musculature, though not exaggerated, displayed a density akin to tightly wound steel wires. Embedded in its chest was a pulsating white mass, a highly concentrated embodiment of Hashirama's cells. All metrics peaked. Orochimaru's fingers created afterimages on the keyboard as the red alert on the screen flashed frantically. Heart rate, 3,000 beats per minute. Chakra response, surpassing that of tailed beasts. Abruptly, Orochimaru halted, his golden slit pupils fixated on the creature behind the glass. Awaken, Zero. The being within the tank's eyelids fluttered for a moment. The next instant, those eyes snapped open. The left eye bore a crimson three-tomo Sharingan, spinning wildly, hinting at a kaleidoscopic formation. The right eye was a murky Byakugan, its depths shimmering with an eerie azure. Devoid of reason, devoid of emotion, only pure, insatiable bloodlust akin to that of a ravenous beast. A terrifying roar erupted within the confined laboratory. The sound waves collided against the specially designed explosion-proof glass, creating countless fine cracks. A perfect sound. Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips, marveling at the creature's lung capacity and vocal resonance. Boom. The explosion-proof glass shattered. Countless shards flew outwards like bullets. Even as the fragments danced in the air, the entity known as Zero had already vanished. So swift. This speed even surpassed that of the fourth rampage, A's lightning release chakra mode. Only a pale afterimage remained in the air. Objective, Orochimaru's throat. The creator is often the first delectable meal in the eyes of the artificial monster. Orochimaru did not evade. He even spread his arms wide. A maniacal fervor etched across his face, seemingly eager to personally experience the destructive power of this perfect creation. Come, show me your power. Thud. A dull sound resonated. The fervor on Orochimaru's face froze. The pale claw halted just a centimeter from his throat, unable to advance further. A faint, azure-transparent barrier had materialized between them. Zero maintained its charge, its destructive arm trembling violently as it attempted to breach the thin barrier. Yet the wall stood resolute. Hisashi stood 10 meters away, casually resting one hand in his pocket, raising his left hand with indifference. His palm faced the creature. In his azure Tensigen, unmasked disdain flowed freely. This is the so-called perfect being? Hisashi's finger flicked lightly. Buzz. A terrifying repulsion erupted suddenly. The creature, faster than the rampage, was slammed against the alloy wall of the laboratory, pinned as if it were a mere fly caught against the surface. The alloy wall buckled and twisted, emitting a grating metallic groan. Only the instincts of a beast, devoid of the finesse of a true warrior. Hisashi shook his head and lowered his hand. The force of repulsion continued to firmly suppress Zero, rendering it incapable of even twitching a finger. Before the fourth sage arts and the bloodline of Otsutsuki, Hisashi glanced at Kagaya behind him, then turned to Orochimaru. This haphazardly assembled imitation is far too crude. Orochimaru stood in shock. The recorder slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground, breaking into two. This is impossible. Its muscle density is 50 times that of a normal human, and its chakra is half that of the Nine Tails. A howl. Zero, pinned against the wall, let out a more anguished roar, feeling the sting of humiliation. The crimson left eye spun wildly, the three-tomo forming a bizarre shuriken pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Boom. A chilling, violent chakra erupted from within it. Violet chakra materialized, instantly shattering Hisashi's repulsive hold. Massive purple ribs rapidly formed around it. Susanoo, though merely the skeletal structure of the first stage. The chakra density flowing upon it surpassed even that of Uchiha Itachi's prior Susanoo. Susanoo. Orochimaru picked up the shattered recorder fragments from the ground, hope rekindling in his eyes. Do you see? It can wield the divine power of the Uchiha. Zero manipulated the skeletal arms of Susanoo, clenching them into a fist. wielding enough power to shatter mountains as it swung towards Hisashi. Hisashi's brows furrowed slightly, preparing to intensify the repulsive force. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the path of Susanu's attack. Uchiha Fugaku. He did not activate the kaleidoscope, nor did he even reveal the three tomo. He simply stood there, his black trench coat billowing in the wind, stirred by Susanoo. Facing the massive purple-boned fist, Fugaku raised his right hand. No hand seals. No explosive display of chakra. His entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of dark golden light, a sign of the profound fusion of sage arts and physical form. Sage art, adamantine arm. The power of the Uchiha cannot be replicated by such crude imitations. Fugaku spread his fingers wide, directly grasping the thick rib of Susanoo. Crack. A crisp sound echoed, akin to the snapping of a dry twig in a hushed library. The rib of Susanoo, strong enough to withstand explosive tags, crumbled in Fugaku's grip as if it were mere biscuit. Fragments of purple chakra scattered in every direction. The monster's roar abruptly ceased. In its singular, crimson eye, a novel emotion named fear emerged for the first time. It could not comprehend why this kindred spirit could effortlessly shatter the divine power with bare hands. Fuya did not afford it a moment to ponder. He took a step forward, his dark golden arm penetrating the shattered ribcage. Seizing Ling by the throat and effortlessly lifting the 2-meter-tall monstrosity with a single hand. Though it possessed the cells of the Uchiha clan, it lacked the pain intrinsic to them. As Fuya observed the writhing creature in his grasp, his gaze turned frigid. Susanoo was a reflection of the soul, not merely a mere accumulation of chakra. This soulless husk elicited a slight pressure from Fuya's fingers. A crisp crack resonated as the monster's cervical vertebrae snapped. The newly formed Susanoo framework disintegrated instantaneously, dissipating into a cloud of purple smoke. It was unworthy even to serve as my whetstone. With a casual flick of his wrist, Fuya discarded Ling at the feet of Orochimaru, as if casting aside refuse. The creature convulsed twice on the ground before falling completely still. Its eyes rolled back, and the violent chakra aura was forcibly dispersed beneath Fuya's overwhelming might. Silence enveloped the space. Only the heavy breaths of Orochimaru echoed within the vast laboratory. 3 seconds elapsed. From the moment the monster unleashed Susanoo to the instant Fuya snapped its neck with the ease of slaughtering a chicken, merely 3 seconds had passed. This was, after all, the theoretical pinnacle of physical prowess fused with Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru knelt on the ground, trembling hands reaching toward the abomination known as Ling. Why? The data was undeniably flawless. The genetic sequence posed no conflicts, and the chakra pathways were optimized. Why was it so feeble? Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, gazing at Fuya and Hisashi. His eyes brimmed with confusion and despair. The truth he had pursued throughout his life, body modification and genetic evolution, was, in this moment, trampled and shattered beneath the feet of these two who had grown stronger through sheer effort. A hand rested upon Orochimaru's shoulder, causing him to shudder. He turned to behold the tranquil blue eyes of bluffing Shuemin. Orochimaru, Shuemin's voice was gentle, devoid of mockery, merely stating a fact. You have fallen into a misconception. He gestured toward the creature on the ground. You have amassed physical strength, optimized genetics, and even appropriated bloodline limits. Yet, you have neglected one crucial element. Orochimaru stared blankly at Shuemin. What? Will. Shuemin withdrew his hand, his gaze transcending the shattered laboratory to the heavy rock layers above. It seemed as if he could peer through the earth, witnessing a verdant figure performing handstands on the training grounds of Konoha. Chakra is the amalgamation of physical and spiritual energy. You have only reinforced the body while overlooking the spirit. A power devoid of will is akin to a baby carriage laden with chakra energy, unable to move swiftly and destined for self-destruction. Shuemin approached Fuya, patting this clan leader who had just completed a display of grandeur. Fuya's strength stemmed from bearing the glory and anguish of the Uchiha clan. He then pointed to Hisashi. Hisashi's strength arose from his resolve to break free from the confines of a caged bird and reshape the Hyuga clan. As for this creature, Shuemin shook his head. It possesses only an insatiable hunger. Thus, it remains a mere beast. Orochimaru sat despondently on the ground, murmuring to himself, Will, spirit, soul, have I been misguided all along? Shuemin paid no further attention to the self-doubting scientist. The scientist's fixation required his own unraveling. Shuemin turned toward the exit of the laboratory. Fuya, Hisashi, this task is entrusted to you. Ensure that this entity does not escape. Though it is a failure, it remains perilous to ordinary folk. Fuya and Hizashi bowed slightly. Yes. Lord Fourth. As Shuemin reached the doorway, he paused, memories flooding his mind of a man who perpetually spoke of youth, who, despite sustaining grave injuries, would appear revitalized on the training field the very next day. That man, devoid of bloodline limits, secret techniques, or even proficiency in ninjutsu, was nonetheless extraordinary. In the original trajectory of fate, he nearly propelled the conclusion forward with a single kick. Regarding the embodiment of physical and willful perfection, Shuemin's smile broadened. It was time for me to pay him a visit. Orochimaru's claim of the strongest body was but a joke. Yet, Konoha harbored a slumbering behemoth. Its cage, Shuemin raised his hand, mimicking the act of unlocking. It is time to unleash it. A flash of golden light. Shuemin's figure vanished, leaving behind a ravaged laboratory. Two clan leaders contemplating the essence of will, and a scientist grappling with a collapsed worldview. Konoha, third training ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted crimson. 1998, 1999, 2000. With a roar, a green figure, bracing itself with one hand, plummeted to the ground like an inverted onion. Sweat had coalesced into a small puddle on the earth. Might Guy rolled over onto the grass, gasping for breath. His chest heaved violently, akin to a bellows being drawn. Every muscle in his body spasmed. Each nerve screamed in agony. Yet, the light in his eyes, beneath his thick eyebrows, shone with a terrifying brilliance. Youth has not yet come to an end. Guy struggled to rise. The aftereffects of the eighth gate, though mitigated by the healing arts, still rendered him unable to lift a finger due to bone-deep fatigue. Was this truly the limit? A gentle voice suddenly resonated above Guy's head. He opened his eyes wide. A familiar smiling face obscured the remnants of the setting sun. Lord Fourth. Guy attempted to bow, but a hand pressed against his chest. A warm, immense surge of vibrant golden chakra flowed from that hand, continuously pouring into his body. The torn muscle fibers healed in an instant, and the exhausted cells regained vitality. The sensation was akin to a parched desert welcoming a torrential downpour. If this was the limit, Shuemin withdrew his hand, observing the rejuvenated Guy. Then, the forthcoming lesson might prove excruciating. Guy sprang up with a fish-like leap. He did not inquire about the nature of the lesson or why it might be fatal. He simply gave a thumbs up, revealing his signature gleaming white teeth. As long as it was to protect Konoha, as long as it was to ignite the flames of youth, what matter if death awaited? Shuemin regarded Guy. This is the true embodiment of perfection. No need for Hashirama cells, no need for Sharingan. Just a heart that burns hotter than the sun. All right. Shuemin stepped back, his expression growing unprecedentedly serious. Guy, do you recall your desire to learn the ninth gate from me? Chapter 146, The Ninth Gate. Ignite, Infinite Youth. The Valley of the End. The gigantic waterfall cascaded like an inverted Milky Way, its thunderous roar deafening. Mist hung between the opposing statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, refracting a vibrant rainbow beneath the sunset's glow. A flash of gold appeared as four figures manifested above the head of the Senju Hashirama statue. Bluffing Shuemin released his grasp on Might Guy's shoulder, moving to the edge of the statue and gazing down at the rushing torrent below. This was the location where Konoha's natural energy was most concentrated. Shuemin turned to face the man still clad in a green bodysuit, warming up with leg kicks. Guy, during your battle with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, you achieved the feat of opening the death gate without succumbing. Maite Kai immediately stood at attention, raising his thumb, his teeth glinting in the sunset, his face brimming with pride. Indeed, the fourth Hokage, thanks to the Rindan Senjutsu you imparted. The chakra within me has formed a perfect cycle, preserving my life. It is nothing short of a miracle of youth. Standing beside him, Chimu Kakashi displayed a hint of envy in his lifeless eyes. After that battle, Kai's Yekai was no longer a fleeting moment of brilliance, but had become a regular technique, the ultimate dream of a taijutsu ninja. Yet, that was still insufficient. Minato shook his head, dousing him with cold water. Though you have evaded the price of death, you are still fundamentally consuming your vitality. The mechanism of the Shimon remains unchanged. It continues to strain your heart to pump blood in exchange for explosive power. The Rindan Senjutsu merely aids your recovery, preventing you from running dry. Minato approached Kai, extending his finger to touch the area over his heart. This is merely a repair, not an evolution. As the duration of battle extends, Your recovery rate will fail to keep pace with the rate of consumption, and you will inevitably fall. Kai was taken aback, his playful demeanor vanishing. Does the fourth Hokage mean to break it? Minato's gaze was intense. Since the Hashiman restricts you, then let us create the ninth gate. No longer relying on blood or the strain of the flesh. I shall transform your heart into a natural energy reactor. The ninth gate of Senjutsu. Once opened, you will no longer be a mere mortal borrowing the power of nature. You will become nature itself. Kaguya floated in midair, her previously disinterested expression shifting subtly upon hearing this. Transforming a mortal heart into a natural energy reactor? Such an idea is even more radical than the Otsutsuki clan's consumption of fruits. Disrobe, Minato commanded. Yes. Without hesitation, Kai tore off his green bodysuit, revealing muscles as hard as rock, riddled with scars. Bear with it, Kai. A blinding golden light emanated from Minato's palm. The previous modification was merely to preserve life. This time it was for ascension. The pain will be 1,000 times more intense than during the opening of the Shimon. Fear not. Fourth Hokage. Kai grinned, fervent flames igniting in his eyes. As long as I can grow stronger to protect Konoha, even the agony of being shattered into pieces is merely a seasoning of youth. Bring it on. Minato ceased his words. The golden light surged at his fingertips, with a sizzling sound. It was as if a red-hot branding iron was pressed into raw flesh. The air was instantly filled with the scent of charred flesh. Ugh! Kai's pupils dilated in an instant, the veins on his neck writhing like frantic serpents. Minato's fingers did not waver. He used his finger as a pen, Kai's heart as a canvas, beginning to inscribe a brand new technique. This was no longer a simple circular sealing technique, but a highly complex transformation array. Golden chakra lines spread from Kai's chest in all directions. They penetrated his skin, branding his muscles, coiling around his blood vessels, and ultimately piercing deeply into the valves of his heart, forcibly altering the frequency of its beats and its pumping mechanism. The Rindan Senjutsu, ninth gate. Minato shouted. Boom. The natural energy within 100 miles of the Valley of the End seemed to respond to a certain domineering call, rushing toward Kai's chest in a frenzy. Thud. A dull thud resonated from Kai's chest, akin to an ancient war drum being struck. Pooh. Every pore on Kai's body burst forth, blood gushing out, dyeing him a crimson hue. This was the body undergoing a transfusion. The originally low-density energy blood was expelled, replaced by high-concentration liquid natural energy. Kakashi, hold him down. Don't let him explode from instinctive resistance. Kakashi appeared behind Kai in an instant, gripping his shoulders tightly. Lightning chakra erupted, stimulating Kai's muscles to prevent him from collapsing. Kai, hold on. This is the final step. I'm fine. Kai bit down on his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His consciousness was fading, yet that resolve burned ever brighter. Kaguya observed the bloodied figure, her previously indifferent gaze now filled with astonishment for the first time. She saw through Kai's body. That man's heart was undergoing a qualitative change. The once red muscular tissue was being transformed by golden energy. This was a leap in the realm of life. This human, Kaguya murmured, is forcibly evolving without the Otsutsuki bloodline? Thud. Another heartbeat resounded. Stronger and heavier than before, it even resonated with the surrounding space. The substance erupting from Kai was no longer the red steam of the Shimon. Instead, it was an unprecedented, golden red, materialized aura. That aura resembled burning magma, yet radiated a divine brilliance. The ninth gate requires no opening. Minato withdrew his hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. The transformation is complete. Kai, you are now the gate itself. Embrace it. With every breath, you are inhaling the essence of the world. With every heartbeat, you are shaking the mountains and rivers. Kai slowly opened his eyes. His once pitch-black pupils had transformed into a vivid crimson. At the center of his pupils, a golden character for sun emerged, deeply etched into the depths of his gaze. He clenched his fists. Crack. A minute black fissure appeared in the space of his palm. That was pure power, collapsing the structure of space. Is this the power of the ninth gate? Kai lowered his head, gazing at his hands. The acute sensation of life slipping away, experienced during the opening of the Shimon, was no longer present. In its place was a vast, boundless, ever-sustaining sense of might. Fourth Hokage, Kai turned, his voice trembling. I feel as though I have become a monster. No, Minato chuckled, patting his shoulder, which felt as solid as steel. You are a guardian. Go and test it. Minato pointed toward Kaguya in the sky. That is the progenitor of chakra, the ultimate whetstone. Show her how far the taijutsu of mere mortals can ascend. Kaguya's eyes twitched slightly. A whetstone? This insect dares to regard a deity as a whetstone? Arrogant. Kaguya scoffed. Boom. The space behind her shattered. Countless white fists poured forth like a torrential rain. Hachi Shinkenki. This is the ultimate technique that combines offense and defense, capable of instantaneously shattering even the later Susanoo of Sasuke. Kai, be careful, Kakashi exclaimed. Yet Kai did not evade. He did not even adopt a defensive stance. He gazed at the deluge of fists, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his signature white teeth. Youth requires no defense. Kai took a deep breath. The surrounding air was instantly evacuated, forming a vacuum domain. The furnace of creation at his heart roared to life. The golden-red aura surged skyward, transforming into a roaring dragon. Ninth gate, Sunmen, flow. Kai swung his fist. A simple direct punch. But at the moment of the strike, his fist condensed all the light and heat from the surroundings. Boom! A golden-red beam erupted from the tip of Kai's fist, colliding with Kaguya's Hachi Shinkenki. There was no stalemate. No explosion. Only overwhelming force. The myriad of white fists, upon contact with the golden-red beam, melted away in an instant as if snow met the blazing sun. The beam surged forth, shattering Kaguya's attack, grazing her cheek and soaring into the distant sky. The clouds were torn asunder. The atmosphere was pierced. In the sky, a vacuum channel stretching several dozen kilometers lingered, refusing to heal. Hui floated in the air, a few strands of white hair gently drifting down. A faint trace of blood appeared on her cheek, the result of a graze from the force of a punch. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena. Kakashi's jaw nearly dislocated in disbelief. Hui touched the bloodstain on her cheek, gazing at the crimson hue on her fingertips, her eyes filled with incredulity. The prowess of taijutsu could reach such heights? Kai maintained his punching stance, his golden-red aura billowing like a war banner. He turned to Minato, his smile radiant. Fourth Hokage, how's this move? I call it the youth light cannon. Minato chuckled, giving a thumbs up. As always, your taste is rather poor. Yet, the power of Konoha's golden beast is indeed formidable. Chapter 147, Mortal Bodies, Standing Alongside Deities? No, I am the god of taijutsu. The winds of the Valley of the End ceased. This was not a natural lull, but a forceful suppression by an overwhelmingly dominant aura. Might Guy stood atop the statue of Senju Hashirama, his feet deeply embedded in the rock. He did not assume his iconic stance. Instead, he let his arms hang at his sides, allowing the heart, altered by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to beat wildly. Thump, thump. With each beat, the natural energy within a 10-kilometer radius trembled. Are you ready, Kai? Minato stood 10 meters away, his ceremonial robe rustling in the invisible air waves. Always on standby. Kai raised his head, his chest heaving violently, as the air was forcefully drawn into his lungs, emitting a sound akin to a bellows. He required no hand seals. For him now, the transformation array inscribed upon his heart was part of his very being. With a thought, the valves opened. The ninth gate, the Sage Gate. Kai let out a roar, his throat echoing the imminent eruption of a volcano. Open. Boom. A gold-red beam shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds. There was no crimson vapor this time. What erupted from Kai was liquid gold-red magma, nature's energy compressed to its zenith, perfectly fused with vitality. The intense heat ignited the air instantly. The weathered rock statue beneath him began to melt, transforming into molten rock that flowed down the statue's face. Sizzle. Kai's originally dark skin rapidly shriveled, charred, turning into curled layers of dead skin. The scene was utterly horrifying, as if he were burning away. Kakashi instinctively took a step forward. Don't move. Minato raised his hand to halt him, watching intently. As the wind blew, the layers of charred skin flaked away, dispersing into ash. The newly formed skin was exposed to the air. It was no longer human flesh. A layer of dense, hard, dark red scales, glimmering with a metallic sheen, enveloped Kai's entire body. Beneath each scale flowed a golden halo, a solid defense formed by the high concentration of natural energy crystallizing at the surface. Dragon scale armor. Roar. Chakra surged wildly behind Kai. A gold-red dragon phantom, hundreds of meters long, spiraled upward, entwining around Kai. The dragon's head reared back, issuing a silent roar toward the heavens. At that moment, The waterfall below the Valley of the End defied the laws of physics. Thousands of tons of rushing water were forcefully pushed upstream by this terrifying pressure, creating a magnificent spectacle of reversal. Hui hovered in midair, her pure white eyes narrowing slightly. This power did not belong to the chakra fruit, nor to the Otsutsuki clan, nor even to the original rules of this planet. It was nothing short of a pure miracle of life. Is this the Sage Gate? Kakashi murmured, his gaze wide with disbelief. In the mental realm, Obito had exploded. Obito, this defies science. Obito, this is utterly unscientific. How can that thick-browed brute, who only knows taijutsu, possess such strength? Obito cradled his head. Staring at the figure outside that resembled a demonic deity, his worldview shattered. Obito, Susanoo requires eye evolution. What does he rely on? Push-ups? This is even more absurd than the complete Susanoo. Kakashi paid no heed to Obito's outburst. He merely fixated on that familiar, yet unfamiliar silhouette. That was Kai. Yet, it was more than just Kai. It was a monster that had embodied the essence of effort to an extraordinary degree. In the center of the battlefield, Kai slowly raised his hands. The pain vanished. The excruciating agony that felt as though his bones were being crushed when opening the 8th gate was now non-existent. In its place was an unprecedented clarity and exhilaration. The world slowed. Every gust of wind's trajectory, every particle of dust's drift, even the flow of moisture in the distant leaves, was vividly reflected in his mind. This was control, no longer borrowing power, but commanding it. The furnace of creation at his heart continuously pumped golden energy throughout his limbs, making him feel as if he could punch through the very firmament. Fourth Hokage, Kai spoke. His tone unexpectedly calm, almost eerie. Each word resonated in the air, creating visible ripples. I now feel. Kai clenched his fist. Crack. The space within his palm emitted a sharp sound, and several fine black cracks appeared out of thin air. Excellent. That was the confidence born from absolute power. It was even an impulse to destroy everything. Minato observed this scene, undeterred by Kai's terrifying aura. Instead, he stepped forward, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Do you feel it, Kai? Minato pointed to Kai's heart, where that power yearned to be released. Yes. Kai turned to face Minato. In his scarlet pupils, golden characters of sage were spinning wildly. His gaze contained only the flames of battle, the most primal, pure desire for conflict. I want. Kai paused, the dragon phantom behind him swaying, shattering the surrounding space. I want to see if I can touch the hem of your garment now. This was not arrogance. It was the utmost respect a warrior could show toward a stronger opponent. The Kai of the past had not even qualified to challenge Minato, as the gap was too vast to perceive even his silhouette. But now, he stood on the same peak. Hui snorted coldly in midair, unknowingly courting death. In her view, although Kai had evolved, he remained nothing more than a slightly stronger ant in the face of Minato, who had mastered space-time and yin-yang manipulation to its utmost. Minato disregarded Hui's derision. He looked at Kai, his smile growing more pronounced. He raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gently beckoned. Come. Just this one word ignited a fuse. Boom. The rock statue beneath Kai instantly crumbled, and half the Valley of the End trembled violently beneath this stomp. The figure vanished. No, it did not disappear. It was because the speed surpassed the limits of light and shadow, leaving no trace on the retina. Even space itself shattered at that moment, emitting a chilling wail. Kakashi felt a flash before his eyes. The next second, a fierce wind rushed towards him, nearly blinding him. A fist, covered in dark red dragon scales and entwined with golden red lightning, abruptly halted just an inch from Minato's nose. There was no preliminary motion, no warning, like teleportation. It transcended the distance of space. The force of the punch tore through the atmosphere, carving an unfathomable chasm across the lake behind Shuemin, extending to the horizon. Shuemin's golden hair was swept back by the fierce wind, revealing his smooth forehead. Yet, he did not even blink. His azure eyes calmly gazed at the fist that was mere inches away and the twisted expression of excitement on the face behind it. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Indeed, Schumann's voice was discernible amidst the howling wind. I almost didn't react myself. This was, of course, a lie. His current Flying Thunder God technique had reached the point of passive activation. As long as there was murderous intent, Shuemin could instantly teleport. However, this was sufficient to demonstrate the terrifying speed of Kai at this moment. Kai retracted his fist, the dragon scale armor on him producing a sound akin to metal grinding. He flashed a wide grin, revealing his signature white teeth, which gleamed brilliantly in the golden red light. Lord Fourth, the warm-up is over. Kai leaped back, creating some distance. The spectral image of the azure dragon behind him let out a thunderous roar, scattering the clouds in the sky. Next, Kai assumed that familiar starting posture. Yet this time, the natural energy of the entire Valley of the End converged towards his fist. I am going to get serious. Shuemin nodded, loosening his collar. Then let me see. Shuemin formed hand seals, the golden chakra of the nine tails instantly enveloping his entire being. To what extent can your youth burn? Meanwhile, Shuemin keenly sensed something unusual. Although Kai appeared invincible at this moment, even in an extreme state of exhilaration, Shuemin perceived that Kai's vitality was ebbing away at an exceedingly subtle and gradual pace. This decline was not a brutal burn like the sixth gate, but rather an assimilation. The natural energy was slowly eroding Kai's humanity. If left unchecked, after this battle, Kai might truly transform into a dragon-like beast driven solely by destruction, unable to revert to his human form. This was the cost of the ninth gate, the divine consuming the human essence. Shuemin narrowed his eyes. It seems that there are indeed limitations to my direct use of the Sage Gate. Evidently, this spar was not merely to test combat prowess, but also to help this foolish disciple maintain the last vestige of humanity. Kai. 9 Dao seeking balls slowly materialized behind Shuemin. Don't die. Kai laughed heartily. This is youth. Boom. 2 golden figures collided fiercely in the skies above the Valley of the End. Chapter 148. Night Kai, Dragon God. In the air above the Valley of the End, 2 beams of golden light clashed together. There was no sound. The profound silence was followed by a shockwave. It was a visible white air wave, slicing through the lake below like a razor-sharp crescent blade. Thousands of tons of lake water were uprooted, exposing a riverbed littered with mud and debris. Shuemin's figure flickered in midair. He was not actively teleporting. He was propelled away by the force of the impact. The 3 Dao seeking balls he had used for defense had now become irregularly flattened, their surfaces riddled with fine cracks. How heavy! As Shuemin adjusted his posture while being propelled backward, he tapped his toes in the air, creating ripples. That punch contained no chakra nature transformation. It was pure power and unrefined strength. Kai did not afford him a moment to breathe. The dark red-scaled leg whip swept toward him, compressing the air into a solid form, producing a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing apart. Shuemin formed a one-handed seal. Flying Thunder God. He vanished from his original position. The leg whip missed its target, and the residual shockwave crashed into the statue of Senju Hashirama, the enormous rock head, which had withstood decades of storms, disintegrated into clouds of stone dust without so much as a shatter. A flash of golden light appeared 100 meters away on the water's surface. Shuemin rematerialized, glancing at the sleeve of his robe. The right sleeve of his ceremonial garment was missing a section, the cut smooth and even, as if it had been sliced with a laser. That was the result of the punch's wind. It was not merely strength. Shuemin shook his hand, his wrist slightly numb. The speed had surpassed the limits of perception. Kai's current method of movement was no longer a simple muscle explosion. He was utilizing that indomitable dragon-scale armor to forcefully compress space, propelling himself like a cannonball. No technique was needed. No coordinates required. As long as his body was sufficiently strong, space itself became his springboard. Lord Fourth, it's not over yet. Kai's voice echoed from all directions. Due to the incredible speed, the sound overlapped severely, making it seem as though hundreds of voices were roaring simultaneously. In the sky, countless phantoms of Kai appeared. Each of these phantoms maintained a fist-throwing posture, their bodies ablaze with golden-red flames. Sunset Fist. Kai roared. The original Sunset Fist had only 5 speeds. The power generated even at the first speed was enough to create massive craters on the ground. Most importantly, the power and speed of this technique increased with the number of attacks. In the original timeline, when Kai's attacks reached above the 3rd speed, the air cannon generated by the wind from his punches could restrain the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito. At 5 speeds, if the punch directly struck a target, its power would be overwhelming. A mortal's heart could not withstand the continuous high-pressure pumping. It would explode. That was why it was limited to 5 speeds. But now, the heart of the modified creation furnace, altered by Shuemin, was devouring natural energy at a rate of hundreds of times per second, without pause, without the need to catch its breath. As long as the natural energy did not run dry, his fists would not cease. Infinite barrage. Boom, 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 boom. White air cannons cascaded down like a torrential rain. Each air cannon was the size of a fist. Yet the kinetic energy contained within was sufficient to penetrate the ribs of Susanoo. Now, there were thousands of them. The Valley of the End instantaneously transformed into a carpet bombing zone. Shueimon did not evade. He could not evade. The coverage was too vast. And that previous wave of shock had blown away all the kunai he had prepositioned for Flying Thunder God. He would take it head on. Shueimon inhaled deeply, a hint of satisfaction with his new creation appearing on his face. The golden sun symbol on his forehead shone dazzlingly. He bent his legs slightly, adopting the stance of a soft fist. But what coiled around his hands was not chakra. It was golden, highly compressed natural energy. Sage art, frog manipulation god strike. Shueimon thrust his palm forward. Phantom against phantom. The golden palm imprint surged upward, colliding with the descending white air cannons. The explosive sounds merged into a singular roar. There was no fire, only the shock waves from the pure energy collision. With each clash, a white cloud ring burst forth in the air. This is the power of the ninth gate. To live from death, how terrifying. Kakashi stood on a distant cliff, attempting to capture the movements of the two. He could not see. It was completely indistinct. His retina was filled with chaotic flashes of light. His nerves screamed, his mind overloaded. A drop of blood tear trickled down the corner of his eye, sliding past his mask. Obito, idiot. Close your eyes. Obito's voice exploded in his mind, tinged with urgency. Obito, that is not something you can see right now. Your dynamic vision can't keep up. Forcing an overload will sever your optic nerve. Kakashi covered his left eye, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. The power of the ninth gate was formidable. His voice trembled. Merely spectating had triggered a severe stress response in his body. The creature wreaking havoc in the sky, could it truly be Kai, who barely managed to unleash a few ninjutsu? This is fundamentally not taijutsu. Obito lamented within the confines of his mental space, observing the figure that treated the very fabric of space as a trampoline. This is a grotesque violation of the laws of physics. Damn it, I must also train in taijutsu. In the heavens, the onslaught ceased, not because Kai had exhausted himself, but rather because he found such remote energy exchanges insufficiently exhilarating. As the smoke dissipated, Minato stood upon the parched riverbed, enveloped in a faint golden aura. He remained unscathed. Yet the ground beneath him had transformed into flowing magma, a result of the intense heat generated by high-frequency vibrations. Is the warm-up over? Minato inquired, gazing up at Kai, who hovered midair. The dragon-scale armor adorning Kai gleamed with a vivid red, signaling that his internal energy had reached its zenith. Fourth Hokage, your defense is impeccable, Kai proclaimed, a hint of fervor laced in his voice, reflecting the thrill of facing a worthy adversary. Unable to breach the defense, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique. Lowering his stance, the vertebrae in his spine cracked in a symphony of sound as he contorted his body into a bow-like form. The golden-red dragon phantom behind him began to shrink, ultimately merging entirely with his being. All his strength, all the natural energy, all the vitality converged into a singular point, his right foot. The space around him began to warp, light being devoured as darkness enveloped Kai. Only his right foot shone with the brilliance of a star. Night Kai, he whispered, though this was far from the culmination. In sage mode, this technique had evolved. Dragon God. With a thunderous crash, Kai vanished, giving rise to a twisted golden dragon that tore through the fabric of space, disregarding distance. The dragon's head was embodied in Kai's foot. This strike locked onto causality and the flow of chakra. Minato felt every inch of his skin prickling in warning. This was a harbinger of death. If he did not reveal his true capabilities, he would indeed be obliterated. Come at me. Minato refrained from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, knowing that any displacement of such a potent attack would lead to annihilation wherever it landed. He could only withstand it head-on. Extending his right hand, 9 orbs of the Seeking Tao instantly returned, swirling and compressing within his palm. The once spherical black orbs transformed into a black disk, pulsating with arcs of golden lightning. Sage art. Magnet Release Super Spiral Sphere. This was no ordinary spiral sphere. It incorporated the sealing properties of magnet release and the annihilative attributes of the Seeking Tao orbs. With a determined step forward, Minato pressed the black disc against the roaring golden dragon. Halt! Boom! Silence enveloped the world as a blinding white light consumed the Valley of the End. No sound reverberated. for the medium through which sound traveled had been obliterated. Kaguya sat upon a floating stone, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the searing brilliance. The wind whipped her sleeves, and she lightly tapped her arm, contemplating the sheer destructive power unfolding below. Kaguya observed the luminous sphere, a flicker of intrigue crossing her pristine white irises. The sheer corporeal strength was capable of clashing with the seeking Tao orbs head-on. Had Yuhi and Yumura possessed such taijutsu back in the day, her defeat would have been even more devastating. It appeared these insects had indeed evolved. As the light receded, the Valley of the End was no more. The once majestic waterfall, river, and statues had vanished, leaving behind a colossal crater several kilometers in diameter. Water surged from the crater's depths, hissing ominously. In the center of the pit, two figures maintained their contact. Minato took a step back, his right foot deeply embedded in the earth, the upper half of his ceremonial robe completely torn, revealing his muscular physique. His right palm bore the charred marks of intense heat. Meanwhile, Kai remained poised in his kicking stance, his dragon-scale armor fracturing piece by piece into red motes of light. His right leg exhibited a peculiar distortion, bones fractured, yet he continued to smile. Despite the skin on his face tearing, blood cascading down, he shouted with exhilaration. That was exhilarating. And then fell backward. Minato rushed forward, catching him as his palm glowed with a verdant light. Infusing Kai with a torrent of yang-released chakra, he muttered, "What a reckless endeavor." Yet his tone was laced with mirth. All the bones are shattered, and the meridians are mostly severed, but Minato gazed at Kai's chest, where his heart still pulsed vigorously, unfaltering. As long as the heart continued its rhythm, such injuries for Kai would merely require a night's rest. "Have we won?" Kai weakly inquired, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Minato. Minato glanced at his charred palm, and then at the unfathomable depth of the crater behind him. "It's a draw," he replied, a white lie escaping his lips. In reality, had it been a life-or-death struggle, he possessed 100 ways to eliminate Kai in that fleeting moment. However, in this taijutsu duel, he had indeed taken a step back. "Heh," Kai grinned, revealing his bloodied teeth, before losing consciousness. Kakashi leaped into the deep pit, landing beside the two. Observing the devastation around them, reminiscent of the lunar surface, he swallowed hard. "Is this still human?" Minato entrusted Kai to Kakashi. "Not human anymore," he remarked, brushing the dust from his hands. "He is a sage of taijutsu." Kaguya descended, glancing at the unconscious Kai, then at Minato. "Had that last move struck my space barrier, it would have penetrated. That is a high commendation, a recognition from the progenitor of chakra." Minato smiled. "This is merely the beginning. Kaguya-sensei, you ought to be grateful." "Grateful for what?" "Grateful that he is merely a fool." Minato pointed at Kai's head. "If he were to master the ability to channel the power of that kick instantaneously into an enemy through the flying thunder god technique." Kaguya's expression shifted subtly. "That would be a guaranteed kill. An inescapable one." Chapter 149. The Armored Warrior Kakashi. Amidst the ruins of the Valley of the End, a scorching heat enveloped the scene. My guy lay at the edge of the deep pit, his chest rising and falling violently, each breath accompanied by a thunderous roar reminiscent of a bellows. The dark red dragon scales covering his body had shed, revealing new skin beneath that glimmered with health. Minato crouched beside Kai, the green yang released chakra in his palm gradually retracting. He has fallen asleep. Rising to his feet, Minato dusted off his hands. The heart modification had succeeded splendidly. As long as natural energy flowed, his recovery speed rivaled that of the tailed beasts. Kakashi stood nearby, silent and contemplative, his gaze fixed on his hands. In his left hand, he gripped the short sword left by his father. His right hand remained empty. The images of the battle replayed in his mind, seared into his consciousness. Kai's eighth gate was a miraculous manifestation of pure physicality defying the laws of physics. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, a colossal fusion of yin release and natural energy. Hyuga Hayashi's Tensigen, an absolute mastery of repulsion and attraction. Each had found their path, each was racing forward. Yet he remained stationary. Kakashi's fingers clenched, his nails digging into his palm. The Sharingan belonged to Obito. The Senju cells were a gift from Minato-sensei. Even the current sage mode was barely maintained through his teacher's guidance. "I am a thief," a voice in Kakashi's mind sneered. "Copy ninja? That is a flattering term. To put it bluntly, I am merely a tailor, piecing together the fragments of others." "Kakashi?" Minato's voice interrupted his thoughts. Kakashi abruptly lifted his head. Shuemin gazed at him, his azure eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the mask, revealing the turmoil concealed within his heart. You are anxious, he stated, not as a question but a declaration. Shuemin approached Kakashi, gesturing to illustrate their heights. In the past, you barely reached my waist. Now, you are nearly my equal. Shuemin chuckled lightly and pointed towards the distant Uchiha clan. Do you feel left behind? Kakashi remained silent. After a brief pause, he spoke. Teacher, Kai burns his life force to gain the power to shatter space. Clan leader Fugaku accumulates chakra to unleash destructive force upon mountains. Yet, I cannot do the same. Kakashi's voice was coarse, as if he were chewing gravel. They have now merged with the first Hokage's cellular power, while my chakra is merely half of Kai's, and only a third of Fugaku's. If it comes to comparing strength and consumption, I shall forever watch their backs, enveloped in dust. Otsutsuki Kagaya hovered in the air, having overheard their exchange. She did not turn around, but merely let out a disdainful huff. The vessels of mortals are limited, destined to have their constraints. Kagaya's words were sharp yet true. Kakashi did not retort. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Thus, I am contemplating an alternative path. Kakashi raised the kunai, aiming it at a distant boulder. If I cannot wield a hammer to smash the rock, I shall become a needle to pierce it. Shuemin's brow arched. Continue. Kakashi inhaled deeply, pointing at the remnants of Fugaku's battle. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo indeed possesses great might. However, it is a target. In battles of Otsutsuki caliber, the larger the size, the greater the area of impact, and the more dispersed the chakra. Kakashi turned to Shuemin, locking eyes with him. Teacher, what if I were to compress that 100-meter Susanoo entirely within my body? Silence enveloped the air. Kagaya turned her head, a flicker of absurdity crossing her pure white gaze. Compression? Susanoo is the manifestation of in-release chakra. Compressing a 100-meter volume into 2 meters would increase its density exponentially. Kagaya regarded him as if he were a fool. Your body would disintegrate into mush. No mortal chakra network could endure such density. Kakashi paid no heed to Kagaya's words. He focused on Shuemin, awaiting the response from the man who could always create miracles. Shuemin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Density, constant mass, reduced volume. Gravitational collapse. Shuemin's fingers danced in the air as if calculating an equation. Theoretically, the flesh indeed cannot withstand it. Suddenly, Shuemin smiled. He extended his hand and pressed it against Kakashi's forehead. If it were you, perhaps it could be done. Do not forget who resides within you. In the realm of mental space, darkness enveloped him. Uchiha Obito sat cross-legged in midair, a displeased expression on his face as he regarded the two consciousnesses that intruded upon his space. Idiot Kakashi, Obito muttered. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Compressing Susanoo into armor? What a ridiculous thought. He gestured towards the surrounding void. Do you comprehend the magnitude of energy involved? If it spirals out of control, we will both become fireworks. Kakashi stepped closer to Obito. That is why I need you. Huh. Obito rolled his eyes. What can I do? Help you collect your remains? Kamui, Kakashi pointed to his eye. The essence of Kamui lies in the folding and distortion of space. Kagaya is correct. The body cannot endure such density. But what if we do not compress the chakra onto the flesh, but rather within the folded space? Obito froze, opening his mouth to retort, but found his words stuck in his throat. Space folding. By using Kamui to create a thin layer of spatial distortion on the surface of the skin, we can inject the chakra of Susanoo within it. Thus, the body bears not the weight of the chakra, but rather that of the space. Obito stared at Kakashi as if seeing his longtime rival for the first time. Have you been struck by Raikiri? Such precision, one tremor of your hand could shatter the spatial distortion, and your arm would be severed by the chaotic currents of space. Kakashi's expression remained impassive. That is why I am here. In terms of precise control over Kamui, you are the master. In understanding yin-yang release, the teacher is the expert. Kakashi extended his fist towards Obito. Help me. Not for Konoha, not for the world, but simply to ensure that I do not lose to that fool Kai. Obito regarded the fist, silent for a long while. Finally, he turned his head, extending his own fist to strike against Kakashi's with considerable force. If we mess this up, I will carve Kakashi as an idiot onto the memorial stone. In the outside world, Kakashi opened his eyes. The crimson of his left eye and the violet of his right ignited simultaneously. Let us begin. A thunderous roar erupted as blue chakra surged skyward. A colossal Susanoo skeletal frame took shape behind Kakashi, soon followed by its veins, flesh, and armor. The complete form of Susanoo stood at 100 meters tall, casting a shadow over the setting sun in the Valley of the End. Kaguya drifted back slightly, arms crossed, preparing to watch the spectacle. "Too large and unwieldy," she remarked. Kakashi remained motionless, his hands forming a seal never before witnessed. Kamui internal explosion. The air emitted a piercing wail as the 100-meter Susanoo began to distort, not dissipate, but rather be forcibly drawn towards the center by an overwhelming force. This was the gravitational pull of Kamui unleashed with all of Obito's might within the mental space. "Compress it." Kakashi's forehead pulsated with veins, blood trickling from his nostrils. The enormous blue giant emitted groans of unbearable strain. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. With each meter it shrank, the backlash pressure multiplied. Kakashi's bones creaked under the strain. His skin began to crack, fine droplets of blood seeping out, instantly evaporated into mist by the intense heat. Not enough. Obito roared. "Inject natural energy. Use sage techniques to neutralize the volatility of yin release." Shueimon stood a short distance away, golden chains extending from behind him, ready to intervene, yet he refrained, observing and documenting. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The Susanoo had lost all semblance of human form, transforming into a blindingly intense, deep blue sphere of light enveloping Kakashi. The surrounding space began to fracture with black cracks, unable to bear the overwhelming mass. "Ah!" Kakashi cried out in agony, his right arm's bones shattering, crushed by the terrifying density. "Give up," Kaguya coldly stated. "This is the limit. If you push further, it will become a black hole." Yet Shueimon shook his head. No, he has found it. At the heart of the sphere, Kakashi's vision blurred, but he could sense it. Amidst the excruciating pain, at the precipice of collapse, lay a wondrous balance, a calm in the eye of the storm. This is it. Kakashi's eyes widened, both of his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, a sign of his ocular power being exhausted. Concentrate. In that moment, all light, all chakra, collapsed inwards. A thunderous sound echoed, not the cataclysmic explosion one might expect, but a dull thud, akin to a heavy object falling into water. As the dust settled, Kaguya's pupils constricted sharply. At the center of the ruins, Kakashi knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He was drenched in blood, his right arm twisted unnaturally. Yet, upon his right arm lay a layer of something extraordinary. It was not a colossal energy cloak, but rather a layer of deep blue, crystalline armor. This delicate veneer conformed to the muscular contours of his arm, adorned with intricate black runes, the remnants of compressed, solidified space. No violent aura leaked forth. All the energy was confined within that mere few millimeters of crystal. Kakashi trembled as he raised his right arm, gazing at the nearby Shiki no Tama, a precious orb that had just fallen from Minato, now suspended in midair. "Let us give it a try," he whispered. He swung his right arm, not employing Raikiri, but executing a simple strike. The deep blue armor glided through the air. With a soft thud, the orb, reputed to be indestructible and embodying the universe, was effortlessly sliced in half, the cut gleaming like a mirror. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Kaguya, who had previously crossed her arms, slowly lowered them, her gaze shifting from the fractured orb to Kakashi's arm, shimmering with blue light. For the first time, a grave expression graced her features. Kakashi gradually straightened his posture. Although only one arm had undergone compression and despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, the corner of his mouth curled into a subtle smile beneath his mask. He turned towards Minato, raising the hand that had cleaved the Shiki no Tama. "Sensei, I have discovered my path." Chapter 150, Absolute Density. Shino Susanoo's adamantine armor. In the blink of an eye, days of rigorous training had passed. The thunderous roar of the waterfall at the Valley of the End persisted. Yet the atmosphere had grown tense. Minato stood atop a massive boulder, for specially forged kunai clasped in his hand. "Have you made up your mind?" he inquired, observing Kakashi below. "A few days ago, you merely compressed your arm and nearly incapacitated it within 3 seconds. This time, it's your entire body. Should you lose control, you will become a human bomb, your very soul crushed." Kakashi stood amidst the ruins, methodically wrapping bandages around his hands. His movements were deliberate and steady. Guy had opened the 8th gate. Kakashi tightened the bandages and bit through them, recalling how Fugaku and the clan had mastered the Susanoo's adamantine form. "I do not wish to lag behind." Minato chuckled, refraining from further admonition. With a flick of his wrist, he released the kunai. The 4 kunai embedded themselves precisely at the cardinal points. A scarlet light erupted skyward, and the Shichibukai formation rapidly took shape, sealing off a radius of 500 meters completely. Kagaya-sama, Minato addressed the hovering figure of Kagaya. Please monitor the spatial fluctuations. If it detonates, ensure the surrounding area remains intact. Kagaya's expression remained cold, yet she inched closer. Foolish, she remarked. Have you not endured enough hardship these past few days? Within the barrier, Kakashi inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, his gaze blazed crimson. Obito, he called within his mind. In the mental realm, Obito lay sprawled on the ground, exuding an aura of despair. Here we go again, right? Obito rolled over, irritation evident in his tone. These past few days of merely assisting you with that arm, my mental strength is nearly depleted. This time, it's for real. Kakashi's voice remained calm. Compression of the entire body. Have you lost your mind? Obito shot up. Local and full-body compression are two entirely different concepts. The chakra required for such a feat, if even slightly unbalanced, we both perish. That's precisely why I need you, Kakashi stated without further elaboration. Are you ready? Obito grumbled as he rose, hands clasped together. Don't blame me if you die. Outside, a thunderous roar erupted as blue chakra exploded forth like a tsunami. The fully formed Susanoo, towering 100 meters high, ascended, its wings unfurling to obscure the midday sun. The oppressive aura was suffocating, regardless of how many times one witnessed it. Yet this time, Kakashi did not allow it to maintain its grandeur for even a second. With his hands forming seals, he invoked the reverse sealing technique. Shrink. The air emitted a piercing screech. Before the towering giant could unleash a roar, it was forcibly drawn inward by a terrifying internal gravity. The fruits of his training manifested at that moment. Unlike the clumsiness of his initial attempt, this time, the compression occurred at an astonishing speed. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. In just 2 breaths, the Susanoo had diminished by more than half. However, the true test was only beginning. As the process continued, the density increased, and the backlash escalated exponentially. Kakashi's skin ruptured, blood staining his green Jonin vest. A deep roar erupted from his throat, bones lamenting, organs trembling. It felt as though he had been cast into the depths of the ocean, every cell bearing the weight capable of crushing steel. Obito, stabilize the Shino space. Kakashi bellowed in his mind. Shut up. I'm giving it my all. Obito gritted his teeth, channeling the power of Shino to its utmost limit. Outside, the Susanoo had transformed into a blinding sphere of blue light, reduced to a height of less than 10 meters. The surrounding space began to exhibit a multitude of black fissures, a consequence of reality failing to accommodate such a high-density entity. Kagaya's gaze turned grave, her stability surpassing that of previous days. Observing the luminous sphere, she pondered whether such delicate manipulation of repulsive forces was truly within human capability. Minato crossed his arms, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. This is the bond we share. 2 geniuses sharing a pair of eyes, enduring a shared agony. Kagaya-sama, this is far more challenging than mere accumulation of strength. The luminous mass shrank to 5 meters. Kakashi's figure became indistinct, obscured by a twisting blue light. The final step. Blood tears streamed from Kakashi's eyes. Shino space exchange. He created billions of microscopic spatial fractures on the surface of his skin, forcefully infusing the colossal chakra of the Susanoo into these fractures. It was akin to carving the Qingming riverside scroll upon an eggshell. A slight tremor would lead to annihilation. The air crackled with the harsh sound of electricity as high-density chakra rubbed against space. The brilliance suddenly converged, and all fell silent. In the center of the ruins, as the dust settled, a figure stood at a mere 2 meters tall. No longer was it the translucent chakra exterior of before, but a tangible entity clad in deep blue armor. The streamlined armor clung to his form, its surface adorned with swirling black runes like rippling waves. The wings on his back had vanished, replaced by 9 jets spewing blue particles from his spine. The mask bore a fierce Tengu visage, its eye sockets aglow with scarlet light. Absolute density. Shino Susanoo's adamantine armor. Kakashi lifted his hand. The deep blue gauntlet reflected a cold metallic sheen under the sun. He gently clenched his fist, devoid of any chakra fluctuations. All power was perfectly sealed within this layer of space armor, merely a few millimeters thick. I did it. Obito's feeble voice reached him. Kakashi, you owe me a life. Minato dispelled the barrier, approaching him while tossing a kunai in hand. It seems the trials of these past few days were not in vain. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the kunai, which transformed into a golden light, shooting directly towards Kakashi's chest. This time, Kakashi remained still. As the kunai approached the armor, it suddenly collided with an invisible wall, producing a creaking sound. The tip of the kunai began to bend, followed by its entire body elongating, twisting, and ultimately disintegrating into countless tiny iron shavings. These shavings did not fall to the ground. Instead, they swirled around Kakashi, forming a metallic halo. This was a passive gravitational field. Minato nodded in satisfaction. Compressing the mass of the 100-meter giant into a mere 2 meters, you have now become a humanoid black hole. Kaguya floated over, reaching out to touch the layer of armor. However, at the moment her fingertips approached, she sensed an extremely sharp spatial cutting force. This was the spatial discontinuity armor. Kaguya withdrew her hand, realizing that physical attacks were ineffective and ninjutsu would be devoured. Apart from mental attacks, you possess almost no weaknesses. Kakashi turned his head, and from beneath his mask came a slightly fatigued, yet unmistakably excited voice. Teacher, I wish to give it a try. Minato raised an eyebrow, inquiring what he intended to try. Kakashi's thrusters suddenly erupted with blue light. I want to see if I can keep up with your speed. Boom. Without warning, the ground collapsed, forming a deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. This was not due to a stomp, but rather pure gravitational force overwhelming the earth. Kakashi's figure vanished, leaving only a distorted black shadow in the air, warped by gravity. In the next moment, a deep blue fist, accompanied by a shriek that tore through space, struck towards Minato's face. Chapter 151, Kakashi's Armor Fusion. Minato let loose. I unleashed an entire ocean. Boom. There was no forewarning, no initiation, and even the sound of air being compressed was delayed. The spot where Kakashi had been standing instantaneously collapsed, creating a pit 100 meters wide. This destruction was not caused by a chakra explosion, but by sheer mass. When a 100-meter-tall Susanoo was compressed into a 2-meter humanoid form, Kakashi's current density was comparable to that of a walking neutron star. Gravity crushed the rock layers. His figure disappeared. No, he had traversed the distance of space before the light could reach the retina. A deep blue fist, enveloped in a gravitational field that warped light, abruptly appeared before Minato's nose. Minato tilted his head back, his golden hair swept up by the force of the punch, snapping off and turning to ash. That fist grazed Minato's nose, striking empty air. Boom. The atmosphere emitted a lament of unbearable strain. A visible transparent ripple shot out in the direction of the punch. Wherever the ripple traveled, the space manifested intricate black cracks. 1,000 meters away, a line of towering mountain ranges unexpectedly crumbled from the center. There was no explosion, only annihilation. The mountains appeared as if erased by an unseen colossal hand, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like semicircular gap. Minato's figure flickered 100 meters away. He glanced at the vanished mountain range behind him and then at the blue figure still poised to strike. Without even a greeting about the armor fusion, Minato shook his wrist, sore from the force of the punch. Kakashi, are you trying to kill your teacher? Kakashi slowly retracted his fist. The deep blue armor shimmered with black runes. The 9 thrusters on his back expelled streams of blue particles, maintaining the balance of his body. Kakashi's voice, imbued with a metallic quality, emerged from beneath the mask. My teacher taught me that on the battlefield, enemies will not grant you the time to announce your techniques. Minato chuckled. You learn quickly. He produced a specially crafted flying Raijin kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With a flick of his fingers, the kunai transformed into a golden halo at his fingertips. Then let me see just how resilient your 2-meter-tall Susanoo truly is. Whoosh. Minato vanished. Simultaneously, dozens of kunai appeared in Kakashi's vicinity from all directions. Each kunai was imbued with high-density wind chakra, sharp enough to cut through diamonds. A comprehensive defense. Kakashi remained still, not even adopting a defensive posture. Simply by standing there, the surrounding space warped due to its high quality, forming a natural gravitational barrier. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant impacts echoed through the sky. Those kunai, capable of severing steel, sparked as they collided with the blue armor. The kunai shattered. The armor bore not a single mark. Too light. Obito's voice resonated in Kakashi's mind, tinged with arrogance. This level of physical attack isn't even enough to tickle that armor. Don't be complacent, Kakashi internally responded. The teacher hasn't yet used the second stage of flying Raijin. Before he could finish his thought, a hand suddenly pressed against Kakashi's back. Minato completed a teleportation through a kunai that had been deflected. In his palm, a golden Rasengan spun furiously. Senjutsu Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan slammed solidly against the back of the armor, unleashing a rotational force powerful enough to shatter city walls. Kakashi's figure merely swayed slightly. The Rasengan ground against the armor's surface, producing a piercing screech, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. All the impact was absorbed by the microscopic spatial discontinuities on the armor's surface, transferred to an alternate dimension. Teacher, I've caught you. Kakashi spun around abruptly. Sweeping his right arm, the blue gauntlet whipped up a chilling wind, striking towards Minato behind him. Minato vanished once more, reappearing 100 meters away. Physical immunity, ninjutsu absorption. Minato regarded Kakashi, who remained unscathed, lightly tapping his thigh with his fingers. You're just a metal turtle, and a prickly one at that. Kagaya hovered in midair, observing the scene. This fighting style, she frowned. It is quite unsightly, yet remarkably effective. Pure defense is not the objective. Kakashi seeks offense. Obito, how do you feel? Kakashi sensed his skin beginning to heat up. This was the waste heat generated by the operation of high-density chakra. I can hold on. Obito gritted his teeth. But don't drag it out too long. This thing burns hotter than Amaterasu. Then let us settle this quickly. Kakashi took a deep breath. The blue light from the thrusters on his back surging. Boom. The earth collapsed once more. Kakashi transformed into a blue comet, charging towards Minato. His speed was even greater than before. He was utilizing Kamui to distort the spatial distance ahead, shortening the travel time. Faster. Minato raised an eyebrow. This is my domain. A flash of golden light. The two engaged in a high-speed chase in the air. The sky erupted with bursts of white sonic clouds. Golden flashes and blue comets collided. Separated and collided again. With each clash, they carved a bottomless canyon into the ground. Too slow. Kakashi roared amidst his rapid movement. He could feel it. Although his straight-line speed had reached its pinnacle, even distorting light, Minato always seemed to be one step ahead. The flying Raijin technique was instantaneous. Instantaneous means there is no process. No matter how fast Kakashi ran, as long as Minato activated his technique, he would forever be eating dust behind him. He had to cut off his teacher's path. Black lightning began to coalesce in Kakashi's right hand. This was not an ordinary Raikiri. It was a black lightning blade infused with Kamui's power. The concept of severance was bestowed upon the lightning. Kamui Raikiri. Kakashi abruptly slammed the brakes. The immense inertia stirred up a tempest. He did not attack Minato. Instead, he aimed for the position where Minato was about to land. Throwing a kunai embedded in the rock. Flash. A black lightning blade sliced through the void, failing to strike the kunai, but instead cleaving the space surrounding it. A crisp crack resonated as that expanse shattered like glass. The figure of Bo-Fong Shui-Min appeared only halfway beside the kunai when suddenly, all sensations of the Hiratian technique were interrupted, akin to a severed telephone line. Shui-Min's form flickered, forcibly ejected from the spatial passage, stumbling to the ground. Shui-Min gazed at the kunai in his hand. The technique inscribed upon it remained intact. However, the connection to the space had been severed. Had the coordinates been cut off? His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Kakashi. No. The black lightning blade in Kakashi's grasp continued to pulsate, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. What I have severed is the very fabric of space itself. The spatial realm in that area has been cleaved. Hiratian relies on spatial coordinates for its leaps. Without a path, no matter how swift the vehicle, it is of no use. Kakashi lifted the lightning blade, pointing it at Shui-Min. Teacher, you can no longer teleport. In this battlefield I have locked down. You must rely solely on your legs. Shui-Min hesitated for a moment, then casually tossed the kunai aside. Interesting. He unfastened the collar of his Yushin robe. A golden wave of energy surged from beneath his feet. This was not ordinary chakra. It was an amalgamation of natural energy, the power of the Kyubi, and his own life force, a manifestation of the Rakudo Sennin. Since you have sealed my Hiratian, Shui-Min cracked his neck with a series of audible pops. I shall take this a bit more seriously. Boom. Golden flames erupted, expanding dramatically. Shui-Min's hair stood on end, the sun mark on his forehead shining blindingly. Surrounding debris began to levitate slowly in the air. Kakashi. Shui Min's form began to blur, a testament to his unparalleled speed, leaving behind mere afterimages. Do you think that without Haration, I cannot run fast? Swish. The afterimages dissipated. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Kakashi. So fast, Kakashi's pupils constricted. This raw physical speed bore an even greater oppressive force than the previous teleportation. Shino Ryuketsu, 2 strikes. Kakashi simultaneously summoned the black lightning blades in both hands, crossing them upwards to strike. Clang. A golden hand grasped the convergence point of the 2 lightning blades with bare hands. Shui Min's palm, enveloped in high-density sage chakra, crushed the black lightning capable of slicing through space. What? Obito exclaimed in the mental realm. Had he lost his mind? That was a spatial cut. As long as the density is sufficient, space can also be crushed. Shui Min's voice echoed in Kakashi's ear. Your armor compresses the Susanoo. My sage art compresses the natural energy of the entire Valley of the End. With a twist of his wrist, Shui Min exerted force. Crack. The black lightning blade was forcibly crushed, dissipating into black arcs. Shui Min leveraged the momentum downward, delivering a powerful kick to Kakashi's shoulder. Boom. Kakashi was struck as if by a meteor, transforming into a blue streak that crashed violently into the ground. The earth trembled violently, dust soaring into the sky. Coughing, Kakashi struggled to rise from the ruins. A fine crack appeared on the blue armor on his shoulder. White steam erupted furiously from the armor's seams. This was a signal of overload. Warning, warning, Obito ward. The temperature in the Kamui space is too high. If this continues, the armor will melt. Hold on. Kakashi bit his tongue to stay alert. He gazed at the golden figure hovering above, resembling a deity. Just a little more, if I can land a hit. Kakashi soared skyward once again, the light of his Raikiri intensifying, shifting from black to a deep purple black. This was his final strike, infused with the essence of yin-yang release. Teacher, prepare yourself. As Shui Min observed Kakashi charging towards him, a slight smile graced his lips. Such commendable courage. With hands forming seals, 2 plumes of white smoke erupted. 2 physical shadow clones materialized beside him. 3 Shui Min simultaneously extended their right hands. 3 differently colored Rasengan coalescing in their palms. One was golden, representing Sage Chakra. Another was red-purple, embodying the Kyubi Chakra. The last was black. A transformation of the Otsutsuki's truth-seeking balls into yin-yang release. However, as a teacher, 3 Shui Min dove down simultaneously, colliding with Kakashi. It is time to teach you the disparity in firepower. Sage art. 3 consecutive spiraling sphere dance roar. In the sky, a blue meteor collided with 3 golden bolts of lightning, a moment frozen in time. Beneath Kakashi's fierce mask, his Sharingan spun wildly. On Shui Min's tranquil face lay an expression of composure. The 2 cataclysmic forces remained merely a centimeter apart. 3 Rasengan, imbued with world-destroying might, halted just a centimeter from Kakashi's chest armor. There was no sound of impact. The instant the Rasengan made contact with the armor, space collapsed like mercury. The golden, red, and black chakra glowed brilliantly, yet before it could explode, it was forcibly swallowed by the deep blue armor. Not a trace of backlash escaped. The golden sage chakra, the red-purple Kyubi chakra, and the black yin-yang release penetrated Kakashi's chest without hindrance. Both Feng Shui Min surged forward, his arms embedding within Kakashi as if they were air. Phasing, the most fundamental and unresolvable ability of Kamui. Kakashi did not evade. He opened the door to the space, allowing the enemy's attack to flow into the void of another realm. Now, Obito's voice thundered in the mental space. Kakashi's chest armor blazed with blinding blue light. Materialization. The once open spatial passage abruptly closed. The rigid, deep blue armor reformed, clamping down like a hydraulic press, firmly trapping Shui Min's arms within his chest. Caught. Kakashi's eyes bulged beneath the mask, blood vessels rapidly filling his eyes. The armor sealed shut. The deep blue crystalline layer locked down, firmly grasping Shui Min's arms probing into his chest cavity. Shui Min came to a halt. His arms immobilized within Kakashi's chest, unable to move. Kakashi raised his head, his crimson Sharingan whirling behind the mask. His right hand lifted. The Raikiri in his palm had long extinguished, replaced by a short blade that sprang forth from his elbow, composed of high-density spatial particles. Teacher. General. The short blade swept horizontally, aimed at Shui Min's throat. Should this strike land, the spatial cutting nature would transport Shui Min's head directly to another realm. No flesh could withstand such a decapitation at the rule level. Shui Min made no effort to struggle. He didn't even attempt to withdraw his arms. Quite the thought-provoking strategy, Shui Min mused. Puff. White smoke erupted. The Shui Min locked by Kakashi instantly vanished. Two clouds of chakra smoke exploded within Kakashi's chest, the impact causing his armor to resonate. Shadow clone. At the moment of the 3 consecutive Rasengan charge, Shui Min's true body had already completed the substitution. Kakashi swung his blade through empty air, the short blade slicing through the atmosphere, leaving a pitch-black rift in space. He abruptly looked up. 1,000 meters above, a golden flash shone like the blazing sun. Bofeng Shui Min hovered beneath the clouds, hands forming seals, moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. While your armor can devour ninjutsu, what if the numbers exceed the capacity of space itself? Shui Min opened his mouth, his chest swelling dramatically. The surrounding natural energies converged wildly, forming a colossal storm vortex. The mystical art of Fengduan Guangluan unleashed a torrential downpour of dark arrows. The sky dimmed ominously. Countless black wind arrows, intermingled with golden flames, cascaded down like a torrential rain. Each arrow was forged from highly compressed wind chakra, potent enough to pierce through mountains. Now, there were 100,000. It was an all-encompassing carpet bombing, devoid of blind spots or escape routes. The ruins of the Valley of the End were instantly engulfed by the black deluge. Kakashi stood at the heart of the rain, with destruction looming above. There was no evasion. Obito swiftly assessed in his mind. The intangibility had a time limit. Such sustained assault would exhaust us. Therefore, evasion was futile. Kakashi slightly bent his legs, and the 9 nozzles on his armor's back ignited simultaneously. Blue particles of light surged forth, incinerating the ground into a glass-like state. He charged forward. Boom. Kakashi propelled himself upwards, spinning at high speed, transforming into a deep blue drill. The spatial fractures on his armor's surface formed an absolute slaughterhouse under the centrifugal force of his rotation. The black arrows collided with the blue drill. Clang. The cacophony of impacts resonated sharply, deafening. The wind arrows shattered. The flames extinguished. Any attack that made contact with Kakashi's body was instantly pulverized, devoured, and redirected. He was like a nail pushing upstream, forcefully tearing through the veil of black rain. Minato observed the figure soaring through the clouds, ceasing his hand seals. He drew a specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it with resolve. Come forth. A flash of blue light erupted as Kakashi breached the final defense, confronting Minato. The spinning halted. Utilizing the inertia from his rotation, he executed a sweeping kick. The spatial blades attached to his leg armor tore through the air, emitting a wailing shriek. Minato leaned back, his golden hair swept by the gusts. Rather than severing, it vanished into thin air, consumed by the spatial void. Minato's pupils constricted. This armor was not merely defensive. It was a deadly weapon adorned with spikes. Any physical contact would result in grievous injury. Swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Minato vanished from his position, materializing behind Kakashi. The kunai thrust aimed at the jet nozzles on his armor's back, the sole outlet for energy, perhaps a weakness. Clang. The kunai struck the edge of the nozzle. Sparks flying. The force of Kamui surged. Kakashi's back arched slightly as the armor's plates cracked open. A visible black repulsion wave burst forth without warning. No charging. No seals, pure spatial turbulence. Boom. A terrifying repulsion blast erupted, forcing Minato to disappear once more. He flickered in the air, golden light weaving a net around Kakashi. With each flicker came a lethal probing strike. Kakashi, however, resembled a moving fortress of steel. He did not seek the pinnacle of speed, but rather the guarantee of fatal strikes. Fists, elbows, knees, legs, every part of his body was a weapon. A mere brush against Minato could cost him a piece of flesh. Their battle ascended from the ground to the skies, and then into the clouds. The sea of clouds was shredded. The sky resembled a fractured mirror, riddled with black spatial fissures. Kaguya stood atop a distant mountain, her white hair tousled by the raging winds. She gazed at the deep blue figure, transforming ocular techniques into physical prowess, converting spatial laws into strikes. Kaguya extended her hand, catching a fragment drifting from the battlefield. It was a corner of Minato's divine robe. The cut was smooth, the edges still resonating with spatial fluctuations. The death of Tauscher was not in vain. Kagaya released the fragment, allowing it to be carried away by the wind. This combat style was far more perilous than merely seeking the truth-seeking balls. The truth-seeking balls obliterated matter, while this individual eradicated existence itself. Should he make contact, that portion of the body would vanish completely from this world. This transcended the realm of gods. At the battlefield center, Kakashi's breath grew labored. The temperature within the armor soared to alarming levels. His skin burned, and sweat evaporated the moment it emerged. Kakashi. His vision was deteriorating. Obito shouted anxiously. The Kamui space is on the verge of collapse. It had consumed far too many jutsu and impacts, resulting in chaos within the alternate dimension. If this continued, the armor would explode without Minato lifting a finger. Just a little longer. Kakashi bit his lip, blood trickling down his chin. His vision began to blur. The world before him doubling. It was a sign of the overexertion of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But he could not stop. The absolute defensive field would vanish the moment he ceased. Teacher. Kakashi gazed at the golden figure before him, still effortlessly maneuvering. The gap remained. Even equipped with this divine armor, he was still thoroughly suppressed by Minato in experience and stamina. Minato seemed to sense something. His figure abruptly halted, hovering 100 meters away. No attack. No seals. The space behind Minato began to warp. 9 black truth-seeking balls slowly materialized, arranging themselves in a circle behind him. The previously irreverent smile faded, replaced by a suffocating calm. Kakashi. Minato spoke, his voice piercing through the raging winds, clearly resonating in Kakashi's ears. Your movements have slowed. The spatial fluctuations of your armor are becoming unstable. Minato raised his hand, gathering the 9 truth-seeking balls into his palm. Fusion. Compression. Ultimately, they transformed into a black long spear, its tip aimed directly at Kakashi. You hesitate. Minato stepped forward. That step shattered the void. You dare not kill me. Each of your strikes has avoided my vital points. Had that last sweeping kick targeted my neck, I would be lifeless now. Minato's voice pierced through the storm, unnervingly calm. Kakashi, your blade trembles. You are calculating how to avoid my vital points. Such calculations will lead to your demise. Kakashi froze. His eyes behind the mask widened in shock. The black spear in Minato's hand began to tremble. A destructive aura locked onto Kakashi. This was genuine killing intent. Not a drill. Not instruction. If he did not block this strike, he would indeed perish. Without the resolve to kill me, Minato raised the spear, assuming a throwing stance. The golden sage mode cloak blazed to its zenith. This armor, it was your self-crafted coffin. Come now, Kakashi. Kill me, or be killed by me. Boom. The spear was hurled. Black lightning cleaved through the heavens. It was a strike transcending the speed of light. No evasion possible. The truth-seeking spear filled his entire field of vision, leaving only darkness on his retina. Breath ceased, blood reversed its flow. His mind screamed for escape. Yet his body was paralyzed in sheer terror. Am I destined to lose? Chapter 153. A troop of sages capable of transcending space in battle. That was the embodiment of death. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Kakashi could clearly see the black flames of yin-yang release entwined around the spear tip, and the minute ripples in the surrounding space born from fear. There was no escape, even with Kamui's penetration. Facing such a dense yin-yang release attack would forcibly tear apart spatial barriers. Death awaited. The thought flickered through his mind. Fear? No. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented tranquility surged within him, accompanied by a hint of ignited madness. Kill him. The words of Shuemin echoed like an incantation in his ears. He did not wish to lose. He did not want to witness that figure receding into the distance. He refused to remain the worthless wretch who could only repent before the memorial stone. Dato. Kakashi silently called out in his heart. There were no hoarse shouts of rage. Only an unwavering resolve steeped in calmness. Give me all your chakra. In the realm of his mind, Dato observed the lethal shot aimed at him, then glanced at Kakashi's bloodied eyes. He fell silent for a moment. Subsequently, the always feisty, always proud Uchiha youth revealed a sinister smile. Take it. Don't embarrass me. Boom. A torrent of dark green chakra surged through the mental link, flooding into Kakashi's chakra pathways. It was the purest Uchiha power belonging to Dato. It embodied despair, love, regret, and hope in its ultimate form of yin release. In the outside world, Kakashi's deep blue armor instantly disintegrated. No, it was reconfiguring. The color of the armor shifted from deep blue to a profound purple-black. The originally streamlined surface of the armor sprouted countless sharp barbs. The faceplate's Yatagarasa design became even more ferocious, with fangs bared, resembling a hellish demon. Kamui overload mode. Kakashi did not retreat. He did not defend. The jet ports on his back erupted, creating a ripple of black void waves. He charged towards the long spear of the seeking Tao. Teacher! Kakashi let out a beast-like roar. His right hand formed a blade. Purple-black lightning gathered, compressed, and collapsed at the edge of his palm. It was no longer merely a severing strike. It was a spatial blade formed by compressing the devouring power of Kamui to its utmost limit. Raikiri Kamui Judgment. Two beams of black light clashed in midair. There was no explosion. There was no sound. Only a momentary silence. Then, the entire world seemed to be muted. The sky above the valley of the end split open. A pitch-black fissure, 10 kilometers long, traversed the heavens, as if someone wielded a gigantic pair of scissors, slicing the tapestry of the sky in two. As the seeking Tao spear made contact with the black hole blade, it shattered inch by inch. That artifact, deemed indestructible, crumbled under the extreme laws of space, as fragile as a withered twig. Kakashi's figure passed through the shattered spear. The purple-black hand blade, driven by an unstoppable momentum, plunged into Shumen's chest. Thud! A dull sound echoed, yet there was no expected spurt of blood. There was no tearing sound of blade piercing flesh. Beneath Kakashi's fearsome mask, those crimson pupils suddenly constricted. Something felt amiss. There was no warm blood, no cracking of bones. Instead, it felt as though he had plunged a blade into the resilient roots of an ancient tree, accompanied by a tremendous sense of resistance. The impaled Shuemin did not reveal a pained expression. His body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. His golden skin rapidly faded, morphing into a brown wood grain. Tender green shoots sprouted wildly from the wound, intertwining with Kakashi's arm, tightly ensnaring him. Mokutan, Moku Bunshin. Kakashi's heart sank to the depths. At that moment, a golden flash ignited 10 meters behind him. The figure of bluffing Shuemin appeared out of thin air, unscathed, his breathing steady. Only the flying thunder god seal on the chest of his divine robe was slowly dissipating. They exchanged places. Kakashi forced a smile. In that lethal instant, his teacher had utilized the flying thunder god technique to swap positions with a wooden clone hidden in another space or far away. This was the speed of the #1 ninja in the world. This was the yellow flash. Even in the face of imminent death, he could remain composed and strategize. The purple-black armor began to crumble inch by inch as energy drained away. The world before Kakashi began to spin, darkness surging like a tide. He had lost. Thoroughly. He hadn't even touched the hem of his teacher's garment. No. Shuemin's voice suddenly rang out, gentle yet resolute. A warm hand pressed against Kakashi's shoulder, sending a soothing chakra coursing through him. Shuemin gazed at the remnants of the wooden clone, utterly shattered by that strike. Even the released chakra affixed to it severed. His eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. You have won, Kakashi. I infused that wooden clone with 30% of my sage chakra, its hardness comparable to the seeking Tao. Yet you shattered it in one blow. Shuemin steadied his disciple, his tone earnest. If I hadn't anticipated this and activated the swap at the moment the spear shattered, that blow would have truly killed me. This is not mere consolation. Forcing Shuemin's wooden clone to sacrifice itself and shattering the seeking Tao weapon was indeed a feat worthy of a mortal slaying a god. Kakashi's consciousness began to blur. Yet he heard those words. The corners of his mouth curled slightly beneath the mask, revealing a trace of relief. Almost there. After uttering that, he completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Shuemin supported his disciple with one hand, watching the wooden clone dissipate into wood chips, letting out a long breath. Kaguya floated over. She glanced at the unscathed Shuemin, then at the pile of wood chips, a flicker of intrigue passing through her pure white eyes. Cunning humans. They actually used a clone to absorb a lethal strike. That is strategy, Lady Kaguya. Shuemin chuckled, lifting the unconscious Kakashi onto his back. Moreover, to compel me to resort to using a clone is a testament to his strength. Shuemin raised his hand, the green yang released chakra illuminating, forcibly suppressing the spatial erosion on Kakashi. Only in the face of life and death can one break through that barrier. He has done it. Shuemin looked down at Kakashi in his arms. That silver-haired youth, who always concealed his confusion behind Shinra Tiandang, had finally regained the brilliance belonging to the Hitaki clan. the son of Konoha's White Fang. How could he not possess fangs? Shuemin turned and gazed down at the ruins. Might Guy was still sound asleep, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Uchiha Fugaku and others stared in awe at the sky, where the wound in the heavens remained unhealed. Lady Kaguya, Shuemin suddenly spoke. Does Konoha now possess the qualifications to contend with our clan? Kaguya remained silent for a long while. She glanced at the silver-haired man capable of tearing the sky asunder, then at the broad-shouldered man who had trained his body to that of a dragon. Finally, her gaze fell upon the golden-haired man before her, whose chest was nearly breached, but who still engaged in light-hearted banter. Perhaps. Kaguya turned away, drifting towards the dimensional space. Don't die, woofing Shuemin. You are my ally. Shuemin smiled. He embraced Kakashi, his figure flickering, vanishing into the Valley of the End. Only the vast rift across the sky remained, proclaiming to the entire ninja world that mortals, too, can slay gods. Konoha Hospital. In the corridor of the intensive care unit, Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, the veins on her forehead pulsing like jubilant balls. Madmen. All of them madmen. One nearly had his heart explode, his bones shattered to bits. One's chakra pathways were exhausted, his eyes nearly blinded, his mental energy depleted to the point of unconsciousness. And another, Tsunade abruptly turned her head, glaring at woofing Shuemin, who was sitting on a bench, peeling an apple. As Hokage, as a teacher, how could you allow a student to have 1/3 of your lung removed? Do you have any idea how challenging it is to cleanse the residual forces attached to that wound? I spent 3 hours stitching it up. 3 hours. Tsunade struck the wall with her fist, creating a large humanoid hole. The passing nurses deftly maneuvered around the debris, their expressions unchanged. They had grown accustomed to it. The repair costs for the walls of Konoha Hospital had surged dramatically in recent days. Minato offered an awkward smile as he handed a peeled apple to Tsunade. Calm down. Lady Tsunade, isn't this for the special training? Special training? Tsunade snapped, biting into the apple with vigor. This is a suicidal assault. Despite her harsh words, she was inwardly astonished. When Guy and Kakashi were brought in, she had assessed their injuries. For an ordinary jonin, those wounds would have been fatal 800 times over. Yet these two managed to survive through sheer, terrifying vitality. Especially Kakashi. Tsunade recalled the cell activity she observed during the surgery. Kakashi's cellular vitality was extraordinarily high, almost resembling that of some high-energy conglomerate rather than human cells. Moreover, the perfect compatibility with Hashirama's cells had depleted them to such a state. It was absurd that Minato, the instigator, remained unscathed. Are they awake? Minato inquired. They are, Tsunade replied curtly, gesturing towards the patient room. They're busy boasting in there. Minato opened the door to the patient room. Inside, Might Guy was encased in plaster, suspended on a traction bed like a mummy. Yet he remained exuberant, giving Kakashi a thumbs up from the adjacent bed, though he could only move one finger. Kakashi, this is the price of youth. Although I can't move right now, I feel my heart ablaze. Once I'm discharged, I'll run 1,000 laps around Konoha upside down. Kakashi lay on another bed, his eyes covered with gauze. Upon hearing Minato's footsteps, he turned his head slightly. Sensei. His voice was weak, yet it conveyed an unprecedented sense of relief. How do you feel? Minato approached the bedside. Not bad. Kakashi pointed to his eyes. Obito said my ocular power has been exhausted. I need to rest for half a month. However, a slight smile crept across Kakashi's lips. It was worth it. That shot, that strike, it severed the shackles of my past. That's good to hear. Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder and then flicked Guy's plastered leg. Take good care of your injuries. We have a mission in half a month. A mission? Guy's eyes brightened. Is it a passionate task? Minato walked to the window, gazing at the flourishing Konoha village. His expression deepened. Lady Kaguya mentioned that the Otsutsuki clan does not consist solely of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Since we have displayed our strength, we must enhance it further. Minato turned to face his two disciples. I intend to establish a new force. A unit comprised of sages capable of engaging in combat across dimensions. I've even thought of a name. Minato raised a finger, his face adorned with that signature smile that was both reassuring and vexing. It shall be called the God-Slaying Team. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, though Kakashi could not see. Flames ignited in their eyes simultaneously. God-Slaying. That sounds so youthful. Chapter 154. Kaguya personally certifies. This is the form of God-Slaying. A month later, within the circular conference room on the top floor of the Konoha Administrative Building. The atmosphere was thick and suffocating, akin to congealed grease. They were deliberating whether to take proactive measures. I oppose. The hand of Suna's advisor, Aoi, trembled. The teacup lid clinked against the rim, producing a faint, brittle sound. The fourth Hokage, that is an unknown space. His voice was dry, as if he had swallowed sand. Kagaya's resurrection nearly destroyed the continent. Can the ninja world withstand another encounter with unknown monstrosities? Although the Tsuchikage remained seated. His expression was grave as he fixed his single eye on Minato. Lord Raikage respects your strength, but this matter is too reckless. We have just endured Kagaya's revival, suffering heavy casualties. The ninja world needs recuperation, not to provoke those unknown beasts. No one dared to interject. The representative of a Wagakure glanced at Inoki. But before he could speak, he was silenced by the Tsuchikage's intense gaze. The room was filled with heavy breathing, akin to a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, staring at the butcher sharpening his blade. In an instant, the room was filled with dissenting voices. Fear. It was fear. Even after witnessing Minato tear apart the Sage of Six Paths, the reverence for the Otsutsuki clan remained inscribed in their very bones like a chronic ailment. Minato leaned back in his chair, silent. He toyed with a specially crafted kunai, its golden blade spinning rapidly at his fingertips, emitting a faint hum. Tsunade sat to Minato's left, arms crossed, coldly observing the bickering elders. She wanted to lash out, but she restrained herself as long as Minato remained calm. Are we finished? Minato's finger halted. With a decisive thud, he drove the kunai into the table. The sound was not loud, yet it sliced through the cacophony in the conference room like a pair of scissors, silencing all. Everyone closed their mouths and turned their gaze to the young leader of the ninja world. Recuperation? Minato chuckled softly, leaning forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. If a hunter hides in a cave, sharpening his knife out of fear of the beast's claws, what do you think will happen when the beast grows hungry and blocks the entrance? When they are famished, they will come knocking. Minato tapped his fingers lightly on the table. By then, you won't even have time to sharpen your knives. That is a god. Aoi gritted his teeth. A god? Minato withdrew a scroll from his robe and tossed it onto the table. The scroll rolled twice before unfurling. It bore no text. Only 5 vivid red chakra seals radiating a heart-stopping aura. Organization of the god-slaying team. In my eyes, as long as one possesses skill, I can demonstrate that gods can indeed be slain. Minato rose, forming hand seals. Since you believe I am gambling, let me show you my cards. Reverse flying thunder god technique. Boom. The spacious conference room instantly felt cramped, not due to the number of people, but because of the sudden surge of power. The floor groaned under the strain, cracks spreading from the table legs. 4 figures abruptly appeared behind Minato. To the left stood Hatake Kakashi, clad in deep blue armor. Silently poised, he emitted no chakra, yet the light around him twisted unnaturally. The nearest chair appeared as if squeezed by an invisible hand, its metallic armrest crushed inward. That was gravity. The gravitational field generated by extreme density. To the right stood Might Guy, bare-chested, arms crossed. His skin glowed with a faint bronze sheen, and a heartbeat resonated powerfully from his chest. Thump, thump. Each heartbeat struck the eardrums of everyone present like a heavy hammer. The air trembled in sync with the rhythm, sending ripples across the tea on the table. In the center stood Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui, arranged in a triangular formation. Their eyes remained closed. Yet behind them, 3 translucent Susanoo figures flickered into existence. Unlike the cold chakra of the past, these manifestations were as solid as the divine guardians of a temple, radiating a majestic and masculine aura. The Tsuchikage swallowed hard, his single eye wide with shock. As a sensory ninja, he was acutely aware of the overwhelming presence before him. He could distinctly perceive that the individuals before him had transcended the realm of humanity. Particularly striking was the silver-haired man clad in armor. As the perception of the Tuchai chakra approached, it was devoured by an overwhelming force, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. The creature, Hai Laozong, slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself. Allow me to introduce Philon. Mizukage gestured behind him, indicating the Konoha Special Operations Unit, codenamed Shurshinban. Dasawan, Orochimaru. Suleiman turned his head. From the shadows, a hoarse laughter echoed. The silhouette writhed as Thalon emerged from Sin's shadow. His white lab coat stained with droplets of uncoagulated culture fluid. Do not regard me with such eyes, Ha Laozong, he said, casually tossing a clipboard onto the table. Your fear pales in comparison to the impending creations. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal white serpent erupted from the floor, its maw agape. There was no venom. The serpent expelled 5 orbs of chakra flames, each a different hue, suspended in midair. What you see are the most advanced biological specimens in the ninja world. Without uttering a word, Dashuan hurled a kunai towards Minato Namikaze. Clang. The kunai melted into molten iron mere inches from Ka's skin. He did not even blink. Only the reactor within his chest emitted a low, throbbing roar. Dashuan grinned, a sickly fervor in his expression. Did you see? The chakra temperature surrounding this body is maintained at 800 degrees. He is a living human-shaped nuclear bomb. To put it simply, he is a human-tail beast cloaked in human skin. If he were to unleash chakra without restraint, he alone could turn the deserts of the Wind Country into glass. Hai Lao Zhang's hand trembled. Dashuan approached Kakashi, rapping his knuckles on the deep blue armor. Clink. The crisp sound reverberated in the conference room. Chimu Kakashi, Hataki Kakashi. The embodiment of spatial rules. This armor is not metal. It is a spatial stratum folded thousands of times. A fervent light flickered in Dashuan's eyes. Unless you can rip apart a black hole with gravity, any known ninjutsu in the ninja world is ineffective against him. As for the three-uger boil, Uchiha. Dashuan cast a wary glance at Ferret, Fugaku, and his companions. The perfect fusion of yin-yang release. They have crafted the ethereal spirit manifestation of Susanoo into a corporeal divine body. In other words, Daon turned, addressing the pale-faced elders with outstretched arms. In the past, when we fought the Otsutsuki, we were merely poking an elephant with toothpicks. Now, we possess chakra. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy thumping of Ka's heartbeat, resonating through everyone's nerves. Tutide wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at someone. The golden-haired man still bore a gentle smile, yet in his eyes, it was more terrifying than the Sage of Six Paths. This was not merely a demonstration of bargaining chips. It was a display of power, an assertion to all, either keep up or fall silent. Yet, in the corner, a trembling leader of a minor nation raised his hand, stammering that this was merely theoretical data. The abilities of the Otsutsuki clan were fantastically diverse. What if, zzz? The sound of space tearing interrupted his words. A pitch-black rift suddenly opened in the void behind Son. A pale hand emerged, grasping the edges of the rift. Subsequently, a woman clad in a white robe, adorned with a 9-tomo rinnegan on her forehead, slowly floated out. Dana it, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The entire assembly stood. Chairs toppled amid the cacophony. Hai Lao Zhang nearly collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by a primal terror etched into his very genes, a visceral reaction of mortals before a deity of creation. The air thickened. Gravity seemingly multiplied tenfold. Hai Lao Zhang and Tutar felt an invisible hand constricting their throats, making breathing a luxury. Wei hovered above the conference table, her white garments billowing without wind. Her pure white eyes merely swept over the assembly, and in an instant, the flow of chakra for all present came to a standstill. Her gaze lingered on Kakashi's armor for a moment, then on Ka's heart. Indeed, she spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. These individuals possessed the fangs to hunt their own kin. A single sentence spoke volumes. With the endorsement of the progenitor of chakra, who would dare raise doubts? Wyatt turned her gaze to the leader of the minor nation. What were you saying about what if? The leader's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. It seems there are no objections. Someone clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. Since we have reached a consensus, let us issue the mission. Soimon approached the vast map of the ninja world, but his gaze did not rest upon it. He raised his hand, pointing upwards, towards the ceiling, towards the infinite void. Our objective is not defense. It is to confront the rat that has lurked in the shadows of the ninja world for a millennium. The one who has turned the future into chaos. A glint of coldness flashed instantly in his eyes. Datangmu Yishur Otsutsuki Ishiki. He has concealed himself for far too long, to the point that he may have forgotten who truly holds power in the current ninja world. Silence enveloped the room. The once opposing elders now gazed at the seemingly extravagant Shirshinban, their fears inexplicably dissipating. In its place arose an unprecedented fervor, the kind that surged through mortals who had been suppressed for millennia, now emboldened to wield blades against the divine. When do we depart? Gangsho Tsunade rose, one foot planted on her chair, exuding an air of authority. Someone turned to Guye. Have you found it? Guye snorted in disdain. She raised her right hand, her ample sleeves waving. The black rift expanded once more, transforming into a door wide enough for several to pass through. I have found it, Wu Yi grimaced. As if detecting something repugnant, the nauseating stench of chakra emanating from a crevice in another dimension. The space door slowly opened. Behind it lay not a void of darkness, but a desolate, dark red landscape. A massive cubic structure floated in midair. Atop the dark red tower, a man in a white suit was swaying a goblet in his hand. As the space door swung open, he did not turn around. He merely crushed the wine glass. Red liquid trickling down his fingers, suspended in the air, transforming into spikes. Someone adjusted the collar of his ceremonial robe. Shirshinban, assemble. The thrusters behind Kakashi illuminated with blue light. Kai's muscles tensed instantaneously, a golden red aura erupting. The three Ujiboa simultaneously opened their eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling wildly. 5 figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing into the spatial door. Simon stepped through the portal, his golden ceremonial robe billowing in the turbulent currents of time and space. He turned his head, leaving the upper echelons of the ninja world with a silhouette. Remember, from this day forth, the ninja world is no longer a nursery for gods, but a forbidden zone for the divine. The scene froze as Roman stepped into the spatial door, and the moment the wine glass slipped from the suited man's hand, crimson wine spilled into the air. Chapter 155, Da Tongmu Yishu, Wolfeng Stimon, Kaze no Kage, Minato Namikaze. The wine spilled, the liquid hovering in the air like congealed blood. Tsugin's fingers tightened. The remnants of the goblet instantly disintegrated into powder, vanishing along with the exquisite glove. He did not turn around, but the gravitational pull of the entire space seemed to amplify tenfold in that instant. The air thickened, as if filled with lead. Impertinent insects, he released his grip. Glass shards and droplets of red wine suspended in the air, then instantaneously elongated into hundreds of sharp, dark red spikes. You should not have come here. Cun raised a finger. Those spikes redirected their trajectory, locking onto the 5 individuals at the entrance. This is the abode of the divine. Mortals who tread here face certain death. Bo Feng Shui Min paid no heed to the spikes aimed at his forehead. He did not even glance at Cun. Turning his back, he beckoned to Mike Kai. Kai, step forward. Mike Kai advanced a step. Thud. The modified heart within him thumped violently. A ripple of visible waves spread through the air. This will serve as today's teaching tool. Shui Min gestured towards Cun, who sat regally on the high tower throne. His tone as casual as one selecting watermelons at a market. The Otsutsuki clan's combat style is rather monotonous. They are accustomed to overwhelming with high-level chakra or employing peculiar rules to initiate lethal moves. Shui Min raised a finger. The first lesson. When the enemy's ability is to shrink objects, how should a taijutsu ninja respond? Cun was momentarily taken aback. A teaching tool? This lowly creature considers himself a mere target for practice? A wave of absurdity surged within him, quickly followed by a torrent of rage. He had lived for over 1,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Arrogance. Cun flicked his finger. Whoosh. Hundreds of red wine spikes tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Mike Kai. Each spike bore the power of yin-yang release, sufficient to easily pierce through Susanu's defenses. Kai did not evade. He inhaled deeply. His chest swelled. The natural creation furnace at his heart surged to its zenith. Boom. A golden red aura erupted from every pore of his body. His once bronze skin turned pitch black, then peeled away to reveal a layer of dark red. Glistening metallic dragon scales beneath. The 9th gate of the Sage Gate. Open. Kai raised his right hand. Without any flamboyant gestures, he simply waved it forward. Huh. A fierce roar erupted. It was not a sound wave. It was pure atmospheric pressure. His arm moved faster than sound, compressing the air ahead and forming a visibly dense wall of high-pressure air. Clang, clang, clang. Those red wine spikes, capable of penetrating steel plates, collided with the air wall. They shattered, vaporized. Not a trace remained. Cun's pupils constricted slightly. Interesting. He rose from his throne. His white garments ruptured, and the black wedge mark began to spread across his skin. It seems you have indeed made some preparations. Cun raised his right hand, palm directed at Kai. Yet, before absolute power, such tricks are meaningless. Xiaoming by Guna. A strange wave enveloped the entire space. The air wall Kai had summoned abruptly vanished. No. It did not disappear. It was shrunk. The once several-meter-wide air wall was instantaneously compressed to a size invisible to the naked eye. Siyuen's lips curled into a mocking arc. This is the limit of mortals. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden explosion of blood erupted from his left shoulder. He staggered back 2 steps, crashing into the throne behind him. The solid stone throne crumbled instantly. Siyuen clutched his shoulder, shock finally gracing his face. What? He looked down. A pinhole-sized blood hole had appeared on his left shoulder. It was small, yet it had pierced through his body, even penetrating the wall behind him. There was no chakra fluctuation, pure physical penetration. What is happening? Siyuen could not comprehend. He had indeed reduced that attack to a microscopic level. Logically, such a minuscule attack should barely register, even less than a mosquito bite. This is physics, Mr. Siyuen. Shui Min leaned casually against the pillar at the doorway, arms crossed, leisurely explaining. Kai, enlighten him on the principle. Kai scratched his head, the sound of his dragon scale armor rasping. Teacher, I don't understand the principle. I only know. Kai grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. The object got smaller, but its weight didn't change. It hurts more. Shui Min sighed, facepalming. Though crude, it is not incorrect. Shui Min turned his gaze to Siyuen, extending a finger to illustrate. Xiaoming Bai Gu Na is indeed a divine technique. It can instantly shrink any non-living object. But it seems you have overlooked one thing. You only reduced the volume. What about the mass? Shui Min pointed at Kai. That punch moments ago compressed several tons of air. You shrunk it 100 million times. The volume decreased, but the mass remained unchanged. Do you understand what this implies? Shui Min smiled brightly. It means the density increased 100 million times. Congratulations, you have inadvertently created a miniature armor-piercing projectile. Siyuen clutched his shoulder, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kai's current form is a highly concentrated embodiment of natural energy. You merely reduced the volume, yet could not contain that vast energy. Shui Min chuckled. Density. Damn mortal theories. In the combat logic of the Otsutsuki, shrinking equates to nullification. Who would consider the cursed concept of density? With a silver tongue. The black markings on Siyuen's body completely enveloped half of his face. A black horn sprouted from his forehead. Wedge state 2. Since long-range attacks will be exploited, I shall crush you up close. Boom. Siyuen vanished. His speed was so great that it transcended the limits of space. In the next instant, he appeared above Kai. A black yin-yang release black rod materialized in his hand, thrusting downwards towards Kai's crown. Die. Kai looked up. In his crimson eyes, Siyuen's grotesque visage was reflected. There was no fear, only exhilaration. Come at me. Kai did not evade. There was no escape, nor was there a need to. He stomped the ground with force. Thud. The entire tower trembled violently. The ground caved in, forming a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. Kai's body remained still, but the space around him twisted. The black rod in Siyuen's hand halted 3 inches from Kai's head. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the black rod could not advance. It was as if an invisible hand gripped his wrist tightly. Siyuen felt his body grow unbearably heavy. This was not gravity manipulation. It was a gravitational force. The layer of dragon-scale armor on Kai was voraciously absorbing the surrounding light. The high quality produced a powerful gravitational field. I've got you. Kai's voice resonated like thunder. He extended both hands, seizing Siyuen's ankles. Dance. Boom. Kai swung his arm. Siyuen felt like a rag doll, flung by an irresistible force. The world spun. Bang. Siyuen was smashed into the ground. At that critical moment, countless black rods erupted from his body, aiming for Kai's arms. Clang. Sparks flew. However, those yin-yang released black rods, capable of sealing chakra, shattered upon contact with the dragon-scale armor. Kai did not even furrow his brows. Too weak. Boom. Siyuen was violently slammed into the alloy floor. The entire tower let out a wail, sinking 3 meters. Before he could react, bang bang bang, Kai grasped Siyuen, using him as a meteor hammer, slamming him into the ground with wild abandon. Left once, right once. With each impact, the tower would emit a mournful cry. Debris flew. Dust arose. Sichuan felt as though his bones were about to shatter. He attempted to invoke Xiaoming Biguna to shrink his form and escape, but to no avail. The surrounding space was entirely locked down by Kai's gravitational field, akin to a fly trapped in amber, rendered utterly immobile. Damn it! Sichuan roared. As a vessel of the Otsutsuki clan, he found it utterly intolerable to be humiliated like a beaten dog by an inferior being. A surge of anger surged within him. Buzz. Thousands of black rods materialized out of thin air, densely filling the space and obscuring the ceiling. Get away from me, Sichuan commanded with a flick of his mind. The rods descended like a torrential downpour, targeting Kai completely. At this distance and density, even Susanoo would be turned into a pincushion. Kai ceased his assault, gazing at the descending rods without loosening his grip. Instead, he gripped tighter. A roar erupted from the depths of Kai's chest as the reactor at his heart momentarily overloaded. Golden red sound waves transformed into tangible shock waves, exploding outward from Kai's center. Crack! The first black rod shattered upon contact with the sound wave, followed swiftly by the second, the third, and soon thousands of seemingly indestructible yin-yang black rods crumbled into black powder with that furious roar. The shock wave did not relent. It slammed against the surrounding walls. Boom! The tower suspended in the alternate space could no longer withstand such devastation. The walls collapsed, the ceiling was torn away, and the entire structure began to disintegrate. It was too loud. Minato stood atop a floating piece of rubble, casually waving away the drifting dust. Kai, you need to strengthen your control. Just shatter the black rods. There's no need to demolish the building. This is the enemy's stronghold. Show a little respect. In the center of the ruins, Kai released his grip. Sichuan collapsed to the ground, his suit now tattered rags, gasping for breath with blood smeared across his face and half of his horn broken. He was in a state of utter disarray. He lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the glowing human before him. Monster! Sichuan gritted his teeth. This was neither ninjutsu nor chakra. It was pure physical violence. Irrational, devoid of rules, simply brute force. It's not over yet. Kai assumed a combat stance. A golden red dragon phantom appearing behind him. What had transpired was merely a warm-up. The main course was yet to come. Kai raised his right leg, causing the space to warp as a chilling aura of annihilation locked onto Sichuan. Sichuan's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the threat of death. This madman truly intended to kill a god. Enough! Sichuan bellowed, abandoning all restraint. His right eye widened dramatically, intricate patterns swirling within his golden pupils. Daheitian. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Suddenly, the space above Kai ruptured, and a massive black cube materialized, measuring over 100 meters in length and width. Weighing tens of thousands of tons, it descended without warning, crashing down. This was not ninjutsu. It was an object transported from a realm where time stood still. Absolute mass. Absolute physical assault. Just as Kai prepared to kick, he felt a sudden darkness above him. A colossal shadow loomed over him. Oh! Minato raised an eyebrow, finally willing to employ some real power. Tens of thousands of tons, carrying the laws of suspended time, crashed down. Kai was about to confront it head-on when Minato's voice, cold as ice, commanded, Kai, retreat. Such a purely massive object. If you strike it, the debris could bury us. Kai hesitated for a moment. Though puzzled, he did not waver. He retracted his leg and stepped back, vanishing 100 meters away. The enormous cube hovered less than 10 meters above him, the wind pressure already shattering the ground around them. Kakashi. Minato did not look up, merely gazing ahead. It's your turn. He pointed to the cube in the sky. Second lesson. When the enemy attempts to crush you with a boulder, what should you do? Hatake Kakashi emerged from the shadows, one hand in his pocket. The layer of deep blue armor he wore shimmered with an ethereal glow in the dim light. He glanced at the colossal cube obscuring the sky, his dead fish eyes betraying a hint of boredom. Teacher, Kakashi sighed. It's not that I wish to be lazy, but this kind of pure physical assault is truly dull for me. Chapter 156, Desperate Counterattack. Kakashi confronts the divine. Uchiha awakens, shattering the heavens. The shadow overhead obscured everything. It was not clouds, but tens of thousands of tons of solid mass. The massive black cube fell silently, and the explosive sound of compressed air erupted a second later. Might Guy had long retreated 100 meters away, leaving only the figure clad in deep blue armor standing alone at the center of the falling point. Kakashi did not form signs or look up. He merely raised his right arm, palm facing upward, making a lifting gesture. Seeking death. Sichuan hovered high above, pressing down with his fingers. The cube accelerated its descent. This kind of pure physical attack required no chakra guidance. The sheer gravitational potential was sufficient to crush any carbon-based life form into pulp. Boom. Yet, at the moment the cube touched Kakashi's palm, there was no impact. Only a strange sound of devouring. The enormous black cube was consumed as if it were tofu tossed into a meat grinder. Instantly swallowed by a vortex of distorted space centered at the point of contact. How is this possible? Sichuan's pupils dilated in shock. Kakashi stood firm, beneath a descending mass that continuously vanished. He resembled a wedge driven into reality, carving a tunnel to an alternate space amidst the tens of thousands of tons of mass. The sound of splintering bones or the sight of blood splattering that Sichuan had anticipated never materialized. As the dust settled, his movements froze. The colossal, indestructible black cube had vanished upon contact with Kakashi's palm. No, not vanished. It was consumed. Kakashi remained rooted, his feet not sinking an inch into the ground. He lowered his hand, the deep blue armor emitting a mournful creak as cracks spread across his palm, only to heal rapidly. In the mental space, Obito groaned, half kneeling on the ground. Damn, this thing is heavier than a tailed beast bomb. Kakashi, the Kamui space is nearly full. If we take another hit, we might explode. Kakashi did not respond, his fingertips trembling slightly. Then let him have no chance to throw a second time. He retorted inwardly, then turned his gaze toward Sichuan suspended in midair. Is there more? Kakashi brushed off non-existent dust from his gauntlet. 10 more of these stones wouldn't fill my appetite. While weighing his options, he made sure to include a touch of mockery. Sichuan landed on the ground, staring at the unharmed human and then at the fragmented cube. Time-space ninjutsu. Sichuan's eyelid twitched. Such underhanded tactics. He spoke no further. Since a single attack could be redirected, he would simply overwhelm that bottomless pit with numbers. Sichuan raised his hand, the air vibrating, his palm aimed at Kakashi. But what if the attack frequency exceeded your transfer limit? Buzz. The air trembled as hundreds of black rods appeared, transforming into a black storm hurtling toward Kakashi, their speed twice that of the previous assault on Kai. And during their flight, the rods fluctuated in size and trajectory. Xiaoming Biguna, combined with Dehaitian. This is the rhythm suppression that Xian excels at. Kakashi remained motionless, allowing the black rods to penetrate his body. With a series of puncturing sounds, the rods effortlessly pierced through his deep blue armor and his chest, embedding themselves into the ground behind him. At that moment, Kakashi's figure became ethereal, akin to a reflection in water. Kagaya observed the illusory silhouette and coldly remarked, "Utilizing one's body within the crevice of space is a mastery that surpasses even your own." Minato smiled lightly, choosing not to dispute her claim. In the center of the battlefield, Kakashi's figure darted through the barrage of black rods. This unscrupulous fighting style indeed countered mere physical projectiles effectively. Xian furrowed his brow. His attacks were futile. Whether it was the massive cube or the dense black rods, they were rendered ineffective before this man. They were either absorbed or passed through, akin to a punch landing in cotton or in the air. It's my turn. Suddenly, Kakashi's figure solidified. The blue light from the jet ports behind him surged. With a thunderous roar, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, the space to Xian's right twisted, and a deep blue hand blade swept towards him. Instinctively, Xian activated Xiaoming Biguna, attempting to minimize his body to evade. If he could shrink to a microscopic level, any physical attack would miss. However, he failed. As his body reduced to half its size, a terrifying force of attraction bore down on him. The armor surrounding Kakashi served as a massive gravitational source. In the face of absolute mass, minuscule objects would only be drawn in more quickly. Come back. Kakashi transformed his palm into a claw and grasped at the void. Just as Xian had shrunk to a black, he was forcibly pulled back to his original form, uncontrollably crashing into Kakashi's palm. Damn it, Xian cursed. Since evasion was no longer an option, he decided to confront force with force. A black rod appeared in his hand, infused with yin-yang release chakra, plunging towards Kakashi's throat. Without flinching, Kakashi seized the black rod with his left hand while his right hand unleashed Raikiri. The purplish-black lightning compressed in his palm, producing an eerie silence rather than the usual piercing cry of birds, embodying a high-density energy that devoured sound itself. Shino Raikiri. The purplish-black lightning was silent, embodying a deathly stillness that consumed even sound. Xian raised his right hand, his palm marked with a glowing red wedge, attempting to absorb this energy. There was no collision, no explosion, just as a hot knife slices through butter. At the moment of contact with the lightning, Xian's palm passed through without obstruction, followed by a neat spray of blood. Half of his palm, along with the red wedge, vanished into thin air, exiled to the ends of a different space. The cut was smooth, with blood not even having the time to flow out before being swept away by spatial turbulence. Can't absorb it? Shin was taken aback, retreating in haste. That was not pure chakra. It was a physical slash imbued with spatial rifts. Can I escape? Kakashi, seizing the advantage, formed hand seals with one hand. The surrounding space began to display a dense web of black cracks, resembling shattered mirrors. Just 10 meters back, Shin realized that his escape route had been severed. An invisible spatial barrier loomed behind him. Any collision would split his body in two. With Raikiri in front and a severed path behind, Minato's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, fingers gripping a kunai, ready for support. Sealing the escape route, cutting off the retreat, Minato murmured. A glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes, a textbook example of hunting. Kaguya observed the battlefield, her pale fingertips tightening slightly. This tactic was reminiscent of the one used during her sealing years ago. On the battlefield, Shin found himself cornered, in a dire predicament. Apart from feeling trapped, he felt humiliated. Since taking over this body, he had never experienced such disgrace, being pursued and battered by a mere mortal as if he were a fly. In an instant, Kakashi appeared before him. The Raikiri in his hand struck again, this time aimed directly at the heart. It's over, Kakashi's voice, concealed beneath his mask, remained calm. Shin looked at the approaching black lightning, no longer attempting to evade. His expression shifted from shock and anger to a grimace. Mortal, do not be too arrogant. With a resounding boom, a dark red chakra beam erupted from within Shin, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that instantly shattered the surrounding spatial barriers. Kakashi felt an irresistible force strike him, sending him flying through the air. He tumbled several times, the jet ports on his back expelling blue flames to stabilize his position, landing 100 meters away. Finally, he was in a state of urgency. Kakashi shook his hand. The previous shockwave had caused his armor to hum ominously. As the dust settled, Shin, or rather, Otsutsuki Ishiki, had transformed. His white garments were utterly shredded. From his left temple, a massive, curved horn sprouted, reaching for the heavens. Black patterns covered his body, radiating an ominous aura. The red wedge on his abdomen glowed intensely, as if magma flowed within. Complete body wedge. Although his true form had yet to descend, the potential of this vessel had been extracted to its limit. To force me to this extent, Shin hovered in midair, his voice overlapping and hoarse, as if two souls spoke simultaneously. As lower beings, you are commendable. He raised his hand, and the debris surrounding them began to levitate. Not just a few pieces, entire remnants of the towering structure. Millions of tons of material converged in the air, obscuring the dark red sky. But the game was over. Shin's fist clenched tightly. All levitating matter began to collapse towards the center. The target was not Kakashi, it was the entire space. He intended to obliterate this stronghold, burying everyone within the turbulence of an alternate dimension. Xiaoming Baiguna, I shall shatter this entire domain. The ground trembled. Space quaked. The foundation beneath Kakashi began to crumble. This scale, Obito cursed within the mental realm. Kakashi, retreat quickly. This old man is about to flip the table. Shino cannot consume an entire space. Kakashi knelt on the ground, the blue light on his armor flickering. The recent exchange had drained a significant amount of his ocular power. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, even the strongest Shino found itself at a disadvantage. The earth fractured. Fragments of space rained down like a torrential storm. Kakashi knelt, the blue light of his armor dimming. Shino had reached its limits. Obito's voice resonated with despair. Above him, millions of tons of debris were about to crush this mere ant. Shin sneered, die? With a thunderous roar. The collapse ceased, not by natural means, but was forcibly held up. Shin's pupils constricted sharply. Beneath the ruins, the earth emitted a deep rumble. 3 colossal figures arose from the ground, dark gold, crimson, and emerald. Unlike the previously semi-transparent chakra skeletons, this time, they possessed real muscle fibers and veins flowing with magma-like blood. The heavy, solid armor produced a grating metallic sound as they moved, resembling 3 Azuras clawing their way out of hell. With a roar, the dark gold giant beneath Fugaku opened its massive mouth, exhaling visible white steam. 6 heavily armored giant hands rose thunderously, colliding head-on with the collapsing sky. The shockwave swept across the battlefield, reducing debris within a 10-mile radius to powder. Fugaku stood within the crystal embedded in the giant's forehead. The Uchiha clan had been silent for far too long, long enough for the ninja world to forget the true power of these eyes. It is time to showcase the brilliance of our Uchiha clan. With a resounding crash, as the natural energy surged forth wildly, the once translucent energy form transformed into a colossal, flesh and blood giant. Senjutsu Susanoo Kongishin, three titanic figures stood firm upon the crumbling earth, steadfastly supporting the imminent collapse of the sky. Fuyu's hand gripped tightly. Susanoo mirrored his movements. From his palm, flesh writhed, and 100-meter-long tangible katana emerged, firmly clutched in his grasp. He gazed at Cai suspended in the air, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Otsutsuki, before the Uchiha, you are but relics of a bygone era. Cai hovered midair, his single eye reflecting the three corporeal monsters. The wedge within him burned fiercely, a response from the vessel confronted with a threat of equal caliber. It was not merely an accumulation of chakra, it was a leap in the realm of existence. These creatures, which should have been mere fodder, had forged a divine physique rivaling that of the gods with their mortal shells. Evolution. Cai clenched his remaining left fist, his nails digging into his palm. How audacious for a mere weed to aspire to overshadow the heavens. Chapter 157. The Uchiha Triumvirate forces the divine to reveal its true form. Beneath the dark red sky, gravitational ripples distorted vision. Breathing became arduous, as if inhaling iron sand. The three solidified Susanoos formed a protective triangle, encircling the Otsutsuki Cai at the core. Gone was the ethereal sensation of a chakra apparition. This was a fortress of war, forged from metal, flesh, and natural energy. The dark golden Fuyu stood steady as a mountain. The crimson Itachi, wielding a divine artifact, remained silent as an abyss. The emerald Shursui, tall and slender, exuded a sharpness akin to the wind. Wolfeng Shuemin stood atop a pile of rubble in the distance, brushing off the dust from his attire. The voice of Shuemin pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield, clearly reaching Cai's ears. When one possesses a numerical advantage, yet faces an enemy whose individual combat prowess matches one's own, how does a ninja establish absolute dominance through a coordinated assault? Cai floated in the air, blood vessels around his eyes bulging, black patterns convulsing violently on his skin. Absurd. He clenched his fists, his nails piercing through his palms. The Otsutsuki clan had harvested countless planets, yet never had prey dared to treat the hunter as a mere punching bag. A coordinated attack? Cai laughed, a hoarse sound accompanied by the crack of grinding bones. The larger the target, the more vulnerabilities it possesses. Such a cumbersome target, I could obliterate in an instant. A resounding crash echoed as words left his mouth. A green light tore through his retina. No hand seals, no buildup of energy. The emerald Susanoo of Uchiha Shursui vanished into thin air. The body flicker technique. This was the signature skill of Uchiha Shursui. Yet at this moment, it was executed by a 100-meter-tall iron giant. Cai senses screamed. Behind him, a force capable of shattering mountains surged forth. Cai turned abruptly, witnessing a colossal leg clad in green armor sweeping towards him. This leg compressed all the air in its path, forming a tangible vacuum blade. How could it be so fast? His pupils contracted. Such massive weight should have accompanied sluggishness. Yet this Susanoo defied physical inertia, instantly traversing a kilometer. There was no evading it. Cai instinctively raised his right arm, the black wedge mark glowing ominously red. His right eye focused, unleashing a torrent of ocular power. Lesser Byakugan. Shrink. A strange wave collided with the armor of Susanoo's leg. However, this time, the invincible ocular technique seemed to strike against an invisible oil film. It was a high-density natural energy shield. The ocular technique slid off. That leg, capable of shattering mountains, struck Cai's waist with contemptuous physical force. The sound of his spine fracturing drowned out the wind. Cai's abdomen caved in, his body folding at a 90-degree angle. He transformed into a streak of black, propelled sideways by the force. His vertebrae cracked in succession, internal organs shifting violently. He tumbled through the air, attempting to regain his posture. But it was not over. A chilling voice echoed ahead. The crimson light obscured his vision. The Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi awaited his landing point, left hand bearing a shield, the Yata mirror, transformed into a massive crimson wall. The tangible red shield shattered the air, sealing off all of Cai's escape routes. Ci Xian could not halt his momentum. Like a fly crashing against glass, he slammed into the Yata mirror. Crack! Every bone in his body seemed to dislocate. The recoil forced him to spit out blood. Before he could slide down, Itachi's right hand moved. The Tenkyuken, an intangible chakra sword, infused with the essence of sealing all things, descended upon him. Get away! Ci Xian roared. Several black rods erupted from his body, attempting to obstruct the sword. Clang! The black rods shattered upon contact with the Tenkyuken. It melded the powers of humanity and sage arts, severing matter and barreling towards the soul. Ci Xian sensed the chill of death. He disregarded his appearance and shrank his body to the micron level. The Tenkyuken slashed through the air, carving a bottomless chasm into the earth. Hiding, are we? A thunderous roar reverberated overhead. Uchiha Fuyu. The dark golden Susanoo had leapt into the sky. His fists clenched tightly, raised high. Like a giant from mythology who carved the world. Fuyu's fists tightened, the sound waves shattering the surrounding floating stones. In the face of absolute mass, evasion was futile. Crash! His fists descended. The target was not Ci Xian, but the very earth itself. Senjutsu Susanoo Kongosui. The ground collapsed. In an instant, the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius sank by 100 meters. The shockwave, carrying debris and magma, surged outward with furious intensity. Hidden within the microscopic world, Ci Xian felt as though he had been thrown into a centrifuge. The surrounding air density skyrocketed hundreds of times. His minuscule form could not maintain balance amidst such chaotic energy turbulence. He was compelled to revert to his normal size. As soon as he emerged, a dark golden hand reached for him. Fuyu had anticipated his position. He was caught. The hand closed around him. Ci Xian was firmly gripped in its palm. Lesser Byakugan. Ci Xian roared, locking his gaze onto the hand that ensnared him. Shrink. A surge of ocular power activated. Yet, the hand did not vanish instantly. It merely quivered slightly. The layer of dark golden, tangible chakra covering its surface began to slowly contract, at an astonishingly slow pace. Akin to using a spoon to scoop frozen ice cream. How could this be? Ci Xian was taken aback. Had his ocular technique truly failed? Are you surprised? Fuyu lifted Ci Xian before him. Those enormous kaleidoscopic Sharingan coldly scrutinized the insect in his grasp through the mask. Your technique is to shrink objects. However, our Susanoo has fused the highest density of natural energy, pioneered by the fourth Hokage. Every inch of armor compresses the mass of entire mountains. Fuyu's fingers began to exert pressure. Crack! Every bone in Ci Xian's body cried out in agony. To shrink such a dense substance. Do you possess the ocular power to do so? A blatant mockery. The veins in Ci Xian's neck bulged, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He was Otsutsuki, a god who devoured planets. Now he was ridiculed by a mere human for lacking sufficient ocular power? Arrogance. The chakra within Tsuyuan surged uncontrollably. The crimson wedge in his abdomen radiating intense heat. Countless black rods erupted from his body, forcefully prying open Fuyue's palm. He awkwardly extricated himself, suspended in midair, gasping for breath. His white suit had been reduced to tatters, and one of his horns was shattered. His face was smeared with blood. Tsuyuan lifted his gaze, confronting the three colossal figures surrounding him, rendering escape impossible. His fingers trembled. He yearned to clench his fist, yet his joints refused to obey. This bodily response was an unprecedented experience in his millennia of existence. Chapter 158. The Enhancement of Amaterasu. The Opening of Ludao Mode by Bo Feng Shui Min. Tsuyuan panted, realizing that these individuals were not engaged in combat. They were evidently conducting tests. The one who kicked him was assessing speed. The one who struck him with a shield was testing defense. The one who squeezed him was gauging strength. He was merely a guinea pig. A tool for these inferior beings to sharpen their blades against the Otsutsuki clan. Unforgivable. Tsuyuan ceased his roaring. He raised his head amidst the black flames, and the grotesque expression on his charred face abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling calmness. Since the vessel was already compromised, he whispered softly as if stating an inconsequential fact. There was no need for further caution in its maintenance. Boom. The wedge within him ceased to overload and instead detonated. At that moment, the green Susanoo directly opposite him had its chest armor suddenly open, revealing a massive, spiraling kaleidoscopic reflection within. The deity, Tian Shun Huangyan. The kaleidoscopic patterns of the right eye spun wildly, blood oozing from its sockets. No beams, no sounds. The world within Tsuyuan's eyes transformed abruptly. He found himself kneeling, submitting to humanity. This absurd image invaded his mind, forcibly altering his perception. The mental defenses of the Otsutsuki clashed violently with this domineering will. Tsuyuan's movements experienced a lethal tenth of a second paralysis. A tenth of a second. In battles of this caliber, a tenth of a second is eternity. Amaterasu. From the side, Itachi's voice was as soft as a sigh. Black flames ignited spontaneously upon Tsuyuan. The unquenchable fire, enhanced by the Shansu chakra, no longer burned superficially. It burrowed into Tsuyuan's pores as if it possessed life. Amaterasu, epic level enhanced. It scorched his chakra, searing his flesh. Aya! Tsuyuan gaped. A bestial roar erupting from his throat, his vocal cords tearing under the high-frequency vibrations. He awakened from his stupor, realizing he had transformed into a being of fire. He began to frantically beat at the black flames upon him. Futile. It could not be absorbed. It was unlike anything before. This black flame was intermingled with a high density, special natural energy, rendering the wedge ineffective. It could not diminish. The black flames adhered to his skin, merging with him. Pain. An agonizing pain that penetrated to his very marrow. Tsuyuan rolled and struggled in the air, akin to a moth ensnared in a fire pit. The three Susanoo observed him silently, refraining from further attack, as if watching a dying prey. Bofeng Shui Min stood at a distance, his cerulean pupils constricted, his mind rapidly analyzing the battlefield data. The high-density Jinsu chakra of the human Da Shanfar could delay a mere few seconds of Bigana. Physical strikes combined with mental control proved effective. He did not relax in the slightest, his specially designed kunai firmly gripped, golden chakra beginning to boil around him. Data collection complete. Shui Min murmured, next. The true death battle begins. He raised his head, his azure eyes piercing through the black flames, locking onto the awakening soul within Tsuyuan. Almost there, Shui Min whispered. The vessel had reached its limit. What was meant to emerge would inevitably do so. In the center of the battlefield, Tsuyuan ceased his struggles. He floated in midair. His body charred black. The black flames continued to flicker, yet he seemed to feel no pain. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at Shui Min. The remaining left eye underwent a transformation. Its original golden hue morphed into a profound black, then shifted back to gold. However, this time, the expression in his gaze had changed. Tsuyuan halted his trembling, straightened his spine, and the once twisted muscles of his face relaxed. He lifted his head, chin slightly raised, regarding the three towering giants before him as if they were mere weeds by the roadside. Enough. His voice changed, no longer that raspy, overlapping tone, but rather an elegant, magnetic baritone. He raised his hand and gently waved it, causing the black flames enveloping him to extinguish instantaneously. It was not absorption. It felt as though some force had forcibly erased the very concept of combustion. Crack. Tsuyuan's body began to fracture. Cracks rapidly spread across his skin, fragments peeling away to reveal blinding white light within. A terrifyingly oppressive chakra slowly ascended from his shattered form. Fuyua's expression shifted dramatically. Retreat. The three Susanoo simultaneously withdrew, instinctively reacting to the presence of a natural enemy. Boom. Tsuyuan's body exploded completely. As the dust settled, a brand new figure stood amidst the void. Clad in white hunting attire and barefoot, his left eye was a pure white Byakugan, while his right eye was golden, adorned with intricate geometric patterns. A colossal curved horn adorned his head, resembling a crown. Otsutsuki Ishiki. The true form had descended. He did not glance at the three massive Susanoo, nor did he cast a single look at the shattered earth beneath him. He merely raised his hand, observing his own hand slowly disintegrating. Only 2 days of life left. Ishiki sighed, a tinge of regret in his tone. Subsequently, he raised his gaze, his eyes sweeping past the crowd, locking directly onto Bofeng Shui Min in the distance. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Shui Min, you have forced my true form to emerge. As a reward, Ishiki extended a finger, a black cube coalescing at its tip, barely the size of a fingernail, yet the surrounding space began to collapse under its influence. I shall grind your bones into dust. One by one, Shui Min tore off his divine robe. The golden chakra garment solidified in an instant, nine chakra rapidly rotating behind him, emitting a humming sound that sliced through the air. Finally, we meet. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Ishiki, a pitch-black Rasengan spinning furiously in his hand. Otsutsuki Ishiki, The final examination of this lesson begins now. Both shattered the void beneath them simultaneously, their energies locking on. The debris within 100 miles ceased its descent at that moment. The divine and the mortal, the ultimate clash, was imminent. Chapter 159, Naruto. Your father has come to avenge your future. The air did not grow heavy. Rather, it screamed. The moment Otsutsuki Ishiki's true form descended, he did not unleash an overwhelming pressure. He merely moved a finger, and the surrounding space was torn into a vacuum by sheer physical force. No elaborate hand seals. No grand chakra manifestations. Only raw, unadulterated violence. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Shui Min raised an eyebrow. How could it be that the future of Ming and Zhuo is completely overshadowed? Is this truly the manifestation of Otsutsuki, comparable to the progenitor of chakra? Uchiha Fugaku stood at the brow of the dark, golden Susanoo, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning wildly in an attempt to capture the fleeting, white figure. It was indistinct, utterly unclear, and far too slow. An elegant voice unexpectedly rang in Fugaku's ear, devoid of any forewarning of spatial fluctuations. In a mere instant, Ishur stood before the towering Susanoo, appearing as minuscule as a speck of dust. He lifted a foot, executing a simple side kick. Boom. It was as if a heated knife sliced through butter. The revered Susanoo, said to embody sage chakra and possessing physical flesh, could not even raise a defensive posture in time. The armor on its abdomen, along with the robust muscle fibers, disintegrated in an instant. There was no explosion, only the sheer force of penetration. The immense shockwave erupted with a 1-second delay, sending Fugaku and the remnants of Susanoo hurtling like a cannonball, carving an unfathomable chasm into the earth. Father. Itachi and Shursui were just about to provide support when their vision blurred. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds resonated almost simultaneously. Their Susanoo had barely begun to unfold when two seemingly weightless hands pressed against their faces. The absolute speed brought forth overwhelming kinetic energy. The two giants disintegrated in an instant, transforming into a shower of luminous particles. Itachi and Shursui were struck as if by a high-speed train, spewing blood and being flung backward. Ishur floated mid-air, brushing off his sleeves, deeming them feeble. Without relying on any techniques, merely utilizing the physical form of the Otsutsuki clan, he had shattered the strongest defenses in the ninja world in the blink of an eye. Daikokutten. Ishur raised his hand, and the sky darkened instantaneously. It was not clouds, but rather thousands of enormous black cubes that materialized above the onlookers. They were not accelerated by gravity, but hurled downward by Ishur with terrifying might. Each cube carried an incredible kinetic force, akin to a cataclysmic meteor shower. Kamui. Kakashi's armor flickered with blue light, transforming him into a phantom. The massive cubes passed through his form and crashed into the ground, the shockwave lifting layers of earth for 10 miles around. Such velocity. Might Guy opened the 8th gate, becoming a golden-red lightning bolt weaving through the gaps of falling rocks. Yet, his pride and speed appeared utterly futile at that moment. Ishur hovered high above, his right eye's cross-shaped pupil coldly observing below. Like a flea, he extended a finger. Show me eye Baiku. As Guy moved at high speed, his body suddenly froze. Several nearly invisible micro-black rods had been stealthily embedded into his joints and major blood vessels near his heart. Not just Guy, but also Kakashi, maintaining his phantasmal form. And the three Uchiha, lying amidst the ruins, each had several fine black rods lodged in their vital areas. This was Ishur's parting gift as he shattered Susanoo just moments ago. The speed was too swift. So fast that even the pain receptors could not relay their signals in time. Expand. Ishur's fingers slowly curled. Should the black rods return to their original size, the bodies of these 5 individuals would burst instantaneously, reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Guy felt the foreign objects within him begin to swell, his powerful heart on the verge of being pierced. The sensation of mortality was chillingly real. A smile crept across Ishur's lips, akin to a hunter relishing the capture of prey. Die. The command was issued. Yet, the anticipated explosion of flesh did not manifest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 golden flashes, moving faster than the nervous reflexes, precisely adhered to the wounds of the 5. Specially crafted flying Raijin kunai. The moment the kunai touched the skin, the golden technique erupted. Whoosh. The micro-black rods, which had been embedded within the 5, vanished just before expanding. No, they were transferred. Ishur's curling finger froze midair. He sensed it. The rods had been redirected to poo. 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 The void behind Isher suddenly tore open. Hundreds of restored black rods shot forth from the space behind him, enveloping him instead. What? Isher's pupils constricted, and his body shrank to a microscopic scale. Evading the attack that was originally meant for him, the rods missed their target, puncturing distant peaks like a porcupine. Regaining his form, Isher cast a dark glance toward the center of the battlefield. Atop a massive black cube, Namikaze Minato squatted, tossing aside several black rods he had just liberated from the others' bodies. Such hazardous materials are better confiscated. Minato discarded the black rods nonchalantly, rising to his feet. His divine robe billowed in the wind, and the 9 orbs behind him spun rapidly, cleaving through the surrounding air currents. At this moment, apart from himself, each of the 5 was a bona fide 6 paths level powerhouse, yet they appeared as helpless as novices after being outmaneuvered. Indeed, within the realm of the 6 paths, there exist disparities in strength. Otsutsuki Isher. Minato regarded the white figure suspended in the air, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Your speed is remarkable, and your fists bear considerable weight. Minato raised a finger. However, it is still insufficiently swift. Isher narrowed his eyes, the cross pattern in his right eye swirling. Insufficiently swift? He seemed to have heard a jest. Mortal, you are ignorant of speed. Boom. Before the words had scarcely left his lips, Isher vanished. This time, even the sound of air bursting was left in his wake. Teleportation? No, merely the sheer velocity of his physical form. In the next microsecond, Isher's fist appeared mere inches from Minato's nose. The force of his punch ruptured the air, creating a visible white shockwave. This blow could pierce the earth's crust. Die? A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Isher's eyes. Yet, just as his fist was about to contact Minato's nose, swish. Minato vanished. The punch met only empty air. The terrifying force colliding with nothingness, tearing apart the clouds for 10 kilometers ahead. Right here, a voice emanated from above. Isher jerked his gaze upward. Minato hung upside down in midair, a pitch-black Rasengan in his hand, poised to press it against Isher's crown. Flying Raijin, second phase. Roll. Isher bellowed, pushing against the heavens with one hand. The black Inyang release rods expanded instantly, transforming into colossal spears aimed at Minato. Clang. The Rasengan collided with the black rods, sending sparks flying. Utilizing the recoil, Minato executed an elegant backflip in midair, landing steadily atop a stone pillar 100 meters away. Truly swift. Minato shook his slightly numbed wrist, a look of approval gracing his face. To achieve such speed solely through physical prowess is indeed worthy of the Otsutsuki name. However, Minato pointed at Isher's feet. Since you rely on your legs, there will always be traces left behind. Isher glanced downward. Unbeknownst to him, a golden flying Raijin mark had been affixed to his ankle during their fleeting encounter. A mark? Isher scoffed, reaching to erase it. Show me Baiku. He attempted to diminish the technique's size. Ineffectual. The talisman was infused with high-density sage chakra, specifically developed to resist the ocular techniques of the Otsutsuki. It cannot be removed. Minato formed hand seals. As long as you remain in this space, no matter how fast you run, I will always be a step ahead of you. Isher's expression finally shifted, not due to the technique, but rather the attitude conveyed. The attitude of treating him as an equal opponent, even confidently offering critiques, was utterly misplaced. He was a deity, a superior being that had consumed the lives of countless planets. How could he be so casually dismissed by a mere native? Bo Feng Shui Men. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, the blood vessels around his white eyes becoming grotesquely pronounced. Boom. He no longer held back. The chakra within him erupted like a nuclear explosion. His white hunting attire burst apart, revealing a robust torso. Black wedge-shaped patterns adorned his body, and the long horns atop his head glimmered with a chilling light. Since he wished to compete in speed, he formed a stance with both hands poised, summoning a black staff that materialized from thin air. Then I shall shatter this space, leaving you no escape. Bang! He crushed the void beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of black light hurtling towards Shui Men. This time, his speed surpassed the previous instance. Quick enough that even the automatic defenses of the Qi Dao you could not keep pace. Shui Men did not retreat. He inhaled deeply, the golden hues of the sage mode emerging, his pupils morphing into horizontal lines. Kai, Kakashi, Fugaku, watch closely. Shui Men's figure also morphed into golden lightning, charging headlong into that black streak of light. This was the true yellow flash. Boom! The clash of gold and black echoed through the air. There were no ninjutsu exchanges, only the visceral sound of flesh meeting flesh. With each collision, shockwaves erupted in the sky, creating sonic booms. Their figures moved so swiftly that even afterimages vanished, leaving only the sparks of exploding air and the fracturing space behind. Below, amidst the ruins, Kakashi clutched his chest, gazing at the battle that transcended human comprehension. Was this the full extent of his teacher's power? Purely physical prowess, solely speed, challenging the Otsutsuki Ishiki? No. Next to him, Kai struggled to rise, his dragon-scale armor shattered, yet the fire of battle in his eyes blazed brighter. This was merely a warm-up. Kai clenched his fists, feeling the resurgence of power within his heart. This was true youth. The chorus was only just beginning. In the sky, Shuei Min sidestepped a kick from Ishiki powerful enough to shatter mountains, the wind from his punch carving a gash on Ishiki's arm. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Shuei Min's voice rang clear amidst the tempest. Your strength is indeed formidable, but you are overly reliant on this body. You are also excessively arrogant. Shuei Min delivered a kick to Ishiki's abdomen and rebounded. The two faced off in the air. Shuei Min wiped away a trace of non-existent dust from his cheek caused by the punch's wind, a confident smile curving his lips. In the ninja world, mere strength is insufficient. One must also possess intellect. Ishiki observed the wound on his arm that refused to heal. It was the sage chakra preventing regeneration. He looked at the golden-haired man before him. Once again, he sensed the aura of threat emanating from this inferior being. Chapter 160. Otsutsuki Ash's Mixed Rice. Boom. Their fists collided in midair. It was not the evenly matched struggle he anticipated. Otsutsuki Ishiki's body lurched violently, akin to a speeding race car suddenly suffering a blowout. At the moment his right arm made contact with Shuei Min's fist, his muscle fibers exhibited a bizarre, wave-like tremor. This was not a suppression of strength. It was resonance. Shuei Min's fist bore no chakra armor, only a thin, high-frequency golden membrane. Is this truly your peak? Shuei Min sidestepped Ishiki's knee strike as he lost balance, countering with a swift slap to Ishiki's cheek. Crack! It was crisp and resonant. Ishiki was sent flying horizontally, crashing through 3 stone pillars before halting. He clutched his face, disbelief etched in his Byakugan. In that fleeting moment, he felt his bones, muscles, and even the blood within his veins dancing to his opponent's rhythm. His body was no longer under his control. Sage art, frog call, resonance wave. Shuei Min stood firm, shaking his hand. Indeed, Otsutsuki's body was hard, as tough as stone. Shuei Min stepped forward. The ground beneath him did not shatter. Instead, it rippled like water, spreading concentric waves. Yet any solid object possesses a natural frequency. Once that frequency is matched, Shuei Min raised his hand, gently tapping the air before him. Stone could be rendered as soft as tofu. Ishiki crawled from the ruins, his cheeks swollen, filled with humiliation. An unprecedented disgrace. To be slapped by an inferior being as if reprimanding a child. Shoming by Guna. Ishiki roared, the golden patterns in his right eye spinning wildly. Since I cannot directly diminish biological entities, I shall make you entangle yourself. He fixated his gaze on Shuei Min's ceremonial robe and ninja tool pouch. Shrink. If only I could reduce this garment to the micron level, the resulting constriction would sever this monkey's spine. However, it was futile. The fluttering ceremonial robe showed no sign of change, remaining intact upon Shuei Min's form. Even the kunai within the ninja tool pouch remained undisturbed. How could this be? Ishiki's eyes widened in shock. The ocular technique activated, chakra depleting, the rules in effect. Yet the target object remained unresponsive, as if his gaze could not focus on the entity at all. What are you looking at? Shuei Min pointed at the distorted air surrounding him. Your vision cannot penetrate this barrier. This is no ordinary chakra shield. It compresses the natural energy of the entire space within a 3-inch radius of his body. The density is overwhelming, so much so that light refracts as it passes through. In Ishiki's view, the clothing, equipment, and position of Shuei Min were all obscured by blurry afterimages. The conditions for Shoming by Guna require precise visual locking on non-living targets. If you cannot even discern where the target is, how can you lock on? A physical cheat. Kakashi leaned against a fragment of stone. Though immobilized, he continued his commentary. The teacher has transformed natural energy into a funhouse mirror. In Ishiki's perspective, his teacher likely appeared with 8 shadows. making it impossible for him to even aim for the hem of his teacher's garment. "Shut up," Ishiki bellowed, his composure fracturing. He could not best him in physical combat. His divine techniques could not find their mark. How was he supposed to fight, since I cannot pinpoint what is on you? Ishiki slammed both hands onto the ground. "Then I shall obliterate this entire area." Rumbling, the ground of the alternate dimension began to collapse. Countless massive black cubes emerged from the void, filling every inch of space. Indiscriminate coverage. No need to aim. As long as I fill this space, even flies will perish. "Look at you. You're panicking," Shui Min remarked, his figure flickering. It was not evasion, but an advance. He weaved through the dense gaps between the cubes. Golden flashes tracing zigzag patterns amidst the black boulders. Closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. Ishiki watched the golden-haired man rushing towards him and instinctively raised his right hand, gathering a black rod in his palm. Stab. Shui Min did not evade. He extended his left hand, grasping the black rod, along with Ishiki's wrist that clutched it. "Got you." Shui Min's voice was soft, yet in that moment, it resonated like thunder in Ishiki's ears. Ishiki attempted to break free, but he was horrified to discover that his wrist felt as though it had melded with Shui Min's grasp. Not a muscle moved. Even more terrifying was that a complex seal began to glow in Shui Min's palm. It was not a sealing jutsu of chakra. This technique was composed of innumerable tiny natural energy runes. They resembled living parasites, frantically burrowing into Ishur's body along the skin where the two touched. "What is this?" Ishur panicked. He felt his chakra spiraling out of control within him. The once obedient Otsutsuki chakra surged uncontrollably towards his arm and into the palm of Minato. The technique of Otsutsuki chakra extraction. Minato uttered its name, straightforward and unembellished. The Otsutsuki clan is essentially a conglomeration of chakra. Minato observed Ishur's face contorting in agony. "You consume chakra fruits, plundering the energy of planets. You regard chakra as currency, as power, as life." Minato's palm tightened abruptly. Golden runes spread from Ishur's arm to his shoulder, neck, and even to his horn. Since it is chakra, it can be extracted. It can be confiscated. Boom. A vast torrent of white chakra was forcefully ripped from Ishur's body. It was pure life force, the energy of the Ten Tails in its juvenile form. Ishur's body visibly withered. The white hunting attire became hollow and empty. "Stop it!" Ishur screamed in despair. This pain was 1,000 times more terrifying than the tearing of flesh. It was the soul being unwound thread by thread. He was weakening. That divine power that once commanded everything was rapidly dissipating. Is this the sensation of being plundered? Minato did not relent. Instead, he intensified the suction. The 9 jewels of the Seekers behind him began to whirl madly, greedily devouring the chakra extracted from Ishur. "You have plundered countless planets, causing innumerable civilizations to wither in despair." Now, Minato leaned closer to Ishur's face. In his azure eyes reflected Ishur's expression of fear. "It is your turn." Damn it. Ishur felt despair. This body could not withstand it any longer. If this continued, he would become a mere corpse. He must find a new vessel, even if it was an imperfect one, as long as he could survive. Ishur's gaze darted beyond Minato, frantically scanning the battlefield. "Kakashi? No, that armor is too peculiar. The space has isolated the transmission of the wedge. Those 3 Uchiha? No, that chilling chakra would repel the wedge. Only that one with the bushy eyebrows. That creature with vitality as robust as a monster. It's you." Ishur summoned the last remnants of his strength, severing his tail to survive. Crack. He deliberately shattered his left arm, which Minato had grasped. Blood gushed forth. Using this recoil, Ishur's battered form transformed into a streak of black light, darting towards the motionless Might Guy lying on the ground. "Guy, be careful," Fugaka shouted. But he was unable to move. That previous strike had shattered his bones. Minato held Ishur's severed arm, brow furrowed. "Do you wish to reincarnate?" Yet he did not pursue. He merely observed quietly. Foolish. The black light swiftly penetrated Gaia's forehead. It was the spiritual entity of Otsutsuki Ishur, carrying all the data of the wedge. If successfully implanted, this body would be his. Though a mere mortal, the sheer vitality contained within was enough to harbor his soul. Within Gaia's consciousness, Ishur rejoiced. This body was a treasure trove. Each cell was brimming with vitality. The heart was infused with an unimaginably vast natural energy. Victory. Ishur grinned maliciously. As long as he seized that heart, He controlled his spiritual tendrils, piercing towards the throbbing red heart. Thump! A heartbeat resonated like a mighty bell. Ishire's movements froze. He saw a golden character illuminate upon that heart. Sage. Immediately thereafter, a resounding dragon's roar echoed. A golden-red celestial dragon's phantom spiraled out from Gaia's heart. The celestial dragon opened its eyes, its crimson pupils fixated on the invading Ishir, bearing a disdainful gaze. What is this? Ishir realized in terror that his spiritual tendrils began to unravel under the dragon's watchful gaze. That was too pure, too untainted to accommodate any impurities. Get out. In the external world, Guy suddenly opened his eyes. There was no confusion, only two blazing flames of determination. Youth. Guy bolted upright, slapping his forehead. Whap! It is incompatible with the virus. Uft! A cloud of black smoke was forcefully expelled from his crown. Ishir's spiritual entity reformed in the air, weak and transparent, like a candle flickering in the wind. How is this possible? Ishir crumbled. Even reincarnation had failed? Even a fool who only knew body techniques could reject the divine's blessing? It seems you have nowhere to go. Minato's voice echoed behind him. Like a sentence from the Grim Reaper. Ishir turned abruptly. A golden chakra blade loomed larger in his sight, imbued with high-density wind chakra. It was a technique that epitomized the concept of cutting. No. Swish. The blade fell without any hindrance. Ishir's remaining right arm, along with half of his shoulder, was neatly severed. Thud. The severed arm fell to the ground, still twitching slightly. Ah! Ishir clutched his severed shoulder, staggering backward. Blood stained his white remnants. He sought to flee, but found the spatial coordinates around him had shifted. All exits were sealed. It was a flying thunder god barrier Minato had set during his movement. Trapped like a turtle in a jar. It's over, Ishir. Minato flicked the droplets of blood from his hand, advancing step by step. Surrender the coordinates of the 10 tails. Perhaps I can grant you a quicker death. Ishir retreated to the edge of a cliff. Behind him lay the endless chaos of time and space. Before him stood that golden demon. Defeated. Utterly defeated. Skinned and stripped by a group of monkeys in his eyes, with severed limbs. Hee. Ishir suddenly laughed, a dark, deranged chuckle. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, dripping onto the desolate earth. Bofong Minato, do you think you have won? Ishir lifted his head, a strange smile gracing his broken face. You are indeed powerful, strong beyond reason. However, Ishir glanced at his severed arm lying on the ground. That hand was slowly dissolving, transforming into a pool of black liquid seeping into the earth. The coordinates of this planet have already been exposed. The clan will soon receive the signal. Moreover, Ishir grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloodied teeth. Have you forgotten something? The pet I raised. That 10 tails that has been starved for 1,000 years. It is still outside. Boom. Ishir's body suddenly expanded. It was not self-detonation, but self-dissolution. He intended to sacrifice all the remaining chakra of this body to the void, thus obtaining a chance to send a signal to the clan. Stop him, Kakashi shouted. Minato acted in an instant, pressing a Rasengan against Ishir's chest. But it was too late. Ishir's body transformed into a towering black beam of light, piercing through the heavens of the alternate space. Within the beam, Ishir's final voice echoed, filled with endless resentment and mockery. Enjoy the last moments of tranquility. Divine retribution is already on its way. The beam dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and that severed arm which had yet to completely dissolve. Minato stood still, a solitary figure amidst the chaos. Gazing at the vast chasm in the sky, which was slowly mending, silence enveloped the scene. The wind swept through, stirring the dust from the ground, remnants of the divine. The figure of Bofeng Shuemin picked up a severed arm from the earth and deftly sealed it within a scroll. His movements fluid as though he had just returned from the market after purchasing vegetables. He turned around, his gaze falling upon the group of battle-scarred disciples behind him, their spines still unyielding. A gentle smile returned to his face. It appeared that the overtime work must continue. Beyond the realm of existence, in an unknown coordinate, a colossal creature with 10 tails lay in slumber within its cage. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, and within the vastness of its rinnegan, a glimmer of avaricious crimson light reflected. The sound of chains snapping echoed softly in the darkness. The ground began to tremble, a sign of some great entity shifting beneath the crust. A canyon split open in the ground of the alternate space, followed by a massive, gnarled hand gripping the edge of the fissure, then a second. A roar erupted, unleashing a tempest of wind that reached hurricane levels. Debris was sent flying as the ten-tailed beast emerged from the depths, its body a mountainous amalgamation of twisted plant fibers and muscle. Its singular eye rotated, locking onto the void, while its gaping maw inhaled the natural energy within a 100-mile radius, forming a visible vortex of chakra. Kaguya floated in midair, her white hair disrupted by the wind, observing the creature with disdain. It was hungry. Indeed, the 10 tails were ravenous. Ignoring the insignificant ants below, it tilted its head back and opened its cavernous mouth. Countless red and blue chakra orbs began to coalesce, the air around it being depleted. A black-tailed beast ball rapidly took shape at the edge of its maw, growing larger until it eclipsed the head of the 10 tails. Aiming to breach the spatial barrier, Wofeng Shuimin stood atop a floating boulder, unmoving, not even drawing his kunai. He merely turned his head to glance at the watermelon-headed Kai beside him, who was restoring his wrist. As long as he didn't kill it, he could handle it. Understood. Kai grinned widely, his teeth glinting. In an instant, a shockwave erupted from his position as he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared atop the 10 tails. In comparison to the Titan's mountainous form, he was but a flea. Yet this flea was ablaze with golden-red flames. What a magnificent target. Kai laughed heartily, twisting in midair to throw a punch, simple, unadorned. The first strike struck the air, compressing it into a white projectile that slammed into the 10 tails' forehead, interrupting its formation of the tailed beast ball. Its head jolted downward, and before it could rise again, a flurry of punches followed, each second yielding 100 blows. Countless white air projectiles fell like shooting stars, each capable of shattering mountains. The 10 tails roared, attempting to lift its head. Kai's punches descended like meteors, forcefully driving its cranium into the earth. The tailed beast ball shattered, scattering luminous particles across the sky. The ground groaned as it collapsed. The massive form of the 10 tails pinned beneath the ruins, immobilized. It yearned to retaliate, its 10 tails thrashing wildly in an attempt to swat the fly above. Too slow. Kai danced through the air, agile as a monkey, weaving between the gaps of the tails while delivering kicks. Incensed, the 10 tails abandoned the tailed beast ball and opened its mouth to bite. On the ground, 3 voices resonated simultaneously: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui. 3 Susanoo figures rose from the earth, this time without weapons. The colossal beings extended their hands, palms directed at the 10 tails. Golden chains, crimson chains, and emerald chains erupted from the palms of Susanoo, dozens of thick chakra chains piercing through the 10 tails' 10 appendages. The remaining chains ensnared its neck and limbs, taut. The 3 Susanoo figures exerted their strength, pulling back forcefully. The 10 tails' head, which had just lifted, was yanked back to the ground. It struggled violently, the earth being torn apart beneath it, but the 3 titans remained as immovable as mountains. Stay still. Fugaku commanded his dark golden Susanoo, stepping on one of the tails. The beast was desperate, its body was immobilized. Thus, it resolved to use its mouth. Once more, it opened its maw, this time compressing a tailed beast ball to the size of a basketball, its color a glossy black, instantly forming. It released the projectile with alarming speed, targeting Uchiha Fugaku directly. The distance was too short, there was no time to evade. Fugaku could feel the destructive force surging toward him, yet he did not move. Not even adopting a defensive stance, for someone was faster. How troublesome. Hatake Kakashi stood atop Fugaku's Susanoo, one hand in his pocket. Kemui. The space before the 10 tails' mouth warped. Instead of sucking the tailed beast ball away, it folded space, creating an exit within the creature's throat. The tailed beast ball shot forth, disappearing into the Kemui vortex, only to emerge from the depths of the 10 tails' throat the next moment. A deep, thunderous explosion resonated within the 10 tails' body. The creature convulsed violently, black smoke billowing from its 7 orifices. Its colossal eye bulged, the life force of the divine tree becoming chaotic under the explosive impact. The giant beast collapsed, limbs twitching, temporarily incapacitated. Is this the end? Kai landed on the ground, somewhat unfulfilled as he waved his fist. I haven't even unleashed my ultimate technique yet. I should save some strength. Wofeng Shuimin appeared in a flash, standing on the 10 tails' nose, observing the still twitching beast. The 10 tails sensed the presence above, emitting a low growl of threat, its singular eye fixated on Shuimin, pure malice radiating from it. It was the embodiment of chakra, a monster that devoured planets. How could it be subjected to a mere human? It yearned to consume him, absolutely must consume him. Shuemin placed his hand gently on the Ten-Tail's forehead, as if soothing a frightened puppy. Despite standing at the center of its fury, easy now, he smiled softly. Golden chakra surged from his palm into the Ten-Tail's body. A blend of nine-tailed beast's chakra and the essence of nature, infused with Shuemin's will of humanitarian sage chakra. It was warm, domineering, and all-encompassing. The once ferocious consciousness of the Ten-Tails suddenly halted. Did it sense something? A chakra greater than that of the Otsutsuki? No. It was a sensation it had never experienced before. No longer merely a weapon, nor solely a source of energy. It felt emotion. In the single eye of the Jubi, the crimson killing intent began to wane, replaced by a sense of bewilderment, followed by submission. It felt remarkably at ease. The hand resting atop its head continuously conveyed a soothing power. It ceased its low growl, its body relaxing. The immense tail gently swept across the ground. It closed its eyes and even nuzzled its head against the palm of Minato. A soft whimper, reminiscent of a puppy's affectionate plea, escaped from the throat of this world-destroying creature. Silence enveloped the scene. Kai's mouth fell agape. Kakashi's mask shifted slightly. The Uchiha trio struggled to maintain their Susanoo. The most astonished of all was Kaguya. She floated closer, landing gracefully as she beheld the docile Jubi, akin to a household cat. Her worldview shattered. You. Kaguya pointed at the Jubi, her fingers trembling. What have you done to it? This is the Jubi, the sapling of the divine tree, the embodiment of violence. How could you possibly tame it? In the perspective of the Otsutsuki, the Jubi was merely a tool, used and discarded or devoured. No one had ever contemplated taming it, let alone succeeding. Minato withdrew his hand. The Jubi let out a few dissatisfied grunts, but obediently lay still on the ground. It was not difficult. Minato stood up and dusted off his hands. As long as it was a living being, there would be weaknesses. As long as there was chakra, communication was possible. Minato pointed to his heart. The Otsutsuki regarded chakra as power, while we shinobi perceived chakra as a bond. Minato turned to face Kaguya. Lady Kaguya, times have changed. He stepped aside. In the current shinobi world, we no longer favor violence and bloodshed. We emphasize winning hearts through virtue. Pure violence can only lead to destruction. He indicated the gentle Jubi beneath him, asserting that control is what shapes the future. This is where humanity transcends the divine. Kaguya fell silent, her gaze flickering between Minato and the wagging Jubi's tail. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, this man had indeed accomplished what even the Otsutsuki clan could not. Did you find it? Kaguya inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Yes. Minato retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to reveal intricate seals. At the center of the seals, a red light pulsed rhythmically. The Jubi's self-detonation had indeed sent a signal. Minato pointed at the light, but he is unaware. I infused his chakra with a special element, a modified version of the Flying Thunder God technique, a reverse tracking seal. Once the Jubi's chakra returns to its origin, this seal will act like a beacon, transmitting coordinates back here. Minato's finger traced the blank area of the scroll, 3 million light-years away. The home planet of the Otsutsuki clan. Looking up, a chilling glint sparkled in Minato's azure eyes. The hunter had finally locked onto the lair of its prey. Now that the address was known, Minato retracted the scroll. This simplifies matters. He turned to his team, Kai, Kakashi, Fugaku, Itachi, Shursui. Flames of determination burned in each of their eyes. Prepare yourselves. Minato adjusted his ceremonial robe, his golden hair billowing in the wind. He extended his hand, mimicking a grabbing motion towards the void. Since they enjoy planting trees, we shall assist them in tilling the soil soon. Chapter 162. The Chakra National Grid Project. The air in the spatial anomaly was thick with a nauseating scent of rust. Orochimaru squatted by a charred crater, his white sleeves fluttering in the wind, unfazed by the temporal turbulence capable of shattering stone. His serpent-like eyes fixated intently on a piece of flesh the size of a palm. This was the remnant shoulder tissue from the Jubi's self-detonation, a flawless masterpiece. Orochimaru extended his tongue, moistening his cracked lips. Even in death, the flesh writhed, cells voraciously absorbing the ambient natural energy, striving to reorganize and regenerate. This terrifying vitality transcended all known biological categories within the shinobi world. Orochimaru produced a specially crafted lead box from his robes, cautiously using a chakra scalpel to slice off a small portion of the flesh. This was the key to the realm of the divine. Should he decipher its genetic sequence? He might unlock the mysteries of the rebirth of the wedge and even the creation of artificial Otsutsuki. Orochimaru's fingers trembled slightly. Just as he was about to stow the flesh into the deepest recess of his sealing scroll, a hand pressed firmly onto his wrist. There was no killing intent. Yet the grip, akin to a hydraulic clamp, made his bones creak under the strain. Orochimaru-senpai, Minato's voice echoed in the wind, yet it penetrated Orochimaru's ears with clarity. Possessing contraband could lead to budget cuts. Orochimaru froze, turning his head, his golden hair swaying at the edge of his vision. The specially crafted kunai of the Flying Thunder God was poised against his carotid artery, the chill of its blade raising goosebumps on his skin. It is merely for research. Unfazed, Orochimaru released his grip. The piece of flesh fell into the lead box extended by Minato's other hand. After all, it was the flesh of a deity, and wasting it would be a shame. Indeed, even the Bonten cannot maintain effectiveness indefinitely. Data sharing. Minato pocketed the lead box and deftly extracted another scroll that Orochimaru had just hidden away. His movements were as practiced as snatching candy from a child's hand. Especially regarding the rebirth mechanism of the wedge. Minato tossed the scroll lightly, declaring, "This will be of great use to me." Orochimaru stared at the emptiness of his robes. His golden elongated pupils narrowing. A thief. This is the greatest thief in the shinobi world. In the underground S-Class confidential meeting room of Konoha's Hokage building, the air purification system hummed incessantly, failing to disperse the oppressive atmosphere thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder. Around the round table, the members of the god-slaying team, fresh from battle, convened. Mike Guy, wrapped in bandages resembling a mummy, revealed only one eye and 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, attempting to perform one-handed push-ups to regain his vigor. Kakashi slumped in his chair, engrossed in the newly updated Intimate Paradise, albeit holding the book upside down, his dead fish eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Uchiha Fugaku was wiping away the blood stains from the corners of his eyes, while Itachi and Shursui closed their eyes to replenish their exhausted visual prowess. Everyone, Minato rapped lightly on the table. The sound, though soft, compelled everyone to straighten their spines. Kai paused his push-ups, and Kakashi closed the book. Today's sole agenda is this. Minato turned, inscribing 2 large characters on the blackboard, the chalk scraping against the surface with a grating sound. Sustainability. We triumphed over the Jubi because this was our home turf. Minato pivoted, flicking the chalk precisely onto Kakashi's forehead, producing a crisp sound. If we were to exchange the battlefield for the Otsutsuki home planet, that location 3 million light-years from the shinobi world, do you think we could fight so effortlessly? The meeting room fell into silence. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, letting out a sigh. Without natural energy, if that planet were drained by the divine tree, it would be a barren wasteland. Kakashi indicated his eyes, stating, "My Kimui, along with your sage techniques, require external energy to function. Over there, every bit counts." Kai would not even be able to open the 9th gate. Fugaku added, his voice deep and somber. Without natural energy to serve as fuel, his heart reactor was merely a decorative piece. Indeed, Minato nodded, acknowledging the absence of supplies and support. Even the air could be thin. He pulled out a chair and sat down, resting his chin on his crossed hands. The Otsutsuki clan replenishes their energy by consuming chakra fruits. We have no fruits to eat. Thus, Minato retrieved a scroll from his pocket, which he had brought back from the Surebone forest, still smeared with the slime of the Sage of Slugs. "We need to bring our own rations." Bingliangwen? Tsunade frowned, lowering her feet from the table. Consuming too much of that would lead to indigestion, and the recovery amount is far too minimal. Moreover, even a specially made Bingliangwen could not sustain the consumption of a battle at the level of the 6 paths no. Minato shook his head. He unfurled the scroll, revealing a densely drawn diagram of human meridians along with acupoint nodes circled in red ink. We must transform ourselves into energy storage devices, akin to the batteries recently invented by Orochimaru. The meeting room fell silent for 3 seconds, with only the hum of the air conditioning filling the void. Human batteries? Orochimaru leaned forward, intrigued, a glimmer of curiosity in his vertical pupils. You mean something like the Een seal? The Een seal is too primitive. Minato pointed to the Dantian location on the diagram. It can only store, but not circulate. Furthermore, its capacity is too small. At best, it is merely a reservoir. What I aim to achieve is the industrialization of chakra. Minato stood up, placing both hands on the table, his azure eyes scanning the room with an oppressive aura. By combining the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the principles of division from the Surebone forest, and the compression techniques of the human path sage art, we can modify the human body into a vessel capable of infinitely charging and discharging chakra. His fingers traced the diagram, connecting the 361 acupoints. Normally, through the human path sage art, we would absorb natural energy and utilize the principles of the four-symbol seal to compress chakra into high density, storing it within every acupoint of our bodies. It is akin to connecting 361 miniature seals in parallel. Minato snapped his fingers. In battle, we can release it instantaneously. Even without the means to extract chakra or any trace of natural energy, we could maintain peak combat readiness for 3 days and nights. Moreover, we could regularly gather a portion of chakra from every ninja across the entire ninja world, consolidating it. This is the Ninja World Energy Supplement Plan. Bang! A corner of the table shattered, splintering, wood flying. Tsunade stood up, her chest heaving violently. She glared at Minato as if he were a madman. Nonsense. She pointed at the diagram, her finger trembling. Do you know the difficulty of cultivating the Baiken no Jutsu? It demands the utmost control over chakra. Aside from me, no one in the entire ninja world has succeeded in decades. Moreover, Tsunade ground her teeth, her voice rising an octave. Compressing chakra into acupoints? 361 of them? The body would explode. That is suicide. The meridians cannot withstand such pressure. Theoretically, yes. Orochimaru interjected, his tone contemplative. The strength of the flesh is limited. Unless the body itself is a sealing vessel. Minato picked up the thread of the conversation. He did not rebut Tsunade's fury. Instead, he retrieved a coin from his ninja tool pouch. An ordinary copper coin worth 10 ryo. Look. Minato pinched the coin between two fingers. The golden sun mark on his forehead faintly shimmered. Buzz. The air began to tremble. A wave of energy, tinged with a tingling sensation, surged into the small metal piece. The coin began to glow red, heating up until it blazed with a blinding white light. It was not heat. It was high-density chakra. The surrounding space visibly warped due to the convergence of this energy. The teacup on the table began to tremble, ripples forming on the water's surface. Within this, Minato lifted the coin, his tone as casual as if introducing a piece of candy, compressing the amount of chakra equivalent to a wind-release raisin shuriken. Narashikaku's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Instinctively, he felt compelled to retreat. He could distinctly sense the terrifying energy contained within that coin. Should it go out of control, this meeting room, along with the Hokage building above, would be instantly reduced to rubble. How is this possible? Orochimaru stared at the coin, his tongue unconsciously flicking out. The metal could not possibly withstand such density. The molecular structure should have collapsed by now. The sealing technique. Minato's fingertips glimmered with tiny golden symbols. These symbols, almost alive, burrowed into the coin's engravings, locking away the raging energy. Utilizing the four-symbol seal on a microscopic level to contain the energy, and employing sage art chakra as an insulating layer to prevent it from damaging the material itself. Minato gently placed the coin on the table. Hiss! The coin sank into the solid wood surface, emitting a wisp of green smoke. The solid wood conference table melted silently, as if turned to butter by high temperatures, forming a perfect circular hole. That was the high temperature caused by energy overflow. Metal can endure. Minato gazed at Tsunade, his eyes ablaze with intensity. A human body enhanced by the human path sage art can endure even more. Guy's heart can withstand the burden of the 8 gates, and Fugaka's body can endure the pressure of Susanoo. Our bodies are no longer ordinary. Tsunade sat back down, her chair creaking under her. She stared at the still glowing coin, feeling as though her decades of medical ninjutsu knowledge were being rubbed into the ground. This is hardly medical ninjutsu. This is clearly transforming humans into weapons. Tsunade's voice was dry, her throat feeling as if it had been sanded. Can it be promoted? It must be promoted. Minato's smile faded, his expression growing stern. The Otsutsuki clan will not grant us time to slowly train. He pointed to each person present. The entire god-slaying team, effective immediately, will follow Lady Tsunade in practicing the Baiken no Jutsu. It is not merely learning. Minato's gaze shifted to Orochimaru. It requires modification. I want your revised plan for the Baiken no Jutsu within a month. Transform that diamond seal into a charging port. I want the ninjas of Konoha to be able to go into battle without carrying provisions or scrolls. As long as they are alive, chakra will be infinite. Kakashi groaned. burying his face in intimate paradise. Spare me. Just finished a battle, and now I have to make up for it. Guy, however, leaped up excitedly. Two of his bandages snapping. Oh, is this what it means to recharge youth? Teacher, I feel my heart already burning. Shut up, Guy. Kakashi kicked him. Minato pushed the revised plan in front of Tsunade. Tsunade lowered her head, observing the densely packed techniques and the title, Ninja World Energy Supplement Plan. Her hand trembled slightly. You. Tsunade raised her head, looking at the golden-haired man. In his azure eyes burned a flame named ambition. Do you wish to transform ninjas into perpetual motion machines? Minato smiled. No. He picked up the coin from the table and tossed it casually. The coin traced a bright white arc through the air. I intend to inform those lofty gods. Minato watched the coin spin on the table, emitting a buzzing sound. When mortals master the technology to mass-produce energy. Snap. He pressed down on the coin. Blue electric arcs danced at his fingertips. Gods are merely prey awaiting slaughter.